All right, college football 2025 is here. Real quick, this video is dedicated to Andrew Brucato. Worked with us for a year and a half, passed away in January from a heart defect. He was only 22 years old. He was going to make this video with us this summer, so sucked making it without him, but want to dedicate the video to him. 136 teams in the FBS this season. Keep in mind, this took a while to make, so when you get into the group of five, some of the information may be a little outdated. I'm sure there's injury updates we missed in the past month, so bear with us in the group of five. It's tough to keep up with all this information, but thanks for watching. We'll be live midnight, weekdays during the season. Weekend, we'll be live in the mornings. Let's have a good one. We have officially moved into the Big Ten. We're going in alphabetical order, so we're starting with the Illini. Bielema, if you are an Illinois fan, this is your year, man. Very exciting time to be an Illinois fan. Everything has come together for this year. A lot of returning production. You got the quarterback you want. I like Altmaier, although I will say there were a couple games there, especially in the second half of the season, where he was a little bit underwhelming. I think Altmaier's a pretty good Big Ten quarterback. Maybe not the NFL talent, but he can definitely win you some games. The offensive line is all back except for the one guy who transferred to Colorado. But Brandon Henderson started 6 games at right guard, and he's back. So essentially it's 5 starters back on the offensive line. 5 of their top 6 offensive linemen are back, including J.C. Davis, who was third team Big Ten. Now he's been limited in camp, so they're going to need J.C. Davis to be healthy. But the center, John Kreutz, sorry if I'm saying that wrong, and Melvin Priestley were both Big Ten honorable mention. Keep in mind, this is a Brett Bielema team. This dude is known for sending offensive linemen to the NFL. So you're going to give him 5 returning starters? I mean, I would imagine 3 of them are going to be NFL players because that's what Bielema does. He develops offensive linemen. So I would imagine we're looking at one of the best offensive lines in the country here. You got your quarterback back for a 3rd season in Luke Altmaier. Scoop, what do you think of this offense?
Yeah, I mean, definitely Bielema's best team for sure. I mean, Luke Altmaier's back at quarterback. He had a good year. He had 2,700 yards, 22 touchdowns, 6 picks, another 217 on the ground. It was definitely better than his 2023 year. So I think it's just going to get better. If he gets hurt or anything, Ethan Hampton transfers here from Northern Illinois.
I didn't even know Ethan Hampton was there. I like Ethan Hampton.
I was not really sure why. I mean, after 4 years there, he's a senior now. I don't know why he wants to come here.
He could have started somewhere.
He could have started somewhere. That's what I'm saying. Obviously, I mean, it's the money probably. Obviously, he'll be a fine backup. Had a pretty good 4 years there. But, yeah, Altmaier, top 6 quarterback here in the Big Ten for sure. Skill positions, Josh McCray. He was the running back 1 last year, 609, transfers to Georgia. But Aiden Lowry stays here, and he was right behind him. He had 589. Looked better, really, I thought. Just didn't have the touchdowns that McCray did. Caden Fagan, back 306 yards last year in the 5 games he played. He was hurt after 5 games last year. Valentine's back 2, was the running back 4, had 212 himself as a true freshman. With McCray gone, I don't think it really misses a beat or anything. It should have the same kind of production.
Yep.
Pat Bryant, that's a bit of a loss.
I mean,
he was drafted by the Broncos 3rd round. He had 984, 10 touchdowns. Zahari Franklin also graduates. He was undrafted to the Raiders. Colin Dixon is back, so they do lose their top 2, but Dixon started games as a redshirt freshman last year, 18 catches, 264. Going to start again. Hudson Clement comes in from West Virginia. He was the wide receiver 1 there last 2 years, actually. So he's a solid pickup. Hank Beatty is back in his senior year, played in 37 games the last 3 years. Justin Bowick's in from Ball State. He had 383 last year, but only in 4 games. So I'd say Bryan and Franklin are overall obviously better receivers than the rest, so you got to have someone step up. But I think it's fine. And like you said, the line is perfect. I mean, the Napick brother comes in from Idaho, so you got 2 backups. Tyler McMillian had a good year from SEMO, so I think the line's going to be solid. I think the offense is going to be solid. Just got to have someone step up as a wideout.
Yeah, and another thing that helps Luke Altmaier in this offense here, it's a bit of an easier schedule. Now he plays in the Big Ten. You're not going to get an easy schedule in the Big Ten.
It's rough.
But people were complaining. Well, complaining is probably not the correct word. The criticism of Luke Altmaier was he was supposed to be a guy that can show up in the big games, and he didn't show up, specifically the Oregon, the Penn State, and the Michigan games. I mean, on the road in Oregon, on the road in Penn State. I mean, we can't. Come on, guys. On the road in Penn State, he didn't have a good game. No shit. Who does have a good game on the road in that building? So, it goes from road games against Oregon and Penn State. They do have you know what? We'll go with the schedule at the end. Let's do the defense first. All right. Defense. Linebackers are looking good. The defensive line. Let's start with the good news. The secondary, Scoop. Everyone back.
Yeah, everyone's back. Matthew Bailey and Miles Scott back at safeties. Corey Cox also transfers in from Ohio. He had 23 starts the last 3 years. You got Caleb Patterson back at corner. Shaheem Clark is back at corner. So the whole DB group stays intact. It's just a couple backup transfers out. Yeah, going to be extremely solid again.
And same story with the linebacker, is it Yakas or Jakas, the edge rusher?
I think it's Jakas.
Is it Jakas? Well, yeah. He's excellent. He was second on the team in tackles. He was third team Big Ten. He's back. He's going to be one of the better edges, one of the best outside linebackers / edges in the Big Ten this year. Rosiek, I'm sorry if I'm saying Roziek, maybe. I'm sorry if I'm saying that wrong. Third on the team in tackles, Big Ten honorable mention, inside linebacker. He's back. Same goes for Kreutz, the other inside linebacker. Malachi Hood missed 5 games last year. He's back. So the linebacker's in great shape too.
Yeah. You obviously playing the 3-4, you need solid linebackers, and they have like a solid 7. I mean, they have multiple linebackers you can rotate in and out. They have a lot of depth if someone gets hurt. So, yeah, definitely good. The line, even though, I mean, Dennis Briggs, their end graduates. Edwards, their nose tackle, is also gone. Like you said, Jakas, third team All-American last year, really solid 3 years here. James Thompson's transfers from Wisconsin. He had 5 years at Wisconsin. Didn't play last year, but he's had 4 years experience before then. Drew Ajayi's in from Florida State, had a really good 2023 year at West Virginia. And then you got Lowry and Neal both come in from Wisconsin, too. Neal played 29 games at Wisconsin. Lowry had a ton of time at Syracuse, too. So you also had 2 FCS transfers who played a lot for their schools. So this is really still a really strong line, even though Briggs and Edwards are gone. So you got pretty much all facets. The linebackers, secondary, and the defensive line should all be solid. I don't see any reason why this isn't one of the top defenses in the Big Ten. Yeah, like you said, they lost a lot of defensive linemen, but they plucked starters from Wisconsin. That guy, James Thompson Jr., missed last year with an injury. So he wasn't benched or anything. He had 7 sacks for Wisconsin in 22 and 23. Plucked a couple starting defensive linemen from Wisconsin. When would you ever see the day Illinois is plucking defensive linemen? The work of Luke Fickell. I like this team a lot. Like I said earlier, if you're an Illinois fan, this is your year, man. You're fired up. And I briefly mentioned the schedule earlier. Yeah, and the schedule, I think, is actually really favorable.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's a Big Ten. You got to go on the road to Indiana.
Yeah, but still, at Indiana, I mean, USC is winnable. At Purdue, you got Ohio State at home, which is your toughest one. But then the next 5 is all 5 winnable games to end the season.
I like how the road games, you got Indiana, Purdue, Washington, Wisconsin, your Big Ten road schedule, which is what killed them last year at Penn State, at Oregon. They have an easier Big Ten road schedule this year. And of the top teams in the Big Ten, you get Ohio State, but they're at home. You dodge Penn State, you dodge Oregon, you dodge Michigan. You have USC, but that game's at home. You dodge Nebraska, you dodge Iowa. So of those top teams up there, favored to be the best, projected to be the best teams, strongest teams in the Big Ten, you miss most of them, and the ones you do see are at home. So it's a favorable schedule for Illinois. I completely get the hype. Let's talk grades. Last year was an A- rushing offense, and if you don't remember, we saw kind of a transformation in Illinois' offense. In the beginning of the year, they couldn't run the football. It was all Altmaier throwing the ball. But actually down the stretch, they were running the ball a little bit. In fact, in that Michigan game, they averaged 4.9 yards per carry, 50% success rate per rush. They were actually running the ball pretty well in the second half of the year. So with a Bielema offensive line back, I wouldn't be surprised. I might just slap an A on this or an A-. Let's go A-.
I would go A-.
Passing,
I think Lowry's awesome, so I think he's going to have a good season.
Yeah, agreed. And I love that offensive. I'm going A. I think they have an elite offensive line. Passing offense, B+. They were B+ last year. Pat Bryant's going to hurt. Franklin's going to hurt. They lose their top 2 receivers. I like the offensive line. I think Altmaier's all right. I'll put him at a B.
What was it last year?
B+.
I'll B+. I'll do the same.
Rush defense, they were a C last year. The defensive line takes some hits, but all those linebackers back. I'll put C+. No, I'll go B-.
I'll go B minus.
And then pass defense, I'm going A.
Yeah, it's got to be an A.
All right, Illini. Let's cruise.
It's got to be a 10-win. Got to be a 10-win season.
Yeah, you would think so. There's some tough games on the schedule, but I mean, at Duke is a tougher non-con game too. Duke's pretty strong, but this is it, Illinois. This is your year. All right, let's cruise along to the Cinderella story from last year. Hoosier Nation. All right, so we don't have to go through a summary of last year. You already know what happened. Cignetti came in, and Indiana just set the Big Ten on fire. Yes, we hear the criticism, an easy schedule. We heard it all last season. We know that.
Yeah, easy schedule, but projected to be 17 out of 18 in the Big Ten, and you finished third. So, I mean, listen. I would probably be quiet.
Not to mention, it's tough to criticize an easy schedule when they're winning every game by 21 points.
Cignetti goes 11-2 in his first year. Yeah, schedule though.
Yeah, the schedule. Relax. What do you think of this year's? So last year, the stats, 21st in yards per play, 3rd in OFEI, 3rd in yards per play allowed, 19th in DFEI. They were elite on both sides of the field. Cignetti brought that elite run defense he had at James Madison, carried right over to Indiana. They were 2nd in the country in yards per carry allowed, 1st in success rate per rush allowed. This was an elite team on both sides of the field. Yes, they played an easier schedule, and yes, the cakewalk may be over, because it's not easy this year. But let's take a look at the offense, Scoop. Who do you like here?
Yeah, listen, Curtis Rourke leaving the team. He did lead this team last year, 29-5, touchdown interceptions, 3,000 yards, almost a 70% completion percentage. He had an awesome year. Rourke, obviously, drafted in the 7th round of the NFL draft, but he was also drafted in the 3rd round of the CFL draft. So he got drafted by both leagues. Does suck, lose Rourke after a solid year. Taven Jackson, we also just talked about, went to UCF. So it looks, obviously the quarterback's going to be Fernando Mendoza from Cal. And I said when we were talking about Cal, I really like Fernando Mendoza.
Yeah, he's cool.
I feel like he wasn't talked about at all. But listen, he also threw for 3,000 yards. His brother is also a QB on this team. Grant Wilson also transfers in from Old Dominion. The backup was a starter in 2023, 2,100 yards. So he's capable, but it's definitely going to be Mendoza to start off. I don't think he's going to be as good as Rourke, so I don't see that at all, really, but he's not a terrible replacement whatsoever. So running backs, Ellison, Lawson, Green, all gone in the running back room. Number 1, 2, and 4, all combined for 1,700 yards, 27 touchdowns last year. And Green, the number 4, went to Sam Houston. So you got Keelan Black, running back 3. He's back, 251 yards last year. You got Lee Beebe in from UAB, 885 yards last year. And Roman Hemby, he's been around for a while. He's from Maryland, started 38 games there the last 4 years. And he has over 2,300 yards. I think he'll be the starter, when the season starts, just for experience-wise. It's an all right room. It should have kind of comparable numbers to last year. But you do lose 3 of your top 4, so that's a little rough. Elijah Sarrett back as number 1. That's huge for them. He had an awesome year, 957 yards, 8 touchdowns. Omar Cooper's number 2, 594 yards last year. He's back. So Mekhi Jackson's in from App State, had 745 last year. Jonathan Brady follows his quarterback from Cal. He started all 12 last year, 366. And Tyler Morris comes in from Michigan. So returning the top 2 and having solid transfers, I think they can definitely be great.
Hold on. Before you move on are you still on receivers?
No, sort of.
Because there's a couple of receivers I want to add there to keep your eye on if you're an Indiana fan. So 4-star freshman LeBron Bond is having a breakout camp. He's 5'9", 175, really shifty, true freshman. Apparently they like him a lot in camp, so you might see him in the slot. And also, don't forget about E.J. Williams, 6'4", 203. He's a highly touted guy a few years back. He had some injury problems, didn't really produce. This is was supposed to be an NFL talent a couple years ago. I believe he is finally healthy. So they have E.J. Williams there as well at wide receiver.
Yeah. So their center, Caddick, the right tackle, Weddick, both gone. They started every game. Pat Coogan, though, comes in from Notre Dame, started all 13 at center. Khalil Benson comes in from Colorado, started every game here in 2023. Have McCalkey in from Ohio State, had 158 snaps last year. You got Leifried, Johnny Greer backing up also. So the 5 starters have all started seasons before. I think this is going to be a really solid line again. I don't see really any reason why the passing game pretty much it's not as good as last year, probably just because of Mendoza, and the running game might take a little bit of a step back. But this should still be a solid Indiana offense. I just don't think they're going to replicate last year's number. One, because of the quarterback and turnover and the running game and a couple wide receivers, and 2, because of the schedule. But I still think this is going to be a solid Indiana offense. It's going to be in the top 6 of the Big Ten.
I don't think Mendoza is like a huge step down from.
No, I don't think it's a huge step down. I just really like Rourke.
Yeah, it works. Works pretty cool. Something to mention about the offensive line: Drew Evans, projected starter left guard. He's been limited in camp. Remember, he missed the last 4 games last year, which is something that hasn't been talked about as much with Indiana. They had a couple of injuries there late in the season, including Curtis Rourke was playing through an injury. If you notice, he stopped running the ball second half of the year because he had something going on with his, I forget exactly what the injury was, but Curtis Rourke wasn't healthy the second half of the year. They had an offensive lineman go down. They had some injuries there down the stretch. So in addition to playing some tougher competition, which is obviously what the headlines were talking about, they were also injured down the stretch as well.
Yeah. So, yeah. I mean, let's hop into the defense then. They do lose a bit from this D-line. Carpenter and CJ West gone on the interior. They're both seniors. They're both gone. Their one defensive end, Linnell Carr,
who's Carpenter on?
He's on the Jaguars. Is he undrafted to the Jaguars? I didn't even look at that one. I missed one. I missed one of their 100 undrafted free agents.
The entire Jags roster is undrafted free agents.
It really is, though. Yeah, so Carr also is gone. First team Conference USA, Hosea Wheeler comes in from Western Kentucky, 62 tackles last year. Dominique Radcliffe from Texas State also comes in for to help where Carpenter and West are gone. Stephen Daly was one bright spot for Kent State last year. 51 tackles, 4 sacks, 9 tackles for loss. He's over here. You got Kellen Wyatt in from Maryland for the Edge 2, started 28 games the last 3 years. You still have Kamara on the end, who was first team Big Ten last year, so that's nothing to sneeze at. Tyreek Tucker on the inside with Radcliffe and Wheeler. The starters look like they'll be in solid shape here. Little worried on the depth on the inside, on the interior, but their edges are great, their starters are great, so the line should definitely be solid. Aiden Fisher's back at linebacker, first team Big Ten, 118 tackles last year. Jalen Walker, their number 2, is gone, but they still have Isaiah Jones, number 7, Elijah Hardy. Boykin comes in from NC State to play the nickel. He started 10 games in 2023. He missed 2024 with an injury. Kind of like their D-line. I feel like it might be a little slightly worse, but not drastically by any means. So if any other players like Turner or Utzinger can step up, play more, make some plays, it could definitely equal last year's production. So I do like their front 7. I think it might take a little bit of a step back, but I really like their secondary.
Oh, you really? That's
yeah. I do.
I like the front 7. I was
unsure. I like their secondary more.
All right, go ahead. Let's hear it then.
Yeah, I mean, I know they lost 2 starters on their secondary. Their safety Asbury graduates, and the other one corner, Jameer Johnson, he transferred to UCLA. But they do have their strong safety and Amir Farrell back. Lewis Moore should be the other safety from Ole Miss. He had 12 starts there the last 2 years. D'Angelo Pons is back to play corner. Amarian Knighton is in from Northern Illinois. He had 14 starts the last 3 years. You have Rylan Gandy in from Pitt, 13 starts. The safety, Byron Baldwin, looks phenomenal in high school. He's a 21st ranked freshman. Looked good in spring. Ciante Stewart is a solid freshman corner, too, from Winston Woods High School. They're both really high-ranked freshmen. They still have Jamari Sharp, who started a few games, and Bryson Bonds, too. So I think they have a lot of depth here. I think they have a lot of pieces. I think they're all going to work well together. They looked really well on defense. I know the offense won the spring game, I think, but I think I like their secondary a lot. I really like this defense a lot, even though the front 7 may take a step back. But you like them too, so it's like we're switched. So I think overall, I think they should be a pretty solid defense, personally.
Yeah, I think the defense will be fine as well. Wait, is this? So Louis Moore, the guy from Ole Miss, is in court over eligibility. He might not be able to play.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's a judge granted. Okay, so 4 days ago, a judge granted temporary restraining order allowing safety to practice for the next 14 days. So he's 24 years old. He's challenging the 5-year eligibility rule. So I don't know if Louis Moore is going to be able to play this year. He's in back and forth with the NCAA. He's eligibility problem. So, all right, schedule. The cakewalk is over for Indiana. Last year, I mean, they look at that schedule from Indiana last year. You understand why the criticism was there when they finally saw Ohio State on the road. They got wrecked, but they were a little bit injured at that point. They don't really get to relax this year. Right off the well, they've got an easy non-con, kind of a joke of a non-con. Although, don't sleep on Old Dominion.
I mean, that's a future champion. Old Dominion
we love Old Dominion. We're big on Old Dominion. But yeah, so right off the bat, Illinois, very, very strong team this year. Then they go to Kinnick. Then they go to Oregon. Then they have a Michigan State team that should be severely improved this year. I think that Michigan State offense is actually going to be kind of dangerous. Granted, they should win that game. But they're going to be out in Oregon, and then they immediately fly all the way back across the country without a week off. Without a week off there, don't sleep on Michigan State. Then they got UCLA at home.
Battle for the old brass spittoon. That's what the actual name of that rivalry is. I don't know why. That's just what it's called.
So that's what it's called. They're in Penn State. It's not even as close as easy as it was last year. Let's talk grades. Last year, rushing offense was an A-. I'm going to drop it to a B.
Yeah. I don't really like Hemby either from Maryland. I'll say B too.
Passing offense was an A.
It's not going to get that. I'll still say A-.
I'll say B+. Rush defense was an A+. This is an aspect of Cignetti I just will always trust is his ability to stop teams from running on him. I like the front seven. Yeah, honestly, I'm going to go A+ again.
I'll go with an A.
And pass defense, I'm not as big on the secondary as you.
What was it last year?
A.
I'll go with
I'll go B+.
I'll go with an A again.
All right. Let's move on to the Hawkeyes. All right, let's talk Iowa. I got to say, first season of this Tim Lester experiment with the offense was a successful one. They were 73rd in yards per play, 85th in success rate. Obviously not much of a passing attack, but...
Let's say it's better than Iowa when Iowa normally does.
Oh, I mean, dude, 73rd in yards per play, that's the greatest show on turf. By Iowa standards. It's electric offense.
First of all, Kirk Ferentz will die here. It's his 27th season.
27.
Been here since 99. Last losing season was 2012. I mean, listen, 4 losing seasons in 26 years, and 2 of them were his first 2 years. I mean, that's
doing it but having a bottom 25 offense.
Right. Well, that's what I was gonna say. Having a bottom 25 offense for like the majority of that.
All right. So, speaking of the offense, look, it's Iowa. You never want to get too excited, but this is kind of a new era of Iowa. Is this offense about to be good? They're bringing back a lot of production here.
I mean, I think they have from what I watch and read, I feel like Gronowski's an awesome
They're huge on him.
I mean, listen, last year between McNamara, Sullivan, Stratton, they combined for 1,700 yards, 10 touchdowns, 8 interceptions. I mean, that's not good. Brendan Sullivan went to Tulane, McNamara with the East Tennessee State. Stratton's still here, but he's going to be QB3. I mean, anything really should be better than the quarterback play they had last year. Gronowski from South Dakota State. We talked about South Dakota State earlier. Making the jump up in his senior year, had 55 starts at South Dakota State, 49-6 as a starter with 2 championships. He had over 10,000 passing yards in his career.
10,000. He was first team FCS All-American, 2-time Offensive Player of the Year.
Yeah, man. 93 touchdowns, 20 picks in his career.
He obviously has the skill.
Yes, it was Tom Brady of the FCS. He's making a huge jump, obviously, from an FCS school to a Big Ten school, too. It's not like he's jumping from, to the AAC or the Sun Belt. So, yeah, it's going to be his team. Hank Brown transfers in from Auburn, too. He looked okay the first 2 games when he was there. The third game, not so much against Arkansas. But, yeah, I mean, hard to see Gronowski throwing for less than 1,700 total with what the other quarterbacks did last year. So after what he's done in 5 years, at South Dakota State, this team's going to look, I think, a lot different.
Yeah, I mean, I'm on board with it. They bring back all their wide receivers. We don't know how good they are because nobody can throw them the ball.
It's non-existent last year.
But they bring back 3 of 5 starters on the offensive line. And keep in mind, all 5 of Iowa's offensive line last year, 3 of them were all conference, and the other 2 were all conference honorable mention. So they bring back 3 of those guys. They have Logan Jones coming back at center. He's second team Big Ten. They have Dunker coming back at right tackle. He was second team Big Ten. They've got Stevens coming back at left guard. He's Big Ten honorable mention. So this Iowa offensive line was elite. I know Caleb Johnson got all the credit, and rightfully so. Dude's a monster. But this offensive line was very good last year, and it should be pretty damn good again this year. You bring in Tom Brady of the FCS to play quarterback, who it's really tough to predict what we're going to see, but if they have any sort of rushing attack that resembles last year, Gronowski should be in a very, very good position. And I know playing quarterback at Iowa has never been a good position, but if they have the offensive line they have last year and the run game that's even close to resembles what they had with Caleb Johnson, Gronowski might find himself in a spot where he can make some plays.
Yeah, and I mean, this whole team obviously was Caleb Johnson last year. I mean, he led the Big Ten in rushing, 1,500 yards, 21 touchdowns. He was drafted 3rd round to the Steelers. Kamari Moulton did end up with 473 yards as a backup. He's back. He's likely going to be number 1 this year. Jazion Patterson's back, had 309 yards last year. Terrell Washington was a running back 4 last year. He's back too. So everyone looks like they'll just move up a spot in the order here. I don't see a season for Moulton the way Caleb Johnson had, but I mean, like you said, they're going to throw the ball way more efficiently. So it should open up some lanes for him. It should be fine. Like you just said, the receivers just really, you don't really know. Jacob Gill led with 411 on 35 receptions. And Luke Lachey was second in yards as a tight end 1. He was drafted 7th round to the Texans. So the second wideout on his team was Vanderzee. He had 176. That's how bad it was. And he missed the final 5 games. So it was just not a passing team at all. Vanderzee's back with Gill. Seth Anderson's back with 106, and Bowie's back with 94. So their top wide receivers are back. I mean, if you call them that. And Estrego and Osworth is back at tight ends too, and both had over 100 yards. So it's definitely hard to imagine another non-passing year when you got someone who threw for 10,000 yards in his last 5 years. So it's definitely, I feel like it has to be a different team. I feel like Tim Lester's gonna open it up more with a quarterback. So, and it should open up running room too. So I think should be a different offense.
I agree completely. I'm kind of big on the Iowa offense. I think they're going to be able to move the ball. I think they're going to score some points. I'm actually a little worried about the Iowa defense, and I know you should never worry about the Iowa defense because they're always going to be good. Well, last year, it wasn't quite up to the standards that we're used to seeing. I mean, 30th in yards per play, 73rd in success rate. They had an elite pass defense. They actually struggled to stop the run at times. Iowa's defense wasn't all that great. I mean, it was still a great defense, but normally you can hang your hat on Iowa being a top 5, top 10 defense. They were not a top 5, top 10 defense last year, and they're losing key pieces. They're losing key pieces at every level. They're losing key pieces up front, linebackers, and in the secondary. What are your thoughts on this defense?
Yeah, I kind of agree. Their defensive tackle, Yaha's back. I mean, they're black. He drafted by the Steelers 5th round. And their end, Craig, graduates too. Jonah Pace comes in from Central Michigan. He had 34 tackles last year, 4 sacks. Bryce Hawthorne comes from South Dakota State. 14 starts the last 2 years. Jeremiah Pittman and Aaron Graves are still going to man the inside. Ethan Hurkett's back on the edge with
Pittman's hurt. He might miss the first month or. I'm reading like mid-October when he returns.
So Ethan Hurkett's back on the edge with Lewin probably stepping up in a starting role with Craig on. But Pittman. But you still got Hubert, Merriweather. This line should still be pretty solid. Espinosa is the 5th best edge in his freshman class too. 4-star. Would not be surprised if he played some. I agree. The linebackers are going to be a problem. Jay Higgins, their leading tackler, is gone. First team All-American. Went undrafted, kind of surprisingly. So Nick Jackson, their number 2, undrafted to the Bucks. Their nickelback Castro's gone. Kyle Fisher, their number 12 tackler, is gone. So there's no returning linebackers here at all. Harrell, Sherrar, and Rexroth look to be their starting linebackers on this team. Sherrar had 8% of the snaps. Harrell with 16, and Rexroth with 4. So Harrell looked pretty good, but it's definitely way inexperienced on the linebacker group here. And they do lose a couple pieces in the secondary, like you said. Schultz, the free safety, graduates, and Jamari Harris, the corner, is gone. And Quanqua's back at free safety. Cohen Entringer will probably step up in the other safety spot. And Deshaun Lee's back in the one corner spot with maybe, I guess, TJ Hall.
TJ Hall's a little banged up also.
So he started 7 starts last year, and you got Barrows in from South Dakota, 23 starts in 4 years. But it's definitely a weaker defense. I know you really, shouldn't say anything really about it with Phil Parker and Kirk Ferentz leading the defense. But on paper, it looks. Especially their linebackers look super inexperienced. So, they're not a portal team. They've had 10 total transfers in. 3 of them are quarterbacks, which is pretty funny. And so they relied on recruiting and people who are players are already here. So we'll see how it goes. But I definitely think I'm not going to say their offense is going to be better than their defense because that would be absurd to think about. Like, it's just in my head, it doesn't make sense. So I'm not going to say that. But listen, I think they're actually on par. I think they're even. I think they should be. I think they're going to take a big step up offensively, and defensively, they might take a step back.
I completely agree. And now we get to the worst part. Have you looked at this schedule?
Yeah, and that's brutal too.
Are you kidding me? Like, this is crazy. They got Penn State, Oregon, the road game. They're at Iowa State, obviously. They're going to play that. At Nebraska, at USC. The easy games on the schedule that they should win are at Rutgers, who should be very improved this year, and at Wisconsin, which is never an easy place to go win, even though the fickle version of Wisconsin isn't the same. This is tough. This is a tough schedule as well, much tougher than last year's. Last year's they had home games against Northwestern. They had Wisconsin at home. There was a lot more winnable games on the schedule. They had Iowa State at home. Now they have to go on the road. This is a tougher schedule as well for the Hawkeyes.
Yeah, look for overs this season though. I might be betting them. I might be betting on the overs.
I was betting a few Iowa overs later in the season because I was like, guys, this team's moving the ball, and the defense isn't quite as good as we remember. But all right, last year they were a rushing offense. Honestly, with the offensive line and it's no, I'll give them A-, but I still think they're gonna be good.
I'll give them a B+.
Passing offense D-.
Frentz is like we have the quarterback of the
I'm going
NCAA.
B-.
I was gonna say like a B. I'm gonna give him a B, literally.
Yeah, but a B- for passing in Iowa is legitimately Peyton Manning.
That's A+.
Run defense is A.
B+.
That's a good score there. I'm gonna say B. No, you know what? I'll go B+ for run defense. I'm gonna drop the pass defense to a B.
Yeah, B's good. I know they don't have the pieces, but it's like I can't go against Iowa's defense.
I know they just always figure it out. All right, Terps are up next. All right, Maryland football. Would you say Loxley is on the hot seat?
Yeah, but Maryland and football. The crab cakes and football is what Maryland does. So
Maryland hasn't been doing it quite that. I mean, I know.
I don't think he's a good coach. In 2021 and 23, he had decent years. Last year, not so much. Only team worse in the Big Ten was Purdue. I guess let's see how the coordinators do. That might help. Pep Hamilton comes in for OC, but hasn't coached since 2022 for the Texans OC.
Right, he was in the NFL.
Yeah. We'll see, man. We'll see how it goes. But, yeah, I think this is a Loxley hot seat for sure.
So the biggest problem with this Maryland team last year was the offensive line. I believe they were like one of the worst rated offensive lines in the entire country, not just in the Big Ten. Their offensive line play was really bad last year, so obviously they needed to address that. Did they?
I think the lines might be – I think it might be okay. I think it's better than – what they have in the skill positions. So,
oh man,
yeah, I think it might be a rough day, but O-line looks okay. Kaltenberger graduated, the left guard Bunyan graduated, Andre Roy transferred to Colorado, and Doomerville went to Arkansas. So you kind of have like 2 starters back from the line last year, Bod, right guard, and Alan Herron at right tackle. They do get Isaiah Wright back from injury. That was a big piece, started every game in Buffalo in 2022 and 2023. Didn't play last year. Latrell Perry transfers in from Central Connecticut. I mean, it's Central Connecticut, but he was first team Northeast Conference last year. You have options to fill the final spot. Carlos Moore is in from Elon. Ryan Howerton's back. Logan Bennett. Jalen Gilchrist is one of the highest guards in this freshman class. Should definitely play almost every game, really. So I think the line is okay. I think it's the better part of the offense, which is probably saying something.
What do you mean? I mean, you don't like
Jalil
Farouk?
Yeah.
I mean, he had 690 yards at Oklahoma receiving in 2023. He missed last year injured. Caleb Webb from Tennessee hasn't seen the field much, but it's an SEC transfer. Who's starting at quarterback? Is it Washington?
I mean, listen. Yeah, I mean, Justin Martin comes in first from UCLA. Started one game, and I was against Penn State. I mean, what are you going to do there? But it looks like they're going to run with Malik Washington at quarterback. He was the 5th-rated freshman quarterback this class. He looks awesome. Loxley coached Tua when he played as a freshman. He coached Juice Williams when he played as a freshman. Jalen Hurts, he played as a freshman. So, yeah, I think they're going to go with Malik. He's coached 3 freshman quarterbacks before. He looks awesome. And Archbishop Spalding, I mean, I'm from highlights. I'm not a scout, but everyone looks at his high school tape. He looks like a monster. So I think they're going to roll with Malik Washington. I think he looks awesome.
Should have a nice tight end there, and Dorian Fleming too. But I don't really know what I think about this offense. It's tough to say. Maybe it's a nice schedule for a freshman quarterback. They got a nice Big Ten schedule this year. All right, what about the defense?
Yeah, I mean, so Ekin Basode on the end, he was drafted by the Cowboys, 7th round. Fuller, the other end, graduated also. Jordan Phillips, he went 5th round by the Dolphins. Brown and Johnson are gone from this line. He combined for the other start. So all 4 starters are gone on this line. But to be honest, the line wasn't great anyway. He had no pass rush. Kind of got shredded on the ground all year. Levon Johnson also transfers to Texas. And Kellen Wyatt to Indiana. So you lose pretty much all. You're all gone. So Cam Rice is in from Ohio. He played in every game. D.D. Holmes from Florida State. I don't know. He barely played last year. Joel Starling's in from North Carolina. Same thing. Really didn't play. Cedric Smith is in from Alabama A&M. 20 tackles last year, no starts. Same thing with Evan Thomas from St. Francis. So this is a very, very weak line. But so was the D-line last year. So I don't know. I also don't like the linebackers either, though. So that doesn't help.
I don't like anything.
Hippolyte, leading tackler, graduates. Wingate's back. He's a number 3 tackler, so he'll move into the starting role at middle linebacker. Wheatland transferred to Auburn. Michael Harris had 34 tackles last year. He was number 8. Trey Reddick's back too, but he was number 16. You do lose.
He was a freshman, though. Reddick was a freshman.
Yeah. You do lose 2 of your top 3. Zamir Mathis will get playing time as a true freshman, probably. Sidney Stewart too. They have Samuel, Flowers, and James from last year, but it's not. I mean, it's definitely not a good group. The front 7 is definitely concerning, to say the least.
Yeah, I don't know. I really, when I was doing notes for this team, I was like, I don't even know what to say. The schedule isn't bad though. Your Big Ten road games are Wisconsin, UCLA, Rutgers, and then Illinois is going to be tough. But as a whole, you did pretty well. The Indiana game's at home, and you have a bye before it, so that's possibly a game you could steal. I think Indiana's not going to be quite as good. Also, you have a home game against Washington coming off your other bye, so that's another game you could steal. A couple games that they probably would have lost, but due to the scheduling, they could steal. So I honestly think, and we've seen this before, between the weak non-con schedule and the way that the Big Ten schedule pans out for Maryland, I could see Loxley squeezing his way to another 7-5, 8-4 season, where at the end of the year, this is kind of how I feel about Maryland. At the end of the year, I do not think they're a good team. And I look back, I'm like, that team won 7 games? Like, I don't know. I think they're not going to be a good team, but they're going to figure out a way to win 7 games. And I feel like that's kind of the limbo that Maryland's been stuck in.
I think they win 4 or 5 again.
There's winnable games on this schedule, Scoop.
There is, but it's a bad team.
Well, they're going to be 3-0 unless you think Kitley's going to knock them off in the opener. FAU.
Yeah.
Last year, they were a D rushing offense. A D. I guess I'll give him a C. I don't know. Malik Washington's an athlete, right?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Jawan Williams. I mean, Josiah McLaurin back.
Jawan Williams is apparently looking really good in the spring.
So does everybody.
Everyone's emerging as a leader.
Everyone's emerging as a leader. Yeah, I'm gonna stay with a D.
Passing offense was an A-.
Billy Edwards, man.
I'm gonna go C.
I will go with a C too.
Rush defense. Oh, good God. They were a B last year. It was a strength of the team. Well, Billy Edwards probably was. Dude, they're all
I'm
gone.
going to go with a D.
I'm going to go C-.
Dude, that D-line's really bad. Or it looks up bad.
You're going to go F?
No, D. I said D.
Oh. Pass defense was a C+.
And you only have Jalen Husky back.
Yeah, and he was more of like a run stopper.
Yeah, I mean
D+.
I'll give him a C-.
I'll
give him a C-. C-.
Poor Terps.
Poor Terps.
Poor Terps. All right, next up we're talking Big Blue. All right, let's talk Michigan. And first, I guess we should talk about the penalties, right? That just broke the other day.
Yeah, so they're not getting any type of postseason ban. They don't have to vacate any wins, so no one have to vacate that 2023 championship. But basically, it's just a financial penalty for the Connor Stallions thing, probably in the range of $20-30 million, which is chump change for Michigan. I think they had a $280 million athletic budget, so I think they're perfectly fine there. Nothing really.
That's still a big chunk.
That's a nice chunk, yeah. But yeah, so basically they're on probation. Don't mess up again, and we won't ban you. Pretty much.
I wonder how much money winning the national championship brings in. Whereas 20 million, like even.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we're talking Michigan, and then we're into the era of Underwood, I suppose, right? Number one recruit in the country, not quarterback. Number one. Oh, this is the guy. This is the product of Portnoy. Was that just social media stuff, or is he really here because of Portnoy?
Nah, it's social media. It has to be, right? I wouldn't imagine he would base his thing on Portnoy.
I don't really care too much of those kinds of storylines. I just know it was pitched as if Portnoy got Underwood to come. I don't know if that was actually the case. If you're a Michigan fan, go ahead and leave it in the comments. I kind of don't care though.
I mean, definitely an interesting year last year. From Moore back in his second season, 8-5. I mean, that was kind of expected, right? I mean, with the whole team gone from the championship.
Yeah.
That offense, though, was really bad. They did beat Ohio State, though, which I know Michigan fans really love.
I think that was the only goal last year. They weren't.
That was it. Just I don't care about this team. Just beat Ohio State, and they did. I mean, Kirk Campbell was fired before the end of the year as OC. So now there's two OCs this year. Chip Lindsey was the offensive coordinator at Carolina the last 2 years. They move up Steve Kasula, who was the tight end coach, to co-OC too. So while still coaching the tight ends, but yeah, that was one of the worst quarterback play I've ever seen from Michigan that I've ever seen in my life. So
they were last year. They were 110th in yards per play, 132nd in yards per pass attempt, 108th in effective pass. That's schedule adjusted too. That affected. They were terrible throwing the football. Scoop, like Scoop said, Chip Lindsey comes in. Also, don't forget Biff Poggi's here as the associate head coach. Poggi's back as well. So, obviously, Michigan is expecting more offensively. Offensive line, there's a couple of maybe unproven spots. You got if Phoebe, I think, is going to start. Just 2 snaps last year as a redshirt freshman, but this is a Michigan offensive lineman. I'm sure he's a highly touted recruit. I just don't have the information on that in my notes. So he's going to start just 2 snaps last year. I think a 4-star freshman, Sprague, is going to start as well. Right, Scoop?
Yeah, I think Sprague and Andrew Babalola is second best offensive tackle rated freshman. I wouldn't surprise if he played a lot here and eventually started. Ty Haywood's the same as 10th best tackle. So, I mean, that's what Michigan really does. They have really strong linemen. That's really all they do. Their line actually did their job last year, too. It was one of the bright spots on their team.
Right.
It's always been solid. I mean, they had a brand new line last year and only gave up 17 sacks, and they had great run blocking when everyone knew it was a run, really, because they couldn't pass the ball. So, yeah, I think the offensive line is extremely solid, and I think it'll be good this year.
So, obviously, Bryce Underwood's at quarterback, 6'4", 228, number 1 recruit, true freshman. So, I'm not sure what the expectations would be. Do you have any expectations for Underwood?
I mean, yeah. I mean, listen, maybe the worst quarterback play I've ever seen from Michigan. I totally threw 1,600 yards, 12 touchdowns, 13 interceptions. That one touchdown also includes a Donovan Edwards touchdown throw, by the way. So it was really bad. Warren, Tuttle, Orgy all played bad. With a new quarterback, offensive coordinator, and new quarterbacks, it can't be worse. Orgy, we talked about, went to UNLV. Tuttle graduated after getting hurt, and Warren is surprisingly still on the team. I don't see him playing this year. So if you're following college football, you know really who Bryce Underwood is. Number one prospect, overall prospect, not just quarterback out of any position. He's ambidextrous, by the way. Did you see him throw lefty and righty? It's pretty cool to watch. So and he throws darts on both sides. So yeah, man, 5-star recruit, Michigan kid, played at Belleville. Moore said it's an open competition, so we'll see. Mikey Keene transfers in from Fresno State, so if it's not Underwood, maybe Keene starts a few games. He had a decent year. He had 2,800, 18, and 11 when we talked about him. And Jake Garcia also comes in from East Carolina. Didn't have a good year either. That's why Caden Hauser's there. But yeah, I mean, listen, you also got Jaden Davis is here, and you have Chase Herbstreit, Kirk Herbstreit's son, is here too. They'll play some quarterback. So they have a lot of quarterbacks in. They have 5 new ones. Davis Warren maybe 6th on the depth chart now. goes from that to probably all the way in the back. But yeah, it's Bryce Underwood. It's going to be him starting. I mean, should be really solid. He looks really solid. Even the running backs last year, though, they had down years. They were supposed to be awesome. Donovan Edwards was supposed to start. He was demoted to running back 2 by the end. He had 589. Khalil Mullins did a lot better. 948 rushing yards, 12 touchdowns. He was drafted 6th round by the Titans. Edwards went undrafted to the Jets. The running back 3 is still here. Jordan Marshall probably won't start. I mean, obviously, I think they're going to go with Justice Haynes from Alabama. 6 starts the last 2 years there. 448 yards, 7 touchdowns last year. They also get CJ Hester in from UMass, 529, but it's hard to go from UMass to Michigan. I think he'll probably be the running back 3. And you got Jen Volkler in from Princeton, too. So this should be Haynes leading the way for the running back. So, I mean, listen, you got what's supposed to be a good quarterback. You got a good running back. You have a solid O-line. So as far as the receivers, Colson Loveland led the way receiving last year with 582 last year. And just so you know how bad Michigan was, he had 582 yards, still got drafted 1st round by the Bears.
First round pick, only had 582.
Right. So, I mean, Tyler Morris was 2nd in receiving. He was the first wideout. Only had 248 yards. So that's how bad this passing attack was. Your wide receiver 1 gets 248. He transferred to Indiana. Samaj Morgan was wide receiver 2 with 139. You got Moore with 128. O'Leary with 102. So they're all back. Donovan McCulley comes in from Indiana, had a great 2023. Anthony Simpson also in from UMass. UMass is apparently a breeding ground for Michigan. Also had an awesome 2023. He was hurt last year. You got Braderson, Klein. Hansen will take over either fullback or tight end duties. They run a fullback set a lot. It's just really hard to judge these wide receivers from last year. Everyone pretty much just stacked the box and really didn't care they were throwing, so the ball didn't really get to wide receivers anyway. So, yeah, you're going to see what happens this year. I mean, obviously they're highly touted. They're highly rated wide receivers that didn't get an opportunity. So I think this offense is going to be night and day from last year.
Yeah, agreed. And another name, Andrew Marsh, 4-star freshman, true freshman, wide receiver, having a breakout camp. He's 6 foot 190, so don't be surprised if you see Andrew Marsh seeing the field at some point this season. True freshman. Let's flip it over to the defense. And obviously what jumps right out at you is the 3 NFL stars from the defensive line gone, right? I mean, yeah. Josiah Stewart, 3rd-round pick from the Rams. Mason Graham, Browns, 1st-round pick. Kenneth Grant, Dolphins, 1st-round pick. So you're talking about 3 elite NFL talents removed from the offensive line. So, Scoop, can they fill those holes?
Yeah, 36 sacks last year. Good run defense. The defense was the reason this team was 8-5, really. Derek Moore is on the edge starting. I think Cameron Brandt is a solid end, too. TJ Guy is probably going to play the edge or outside linebacker. He started 3 games last year. Rajon Benny will have to try to do what Grant and Graham did. Trey Williams comes in from Clemson. I think he's going to be a solid piece. He had 5 years experience at Clemson. Damon Payne's in from Alabama, same kind, 4 years experience at Bama. The rest of the guys are really going to just have to step up and make a name. Etta, Pierce, not saying none of these guys are good. Obviously, it's Michigan. They're there for a reason. So it's just big shoes because you're losing 3 NFL linemen, which is huge. So on the other hand, linebackers. Houseman, Barham, both back at linebackers. They were number 1 and 2 tacklers last year. Their backups, Roldman, Sullivan, Hood, are all back too. They really didn't lose much at all there. I think linebackers are going to be one of the best in the Big Ten. I don't think they're going to lose a step at all there. So I think the linebackers are good, but the defensive line is going to take a hit, I think.
And the secondary is going to take a hit as well.
Right.
Will Johnson, obviously the superstar corner entering the season, one of the best defensive backs in all of college football. He missed most of the season, was still a second-round pick. That's how talented this guy is. He's obviously gone. He's on the Arizona Cardinals. Makari Page, safeties on the New York Giants. Quentin Johnson and Amir Hall are gone. Jair Hill, corner, is the returning. Oh, I'm sorry, and Zeke Berry. Zeke Berry is also a returning corner. So they got 2 corners back, lose their main superstar corner. Did they fill the gaps in the secondary?
I don't think they filled it to completion, basically. TJ Metcalf, yeah, they just fill it to completion. Let's use that. TJ Metcalf comes in to play safety from Arkansas, had a good year last year, 3 interceptions. Like you just said, Zeke Berry, Jair here will be 2 lockdown corners. They started the majority last year. Caleb Johnson comes in to play corner from Louisiana. Tevis Metcalf comes in from Arkansas too. Jaden Mangham is back after transferring from Michigan State and redshirting, and you got backups in Hillman, Curtis, Shamari Earls, 9th best corner recruit. So, yeah, definitely should get some time as a true freshman with Earls, but I don't think it's as good as a secondary. I don't think it's as good as a line as last year. So, but it's Michigan, so they're gonna have a good defense regardless.
Remember, we might see Rod Moore at some point as well. He's one of their star safeties, starter in 2023. He missed all last year with a torn ACL. I don't think he's participating in camp, but there is a chance that Michigan's going to have their star safety back. It's almost like we forgot about him because he hasn't played in so long. He hasn't played in like week 4 of 2023. So it's been a while, but I think at some point this season we might see Rod Moore, who is an NFL caliber talent at safety.
And Michigan actually signed 3 4-star safeties too. The 16th best one, the 10th best one, and the 7th best one. So obviously they're loading up on safeties there. I don't know if they're going to get playing time initially, but definitely for the future.
As far as the schedule, it's not too bad. You got a road game against Nebraska, road game against USC. Tough spots. Those teams are in the top 5 or 6 in terms of odds to win the Big Ten. You get Ohio State at home. As a whole, you got Maryland, you got Northwestern, you got Purdue, you got Michigan State, you got Washington, you got Wisconsin. So as a whole, I think Michigan's got a pretty good draw here in terms of a Big Ten schedule. A couple tough road games, but I think as a whole, you got to be happy with the schedule if you're a Michigan fan. In terms of the non-con, at Oklahoma is a pretty badass game. So that's going to be a fun one early in the season. Let's talk grades. They were an A rushing offense last year. Offensive line maybe
I'll still stick with an A.
I'm gonna go. I think they were an A because it was their only option. I'm gonna go B+. Passing offense D. How are they not an F?
Yeah, it's rough. Just how's Bryce Underwood gonna do?
I'm gonna say C.
I'll say C+, just because he's freshman quarterback. I don't know.
Rushing defense A+ last year. They lose those monsters up front.
I'll go with an A- because their linebackers are solid.
I'm keeping them at A. It's Michigan. And pass defense A-. This is where I'll drop them to a B+.
I'll go A-.
All right. We're moving on to the next team, which is Sparty. All right, Michigan State. So right off the bat, obviously, we weren't expecting a whole lot from Michigan State going into last year. I did like the inside linebackers. Those guys are both gone now, Holiday and Turner. Turner's on the Denver Broncos. They have a new strength this year, and I got to say, I think this Michigan State offense is going to be good. I love their wide receivers. Aiden Childs, second year in Jonathan Smith's system. Remember, Jonathan Smith had Oregon State's offense humming with DJU and up there at Corvallis. Aiden Childs, second year in this system with great wide receivers, with an offensive line that should be improved. I think Michigan State's offense takes a huge step forward. I'm not so much sold on the defense. We'll get to it. Scoop, talk about the Michigan State offense.
So I am not a huge fan of Aiden Childs. Has a big arm. Some of his throws are atrocious. 13 touchdowns, 11 interceptions. As a dual threat too, he still had 4 fumbles, only 3 touchdowns on the ground. So altogether, he went for 16 touchdowns, 15 turnovers, and really wasn't all that accurate either. He is back. Looks like he's going to start again. Milivojevic, is that his name? He might get some more playing time if Childs plays like he did last year. I don't really like Aiden Childs. I talk Aiden Childs shit all year, so I do like everything else on their offense though.
Loaded with receivers.
Yeah, exactly. And the wide receiver from last year, the number 1, Nick Marsh, is back. Their number 2, Foster.
Hold on. Nick Marsh isn't just back. Nick Marsh led the team in receiving as a true freshman. He set the Michigan State freshman receiving record. This is a superstar right here.
So their number 2, he did graduate, but Jack Velling, their tight end from last year's back. He was 3rd in receiving last year. Isaiah Johnson, their wide receiver 3, transferred to North Carolina. But Amari Kelly transfers in from Middle Tennessee, first team Conference USA, 868 yards. Rashawn McCray is in from Kent State. He had 705 from Kent State, so which is awesome. Evan Boyd played solid seasons at Central Michigan the last 2 years. Rodney Bullard comes in from Valdosta State. I'd like to tell you if I knew where that was, but he started there and had 1,500 yards in his 12 games there. So I think they're pretty set, like you just said, on wide receivers. You got Karen for the running backs. You got Kieran Adams and Nate Carter were their running back 1 and 2 last year. They combined for over 1,100 yards, 8 touchdowns. They both graduate, so I think it's going to be Tal Tolliver from Sacramento State, 183 carries, 954, and 7 touchdowns last year. Brandon Tullis and Mekhi Frazier will be their RB2 and 3. They actually only had 7 carries each last year, but this they didn't really have a running game last year anyway, so I think it's going to improve this year. I think they did a great job with their line,
It's definitely going to improve.
Their center, Miller, graduated. Luke Newsom was drafted by the Bears in the 6th round. Christian Phillips and Gavin Brocious are 2 starters who were out for the year last year, so they come back. Matt Goldman comes in from Wake Forest to play center, 24 starts, 41 games the last 4 years. You got Luka Vincic. He's in from Oregon State, played in 21 games the last 3 years. Connor Moore, FCS transfer from Montana State, but probably the best transfer here. 24 starts the last 3 years, 2-time FCS All-American. So you might say it's Montana State, but Montana State's a solid program. Yeah. So Caleb Carter from Western Carolina started 15 games, and Ramel, Lipo, they're back on the line from last year. I think that's really the strongest part of their offense. And with a good line, hopefully comes a good run and pass game. So I think they did a great job with their line. I think it's just going to help Childs. I think Childs does have a better year this year. I'm not a big fan, but I mean, with that offensive line, and if they established a better running game, then I think this is going to be a solid offense.
Yeah, the offensive line looks great. They've got those receivers, man. Big Play McCray from Kent State is a playmaker, man. Big Play McCray. It's like their 3rd receiver, Big Play McCray. Nick Marsh, freshman superstar. Amari Kelly was excellent in Conference USA last year. Yeah, I love this offense. I love Aiden Childs with a good offensive line and receiving weapons, things he didn't have last year, and another year in Jonathan Smith's system. Remember, Jonathan Smith had DJU looking like a freaking All-American. Next up, let's talk about the defense. This is where, if you're a Sparty hater, like I'd be tough for me to argue with you. It's a little rough.
Yeah, I don't like their front seven. My D-line's different. I mean, Chris Bogle's on the edge is gone. Douse on the interior. The team does have depth, like the O-line. I mean, Jalen Thompson's back on the end. Van Summerin's on the interior. Grady Kelly comes in from Florida State. He did play more at Colorado State when he was there. But Isaac Smith is in from Texas Tech. David Santiago from Air Force started 10 games. So, and, I mean, they do have Dunnigan, Buckley, Roberts, Satchel. They're all back. LaFale, he was redshirted last year at Wisconsin. They have a lot of depth there. I'm just not sure there's like one real big standout player here. I mean, Santiago looked good at Air Force, but obviously that's different competition there. And I really feel the same way about the linebackers. I mean, that may be worse than the defensive line. They do lose their number 1 and 2 tacklers in Jordan Turner and Cal Halliday, and their nickelback Gross also graduated. So Wayne Matthews is back. Jordan Hall will get more time. Smith and San Diego, I talked about on the D-line, will play outside linebacker a bit too. So with Darius Snow back too, Cam Williams is in from Georgia State. Moa's from BYU, and there's 8 other linebackers on this roster. So again, kind of like the defensive line, you have a lot of players. I'm just not sure if they're great players. They have a lot of depth, so if someone goes down, they have someone to replace them. I just don't see anyone that's like a real big standout kind of guy. On the other hand, I really do like their secondary. The cornerback, Ed Woods, graduated, and Charles Brantley transferred to Miami, but Nikai Martinez is back at safety. I think he's awesome. Luke Spencer will play the other safety spot. He had over 100 tackles the last 2 years here. Chance Rucker, he may start at one corner spot, started 9 games in 2023. Joshua Eaton's been around, played a lot of Oklahoma and Texas State. He's definitely going to start right away at corner. Najee Burke comes in from Eastern Illinois, 147 tackles last 3 years, 6 picks. And you got Malcolm Bell from UConn. He had 25 starts there the last 3 years. So you also have transfers in Pennis, Nash, Cromwell. I really like this secondary. I think it's the strength of their defense. I'm just not sure about their run defense.
Yeah, I'm not sold on the Michigan State defense either, even though there is talent there. I actually think David Santiago is going to be a beast, that defensive end from Air Force. He had 4 sacks as a redshirt freshman last year, but you already went through it. Here's my thoughts on Michigan State. Last season, I think the schedule was really unfortunate, and they started off the season 3-0. Remember, they beat Maryland and didn't look all that great, but they were 3-0. They're on the road in Boston College, who was a tough home defense last year. They have the ball on the Boston College 20, down 4, with 50 seconds left to win the game. So that was for Aiden Childs to move to 4-0. He throws an interception, they lose. After that, they play in order Ohio State, at Oregon, Iowa, at Michigan, Indiana. Like, it was
out Illinois after that.
And then out Illinois. But by the time you get to that Illinois game, Michigan State, Aiden Childs, a first-time starter, have just played maybe 5 of the top 9 defenses in the country all in a row. So he throws that interception, loses to Boston College, and by the time you're even able to come up for air, you're now 4-5? Like, the season's over. You're on the road in Illinois, so I just think the season got lost because of that crazy schedule, all those games in a row. Not a single game where Jonathan Smith could have gotten experimental with the playbook. Like, every single game was just please just try not to die out there. Like, every single game. And that's just for a first-year starter. It's crazy with no offensive line, with no receiving talent. That's unfair. He didn't have a ton of surrounding support. Let's say that. So this year, it's a little bit different. I think the schedule is slightly easier. By no means is it easy. But, I mean, for a quarterback, going on the road to USC is not the same as going to freaking Michigan. It's just not the same. Not saying USC's a bad team or anything. I'm just saying it's not the same. Nebraska isn't quite built the same, although I expect that defensive front to be fine. It's just that's the area that they're now weak. UCLA at Indiana, they're probably still going to be pretty tough. It's just not quite as bad this year, and he's got a few warm-up games here. He gets Boston College away from Boston College, where their defense is never as good. I like Michigan State's offense, and I think they're going to be dramatically improved. As far as the defense, I don't know. All right. Michigan State was a D-plus rushing offense last year. I'm going to give them, with the offensive line, I'm going to give them a B-minus.
I will give them a C.
Passing offense, C+. I'm going to give them a B.
B-minus.
Rush defense, a C.
I'm going to stay at a C.
I'm going to drop to C-. And then pass defense, C+. I'm gonna go to a C.
I'm gonna go to a B-.
Okay.
Go Sparty.
All right, Sparty. All right. Next on the list is The Gophers. All right, let's talk PJ Fleck ball. Minnesota.
PJ Fleck is awesome.
Yeah, he's cool.
Dude, he's done a great job. I mean, he's 6-6 in bowl games. He's usually around that 8 or 9 win mark, which in the Big Ten, I mean, it's great. So, man, I think he's done a great job.
Even when the Gophers aren't even good, you still look, and it's like PJ Fleck went 8-5 again.
Yeah, how do you go 8-5 again? I don't understand.
Where do you squeeze those 8 wins out of? He always figures it out. Always a tough team to go score points on the road. Always a real good home environment. So Minnesota's a great program. PJ Fleck's a great coach. 3-star redshirt freshman starting at quarterback, Drake Lindsey this year. Obviously not something you want to see, but I have to come out and say I thought Max Brosmer was going to really struggle last year, and there were times where he looked awesome. So maybe I should just trust in Minnesota because I really thought Max Brosmer was going to suck last year. And, I mean, he literally drove up and down the field twice to score 2 touchdowns, take the lead, and beat Michigan in the Big House. So, you know what? Max Brosmer, I'm sorry, and I'm not going to doubt PJ Fleck to throw a redshirt freshman quarterback in there, although it's not exactly what you want to see here. Scoop, what do we think of the offensive roster?
Yeah, I like Brosmer too. He was I think he had it up his downs. He was 18 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, but still 2,800 yards. He did solid for them. I thought he was a solid quarterback. He actually set the school record for completions. He's on the Vikings now, undrafted. So, yeah, like you said, quarterback position is up for grabs. Really no experience. Zach Pyron did transfer here originally, but we talked about him. He went to South Alabama. So Drake Lindsey is in as a redshirt freshman. He threw 5 passes altogether. A couple other quarterbacks just in case. Dylan Wicke transferred from Virginia Tech last year, and Emmett Moorhead transfers in from Old Dominion. But, I mean, he does have the most experience by far. He played at Boston College from 21 to 23. 2022, he threw 192 passes. So from what I'm seeing, though, it is going to be Drake Lindsey getting the job. So obviously you're going to have growing pains with that. Darius Taylor, though, running back 1, comes back from last year. He had 200-plus carries last year, 986 yards. Their running back 2, Marcus Major, he graduated, but they added A.J. Turner in from Marshall. He had 846 yards, 8.3 yards per carry last year, which is great. Cam Davis is in from Washington, too. Been at Washington 5 years, 1,093 yards there. So the running back room is pretty stacked. It should definitely help with a new freshman taking the snaps. I think they're going to use the running game a lot more this year, especially because Drake Lindsey is going to trot out there. So you definitely want to use the running game a lot more. So as far as the wideouts, Daniel Jackson, Elijah Spencer, both graduate. They were 1 and 2 last year. Jackson went undrafted to the Texans. But they had 863 yards, 684 yards with 10 touchdowns combined. So, Jameson Greer's back as tight end 1, also 3rd in receiving last year. Brockington's back as wide receiver 3. Will probably move up and start a bit more at 282 last year. Javon Tracy comes in from Miami, Ohio. He's solid. He was first-team MAC, 57 catches, 818 yards, 7 touchdowns last year. Logan Loya, he's in from UCLA, 348, 4 touchdowns. So I think those 3 should be your starting 3 wide receivers. Malachi Coleman's in from Nebraska, didn't play last year, but he had 8 catches, 139 in 2023. So you also have Driver, Hayes, Lanier, all back too. So it's a good group of receivers. I think they're pretty good. They're pretty good starting at the sorry, I'm zoning on the skill positions. I think they're fine.
Yeah. So also there's apparently a redshirt freshman that's going off in camp, Jalen Smith, that might be playing his way to the field as well. That's a wide receiver right there. So yeah, like you said, you expect Minnesota to run the football. Yeah, me too. That's what Minnesota usually does. I mean, there was like the weird years. They threw the ball last year, and then there was that one Tanner Morgan year with Rashad Bateman where they just threw the ball a million times. But normally you expect Minnesota to run the football.
And their O-line's not that bad. I know they lose 3, but they have solid transfers in. So as long as they still stay healthy, I think they should be good.
Yep, agreed. And when you flip it over to the defensive side of the ball, at first glance, you're like, oh, shit, because they kind of lost their key pieces. But then you look, everyone else is back. They lost some major pieces. I mean, they lost Corey Lindenberg, who was a 7th-round pick of the Raiders. They lost Ethan Robinson, who's now on the Dolphins. He's a corner. They lost Jack Henderson, who's now on the Carolina Panthers, a safety. They lost Justin Wally, who's a 3rd-round pick by the Colts. And they lost Ja Joyner, who's an edge rusher for the Raiders. And what do you know? Their other edge rusher is a Jacksonville Jaguar.
Yeah, he is, Strigo.
But everyone else is back, including the superstar safety, Coy Parrish. Go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, they return their starting safeties. I mean, they lose their starting corners, but like you said, Parrish is back. Justin Whaley was awesome last year. He was drafted 3rd round to the Colts. Ethan Robinson graduated. But Brown and Parrish back at safeties there. That's one of the best 1-2 in the whole conference. So John Nestor's in from Iowa, played kind of sparingly there, but I think they're starting the FCS kid Bowden, and Zaquan Bryan from last year moves up to start. So a bit worried about the corners. Even the backups haven't played that much. But Naeem Parrish may get time as a true freshman on the outside of nickel. The safeties I'm not concerned with at all. I think they're really solid. But they do lose both of their ends, like you said. Both of their defensive tackles are back, though, and Logan Redding and Eastern. Anthony Smith will step up to play defensive end. He had a great year last year. 12 tackles for loss, 6 sacks, 10 QB pressures. I think will definitely be in the running for an all-conference team as a starter now. Stephen Curtis transfers in from Illinois State. 50 tackles last year, 5 sacks. Rashawn Lawrence is in from Stony Brook, 6 sacks the last 3 years. So I like the line. It's still really solid. You got a couple more transfers in. I think they'll do a good job. Corey Lindenberg led the team in tackles by 29 last year. Like you just said, he's on the Raiders now, and Jack Henderson and Nickelback's gone. But, I mean, Maverick Baranowski's back. He was a number 2 tackler. Devon Williams is back, too, number 7. Jeff Roberson comes in from Oklahoma State. Started last year, 58 tackles, 9 tackles for loss, 3 sacks. So you still have a solid backup in Gerlach still. Lindenberg is kind of a blow, obviously, but they're hoping Roberson can do some of the same things. So overall, I think this is a solid defense.
It's excellent. It's excellent.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be a problem at all. I mean, it's kind of like Maryland's position with Malik Washington. I mean, if the quarterback plays well, it should be a solid year. So I like their front 7 on defense. I like their skill positions. So yeah, I mean, I like the job Minnesota did here.
And to take it as no one else I like from Minnesota, their schedule. They've got the 2 monster road games at Ohio State, at Oregon, at Iowa is also. Going to Kinnick is always a struggle, but Minnesota and Iowa is like such a crazy rivalry. They can win there. But other than that, there's a lot of wins on this schedule. I mean, they're going to be 3-0 heading into the Rutgers game. You would think Callie McManus returning to Minnesota. There's some storylines.
Hey, we beat them last year.
Yeah, but they're at home.
I know.
I very seriously doubt Rutgers is going to come into Minnesota and win that game. Home Purdue. Home Nebraska, home Michigan State, home Wisconsin. They got Northwestern by the lake there. It's a very nice schedule. They have a few monster games, but 9-3 is extremely realistic, and 10-2 is on the like. It wouldn't be crazy for Minnesota to do that. Now, are they going to be able to do that with a redshirt freshman quarterback? Probably not. But I'm saying if you look at the schedule, there's a path. That's all I mean by that. All right, last year they were a C+ rushing offense. I'm going to put them up at A-.
A-.
I love the offensive line, and then they have a superstar running back.
Yeah, Darius Taylor's good. I'll go B+.
Passing offense, I'm dropping to a C-.
I will go with a C.
Run defense last year was an A. I mean, I'm probably just going to slap another A. Losing the main linebacker on both, I'll go A-.
I'll go A-.
And then pass defense was an A+. Losing edge rushers and corners, I'm going to go B+.
B+.
All right. Next on the list is the Huskers. All right, let's talk Nebraska football. And this is it. If you're a Husker fan, man, ton of production back. It's year 3 for Matt Rule, who's like known as the year 3 guy. Won the Big 12, year 3 at Baylor. This is year 3.
Year 3 at Temple too, at double-digit wins.
Yeah, I knew that Matt Rule was a year 3 guy. I just didn't have them all written down. So it's year 3. Matt Rule. Holgerson comes in to coach the offense. Raiola's back with a year of experience under his belt. 129.9 rating as a true freshman last year. I got to say, given the circumstances, true freshman quarterback starting in the Big Ten.
So I agree with you. I mean, I just hated when we were on YouTube, Raiola's going to be the man, like 100%. I was like, he's going to have a freshman quarterback year. And then everyone's like, no, you're ridiculous.
He was
Best
pretty
quarterback
good.
Ever. He was okay. He had 13 touchdowns, 11 picks. He was okay.
For a freshman quarterback in the Big Ten.
For a freshman quarterback, he was okay.
For a freshman quarterback, he was excellent.
Yeah.
What freshman quarterback has ever done better than that in the Big Ten?
In the Big Ten, I don't know.
No one, like, unless they're starting on Ohio State. So the offense is loaded. The dynamic of this year's team might be a little bit switched. They bring in Holgerson, like I said, to coach the offense. They got a loaded offensive line. Raiola's back with a year experience. They bring in a starter from Alabama to fill one of the gaps on the offensive line. 3 starters back. They bring in a starter from Notre Dame to fill one of the other gaps. They have 3 starters back, and the 2 gaps are being filled by a starter from Notre Dame and a starter from Alabama. So Nebraska's offensive line is loaded. Should be really good protection for Raiola. What do you think of this offense?
Yeah, I mean, I will give Raiola credit. I mean, Satterfield got fired before the end of the season as your offensive coordinator. So, I mean, that doesn't help. So, yeah, I mean, it wasn't a miserable season. So, I mean, like I said, the majority of the freshman quarterbacks don't set the world on fire first year as a true freshman. So he has the talent. I'm sure a full offseason with Holgerson will help. You got a couple, transfers in for quarterback, but it doesn't really matter. It's going to be Raiola's team. Dante Dowdle was running back 1 last year. He transferred to Kentucky. He had 614 yards, 12 touchdowns. Johnson had 598. So he was going to jump into the starting job even if Dowdle stayed, I think. Emmett Johnson was awesome last year. Ramir Johnson, the running back 3, graduates. Besides Emmett Johnson, a lot of these running backs don't have playing time. Quentin Ives scored in a bowl game, but Ives and Nelson had 7 carries combined, and you have a true freshman in Jamarian Parker. So Johnson should get the bulk of the carries here. But if you watched Johnson last year, he was awesome down the stretch. So as far as the receivers, there's no true number 1 receiver last year. Jamal Banks, Isaiah Nair, Corey Barney, they were all in that 500 to 600 yard range. Banks went undrafted to the Ravens. Nair undrafted to the 49ers. So Barney is back. He'll get a start. Dane Key is in from Kentucky. He went 47 for 715 last year. Isaiah Hunter is in from Cal, had 578. You also have 8 backup wide receivers who transferred out. So these will be the starting 3 for the most part. Bonner's back, caught 11 last year. They also signed 4 freshman wide receivers. They're all ranked 52nd or higher in the country. Mills, Mosey, Carpenter, and Jones can all definitely get some playing time here. And like you said, the offensive line looks solid. I don't have any problems with that. So yeah, it should definitely be. It's a loaded line. It should be better than last year. I think this whole offense should be better than last year.
Yeah, Holgerson can coach too. So yeah, I expect Nebraska's offense to take a huge step forward. I think it's going to be really good.
I'm more concerned about the defense.
It's weird. When's the last time you said that about Nebraska?
Right.
But yeah, the Nebraska defensive front, which was such a huge strength of the team last year. There's some situations here this year. They take a lot of hits. There's 1, 2, 3 players gone to the NFL. Scoop, did they fill? I will say, before you even talk about it, I think Watson Trent might be the best linebacker in the country they brought in. That dude is a freak. They brought in Marquez Watson Trent. Yes, he comes from the Sun Belt Conference. He's 3-time first-team Sun Belt, 3 100 tackle seasons. This dude is an absolute monster. So they brought in one of the best linebackers in the country. Just want to say that before you get started.
Yeah, and he was also Defensive Player of the Year last year for the Sun Belt, too. So he was definitely the best Sun Belt defensive player. So
I think he's one of the best linebackers in the country.
I think their linebackers are solid. I'm definitely concerned about their defensive line. They lost their starting 4. Hutmacher, Robinson, Sherman, Butler, they're all gone. Lenhart did start 6 games, so he'll be back on the end. But, yeah, you're going to rely on a lot of transfers and backups to step up. And Winery from Missouri, he only played in 4 games last year. Jalen George from East Tennessee State, he was a 2-year starter coming in. Gabe Moore from Mississippi State didn't play last year. Their defensive tackles may be Judy Davis and Van Poppel maybe. 2 of them will probably start, but they had 26 tackles combined. All played under 23% of the snaps or less last year. So no one on this line played more than 28% altogether in Lenhart. So it's definitely a weak defensive line. I think the linebackers are pretty solid. John Bullock did graduate. He was their number 3. And their number 4 in Gabeir went to Missouri. And their Gifford, their number 1 tackler, he graduated. But Watson Trent, like you just said, first team Sun Belt, Defensive Player of the Year, awesome. Jason McCullough transfers in from Oklahoma, played 2 years there. He had a solid 2022 in Indiana. Javin Wright, Vincent Shavers are back. Willis McGahee, the 4th back at linebacker too. That is Willis McGahee's son, by the way. That's how old we are. Dawson Merritt is a high freshman recruit, could have some time. So you do lose some pieces on the linebackers, but they should be in okay shape. And I think the secondary is in pretty solid shape too than the front seven. Deshaun Singleton's back at safety. He was their number 2 tackler. Sierra Wright's back at corner. Marcus Buford's back at safety. Hartsock back at nickelback. You got Andrew Marshall, who had transferred in from Idaho, 13 starts, 72 tackles.
Justin
Retson from Georgia, and they still have 10 backups who played snaps last year. So secondary is a lot better than their front seven. Their linebackers, though, I think are still solid, but the defensive line, I'm definitely concerned about this team.
Yeah, especially because it was a strength of last year's team. But one thing I do like is the pieces that are filling in were all true freshmen last year. So these are guys that were seeing the field in an elite defensive front as true freshmen. I mean, Riley Van Poppel probably going to play some. He was a redshirt, actually. I'm sorry. So he's a bad example. He was a redshirt. But Keona Davis, 108 snaps last year in that defense as a true freshman. Willis McGahee on the edge. He was number 20 tackler on the team as a true freshman. So these guys were seeing the field as true freshmen. So they're up and comers. Nebraska's a program that usually has a tough defensive front. So even though on paper it looks to be a weak spot on the team, I'm sure I very seriously doubt Nebraska's going to get run on just because they're not a program that gets bullied around like that. So yeah, I think if you're a Nebraska fan, you have good reason to be excited about this season. Also, schedule looks great for Nebraska. Obviously, it's the Big Ten. You're going to run into a train or two, and you got Penn State in Happy Valley, but you got Penn State in Happy Valley off a bye. So they're going to give Penn State their best fastball here, and Penn State's coming off a game in East Lansing against Michigan State. So Penn State's on the road. They got to fly back to play a rested Nebraska team that would like nothing more than to beat Penn State in Happy Valley and play spoilers. Other than that, you do get Michigan, but it's at home. You get Michigan State at home. You get Maryland. Minnesota on the road is obviously a tough game. You got Northwestern at home. You got USC at home. Iowa at home. Like this is a pretty decent schedule for Nebraska. You avoid Ohio State. You avoid Oregon. You dodge some bullets here if you're Nebraska. So, yeah, I think you have reason to be excited. Rushing offense was a C+ last year. I'm going to put it – the offensive line is so good. I'm going to put it as B-.
Yeah, I'll go B-.
Passing offense, B+. I'm going A.
I'll go B+.
Run defense was an A. I'm dropping it to a B.
Yeah, it's got to be a B is fine.
And pass defense was a B+. Secondary's still pretty good.
I'll go A- actually.
I'm going to keep it at a B+. All right, Northwestern. This is another team that I kind of have a question mark next to. There's still no home stadium here.
Right. Still play 5 games on the river or the lake over there, and then 2 games at Wrigley.
Yep. David Braun, what an impossible situation to be thrown into to try to fill the shoes of Fitzgerald, first of all. And second of all, like, such a transitional period for Northwestern where, like, what a weird time to take the Northwestern coaching job. I don't even know if we could really evaluate him as a head coach based on based on the situation. They were 130th in the country in yards per play last year, one of the worst offenses in the country. You probably already knew that. That being said, when it comes to the offense, I'm not going to sit here and tell you the Northwestern offense is going to be good, but they did get better in every single position, and it's another year in the same coaching system. So, like, they have to be better. But what do you think of the offense here, Scoop?
Yeah, I mean, Jack Lausch and Mike Wright both were not good quarterbacks last year. Altogether, the quarterbacks on his team threw for 2,200 yards, 7 touchdowns, and 11 interceptions. It was absolutely gross. Wright transferred to East Carolina. Lausch is still here, but he's not going to start. Preston Stone comes in from SMU. He only played a little bit last year because of Jennings, but 2023, he had a solid year, 28 touchdowns, 6 interceptions for SMU, 3,100 yards. Northwestern would take half of those numbers, to be honest. Just anyone that can move the ball through the air. So it's going to be a notable improvement no matter what, because Preston Stone is a solid quarterback, and he should definitely move the ball well. So not only did they not have a passing game, they also didn't have a running game. Running backs combined for under 1,000 yards total. Cam Porter had the most with 501. He only had a 4-yard per carry. And Joseph Hyman is back. He had 257. So the same three here. No transfers in. Relying on them, and Daniel Anderson is a true freshman. And then your wideouts, A.J. Henning and Bryce Kurtz both had about 600 yards receptions. They're both gone. And that's the end of the receivers on this team, really. Johnson II had 121. He moves on to Tulsa. So returning wide receiver depth is Frank Covey, 10 catches, 98 yards. Griffin Weld is in from South Dakota State, 1,500 yards the last 2 years as a starter. Chase Farrell's from Stanford, didn't play last year, but with the talent on his team, he may end up starting. Illegon had 83 yards last year, Wagner 31. But listen, Illegon, Wagner, Covey were all freshmen, so definitely a young receiver group. But, I mean, they should get better numbers just because of what they have. So their offensive line, their right tackle Rather graduated. Their left guard Lovelace, he transferred to Colorado, and their right guard Thompson transferred to LSU. So you have 2 returning offensive line, but 10 of them on this team have starts. Casello and Bailey can either start at center. Both have. Bernstein was second-team FCS All-American last year for South Dakota State. And had 6 years of starts there, 6 years. So he's going to play right guard. Xavier Gray started 40 games between Liberty and Akron. You got Tiernan back at left tackle. Martez Lewis transfers in from Minnesota. Talon Chandler from Missouri. Then you got Bursa, McGuire, Orotokai, all solid backups. This is actually a really solid line, especially for Northwestern. It'll help Stone run the offense and hopefully have a good running game. So, I mean, it's going to be a huge step up in offense, you would think, for Northwestern.
Yeah, they literally got better in every position. I mean, not that they're good, but
not that they're good.
But Preston Stone, remember, Preston Stone was a 5-star, guys. Like, this was a highly touted quarterback, and he had an excellent season. So Preston Stone is such an insane step up from what they had at quarterback. Offensive line is better, like you said. Running backs are back. So the offense is better everywhere. Obviously, it's Northwestern. You play a tough schedule, and I don't know what people are really expecting. Like I said before, it's kind of a transitional period for the program. What do we think of the defense here, Scoop?
Yeah, so they do love Jalen Payne at the end and R.J. Pearson at tackle. Aiden Hubbard and Michael Kilbane, who played in 20 games the last 2 years, though at the end will take Pate's place. Stone and Story have been here forever on the interior. They'll both be back starting. Saka, like Kilbrain, has had a lot of playing time too. Will play on the other side of him and Hubbard. They're solid ends. Miguel Jackson is brought in to help the tackles. Richie Haggard's back from injury last year too. Has 4-year experience. It's actually a pretty good line, I think. Mason Maybe is a 4-star defensive line too, coming in, could probably contribute right away. Mac Uline's back at middle linebacker, led the team in tackles. Karlaftis comes in from Purdue, who was their number 3 tackler with 57. Jack Sadowski, the 5th, transfers in from Iowa State. He was a big part of that team last year. They do lose Mueller and Metz, but I think they replaced them with better players, really. So Braden Bruce played in 26 games the last 3 years. He's back too. So I actually really like their front 7. Their secondary 3 starters are gone. Coco Azima, Turner, and Johnson. Johnson went to Oregon, and Turner went to Baylor. John Fussell will start on one side at corner, 39 tackles last year, played in 60% of the snaps. Fred Davis will most likely play the other side. He transfers in from Jacksonville State, but has a long history. He's played in 26 games in 3 years at Clemson too. He played pretty solid there. He got hurt at UCF in 2023. Then last year played in all 14 for Jacksonville State. So I think he's going to be a solid player. Damon Walters started 5 games last year as safety. He's here. Dylan Tatum transfers in from Michigan State, played in 22 games in 3 years there. You got Robert Fitzgerald is back from last year. The secondary didn't cause a lot of turnovers last year, but I do like their defense. I like this team. I think I'm just talking about them. I think I'm way too high on Northwestern, but yeah, I do like their team a lot.
No, I'm not even disagreeing with you. I think their team is significantly better than last year. It's a matter of, do you trust the coaching staff? Do you trust the overall energy with the program? I mean, it's very strange.
Yeah, I like their team a lot just because their quarterback's a lot better. I think their defense is significantly better. It's just, I mean, when you look at their schedule, it's brutal. So it's like, yeah, I don't, even if you get, like, they had 4 wins last year. If they get to they get the 6, it'd be like a win, like a huge win for this program. So
you got a bunch of the big dogs at the top of the Big Ten are on the schedule for Northwestern.
And you start at Tulane. That's not like an easy game at all.
They're 6.5-point dogs in that game.
Right. Yeah.
You got Oregon. You're going to Happy Valley this year. You're going to Nebraska. You're going to USC. Although you're going to USC off a bye, maybe shock the world in that one. You're going to Illinois. You got Michigan on the schedule. This is a tough schedule here, Northwestern. Hang in there. I think your team's a lot better. Yes. And sorry, Cats. Last year they were a D in rushing offense. The backs are back. The offensive line's great. I'm going C+.
I will go with a C.
Passing offense D+.
I'll go with a C.
I'm going C+. Rushing defense C+.
B-.
Yeah, B- sounds about right. Pass defense C.
B-.
I'm keeping it as C.
Okay. Let's go Cats.
All right, Cats.
Let's go Cats.
Next up, the Ohio State University. All right, let's talk about the Buckeyes. And losing the coordinators hurts. Definitely hurts losing Chip Kelly and Jim Knowles. Jim Knowles goes to conference rival Penn State. You definitely don't love that. Chip Kelly is with the Raiders. Raiders, right?
Yeah, he's a Raiders offensive coordinator.
Yeah, so you lose the coordinators that help bring you home a natty. So you don't like that. Also, you don't say this often. Ohio State's offensive line is a little bit of a concern. Now it's Ohio State. They're loaded with talent. They're fine. I'm just saying in comparison to last year, the offensive line a little bit concerning. I mean, keep in mind of the 5 starting offensive linemen for Ohio State last year, 4 of them are in the NFL and 2 of them were first-round picks. So 4 of the 5 starters gone here. They do bring back the right guard. They also bring back Carson Hinzman to play center. He started 9 games of the 16 last year, so a guy who started a lot. They bring in a transfer from Rice, 3-year starter. So the offensive line may be a little bit of a concern. Would you disagree with that, Scoop?
No, I agree. I mean, if there's one part I would worry about, I guess it would be the offensive line. I mean, I still think the line's going to be good. Obviously, just losing 4 solid starters and 2 of them first-round picks in the NFL is something to be concerned about. But, I mean, they have 4-star recruits. Players are all played. They get a couple pieces. They got Phillip Daniels in from Minnesota, Montgomery too. So, I mean, Onianwa, he transfers in from Rice to play left tackle. So, I think this line is going to be fine. It just, like you said, I mean, it's Ohio State, so I think they're gonna figure it out. I guess out of anything, that would be the most concerning thing I would be concerned about on the offense.
Yeah, considering they have the best wide receiver in college football history. Jeremiah Smith, 1,300 yards as a true freshman is truly wild.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, obviously him being back as a freshman is ridiculous. It's just like you're like he's a sophomore this year. So it's like wow that he still has another year after this.
Another one.
Yeah. Will Howard obviously is no longer the quarterback, 6th round to the Steelers, but I mean 73% completion percentage, 4,000 yards, 35 touchdowns. Had 10 picks, got the job done though. Not sure if that's going to translate in the NFL, but I mean it's the Steelers, so they don't really have anything after Aaron Rodgers, right? Devin Brown, Aaron Nolan, they transfer out. So the quarterbacks this year are Julian Sain, Lincoln Kineholz, and the true freshman Tavian St. Clair, who was actually the number 3 quarterback in this freshman class. So obviously the experience isn't there, but they're all talented. Kineholz played a little bit here and there in 2023, but I feel like Sain's going to get the opportunity here. Sain was a 5-star recruit from Cal, redshirt freshman. Did throw a touchdown last year, but obviously barely played. Good thing is it's Ohio State, so the talent around him is only going to help. They did lose a lot in terms of production. I think they're 101st in terms of overall production coming back this year. But obviously the big thing is both your star running backs are gone. Judkins and Henderson, both over 1,000 yards, both 10+ touchdowns. Both went in the second round.
Yeah, what?
Yeah.
2 second-round running backs?
Judkins to the Browns, which I think his legal problems got settled, so he's fine. And then Henderson to the Patriots. James People comes back, was RB3, pretty far back as an RB3, 197 yards compared. But Peoples has been here a bit, even though he's now a sophomore, third year at Ohio State. Think he'll get a chance to be RB1 here. CJ Jonathan transfers in from West Virginia.
He's a monster.
Had 11 touchdowns last year for the Mountaineers. And Bo Jackson, good name, is a true freshman too, maybe getting carries. I think no chance two guys go over 1,000 again, but they still have solid pieces. Jeremiah Smith, obviously, wild. Both led the Big Ten in touchdowns and yards. They do lose their number 2 in Ibuka, obviously. He had 1,000 yards and 10 touchdowns on 81 catches, drafted first round to the Bucks. But obviously, this receiving core is going to be great again. Cardinal Tate is back. He's ridiculous. He was our running wide receiver 3, and he's ridiculous. So,
I know.
733 yards from last year, 52 catches. Ennis is back, 14 catches last year. He was a 5-star recruit in 2023. Bryson Rogers comes in. They lose their tight end, but a better tight end comes in with Max Clare from Purdue. 51 catches, 685 yards last year. Had two years of starts there. Mylan Graham looks great in practice. He was a true freshman last year. Quincy Porter is a 5-star freshman, 4th best wide receiver in this class. The wide receivers are loaded. Even if you don't have Tate and Smith, it would be fine. So, it's going to be an awesome year for Ohio State again. As long as you're a freshman or your sophomore. Is he a sophomore now, Stan?
Redshirt freshman.
He's a freshman. So as long as Stan does well, I think it should be fun.
Yeah, I mean, you got Jeremiah Smith, who might have been the best freshman wide receiver we've ever seen. And then behind him, you got Cardinal Tate, and then 5-star.
Right,
Mylan Graham is a 5-star too. He was the number 1 receiving recruit in 2024. I mean, these is crazy. They're loaded with talent. Maybe not quite the level of last year, but it's right there.
Yeah.
Next year on the defensive side,
the front seven something to concern about, I guess, a little bit.
It was such a strength last year that it's. What do you think of the defense?
I mean, it's Team Allow drafted 2nd round to the Colts, their defensive end. Their 2 tackles, Tyleik Williams went 1st round to the Lions. Ty Hamilton went 5th round to the Rams. And the other end, Jack Sawyer went 4th round to the Steelers. So 4 NFL draft picks gone off this line, so 0 starters coming back. So that's a little bit of a concern, obviously.
There's eight defenders got drafted from Ohio State.
It's wild. Bo Atkinson comes in from North Carolina, will probably start on the end, had 11 sacks the last 2 years. Logan George comes in from Idaho State. But that's it in terms of transfers. So they're going to rely on their recruits, which isn't a bad thing. Obviously, it's Ohio State. Caden McDonald will start a tackle. Edric Houston's one of the most talented players on this line. Was a true freshman last year. He's
banged up, though. He's dealing with an injury in camp. Houston.
Okay. So, he would start at the other tackle. But they still have Caden Curry, Kenyatta Jackson, Tywone Malone. All of these backups can start pretty much anywhere. So to say they'll be bad is ridiculous. So, but they do lose 4 NFL linemen, so that's something. Their number 1 tackler, Cody Simon, he's gone, drafted 4th round to the Cardinals. Their nickelback Hancock, drafted 5th round to the Bills. They do return Sonny Styles, 100 tackles last year, had an awesome year. Arvell Reese is in at middle linebacker, 43 tackles last year. Didn't start, but he's going to start this year. CJ Hicks should really take a step up. Peyton Pierce will have a ton of time this year as a sophomore. Riley Petty-John is the 6th highest linebacker recruit as a freshman. He's going to play some, the coach already said. It's a big blow with Simon out, so it's a little bit of a step back, but the linebackers are still good. I don't think the front seven is going to have the same run defense they did last year, which, I mean, what are you going to go from a top 5 to a top 15? Denzel Burke, their corner, went 5th round to the Cardinals. Another safety, Jordan Hancock, Bills, 5th round. Lathan Ransom, safety, 4th round to the Panthers. They do return their corner. Igbenison started 16 games last year. Caleb Downs is probably the best safety in the country.
College football?
Yeah, he's the best safety in the country. 1st team All-American last year. So that is your big piece here. So Lorenzo Styles, Jermaine Matthews, Malik Hartford, Jalen McClain will all have the opportunity to start next to Downs and Igbenison. So Devin Sanchez is the number 1 rated freshman cornerback in this class.
And he's already playing with the second. Like,
right.
Devin
Yeah.
Sanchez is hitting the ground running. He's the man. That's the
Yeah,
number one recruit in the 2025 class.
He's gonna end up starting. So
yeah, he's the truth. And yeah, Caleb Downs isn't just one of the best safeties in the country. He's one of the best football players in the country. He's unreal. First team All-American. He's back at safety.
Yeah. Yeah, so, I mean, and then you got Fahim Delane, the number 8 freshman safety. I think their secondary is a bit better than their front 7, but, I mean, listen, it's Ohio State. They're going to be a top 15 defense. So.
I know. In terms of the schedule, I mean, it's not bad here for Ohio State.
They got 3 iffy games: Penn State, Michigan, and Texas.
Yeah, you get Penn State at home. When's the last time Penn State beat Ohio State?
I know.
I don't know if Ohio State is even worried about Penn State. So you got Texas in the opener, but here's the thing: dude, Ohio State loses that game, it's like whatever, you know. Like,
well, you need, I mean, you need to win one of the Texas, Penn State, and Michigan games.
Yes,
and then you'll be in the playoffs. Just win one of those, and you'll be in the playoffs.
Yes, basically. So
because you got the other 8 Big Ten games you can chalk up as wins.
At Illinois, bro.
Yeah. At Illinois, at Washington, at Wisconsin. They don't really have them.
What about Rutgers, bro?
I mean, listen, Rutgers coming in too.
Last year, rushing offense A, and that was the only one that wasn't an A+, by the way. The rest are A+.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I guess A-.
Yeah, I'll stay with an A. A-. A- is fine.
Passing offense.
You got to think it's good just because of the wideouts. I mean, it's just I mean, you have an unknown quarterback, but yeah, A-.
Run defense A+. I'll go A-. Like, they're loaded.
I'll go with an A.
And then pass defense A+.
I'll go with an A.
I'm going A-.
I'll be fair.
Be fair.
Can't give an A+.
Just to give you an idea, based on your rankings, you just made Ohio State number 2 in your power rankings.
I mean, that makes sense. Yeah, correct then.
Who do you have above them?
Do I really have Old Dominion as number 1?
No.
All right.
Clemson. No, Old Dominion has officially has dropped out of your top 25.
Oh, good. There we go. That's fine then.
There's still 23 for me.
No, yeah. So Clemson's number 1. All right. So it's fair. That's fine.
Yeah. It's actually starting to look kind of legit now.
Like a legitimate ranking system.
In the beginning, it was like Old Dominion was like 4 for me, 6 for you.
That's why I was like wondering if Old Dominion was still like
no.
Power
When we
ranked.
got into the power conferences, Old Dominion started dropping. So
good.
All right. Yeah. Next up is Ducks. All right, so we're talking about Oregon next, and first of all, shout out to Dan Lanning. He's back for year 4, and this Oregon program has just been in an upward trajectory, so let's give some credit there. That being said, I think the offense might take a huge hit. I mean, the passing attack in particular, they go from having an NFL quarterback, one of the most reliable college football players we've seen in recent years, just week in and week out, and NFL wide receivers to Dante Moore. And look, I don't want to talk about Dante Moore as if he's a scrub, because this dude was a 5-star recruit in 2023. He was the number 3 quarterback recruit behind Arch Manning and Nico. So, like, this guy is not a scrub by any means. But what we've seen so far hasn't been all that great. Looked really rocky at UCLA. So to go from Gabriel, who, in my opinion, is almost the complete opposite of that. He's just like so reliable. You know exactly what you're going to get. Big Ten Offensive Player of the Year. First team Big Ten. One of the best quarterbacks in college football. To Dante Moore, who's kind of like high risk, high reward type of a quarterback. I think that's just a huge change here. Not to mention, your NFL receivers are gone. Tez Johnson is on the Bucks. Trayshawn Holden is on the Cowboys. Evan Stewart is out for the season. So Oregon had the old reliable, right? The passing attack. Dylan Gabriel and those receivers, and they're gone. Now it's Oregon. They're still going to be good. And Mekhi Hughes is a beast of a running back, by the way. They didn't lose a step from Jordan James. He's one of the best running backs in college football. But what are your thoughts on Dante Moore?
Yeah, I mean, not even a solid quarterback last year. You had solid back-to-back quarterback years. He had Bo Nix and then Dylan Gabriel. So, yeah, it's just going to be hard. I mean, you have to see what they're going to do back to back to back. I don't think they will, like you said. I mean, Dante Moore is going to be the quarterback this year. I mean, I also didn't think Gabriel was going to have better numbers than Bo Nix, and he really did. So, so that was kind of a surprise. But, I mean, Moore played primarily at UCLA 2023 as a freshman, 11 touchdowns, 9 picks, 53% completion percentage. Not a great year, but was a freshman, had to sit back a year in Oregon's offense, learn the ropes. It'll definitely be better than the freshman season. I just not sure how much better. Yeah, and but plus their backups, Austin Novosad, Luke Moga, Akili Smith, all right behind him, and they all pretty much have 0 playing time. So, yeah, this is going to be Dante Moore's team. I don't think it's going to be as good as Gabriel. I mean, it'd be really surprising if it was. Obviously, Jordan James, great year last year, 15 touchdowns, drafted 5th round in the 49ers. They're number 2. Noah Whittington's back, 540 with 6. But Mekhi Hughes comes in from Tulane, like you just said, going to be the starter. 1,300 yards, 15 touchdowns last year. Really kind of the similar numbers to James. So it'll definitely be him starting. I think Noah Whittington's going to be the number 2. Riggs and Lima are back too. Still, they're going to be solid even with losing James. Tez Johnson drafted 7th round to the Bucks. Holden undrafted to the Cowboys. So the top 2 are gone. They had really solid years. Evan Stewart was set to be the wide receiver this year, and he's going to be out for the year with an injury now. So that really sucks. He had 613 last year with 5 touchdowns. So their 4th leading receiver and tight end 1, Terrence Ferguson, drafted 2nd to the Rams. So yeah, I mean, you're losing a lot of production on as a wideout. So the biggest production returning is Justice Lowe, 21 catches, 203 yards last year. Malik Benson comes in from Florida State, had 311 at Bama too in 2023. So with Lowe and Benson, after that, you got to rely on your recruits, Kyler Casper, Jeremiah McKellen, Kerry Bryant. It's an inexperienced group. I think DeCorian Moore is going to start week 1. I mean, if not very shortly after. He's the number 1 wide receiver recruit in the country. Last year in high school, 74 catches, 1,460 yards, 19 touchdowns. But what did he do in his junior year? Yeah, 71, 15, 23, and 18 touchdowns. Yeah, so that kid's going to be a monster. I wouldn't be surprised if he started week 1 for sure.
He's only 5'11", Antonio Brown, NFL comp.
Yeah, that would be ridiculous. Hopefully not the same personality. But, I mean, the good thing is the best part of their offense, I mean, is going to be their line. Second team Big Ten, their right tackle Cornelius was drafted 6th round to the Cowboys. Their first team Big Ten left tackle Connerly, 1st round to the Commanders. And their 2 guards in Strother and Harper both graduate too. But, I mean, they did hammer the portal here for their offensive line. They got 2 4-stars and a 5-star. Isaiah World from Nevada is going to play left tackle. Alex Harkey from Texas State, he's going to play right tackle. Emmanuel Pregnan transfers in from USC. He had 25 starts there. He'll be at left guard. Bedford was hurt all year. He comes back this year. He had 39 starts at Indiana, so he's going to go on right guard. And then you got your returning center, Lalulu. He's the center that's going to be returning. It's a really good starting line, and you have 9 backups still who have played games last year. So I think it's definitely their best part of their offense. I know they lost 4 starters, but they have really good 4 starters in. So that's going to help their quarterback. But like I said, I don't think it's going to be the same kind of passing production as Gabriel.
Yeah, and to go from such a reliable passing attack to more of an unknown, you just got to think it's going to take a hit. Like you said, though, they lose production on the offensive line, but they brought in, I think the offensive line is going to be fine. So let's switch it over to the defense, and linebackers are looking good. Bring back Botcher. Is that how you say it, Botcher? Leading tackler, 2nd team Big Ten in the middle. Devon Jackson, 6th in the team in tackles. He's back as well. They also bring back Tuioti, who was 3rd on the team in sacks. Outside linebacker, edge rusher, he's back. Nasir Wyatt, I wrote down as a 4-star freshman. I'm not sure if he plays right away. I just wrote down to make a note for him. They lose Bassa, who was probably maybe not their best edge rusher, but their best edge rusher might have been Birch. 8.5 sacks, so 2nd on the team. He was drafted in the 3rd round by the Cardinals. Same goes for Derek Harmon, 1st round pick for the Steelers. That's probably the most notable loss. Jamari Caldwell, 3rd round pick of the Chargers. That's 4 draft picks on the defensive line, same as Ohio State. So, Scoop, did they fill the holes there on the defensive front?
Yeah, Ugalele will start at the edge, 11 tackles for loss, 9 sacks last year. He's a solid player. Tuioti, he'd be on the other side. Also a great year. 6 sacks, 8 tackles for loss. The edges I'm not concerned about. The interior, I think, is going to be a little rough. Amari Washington only had 12 tackles last year. Bear Alexander comes in from USC. Didn't play last year. Had an all right 2023. 47 tackles as a defensive.
He was a first-team Pac-12 in 2023.
Well, I was going to say 47 tackles as a defensive tackle is actually a really solid word.
He was good as shit.
But every other player on this team played in 5% of the snaps or less last year. So it's definitely a weaker line. I think the starters should get their job done, but see how the rest of the roster fills out with the subs. And like you just said, the linebackers are good. So all 4 starters are gone from the secondary, though. Second team Big Ten, Muhammad, undrafted to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Tasheem Johnson, yeah, it's great. We love those people. Tasheem Johnson, number 2 tackler, undrafted to the Bears. Nico Reed, undrafted to the Chargers, and Kobe Savage. I don't think he's doing anything, but he graduated. So you're starting over here pretty much. But first of all, the freshman secondary coming in is absolutely wild. Noeem Offord, number 3 freshman cornerback. Brandon Finney, number 8 freshman cornerback. Dorian Brood, number 12 freshman corner. Trey McKnight, number 4 freshman safety. I'm not sure if any of those are going to start right away, but that's a ridiculous freshman secondary. Dylan Dieneman comes in from Purdue to play safety. Second team Big Ten, both years he played there.
He's been the best player on Purdue for like 3 years.
Yeah, well, the only good player on Purdue the last 3 years. So, Jaden Kenyon from Ole Miss, second team SEC last year, played 2 years at Tulane before that. Darren Johnson's in from Nebraska, second team Big Ten last year. So they're all solid transfers who will get a lot of time here. If not all of them are starting. So Dalen Austin's back, Kingston Lopa, Ife Obigawu, he's a redshirt last year, really high talent. So they definitely have a solid roster here. Just not a lot of time except the transfers that are coming in. So I like their defense. It's just a lot of, after their starters, they don't really have a lot of depth that really has played anything. So I think they're going to be fine as long as they stay healthy.
Yeah, I really like the Oregon defense, and I did it when I first looked at it, because at first glance, you're like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 guys are now in the NFL. How does any defense recover from all that? But then you actually look, linebackers are in great shape. I actually really like the defensive line. Bear Alexander's a beast, and he kind of quit last year, which maybe he wasn't happy with the way things were going. But in 2023, he was one of the best defensive linemen in the country. Remember, he's a Georgia recruit. I remember when it was lead story when he was transferring to USC. He was supposed to be like the big defensive tackle that turned UFC into a tough physical defense. He did his job, didn't really get the surrounding pieces, but he's a monster. Amari Washington, he saw the field as a true sophomore. I like the defensive line. I love the front 7. The secondary's loaded with talent. Thieneman, like you said, bro, he's 2-time All-Big Ten, 3rd-team All-American. He's like the best defensive player Purdue's seen in years. He transferred over to Oregon. So yeah, I like this Oregon defense a lot. I'm not sold on the offense. I think the Oregon defense, although they are thin, like you said, injuries could really crush them here. I think they could be really, really good. Last year, B+ rushing offense. I'm keeping them at B+.
Also, that Montana State game to start off the years should be really good.
I'm going A- actually, because I like Mekhi Hughes and I think the offensive line's good.
I'll go with a B+.
Passing offense from A+, I'm dropping him to a B.
Yeah, B's fine.
Run defense, I'm going A. I love that front 7.
I will go with a B+.
And pass defense, I'm going to go B+.
Yeah, I'll go B+.
All right. Next up. Well, it's time. The Nittany Lions. Real quick, Oregon schedule. I wrote down slightly tougher, but not bad. Taking a look, obviously, you got the big road game in Penn State, which is going to be, they want revenge from that Big Ten. They want it bad here. They want revenge from that Big Ten championship game. They're loaded, and Penn State has a cupcake schedule leading up to that. So Penn State's going to be September 27th has been circled for Penn State for 10 months. Like, they've been looking at September 27th. Meanwhile, Oregon State's got a rivalry game against the Beavers before that. They got to go to Northwestern. They got to play Mike Gundy, although they might win by 70. Oregon's going to be dealing with shit. Penn State's looking at one date, September 27th. So that is going to be tough.
They go to Piscataway October 18th, though.
Loss. No, I do like how Indiana, obviously one of their tougher Big Ten games, they get Indiana at home off a bye. So
yeah, so I don't think it's a tough schedule, really. I mean, it's not. They're not going undefeated, obviously, like they did last year. So
yeah, I don't know why I wrote slightly tougher, but I guess why I wrote that.
Well, it's slightly tougher because you have a worse team.
Well, no, and also last year's schedule was kind of weak for Oregon.
Yeah, it wasn't that bad.
They had the Ohio State, and then what are their other tough Big Ten games? Michigan was terrible last year. Yeah, so I wrote, that was at home. So I wrote slightly tougher in comparison to last year's schedule, but it's not a bad schedule at all for Oregon. All right, so if you're a Penn State fan, I'm sure you're well aware that this is the year to have circled. You bring in Jim Knowles, which is huge. Kotelnicki, I love the coordinators here. I know James Franklin takes a lot of heat for quote unquote not winning the big game, but it's hard not to be pumped for Penn State this year, honestly.
Yeah, he's gonna get the Ryan Day treatment now that he can't get over the hump. Not good enough to win a championship, kind of thing.
Everyone's not good enough to win the championship until they win it.
Yeah.
What do you think, Scoop? Is the hype real?
I mean, I think it has to be real, right? I mean, there was talk a bit wondering if Drew Aller was going to come out the NFL, and then the playoffs happened last year. Against SMU didn't look good. Boise looked okay, and then Notre Dame didn't look good. So he's back, which is great for Penn State fans. It's good he stayed though, too, for his draft stock. He could definitely be a first-round pick with a good season here. So, I mean, he wasn't bad. He was 3,300 yards, 24 touchdowns, 8 picks. He looked good at times, bad at times. So, Brunkenmeyer may be the quarterback next year, but he'll sit on the bench this year learning some more. And obviously, I mean, if you're talking about Penn State, you're going with the running backs. The nation's best, easily, with the best
for like 3
combo.
years now.
Yeah, Katron Allen back, 1,100 yards, 8 touchdowns. Singleton, 1,100 yards, 12 touchdowns. So I think Singleton might be a little bit of a runner, but with both of them back, it's going to be ridiculous again. Even their backups, Quentin Martin, Corey Smith, Cam Wallace, who are next in line, they're all back too. So I feel like this is the top running back room of pretty much anyone.
Ever.
Obviously, ever.
Ohio State's last year was pretty badass.
So, I mean, Tyler Warren's gone. Their tight end 1, their receiver 1, best tight end in the country. He was drafted to the Colts last year. Harrison Wallace, he transferred to Ole Miss. He had 720. He was the best wideout. Other than that, I mean, Drew Aller didn't really find a lot other than those 2 last year. Amari Evans was next on the list with 21 catches, 415 yards, and he transfers to Washington. So the best returning wide receiver is Liam Clifford, 18 catches, 286. But to be honest, I don't even know if he's going to start, because Kyron Hudson comes in from USC, 38, 462, and 3. Trevor Pena from Syracuse, 84, 941, and 9 touchdowns last year. I'm not sure if that's a product of Kyle McCord, but still, you still have almost 1,000 yards. Devontae Ross is in from Troy, over 1,000 yards receiving last year with 11 touchdowns. You got Matt Outen, number 10 freshman wide receiver. Dinkins stepping up and trying to fill Warren's shoes, had 14 for 122 last year. Then you have Andrew Olish. He's the 3rd best rated freshman tight end as a freshman this year. So it's definitely an upgraded wide receiver group. I think it's obviously a downgrade from Warren, but it really is just questioning, is Aller going to throw to his receivers this year? He didn't really do it last year at all. He just found Warren. So I think he's going to throw it out, throw it a little more. And I think the offensive line is loaded too, which you'll probably say.
Loaded doesn't describe it. This offensive line might have 4 NFL players on it. 7 of the top 8 offensive linemen from last year are back. The only one that left is Wormley, the right guard, and he went to
the Jacksonville Jaguars.
The Jacksonville Jaguars again. So yeah, this offensive line, right now what we're looking at is arguably the best offensive line in college football, top 3 or 4, and the best running back duo in college football, top 3 or 4. So not to mention one of the best schemers and play callers in Kotelnicki. I just don't see where the stops are coming from. I mean, Penn State has always had a good defense, so that's not new. Penn State's defense has been elite forever, but you throw in this offensive line, these 2 running backs, Kotelnicki calling the plays, and Jim Knowles coaching that defense, it's a problem. This team is very, very, very strong. On the defensive side, it's not quite as elite, but it's Penn State. They're loaded. obviously you lose some talent to the NFL. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 defensive players on Penn State from last year currently have NFL contracts. Just 1, 2, 3, 4 were drafted, and obviously the big one is Abdul Carter, first round pick. What was he, 3rd overall by the Giants?
Yeah.
So did they fill the gaps here on defense, Scoop?
Yeah, I mean, not only Carter, Ellie's graduates, his defensive tackle, Vanover and Izzard are gone too, kind of rotated with Ellie's, all 3 of them. They're all gone. Dennis Sutton, though, is back on the edge. He had a great year, not a Carter year, but he still had 8.5 sacks, 13 awesome. Tackles for loss, so he's awesome. Alonzo Ford, before coming here, started 24 games at ODU. He's going to move up to starting defensive tackle in his senior year. Zane Durant started all 16 on the interior last year. Zariah Fisher will be on the other side of Dennis Sutton. It's not a loaded line, but like you said, it's Penn State. It's definitely good. Anai White comes in from A&M, hasn't played in 2023 since 2023, but that'll help depth too. It's not a lot of playing time on the line, but the edges are definitely better than the interior, I feel. But they have a lot of options there. Obviously, it's Penn State. So Kobe King, number 1 tackle last year, 2nd team Big Ten. He was drafted 6th round by the Vikings. But Tony Rojas is back. Dominic DeLuca, still a cool story. Going to start here a little bit. I think he was a walk-on, if you don't remember, and really just he has like a little Rudy Rudiger situation, except he was better and actually good.
Except he's actually decent.
Yeah, exactly. He was actually a good player. Keon Wiley is back after being hurt all year last year. Played in every game in 2023. Amari Campbell transfers in from North Carolina. He had an awesome year. 69 tackles, 9 tackles for loss, 6 sacks. Specca, he played in 5 games, had 8 tackles as a freshman last year. So I think even with King gone, it's going to be the same kind of production as for the linebackers. And then your secondary, Jalen Kimber went undrafted to the Titans, 2nd team Big Ten. Jalen Reed, he was drafted 6th round to the Texans. You got Kevin Winston, 3rd round to the Titans. So you do lose 3 starters here. But Winston was hurt after 2 games, so you really kind of lose 2 starters. King Mack comes in from Alabama. A.J. Harris is back at corner. Zakee Wheatley is back at safety. You got Zion Tracy will start. He started 4 games last year. Elliott Washington and Adavian Collins, they both had really solid years as backups. DeJuan Lane's back. So between those 6, I think those will be your starters. And then you're still loaded with players who's going to play more this year. So I agree with you. I think the defense is a little worse, but it is Penn State. They're still going to be good. I think their offense is going to be greatly improved. So Penn State, I think, is the team to. I mean, Ohio State and Penn State are the 2, obviously, the 2 big teams here.
Don't sleep on Clemson. Are you talking about this conference?
No, I mean, I'm talking about the
yeah. In terms of the schedule, so you got Oregon and Ohio State on the schedule. You got Oregon at home, though, and you got Nevada, FIU, and Villanova.
Yeah, that's quite the out of conference.
Relax, chill, Penn State. So you got 3 cupcakes. Literally, Penn State this whole offseason, September 27th. That's what.
And then they get the 3 warm up games, and then go into a whiteout against Oregon. So yeah,
that's gonna be like unbelievable football to watch. Is September 27th. Then you are going to Columbus, but they're coming off a bye. So like I said, I mean, you knew you weren't expecting to win the Big Ten without having to beat Ohio State, Oregon. So the fact that they're on the schedule, Penn State, you're the team to beat.
Right. And then they're like minus 330 to make the playoffs. So obviously you could see what they're expecting. I mean, it's a typical Big Ten schedule. Iowa's never easy. Obviously, Ohio State's their biggest test, but I mean, if they don't make the playoffs, that's just a disappointing season.
What? Yeah. If they don't make the playoffs, Franklin's gone.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah. If they don't make the playoffs, are you kidding me?
Listen, it's been 12 seasons. You're not making the playoffs. It's time to go.
Yeah, I mean, I think he might be gone if he I think he's got to go. What? He's got to win a playoff game. You think?
Yeah. I think so.
Rushing offense A+. It remains an A+.
Yeah, it got to be an A+.
Passing offense, I'm going A. It was an A-, by the way.
I'll go A- still.
Yeah, no Warren.
Still don't trust Aller either.
Run defense is an A+. I'll go A-.
I'll go with an A.
And pass defense was an A. I'll go A-.
I'll go A.
And let's check. Did Penn State just top our rankings? Scoop's new number 1 is Penn State.
Nice.
Penn State jumps into 2 for me.
Who's your 1, Clemson?
Yeah, Clemson, Penn State, Iowa State, Ohio State.
Oh shit, Iowa State.
I don't know how that happened.
Let's go.
All right, next up, Boilers.
Oh, Purdue. It's got to be improved, right? Everything has to be improved in last year.
I don't think he mathematically can be not improved. All right, Purdue. Ryan Walters and the Ryan Walters era ends quickly, and I will die on the hill that Ryan Walters did not get a fair shake at this. What did you expect him to do in 2 years?
I mean, I agree. They did have the worst home loss in program history. That's not helpful, but yeah, I mean, I agree.
What did you expect him to do within 2 years? I feel like you have to give a head coach 3 years. At the very least, what do you?
I agree because then you have enough time to build your team and everything. So yeah,
look at his schedule. What are you expecting him to do? I don't know. I'm a Ryan Walters apologist. What he did with that Illinois defense, that was insane. With Witherspoon, that defense was so good. But anyway,
well, now he's on. Walters went to Washington, the DC of Washington.
Yeah, Fish made a good decision as per on brand for Jed Fish. So we're talking Purdue, and we're now into the Barry Odom era. If you don't know who that is, that was the guy with UNLV last year. So Barry Odom takes the Purdue job. I guess the question here, this will probably be a shorter breakdown. It's how long does it take Barry Odom to put his plan into effect? Everyone's gone here. Scoop's about to do a quick breakdown of it, but everyone's gone. The only returning player is the running back, Maccabee, had 692 yards rushing last year. But everyone else is gone. You got like wide receiver 4 is back, I think.
Yeah, and then you got John Henson, who was the OC of USC the last year. He comes in, but between Hudson Card and Ryan Brown, the team really didn't get going. I mean, he had 13 touchdowns total, 9 interceptions. Hudson Card graduated. Ryan Brown, I thought was gone, transferred to North Carolina just to transfer back to Purdue. So I guess Brown couldn't take the Bill Belichick approach, I guess. So because he was under Belichick in the spring. All of spring, and I didn't
even write that down. I didn't.
Yeah, no, he was literally for the spring all under Bill Belichick, and then he was like, all right, well, that's enough of that. So, so now he's back. I guess he's starting here with the new coaching staff. He didn't do awful last year, but I guess he's going to get the first runs here. So I would probably go with Singleton from Arkansas, but I'll see how it shakes out. You also have Bennett Meredith and Evans Chuba from Washington State. I would say this is an open competition, but it sounds like Ryan Brown's getting the starting job again. Like you just said, Maccabee's back. Really didn't have too much of a bad of a year considering he had 687 yards, 4 touchdowns. Malachi Thomas comes in from Virginia Tech, had 1,100 yards rushing the last 4 years combined. Reggie Love, the RB2 graduated, so it should still be a nice kind of a 1-2 punch there. It does suck they lose Max Clare. I just said he went to he was their number 1. He went to Ohio State, the tight end. Edrian and Tibbs were their wide receiver 1 and 2. Edrian went to Virginia. Tibbs went to Kansas State. Rigby, their number 3, went to Kansas State too. So it's pretty much starting over, like Kyle said here at wideout. You have 12 transfers coming in to play wide receiver. So just quickly, a couple of them. Nitro Tuggle is probably going to get the start from Georgia. He only had 3 catches, but it's probably the highest talent on this team now. Charles Ross is in from USC, but played 3 years at San Jose State before then. Only had a catch last year at USC. Morissette, like you just said, he's the guy with the most returning production, had over 100 yards last year. So, I mean, listen, there's 10 other transfers here that can get some playing time. Corey Smith had 180 at Tulsa last year. I just don't know how it's gonna go with Ryan Brown. I don't know why you would run back Ryan Brown, but maybe I'm just focused on how he looked last year because maybe the coaching staff will improve it. I mean, as for the offensive line, I mean, 11 transfers out, 9 transfers in. Embo was drafted actually by the Giants in the 5th round, but overall, your 5 starting linemen are out. Wingfield and Musa does hurt. It was 2 solid linemen. The first time and probably only time I'll say this. Giordano Vaccaro transfers in. He was first team All-Canada. Yes, Alt-Canada for Manitoba. So that's a thing. He was first team All-Canada twice. So Joyner started 5 games at Auburn last year. St. John started 23 games at UNLV.
St. John's injured. No timetable for return.
Oh, really? All right. Well, that sucks. So Tanono played 10 games at Notre Dame. I think this line isn't going to be that bad, to be honest. I think Henson and Odom will mold this line to do way better than Walters did. I mean, it is brand new. Everything is pretty much new, even the backups. So it'll take a little time. But no matter what I said, I mean, this is going to be an improved team. It can't get much worse statistically than it did last
I think it
year.
might be worse this year.
No, it can't be worse this year.
This is bad.
Oh, man.
There are no returning starters on the defense. 0. And another injury. They brought in Manny Powell, followed his coach from UNLV. He had 59 tackles last year. Was going to be the main inside linebacker, out for season. So one of their main pieces, their inside linebacker, he's out for the year. There's nobody on this defense. Nobody.
So Cole Brevard, their nose tackle, goes to Texas. Joe Anderson graduates. Emba goes to SMU. CJ Madden's back. Harkless, Trey Smith. These are all backups last year who may move up to starting roles this year.
You don't know. They may.
There's 8 transfers in total on to come in for the line. TJ Lindsey's from Auburn, didn't really play. CJ Nunnally should definitely play. He's from Akron. He won first team All MAC 2 years in a row, so the last 2 years. So started all 24 for them, 23.5 tackles for loss. So CJ Nunnally is very solid. That's about it. I mean, Marcus Moore comes in from Nunnally from Akron too. He had a strong season, so I think the line might be okay. They do lose all their linebackers. Berglund is the best returning production. He had 9 tackles last year. You have a couple Arkansas transfers. Sanders Ellis is in from Eastern Tennessee, had 86 tackles. He had 15.5 tackles for loss last year. But
that
overall,
guy was actually the conference freshman of the year. So
yeah,
that's a good piece, Sanders Ellis.
So other than that, I mean, it's definitely weaker linebackers. The crazy thing, they have a wild 15 transfers out of their DBs. So it's 15. That's crazy. 15 out, not even in. So yeah, 15 transfers out, 11 in. That's more than some teams' whole transfer totals that we talked about. Their number one tackler, we just said, went to Oregon, Biederman, and they lose all the rest. They do get starters though in. Tony Grimes started 19 at UNC.
That's a solid piece too, Tony Grimes.
And every game last year at UNLV. So Chad Brown started 14 in Nevada. You got T.D. Williams, 33 starts at Central Arkansas, and Crew Wakely, 16 starts at BYU. McLaurin, 10 starts at West Virginia, and Turner's in from BC. So it's a ton of people here, a ton of new talent. Yeah, man, it's just I think this team's gonna be better. It's not gonna be great, obviously.
I don't think it's going to be better.
Also, what's funny is they had 28 transfers that came in after spring. So, like, spring ended, and then 28 people came in, so they didn't even have a spring game or spring practice. So, I think they can sneak a win or two in Big Ten play. Maybe one. Maybe one.
Oh, yeah. Go find it for me.
I think they can get one.
Show me the win.
Rutgers.
Dude, they are not going to beat Rutgers. Rutgers.
I mean, if anyone looks, I mean, do you see anyone else except Rutgers? Maybe.
No.
Maybe Northwestern. Maybe at Northwestern.
No, there's no win, dude.
Win.
This team is winning.
They're gonna
two games maximum. They might lose to Ball State in the opener.
I could see that. They'll beat Southern Illinois, but and then I think they're gonna just go. They're gonna win one Big Ten game.
And by the way, I don't think they might lose to Ball State because Ball State's better. It's because this team's never played together before. It's literally just an assembled. It's like the Island of Misfit Toys.
I'm giving them 2 wins. That's not bad.
Yeah, I'll give them
3
2
wins, maybe.
No. Chill on that.
Ball State. I mean, they need to win a Big Ten game. They're going.
Where's the third?
Ball State.
Oh, they're going to win in South Bend
and Rutgers.
They're not going to beat Rutgers, dude.
At home.
Rutgers is probably going to be laying 13.5 in that game.
It's their homecoming game against Rutgers.
Who cares?
Speaking
of which, by the way, let's do grades for Purdue, and then next up is Rutgers. I feel like if a Purdue fan watches this, I'm going to sound like such an asshole. I'm sorry, dude. Purdue rushing offense was a D+ last year.
I'll stay with a D+.
I'm dropping
it. Maccabee back.
I'm dropping it.
You got Maccabee back.
Passing offense D+. I'm going F.
I'll go D+ again.
I'm going D-.
Oh man, D+.
Russ defense D- last year.
I'll go with a D.
Dude, you're just upgrading them across.
Yeah, man. I think Purdue is a better team.
I'm going D- again. Pass defense.
What was pass defense?
F.
All right, so I'll go with a D-.
Do you know that their rating was last year is completely irrelevant because it's a completely different team?
Right, so it's going to be a better team.
I'll go D+ for pass defense. I like Tony Grimes, so they get D+. All right, next up, Rutgers. All right, we're talking Scarlet Knights, and this offense is in great shape, by the way. Offense brings pretty much everyone back except for Monangai, who's obviously on the Chicago Bears. He was a 7th-round pick, had almost 1,300 yards rushing. So that is a serious piece. But the other RB, Raymond, is back. C.J. Campbell transfers in from FAU to replace the production of Monangai. Other than that, I mean, 4 starters back on the offensive line. Holland Pierce is on the Eagles. But Taj White started Brian Felter got hurt, missed the last 9 games at left guard, and Taj White started in his spot. So technically they have 5 starters back, 5 of the top 6 back on the offensive line, which is going to be very good. DT Sheffield comes in from North Texas, 816 yards. He takes the place of Demir Miller, who's on the New York Jets. Other than that, Ian Strong is back. KJ Duff is back. Kenny Fletcher's having a breakout camp at tight end. Callie McManus, another year in this system, actually started to play pretty well down the stretch there. I like this Rutgers offense a lot, but before Scoop goes, just know he went to Rutgers. He's a Scarlet Knight alumni, and he's the most pessimistic Rutgers fan ever. So just take whatever he says.
Wait. So just the last 40 games that Rutgers played against a ranked team. Can you tell me what their record is?
How is that relevant to this discussion?
They're 0-40. 0-40. They haven't had a ranked win in 40 times. So yeah, problem is Schiano's back, highest paid employee of New Jersey. Since coming back, he's been 26-34. Last 2 seasons, he did finish 7-6 with 2 straight bowl games. So, same OC. DC though, Harris Imiak, sorry. He went to UMass. We just talked about. So, you got Rob Smith. This is his 3rd time being a DC at Rutgers. So obviously, we just recycle defensive coordinators and thinking something's going to happen. Their co-DC is Zach Sparber. He was the linebacker coach from last year at James Madison. So I'm just not a Schiano fan.
He's all right, though.
I agree that they should be in okay shape. Callie McManus is back. He's the only player who actually even had a pass attempt last year. So 53% though, completion percentage is not good. He's not a great quarterback, I feel, watching him every game. He's indecisive. He throws some really bad, terrible balls. But then he has flashes where he can bomb it like 60 yards. But he's back. Maybe with some more continuity on the offense, he'll start to show something. So, but they are the 2nd most returning production for the offense in the country. So, yeah, I mean, Monangai graduates. Obviously, he was an awesome back. He was the majority of the offense. He was drafted 7th round. But I actually like Antoine Raymond. Had 457 yards, 8 touchdowns, had a decent year. So, and he started the 2 of the games when Monangai was out. CJ Campbell comes in from FAU, 860 and 11. He also had 40 catches last year for FAU for 466, so he's solid. Sam Brown's back. He was hurt after 5 games last year. So I think it's a really solid running back room, actually. Obviously, Monangai being gone hurts, but I still think it's going to be kind of the same production. You said Ian Strong is back. Damien Miller, their wide receiver 1 graduates. KJ Duff's back. But I actually really, really like DT Sheffield.
Me too.
Coming in from North Texas. Kenny Fletcher and Colin Weber will be their tight ends. 3 of their starting tight ends were hurt last year. 4 freshman wide receivers and 2. Black is back as a sophomore. I think the skill positions are actually in pretty solid shape. Probably in the middle of the Big Ten kind of overall. I still don't like their coach. Still don't like the quarterback. But I do like I said, I mean, their offensive line is really solid. They have 106 starts altogether. Should be the best offense Rutgers has had since Schiano has come back. So see if it actually pays off. So, but I do like their offense. So. I
don't think the defense is that bad though. Yeah, you lose some production, but I love those edge rushers. Rutgers is going to have a pass rush. That's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, Eric O'Neill, I feel like, is better than Aaron Lewis was for James Madison. He was first team Sun Belt last year, 29 sacks in his career. Aaron Lewis has gone from the edge. So their defensive tackles, Hamilton and Ray. Hamilton actually went 7th round to the Texans. But Bradley Weaver also is in on the edge. He had 14.5 sacks the last 4 years at Ohio. Blue Eli is in from South Florida for defensive tackle. They still have Griffin Angoy, who both played over 225 snaps last year. Degoe is in from James Madison, too, for the tackles, so he follows his defensive coordinator. Billett, technically his linebacker coach. So Billett from Kent State had 15 starts. I think their tackles are decent. They have depth. Their starting edges are solid, like you said. Jordan Thompson back on the edge with Jordan Walker. I'm probably just a dumb Rutgers fan, but I actually really like their defensive line.
Me too. I like it all, dude. The secondary is a question.
Yeah, so their secondary, they do lose all 4 starters. Longer Beam was drafted 6th round to the Ravens, who also is out for the year now, by the way. So that sucks. Jacoby Henderson's going to start. He's a transfer from Marshall, 50 tackles last year, 10 pass breakups. Bo Masca started a few games here the last 2 years, played a lot as the first corner on when he didn't play the third corner position. He'll start on the other side, so or play some nickel. Jed Elad is in from UNLV for safety, 6 pass deflections, 84 tackles. Kaj Sanders will be their other safety. Cam Miller's in from Penn State. I think he's going to start because he had three years experience there with a few starts. So I feel like this is kind of like their linebackers, which I'm going to talk about. Their linebacker depth isn't really the same. Jabomi's back, 105 tackles last year, 8 tackles for loss, 3.5 sacks. Powell, Igbinison is gone. We talked about him. Moses Walkers will step up to fill a starting role. Had a good season last year, and I think he's better than Powell. Abram Wright move up and play more. Sam Robinson looks like he'll play. Shiano doesn't play as freshman a lot, but they also have 5 linebackers coming in. Kaliba Kaba is a 4-star linebacker coming in, so I'm excited to see what he can do.
McClary too.
Yeah, Wadi Collier was a 2-way player in high school, 4-star recruit, like you just said, McCreary. He played wideout and defensive end, Collier. So the starters are good at linebacker. Not sure on the depth. I agree with the same thing with the corners and the safeties. Starters are good. Not sure about depth. But listen, man, I think it's a great team. It's the best Rutgers team we've had in a while. I mean, you're going to talk about it. I think the schedule is really rough.
It's tough.
I think it's one of the worst Big Ten schedules in the league.
It's
so it's gonna. I'd be happy with a 7-win season, really.
So right off the bat, you start off nice, and the first Big Ten game is home against Iowa. This year's Iowa's team.
I don't like back-to-back freaking MAC games, man. Like I just don't like it. I think one of them are going to be a loss.
No.
Ohio or Miami, Ohio. They're going to lose.
Rutgers is about to crush Ohio. The whole team's gone. Tim Alvin's gone.
Well, one of them they're losing to. I know they are.
Miami of Ohio, maybe they're not losing any of those games.
Or Norfolk State, one of them.
They're going to be 4-0. They're beating Iowa too. At Minnesota and at Washington is tough, but you get an extra.
The last 6 suck, or the last 5 or 6 suck.
The schedule's really not bad until you get to mid-October. Then it's like. You got Oregon, but that's at home, and you have an extra day rest, so that's not really that bad.
Yeah, but before then, you travel to Washington. That's probably a loss.
No, but you coming off a bye. I think they could beat Washington. We beat them last year.
Yeah, they did.
Then we have Oregon, Purdue, and then we're losing there's just 4 automatic losses from October 18th.
Yeah, well, the last 2, at Ohio State, Penn State. I'm like, okay. Yeah. And I'm actually going to the Oregon and Penn State game at Rutgers, so I know I'm just going to go for 2 28-point losses.
Maybe we can catch Ohio State looking ahead to Michigan the next week.
Yeah, that's what we'll do.
All right, let's do grades for Rutgers. Look ahead spot, dude. Yeah. It's a look ahead spot. They were an A rushing offense last year. I'll give them a minus.
I'll go with an A minus.
No, I love the offensive line. I'm keeping them A. And Shiano can always run the ball. Passing offense, B. I'll go A minus.
I'll go with a B.
Rushing defense was a D plus.
I'll go with a C.
I'm going C plus. Passing defense was a C plus. I'll go B minus.
I'll stay at a C plus.
All right. Next up is the Bruins, UCLA.
All right, UCLA, we're into year 2 here for Deshaun Foster at head coach. And whenever I see Deshaun Foster and look at UCLA stuff, I can't get that press conference from last year out of my head, which is obviously it was blown out of proportion for social media clicks, but it was so funny. He was like, what did he say? They won 170 championships or something. A simple mistake that anyone could have. anyone messes up numbers. I do it all the time on here. It was funny. I gotta say, some good news for UCLA. Foster's offense seemed to get into a little bit of a better groove later in the season against some tough defenses too. So you like to see that if you're a UCLA fan. Defense actually wasn't that bad either. They just couldn't get off the field. They were 112th in success rate. If you look at their efficiency numbers, they really weren't that bad. 51st in yards per play allowed. They just kept allowing long, sustained drives. But as a whole, like if I'm a UCLA fan, I'm not pissed at last season. I thought it was okay. You have to think Nico is an upgrade from Garbers, right? But speaking of the offense, let's go ahead and get into it. Scoop, what do you think of the UCLA offense?
Yeah, first, Bieniemy's out, so you got Tino Sinceri, who did an awesome job at Indiana last year for offensive coordinator. Also, how bad of a Eric Bieniemy, I just feel, has taken such a downturn. Like, he was supposed to be the next big thing at the NFL level, and then now he's the running back coach for the Bears. So, Ethan Garbers was the quarterback last year. He was okay. I mean, he was like you just said. I mean, UCLA was okay. It was just like they were there. They were there. He was all right. He graduated undrafted to the Panthers. The biggest thing is Nico's here. He transfers out. Pretty good year for 10. 63%, 2,600 yards, 19-5, touchdown interceptions. He ran for 364. He had 9 fumbles though, so 14 turnovers overall. That's got to cut down. I think he underperformed last year at Tennessee, or what people expected anyway. But still, they got into the playoffs. He's miles better than Garbers, like you just said.
You said underperformed based on what people expected. I think you also have to mention people expected insanity, which was maybe a little bit unfair to him. He was a freshman in the SEC. I to be honest, I'm not a hater, but entering the season, I was like, you guys are blowing this kid. Blowing this kid.
Well, same thing.
You guys
same
are blowing
thing
this
I said about Raiola. It's the same kind of thing.
Yeah, it's similar. Where like people had unrealistic expectations. Personally, I was very surprised. I thought when he showed flashes, this kid is talented as hell. There was a couple plays in that Georgia game. He made some plays. He's awesome. I'm a believer in Nico now, and I wasn't necessarily a year ago.
Yeah, so, like I said, he's better than Garbers. Obviously, redshirt freshman last year. His brother Madden's also here. I think he's backing him up. He's right behind him in the depth chart. And Pierce Clarkson's in from Louisville. But, obviously, this is Nico's team. They brought him here for a reason. UCLA's running backs combined for under 1,000 yards last season with Harden, Jones, and Berger. Harden was RB1, only 506. He transfers to SMU. Keegan Jones graduated, so Berger's back. He only had 178 yards last year, 3.7 yards per carry. But Javian Thomas comes in. He's probably going to lead the way. He transfers in from Cal. He had 100 carries, 626 yards. The 6.3 yards per carry is awesome. So Berger did have a decent 2022, though, when he played for Michigan State. Frias is back as RB3. Transfers in from Utah. He was dominant for Idaho in 2022 and 2023. He had 16 touchdowns in 2023 and didn't play last year. So overall, I think the freshmen, I think the 3 running backs are pretty solid here. I don't really have a problem with them at all. It's going to be better than last year, especially with a better quarterback. For your wide receivers, it was rough.
This is the question mark, the wide receivers, if you ask me.
Yeah, Mataveo led the team as a tight end last year. He was a 7th-round pick by the Saints. He had 506 last year. TJ Harden was actually second in receiving, their running back. They had no go-to receiver. Their 4 wide receivers all had between 294 and 348 yards. And they all had between 22 and 31 catches. Returning, Quasi Gilmer had 345 last year as a true freshman. I think he's definitely going to start on the outside. Mokayao Atamalala, he's back too. Had 294 last year. Mikey Matthews transfers in from Cal, 292. And then you got Caden Robinson from App State. He actually had a really solid year, 53 catches or 840. And then Rico Flores should get more playing time here. You lose your top 3, but I don't think it matters that much. You have a new quarterback. The guys are still here at wideout. I think they're more than capable of what you think. They just they just couldn't show you anything from last year.
Yeah, I feel like you have to expect more production because you just didn't get much production.
Well, same with the running backs. I feel like the whole offense has to have
that's
more
disrespectful. TJ Harden's the man, dude.
I'm just saying he's not. I'm not saying he's bad. I'm just saying they couldn't show anything last year. They had such a bad offense that really. I mean, it wasn't bad. It was an average.
It improved in the second half of the year.
Yeah, definitely. I think they won like 4 of the last 6, so definitely improved at the end of the year. So the problem was your O-line was just not good last year. The run blocking was pretty bad, terrible. Pass blocking was a little better, but they lose 3 starters this year. The transfers coming in aren't full-time starters. Cortland Ford did have 5 at Kentucky and 12, and he had 12 starts in 3 years at USC before that. Armella from Florida State played in 17 games the last few years. Katie Arnold from Jacksonville State, 13 games the last 2 years. So it's not a lot of experience, but I don't think the line was great before. So I am a bit worried about Nico taking sacks back there. It took 28 last year with a better line, obviously, but the SEC is obviously more evenly loaded than the Big Ten, I feel. So I feel like, we'll talk about it, but games against like Northwestern, Michigan State, and Maryland, I think he's going to be more comfortable back there than he did against like a ridiculous SEC schedule last year.
I don't know.
So.
Their Big Ten schedule's pretty brutal.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying those 3 games are nice.
Yeah. Maybe slightly easier, but they got some tough ones.
Those 3 are the easier ones. But yeah, I mean, the offense obviously is going to improve from last year. Nico's going to lead the team. The running and passing game should both be better. It's going to be better offense overall.
Agree totally. And on the offensive line, you said they lost 3 starters, which is true, but that guy Mahe, he actually took over the starting job towards the end of the years, and he's back. So you could argue 3 starters are back, depending on how you want to phrase it. Yeah, agree with everything you said. I also like how, I mean, it was year 1 under Foster, and I really like how they seem to be playing their best offensive football down the stretch. Like I said, first 5 games of the year, 4.79 yards per play, 14 points per game, 32.6% success rate.
They had that LSU, Oregon, Penn State back to back. That's rough.
Yeah, the schedule was a little tougher too, but down the stretch in the last 7 games, they're averaging 21.6 points per game, 5.73 yards per play, 43.1% success rate. And I mean, they were on the road in Nebraska. They played Ohio. They played Iowa. They went to Washington. So, I mean, it's not like they played complete scrubs. The offense definitely looked better down the stretch. Yeah, I agree. Offense should be better this year. Just another year in the system for a lot of these guys. Let's flip it over to the defense. And, I mean, those 2 linebackers gone hurts. That right off the bat, that's what you see. The 2 linebackers in the middle, number 1 and 2 on the team in tackles, both in the NFL, both drafted, actually.
Yeah, Schlesinger went in the 2nd round to the Browns. Medrano, their number 2 tackler, he also drafted 6th round to the Commanders. So nothing's replacing that on this team this year, to be honest. Jalen Woods is back on the team, 22 tackles last year. Ben Perry comes in from Louisville. He's 24 starts the last 4 years, so he's pretty good. John Vaughns has been on the team the last 5 years. And then you got Isaiah Chisholm in from Oregon State. I think the linebackers are going to be okay. They're not going to be Schlesinger and Medrano. There's just not going to be as good as it was. So Oladejo also on the line, drafted 2nd round to the Titans. That was their edge. Their defensive tackle, Toya?
I think it's Toya.
Went to the 7th round to the Cowboys. They have Davinger in from Arkansas and Anthony Jones from Michigan State to try to get Oladejo's production. You got Apui still on the edge too. Has been here since 2021. Gary Smith didn't play last year, but has 4 years experience as defensive tackle. Keanu Williams will be playing a lot more than this year than last year. Cole Cogshell is a 4-star freshman edge who should get some time here. I think it's an all right defensive line, but there's no real star since Oladejo left, so it's serviceable. It's like a serviceable line. The front 7 is just a little weak, in my opinion.
So is the secondary.
I don't think it's that great. I mean, they lose their whole secondary, their starting secondary,
the entire secondary, and one of the guys they're bringing in, Key Lawrence. He was injured in camp. I don't even know if he's going to be ready for the season. He was supposed to start.
Yeah, it's just a lot of changes in the secondary. I mean, Davies went to Oklahoma State. The rest graduated. They had 10 DBs in. Andre Jordan's in from Oregon State. He's probably going to start a corner. And Robert Stafford didn't play much at Miami, but I think he's actually going to start on the other side. Like you just said, Key Lawrence might be hurt. He had a couple starts at Oklahoma State. Stork comes back on his defense. 3 starts the last couple years. It's just a lot of changes in the secondary. It's a lot of moving parts, and they're going to come in to mix and match like subs here in the beginning of the season. I'm not sure who's actually starting at the safety position. So, I don't really like their defense this year. I like their offense actually better than their defense, which
way better.
Is completely different than last year, where the defense was pretty solid and their offense was not that great.
The secondary, making these graphics that you see on the screen, trying to make that was a nightmare. Every 5 days, there was an article changing who was going to start. Like, I could not follow. I still don't even know who's going to play in the secondary. So, yeah, UCLA's defense not in the best of shape. Now, let's get to the schedule. I briefly mentioned it before. Luckily, you don't have to go to LSU again. They actually played LSU tough, and I know because I laid a big number with LSU and didn't cover. They don't have to go to Hawaii, but got to go to UNLV. But I don't know how good UNLV is going to be this year. Got to play Utah, get a home game against New Mexico. So I guess the non-con might be slight. I don't know. It's about the same, actually. I wrote non-con easier, but I'm not sure if it actually is easier. Maybe slightly easier. The Big Ten schedule is pretty tough. Luckily, you got Maryland and Michigan State in there. And Northwestern, but look at the second half of the year at Indiana, Nebraska, who I really like, at Ohio State, Washington, at USC. Yeah, it's tough. It's a tough schedule for the Bruins here. So let's talk grades. UCLA. Last year was a D rushing offense.
I'm gonna go with a C.
Oh, yeah, I'll go B-. I think I like the offensive line. Well, in comparison to last year's. Nico can use his legs. JV, yeah, I'm going to go B-. And I'm going to go passing offense. I can't believe they were an A- last year. I'll go B+.
Yeah, I'll go B+.
Not that I think they'll be worse than last year, but I think they might have overperformed to get that A-, playing from down a lot. Run defense was a B. Ugh. I'm going to go C-.
I'll go with the C.
Pass defense B-. That's secondary, dude.
Yeah, I'm gonna go C-.
I'm gonna go C-. Sorry, UCLA.
Yeah, it's a rough year.
Next up, Lincoln Riley. All right, USC. Lincoln Riley back for year 4. I think most would agree that USC looked better, looked more competitive after making the quarterback change to Maeva. I think most people would agree with that. That being said, on paper, it wasn't much different. The passing numbers were pretty much identical in the Miller-Moss games to the Maeva games. But USC had a realistic shot of being 3-0, including a game to the wire against Notre Dame. I know the final score, they lost by 2 touchdowns, but they had the ball inside the 10, down 7, with just a couple of minutes left to tie the game. And then Maeva threw a pick 6, and then I think he threw another pick 6. So the final score is not indicative. That was a close game, and USC was about to tie it in the final minutes. So they would have went 3-0 with a win over Notre Dame if they had pulled that one out. Obviously, that was just to tie the game. But I think everyone could agree they were more competitive after making the quarterback change here. Scoop, new OC here at USC?
Yeah, new OC. Luke Heward takes over as OC. He was a quarterback coach from last year, so he was responsible for Maeva and Miller-Moss. Take that how you will. Josh Henson actually left OC here to become Purdue's offensive coordinator. So only one way up from there. It's got to go take Purdue to the promised land. But yeah, so he was a quarterback coach from last year, the new OC. So listen. QB coach, he didn't really do good with his QBs last year, I thought. Miller-Moss didn't look good, all that great. We talked about it before. Moss got benched after going 4-5. Maeva took over, finished the season 3-1. And, that Notre Dame game he lost, like you said, except a couple picks. He still threw for 360 yards on the Notre Dame defense, 3 touchdowns. So he has the arm. He threw some bad interceptions. He did that at UNLV too in 2023. So, if he stops with the turnovers and bad throws, he's shown a lot. He shows he has the arm. Houston Longstreet is going to back him up. He's the fourth best freshman rated quarterback coming in. And Sam Heward transfers in from Utah too. He never really got a shot after Cal Poly when he played those 2 years. But it's all Jaden Maeva here. I think should be solid. I think Lincoln Riley has to prove something this year. He's gone down every year since. 11-3 first year. 8-5 second year, and now 7-6 last year. So, they're not going to really deal with that for long being at USC. Woody Marks, 1,133 yards last year, 9 touchdowns. He's gone. He was drafted 4th round to the Texans. We talked about Quentin Joyner. He transferred to Texas Tech. Brian Jackson's back from last year as RB3, 188 yards. But 2 transfers do come in. Eli Sanders from New Mexico. He had 1,000 yards last year, 9 touchdowns, had good games at Iowa State before then too. And you have Wayman Jordan coming in as a JUCO transfer from Huntington Community College. He only had 1,600 yards and 20 touchdowns last year.
He was the JUCO Offensive Player of the Year in the country.
Yeah, I think they're going to use both Sanders and Jordan a lot here.
His nickname is the Junkyard Dog, by the way.
Yeah, and then Jackson knows Lincoln Riley will definitely get time here too. Not sure if anyone will repeat Woody Marks' year, but they have 3 good running backs. As far as your wideouts, Mekhi Lemon's back. He had 52 catches, 764. Jacoby Lane, wide receiver 2's back.
Jacoby Lane dealing with an injury in camp. He's been very limited.
I saw that. I just looked. They said he's going to be ready to go this weekend. So, or next weekend. So, we'll see. But he had 12 touchdowns last year. Branch, Hudson, Robinson all had 400 yards and above, but they're all gone. And Branch went to Georgia. Hudson went to Penn State. Robinson went to Florida State. So, Prince Strachan comes in from Boise. Had 304 last year. McCree's back at tight end. Got Zacharias Williams in from Utah. USC does run 4 wideout sets a lot. They did the last couple of years. So it does hurt a little losing your 3 to 5 receivers, but they have 3 4-star freshman wideouts coming in. Xavier Jordan's a redshirt 4-star that didn't play last year either. So they have a lot of depth on this team. It's just going to be a little younger than what they had the year before. As far as the line, your center Monheim got drafted by the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Another one.
The right tackle, Murphy, transferred to Auburn, and their left guard, Pregnan, second team Big Ten, went to Oregon. So you got 2 starters back. De'Andre Reed comes in from Syracuse. He was a 2-year starter. He's going to play center. DJ Wingfield comes in from Purdue. He had 11 starts last year. He's going to play left guard. And I think the other tackle spot's probably going to be filled with Tobias Raymond or Justin Tananu. Alex Payne, Aaron Dunn, 2 4-star freshman tackles. They can contribute right away. I think it's a solid line. I think the backups are fine. So their offense overall is going to be better than last year's.
Yeah, I think the most surprising part for me last year with USC was Woody Marks in the run game. It's not really what I think of when I think of Lincoln Riley. But USC was running the ball. Woody Marks was awesome. He's one of the best backs in the country. And also, the defense wasn't that bad either. It's just that I have in my mind what a Lincoln Riley team looks like. And it wasn't really USC last year. So they brought in a couple backs. Like you said, the line's in pretty good shape. I'm not saying this offensive line looks great, but I don't think there's a step down from last year. I wouldn't be surprised if USC is able to run the football. I don't really know what I think of Maiyava. I'm kind of in agreement with you. So as far as this USC offense, I kind of think they're the same as last year, to be honest. Now, when we move on to the defense, I don't know if they could repeat the production we saw last year. Not that the defense was amazing, but by Lincoln Riley standards, it was a pretty solid defense, especially down the stretch. They lose some Mascarenas Arnold is gone. He's on the Cleveland Browns. He led the team in tackles. Mason Cobb is gone. He was second on the team in tackles. Now, Eric Gentry is a guy that's supposed to be stepping up at linebacker. He was injured during camp. Now, it's supposed to be minor, and he should be fine, but obviously that's an important piece. That's supposed to be your main inside linebacker there. They're really thin and inexperienced at linebacker outside of Gentry. So that worries me. Bear Alexander gone. he pieced on the team like midseason, decided he was transferring. Prophet Brown was supposed to start at nickel. He's going to miss the entire season. I'm worried about this defense. What do you like about it?
I like their secondary more than I do the front seven for sure. I like Kamari Ramsey back at safety. Bishop Fitzgerald comes in to start at the other safety spot from NC State. He had a great 2 years there, so I really like both their starting safeties. DJ Harvey comes in from San Jose State to play corner. He had 17 starts there the last 2 years, and DeCarlos Nicholson's back to play at the other corner. Chasen Johnson's in from UCF, started 4 games there last year. Kennedy Urlacher's in from Notre Dame. So I do like their secondary. Yeah, I don't really like their front seven. Muhammad's gone on the edge. Clifton's gone on the interior. You just talked about Bear Alexander sitting out because he wasn't playing.
Gavin Meyer.
Yeah. So Keyshawn Silver comes in from Kentucky, started 22 games at defensive tackle. Lucas from Texas A&M is going to come in to play edge. Jamal Jarrett in from Georgia, played 16 games the last 2 years. You still have Devin Thompson, Shelby. It's going to be an okay line. I don't think it's great, but last year they had only 21 sacks, so I think they could have a better production there because last year they didn't really do anything. But, other than that, except Gentry, I expected more really in terms of talent for this linebackers, but I don't really have much. I mean, really, I mean, Desmond Stevens played as a true freshman last year. He's going to move to the starter probably with Gentry. Demir Robinson comes in from Penn State. I think Elijah Newby can be really good with playing time, and Garrison Madden is okay. But yeah, I don't really like their front seven that much. Also, their nickelback, who was it? Jalen Smith. He was drafted 3rd round to the Texans, so it's kind of another linebacker spot you're losing. So yeah, it's not a great front seven. The secondary is okay. So yeah, I think it's not the best defense, but in terms of talent, I mean, it's there. I just don't know how it's going to be.
And to make matters worse for USC, in addition to the defense probably taking a step backwards, the schedule, I mean, the non-con's easier. There's the good news. Missouri State, Georgia Southern at home, at Purdue. Well, that's not non-con. Missouri State, Georgia Southern at home. Okay, you'll take that. But then look what happens once you hit. You'll be 3-0, probably 4-0 against Sparty. At Illinois, Michigan, at Notre Dame, at Nebraska, who I think is going to be very strong. Northwestern, there you go.
There you go.
Iowa, at Oregon. This is freaking crazy. Brutal schedule from the 5th game on. So, look, it's Lincoln Riley. I am a Lincoln Riley fan. He gets a lot of hate. I like him, but I don't know if he has the defense to really do much with this schedule personally. And look, the grades from last year are schedule adjusted. So it says USC was a C+ rushing offense. But if you look at their stats, I mean, the run game was working. If they were C+ last year, I'm going to bump them up to a B.
Yeah, I'll say a B.
Passing offense was an A+. I'm going to say A-.
I will go with a B+.
Run defense was a B+. I'm going to go C.
C+.
And pass defense was a B+. You said you liked the secondary. I'll go C+.
I'll go with a B. I like their secondary.
All right. Moving on to Fish, the Huskies. All right. Let's talk Washington and the lead story. The lead story is Jedd Fish, and there's a lot more to the lead story, but I think the main talking point is Damon Williams, man, comes in, only starts 2 games. Now, the stats don't tell the story, even though the stats are excellent. You got to watch this. I mean, he is talented. Breaking tackles in the backfield, scrambling out of the pocket, throwing bullets. What was that? I forget what game it was, but he like drove down the field to win it or whatever. Like he like showed he could be clutch. If those last 2 starts at the end of the year last year, if that was an audition for this year, he nailed it, like 5 stars. So Washington fans are very excited for the future with Damon Williams at quarterback. So Carroll's gone, the OC. He's now the offensive line coach with the Raiders. And the DC, Belichick, who did a great job, by the way, he's now with his dad over at North Carolina. Enter the GOAT, the most underappreciated defensive mind in the country, Ryan Walters. This man did not get a fair shake at Purdue. I'll die on that hill. What he built in Illinois doesn't get talked about enough. That was an elite defense. He built that. Purdue, they gave him 2 years at Purdue with what to work with. I'm a Ryan
Card. What are you talking about?
I'm a Ryan Walters apologist. Great hire here by Jedd Fish. Scoop, take us through the offense.
Yeah, and the new offensive coordinator is Jimmy Dougherty, who's the quarterback coach from last year. So he has time with Damon Williams. I think. Yeah, I mean, listen, I thought Will Rogers was disappointing last year. Really,
he wasn't bad, dude. He wasn't bad.
It was okay. I mean, he did all right, but I expected more out of him. Maybe I lost a bunch of Washington bets last year, so that's probably why. But yeah, Rogers got benched, like you said, last couple of games for Williams. Williams finished at a 78% completion percentage with 8 touchdowns, 1 interception. He looked good, especially in the bowl, so he's going to be the starter this year. He looked great for Bachelor High School when he was there. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. As far as the running backs, the 2 Arizona running backs are back that followed Fish from last year. Jonah Coleman had 1,000 yards, 10 touchdowns. Muhammad had 193. So Washington will probably be the running back 3. So yeah, nothing has changed here except Cam Davis, the running back 3, is gone. So it's the same exact running back room pretty much. with actually now 3 Arizona running backs that followed Fish. So as far as the wideouts, Giles Jackson, he went undrafted to the Eagles, had 893. But Denzel Boston's back. He was solid last year, 834, 9 touchdowns. Jeremiah Hunter, the number 3, graduated.
Denzel Boston's dealing with an injury. He's been limited all camp. That's something to keep an eye on. Denzel Boston.
And their tight end, their number 4, Latu's gone too. So, but Quentin Moore was a top tight end, got hurt last year, so he's back to take over his starting role. Amari Evans transfers in from Penn State, which is a really solid transfer. He had 403 and 5 touchdowns last year. Rashid Williams, 11 for 138 last year. But it's a very young receiving team. There's 14 receivers on this team, and only 2 are juniors and 1 senior. So the rest are loaded with freshmen and sophomores. One of them is Chris Lawson, 4-star receiver out of California. Wouldn't be surprised if he played a lot this year. So I don't mind the skill positions at all. I think they're pretty solid.
Me too.
As far as the line, the offensive line gave up 39 sacks last year. Vamahi, Tatali, and Memelar are all gone from the line. Vamahi and Tatali graduated. Memelar went to UCF, which we talked about. But Carver Willis transfers in from Kansas State. 18 starts in the 5 years he was there.
That's a big
Jarian Hatchett comes in from Oklahoma, will probably start. I don't know if he's related to Landon Hatchett. He's also on the line. I wasn't sure if that's his brother or not. But the rest is going to be filled with players last year like McCree, Henning, Finau. Champ Talelea is a 4-star freshman guard. So, I mean, either way, the line's going to be better than last year. Last year, if you don't remember, they had 5 new linemen starting. So now they have more time as a team, got a strong piece in Willis. So I feel like the line's going to improve and the offense improves in general.
Agreed with everything you said. You mentioned the receiver Rashid Williams. Apparently he's killing it in camp and may have played himself into the wide receiver 3 role. So don't be surprised if you see him early, especially since Denzel Boston might be starting the season nursing an injury. So every reason to be excited here if you're a Washington Huskies fan on this side of the ball. Flip it over to the defense. There's a lot of pieces gone. The pieces that jump out. Tuputala in the middle there, second on the team in tackles. He graduated. Bruner is on the Steelers' 7th-round pick. He led the team in tackles. Both, actually, pretty much their top 4 linebackers are gone, which hurts. Kamari House is another tough loss. North Carolina's pumped about him. Front 7 takes a lot of hits, Scoop.
Yeah, they do, and they lose 3 starting linemen on the defensive side. Tunifi, Bandis, and Valdez, they all graduated. And so Ontario Thompson comes in from Western Michigan. Aligalele from Arizona. Samote Pepa and from Utah. They return Alenius Davis, Javon Parker, Sagapolu. So all those already replaced the 2 defensive tackles and defensive ends you lose. But, I mean, it's definitely – I don't know. Isaiah Ward and Deshaun Lynch, Durfee all had 3 – all 3 had at least 16 tackles on the edges too. But the line also dealt with injuries all year. They were always constantly hurt. So I think they might be improved. But I agree with the linebackers. I mean, you lose all your linebackers pretty much. So Al Akta comes in from Washington State. He had a good year. Ziri Alexander from UCF. Jacob Manu is – I love Jacob Manu from last year from Arizona. So you're replacing the 3 gone with most likely those 3. But I think it's a worse 3 personally. Except maybe Manu, and there's really no depth behind them. Rainey Sales, 11th ranked freshman linebacker in this class. I'm going to assume he'll play at least as a backup this year. They have a few returning backups, but didn't do much last year. So I think it's definitely a downgrade for your linebackers. And as far as your secondary, they do lose their 2 safeties this year. Jackson transfers out to TCU. He had that great 2023. So, you lose 3 good pieces there. CJ Christian's in from FIU. He's definitely going to take 1 spot. He had 80 tackles last year. Mikel Esteen played 5 years, started a few, had a good year last year. He's probably going to step up and take the other safety spot. Their corner, though, Thaddeus Dixon, transfers to North Carolina, followed Belichick there. Takario Davis, in from Arizona. I think he was pretty solid. He'll play alongside his old teammate.
He's good. Two-time All-Conference there.
Yeah, and he played alongside Prysock, who, he played with 2 years at Arizona. So
they have good corners, for sure.
Yeah, so you have two Wildcat corners here. Alex McLaughlin comes in from Northern Arizona. He looked great there, 23 starts in 2 years, 6 interceptions, 16 pass breakups. So Washington usually does already have a pretty solid pass defense. I think they'll be okay here, too. You got 2 4-star secondary pieces in, too, as a freshman, Dillard Allen and Dylan Robinson. So I think their secondary is solid. I think their front seven might be a little worse.
A little worse, yeah. They lost everybody. And you mentioned Jacob Manu. He's been hurt all camp. I'm not sure if he's going to be good to go to start the season either. Tore ACL last year. So I don't know his status. He tore the ACL like it was like 10 months ago. So he's recovering. I don't know his status though. He's been banged up. But yeah, front seven takes some hits. As far as the schedule, what did I write here? Couple big. Oh, okay. So I wrote couple big ones, but a lot of winnable conference games. So let's take a look. Colorado State, UC Davis, Washington State. Can't be mad at that. Non-con, obviously the Apple Cup there. You got Ohio State, Illinois,
Maryland, Rutgers.
Yeah, there's a lot of winnable
Purdue,
conference game on this.
Wisconsin.
Yeah. So it looks like their biggest games they get at home: the Ohio State, the Illinois, the Oregon, all at home. There's a lot of winnable road conference games here. So schedule's not bad at all for Washington. Let's go to the grades. Last year, their rushing offense was a C. I think the line's improved. The quarterback's more athletic. I'm going to go B.
Yeah, I'll go B minus.
Passing offense was A minus. I might go A.
I mean, how much do you trust the two games that he played?
Dude, I trust Jed.
Trust the fish?
I trust the fish.
I'll go A minus.
Rush defense C minus. I'm going to drop it to a D plus.
I'll go, I'll say it's C minus. No, I'll go D plus. You're right.
And then pass defense A plus. I'll throw an A up.
Yeah, I'll throw an A. They always have a solid secondary there.
Yep. Next up, Badgerville, Wisconsin. Year 3 for Luke Fickell. Phil Longo has been fired. Jeff Grimes takes over as the OC.
After 10 games. Didn't even last the whole season.
Yeah, that's not a good sign. So I still don't really know what to think about Wisconsin. Part of me is like, okay, this Luke Fickell offense doesn't work here. The other part of me is like, have we even seen enough of a sample size to judge it? I mean, this is only year 3, and his style is just like completely different than what Wisconsin does. So to expect that to change overnight, I think is also a little bit unreasonable. So I really don't. I don't even know who Wisconsin is, to be honest. I don't know what kind of football team they are. What they aren't are a great one. Last year they were 86th in yards per play, 55th in yards per play allowed. Not particularly great on the defensive side, which is what they usually can hang their hats on. The offense was disappointing, to say the least. Did they get any better on offense, Scoop?
I think they got better on offense because they have 2 capable quarterbacks. I mean, I'll give a fair shake to Tyler Van Dyke. I mean, he got hurt after the 3rd week, and then Braden Locke played the rest of the year.
He wasn't looking great. Whatever. Go ahead.
No, but he got hurt after the 3rd week, so it's still 9 games to improve. It's not like Braden Locke was any better. 55% completion percentage, 13 and 10. You know, I don't know. Van Dyke transferred to SMU. Locke went to Arizona. So 2 transfers in with starting experience. Billy Edwards is in from Maryland. Danny O'Neal from San Diego State.
Billy Edwards is starting, right?
Yeah, Billy Edwards is going to get the first shot here. He was okay. We talked about it with Maryland. I mean, 2,800 yards, 15 touchdowns, 9 picks. He is mobile. He can definitely run the ball. He didn't do it enough at Maryland, I don't think. But I think both quarterbacks are better than Locke. So Edwards I did like when I watched a few games when he played at Maryland. Hopefully he does well here. As far as their offensive skill positions, Tyree Walker, 864 yards, 10 touchdowns. He transferred to Cincinnati. So you got Darian Dupree back. He was a running back too, 317 last year. Cade Yamaselli's back, 274, but he had an 8.3 yards per carry, so he was awesome. And Dylan Jones is the fastest running back on this team. He redshirted after 3 games last year. So 3 running backs. All of them have the opportunity to start. I've seen literally, I actually checked like 4 different places, and all of them had a different starter.
I'm seeing Dylan Jones looks awesome.
Yeah, I mean, he's super fast. So, I mean, I think they're going to focus more on the run this year. I think maybe it'll be a 3-headed room. We'll see. So, Vinny Anthony is back as wide receiver 1, 672 last year. Will Pauling, he transferred to Notre Dame. He was number 2. Kekahuna, 339 yards. He's back too. And their 4, CJ Williams transferred to Stanford. But they do return 2 of their top 3 receivers. The tight ends really didn't do much last year. They didn't catch the ball. They were more like a run blocking tight ends. But Ashcraft's back. They also get
Ashcraft's hurt. No timetable for return.
Great, but they get Lance Mason from Missouri State.
They like Lance Mason, yes.
So had over 500 yards. Nikel Crowdus is in from Hawaii. 16 catches for 402 yards, so 25 yards per reception on that guy. So, yeah, all he caught was bombs. Jaden Ballard also comes in from Ohio State. He's definitely going to have a chance to start. So they're starting 3 to 4. Should be pretty solid. They have to have the backups produce, but I like their skill positions. I think it'll be fine. I'm assuming that, I mean, even if Ashcraft's gone, Lance Mason should be fine. As far as their line, their left tackle, Jack Nelson, drafted by the Falcons. Their right guard, Huber, graduates. But they have 3 returning linemen, and they're 3 very good linemen. Heinzen's in from Central Michigan's also, 36 starts in 4 years. I think he's going to take the place of Jack Nelson. Benchwell and Cordanco, they can take the guard spot. But the line has 111 career starts. They have great depth pieces, too, who've all been here a couple years. You have 2 4-star freshmen in with Powell and Watts. So it's definitely one of the better lines, I think, in the Big Ten. I think this Wisconsin offense is going to be a lot better than they were last year.
Renfro, the center, got hurt in camp. Unsure if he'll be ready to start the season, which sucks. But
you're my injury guy, so I appreciate it.
Between Kadanko, if I'm saying that right, and Emerson Mandel is apparently killing it in camp. He's a 4-star, like you said. Between those 2 guys, I think they could fill that spot if Renfro's not ready to start the season. Yeah, I mean, the line's good. It was Wisconsin. Actually, I said the old school Wisconsin, I could just always count on them loading up in the offensive line. I don't even know what this new Wisconsin is, but yeah, I agree. They look all right on the offensive line, and I agree that Edwards is an upgrade at the quarterback position, even though I'm not the biggest Billy Edwards guy. I think the position he was put in Maryland, there's a lot of quarterbacks that would look pretty good if they're put in an offense where they're trailing all the time and given a chance to drop back the pass. I don't know. I'm not the biggest Billy Edwards guy, but I would agree he's an upgrade. Let's flip it over to the other side here. The Wisconsin defense. What jumps out at you here?
I love this defense.
You love this defense.
I love every single.
As much as you would love a Jim Leonard old school Wisconsin defense.
Yeah, it's a solid defense. I mean, we'll get to why it's probably not at the end, but Neal's gone from the line, but the transfers they get in are all really high talent. Corey Walker's in from Western Michigan, 38 tackles, 7 tackles for loss, 6 sacks last year. You got Parker Peterson in from Tulane to play the interior. Ben Barton's back. Charles Perkins is in from UT Martin. I know it's UT Martin, but was a freshman All-American. Last year was first team Big South. He is extremely solid. JVR Suggs transitioned from LSU, played every game last year. Before that, he was at Grand Valley State for 2 solid years. And you got Javen Williams, a 4-star tackle from Illinois. Nicholas Clayton, a 4-star defensive end from Florida. I think their line's actually pretty stacked. As far as their linebackers, Christian Allegro's back, number 2 tacklers. Jaheim Thomas graduates, their number 5. But Jack Chaney, their number 4. Tackett Curtis is back too. Darrell Peterson's back. Mason Riger's in from Louisville, played in 32 games. Fearbry is in from Kentucky, played 27 there. Aaron Witt's back. And Tyron Turner, 27 games at Western Carolina. You got Mason Posa as a 4-star freshman recruit. I really like their front 7.
What about Cheeks, bro? Sebastian Cheeks.
Sebastian Cheeks.
I like Cheeks.
I mean, I think it's a strong unit for sure. Some of these players on the linebackers also going to play the edge on the line too. I think their front 7's solid. And as far as the secondary, Hunter Waller's gone from safety. He was drafted 7th round to the Colts. But and then you got Latimer's in from Jacksonville State. Farquharson and Hallman are back on the corners. Got Austin Brown back, Preston Zachman. Deani Hill transfers in from Miami, played every game there. Played all 24 at Marshall.
Yeah, he's good.
That.
He's good.
And then Matt Jung is in from Bethel, but he had 16 interceptions the last 2 years with 19 pass breakups. He ran that D3 school. I mean, listen, Matthew Traynor had solid years at Richmond too. I like the secondary is actually pretty stacked. I mean, I think this whole defense is actually extremely solid. The issue is their schedule, which is the hardest schedule in the Big Ten.
It's almost like they should,
and they play Alabama in week 3. So,
it's almost like they should sue the Big Ten for this schedule.
It's wild.
So yeah, they're going to be 2-0.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, they're going to be 2-0 unless What's my
You like
guy's
Middle Tennessee. You like
what's my guy's quarterback's name? Vadiato. It's my boy. But no, they're gonna be 2-0. And then you got Billy Edwards' revenge game against Maryland. I'm sure they'll win that. But at Alabama, at Michigan, Iowa, Ohio State, at Oregon, Washington at home, okay, even though I think Washington's going to be pretty good. At Indiana, Illinois, I like this year. At Minnesota. And on the road to Minnesota, never
That's
easy.
a rivalry game, too. Yeah.
Out of the top 9 teams that are favored to win the Big Ten, Wisconsin has 7 of them on their schedule.
Not ideal.
Not ideal at all for the Badgers. Is Luke Fickell on the hot seat?
It sucks because I really like their team this year, and it's like, you're playing.
Honestly, you kind of. I wasn't that big on their team or on their defense, and I was just looking at the graphic while you were talking, and the way you describe. Yeah, I can get on board with the defense. It is more talented than I thought when I made the graphic.
You're playing such good offense. You're playing such good teams, man.
B- rushing offense last year. I'll go B. I'll go B+ because I've heard a lot of talk that Wisconsin is making it a point. Fickell's making it a point to get back to Wisconsin's identity. I think they're going to make it a point to try to run the ball this year. That being said, it's Fickell and Billy Edwards Jr. is the quarterback. We'll see. I'll go B+.
I'll go B.
B- passing offense. I'm keeping it B-.
I'll go with B.
Rush defense B+.
I'm gonna stay B+.
I'll go A-. You made me a believer. You just gassed this defense up the whole time.
Well, I'm going A. I'm going that because of just who they're playing.
And then the A- pass defense.
I'll stick with that.
Yeah, me too. Honestly, those are higher grades than I expected to give Wisconsin. All right. That's it for the Big Ten. All right, let's talk Arizona. We're entering Brent Brennan's second year. First year obviously was a little bit disappointing. Program was definitely missing Jed Fish, but it was back. But it was his first year though, so we shouldn't overreact to anything. Dino Babers got replaced. It is now Seth Dagey at offensive coordinator. It's his 5th job in 5 years. South Carolina, Ole Miss, Purdue, Marshall, and now Arizona. Tough to get a feel of what kind of OC he is with all those different programs.
Did awesome with Marshall last year, though.
Right. And obviously Marshall was a very run-oriented offense last season. But also, before that, he was on Ole Miss, Purdue, which weren't run-oriented offenses. So it's tough to get a feel for what kind of offense he's going to run. What do you think of personnel on the offense here?
Yeah, I don't know if it was Fafita or not last year. I mean, last year he took a step back. He had a 12% less completion percentage from 23 to 24, a yard and a half less per completion, 7 less touchdowns, and 6 more picks. And he had 100 more yards than he did from 2023, but he also threw it 97 more times. So it was a bad year for Fafita. I think he'll be back. I think he's going to definitely have a better season this year than he did last year. I also feel like he's been around forever, but he's only a junior. So Braden Locke comes in from Wisconsin. He started 9 games last year, but obviously I think they're just going to rock with Noah Fafita again. And like you were talking about the run game, I don't think they used the run game nearly as much as they should have last year. Conley had 744. He graduated. Riscano's back. Had 78 carries. Ismail Mahdi transfers in from Texas State. He was first-team Sunbelt last year.
2-time first-team Sunbelt.
Yeah, and 22 starts, 2,300 yards, 14 touchdowns the last 2 years. So Mike Mitchell's in from Utah. Quincy Craig had 9 starts from Portland State. So obviously, I think they're trying to beef up the running back position here. They have 4 quality running backs. I think they all have the opportunity to start too. So I don't think Fafita should be throwing the ball 432 times again and have a more rounded offense, but
especially without the superstar wide receiver out there.
Right, you lose McMillan, set school records in yards. But I mean, they are deeper here at wideout. I'm not sure if someone will be up to Tet's talent. Obviously, Chris Hunter's back, was not wide receiver 2 at 1,000 yards less than McMillan. I think that was also an issue as Fafita was forcing it to Tet most of the year. I think that was a problem. After those 2 wideouts, everyone else had less than 200 yards on this team. Luke Weissong comes in from New Mexico, had 800 last year. Chris Hudson from Washington State also is here, had 20 starts at Oregon before Washington State and started every game for Washington State last year. So I think they have 3 wide receivers that played a lot. That's helpful. Jeremiah Patterson's back too. Didn't do much last year. Still played 35% of the snaps. Trey Spivey went 16 for 160 as a freshman from Kansas State last year. Watley comes in. He was a 2-year starter from Chattanooga at 1,600 yards the last 2 years. So they have good receivers, just not the talent of McMillan. But they may be better than that. May be better, I think, for this team. To be honest, I think. Isaiah Mizell's a really high recruited freshman too. I think they have a lot of depth. As long as Fafita doesn't try to throw it to one person the whole time and spread it around more, I think they're going to be a lot more solid this year.
Yeah, I think the wide receivers are better. Obviously, no one's as good as McMillan was the best wide receiver in the country, probably. So you can't replace that. But the wide receiving core as a whole, I think is better across the board.
Yeah, and then what didn't help Fafita too is the offensive line had 9 different starting lineups last year.
I have similar questions about this offensive line, although it should be in better shape. Ty Buchanan's probably going to start at right tackle because the right tackle was a second-round pick for the Dolphins. So their best offensive line, lineman last year was the right tackle. He's on the Dolphins. Ty Buchanan comes in from Texas Tech. Started 8 games last year. So, okay, that's just start. Should be decent right tackle. They bring in a 2-year starter from Hawaii to Canberra. That's probably going to start at right guard. Alex Deuce is back from last year. He probably starts at center. The center and left guard from last year are both gone. One of them transferred to Tennessee. So the left side of the
and Jordan Brown was supposed to start. He started 5 years at left tackle last year. He's already out for the year, so he got hurt in camp. So
the injuries actually go farther than that because Rhino, the left tackle, he missed spring. I'm not sure his condition right now. So the left side of the offensive line is a bit of a question mark for me. Is it going to be Chubba May? I don't know. He had one snap last year. And then the left tackle is supposed to be Rhino Tapa. I'm not going to try it. But he started 6 games last year, tore his ACL. Not sure his availability. And if he's not available to go, the left side of the offensive line is going to be guys that haven't started. So I don't know. The offensive line was so inconsistent last year that I guess it's slightly better.
Yeah, I think it might be better. I really like this offense. Then again, I liked the offense last year, and they dropped 100 spots in OFEI. So, yeah, that's absurd. 100 spots to drop off. It has to be better this year. You would imagine.
Want to talk defense?
Yeah. Alessio and Trey Smith or Chase Kennedy should be on the ends here. Smith started last year. Alessio or Kennedy, it doesn't matter who, really. They should move into the starting role, one of those two. The interior is going to be different, which, again, I think is a good thing. Deshaun McKnight played 4 years of college ball, started in 14 games last year at UT Martin. Savea jumped around a lot, was already here a couple of years ago. Malachi Bailey from Alcorn State had 18.5 sacks in the last 2 years. I got to think he's going to be playing some with that production. You got another transfer in from Northwestern State. I think this is a pretty solid line. Tatum Brown is back at the mic. He's the number 2 tackler. I like Jacob Manu a lot. Missed 5 games. Still was number 6 in tackles, but unfortunately he's off to Washington. Other than him, I think those linebackers are solid. They have great transfers in. Max Harris from Texas State had 11 starts last year. Blake Gotcher, 12 starts, 162 tackles last year at Northwestern State, which is an absurd number. Riley Wilson had 13 starts, 13 sacks last year at Montana. So I really like these starters, actually. After the top 4, depth may be an issue. It's loaded with incoming transfers, but I like the front 7. Dalton Johnson stays on at safety. He was a number 1 tackler. Genesis Smith, too, number 3 tackler. They're both back, so the safety should be really solid. Tacario Davis was their best corner, I feel. He also went to Washington. Maldonado went to Kansas State. But Groves Killebrew is back to the other cornerback, so they do have 3 starters back. And Michael Dansby comes in from San Jose State, started 17 games the last 2 years. And speaking of San Jose State, Javion Cole was all Mountain West there in 23. Didn't play much at Texas, but he transfers in here. You got a few backups. Swady Griffin committed to Texas Tech. Decommitted, signed here. He's an incoming freshman. Looked great in camp so far. Plus you have Stukes, Price, Luttrell, who was all played last year. So I think this defense is really solid. I think it's a way better defense than they had last year.
Yeah, Luttrell wasn't just a backup either. He was 8th on the team in tackle. He saw significant time in the secondary. So, yeah, there is a lot back. There's a lot of production. Stukes, the nickel, missed spring.
He tore his ACL last year. I'm not sure his availability. I didn't write out for season in my notes, which means I read somewhere that he might play. I just have in my notes that he missed spring. So make sure if you're watching this, make sure you check on his status for Arizona's defense. But
their kicker got drafted 6th round, by the way, to the Ravens to replace
wow,
that whole situation.
Ravens kickers. But I agree with you. I don't mind the defense at all.
I don't mind the offense either, but I didn't mind the offense last year, and that was a disaster.
I don't know. I don't know if I miss Fish.
I miss Fish.
Grades last year. Oh, I'm sorry. Schedule. Did I mark down the schedule? Okay, so the schedule's tougher for Arizona. So the conference difference is here. You look at the left side and you think, oh, those are some good programs. But the thing is, you got Utah in a crazy down year. You got Texas Tech in a down year. You got West Virginia in a down year. So now you go to the right. I mean, Oklahoma State obviously is not going to be good. But Iowa State, Kansas, if they're healthy, Cincinnati, it's slightly tougher. I'll say slightly tougher in terms of the conference schedule. Last year, they were a D in rushing offense. New OC. The uncertainty on the offensive line is keeping me from. Amadi's a beast from Texas State. He's a beast.
Yeah. What was the last year's?
D.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with a C.
Me too. Passing offense B. I'm gonna say.
I'll go B plus.
I'm gonna go B minus. Rushing defense D.
I will go C minus.
Honestly, I'll go C. I think the defense might be okay. And then pass defense D. I like the secondary. I'll go C again.
I'll go C.
All right. Now we move on to the old Cinderella. All right. Sun Devil football. What a season. I want to give a special shout out to Arizona State for coming back in that Texas game to cover. Obviously,
I want them to win, though, man.
Oh, I wanted them to win, too.
I want them to win so bad.
I took Arizona State plus the points in that game, and Texas went up, I don't know, like 21-3 or something, and all the comments were chirping about how I was an idiot. And then Scattaboo was just like throwing deep balls, breaking 8 tackles. So shout out to Arizona State. That was awesome. I think that was my favorite day of college football of the year. That was one of the best games I've ever watched. I had a ton of fun. My bet was down big, and it came back and covered. Arizona State provided me more entertainment than I think anyone last year, and I think
my favorite was when Cal was down 30 and came back in the Discord and won that game.
Yep.
That was so good.
That was basketball, right?
No, that was football.
Was it football? I thought that was a college basketball game. All right. So what can we expect from Arizona State in 2025? Same coaching staff back. Dillingham back for year number 3. If you're an Arizona State fan, you are psyched. Year 3, what can he accomplish? There's a lot of production back, and we'll get to that in a second. If I was to express some concerns for Arizona State, I would say, and by the way, this is probably a little nitpicky. If you're an Arizona State fan, don't throw a tantrum. A lot of their 2024 wins could have been losses, let's be honest. I scored a touchdown to beat Kansas with 16 seconds left. Texas State fumbled in their own territory to lose that game. They were losing the UCF game with 4 minutes to go. BYU has the ball on the 35-yard line with 1 minute left to win it. Retzlaff threw a pick to lose that game. Utah, 1-point football game with 2 minutes left. I mean, they were 10-2. They could have had the same season and went 6-6. It was awesome, and I'm not saying they didn't play well or anything. I'm just saying, like, a couple bounces there at the end of they could have been 6-6. So I think we do have to be mindful of the fact that there was a lot of crazy finishes, and they were on the favorable side of these crazy finishes. Can we count on that happening again? There is a lot of production back, though. Scoop, well, who's back on the offense?
Yeah, obviously Sam Leavitt, one of the best freshman years as a quarterback. First 4 weeks was rough, but then really turned it on at the end of the season. The only game Arizona State lost during that stretch after Texas Tech is that Cincy game, but Leavitt was hurt that game. So Still finished with 2,800 yards, 24 touchdowns, 6 picks, Big 12 title. Yeah, I mean, pretty great.
Decent.
Redshirt freshman years for him. Obviously, he's a starter here again. Should be one of the best Big 12 quarterbacks again. Jeff Simmons will be back to back him up like he did last year.
What's up, Simmons?
They actually have a really solid quarterback sign as a freshman too in Cameron Dyer, but obviously he won't get any time. Everyone knew Arizona State legend Cam Scatterbo, 1,712 yards, led the Big 12 in yards. He's off to the Giants, 4th-round pick. He set the school record, and actually was number 2 in receptions, too, with 45. I think losing Scatterbo is a hit. Starter, I think, will be Kanye Udo now. He had 1,117 yards for Army last year. Second-team AAC. Obviously, it's a very different style of offense, but he kind of runs like Scatterbo. He's just like power, put your nose down and hit people. He's a
monster, dude.
Kyson Brown, the number 2 from last year's back 2, or Alek Brown 2, so 3 juniors as your running backs. I think production will just go a little down, obviously, because you're losing a 1,700-yard back. Their wideouts, Jordan Tyson's back, first-team Big 12, third-team All-American last year, 1,100 yards, 10 touchdowns. Guillory graduated, same with the number 3 in Stovall, but Jalen Moss is in from Fresno, started every game the last 2 years there, had over 1,200 yards. Jaron Hamilton only played 4 games at Bama last year, and Noble Johnson played at 9 games at Clemson. Also, they're both back, but both are supposed to be really good receivers. Malik McClain missed most of the year last year. He's back this year, too. Mateo stays on as tight end, who was second-team Big 12, so I think the skill positions are definitely solid here. And then the offensive line, I mean, Fortuna was your best lineman at center, but a big bug comes in, was hurt most of 2024, but he transfers in, should jump on the line. You have 2 Iowa State transfers in Wade and Brent Hilton. So, and you have Rogioli here from Nebraska. So you lose Fatanu and 3 backups, but you gain a starter and 3 backups. So it's kind of like Washington here. If anything, they're even more. I don't know. It's kind of like a wash here. It's kind of, if anything, they're even more experienced. I think they'll have a really good, solid year. Maybe not the same rushing numbers, but I mean, obviously, it's hard to top that. But I think it's still solid.
Yeah, the offensive line's fine. They did lose their best offensive line, like you said, but the other 4 are back, and they brought in a couple transfers. The offensive line should be better. Everything should be better. Obviously, you lose Scatterbo, like you said, but Udo's a beast. One concern, Jordan Tyson, their superstar wide receiver, limited in camp. And remember, he was dealing with some stuff during the season last year. So you hope that he's healthy. From what I'm reading, it's precautionary type stuff. But just wanted to mention he has been he's been taking a limited role in camp. So hopefully Jordan Tyson's healthy. But yeah, I mean, in terms of personnel, they got what you need on the offensive side. Scoop, defense, I mean, kind of the same story, right?
Yeah, their defense, I mean, the D-line didn't generate a ton of pressure last year, but their run defense was really solid. Only starter out of this line is Jeff Clark. The rest of the team is pretty much intact. CJ Fight was their best lineman last year. He's back. Gardner transfers in from Oregon. He didn't play last year, but he'll get some reps. You got Rashad McKenzie, too, from Washington State. And then literally your whole line and backups are pretty much back, so you're going to have even more production there. For the linebackers, McCullough's the only linebacker that matters, really, that's out. But the 3 of the other top 10 tacklers as linebackers are here. Tate Romney, Matrell Hughes, Crew Jackson, all 3 are capable of filling a role. It's just like their D-line. The run defense will be extremely solid this year. Hopefully their pass rush improves, but still not bad at all. And then for the secondary, their nickelback and Simmons is gone, but they get 2 starting nickel cornerbacks in. Breedlove played 3 years at Purdue, and Adrian Wilson started 5 games, had 47 tackles for Washington State last year. The rest of the starting lineup is back. They had Nyland Green, who started 7 games at Purdue last year with 5 pass breakups last year, so he's in here. Maurice Williams played in 10 games at Houston last year too, but literally, like, the D-line and the linebackers, I mean, pretty much the whole starting secondary is here. So you lose, I think, only 3 players on this whole defense, and they get solid transfers in. So I think this defense is going to be stacked.
Yeah, I agree. They as far as returning production, you got everything you want here. If you're an Arizona State fan, you're bringing back a ton on both sides. In terms of the schedule, though, I'm a little worried because Arizona State kind of has this like, okay, we're going to win the Big 12 again. It's kind of like, it's just like the ceiling is in terms of expectations, the ceiling's been raised. And, all right, in order to win the Big 12, you went from, like, hopefully we play well to, like, you have to win at Baylor, at Rice-Eccles against a much better Utah team, at Iowa State. You got Texas Tech. So I feel like it's just like a different vibe when you go into the season with like, hey, hopefully we can win 5 or 6 games, to, hey, we got to go into Rice Eccles and beat you. Like, that's a different situation. That's the crazy part about the Big 12, man. It's, if you're a football fan, you should love the Big 12 because it's exactly what football fans claim they want. It's parity. Any single team in the Big 12 could win it this year, and the team that won it last year, Arizona State, no one would be surprised if they're back in the basement of the Big 12. Like, it's truly crazy.
Well, Arizona State was projected to be last year.
And BYU, I think, was second last.
Yeah, it was
wild. And then they were like the 2 best teams in the conference. But yeah, I personally, if this video, we're not doing opinions. It's more just facts. That's what we wanted to do. Opinion, I'd be taking Arizona State's under. But all right, let's move on to the Baylor Bears.
You want to give us the grades?
Oh, grades. I'm sorry. Yes, Arizona State's grades. Last year, A+ rushing attack.
Yeah, I mean, obviously.
Offensive line.
I'll go A.
I'm gonna go B+.
Damn, that much of a drop off,
dude. It wasn't just.
He's still gonna go over 1,000.
Hold on, it wasn't just the fact that it was Scadaboo though. It was just like, dude, a lot of their rushing came from like circus plays that I don't even think Scadaboo could do again if he was back. Like, it's like type of shit where it's like that would never happen again. What just happened where he like fell and like somehow stayed up? It wasn't even like it was just like a circus play, and turned into a 70-yard run. I don't know. I not only is Scadaboo gone, I don't think that could have even been repeated if they did it again. So I'll say B+. Passing offense, I'll say B. I'll say B+.
B+.
Run defense was a B+ last year.
A-.
I'll keep it at a B+. Pass defense was a B+.
A-.
I'll keep it at a B. I'll go down to a B.
Damn, no opinions, but this guy's harsh.
If we gave Arizona State those grades last year, the comments would have called us morons.
True, you're right.
If I gave them B+ last year, they'd be like, what are you talking about? All right, let's move on to the Baylor Bears. All right, let's talk Baylor, and I really like the way this team's put together. I really like how they were playing their best football late in the season last year. First 6 games offensively, they were averaging 28 points per game, 5.61 yards per play. Sawyer Robinson took over as quarterback in like the 4th or 5th game of the year. Second half of the season, 41.3 points per game, 7.2 yards per play, success rate over 52%. So they figured it out. Second half of the season, Sawyer Robinson at quarterback, and Sawyer Robinson is back. And remember, it was only the first year with that OC. So in addition to, maybe they got the quarterback that fit, it also might have just taken a few games to get the system down. I'm big on this Baylor offense. I think it's going to be powerful. Would you disagree with that?
No, I agree with you. I also think this is kind of a make or break year for Aranda. I mean, I feel like Baylor's like Virginia Tech of the Big 12. They're never really that great except those 13 to 15 years where they had the Art Briles years. They had Bryce Petty and Seth Russell then. But Aranda's 31-30, had that year in 2021, but overall it's definitely not what they expected for this team. So yeah, I think with the same OC, same DC, I think it's going to be, this is Baylor's year, man. This has got to be their year, because otherwise they're going to hear some rumblings.
Yeah. Offense is, everyone's back on the offense.
Yeah, for the most part. Yeah, you're right.
Four starters on the offensive line. Campbell Barrington, the right tackle, graduated, but
Pendergrass got hurt for the year, right?
Yes, he's out for the season. Yeah. But they got a 4-star freshman, Caden Knighton, who's apparently dominating in camp. And also the main running back, Bryson Washington, who was Big 12 honorable mention. He's back. So they're fine at running back. Top 2 wide receivers are back, Cameron and Hawkins. They lose Presley, who was their slot wide receiver. He's on the Chiefs. But they bring in Kobe Prentice from Alabama, who's actually seeing some time as a slot receiver at Alabama. They also bring in Kobe Wilson, who looks really good in camp. He's from Texas State, 1,362 yards there in the last 2 years. Like, the other 4 starters on the offensive line is back. They lose Campbell Barrington, but Kanan Siraki's probably going to start. He started 3 games last year, so it's not like he's being thrown in, has never played before. You combine the fact that they were unstoppable offensively in the second half of the season with the fact that they bring everybody back. Yeah, I'd say I'm pretty big on Baylor. I also love their schedule, which we'll talk about in a second. But yeah, you're all in on the Baylor offense, right?
Yeah, I think Sawyer Robinson looks awesome when he took over. I think a full year under his belt now. I think he's going to be even better than he was before. For backups, Walker White transfers in from Auburn. I wouldn't actually be surprised if he started next year, if he's still here. So, yeah, Bryson Washington, obviously it's great that you keep him on the team. They signed 2 high recruits in Caden Knighton. Like you said, he was the 30th best running back recruit this year. So it's a great running back room. With Pendergrass hurt sucks, but I mean, Knighton and Joseph Dobb backing up the year. Like I said, at least Bryson Washington back, so you're going to really not lose much there. Like you said, Kobe Prentice is in from Bama, who's been there for a few years, and then you got what's his name? Cole Wilson looked good from Texas State, like he just had at 630 last year itself. So, and you get 3 receivers. I think are better than Baldwin and Presley. Taz Williams, a true freshman who may get some time too. So even though you lose Baldwin and Presley, I really like this staff. And like you said, just the one lineman gone in your right tackle in Barrington. So, but you get 3 good transfers in: Crocker from Louisville, Lorenzetti from Michigan, Cameron from Arizona State. And Siraki started a few games last year. He should play a lot more here too. So I think his offense is absolutely stacked. So I don't think there's any excuses here this year.
Now, take us through the defense. If you're looking to poke holes in Baylor, if you're a fan of another team in the Big 12 and you're looking to poke holes in Baylor, you're looking at this side of the ball. Scoop, are there holes here on the defense?
I don't think there's as many holes as you'd think. Trevin May graduated, so did Elenius Noel. Jackie Marshall should start on the edge. He was 5th in tackles last year, 7 tackles for loss, 3 sacks. He was solid. Tumana Pepe comes in from Texas A&M. He was a true freshman last year, didn't play much, but I think he's starting here this year, they said. Freelo comes in from Tulane, 275 snaps last year. Tizino's back, 24 tackles last year on his line. Same with Cooper Lands. Mario Winston comes in from Oregon, played a decent amount for that defense last year. And then Fobbs White started 7 starts, 4 sacks for Tulane last year. I think it's a solid defensive line. Plus, then your linebackers, first team Big 12, Keaton Thomas is back at linebacker, number 1 in tackles, 114 tackles last year, 7 tackles for loss, 2.5 sacks. He was awesome last year. Matt Jones is gone, was right behind Thomas with 113 tackles, 4 sacks, 10 tackles for loss. Yeah, it was an awesome linebacker group. Travion Barnes comes in from FIU. He was Conference USA Defensive Player of the Year last year, 9 starts, 129 tackles, 3 sacks. So I think he's going to have the same kind of production Matt Jones had. Phoenix Jackson comes in from Fresno. He had 4 sacks last year. He'll probably have the same production as Linton. So Kyler Jordan is back. 2 sophomores who played last year, and Corey Kelly and Kylan Reed. And this freshman, Kamara Morgan, is going to get some time too. So I think their front 7 is really solid. Lorenzo Johnson and Devin Lemer is gone, which are 2 big names on their secondary, but they get 6 transfers in. I mean, Caldwell Williford started 12 games at Tennessee Tech last year. Calvin Simpson Hunt didn't play much at all from Ohio State last year. He's going to get playing time. Tyler Turner has some time in from Oregon, played 98 snaps as a freshman last year. And you got Carl Williams, Tevin Williams, Caden Jenkins are still here at the corner. Devin Williams is a 2-year starter in from Northwestern. Redding, Coleman, Bush following Bobby at safety. It's a lot of turnover more on the secondary than the other positions. I mean, the defensive line too. I mean, they do lose, pretty much four of the top 5, but I think what they got in is fine. So if you were, I guess, taking shots at something, you would take shots at their defense, but I think the defense is still going to hold up and be solid.
Yeah, they had 2 of the best linebackers in the Big 12 last year in Thomas and Jones. Jones is gone, but they replaced him with Barnes, who was Defensive Player of the Year in Conference USA. So I think they come back in with 2 of the best linebackers in the conference again. That being said, I'm concerned about the defensive line and the secondary. They brought in legitimate pieces for sure, but we don't know if those pieces necessarily fit. So I'm not 100% sold on the Baylor defense. They're going to score some points, though. That's for sure. And here now for the best news, if you're a Baylor fan, your conference schedule. Notice I specifically said conference because your non-con's brutal. You open up against Auburn and then go to SMU. So yeah, your non-con's tough. But if you're Baylor, what's your goal? Win the Big 12, and the table's set for you to do that. You've got Arizona State at home. Obviously,
You're gonna have to play some good teams.
That's your hardest game, I think.
No, Kansas State.
You are so down on Arizona
Kansas State is so
it's
much
so
better than Arizona
wild
State.
that you're
Kansas
so down
State
on
is a better
Arizona
team than Arizona State.
Oh, no, oh my God.
So they got Arizona State at home. Then specifically, look at the road conference schedule. The road Big 12 game. Oklahoma State, TCU, Cincinnati, Arizona. You don't have one tough, not like downplaying TCU.
I guess TCU. Well, TCU's that rivalry game too, so that's going to be the tougher one. But yeah, it's definitely like the easier of the.
I think Cincinnati's going to be okay too. I'm saying in terms of your road conference games, you dodge all of the top dogs in the Big 12. So they have a very easy road conference schedule. Their two toughest games, Arizona State and Kansas State. Both those games are at home. Utah, another one of their tough games. That game's at home as well, coming off a bye without a travel. So they get Utah in a perfect spot to knock them off. This is it, Baylor. This is your year.
This is. It better be.
Rushing offense last year, there was an A-. I'm bumping them up to an A. I might even go A+. I love that.
I will. Jesus, I will go in an A.
Passing offense, I'm going to drop to a B+. I don't think Sawyer Robinson is quite as that good.
What was it? A-?
It was A last year.
I'll go A-.
Rush defense last year was A-. I love the linebackers.
I'll stay at an A-.
I'll go B+. Pass defense C. They bring back a decent amount.
I'll go B-.
Yeah, B- sounds cool for me too. All right, let's talk some BYU. So there's a quarterback battle here. It's been narrowed to two names. I'm reading. Actually, before we get into that, why there is a quarterback battle is Retzlaff.
Jake Retzlaff had sucks. So
I feel like there has to be something more to it.
Can't do that at BYU. You're not allowed to have premarital sex. I don't know. It's the laws. I don't know what you want to do.
Okay, so that Retzlaff is now a Tulane. So.
I mean, he had an okay year. I don't think he was that great anyway. So
I think he was a little
like crazy.
I think he was a little bit overrated as well.
Thank you.
So, real quick, it's obviously the same coaching staff back. Offensive. One thing I will say, I read an article about the team having a chip on their shoulder, and I feel like that's a good way to describe it because before Retzlaff transferred out, BYU was getting thrown around in top 25 conversations. And then what happened with Retzlaff, and then all of a sudden everyone's just like written them off. Like, oh, no, they suck now. Where it's like, damn, you thought they were one of the best teams in the conference, and because of one player, you think they suck now? So maybe a little bit of a chip on their shoulder mentality here for BYU. Offensive turnover. What do you think, Scoop?
Yeah. So if you don't remember last year, especially with the quarterback, with Retzlaff, they didn't even make a decision until midweek before the first game to be quarterback. And I think that's going to be the case this year again. Yeah, I don't know who's going to be quarterback. McCray Hillstead had a year at Utah State in 2020-23. Started a few games there, 1,000 yards. Trayshawn Burgett played 2 years at Western Michigan in 2022 and 2023. He started 8 games there, 6 touchdowns, 2 picks. And they also have that true freshman in Bear Bachmeier, who was at Stanford for a semester before transferring here.
Elite lineage there.
Right. So, I mean, either way, it's a bit worrisome when you don't have a quarterback who's taken a snap in 2 years at the college level. So that's, we'll see. But again, I don't know if you're going to get a response of who's going to be the quarterback there. There really is a 3-way battle here. I don't know who's going to be.
Well, actually, I read recently that they've narrowed it to a two-way battle.
Who got the boot?
So apparently it's between Hillstead and Bachmeier.
Oh, okay.
So they eliminated the most experienced one out.
Yes. Yes, that is correct.
No more Burgett. He has way too much experience, right?
I don't like that. So LJ Martin's back at running back, 718 yards, 7 touchdowns last year. That was with missing 3 games too. So if he's fully healthy, he could definitely go over 1,000. Rapati, their running back 2, he was in the portal. Moa seems to be their number 2. He was a linebacker that converted into a running back. Huanga, redshirt last year, he's back. It'll definitely be those 3, I think. I don't think there's not much else here. LJ Martin should have a ton of carries this year. I think he's definitely the number 1. Their wide receiver 1, Chase Roberts, is back, had 854 last year. Last year, their wide receiver 2 at 703. Guess what? Graduated. Guess who he's on? The Jacksonville Jaguars. Keelan Marion, wide receiver 3, transfers to Miami, and their number 4 was JoJo Phillips. He's back. So Parker Kingston's back too, who was their wide receiver 5, had 196. And then Tiger Bachmeier comes in from Stanford too, transfers with his brother. So yeah, definitely elite lineage there, like you say. So other than that, like their running backs, it's not much here. Cody Hagan, Ty Nakua, both backs to sophomore now. So I think that's they're okay. Pei Kime, first team Big 12 left tackle Etienne. They're both gone. All three of them are gone. They do have three linemen back here with 6+ starts. Bruce Mitchell started 6 games the last 3 years here. Lupuaho and right? And Makasini, they're both back at the starting on the line. Andrew Gentry comes over from Michigan, played in 26 games there. He started twice in those 26 games. Isaiah Jetta started a few games here too. So the line's okay. It's not great. I mean, Kyle Sprasiak is in from Southern Utah. He started 18 games there. Honestly, I think this offense is going to struggle. That's just me. I don't know anything about their quarterbacks. The best player on this team, I think, right now is LJ Martin. He's solid, but I think their line's average. Their wide receivers, except Roberts, are average. So I just don't know how the quarterbacks are going to be. I think it's going to be a little bit of a step back on this offense.
I could see step back just because I think what we saw last year was a little bit of a what the hell, where Retzlaff was like slinging the football around. I don't know. This is a team I kind of have a question mark next to, because I agree with you. We don't even know who's playing quarterback, but like you said, we didn't know who was playing quarterback last year either. And this is a program that has generated some quarterback play over the years. So it wouldn't be crazy if one of these guys is like a beast. I mean, BYU does produce some quarterbacks, that have went on to play at the NFL level. Bear Bachmeier apparently is a very good athlete, like dual threat guy. So if he gets the start, I think you're going to see a lot of him using his legs. I just read that. I've never seen it before. So if he comes out and he's slow as shit, I just reading what someone else wrote. Offensive line, they bring back 5 guys that started games last year. Only 3 of them were actual starters, but the other 2, like Scoop said, I don't know. I really don't know what to think about the offense. I will say the schedule's better. Last year, their schedule was kind of brutal. Somehow they still – it's crazy what happened last year. All right, on the defensive side, Jack Kelly leading off. Man, he's good. He's going to be very, very good this year. He's kind of a outside linebacker / edge. 5 sacks last year. He's back. Glasker, also very good linebacker. He's in the middle, led the team tackles. He's back. Scoop, what's going? Oh, Scoop, did you see Kirkland is not going to be back for the start of the season? Did you see that?
Yeah, which also is a struggle because I don't like the inside of their line anyway.
Yep. Agreed.
I like the outside. I like the edges. First team Big 12 baddies off the line. Nelson and Mangleton started every game on the interior. They're both gone too, and Bagna 7 starts on the other edge. They're all seniors. They're all gone. So you lose 4 starters pretty much on this line. Logan Latuya started 4 games at edge when Bagna did it. I think he's obviously just going to make the start in place. Kana played 8 games at Texas last year. Only had 1 tackle. May start on the other side too. Tanavasa will definitely be on the interior. 19 starts the last 2 years at Utah. Purcell from Southern Utah. He actually was really solid. He had 24 games, 12 tackles for loss. I mean, Justin Kirkland has 7 starts for Oklahoma State the last 2 years. Well, it's probably going to be Kirkland and Tanavasa on the inside. Panoa, Schoonover, Asiata played a little bit. They're making big jumps, but yeah, like you said, Kirkland, he's out for the year, you said? So
No. He definitely is going to miss the opener. Based on what I'd read, I'd say maybe October he'll be back.
Okay.
Late September. So I'd say like 3 to 5 games. He'll miss.
Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, I don't really like their line a lot. I do like their linebackers, like you just said. They lose Taggart, who transferred to Cal, but Isaiah Glasker's back. He was solid, definitely one of the better linebackers in the college conference. Jack Kelly, like you just said, is back too, was a beast. They're both awesome players. I think they're both NFL talent too. So Miles Hall was a great freshman last year. Sarah will get more time, was highly thought of 2 years ago, only played in 5 games last year. So I really like them. In the secondary, they were one of the best in football. They had 22 interceptions last year. They lose both starting corners, and Collins and Robinson. They combined for 5 interceptions, 14 pass breakups. Crew Wakely, their one safety, is also gone. He transferred to Purdue. Tanner Hall is the only defensive back left that started last year. He's going to start at free safety again. I think Rady Dumani will play strong safety. He had 26 tackles last year, but I don't think he's going to be as good as Wakely. Maury Bama and Evan Johnson will probably be on the corners. Both played a decent amount last year, but these are all just backups playing from last year, just moving into a starting role. So And right now, I mean, I can't really judge. I think the backups are worse, but obviously you haven't really seen much of them. So I do like the linebackers. Not sure about the D line, and I'm not sure about the secondary.
Yeah, I don't want to talk too much about this team because I really don't know. It just like the offense, I kind of question marks. The schedule looks really nice except for one really rough stretch. They play at Iowa State and at Texas Tech back to back. They got to go to Lubbock right after Iowa State. I will say there's a bye week in between, which is clutch. But other than that, you take out that little 2-game stretch, and the schedule really doesn't look that bad. The non-con's easier than last year. Remember, last year they went on the road to SMU and somehow won that game. I don't know how. So yeah, you avoid Kansas State this year. You avoid Arizona State, who apparently is the best team in the conference. I don't see how, but apparently Arizona State's the best team in the conference. So you avoid those two teams. So yeah, the schedule doesn't look bad for BYU, but I just have a question mark next to them. We'll see what kind of quarterback play they're getting.
Yeah, the issue is, I mean, this team only has 13 transfers in and 39 transfers out, and then you have another 17 kids who graduated. And some of these kids, like Kalani Uvalu, he's a top 10 lineman, but BYU does like missions, and they can't complete in football until they complete their mission. Don't know, not religious, but yeah, that doesn't help their team that they can't start a top 10 lineman right away. So I personally think this is a 6-7 win team. I know I'm going to get killed.
I kind of agree.
I just don't like this team really at all this year.
Last year, their rushing offense was a B. I'm going to go B. I'll keep it B. I think they can run the ball with Martin.
Yeah, I agree. B.
Passing offense, though, B+. I'm going to drop it to a C-.
I was going to go C.
I'm actually, C-. Run defense was a B+ last year. The entire defensive line's gone.
The line's gone.
I'll
go B-.
I'm going to drop it to a C. I mean, the culture there, I'll go C+. Pass defense was A- last year. The secondary's not in the worst shape. They lose a couple. I'll say B+. I'll give them decent pass defense. How about that?
B-.
All right. Let's move on to the next one. Next up, we're talking Cincinnati Bearcats, and I'm going to come right out and say it. I like Cincinnati this year. You got to keep in mind when Satterfield took over, it was the same year they went into the Big 12. It's only his third season. Think of how crazy of a situation to be of a job that is to get thrown into the Big 12 for the first time with a Group of 5 roster. Even though I'm aware Cincinnati's roster was a step above a Group of 5 roster, they probably should have been in that conference to begin with. But still, just thrown into the Big 12 in addition to taking a new job. The fact that Sorsby was able to do what he did last year and that offense at times looked really good. I mean, they were 55th in yards per play, 43rd in success rate. I actually think it was pretty impressive. I wouldn't be surprised if Sorsby's an maybe a third-team all Big 12 quarterback this year. I like what they got on the offensive side of the ball. Offense, Scoop, what do you think?
Yeah, first, I mean, I don't think Satterfield's been great since App State, personally. Even after he went to Louisville, he didn't do great here. So, I mean, third year, this is usually when it turns around. I actually really like Sorsby back at quarterback. I thought he did a great job. He was accurate, 64% last year, 2,800 yards, 18 touchdowns. So, same kind of quarterbacks here, too. Samaj Jones backing him up. Lichtenstein's probably going to be QB, though. So, yeah, I mean, I think he's a great quarterback. I think he's going to improve this year. He was better than his 2023 season when he was at Indy. So I feel like he can definitely go for 20-plus touchdowns here. He also had 445 yards on the ground, 9 touchdowns too. So, yeah, I think he had a really solid season. Corey Kiner, huge part of his team last year, 1,153 yards, only 4 touchdowns, 16 catches too. He went undrafted, signed with the 49ers. Evan Pryor had a decent year at running back too, 418 yards. He had a 7.5 yards per carry, so I think he looked great. Still don't know if he's going to start here because Tyree Walker comes in from Wisconsin. He started 9 games last year, 864 yards, 10 touchdowns. Not sure if one of them are going to get the Kiner's numbers, but I think both combined are going to go over that total easily. For your wideouts, Xavier Henderson, wide receiver 1. He graduated. Joe Royer's back at tight end. He was actually second in receptions. Tony Johnson was their second wideout. He is now on Miami. Jamori May is their wide receiver 3 graduated. Burke Halter, their wide receiver 4, went to Wake Forest. So Aaron Turner is your most returning production with 85 yards. So, yeah, but I like their transfers. I think they did a great job there. Cyrus Allen started 5 games at Texas A&M last year. Caldwell's in from Lindenwood. He was first team Big South. He had over 1,000 yards, 10 touchdowns. Caleb Goody's,
he was in the discussion for like the FCS Offensive Player of the Year. Caldwell's a beast.
Yeah, so Caleb Goody's in from Colorado State, 7 starts last year when they didn't throw the ball, 436 yards. I think those will be your starting 3, those 3 transfers. And then Isaiah Johnson's in from Western Carolina, Noah Jennings in from Charleston Southern. So you have a lot of transfers here. I think it's going to be really solid. I think the line might be their hardest part. I think that's a bit of a step down. I don't know if you want to talk about that.
Yeah, so first of all, Caldwell is 6'5" and one of the most dynamic offensive players in the FCS last year. I like him a lot. Caleb Goody, Telemetry Sports has him in the top 5 fastest wide receivers in the entire country. This dude has blazing speed. And Noah Jennings was an FCS freshman All-American in 2023. I like the wide receivers they brought in. And kind of keep in mind, yes, they lost all their wide receivers from last year, but their wide receivers weren't particularly great for Cincinnati. I love the wide receivers they have, and apparently they look really good in camp. Like Sorsby's connected with them. Everything I've read about this offensive camp is it looks like absolute air raid. Like they're just dominating. I think this offense is going to be really good. Yes, you mentioned the offensive line is a bit of a concern. I can't say I disagree, but if you take a deeper look, it's not that bad. So, yes, 4 of the 5 starters from last year are gone, but Buford is back as well. He started 8 games. So, technically, there's 2 starters back, not just 1. They bring in Teron Tio. I'm sorry if I'm saying that incorrectly. He comes in from Ball State. He's a 2-year starter, 3rd-team MAC last year, so an all-conference guard from the MAC. They bring in Joe...
all-conference guard from Ball State, which is even more impressive.
And they also bring in Joe Cotton, who's probably going to start at left tackle. He's from South Dakota. He was 2nd-team Missouri Valley Conference last year. The offensive line may be a little bit of a question mark, but I like Satterfield, and I like Sorsby, and I like the receivers. I think Cincinnati's going to score some points. The reason I like this team is not necessarily because everything looks great on the offense. It's just like I trust that they're going to find a way to be good offensively, kind of like they did last year. And the defense brings back a ton of production in the defensive front. So we'll flip it over to the defense. The Godfather up front. Corleone. Mr. Corleone, one of the best defensive tackles, not in Cincinnati, not in the Big 12, in the country. This man is a problem. 1st team all Big 12, and he's good. He missed spring. It wasn't an injury. He has like a medical condition, but he's good. He's participating in fall camp. He's one of the best defensive players in the entire country, right up in the middle. The rest of the defensive line pretty much comes back with him. Eric Phillips had 4 sacks. He's out of there, but Varner's back. Kamari Burns is back. He missed 6 games last year. He's healthy now. Micah Coleman comes in from Eastern Michigan. Jalen White-McLean comes in from Old Dominion on the edge. C.J. McCray from Virginia Tech had 3.5 sacks in 2023, missed 2024, injured. Rob Jackson's back. Jake Goldie, second on the team in tackles last year, Big 12 honorable mention, linebacker. He's back. Simeon Coleman is back. Should be a really good piece for him. He was 10th on the Cincinnati defense in tackles last year as a true freshman. They do lose Jared Bartlett at linebacker. He's on the Green Bay Packers now. He was probably the inside linebacker, kind of like the leader of the defense. He's gone, but Jonathan Thompson is back. Jack Dingle is back. Those are the other 2 linebackers. The defensive front is pretty solid here. Would you disagree with that?
No, I agree with literally everything you just said. Monte Whedon and Brian Sims both back as backups for linebackers. They had 15-plus tackles as freshmen, too. You got a couple FCS transfers coming in to back up that line. So I think they have a really solid front 7. The DBs, they do lose 4. Jordan Young, Derek Canteen, Josh Minkins, Kalen Carroll. But I still think they have a good secondary. Matthew McDoom comes in from Coastal. Solid name, McDoom, by the way. 3 interceptions, 10 pass breakups. Tatum Barnes started every game at New Mexico State last year, 57 tackles, 6 pass breakups. Antoine Peak had a really good solid year last year. Christian Harrison started 4 games at Tennessee. Xavier Williams was third team Conference USA coming in, 75 tackles last year. That was more than any leader had on this team last year. So you do get 3 transfers in that started last year for other teams. And Jaquai Sanks will be here as a nickel. Kyle Stokes, Golub Collard, around the Arnold back too. So this is definitely a good secondary, and overall, it's definitely a good defense.
Yeah, and Sanks and Omari Arnold are the 2 I like. So Sanks, you mentioned him, probably going to start at nickel. He was 7th on the team in tackles and a Big 12 honorable mention last year as a true freshman. So this is like one of the most productive players on the Cincinnati defense last year as a freshman, true freshman. And then Omari Arnold saw a decent amount of playing time last year. He was a true sophomore. Logan Wilson, I believe, is moving from safety and corner. He's got a chance of starting. I don't think the secondary is nearly as bad. You look and you're like, oh, wow, 4 starters gone. I don't think it's that bad.
I don't think so either.
In terms of the schedule, I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong team here. In terms of the schedule, obviously you got Nebraska right in the beginning of the season.
That's Arrowhead.
Yeah, that's not necessarily Nebraska should be pretty good this year, but then you got Bowling Green, who's really going to struggle this season. They lost everybody. At Kansas, Iowa State, I didn't write any notes about the schedule. I'm not sure why. It looks like it's about the same as last year.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, you got Iowa State and you got Baylor, but Utah's going to be better. Utah's going to be better this year, but yeah, overall, it's not a bad schedule.
Your toughest, obviously, you got to go to Rice Eccles. That's going to be tough, but you also go to Oklahoma State. That team, that's not that bad. All right, last year Cincinnati was a B rushing offense. I'm going to keep him at a B.
Yeah, I'll say it a B. You lose Kiner, but I think the other 3 are fine.
Passing offense was a B minus. I'm going to go A minus.
I will go B plus.
Last year, run defense was a B plus. They bring everyone back. I'm going to keep it as a B plus.
I'll do B plus, and then
pass defense was a B.
I'll keep it as a B.
I'm going to keep it as a B. Yeah. All right, Cincinnati. Let's move on to the next team. Let's do it. Let's talk about the Buffs. So obviously, Coach Prime back. Pat Shurmur at OC, Livingston at DC. By the way, Livingston.
I was just gonna say Livingston did such a good job with the defense, man. Like night and day from the other time.
Yeah. So I mean, what jumps out to me is Colorado a run first offense. I think they might be with Salter at quarterback, and with the offensive line, they've got Hayden, the running back, looks pretty good. I honestly think Colorado, who was 4th in college football in passing frequency last year, I think they might be a run-first offense. Do you disagree with that?
No, I mean, I think they're going to – I don't know if they're going to be run first. I don't know if they'll ever be run first, but I think it's going to be – it can't be worse than what they did. I mean, the team just didn't use their running backs last year pretty much ever. Augusta had enough – I mean, he didn't do anything. He transferred to South Carolina. He led the team with 384 yards on 85 attempts. So, yeah, I mean, listen, Coach Prime's back. He did an awesome job the second year. He's having a lot of health issues, so I hope he gets that worked out. I mean, look, obviously Shador's gone. Number retired. 13-11, 2 years at Colorado, so good for him. Listen, Shador was awesome last year. He had 4,000 yards, 37 touchdowns. He had 74% completion percentage. He had an awesome year. So, Caden Salter comes in from Liberty. He was better in 2023 than he was in 2024. He threw for 1,000 yards less last year. He went from 32-6 to 15-6 touchdown to interception ratio. So we talked about it before with Liberty. He didn't have a good season, but maybe Deion and Sherman can get him back up to that 2023 season. I don't think he'll get the Shador's numbers at all. Shador is a better player overall.
Certainly not his passing numbers.
No. Julian Lewis is a true freshman, 10th ranked freshman quarterback. I don't think he'll start if Salter doesn't do well, but I can see them making a switch if he starts to really be bad. But yeah, for the running game, I mean, listen, they didn't have anything last year. I mean, Dallas Hayden's back. He was RB2. I think they'll start with Micah Welch. He had 186 yards last year, 4 touchdowns. He was a true freshman last year. I think he's better than Hayden was. Kalen Taylor transfers in from Incarnate Word, too. He had 909 yards, first team Southland. Simeon Price is in from Coastal. Either way, like if they don't use their running backs this year, it's not going to really matter who's running that ball because maybe they called on Shedeur to do a lot last year when he didn't need to, but I don't know. They just didn't use the running game like at all. Like even when they should have, they just didn't use it. So I don't know with Salter here. I think they might do more that way because they definitely need to establish some kind of running game here.
Well, the good news is the offensive line is loaded. And I mean really loaded. Jordan Seaton at left tackle. He might be one of the best left tackles in the country.
This is the best line Deion has had.
It might be one of the best offensive lines in the country. So Jordan Seaton, he was the number 1 offensive line recruit last year in 2024. And in his freshman year, he was a Big 12 honorable mention and a freshman All-American. So Jordan Seaton at left tackle, that's legit. That's an NFL player. That's legitimately one of the best left tackles in the entire country. Xavier Hill transfers in. That is a possible first-round pick right there. He's a 2-year starter. He was first-team All-AAC at Memphis last year. He was originally a recruit from LSU. Xavier Hill, he's one of the best offensive linemen in the country coming in. You also got McGill transferring in. He's a 3-year starter, was second-team Sunbelt in 2023. And Chrysler, I don't know if I'm saying that name right. Comes in from Illinois. He's a 3-year starter from Illinois, 2-time Big Ten honorable mention. Illinois, Bielema, widely known for developing NFL offensive linemen. That's like his thing. So that you bring Phillip Houston back on the other side, who's the starting right tackle. You also bring in Agunbi from Texas A&M. He's started 8 games at Texas A&M, so I'm not sure if he's actually going to start, but the offensive line is very, very good.
Yeah, and Loveless comes in from Northwestern, 9 starts. Phillip Houston's already, had 9 starts here last year. Larry Johnson played in 12 games at Tennessee last year. He transfers in. Jordan Stetson started every game, like you said, as a true frosh last year. So the amount of talent that Colorado actually has on his offensive line is actually absurd. I'm obviously, so the biggest issue, if the O-line's fine, I would imagine the running back's going to start doing something. The wideouts, though, 3 of them were drafted. Obviously, Travis Hunter to the Jags. LeJontay Wester was drafted to the Ravens. Jimmy Horn was drafted to the Panthers. And Shepard, the wide receiver 3, also graduated. So their best returner is Draylon Miller, who had 277. So Amarian Miller's back too. He had 216. Joseph Williams comes in from Tulsa. Jack Estera from Utah State. Sincere Brown from Campbell. He actually had over 1,000 yards. First team Coastal Athletic. Keem Williams is a Florida State transfer. 8 starts last year. But the wideouts are still talented. Savell Smalls is a senior. Caleb Matthews is back after redshirting last year. So these wideouts just are good. They just aren't the same as listen, if you get 3 NFL wide receivers drafted, it's going to be hard to replicate, especially when you lose your starting quarterback. But it's still a good group. You just don't have Shedeur to throw to him.
Yeah, and Joseph Williams, that guy who transferred in from Tulsa, he had 588 yards as a true freshman. He was actually the AAC Freshman of the Year. So Joseph Williams, very bright future at wide receiver, transfers in. What about the defense, Scoop?
This is a loaded defensive line. The defensive line led the Big 12 in sacks and tackles for loss. They had 93 last year, which is wild. Lots of people only focus on that offense, but their D-line was one of the best in the country. First team Big 10 defensive end BJ Green went undrafted to the Jacksonville Jaguars. It's absurd. 12 tackles for loss, 7.5 sacks. Their 2 defensive tackles, Coxon and Kwanko, are gone on interior, also seniors. So they do lose good pieces, but the defensive line is still loaded.
Otis is a beast.
Listen, Okenlola still back on the edge, 3 sacks, 4 tackles for loss here. Arden Walker only started 2 games last year, but still at 4.5 sacks. He'll be on the other end. McCoy and Hayes transfer out. They were on edges, but backups but they were backups. And I like the backs up as it is. It's not going to be a big deal. Keaton Wade was fine last year. London Merritt is the 35th ranked freshman edge. Wiggins, Swains, Walker aren't the most experienced, but it's fine there. So listen, Tavian Coleman's in from Texas State. Lightfoot is in from Fresno State. Both started every games for those schools the last 2 years. Like you just said, Otis is the 4-star transfer from Bama. So I know they lose 3 of their starters, but it's still a loaded defensive line, even with their transfers. So
Otis is a 4-star recruit at Alabama. He started on Alabama's defense in 2022 as a true freshman. He ended up redshirting last year, but yeah, it's a high-end talent. Linebackers are cool, French and Hughes, right?
Yeah. So I know Hills Green is gone. He transferred to Bama. Bentley's gone too. But yeah, Matavius French comes in from UTSA. He was second team American Athletic Conference last year. And then Reginald Hughes comes in from Jacksonville State, 83 tackles, 4.5 sacks. He was first team Conference USA. So you do lose two big names, but you bring in two big names who had really solid years. Yeah,
the new linebackers are better.
Yeah, and Preston Hodge is back at nickelback. Sean Myers missed time in North Alabama last year, but had 8 starts there in 2023. You have a backup in Salter from TCU. Gage Goldberg was a true freshman last year. It's really a good linebacker core. So, and Hills Green was awesome, but I think they have enough here to have the same kind of production they did.
I think the linebackers are better, honestly. The secondary is the only spot where I think Colorado takes a step backwards because obviously they're two best. They're on the Jacks.
Yeah, so obviously you talked about Travis Hunter being gone. That's obviously also DB being gone. So Shiloh Sanders is gone too, the number 3 tackler, and Silman Craig had a crazy good year too. Ironically, also on the Jaguars.
How are they doing this?
We had 300 players. So you lose 3 starters here. I agree. This is the biggest question mark on the team besides quarterback. 7 transfers in, but I don't think any of them are as good as Hunter or Silman Craig. DJ McKinney is going to start on the other side at corner. Tariq Davis is from Wyoming, started every game last year. Tariq Bayard had 10 starts last year at free safety for Southern Florida. He had a pretty solid year. You do have some, big transfers from big schools. You got King from Kansas State, Vickers from Oklahoma, Slaughter from Tennessee, Love from Auburn, but they didn't play. So you're not sure how that's going to work out here. But they do have solid transfers. They do have players that played. So yeah, I think the defense is going to be solid. The secondary is a little bit of a question mark. It's just, how good is the new offense going to work, basically? Yeah,
from what I read, McKinney's the guy. He's going to be the main corner there. He was Big 12 honorable mention last year, and he's kind of going to be the next one. He's probably going to be a high NFL draft pick in 2026. So McKinney's going to be the main corner. And like you said earlier, Preston Hodge at nickel is a huge piece. Other than that, Carter Stottmeyer is going to be a big piece as well. The secondary is the only area of the Colorado defense where I think gets worse. But, yeah, it should be good, man. In terms of the schedule, though, this is where it gets a little shaky for Colorado because they were a little fortunate last year in terms of their conference schedule. Also, their non-con was a little easy as well, even though it's pretty much it's not much worse. I think it might be even easier this year. They do have Georgia Tech, which is a rough opener. But in terms of the conference schedule, last year, Baylor, they got Baylor early in the season before they really turned up. UCF kind of had a down year. They got Kansas State at home. This year, you're at Utah. That's going to be tough. You're at Kansas State last game of the year. That's going to be tough. So I'd say the conference schedule slightly stronger for Colorado. Nothing crazy, but slightly stronger than last year's. Let's talk grades.
And they're over under 6.5. So it's not like we're it's you can see how the books expect Colorado to go too. So
yeah, but I don't know if it's necessarily because they think Colorado's worse or the market thinks Colorado's worse as much as it is you've got you got at Utah, at Kansas State, Georgia Tech's on the schedule. You got Iowa State on the schedule. So the schedule's a little bit rougher. In addition to, I think the market expects Colorado to regress a little bit. Rushing offense last year was an F. I'm giving it a C+.
D+.
Passing offense was an A+. I'm going B-. B-.
B-, yeah.
Run defense B+. I'll keep it B+.
I'll keep it B+.
Pass defense A+. I'm going to drop it to a B.
B+.
Let's talk Houston Cougs. Tough one. This is another team. There's a few teams where I just have a question mark next to. This is one of them. You don't want to overreact to Willie Fritz's first season there. The offense was, oh my god,
yeah, it was a disgrace. It might have been the worst in the country.
I was like the worst. I was gonna not just the worst Power 4 offense. It was like the worst. Period. Oh my god, it was bad.
The good thing is Slade Nagel comes back. He was his OC in 2023 for Tulane. They
had an offense there.
Yeah, so you can't. Yeah.
So one thing I will say is I was a kind of a Donovan Smith apologist. Clearly was wrong last year. I mean, they brought in the backup. What's his name? He came in.
Chris?
Zion Chris.
Listen, they both threw for 800 yards, 4 touchdowns, and 8 interceptions. That's how it was bad.
They got a quarterback though, and say what you want to say about Wegman. He's got high end talent. Remember, he was the top quarterback recruit in the country in 2022. He was a former 5-star, 13 career starts. He did deal with some injuries. He also showed us some really shaky that Notre Dame game last year. I don't think I'll ever forgive him for, but high end talent, high end thrower of the football, which is something they were lacking last year. And they bring back most of their receiving targets. So it's really tough because it's like, okay, they got a quarterback now. They got the receivers back. Willie Fritz, second year. They should be able to sling it. But, I can't even picture that.
It's, so hard to picture them doing anything on offense. Like you said, Wegman's coming in. I mean, he got benched, obviously, for Marcel Reed, but I think they expected more than what they saw. They wanted, a 2022, 2023 Wegman. But, I mean, either way, he's better than Smith and Chris. I mean, the quarterbacks, like I said, threw for under 10 touchdowns total last year. So it's not going to be as bad. I mean, that offense was just terrible. Rashawn Sanford's back. He was their leading rusher with 444. I mean, still had three fumbles and a touchdown. Was a freshman last year, though, so you got to kind of give him a break. Should be stronger. Dean Connors comes in from Rice, had 780, 9 touchdowns. Stacey Snead is back, too. So they pretty much ran a committee last year. Not sure if that's going to be the case this year again. I mean, either way, I feel like the offense is going to be better than what it was. I mean, looking at the wideouts, last year Steven Johnson led the team with 402. He's back. Joseph Manjak's number 2. He's now on TCU. But Muse is back. He was number 3, 253. It was just very, like you just said, it's hard to picture. Are these receivers good or not? It's just very bad, ugly football offensively. So, I mean, Amari Thomas transfers in from UAB. He had a good year last year. Harvey Broussard started every game at Louisiana last year. Tanner Koziel was one of the better tight ends of football last year at Ball State. He had 94 with 839 yards receiving. He was second team All-MAC. So this team has to be more productive here. The top 4 receivers combined for 1,100 yards last year. If this happens again this year, then I don't know. But, I mean, watching that offense was like comedy last year. So, I mean, it just should be better.
I think
the line sucked too, so that didn't help.
Yeah, and I guess the line should be better. They bring back 2 starters, the left tackle and the center. Bring in Jason Brooks Jr., probably going to start at guard. He was with Oklahoma State, missed last year with an injury, but he's got 12 career starts at Vandy in Oklahoma State. Matthew Wyckoff probably going to start on the line, transfers in from Texas A&M to Cal, 24 career starts. He was actually an SEC all-freshman, on the all-freshman team for the SEC in 2022 at Texas A&M. Merriman comes in, probably going to start on right tackle. He's from Texas Tech. He has 6 starts last year. I mean, they're talented. Certainly, Houston has no shortage of resources. I think Steph Johnson is supposed to be a very good wide receiver. I don't know. Let's get, like I said, question mark. Let's flip it over to the defense. Sucks that they lost the DC because the Houston defense is something that I thought showed signs of being very good last year. Obviously, he took the Texas Tech job, which we'll talk about in just a few minutes. So what can we expect from the defense? There are a few pieces back, but most of them have moved on.
Yeah, I think the defensive line was okay last year. The rush defense was good. Getting sacks obviously wasn't their strongest suit. They couldn't get after the quarterback. They do lose Keith Cooper, the number 6 tackler. He graduated, and Anthony Holmes went to Texas Tech with his coach. So both are strong linemen, but I think this room, the group they got is good, and I think it's going to be better than last year. Eddie Walls transfers in from FIU at 5 sacks last year. Miles Parker transfers in from Tennessee Tech. He was second team Big South last year. LaFowl comes in from Washington State, only had 3 starts last year, but had 4.5 sacks. Brandon Mack will have a bigger role in this team. Joshua Donald transfers from App State too and started 10 games here. They have 7 new freshman linemen here who definitely all have the opportunity to play just because of the situation they're in. So I think it's a better lineup on the line from the last year's team. They should be able to get back to the quarterback more. Michael Batten graduated. He was their number 1 tackler on the linebackers. He was one of the better defenders on the team. Jamal Morris, their number 3, is also gone, and their nickelback McLaurin went to Purdue as well. But you do get Kamika Glass in from Louisiana, 13 starts, 75 tackles last year. Jesus Machado was out for the year last year for Tulane, but he started every game in 2023, had 98 tackles, second team all athletic, all AAC last year. So Corey Platt was a transfer from Tulane in 2023, was also out for the year here last year. So he's back. We'll see what he can do. Hasn't played in a while. Sion Fatu is in from Utah. Still have Brandon Mack. Still have McCutcheon and Gardner. I don't think this is too much of a step back. Losing Batten does hurt, but I think the front 7 should be even better than last year.
When I first looked at the schedule for Houston, I was like, okay, this isn't bad at all. But then, I mean, at Rice early in the season, remember, Rice is going to be running an option. So, like, that's tricky.
Yeah, weird.
That's tricky with a bunch of new pieces. And then they got to go to Corvallis, which is obviously not the same as it has been in years past. So, at quick glance, it looks like an easy start to the season for Houston, but I don't know. It might be a little trickier than you think. They go to Corvallis off a bye week, though, so they shouldn't have problems with Oregon State. Yeah, I mean, early start to conference play isn't bad. Oklahoma State early, Arizona early. They go on the road to Arizona State, who isn't good. You got West Virginia at home. Yeah, I guess it's slightly easier than last year. I really don't know. I don't know anything about the Houston. This is like the ultimate question mark team for me. Right?
Yeah, and the secondary, they lost, they lose 9 transfers out, but then they get 11 transfers in from other schools who all that playing time from Wyoming, a couple pieces from Wyoming, a couple pieces from Southern Miss. So you got Jordan Allen, who had 2 starts at LSU. So, I mean, they have a lot of experience in the secondary too. It's just, like you said, how are they gonna work out with their new DC and Armstrong? What's the offense going to look like? Is the offense actually going to give the defense some time here? Yeah. So yeah, it's basically a whole new team to start with.
Rushing offense last year was a C-. I'll give it a C.
Yeah, I'll stay with a C. I'll go with a C-.
C, you're keeping it a C-.
Yeah, I don't.
They bring all the backs back. Passing offense was a D-. I'll go C.
Yeah, it's gonna be. I'll go C+ actually.
Wow, giving Wegman some respect. Rush defense was a B.
I'll keep it as a B.
I don't. Yeah. Fine. B's fine. Pass defense A-. I'll drop it to a B.
Yeah, I'll say a B.
All right. Next on the list is the Clones. Let's go. Matt Campbell time. All right, let's talk Iowa State. If you've been subscribed to this channel, you know I'm a big Matt Campbell fan. I've been saying it for years. He's the best coach in the country. Everyone always laughs at me. I will die on that hill that Matt Campbell is the best coach in college football. And what he's done here has been awesome. This program was a mess when he showed up. It's just been on a straight upward trajectory since, with the exception of the one crazy gambling scandal year, and which I cut the team slack. Man, who hasn't been involved in a gambling scandal in their life?
That was last year was their first double-digit winning season in 133 years.
Yeah, excellent season. Embarrassing performance in the Big 12 championship, and I bet them. So.
The Kansas game was a bad one, too. That was such a bad game.
You know what, though? When Kansas got healthy, they were lighting everybody up. So Kansas might have been a lot stronger than we think. But anyway, entering the 2025 season, I think there's every reason to be excited as hell. If you're a Clones fan, a lot of production back. So obviously you lose arguably the 2 best players on the offense, which is your 2 NFL wide receivers. You can't replace those. Higgins and Noel, they went in the 2nd round and the 3rd round. They're both on the Houston Texans. They were both drafted by the Houston Texans. So they lose 2 NFL wide receivers. They bring in Sowell from East Carolina. They bring in Xavier Townsend from UCF. So they bring in a couple transfers. But just want to make it clear right off the bat, you're not going to replace 2 NFL wide receivers. You're not going to do it. But in addition to, they brought in some transfers,
they're really better everywhere else because everyone else is back. Both of their tight ends is back. And Benjamin Brahmer is probably going to be one of the best tight ends in the Big 12. Rocco Becht is back, returning starter at quarterback. Both RBs are back. So what I'm reading is I think we're going to see Iowa State lean more into their strength offensively, maybe a little bit more 12 personnel, a lot more 2 tight end sets, maybe a little bit more running the football. They've got the offensive line. 3 starters are back, and 2 guys are back that started 5+ games. So you could say 5 starters are back essentially. Obviously, that isn't accurate. 2 guys left, but there were 7 offensive linemen on Iowa State's roster that started games last year, and 5 of them are back. So the offensive line is going to be in great shape. You got the quarterback you want. You got all the talent in the world, running backs and tight ends. Wide receiver, you take 2 hits, but you still got wide receivers there. Clones up, man. I'm loving it.
Yeah, I kind of pretty much agree with everything you said. Rocco Becht back. He was a little bit inaccurate at times, but I mean, he still is going to be one of the Big 12's best quarterbacks this year. JJ Cole, his backup, went to App State, so. Yeah, definitely Rocco's team. Going to be Hanson and Sama both back at running backs. They combined for 1,315 touchdowns. Jalen Jackson, their number 3, graduated, but Dylan Lee will probably jump right into that RB3 spot. He played a bit as a freshman. So, I mean, I agree. I mean, losing Jalen Nicole and Jaden Higgins both suck. I mean, they both have like identical numbers too. So, they were the only 2 to go over 1,000 yards on the same team last year too. So. Eli Green, Carson Brown, top 2 returning wide receivers, but both had under 200 yards. Chase Sowell comes in from East Carolina, had 678 last year. Xavier Townsend comes in from UCF. He had a couple catches. So a bunch of other receivers on this team who are sophomore and freshmen too. Obviously, like Kyle said, it's not going to be close to the production of Nolan Higgins, so you're going to have someone step up. And like Kyle said, you have 10 legitimate offensive linemen on this team. And all the starting lineup, right now, they at least started 6 games last year. So all 5 started at least 6 games last year. It's going to be good this year. I think the rushing numbers go up. So you just pretty much got to have someone step up in the wide receiver game, but I think they will. So I think it's going to be a good offense.
And on the other side of the ball, good luck running the ball on this front 7. Holy shit.
Well, it better be better than the final 8 games of the year because this defense gave up 225 yards rushing a game at the end.
Yeah, they went through it. Well, all their linebackers got hurt. They had like 7 linebackers injured at one point. Like they're all. Iowa State brings back their top 9 linebackers. 9. Like everyone's back here. And maybe the most important piece, Big Citrus, Orange in the middle. Dominique Orange, defensive tackles back. Hawk, their other defensive tackles back. Iziogo, I'm sorry, probably butchered that. Another defensive tackle is back. They do lose Singleton. He's on the Seahawks, but they got production back on the defensive line. On the edge, they brought in Butler from Northern Iowa. McDonough, though, from Yale, should be a nice piece. He had 7 sacks last year, second team Ivy League. Linebackers, they're all back, every single one, 9 of them. Secondary took some hits, but they also bring back a lot of talent. Jeremiah Cooper at nickel was Big 12 honorable mention. He was 4th on the team in tackles. He's back. TJ James was 8th on the team in tackles as a redshirt freshman. He's back. Jontez Williams was a second team Big 12 corner. He's back. So yes, they lost some NFL players out of the secondary. Verdon or whatever, he's on the Falcons. Porter is on the Raiders. He was a 3rd-round pick. Purchase is on the Chargers. He went undrafted. So yes, they lost a few NFL pieces out of the secondary, but they're bringing back a ton of talent. And Trey Bell transfers in from Lindenwood. So I like the Clones defense too. I'm loving the Clones.
So I'm going to disagree on the defense a little bit. So you lose Singleton, Peterson, and Oyedem on the line. Oyedem went to Texas A&M. So 3 starters off the D-line, and really you're only getting in 2 FCS starters in Cannon Butler from Northern Iowa and McDonough from Yale. I mean, both are starters. McDonough was second team All-Ivy. So Montre Malone comes in from Tulsa too, but overall I think the line's a bit weak, and they end the year pretty weak. So you got Orange and Hawk in the middle, but overall it's not really great talent. They weren't Greer last year and lost 3 starters, so maybe it'll help with new faces. I do agree that the linebackers are pretty stacked. Cooper Evel's back, started every game last year. Bo Frailer is going to be missed, but overall it should be good. Will McLaughlin's back from injury. He was fourth Big 12 in 2023, missed 9 games last year. Same with Carson Willage. He had a lot of time in 2023 and didn't play in 2024 either. So Cale Brazina started a bunch last year when injuries popped up. Same with Rylan Barnes starting 4 games. Caleb Bacon is back from injury too. He was out for a year last year. It's crazy how many actual starting linebackers are actually hurt from this team last year.
I know.
So they have 3 starting linebackers coming in that were hurt in 2023 and 3 to 4 starters who started the game last year. So you really do have 7 starters at linebacker. So maybe some of them can move up to the line and play edge or something like that. The secondary, Jeremiah Cooper's back along with Jontez Williams. I think Jontez Williams is one of the better secondary pieces in the country. Miles Purchase graduated. Dorian Porter drafted in the 3rd round to the Raiders, and Malik Verdon graduated as well. So you lose 3 starters here. Deshaun James should come in and play the other safety spot fine with Cooper, and I think Jamison Patton is a fine safety too. I'm just not sure about the other corner spot. Johnson is awesome, but no clue who's playing the other side. You got, like you just said, the guy from Lindenwood, but that's in terms of DB transfers. David Coffey didn't play much as a freshman last year, may have to step up. So altogether, you have 12 sophomore or freshman DBs on this team. So kind of like the same thing with the wide receivers. Someone's going to have to step up and play, but I think it's a little bit of a step back on the line and the secondary. But again, you have probably the best linebacker group in the Big 12. So
yeah, keep in mind they had guys get injured and miss all last year with an injury. And so other guys started. Those guys are back. And then the guys that missed the whole year are back. I don't even know who's going to start. There's so many linebackers. All right, let's schedule. I guess maybe a little bit tougher, but not really. I mean, the highest ranked Big 12 teams are Kansas State, Arizona State, BYU. You do play 2 of those teams. You got BYU and Arizona State, but both of those games are at home. So you love that.
You also never fade Rocco Beck week 1 in Ireland. So
no, of course they're taking care of business. Well, yeah, I was looking at the conference schedule. I completely forgot they play Kansas State first in days.
yeah, later this week.
I'm looking at the bottom half of the schedule. Completely
Saturday.
Forgot. There's a conference game up top. Yeah, big game. I think that's kind of stupid. I mean, it's going to be awesome, but I like when the conference games are together. Whatever. So yeah, obviously the big game, Kansas State. But yeah, once you get into conference play, it's really not that bad. Maybe it wasn't really that bad last year though. Let's talk grades for Iowa State. Last year, they were a B rushing offense. I'm going to give them an A.
Yeah, A is good.
Passing offense, A. I'll give them B+.
B+.
Run defense, C+. I'm going A. I'm going A.
B-.
Pass defense, A. I'll go B+.
B.
Yeah. Matt Campbell's defense is going to be a B- and a B. Get the fuck out of here. You're freaking high. Next team up, I'm sorry. Jayhawks. All right, let's talk Kansas. And, man, it's unfortunate because finally, the last couple years, Kansas finally starts playing some defense. Finally, there's defense here at Kansas, and then Borland retires. So he's the defensive coordinator. If you don't know who that is, he retired. Finally, after he got that defense together, DK McDonald takes over. And then, obviously, Kotelnicki was the OC with Leopold early on. He left and took the Penn State job last year. Jeff Grimes was the OC, and it took a few weeks. But last 3 or 4 games, Kansas offense was rolling. Obviously, Jalen Daniels' health also plays a factor into that as well. I don't think he was 100% to start the year. But then Grimes is gone as well. Grimes took the Wisconsin OC job. So you've got new coordinators here. At least what we saw there at the end was there is life after Kotelnicki here. Because at the end, Kansas was rolling. They looked excellent in that Colorado game. The Iowa State game, I think, was another one they played really well. So, Scoop, what do you think of this offense?
Yeah, man, this team was ranked to begin the season, and it all went downhill from there.
At the end, they weren't.
No, they were definitely not even close to that. I think Jalen Daniels had a Noah Fafita type season, but worse. He was supposed to build off his 2023 season like Fafita, but it was really bad. It just wasn't the same. 2022, he was second team Big 12, got hurt in 2023. But comparing 2022 to 2024, he had 10% less completion percentage, threw for 400 more yards, but also threw 70 more times. He went from 18 touchdowns to 18 to 14 touchdowns and went from 4 to 12 interceptions. So he led the Big 12 in picks. He was a worse rusher than 2022 too. Maybe that's because of the injury, but I think he has to do better here. If he doesn't, Cole Ballard's is right there as a redshirt sophomore. I think they bench Daniels this year if it comes down to it.
No, they wouldn't.
Dude, if he plays anything like he did last year, he was fucking awful. So there's no way. Yeah, I thought Devin Neal was awesome last year. He's definitely the best part of this offense. 1266, 16 touchdowns. He went to the Saints in the 6th round. Daniels was the second leading rusher. Daniel Highshaw was the second running back on this team. He had 376 and 2, not bad. So has the same yards per carry as well. So LaShawn Williams transfers in from Iowa in 2023. He had 820 yards rushing. Harry Stewart and Johnny Thompson had some time as a freshman last year, so he should get more too. I think this running back group is fine, even with the loss of Devin Neal. So after that, Grimm, Skinner, Arnold, Neal, Casey, Cardell, Wilson, Noah, Lachlan were the top 9 receivers. They're all gone.
Top 9.
Yeah, top 9 is gone. 5 wide receivers, 1 running back, 3 tight ends. Highshaw was actually number 10, and the best wide receiver coming back was number 11 in a million, who had 20 yards. So Emmanuel Henderson comes in from Bama. He had a few catches last year for 82 yards. Bryson Canty from Columbia was first team All-Ivy, 760 last year. Levi Wentz is coming in from Albany. Cam Pickett from Ball State was 3rd team All-MAC. So, I mean, yeah, man, we'll see here. I can't tell you about the Columbia and Albany guy, but Pickett looked decent from Ball State last year. And this line, it was the bright spot last year. They only gave up 10 sacks. That does help that Daniels is mobile. And their running game was obviously solid. I mean, second team Big 12, Logan Brown's gone. Cabeldew and Ford also graduate. Cabeldew was actually drafted by the Seahawks in the 5th round. Tyler Mercer comes in from North Texas, has 6 starts, and you get 4 other transfers, but none of them have started more than 1 game last year. So I think the line takes a bit of a hit. I think the receivers take a hit, and I think the running backs are okay. So I think this Kansas offense might be in for another down year.
Yeah, I agree. It's just Leipold's the man. I agree, though. I agree with everything you said. They take hits everywhere. Daniels is back, and maybe if he's Lamar Jackson, but they take hits everywhere. No need to repeat everything you said. You nailed it. The talent on the team is worse offensively. What about on the defense?
And I like Daniels. I liked him. I loved him in 2022. I hope he gets back to what he was.
I still like him because from what I've read and I've heard people talk, apparently he was not healthy for the first half of the season.
It didn't look it.
Yeah. Certainly not mentally healthy throwing those picks. So what about the defense, Scoop?
Yeah, so Dean Miller's back at defensive end, led the team in sacks last year, 7.5. Tommy Dunn and DJ Withers are back too on the interior. Justice Finkley comes in from Texas, played in 32 games for them. I think those are your starting 4, but Gage Keys from Auburn, Leroy Harris from Chattanooga, Alex Bray from Illinois, Caleb Red from Kentucky, all transferred here too. Keys actually played here in 2023. Bray started 3 games last year. You have Blake Harold back, who was decent last year. Caldwell Petras, who played a bit last year. I really love their line. I think that's really solid. JB Brown graduated, was second team Big 12 last year. Number 1 tackler on the team. Wheeler, their number 2, is also gone. But I think they get solid replacements there too. Trey Lathan.
Dude, Sip's the man.
Yeah, Trey Lathan comes in from West Virginia, started every game last year, and 79 tackles, 9 tackles for loss. Definitely a good replacement for Lathan. Kamara comes in from South Carolina, didn't play much last year, 9 tackles, but had 10 starts for Pitt in 2023. And then, like you just said, Joseph Sipp comes in from Bowling Green, 79 tackles, 7 sacks, first team All-MAC. So, yeah, they got 3 solid, good linebackers here. Jason Gilliam's back, had 117 snaps last year. Knockout Kirby can get some time as a true freshman. I actually really like their front 7. It's just not the best secondary.
Yeah, the secondaries. I agree with everything you just said about the front 7. They did show improvements defending the run last year too, and even though Brian Borland retired and DK McDonald takes over the defense, I wouldn't be surprised if they pick up right where they left off. I could see Kansas run defense actually being respectable. Even if Kansas run defense was like 75th in the country, that'd be the 0-1 Ravens by Kansas standards. Yeah.
Now the secondary is tough.
You lose your starters.
Taylor Davis is back, who was seventh on the team of tackles, played some safety, played some nickel.
Yeah, he started 4 games last year as a redshirt.
Yeah, he's like the main returner. Other than that, everyone is gone. And to turn insult into injury here, literally, they brought in 2 transfers that were supposed to play some serious roles, and one of them is DJ Graham. He's dealing with nerve damage, and he's held out of camp. It's the kind of thing you don't want to play around with. I'm not sure what the deal is. I believe he was sidelined during camp. I'm reading some reports saying he's going to play, and then others are saying he's not. He was supposed to be like a big incoming transfer at corner. He comes from he was at Oklahoma, then Utah State. He was Mountain West honorable mention last year, so he's dealing with nerve issues. So I don't know if he's going to be available. Lyric Rawls from Oklahoma State is going to come in and play safety. He wasn't really a starter, but he was rotational. I really don't know. The secondary is scary. On paper, it looks like it's going to be in trouble.
Yeah, except like what you just said with Rawls. I mean, Saeed Gibbs started 6 games at Georgia Tech, and Taylor Davis started 4 games last year, like you said, as a freshman. He's going to jump into the safety spot. But other than that, man, I don't see much on this secondary at all. So yeah, I think the front 7's solid, but the secondary is definitely a question mark.
Yep. All right. Schedule. I didn't write down any notes on this. Oh, I wrote down slightly easier. I forget why though. So let's look. So they start off Fresno, Wagner at Missouri. Okay, so last year for non-con they went to Illinois, which was an awesome football game. That was the one I had Illinois first half, and Daniels threw a pick 6 as time expired in the second quarter for me to cast. It was electric. So they last year at Illinois and UNLV. Those are tough non-cons. They go to Missouri, but they also have Fresno State in the opener. They should handle that one. Fresno State lost a lot. At Texas Tech, at Iowa State instead of at BYU, at Kansas. Yeah, maybe slightly easier. You got Arizona, you got Oklahoma State, which are the 2 teams you want to see if you're in the Big 12. You also got UCF is rebuilding, Cincinnati, West Virginia. Yeah, this is in terms of a big schedule, Kansas did all right here. You get Kansas State at home. So this is a pretty, in terms of by Big 12 standards, this is a pretty easy conference schedule for Kansas. Rushing offense last year was an A+. No Neal. Offensive line took hits. I like LaShawn Williams is cool. Jane Daniels can run it. I'll go A-.
I will go A- is fine.
Passing offense B+. They lost all the receivers. They lost both tackles.
I'll go B-.
I'll go B- too. Run defense is B+. I'm cool with keeping it there.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
And then pass defense is D+.
What was it last year?
D+.
D+?
I'm keeping it D+.
I'll keep it. I'll go with a D-.
D-. It's like that's the pass defense we gave to like Kennesaw.
Yeah, man. I'm par with that.
All right. Next on the list is Kansas State. Kansas State Wildcats, excellent program. I can't believe it's only year 7 for Kleiman. I feel like he's been there forever.
His last 3 years, though, he's went 10-4, 9-4, 9-4.
Yeah, they are the standard in the Big 12. I mean, that's the program to be now that Texas and Oklahoma left.
Their Big 12, he has gone 7-2, 6-3, 5-4 last 3 years, though. But some of the games are gross. That Houston game was embarrassing.
The BYU game was stupid.
Yeah, they had some bad losses last year.
Yeah, okay. So obviously we know Kansas State is the standard in the Big 12 right now. Excellent program. That being said, I have some concerns this year. A strength that Kansas State always has is the offensive line. I don't know if that's the case this year. There's a lot of question marks on the offensive line. And on top of that, a lot of injuries here in camp. Kansas State definitely got hit with the injury bug. So go ahead, Scoop. Let's hear the offensive roster. But keep in mind, George Fitzpatrick, the incoming transfer that was supposed to play left tackle, there is no timetable for his return.
Yeah, and he was from Ohio State, right?
Ohio State, and they need they're only bringing back 2 starters on the offensive line, and they went and got Fitzpatrick, who was supposed to be a big get for them from Ohio State. Yeah, I don't know if he's even going to play this year. So,
yeah, so I love big, hard-bodied Avery Johnson. I talked about it all year last year. 2,700 yards passing, 25 touchdowns. Had 10 picks. He had some really bad interceptions, but he also ran for 600 yards back again as a junior. We talked about his backup, Roberson. He went to Buffalo. I think he's going to start there. So if Johnson cuts down on his turnovers, though, he's definitely going to be one of the Big 12's top quarterbacks. We know DJ Giddens was awesome last year as the running back. He went 5th round to the Colts. He had 1,300 yards, 7 touchdowns. I think Dylan Edwards is a great running back, though. Awesome. He had 605 yards as a backup, ran for almost 200 in that bowl game. So he's starting in Colorado in 2023. So he's going to take over the starting role here. I don't really think they lose that much production there. Joe Jackson, the running back 3 last year as a freshman, had 227 yards, almost 6 yards per carry. So, and then Gabe Irvin comes in from Nebraska. So I think it's a really solid running back room. I don't think anyone's going to break out like Giddens, who had 1,300 yards. But I really do like their new starting running back in Dylan Edwards. So I think
he's
they're going
awesome.
to be fine.
Edwards is the man. They're fine at running back.
Yeah. So wide receivers, they have 8 wide receivers who transfer out, but their number one in Jace Brown stays. He had 823 and 5 touchdowns last year. Garrett Oakley, their starting tight ends, also is back. So other than that, you have Jaron Tibbs comes in from Purdue. He started 10 games last year. Like we said, any place is better than Purdue last year. Caleb Medford is in from New Mexico, started 15 games last 2 years there. Jerron Bradley's in from Boston College. Didn't really play last year, but had 18 starts in Texas Tech from 2022 and 2023. So, and then Jamari Davis is one of the highest JUCO transfers for a wide receiver. He was top 5 almost everywhere. He's going to get a lot of playing time. He's only 6 foot, but he's extremely fast. So I like their running back wide receivers. I don't think they're going to have a problem there. So, like you said, the problem is going to be their line. 2 second-team Big 12s are off their line now. Panther Kilty. Carver Willis, their right tackle's gone. Second-team Big 12, Hecht is back. And Potier, right? That's the only 2 that are back. They did a good job with transfers for the most part. They had 5 linemen. Like you just said, Fitzpatrick's hurt. JB Nelson started about half the game for Penn State the last 2 years. Amos Talaleli is from USC. Only started 1 game, was a freshman last year. Terrence Enos comes in from Pitt, had 4 starts last year. And then Andrew Langang was probably going to jump into a starting position too. It was kind of the 6th man on this line last year. So it's an all right line. It's definitely worse than last year. With Fitzpatrick getting hurt too, is just another depth piece gone. And I mean, last year they had 7 games where they didn't even allow a sack last year. That's how good this line was. So yeah, you're going to have a lot of new players here. They only have 2 starters, and there's a bunch of new people coming in. So that's going to be the hard part of their offense.
Right. It's not that I necessarily think Kansas State's offensive line is going to be bad. It's just every year we go into September thinking, well, Kansas State's going to have an elite offensive line because they always do. I don't know if that's necessarily the case this year. There are a lot of question marks on the offensive line. And when you mentioned the tight end, Garrett Oakley's coming back. That's true, and he's second-team Big 12. I don't know if you'll see him this year, but the highest-rated recruit in Kansas State history is Lincoln Cure, true freshman, 5-star tight end. He's like 6'6". I don't know if we'll end up seeing him this year, but he's a 98 out of 99 rating. Like, apparently he's like the best tight end ever. Highest-rated recruit, not just tight end, highest-rated recruit in Kansas State.
Yeah.
So,
five-star tight end. You don't get 5-star tight ends very often. So.
No. And so if you're I'm just saying, if you're a Kansas State fan, Lincoln Cure apparently is the man. And I don't know if you'll see him this year because you guys have an all-conference tight end, but you'll see him at some point. What do you now on the defensive side? You want me to start with the injuries first? So Colby McAllister was supposed to start at safety. He missed camp. Gunnar Maldonado, transfer that was supposed to come in, defensive back from Arizona, 3-year starter. He's been limited in camp. Not sure if he's going to be ready for the opener. Asa Newsome played 6 games last year as a redshirt freshman. He's limited at camp. And I'm missing one. Purnell, supposed to be their starting linebacker. He missed all of spring. VJ Payne, who is their number 2 tackler, one of the most important pieces on the defense back. He missed all of spring. There's injuries all over the place. Now, of these injuries, how many of them are going to carry over into September? Maybe 0. Well, I know for a fact the tackle he's going to probably miss he's going to miss time. And I don't know if Colby and McAllister will be ready for this. But there's a lot of questions. I was reading through fall reports, and that's what I kept writing down for this one was injury concerns.
Yeah, so, I mean, Brandon Mott's off the only one gone off the defensive line, which they pretty much play a 3-man line anyway, but it's a pretty big blow. He led the team with 8.5 sacks. He was first team Big 12. Lalio and Stufflebean, which is a great name. Stufflebean is a solid last name. They're both back. Just need a player to replace Mott. Chidi Obiezor played in every game last year, started the game, 3.5 sacks. Jaysean Ross redshirt last year at Alabama. He transfers in. I think the line's still good. They still have good, solid players last year too. So Trevor Bates, Siumalo. So I think this line's pretty much the same. For the linebackers, the second team Big 12, Austin Romain's back at middle linebacker. He led the team with 96 tackles, which is 32 more than the second tackler on his team. So Desmond Purnell, you said, is battling some injuries. Hopefully he starts back with him. He had 13 starts, 10 tackles for loss, 4 sacks last year. Austin Moore's gone, but they returned Van With. Gabe Powers will get a chance here from Ohio State. Ralph Ortiz had some solid work at West Florida. They also have 6 true freshman linebackers, so I think it's a really solid group. The secondary, 3 starters are gone. Jacob Parrish went to the Bucks in the 3rd round, was definitely their best secondary piece. Marquise Siegel also was drafted in the 5th round by San Fran. Garber's gone too. So VJ Payne's the lone starter pretty much back at safety. Maldonado, you said he was battling some injuries. He's comes in from Arizona. Hopefully he's healthy enough to play the safety spot because he had 25 starts the last 3 years there. So as long as he starts, the safeties are okay. Corners are going to be a bit rough. Fortenberry comes in from South Alabama. They may be starting 2 sophomores, and Zashawn Rich and Donovan McIntosh. They both played in all 13 games last year, but limited as freshmen. So Justin James is also there from last year too. It's a weaker secondary for sure. I do like McAllister if he starts. Jack Favors is good too, but they're the safety or jack position, so they don't really help out as lockdown corners. But with you're battling some injuries here from spring and fall, so hopefully they're all back. If everyone's back and healthy, I think this is a really solid defense, though.
Yeah, agreed. If everyone's back, the defense should be fine, and the run defense was very good last year. It was actually elite, and they bring a lot back. So as long as everyone's as long as they get a decent amount of those pieces back, the defense is going to be fine. Maybe a little bit of concern in the secondary defending the pass. That was kind of the weakness of the defense last year. But as a whole, the Kansas State defense is in pretty good shape here. Some bad news, tougher schedule for Kansas State this year. Obviously, you got the opener against Iowa State over in Ireland. But once you get into conference play, you're on the road at Baylor. Actually, you're on the road at Rice-Eccles too, at Utah. You've got Texas Tech on the schedule. Last year, you had Arizona, Oklahoma State, West Virginia, Houston, Cincinnati on the schedule. So you had a lot of the bottom dwellers there of the Big 12 last year. Cincinnati probably doesn't belong on that list, but you had Cincinnati at home. That would be considered an easier game. This year, not quite the same. I would say a little bit tougher, although the non-con is North Dakota and Army.
And at Kansas is always tough for your rivalry game. So,
yeah, now that I'm looking at it, I wrote down tougher schedule, but now that I'm looking at it, I don't know. It's slightly tougher, I would say. I don't know if I would call it tougher, slightly tougher. I might have just been jotting down that note without fully looking. Slightly tougher. All right, grades. Kansas State, rushing offense was an A. I'll keep it at an A.
I'll go
with Avery Johnson and those running backs, even if the line's not as good, they're still
A minus.
Yeah, they're still passing offense C plus. I'm going to go C.
I'll say a C plus.
Rush defense A plus. I'll go A.
Yeah, A is fine.
And then pass defense B. Honestly, I kind of want to just keep it at
I'll go B minus.
Next on the list is the Oklahoma State. Look, you could take this one. I have no idea. I'd be surprised if you're able to tell me who's starting, but I don't even think Gundy knows.
Yeah, well, Gundy doesn't even like his team, so.
I just want to be clear. If you're an Oklahoma State fan watching this, I promise, if you're seeing the incorrect names on this graphic, I promise it wasn't from lack of effort. I read an article that gave me a projected depth chart, confirmed it with another article. Then 5 days later, I saw an article that named all different names. I don't know. So I did the best I could. I don't even want to talk about this team. I don't think anybody knows what's going on. Everyone's gone. Everyone's new.
Yeah, so definitely a disappointing year last year for the Cowboys. 0-9 in conference, last place. Mike Gundy is back, 21st season. He's a man. He's 57. It's his worst season since he took over the program. I mean, it was actually his first below 500 season since 2005.
Yeah.
So I mean, listen, he's done a great job. So both coordinators are gone. Their new OC is Doug Meacham. He was at TCU the last 5 years. He mostly coached the wide receivers. Todd Grantham is in the new DC. He hopped around in the NFL in college. Last 2 years, he was actually the Saints D-line coach, but he's had experience. He was a defensive coordinator of Florida, Louisville, Georgia. So, yeah, man. So obviously, I don't think anyone was really happy with the quarterback play of last year. Alan Bowman had some flashes, but then threw some bad picks. He had 12 on the season. Smith wasn't much better, but he was a true freshman, and Rangel was pretty much hurt pretty much the whole year. So all three quarterbacks were bad. Smith transferred to Ole Miss. Rangel went to Virginia Tech. So maybe it's time for Zane Flowers to finally play. He redshirted in 2023. He was out for the year last year with an injury. Supposed to be an awesome quarterback. House Hedgeny, right? Comes in from TCU too. Followed his coach in Meacham. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be one of those two. I think they're probably going to go with Zane Flores first. The problem is neither has thrown a pass in college football. House did run the ball 15 times last year for TCU, but it can't be worse than the quarterback play last year, really. And if anything, it's going to be the same. So one of the biggest issues, Ollie Gordon didn't have the year everyone thought he'd have. The O-line was terrible, so that didn't help either. Gordon was still drafted in the 6th round by the Dolphins. Trent Holland's back, was the number 2 last year. He had 230 yards. Rodney Fields is back too, only played in 4 games before redshirting. He had 21 carries. So. And then Georgia State's running back, their number 1 came over in Freddie Brock. He had 819 and 8 touchdowns. So I think the backfield's in pretty good shape, even with Ollie Gordon gone. So the wide receivers, Stribling transfers out to Ole Miss with Smith, the sophomore quarterback. So Brendan Presley, number 2, graduates. Rashawn Owen graduates. Tyre Shetron's back. He was the number 4 leading receiver with 245. But the top 3 combined for 2,100 yards and 174 catches and 17 touchdowns. So a lot of their production is gone now. Jalen Lloyd's in from Nebraska. He had similar numbers to Shetron last year. Rigby's in from Purdue. Sam Jackson from Auburn. You got Kristen Fitzpatrick comes in from Marshall. He had 576 last year. And Josh Ford's back at tight end. So it's an all right lineup, but you're losing so many big pieces at wideout. So I'm sure one of them will probably break out. Shetron was highly recruited, hasn't played much, but we're probably going to get a big opportunity now. So as far as the offensive line, they just had such a bad rushing offense last year. Their game plan last year on pretty much any team was just stop Ollie Gordon and make Alan Bowman throw the ball. So that worked out well for everyone. So that was a great game plan from everyone. They did do well in pass protection altogether. The line loses 8 players with 264 career starts. So it looks like Carpenter's going to play center. Started every game at Tulsa. Canepa started 7 games at New Mexico State. Schick comes in from Virginia Tech. He started almost every game there the last 2 years. And Samuel comes in he had 11 starts last year at App State. So you still lose your whole offensive line from last year. Kowek is the only guy who will probably move up into a starting role, possibly McKinney, but may take some time to gel. It's a new quarterback, so a new line is never a great thing with a new quarterback. So overall, obviously, I think the offense struggles a bit, at least to start the season. But you'll talk about it later, but their schedule's not great either to end the season. So I think it's going to be another rough year for Oklahoma State's offense, but I think it still might be slightly better as the season goes on.
Yeah, I have no idea. I'm not even going to talk about it because I really don't know. I mean, it's all new. It could be terrible, but also Gundy's a weirdo. I wouldn't be surprised if it's somehow good. I truly have no idea. I wouldn't be surprised if it comes out and all of a sudden Freddie Brock's like the best running back in the Big 12. And, I wouldn't be surprised. Gundy's crazy like that. So I just feel like the range of outcomes is so wide that I'm sitting here and trying to speculate. I have no idea what's going to happen. On the defensive side of the ball, no clue.
I'll go again.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so last year the defense was terrible. One of the worst run defenses in the country. Mon Oates is back on the defensive line. That's pretty much it in terms of starters. Zigbo graduates, Walter Sheed and Clay too. The defensive line wasn't good anyway. It was pretty terrible. So Kyron Duhan comes in from UTEP to play the end.
It was like the worst defense in Oklahoma State history.
It was awful. So, I mean, Duhan comes in. He was second team Conference USA last year. Demarion Thomas transfers from Vanderbilt, started every game at nose tackle last year. Michael Diata, Hafili Kaufusi transfers in too to help out the interior line. They also got 2 other transfers to help out from Colorado, West Georgia. I think the D-line is going to be better regardless because it's hard to get worse than the 128th run defense from last year. So, yeah, Nicholas Martin comes in from the linebackers draft. I mean, he's gone from the linebackers drafted 3rd round to the 49ers. He had 47 tackles, 5 games. So he was hurt most of the year. Oliver only played a couple of games and got hurt. He was drafted also 5th round to the Packers. Roberson's gone, their number 3 tackler. So Ryan McCoy comes in, definitely will start here from Akron, 120 tackles last year, 2nd team All-MAC. Trip White's in from Ole Miss, played in every game last year, started in 1. Brandon Rolls had a good year at Saginaw Valley. I don't know. Saginaw Valley, so I don't know. It's all right. Martin was awesome. Your 2 starters were hurt all year, so that doesn't help at all. So it's probably going to be the same kind of production as last year with everyone new and pretty much everyone stepping out. The good thing is their pass defense was as pretty much as bad as their run defense. They lose 2 starters in Rucker and Black. I think Rucker was a better tackler than pass defender, though. So Black had a pretty solid year. So 2 starters are back from last year. Cam Smith at corner, Dylan Smith at safety. Jalen Davies comes over from UCLA, had 8 starts last year. I think he'll start on the other side of Cam. And Cale Smith actually had a solid year last year playing in every game. He'll either start or instead of Davies or rotate in. J.K. Johnson didn't play much at LSU last year, but he's been around, should get more time here. Boykins played every game at UNC last year. Mordecai McDaniel had 4 starts, played in every game for Charlotte at safety too. So only one I think they would miss really on this defense is Corey Black or for their secondary. Otherwise, I feel the pass defense is going to be better. I mean, overall, this team has to be better than it was from last year. Their offense and defense have to. Well, I mean, also Gundy hasn't had back-to-back losing seasons in in the last 20 years. So
dude, he doesn't even know who's playing on his team.
Okay, but he's a good coach who goes 6-6, I think at least. But you also have 40. You have 40 transfers in. So I mean, we'll see how it goes. I mean, their schedule sucks. So it's like I don't know. I mean, I just feel like Gundy's such a good coach that he's not going to go back-to-back losing seasons.
I mean, I agree with you, and to be honest, there is a little start like they play Arizona, Houston, Cincinnati all in a row. But
they should win 2 of their first 3.
UT Martin and Tulsa.
I
hope so. But yeah, they're going to lose to Oregon and Baylor, and there's like the last few games of the year at Lubbock.
Yeah, that's rough. that's yeah. You got at Tech, at Kansas, home with Kansas State, Iowa State. Yeah, it's.
Yeah, and by then UCF might have their shit together a little bit in the bounce house late in the season. Yeah. Let's move on. Let's do grades real quick.
Grades. This should be fun.
I'm putting C's across the board because I don't know. I'm literally just putting C's as like, I don't know. Anything would be speculation. All C's.
Run defense or run offense, I will go with a C. Pass offense, I will go with a C.
You're doing the C thing.
No. Run defense, yeah, I'll just go C's.
Dude.
Just go C. I don't know.
I feel like with the amount of uncertainty, trying to make a prediction with this team would just be bullshitting. You know, be like, I don't know. Like, if you're trying to sit there and tell me then like you're full.
Listen,
of shit.
This team had 0 conference wins last year. How the hell do I know what they're going to do this year?
and I truly, in all sincerity, would not be surprised if Gundy beats Oregon in week. Like he's crazy like that. I obviously don't think so either. I'm just saying, like, it's Gundy. They're the Horned Frogs.
Yeah, it's true. They are the Horned Frogs.
I love this offensive line, by the way. Love TCU's offensive line. I think they have a loaded offensive line. They've got the quarterback they want. Obviously, losing the receivers is tough. And Trent Battle with a serious injury is tough as well. He's going to miss 2 months. He was supposed to be RB2. Supposed to step into a little bit of a larger role this year with Cam Cook transferring to Jacksonville State. Missing Trent Battle sucks. But the offensive line's great, and they got the quarterback. Scoop, what do you think about the offense?
Yeah, I mean, Josh Hoover, I wasn't a fan of from 2023, but he had a great season. It was definitely above average anyway. Improved on 2023. Still threw 11 interceptions, but he was more accurate last year. He did set a school record for passing yards. QB's behind him in Seals. Schobel won't play unless it's an injury. Schobel's supposed to be one of the better freshman QBs. He's rated in the top 15 pretty much everywhere, so they might have a future there. But yeah, last year they didn't have a running attack. I mean, Cam Cook was the leading rusher with 460 yards. Like you just said, he's gone to Jacksonville State. And Savion Williams was their number 2 back, and he was obviously playing wide receiver. So he's gone, by the way, the third round to the Packers. Jeremy Payne was their number 2. He's as a true freshman, he had 238 yards. Trent Battle missed 4 games, had 185. He's hurt again. So the one transfer they do get in is Kavarian Barnes, had close to 1,000 yards for UTSA the last 2 years combined. Didn't play much last year, though, and really had a 2.8 yards per carry. So I don't really know about the running attack here. I feel like Payne is the best option, but may have to use some other players more as seniors unless they drastically change their play style. I kind of see the same kind of production here for the running backs, unless they're going to change what they're doing, but it's going to be a passing team, obviously. The problem is Jack Beck and Savion Williams are both gone. Beck went to the second round to the Raiders. Their 4th best wide receiver, JP Richardson, at 731. He graduates. You get McAllister back. He had 762 on 39 catches, had a crazy 19.5 yards per reception. Jordan Dwyer may jump into a starting role from Idaho, 1192 last year, second team Big Sky. Joseph Manjack comes in from Houston, 11 starts, 351 last year for that, terrible offense. Jordan Bailey, freshman last year, played a decent amount, played in every game, still had 9 catches, 52, will play a lot more this year. Terry Shelton signs as a true freshman, 12th rated wide receiver. It's not as talented as the wideouts they had last year, but might be down a little bit. But Hoover's going to go obviously over 3,000 again. I don't think that's going to be, a shock to anyone. So, and I feel like the O-line is pretty much the same as last year.
No, it's better. Well, actually, yeah, probably the same as last year, but it's actually better because they're all 1 more year experience. They maybe have 4 starters, including, they maybe got 4 starters. They bring back 3 starters, but Cade Bennett is back, which is huge. He was 2-time All Mountain West. He transferred into TCU last year, missed the entire season with an injury. So they bring back a guy who was supposed to be a starter last year, in addition to 3 starters on the offensive line. Also, Ryan Hughes apparently looks like the man at left tackle. He was supposed to be like the uncertain part of the offensive line. He's a 3-star freshman. Apparently, he has won this starting job at camp, and it looks really good at left tackle. That was the weak spot of the line. So I like the TCU offensive line, and I honestly don't care about the wide receivers because the way Sonny Dykes runs this offense is 3-step drop, quick hits, kind of like a Sean Payton type of offense where just take out a receiver and plug in another one. It doesn't matter as long as the timing's right. As long as it's more about knowing the playbook and making the correct reads than it is having raw ability. So I think whoever's in there at receiver is going to be fine. I don't really care that they left. They got the quarterback. That's the most important position in this type of offense. I think the receivers plug and play. I think they're going to be fine. So I like the TCU offense a lot.
Yeah, and actually the O-line, I actually do think it's better. Rasheed Jackson's in from Incarnate Word. He was second team Southland. Dylan Kinney came, it's from Abilene Christian, but he started every game last year. Cade Bennett going to start jump in as a starter at 24 starts in from San Diego State, and was hurt for the year last year. So, and Ryan Hughes started the game last year before redshirting. So I think the O-line's going to improve too. So I think it's, I wouldn't be surprised if he threw for 4,000 yards this year.
Yeah, I like the offense a lot. I think they're going to be considerably better. TCU's defense was surprising. Normally, in years past, TCU's been an offensive team and they can't stop anybody. That wasn't the case, especially down the stretch last year. They were playing some solid defense. I wouldn't go as far to say that TCU's a great defense, but they were playing some defense, which is kind of like a new thing there at TCU. We even saw a couple low-scoring TCU games. Like, what, I didn't think these existed. But, yeah, they bring back some production on the defensive side. What do you like about the defense, Coop?
Yeah, I think this whole defense is actually really solid this year. Asafo Mensah, McDonald, and Fox all graduate. And Mitchell started 5 games at nose tackle. He's gone too. Din Embu had a solid year for Washington State, 9 games, 6 sacks last year. Oyewale comes back from injury in 2023, started 8 games on the edge. Davian Deal's back too. He had 5.5 sacks himself. Zachary Chapman was a redshirt freshman, didn't start, but he still had 3 sacks, 24 tackles. Marquise Deal's back on the inside too. Started the games. Mitchell didn't, so he's definitely going to be back on this line too. The starters are pretty good, I feel. Chad Woodfork and Jared Martin are 2 top 50 edges as freshmen. Okioti was also hurt all year last year. He comes back from injury, had 17 tackles, 2.5 sacks in 2023. So I think this is a really solid defensive line. They do lose Johnny Hodges, their number 1 tackler at linebacker. Elam Zor and Obiezer are both back, though. Obiezer, I think, is better than Hodges personally. Michael Thiessen in from Missouri State to bolster the linebackers. Max Carroll had 159 snaps as a freshman, 20 tackles. So I do really like the front 7. And for your secondary, Bud Clark's back at free safety. Yeah, Jamel Johnson's back at strong safety. I think they're going to be super strong over the top. They do lose their corners in James and Broughton. Avery Helm is back on the corner, though. Started every game in 2023. He missed 2024 hurt, so it's kind of a plug-and-play there. Elijah Jackson transitioned from Washington, played 8 games. Canada started 5 games last year at corner. So I think with your 2 starting safeties back, Helm back from injury, Canada playing more, Jackson coming in, and you have a pretty deep safety bench. So I think this is a really solid secondary. I think it's a really solid defense in general.
Completely agree. I think this team is better on both sides of the ball. Definitely. What am I concerned about, Scoop? The schedule.
The schedule? Yeah,
it's brutal.
I think it's the toughest one.
Yeah, this is crazy. First of all, I think they might lose the opener. I think North Carolina is very good, and I think Bill Belichick, you give him the entire offseason to prepare for Sonny Dykes' offense. I don't think Sonny Dykes has any idea what Belichick's about to do. I think North Carolina's going to win that game. I have North Carolina plus 3.5 in my pocket. So that's a tough one in the opener. Then you get an FCS program after a bye. Okay. Then you immediately get SMU at Arizona State, Colorado at Kansas State. I mean, Baylor, it's like
going to Morgantown's never fun either.
How about this? Point me out on TCU's schedule. What are the wins? Obviously,
at Houston.
Yeah, okay. At Houston. That's coming out of the mountains of BYU and immediately going, yes, I agree it should be the win, but it's not like you take that game lightly.
Abilene
Christian and Colorado,
I think.
Maybe Cincinnati. Dude, there's like no wins on
What's the over-under right now anyway?
I don't know. I don't know how you price over-unders in the Big 12 because it's freaking crazy.
I'll check. You go, keep going.
Okay. So, we're on grades. So last year, TCU was a D+ rushing. I'm going to go D+. I don't think they get better. Well, actually, with the O-line's improved, I'll go C-.
I'll go C-.
A+ passing, run it back.
Yeah, it's just all passing teams, so you're going to have to go an A+.
I
don't know. I'll go with an A. I'll go with an A.
Run defense was a B last year. I think they get better. I'm going to bump them up to a B+.
B+ is good.
Pass defense was an A-.
I'll go B+. Also, their win total is 6.5.
Yeah, it's just like so hard to price. There's so many games in the Big 12 that just are true coin flips. Yeah. All right, next team, the Red Raiders. All right, let's talk Texas Tech, a.k.a. the team that's pushed all their chips into the middle. This is it for Texas Tech. They're all in. Joey McGuire back at head coach. Losing Kitley sucks, the offensive coordinator. He took the FAU job, and I think they're going to score some points there in FAU. I think they're going to be putting up 40 spots in that offense, but they might be giving up 45.
Well, I was saying losing DeRuyter's good because they were the second most passing yards allowed in the FBS last year. Only one worse was Tulsa. So
yeah, well, I mean the yardage numbers are never the most. It was, but the yardage numbers are never the most indicative in Texas Tech because they always run such an insanely fast pace. There was one year where Texas Tech's defense was actually respectable, but if you look at the yards given up, it looks like they were bad. They allowed like 31 points a game, but they were running 90 snaps. Like each team was running 90 plays a game. So if you run more plays, you're going to give up more points.
You do get Wood though he was Houston's DC last year, so that should be really solid.
As a whole last year, tough to evaluate how good they were because they had so many injuries on the offensive line. So I really don't know what it's like how good that offensive line really was. Scoop, who's on the offense this year?
Obviously, you start with your guy, Baron Morton, back to play quarterback. Over 3,000 yards, 27 touchdowns, 8 picks. He did have off-season shoulder surgery, so that's a little concerning. He didn't play in the spring at all. I know he's practicing now, but still something to look out for. Will Hammond's backing him up as a true freshman last year. He played in the Liberty Bowl. He didn't do too bad. He threw 2 picks, but he looked all right. Obviously, you'd rather go with Morton here to be your starting quarterback. Like I said, he is fully healthy and practicing, so just something to look out for. Taj Brooks, obviously a crazy good year, 1,500 yards rushing, 17 touchdowns, 28 catches too. And that, by the way, that was missing 2 games, so 1,500 yards rushing with missing 2 games.
I believe he's the all-time leading rusher for Texas Tech.
Yeah, and still, running backs aren't important. Drafted 6th round to the Bengals. New starting quarterbacks, probably going to be Quentin Joyner from USC. 478 yards last year, but obviously a great 7.6 yards per carry. Jacoby Williams played in that bowl game last year, had over 100 yards there. He was running back 2 last year. I think he's going to stay on as running back 2 again, but probably going to get a little more carries this year. Cameron Dickey's back 2. He had 225. So they have 3 strong sophomore running backs here. I think they'll get considerable amount of touches. But like I said, Joyner's probably going to be the first to go, but I think they have an awesome running back room. As far as your receivers, Josh Kelly had over 1,000 yards last year. He's gone undrafted to the Cowboys. Caleb Douglas is back, though. Wide receiver 2, had 60 for 877. Coy Eakin's back, 45 for 605. Kanye's the tight end 1 from last year, also 4th in receptions. He's gone. But they added Terrence Carter at tight end. First team Sun Belt Conference last year, 689 yards. They have John Carlos Miller, who also played in every game last year. Reggie Virgil comes in from Miami, Ohio, at 816 last year, 9 touchdowns. So I think that's 3 great starting wideouts. Micah Hudson and TJ West are back. Hudson did transfer to A&M on the offseason, but came back. I guess he didn't want to stay there. Roy Alexander's in from Incarnate Ward, 2 second-team Southland last year, 1,100 yards. So I think the production is still going to be the same as last year's in terms of running and passing. So really it's all up to the line. Caleb Rogers, their right tackle, is drafted 3rd round to the Raiders. Portrait transferred to Vanderbilt. And Buchanan transferred to Arizona. He started in 7 games. And you got Merriman transfers to Houston, who started in 6 games. So you lose 3 starting linemen for the most part. But Vinny Sciuri is back. He was out for the year after 2 games, started every game in 2023. And they did a good job in the portal for what they lose. Cash Cleveland started 4 games as a true freshman at Colorado last year. Will Jados transfers in from Miami, Ohio, was 2nd-team MAC in 2023, 13 starts and 3rd-team MAC last year. Hunter Zambrano's in from Illinois State. He was 2nd-team Missouri Valley Conference 2023, and he was hurt for most of the year last year. And you got Howard Sampson comes in from North Carolina, who started every game last year too. So you really do have a solid rotation full of freshmen and sophomores too to back up. I think they have a solid every position here. I think is solid to start, and I think they have good backups. So I think this offense should be really solid again.
Agreed, completely agree. I think this offense looks great if Baron Morton can stay healthy, and the big thing is the offensive line staying healthy because they were so banged up last year on the offensive line. I think this offense could be extremely good. And then we flip it over to the defense. Obviously, usually the part of the team that we consider to be the weakness of Texas Tech. And this is where the money's at, right? That defensive front, there it is. There's your investment. They brought in some talent. Skylar Gill-Howard, go ahead. Defensive front.
Yeah, I mean, it's helpful. I never have a problem with Tech's offense. Obviously, air raid offense, it's always good. Defense, obviously, they have a lot of work to do. This line wasn't good last year regardless. It's good they're switching up to a 3-4, it looks like, because I don't think they have the personnel for a 4-man line. Well, they didn't anyway.
They
like
do
you just
now.
said, they have. I was just going to say, they didn't last year. They do now. This looks a lot better on paper. They really hit the portal. David Bailey comes in from Stanford. Only 2 starts, but had 31 tackles, 6 sacks last year. Lee Hunter's in from UCF to play the interior. He had 45 tackles, 8.5 tackles.
He's
for loss.
awesome, Lee Hunter.
Yeah, he looked great. Gil Howard comes in from Northern Illinois, 2nd-team MAC last year, 51 tackles, 5 sacks. Romello Height from Georgia Tech, 34 tackles, 2.5 sacks. Anthony Holmes follows his DC, comes in from Houston, 12 starts, 40 tackles, 2 sacks last year. I think those 5 transfers alone are going to just jump over Esther's, Rigsby's, Cofield, and Banks
Yeah,
of what they had last year. It's definitely a new defensive line. It should be miles better. They also bring back Jacob Rodriguez, led the Big 12 led the Big 12 in solo tackles, had 127 combined. Mainly because every running back got to the second level after the line. But yeah, first team Big 12. Ben Roberts is back. Still have Ramirez, Curry, Dingle. It's the same exact linebacker core as last year. The depth is there. The starters are good. The front seven is really solid. So.
Yeah, honestly, the secondary is not even that bad. They lose a couple pieces. Braylon Lux on the Cincinnati Bengals now. C.J. Baskerville graduated. Jalen Peoples transferred to North Dakota State. But, I mean, Cole Wisniewski comes in from North Dakota State. He was first-team FCS All-American in 2023. He missed last year injury. He missed the 2024 season with injury, but he was one of the best defensive players in the entire FCS in 2023. Brendan Jordan's back from last year. He was sixth on the team in tackles. Corners, maybe not elite, but they bring back a lot of guys who saw the field last year. Bryce Pollock transfers in from Mississippi State. I think he's going to start on one side. And then as far as the other corners, Marion Horn played a lot last year. A.J. McCarty played a lot last year. Macho Stevenson played a lot last year. They're all back. Then they had a freshman nickel, Miguel Dingle Jr. He's back as well. He plays nickel / linebacker, so wherever you want to put him, he kind of roams around. Chapman Lewis, fifth on the team in tackles. He's back at safety. So, I mean, this is it. Texas Tech, you're loaded. You're loaded up. There are bullets in the chamber. Can you get it done?
It's a top 5 portal class for sure. One of the better transfers in that anyone had this year. So they improved on every spot that needed it. I mean, the defense can't be as bad as it was last year. And let's be real, they finished 8-5 with a terrible defense. So
I can't believe that. I can't believe they were 8-5 last year.
Yeah. So if you just thought of Texas Tech, you would have thought they were like 6-6. So.
Now we get to the schedule, which is a little tougher than last year. Specifically, you got a couple really tough road games in there. You're going to see they got to go to Rice Eccles. Let's see. Let me pull up the schedule real quick. I'm sorry. So, yeah, you got to go play Utah on the road. No bye before or anything. And Utah looks really strong this year, where I think we're about to talk about them next. So that's a tough one. You're going to have to go try to beat Utah. Also, you got to go to Arizona State. I personally think Tech handles their shit there. You also got to go to Kansas State, which, yeah, I mean, the two places I wouldn't want to go if I'm in the Big 12 this year are Utah and Kansas. Texas Tech has got to go to both of them. So two extreme, well, people are going to say Arizona State, so maybe three. Three of the tougher road games you can have in the Big 12 are on the schedule for Texas Tech. But, I mean, they feel they have the best team in the conference. So go show us, Red Raiders. All right, rushing offense last year was a C+. Let's see. I'll say C.
I'm gonna go B-.
Yeah, B-. Let's bump it up just because the overall team is going to be better. Passing offense A+.
Yeah, I'll go A+.
Rush defense was an A- last year. I'm going A.
I'll go with an A.
They're freaking loaded. And then pass defense was a C-. I'll go B-.
Yeah, I'll do that too.
All right. Red Raiders. The thing with the Texas Tech is the defense isn't nearly as bad as the numbers indicate because they play so many. So sometimes you're like, their defense is terrible. And then you look, you're like, oh, they're actually weren't that bad. All right. UCF is up next. All right, let's talk UCF. And this is another team I have a question mark next to. Scott Frost takes over, returns to college football. He was the Rams wide receiver analyst last year. I don't believe he's been in college football since like 2021 or 2022. I really don't know, guys. I'm not going to speculate. Obviously, almost everyone from last year is gone. They bring back Paul Rubelt, who's a starting offensive tackle. Other than that, legitimately everyone's gone from the offense. So, Scoop.
Yeah, man, you remember Scott Frost, though, man. 13-0 season, 2017. That was the Mackenzie Milton quarterback time.
I remember Scott Frost. He was talking shit about
Go ahead.
Mackenzie Milton becomes the quarterback coach, by the way.
Is he really?
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, Frost had a bad time in Nebraska, but he's back, brings in Steve Cooper as his OC. So he was with Frost in Nebraska those years. So, yeah, I mean, the quarterback season last year was a disaster. 4 quarterbacks played, all as bad as the last one that started. Jefferson, Risk, Colson are all gone. Curry Brown did stay, had 401 yards rushing, 398 passing, but was not a good passer, so that doesn't help being a quarterback. So this season, Taven Jackson looks like he's going to start week 1, right? Is that what it looks like?
It might be Cam Fancher. I really don't even know.
I know Frost said he didn't know either. I think that's the best option. I mean, he played at Indiana in 2023, 24 a bit. He did have a start last year for Indiana and won. Cam Fancher, like you just said, comes in from FAU. We talked about Fancher. I don't think he's a good quarterback either. So between Brown and Fancher, doesn't like. I mean, yeah. Obviously, I'm not in camp. I don't know. Either way, this looks like an open quarterback competition. But no matter who it is, I mean, it's going to be growing pains. UCF has been a running team with Bowser and Harvey the last 4 years. I mean, Harvey had another 1,500 yards, 22 touchdowns, 20 catches. Guy was pretty much the whole team. So Harvey was drafted in the second round by the Broncos. Montgomery was an RB2 on the team, third leading rusher. Jacurri was second. But Montgomery had 293. It wasn't bad. Jaden Mixon transfers in from Western Michigan, played at Oklahoma State for 3 years before that. He had 874, 12 touchdowns, first team MAC. So one of them are going to be starting. Again, not sure which. Either one, it's a step down from Harvey. Tavion Swint, true freshman, 23rd best ranked freshman in here. Stacey Gage didn't have a snap last year. He redshirted. So you have 4 decent running backs. 2 of them are kind of unknown, though. So either way, it's not going to be the same kind of production as RJ Harvey. So every wide receiver is gone. Kobe Hudson graduated. Really, though, he had 770 yards, but really, though, getting 770 on his team is an accomplishment. So that's really solid. Randy Pittman, their tight end 1's gone. He transferred to Florida State. Jacoby Jones graduated. So those are the main pieces. So no returning wideouts with a catch from last year. So, in fact, every wideout on his team currently has never started a game at the FBS level.
That's what I'm saying, dude. This is crazy.
Yeah. Even their transfers, I mean, they got transfers from Florida, Charlotte, West Virginia. They have playing time, but they all had under 10 catches and all under 12% snaps. So it's just very inexperienced here with an unknown at quarterback. Not only that, 4 starters off the line from last year. Only starter back is their left tackle, Paul Rupelt. Carter Miller is in from Louisiana Monroe to play center. He started every game last year. Guard Memolar, good name for a guard. He's in from Washington with 11 starts last year, but that's it in terms of starters pretty much. 5 other transfers, but none started FBS ball last year. Cushman will probably start from Ole Miss. 3 FCS transfers played a lot last year. So you really don't have 5 starting linemen that's played in college football at the FBS level. So this whole offense is just very young and very inexperienced. So this might be an Oklahoma State type of offense in 2025.
And it's like kind of the same story on the defense also. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't even want to
yeah, I'll talk about the teams that suck. That's fine.
No, it's not. It's not a matter of
I just want to tell people what they're expecting.
That's the thing. I have no idea
or what are just the people that are going to be on the field. I don't know how they're going to do.
Also, I don't know. I also don't know that.
Yeah. So, I mean, Lee Hunter, second team Big 12. We talked about. He transferred to Tech. Ricky Barber graduated. Malachi Lawrence and Magella Kelly are both back on the ends to start. So, I mean, both are really talented dudes. They combined for 11 sacks last year. John Walker comes from injury, played in every game in 2023, back now and started on the interior. RJ Jackson in from Tulsa, started all 12 last year. Sincere Edwards will definitely rotate out with Kelly and Lawrence. As a true freshman, he had 3 sacks, 6 tackles for loss. Columba, Lockett didn't play last year for Georgia Tech and Michigan, but both should definitely come in and be effective. I think they'll be good against the run and improve on their pass rush from last year. So I think the defensive line will be a little better. Ethan Barr, though, is gone from linebacker. He was their number 1 tackler. Alexander, their number 2 tackler, transfers to Washington. Pace, their 3rd linebacker and 4th tackler, also graduates. So in comes the savior, Kozlowski from Colgate. 133 tackles last year, first team Patriot League. So, yeah, I don't know. Lewis Carter is in from Oklahoma, played in all 13 for Oklahoma last year, 23 tackles. Kelly Lawson also
Lawson's actually good.
transfers in Virginia Tech. He had played in 11 games, 40 tackles, and McDonald started for 5 games at Virginia Tech too. So it's a brand new linebacker group here. Probably a little less talented really than what they had. And it doesn't really help that all 4 starters are also gone in the secondary. They weren't exactly great to begin with. They were kind of middle of the pack, maybe slightly worse than that.
Not
I'm
just
pretty
4
sure
starters. The top 6 members of the secondary are gone.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're actually going to run the FAU safeties back there with Dunham and Williams. So because both FAU starting safeties are transferring here, and I think both are going to start. Bellamy's in from Syracuse, DJ Bell from Memphis, Brown from LSU, and another safety in a goal from Syracuse. Isaiah Reed from Brown, 2023. He was first team All Ivy. He only played 4 games last year. He got hurt. And Damari Henderson had a nice 2023 and redshirted here last year. So Tony Williams, though, he should be a great addition as a true freshman. He's a really high-rated safety coming in as a freshman. So, but altogether, I mean, this team has 67 new players. So 67 is wild. I would be surprised with 3-4 wins on this schedule.
Yeah, I agree. Schedule may be a little bit easier than last year. The non-conference schedule isn't too bad. You get North Carolina in a very good spot if you're UCF. North Carolina is, one second. I didn't write it down, but I remember thinking that's a tough one. So North Carolina, oh yes, you get North Carolina has to go to UCF off an FCS game and right before Clemson. They do have a bye before Clemson, but like the biggest game of the year is on deck for North Carolina. So they have this non-con game. So you get North Carolina in a pretty good spot. As far as grades, I'm just going C's down the, I don't know. Actually, because it's UCF, I'll go B offensively and D defensively. But like, I really don't know.
Yeah, I'll go CCDD.
All right, Utah football. And if you're a Utes fan, you are fired up for this season with good reason. I don't need to go through last year. We all know the story of Utah football. Well, we all know the story of Utah football the last couple of years, I should say. Lack of offense. And specifically down the stretch last year, there was no offense. In the last 8 games of the season, Utah averaged 18.9 points per game, 4.65 yards per play, 33.3% success rate offensively. Terrible offensive numbers from Utah down the stretch. So obviously, entering this season, the number one question has to be, how are we going to move the football? Well, enter Jason Beck. And what he did last year at New Mexico was wild. They had one of the best offenses in the country. Now, granted, they play a Mountain West schedule, but crazy. I know everyone was expecting New Mexico to be one of the worst teams in the country. They won, 4 or 5 games? They were averaging like 8 yards per play. It was freaking crazy what Beck did at New Mexico last year. He comes in, he brings the very talented Devin Dampier with him to play quarterback. The entire offensive line, the top 6 offensive linemen are back for Utah. Yeah, I mean, run us through this offense, Scoop. What good reason to be excited, right?
Yeah, definitely good reason to be excited. I thought Whittingham was going to retire. It seemed like he was, and then he just came back at the last second. So yeah, he's back with Morgan Scalley. Morgan Scalley is the next head coach here when Whittingham steps down. This might be his last year, but yeah, it's good that Cam Rising is finally retired at the age of 65. I think he finally got his pension and everything like that. Isaac Wilson is back. He played in 9 games, wasn't great, 10 touchdowns, 11 picks. So it's going to be Devin Dampier. Like you just said, he follows his OC, be the starter here. He didn't have the best time throwing the ball either, 12 touchdowns, 12 interceptions, but he did run for 1,100 yards and 19 touchdowns and was first team Mountain West. So no matter what happens, the quarterback play is going to be better because he's dual threat. He can definitely make something happen out of nothing. And Nate Johnson comes back to Utah, too, was here in 2022 and 2023.
He's transitioning to a receiver, Nate Johnson.
Yeah, so that's pretty cool. Micah Bernard led the team with 1,000 yards last year, also had 30 catches. He's gone. Mike Mitchell, running back 2, he goes to Arizona. And Stanley, their running back 3, went to New Mexico State. And just for fun, their number 4 goes to UNLV. Wayshawn Parker comes in from Washington State, had 735 yards. Akari Rogers is in from New Mexico State, 382. And Bryce Duke comes in from Old Dominion, national champion Old Dominion. 285 yards last year. So Devin Green's in from UNLV too. So a whole new room here. I think they'll be led by Wayshawn Parker. I think it's going to be solid.
It's definitely going to be. Dude, Parker was 735 yards as a true freshman. He was He was the number 2 RB ranked in the portal.
Yeah, so he's definitely gonna start. So Dorian Singer, their wide receiver, graduates, had 702 last year. Brant Kuth, was it Kuth, right? Keithy was second in receptions as a tight end. He's gone too. So Money Parks, second best wideout with 294. That's how bad this offense was. Everyone else on this team had under 200. Besides Bernard, this team wasn't great on offense. I mean, Ryan Davis comes in from New Mexico with Dampier. He's had 747 last year. Tobias Merriweather started 6 games in 23 for Notre Dame. Played a bit at Cal last year. Larry Simmons was from Southern Miss, started 9 games, 421 last year. You also have 3 more transfers, and Justin Stevenson from Wyoming, Otto Teo from Utah State, Creed Whitmore from Mississippi State. So you can see what they're going to do. They're definitely going to try to pass a hell of a lot more here, and more effectively. I mean, it can't be less effective as it was last year. And I mean, like you said, Compass Center, 29 starts last 5 years. Lokafisi's back at right guard, being out. He was out for the year after 7 games last year, so he's back. Tagayi's back at left guard, started 10 games. Fano's back at right tackle. He was second-team All-American, first-team Big 12 last year. Lomu, 12 starts at left tackle last season, so the whole offensive line is back, every single starter. You get Taiega from USC, who redshirted last year. Moai, Olsen, Harrison back after not playing last year. This is probably the best line in the Big 12. Running game should be better. Pass protection should be better. They're giving up 25 sacks last year. I think that's going to be even less because you have a mobile quarterback back there. So, yeah, this Utah offense is going to be completely different than it was.
Yeah, I think Spencer Fano is probably going to be a first-round pick in the NFL draft. And we see what they're set up to do. They've got a great offensive line. They've got an athletic quarterback. They've got a big RE room. They're going to run the football and play defense. That's what Utah does. So that's what I expect them to do. On the defensive side, they did take some losses, especially on the defensive line. But Utah always seems to reload their defensive front pretty quickly. And also, I like their linebackers. It's the defensive line that's a little bit unknown. Scoops, who's on defense?
Yeah, so Van Fillinger's out on the defensive end. He was their team all Big 12. Tufano's gone. Tanafasa went to BYU, like we just said. O'Toole graduates too. Fano is back on the edge, though. Started 9 games last year. Vamai, he had 13 starts the last 3 years as well. Paul Fitzgerald started 13 in 2023. So it is a little bit weaker, I think. Lance Holtzclaw's in from Washington, only had 8 tackles. Vamahi and Valakali, I feel, are good backups, but now they're starting on the interior line. So we'll see how they go. Also, Fano's good, but there's no other real strong edge rushers, I feel like, on the team. Jackson Jones is in from Oregon, but he redshirted last year. No clue how he is. Same with Battle from LSU, hasn't played. Zepolano from Hawaii is a really good freshman edge, though. I think they can use him quicker than you'd think. But overall, I think it's a little bit of a step down on the defensive line. They do lose Kareem Reed, number 3 tackler, linebacker. He graduated, but Landon Barton's back. He was number 1 tackler on the team. Levani Damani missed all of last year with injury, but he was awesome in 2023. Jonathan Hall is back, 3 starts last year, but still with 8th in tackles. Cyrus Paulus from Desert Hill High School signs as a freshman. He's the 23rd best linebacker in this class. So I think it's an all right starting linebacker group. I think it's probably on par with last year's. And Utah's pass defense is usually solid. They never really have a problem. They lose Gilman at safety and Vaughn at corner. Smith Snowden's still back at corner. Tal Johnson's back at safety. Rabbit Evans started 5 games at safety last year. He'll join Snowden. The other cornerbacks will most likely be Don Saunders. Didn't play much at Texas A&M last year, but he was great at Cal Poly the 2 years before. Elijah Davis, most likely moving to starting corner position. Blake Cotton's in from UC Davis, 6 starts last year. J.C. Hart's in from Auburn. Jalen Mosin in from Furman. So it's not the best secondary, but I really don't think they're going to have an issue in general. Utah's defense has always been strong with Scally, so it's hard to bet against Utah having a poor showing at defense. They're always loaded. They're always, even if I don't think the team is as talented as they are always somehow more talented than I think they are at defense. So I think if the offense does well, this team's going to be back towards the top of the Big 12.
Yeah, and I especially like for the defense that the offense is going to be running the ball, controlling the clock, just puts the defense in a much better spot. So I agree. I think that, personnel-wise, the defense is a little worse, but I actually think they'll be just as good, if not better, for the simple fact that the offense is going to put them in better positions. As far as the schedule, I like this schedule for Utah. So, first of all, what are the biggest games on the schedule? You've got Texas Tech at home. So Texas Tech has to come to Rice-Eccles. You like that. You got Arizona State at home, and that's off the bye. So Arizona State, really tough spot there. They have to go to Utah. Utah's going to be home waiting off a bye week. And then they also get Baylor on the road, one of their tougher games, road at Baylor. That's off their other bye. So two of the biggest games of the year are off byes for Utah. They also get Texas Tech and Kansas State at home. So it's not that it's an easy schedule, but they lucked out a little bit when it comes to the schedule here for Utah. So last year they were a D+ rushing offense. I'm going to say A-.
I'll go a B.
Pass offense D+. I'll say C-. No, I'm going to keep it D+ actually.
C+.
Rush defense A-. I'm just going to keep it there.
Yeah, I'm going to say the same.
And then pass defense A. I'm going to.
I'll go A-.
I'll go A- too. All right. Last team up in the Big 12, Mountaineers. All right. Well, Rich Rod is back, and here's an exact quote. If you're wondering, what can we expect to see from this Rich Rod West Virginia team? Here's an exact quote. Our goal is to be the fastest playing team in the country. Here we go. Yeah, Rich Rod is officially back in Morgantown. Scoop, what do you think of the talent on the offensive side?
Yeah, I think it's great. I think, I mean, obviously Rich Rod had great years in Jacksonville State last 2 years. He wasn't great in Michigan and Arizona, but I mean, with new coaching comes a new portal team, basically. First of all, Garrett Green did not have a good 2024. He had 15 touchdowns, 12 picks, 2,300 yards. He had a way better 2023 than he did in 2024. Maricola is back from last year's West Virginia team. 434 yards, 5 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, 40 for 120 on the ground. I think he was a better passer than Green, really, but running was kind of plodding. But one thing Rich Rod does is get his QB to run because he likes his mobile quarterback. So I think they'll work with him and get some running plays in there. If it's not, is it? Did he have it starting?
It might be.
So I was going to say, if it's not him, they have option. Max Brown's in from Charlotte, mediocre year, and Jalen Henderson obviously is in from Texas A&M. He didn't play last year, but had 6 touchdowns, 12 picks in 2023. That game against LSU in 2023, he did really well. So, but they haven't said anything yet, really. It could be any of those 3, but if you think it's going to be Henderson, maybe it's going to be.
I don't know. I don't think it's been announced yet. I thought it was going to be Nico because I thought he looked pretty cool, but from what I'm reading, Henderson has a good chance to start. I remember Henderson. He almost covered for me against LSU. He started the last 2 games of the season for Texas A&M in 2023, and they were catching plus 11.5. And everyone obviously bet LSU because it was like this unknown at quarterback. And I took Texas A&M plus 11.5. They lost by 12 on a touchdown at the end of the game. So yeah, got crossed there. But anyway, all 5 offensive linemen are gone, including a Jacksonville Jag left tackle.
Yeah, man, third
round pick for the Jags, another new Jag. They do bring in Walter Youngbear, who was 3rd-team All-American Athletic Conference, to play guard. I mean, look, there's guys that could be starting on this offensive line that have 0 career starts, and as many as 3 starters on the offensive line that have 0 career starts. Crawford, Tykeus Crawford is going to start at right tackle. He has 6 career starts in 4 years. This offensive line is extremely inexperienced. Kind of same goes for the wide receivers. They bring in Cam Vaughn from Jacksonville State, came with Rich Rod. He had 803 yards in 2024 as a redshirt freshman. So there's a cool one, Cam Vaughn. Also, apparently, Jaden Bray is having a breakout camp. He only had 2 catches last year. He missed a few games, but apparently he looks really good. Wide receiver. There's a lot of unknown. The star of West Virginia this year is the coach because there's just not a ton here on the offensive side of the ball. Also, Jalen Knighton.
Jaheim White stayed too.
Yeah, Jaheim White's still there to be the running back, but C.J. Donaldson's gone. He's at Ohio State. Jalen Knighton was supposed to be a main piece there. The RB2 split carries with Jaheim White, academically ineligible.
Right.
Yeah, so I don't know. Preston Fox is a returning receiver. He was Big 12 honorable mention, but he was Big 12 honorable mention as a kick returner, not as a receiver. So I don't know. It's all a matter of like how good do you think Rich Rod is? Because talent-wise, it's not exactly loaded.
Yeah, I mean, I think the running backs are fine. That's probably why White stayed, because obviously they're going to run the ball a lot. The kid Cannon Katzer from Ferris State had 1,100 yards last year. He had like a 9 yards per carry average, but the running back room is fine. They did lose 4 of the top 5 receivers. Only one who stayed was Rodney Gallagher. So Canton Bowie is also in from Jacksonville State. He had 12 and 15 catches last year, and Christian Hamilton comes in from North Carolina. Jeff Weimer had over 1,000 yards at Idaho State last year. Big team, first team Big Sky. So there's 3 more transfers too that could back up everyone. It's a completely new wide receiver group, completely new offensive line. I was joking, obviously, when I said they're going to be good on offense. I think their running game is going to be good. It's just how, like you said, how quick can Rich Rod get an offense going here as fast as possible. I don't know who the quarterback's going to be. I know who their running backs are. That's the one strong part I like about their team. But yeah, the rest of them I'm not sure about.
And then on the defensive side of the ball, it's kind of a new unit, although there are a few pieces. A couple linebackers back, Cutter, Carico. I'm sorry if I'm saying that incorrectly. Hammond Russell on the defensive line is back. That's about it. Now, Jamori Robinson would be a huge get. Comes in from UTSA. He had 9 sacks last year. He was the American Athletic Conference Defensive Player of the Year, I think. But he's waiting. He has an appeal open with the NCAA to get another year of eligibility. So at this moment, it's unclear whether or not he's going to be eligible to play.
He was Defensive Player of the Year.
He's a beast. Yeah, he would be like instantly one of the best players on the West Virginia's defense, and it's uncertain if he's even going to be able to play. So, Scoop, what do you think of this defense?
Yeah, so Vistaranen was out for a year after 2 games last year, so he's back after he had a great 2023 season on the line. He'll jump back at defensive tackle. Hammond Russell will probably move up to start, played in every game. Like you just said, Jamori Robinson he's awesome. He should be able to get. Man. That would be awesome. He's definitely would be the best person on his line. Eddie Kelly played in all 13 games at Missouri. Braden Siders is in from Wyoming, started 25 there. He had 14 sacks the last 3 years. And Devin Grant had 8.5 sacks at Incarnate. There's a lot of Incarnate Word, I feel like, transfers lately. But I think it's an okay line. It's not great. Obviously, Robinson would add to that. Josiah Trother, the number 2 tackler, goes to Missouri. Trey Lathan goes to Kansas. Tyron Bradley, the number 4, graduates. So you lose all your linebackers. Chase Wilson's in from Colorado State. He had 97 tackles last year. Fred Perry plays nickel, comes in from Jacksonville State. He's awesome, actually. 110 tackles, 10 tackles for loss. First team Conference USA.
Wait, who's that?
Fred Perry.
Why do I not have Fred Perry? Oh, I have him up at nickel.
That's nickel, yeah. So you'd be the linebacker nickel, same shit.
Yeah, right.
Reed Carrico's is back too. Ben Cutter had a pretty good year last year. It should be a decent group for the linebackers, but you do, like I said, you do lose your 3. A lot of new pieces to the secondary. They lost mainly their starters. Anthony Wilson, who led the team in tackles, graduated. Same with the other safety, Joseph. Hollis and Fagan, the cornerbacks, also graduate. Michael Coates transfers in from Nevada. He was first team Mountain West last year with 4 picks. Jordan Scruggs is in from South Alabama, 9 starts last year. Nick Taylor's in from App State. Ty Crutcher from West Florida. You got Golden Nelson, started 10 games at Akron. So, it's a lot, actually. It keeps going. So it's a lot of different it's a lot of different pieces. But the pass defense wasn't great last year anyway. I don't know how it's going to be this year. They have a new defensive coordinator. The Zach Alley was actually the defensive coordinator under Rodriguez in 2022 and 23 for Jacksonville State, and he was at Oklahoma last year. So he actually had a good year in Oklahoma. It wasn't Oklahoma's defense that was bad. So I think it's going to be good eventually. I just don't know if, obviously, that's probably not going to be this year.
I gotta say, I don't hate this schedule for West Virginia. You get Pitt at home, and I'm pretty confident they're going to beat Pittsburgh after the heartbreak that happened last year at Pittsburgh, and that was heartbreaking. I was on West Virginia, and how did they lose that game? It's crazy. The comeback Pittsburgh had to win that game. They get Utah at home. They're at BYU and at UCF but they're at BYU and at UCF in a row, but they have a bye in between those. So I think they should be well prepared to have a shot at beating UCF in the bounce house. West Virginia is projected to be the worst team in the Big 12, but Rich Rod, and there is some talent here. I wouldn't be surprised if they steal some of these games. They get TCU at home. That's not going to be it's not going to be a cakewalk for TCU. They get Houston. The schedule's not terrible. They also get a bye before the last game of the season. They'd love to play spoiler against Texas Tech there at the end, coming off a bye. So look, is West Virginia going to be great this year? Probably not, but everyone thought Arizona State was going to be terrible last year. Anyone can win this conference, and there's definitely plenty of opportunities for West Virginia to play spoiler to some of their conference rivals. So should be a fun year. See what Rich Rodriguez does here. So last year,
5.5 is their over-under.
Yeah. See, like they're projected to be the worst team in the conference, and they still are projected to win 5-6 games. That's how crazy this conference is. West Virginia's was a rushing offense last year without Donaldson and the new offensive line. I'm going to drop it to.
I'll still say a B because that's all he's going to want to do.
You're going B. I'll say C+. Passing offense C+.
D+.
I'll say C-. It's Rich Rod though. There's no way the offense is going to be terrible.
Well, he's going to make it up in the running game.
All right. Russ defense is a C.
I'll go with a C-.
Yeah, me too. And then pass defense was an F last year.
I'm going to stay with an F.
No, I'll go D.
F.
All right, there we go. That's it for the Big 12.
Sorry, Money Mac.
All right, we're officially into the Atlantic Coast Conference. Let's talk some ACC. We're going in alphabetical order. So we're starting with Boston College. 7-6 last year. Bill O'Brien's first season. Kind of a weird year. I mean, Castellanos. Did he just quit? Like, what happened? I don't even remember what happened.
He got he was pretty much the whole team, and then O'Brien started Grayson James over him, and then he cried and basically went to the portal.
Decent summary.
Yeah. So he did not like being benched.
Yeah. So obviously, Castellanos is no longer there, and we'll get to the roster turnover in a second. I don't want to say the offense looked better after that, but it was slightly more efficient. Again, I'm not going to say the Boston College offense was better without Castellanos. That's crazy. He's a crazy talent. I'm just saying in terms of production, efficiency, success rate, they were slightly better down the stretch there in their last 4 games. Their success rate in the first 8 games, 40.8%, jumps to 43.2% in the last 4 games with Grayson James at quarterback. But Grayson James looked like he's not even going to be the starter. So it looks like
they just announced it 3 days ago that it's Dylan.
Yeah. So if you don't know who this is, let me pull up my notes real quick. So I thought Grayson James was going to be the starter because I thought he played all right last year down the stretch. But it looks like it's going to be Lonergan. Dylan Lonergan. He's a 4-star recruit from Alabama. Now he has familiarity here. Bill O'Brien actually recruited Dylan Lonergan at Alabama. So I'm not going to pretend to know a ton about him, but he's a 4-star quarterback recruit for Nick Saban at Alabama. I would imagine he's probably pretty talented. So it looks like...
I mean, in high school, he had a 32-3 season. So really, it's the last time he threw the ball. It was like 3 years ago. So yeah, we'll see how... I mean, Bill O'Brien said that Grayson James is also going to play, so we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, he only 8 career pass attempts. He's a redshirt sophomore, so it's not like he's been riding the bench at Alabama for years. He's there for 2 years. One of them was a redshirt year, obviously behind some pretty serious talent there at Alabama. Milroe. So it looks like Dylan Lonergan is going to be the starting quarterback. All the receivers are back. You see all these wide receivers they got, Scoop?
Yeah, man. Lewis Bond, Reed Harris, both back. The only receiver they lose is really their tight end, Morales, but Jeremiah Franklin looked fine as a tight end too, and he had similar numbers. So, yeah, man, it's loaded receivers for sure.
Yeah, Lonergan's got receivers for days to throw to. Also, there's a 3-star freshman, a true freshman, a track star who apparently looks really good in camp. His name's Dawson Poe or Powell. I apologize if I'm saying that incorrectly, but they may have even added to that wide receiving core. So Dylan Lonergan's got plenty of weapons. Bill O'Brien's got plenty of weapons to work with. Obviously, the running back room is a bit of a concern. They're both gone.
Robichaux actually is on the Detroit Lions now. Trayshawn Ward, I'm not sure if he got signed by an NFL team, but he's gone as well. No, I don't think he did either. So both RBs from last year are gone. Turbo Richard, I guess, is going to be the main guy. He had 278 yards last year as a true freshman. So high upside there. Also, Jordan McDonald is probably going to be in the mix as well. I would imagine they take a step backwards in terms of the RB room because Robichaux and Trayshawn Ward are pretty good backs. But Turbo Richard, I mean, he was getting touches last year as a true freshman. So who knows? Maybe he has a high ceiling. What do you think of the offensive line, Scoop?
Yeah, I mean, the line was pretty good last year. They had, two. The problem is, I think what is it? Two coming back, maybe, or three? I think
two starters.
Back. Yeah,
two starters.
Two first-time ACC linemen are gone, and Trapillo and Kendall. They both got drafted. Taylor and Bowery remain on the left tackle side, and Dwayne Alec has been playing for a while. Had a bunch of starts and snaps. I mean, you have Amir Johnson and Tommy Matheson. They're two FCS transfers in, but you still do have Klein, Daughtry, Crowns, Funkel. Should be able to sub in and out pretty easily. I don't think the line's going to be as good because they lose their top two, but I still think it's going to be pretty solid. Yeah, it's just a running game. I mean, Turbo is a solid name for a running back, but you got Vaughn Pemberton from Ball State too. He had 60-plus carries last year. I don't think it's going to be as good of a running game, but I think the passing game is going to be there.
Yes, agreed. Sounds crazy. Lose Castellanos and you think the passing attack gets better, but I do with all those receivers. Also, Bill O'Brien, year two. Takes maybe a year or two to implement your system. So I think the offense is going to be better. I agree the offensive line maybe takes a small step backwards. 3 of their offensive linemen from last year are on NFL teams right now. But Logan Taylor at left guard, he was ACC honorable mention. He's going to be a key piece. As a whole, I think the offense might be slightly better, at the very least the same. I'm not expecting a drop-off, that's for sure.
I agree with you.
Let's flip it over to the defensive side. Secondary, man, they're all back except for Kari Johnson, who was 8th on the team in tackles. Everyone else is back. KP Price led the team in tackles. Carter Davis, 4th on the team in tackles. He's back. Max Tucker's back. Amari Jackson's back. He missed 7 games last year. Omar Thornton is back. He was 13th on the team in tackles as a true freshman last year. They've also got a freshman who looks good in camp, Omarion Davis. He may play a little bit of safety. I mean, he's not going to start, but yeah, there's a lot of upside here in the secondary. What do you think about the front seven, Scoop?
Yeah, secondary's solid.
Loaded.
Cameron Martinez too played a bunch at Ohio State and Boston College, so I mean it's definitely great. So the line, I mean, Ezeraku, he was a beast last year. He got drafted by the Cowboys in the 2nd round. He was ACC Defensive Player of the Year.
16 and a half sacks, I think he had.
Monster. 3rd-team ACC also gone on Horsley at defensive tackle. Akpala graduated and Rooks transferred to Syracuse. So, yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of FCS starting transfers. You got Neto from Elon, Nwasisi from Valpo, Bate from Merrimack, and Bumpus, good name, from Brown. So really the only thing you're sure about is Hutchins and Stoudemire on the defensive line. Said McConnell played a bit for Illinois and here and there last year, but I think the line's going to take a pretty big step back in the run defense. I think the linebackers are okay. Arnold and Marinaro are gone, but Crouch is back, and he was their best linebacker last year.
Yep.
So McGowan missed time. He did a great job when he was back. He's back this year from injury. Boykin is an FCS transfer from Barton. He was solid. He had 55 tackles last year, 13 in the game. And then Jason Hewitt played a little bit at Michigan last year coming in. I think the returning talent and what they had for the linebackers are fine, but I love the secondary. It's just the defensive line I think is in rough shape.
Yeah, I was reading about Jason Hewitt, 4-star recruit at Michigan, just 8 snaps last year as a redshirt freshman. But I mean, it's Michigan. If he was playing on the Michigan defense as a redshirt freshman, that would make him like a first round. I'd be serious. So he's a 4-star recruit at Michigan. So I don't know how much of an immediate impact he has, but I wouldn't be surprised to see him out there. Like you said, Bam Crouch, pretty much the leader of the defense back at linebacker. So, yeah, I think the team's better for sure. The problem, their schedule is a nightmare. I mean, you got Clemson, you got Georgia Tech. You lose Florida State and replace it with Stanford.
It's tough to picture Boston College. I mean, Bill O'Brien, he's been a head coach for, I think, like 9 or 10 seasons if you include the Houston Texans and Penn State. He's only had one losing season ever, and I think that was the year Deshaun Watson got hurt for the Texans. This guy just like doesn't lose, so it's hard to picture Boston College losing more than 6 games in this season, even though you look at the schedule and it's tough. Even the games that they should win are not layups. Like, you got home against UConn. Yes, of course.
I was just going to say UConn.
UConn's good.
I will talk about UConn. UConn is loaded, by the way.
They're good as hell.
Yeah,
and not to mention, they got that game home against UConn. It's right after Clemson. So it's like such a shitty spot. Even though Boston and Connecticut, there's like a little bit of a rivalry. I very seriously doubt they're going to take UConn lightly, but it's not the best spot. Also, I mean, home against Cal, you would think that's a win. Coming off a bye, but you know what? Cal might be a little sneaky. You got Wilcox coaching for his job out there. Ron Rivera is now in the mix. So yeah, I think Boston College gets better. It's tough to find the wins on the schedule. I think they could upset Syracuse last game of the year. All right, let's talk grades. Boston College, B+ rushing offense last year with no Castellanos, losing the backs. I have to drop that, even though I don't think the offense is necessarily worse. I think the rushing offense drops to a C+.
Yeah, I would go B-.
Passing offense, I will upgrade it. Lonergan looks like the real deal. Plenty of receivers. I'll up this to a B.
B-.
Rush defense, B+ last year.
I'm going to go C+.
Yeah, it's got to drop with those 2 NFL pieces off the defensive line, right? I agree. Yeah, C+ sounds good. I'll copy on that. And then pass defense, B-. I'm going to upgrade this to a B+.
Yeah, me too.
Now we're on to the Golden Bears. Justin Wilcox back for his 9th season. I think.
Yeah, I mean, you're 42-50 overall with only 2 7-win seasons. I don't know, man. I guess it's good enough for the Bears. I don't know.
I don't think. I mean, you add in the fact that Ron Rivera takes over as GM, and Wilcox is not his guy. Where like this, I would imagine Wilcox needs to do something pretty spectacular to hold on to his job. Honestly, so what's the term? Lame duck, I believe is the term.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know if he'll be around after this year. New coordinators as well. The OC got fired. Brian Harsin takes over. Terrence Brown takes over the defense. He's a co-DC. Obvious. I mean, dude, all the talent transferred out. Jaden Ott, even though he had a disappointing injury-riddled season, he transferred to Oklahoma. Javion Thomas transferred to UCLA. That's their 2 RBs. The quarterback, Mendoza, he's obviously with Cignetti over there at Indiana now. Hunter, their main receivers at Nebraska. I mean, the NFL, their left guards now in the NFL on the Bills. Center and right tackle graduated. They bring back 2 starters on the offensive line, but one of them is Nick Morrow, who missed all of the spring injured. I don't even know. Is it Devin Brown going to be starting at quarterback? Because I don't think they've announced it yet.
I don't think they started, but now I've heard that Sagapulatelli, he's the freshman quarterback. I think he might be starting now.
No way. It's going to be Brown. I mean, it has not been announced. I'm surprised it's not just blindly Brown. This dude, if you don't know who Devin Brown is, this was supposed to be the guy that was going to succeed CJ Stroud at Ohio State. This is a highly touted Ohio State quarterback recruit. Obviously, they ended up bringing in what the hell's the guy's name? The quarterback. What's his name? He's on the Steelers now. What's Ohio State quarterback's name?
Will Howard.
Will Howard. Duh. Obviously, they ended up bringing in Will Howard instead. But this is a highly touted recruit. I'd be very surprised if it's not Devin Brown. But yeah, we don't know who the quarterback is.
I thought it was going to be Brown too, but then I've been reading like tweets and it's like, he looks, it's open competition. I was like, all right, well, either way, we'll see.
I know.
But either way, Javion Thomas is gone, Jaden Ott's gone. You do get decent running backs in. I mean, they have a lot of running backs in. You got LJ Thomas, Raphael, Brandon Hyde. They're all incoming transfers. All had 75 carries last year at least.
Yeah.
I think LJ Johnson might be the better running back out of the three. He has the most experience, but same thing with quarterback. I don't know who they're rolling with the running back here.
As far as receivers, there's a laundry list here. Grizel's back. He was the only one that was back from last year. 401 receiving yards with Cal last year. There's guys like Mark Hamper from Idaho.
He had a crazy good year.
Yeah, he was awesome at Idaho. There's Jacob DeJesus from UNLV. He had 512 receiving yards, and apparently he's a superstar kick returner as well. Quran Adams, South Dakota, had 543 yards. I had to double check this. He averaged 30.2 yards a catch.
Yeah, I saw that.
Every time he touched the ball, it's a touchdown. 30.2 yards a catch. So, I mean, I don't even know who is getting first team reps. Everything's unclear. This is tough.
Yeah, I think Hamper is going to start. Maybe Grizel and Jacob DeJesus. I don't really know, but you have a lot. You got, Claron Adams, Daz James, Jaden Dixon-Veal. Got a ton of people in, so they have a lot of options.
Now let's flip it over to the defense, and there's one shining star. Well, there's a couple decent pieces coming back, but the Uluwave, one of the best defensive players in the ACC. To ACC honorable mention, he missed the spring banged up. He was second on the team in tackles, but I think he's good to go. I think he's going to be good to start the season. He's probably going to be the leader of this defense and possible NFL player there at linebacker coming back. Also, their defensive tackle, Kianaina, I'm sorry if I'm saying that wrong. He's back. He was 8th on the team in tackles. They bring back Cam Sidney in the defensive backfield. Other than that, McCullough had 3.5 sacks on the edge. TJ Bush Jr. is a transfer coming in, by the way, who should be solid. He's from Liberty, had 6 sacks last year. So that's one of their pieces that's coming in. They're big on. But I switched over from returning pieces. As far as returning pieces, it's those three I named. TJ Bowlers on the defensive line. Obviously, Teddy Buchanan on the Ravens, 4th round pick. That's the big loss. Also, a couple big losses in the secondary. Craig Woodson, 4th round pick by the Patriots. Noel Williams, corner, 3rd round pick by the Chiefs. They lost their main pieces, but Uluwave is back.
Yeah, I actually like their front seven. I think it's their best front seven in years. TJ Bush comes in to play edge. I know Carlton graduated. But yeah, like you said, Bush is a 2-year starter for Liberty. David Reese transferred to Syracuse. I think the line's okay. Jaden Wayne comes in from Washington. Yeah, Kianaina is back on the inside. Same with Nate Burrell. So, and then Zay Smith from UConn and Tyson Ford from Notre Dame should definitely help out the line. Carlton's definitely the biggest part of the line. I think it's pretty solid. And I know Buchanan is a big loss at linebacker. Obviously, their number one tackler. But Uluwave should be fine from his injury. He should be their best linebacker on the team. Coach Wilcox, by the way, said he may play two-way this year. He did that in high school. I don't think I would do that. Bone Jock, we talked about.
Really? How do I say his name?
But Uluwave?
Who may play two-way?
Uluwave.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's awesome. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Cade.
As far as the secondary, go ahead.
Yeah, but Bum Jock comes in from Colorado State. He had 100 tackles. Harrison Taggart's in from BYU had 69 tackles. I think their backups, Tunkara, Hampton, McCullough, I think they're all great. It's going to be a strong front seven, I think. But yeah, you're going to say the secondary.
Well, I'm about to talk about the secondary. But to reiterate to what you're saying, that you like the defensive front. If there's one thing. Look, Justin Wilcox probably not going to have a job after this year. He'll have a defensive coordinator job in the snap of a finger. Like, if there's one thing he can do is coach a defense. I'm sure that Cal's defense is going to be fine, even if the pieces aren't necessarily lined up. And, as you're reading it, I have the same notes down. It does look better. For some reason, the impression when I wrote these notes was that there weren't a ton of pieces. But you're right. There are experienced pieces in this front seven. In the secondary, is Polidor Jr. going to start at safety? 74 tackles at Montana State. Is that a starter?
I guess it might be.
Mass is the corner. They're big on him.
Ezekiel Masses, yeah, definitely.
From FIU. He's a 3-year starter at FIU. They're big on him at corner. Brent Austin's probably going to be the other corner. He's from South Florida. I think Tristan Dunn is going to start at safety from Washington, but he missed last year. But I really don't know.
heard from it, like you said. I don't know. Yeah, same thing. Jordan Sanford from Texas Tech may jump in and play safety too. I mean, the talent's there. It's just kind of an unknown with a completely new secondary. So,
as far as the schedule, I mean, nothing really jumps out. I was looking at so there's some turnover here. They're playing 6 new conference opponents from last year. I spent a few minutes looking at this, trying to decide if I think Cal's conference schedule is more or less difficult. It's pretty much the same. I mean, you get rid of Florida State and Miami, replace it with Boston College and Duke. Okay, those are downgrades. That's better for this season. But then also you lose Syracuse and replace it with Louisville at the bottom. So I think it's pretty much the same in terms of difficulty. They do get North Carolina at home off a bye. So a game that maybe you wouldn't think Cal could win. They could possibly steal that one coming off the bye. Also, they have a home game against Duke before that. So they'll be home for a while. That could be a nice win for Cal. Yeah. Let's do grades.
Uluave had 26 touchdowns as running back in high school.
Really?
Yeah.
I did not know that, and I did not read that either. Last year, Cal was a D+ rushing offense. I mean, it was so I still don't understand what happened. They brought in Jaden Ott, and he couldn't stay healthy. And when he was healthy, he was averaging 3 yards a carry. It was, I don't know why that didn't work. I don't know.
Yeah, and then we didn't really talk about the line. I know they lost 3 starters, but they have a ton of people coming in, and they actually have a 4-star tackle that might start right away in Hasten Hoodle. So he had offers from Clemson, Penn State, Tennessee, a bunch of other. Chose to come to Cal. So yeah, I mean, I think the line's pretty solid. I think the running back should be solid. It should definitely improve here. I don't know why it shouldn't.
It's crazy that they lose the 2 RBs, 2 good running backs, and I agree with you. I think it's going to improve. I'll bump it up to a C.
Yeah, I'm going to go C too.
I doubt they get the same production that they got from Mendoza. He was pretty good. So
yeah, I like Mendoza.
I'm going to drop Devin Brown. I'm going to go C-.
Yeah, I'll go with a C.
Rush defense. You like the defensive front, you said?
Yeah, I definitely like the
They were C+ last year.
I'll go B-, and then the pass defense, I will go C+.
I will go B against the run. I like Wilcox as a defensive coach. And then I'll go C+ against the pass. All right. Next up is Clemson. And we don't need much preparation for this one. This is an NFL team. Honestly, this is so loaded. This is an easy breakdown to do. Do
you think they go undefeated?
I think they very well might. Yeah, I will say we'll get to the schedule at the end, but their conference schedule is considerably more difficult. But I mean, they're a touchdown favorite at least against every ACC team. So it's okay, their conference schedule got tougher. They play in the ACC, so they should win every game anyway. It doesn't matter which ACC teams is on the schedule. Almost, Yeah. I know it matters, but in theory, they're going to be heavy favorites every single time. But all right, we'll start with the coaching staff, and obviously everyone's focusing on the roster. How about the fact that Tom Allen is coaching the defense? Are you this dude is a good head coach? Well, or some would debate that, but I like Tom Allen a lot. They pick up Tom Allen to coach the defense. Obviously, Dabo's still there. So
Mr. Testosterone himself.
In terms of the Clemson offense, I mean, they are loaded. We're talking about they're bringing back all conference offensive linemen. 4 of the 5 starters are back, and of those 4, every single one was either all conference or all conference honorable mention. As far as the 5th spot, they did lose Marcus Tate, who's on the Eagles now. So they did lose a good offensive lineman, but they have a 5-star Harris Sewell that might not even start. They have a 5-star that might get beat out for the job by Colin Sadler. So their offensive line, this is going to be the best offensive line in the ACC. I don't think anyone would even come close to arguing that. They probably have the best quarterback. Cade Klubnik, ACC honorable mention, big step forward last year, using his legs too. You'll love to see it. Showing us that he's a bit of a dual threat guy.
I talked so much smack on him too, and he did awesome. So.
He was awesome. 148.2 QB rating in 2024. It was by far his best season. He's back. I would imagine. I haven't looked at Heisman odds. I would imagine he's right up there in the discussion.
He's third at plus 950.
Yep, sounds about right.
He's got all his receivers back, including Antonio Williams, one of the best receivers in the country. First team all conference last year. Wesco's probably an NFL player himself on the other side. TJ Moore's back. He had 650 yards last year. So all his receivers are back as well. Now, if you're looking to take shots at Clemson, if you're looking to fade Clemson, you can say their elite running back duo is gone. Phil Maffa's on the Cowboys, 7th-round pick. And then, Shipley's been gone. For some reason, I was about to say Will Shipley. He was gone last year. But Jay Haynes was a guy who I think was supposed to be there. He is injured. I'm not sure how long he's out. Do you have details on Jay Haynes' injury?
No, I didn't have anything. I know they have a true freshman in Gideon Davis.
Yeah, I was about to talk about him.
I mean, he looks ridiculous.
He's the real deal.
Yeah, I mean, he looked awesome. It's crazy. I actually watched highlights just for fun at Liberty Christian in Virginia where he went. But then again, everyone looks like ridiculous in high school when you're actually a good player. But he looked insane. I think he's definitely going to get the start here. So.
Yeah, Gideon Davis, 4-star recruit running back. He is the next one. Like that's I would almost say, well, you can't guarantee something like that, but he's a NFL guy. I think he's going to get the start right away. And by the way, I looked it up. So Jay Haynes did not tear his ACL. He's been held out of spring practice.
Right, yeah. He's. I mean, it's been a while, so I think he might be. I mean, that's a ridiculous 1-2 punch. So
yeah. If Jay Davis, remember, he was playing on last year's Clemson team as in the college football playoff as a redshirt freshman. So yeah, they've got RBs. Even though they lost Phil Maffa, who was the man, they are absolutely loaded on offense. And when we flip it over to the defense,
I was gonna say, and they lost running school their tight end, but Bentoncourt they're really high on. I mean, I think the tight ends are going to be fine too. You saw Ian Shefflin's there too from Clemson basketball.
Yeah,
he's now a tight end at Clemson. So
yeah, so if you don't know who that is, 12.4 points per game, 9.4 rebounds per game. So the joke is, we're not joking. The power forward from the Clemson basketball team is converting to tight end to gain an extra year of eligibility, I think, and he a double machine there at tight end for Clemson. Also, speaking of converted positions, Adam Randall apparently looks really good in camp. He's a wide receiver. He's been a wide receiver at Clemson for 3 years. He's having a breakout camp. It might be RB2 if Jay Haynes is, so apparently looks really good. So yeah, the offense is most definitely loaded. Let's flip it over to the defense and copy and paste. I mean, the shorter list would be talk about who they lost. It's not a long list. Barrett Carter led the team in tackles. He was a 4th-round pick for the Bengals. He's a linebacker. He's gone. Peyton Page, defensive tackle. He's on the Jets. He went undrafted. He's gone. That's a defensive tackle. And they lose R.J. Mickens, who was a 6th-round pick for the Chargers. That's it.
Everyone else is back.
Everyone else is back, including
with Mickens. I mean, you have a couple backups transfer out, but I mean, this is a ridiculous core. You have Terrell, Lucas, Barnes, and Ricardo Jones is probably just going to start where Mickens left off, or maybe Kylan Griffin. Either way, this secondary is solid. I mean, there's really nothing to complain about there.
No, they're loaded. 5 stars across the board. Avian Terrell was 2nd team all-conference as a true sophomore last year at corner. That's A.J. Terrell's brother, by the way. So he's an NFL corner. Same goes for Hampton, the other corner. Jaden Lucas is another corner who was a 5-star. T.J. Parker's probably one of the best edge rushers in the entire country. Probably going to be a 1st-round pick. He had 11 sacks last year. He's back. Peter Woods, one of the best defensive tackles in the country. He's back as well. They're so loaded that you can't even we could sit here and talk about how loaded they just have NFL players across the board here.
Yeah, and not even a big. I mean, Clemson's never really a portal team. They always build up their teams. But they've had solid portal transfers too. I mean, Will Helt transferring from Purdue, he had 5 sacks, 10 tackles for loss, 56 tackles last year on Purdue, and Purdue sucked. Purdue, anything you're doing at Purdue is awesome. So, I mean.
Wait, listen, what about Alexander? Jeremiah Alexander, bro.
Yeah, Jeremiah Alexander is from Alabama, played 24 games the last 2 years at Bama. I mean, you got D. Creighton and Jamal Anderson are back as backups, same with Kobe McLeod and Drew Wooders. I mean, they could start anywhere else. So you have a really solid front 7. You got a really solid secondary. You can try to pick and choose who they're going to lose to this year, maybe week 1, if anything.
Okay, speaking of that, we mentioned in the beginning, let's pull up the schedule. And
if you're once again, if you're a Clemson hater, you can point to the fact their schedule isn't just a little bit harder. Their conference schedule, they're playing all the good. I mean, look. So these are this graphic on the screen.
Also, we're going to talk Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech looks awesome this year.
They look awesome, yeah. So on the left side of this graphic, this graphic is showing the different conference opponents. So these 6 teams in 2024 becomes these 6 opponents in 2025. Every single name on 2025 is better than its counterpart on the left. Literally every single one. NC State, Stanford, Wake Forest, Virginia, Virginia Tech, Pittsburgh become Georgia Tech. Okay, Syracuse isn't good, but they're better than Stanford. North Carolina, Boston College, SMU, Duke. So their ACC schedule considerably hard.
And not to mention Florida State's going to be way better than they were last year, who they play again. So
of course, right. Florida State is also better. That's a good point. I should have wrote that down. But yet their ACC schedule is way tougher. But the way that with the college football playoff now, like even if they lose to LSU, they're
you lose 2 games. Even a 3-loss team can get in if you've beaten.
No, not Clemson. Clemson can't get.
Oh no, that's true. Not Clemson's schedule. An SEC maybe, but
SEC or Big Ten would be the only ones to have a shot. To get
right. So 2 losses would be fine.
Yeah, well, they play at South Carolina the last game of the year and LSU to open. So you can't criticize them for a tough schedule for not scheduling anybody tough. They do get SMU, which is obviously the biggest conference game of the year, coming off from a road trip, which kind of sucks. But it's at home.
Well, you get 3 home games after that. You got SMU, Duke, and then Florida State.
The 3 of the biggest games of the year too.
Right.
All right, let's talk grades. I mean, I think this is one of the best teams in the country. So there's rushing offense. I'll say A-.
Yeah, I'll go A-.
Passing offense A+.
Yeah, I'd have to go A+.
They have like one of the best quarterbacks in the country and like the best
all the receivers. I know. and the line's back, so it's like, all right.
Yeah. How could it be not an A+? If that's not an A+, what is?
And you're playing in the ACC, which is obviously the easier of the 4 power conferences. So.
They were a B- rush defense. I'll say A-.
I'll go with I'll go with B+.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'll go A-. I'll go A-. I just don't want to give them all A's, but like I have. Like and then the secondary, I gotta go with an A too.
They've got like 5 NFL players in their front 7.
I'll go with an A on the pass defense.
Yeah, I'll keep them in an A for that too. All right, cool. Next team. All right, next up we're on to Duke. And I gotta say before we get into this, I think I'm the only person that's not just like all in on Mensah. I'm not really that sold on him, to be honest. I mean, obviously he's good and he's talented, and I'm not pretending to know more than like the athletic department for Duke, who clearly pulled a lot of strings and made some moves.
$8 million. I don't think he's worth that. No, but
I think that would be equivalent if this was the NFL. That would be equivalent to a bad contract. I don't really understand why. Like, for example, I'm not sold that Mensah is better than like a Gio Lopez. I don't understand why what we saw last year that made this dude like all of a sudden as the most highly sought out. I mean, yes.
He had one of the better freshman seasons. That's probably.
But the thing is, no. He was the quarterback on a team that had an amazing season. Dude, first of all, Tulane, there might be no better gig to have in college football than the Tulane quarterback. Your surrounding team is head and shoulders better than everyone you play. They're the best team in that conference by far. They played nobody throughout the year. I mean, and look at these wins. Big road win at Louisiana. Tulane scored 41 points. He had 17 pass attempts. Road win at UAB. They scored 71 points. He had 15 pass attempts. Road win at North Texas. They put up a big 45 points. He had 13 pass attempts. I mean, yes, he was playing quarterback.
He runs.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah, sort of.
Not really.
He runs more than Malik Murphy does.
Probably, but he ran a little bit in the AAC championship game. But what I'm saying is he's mobile. I wouldn't say he runs. He's mobile. Okay. And then towards the end of the season, when Tulane finally played some important games against some good teams, Memphis and Army, he didn't look all that great. Now, I'm not going to put those 2 losses at the end of the season on him. They weren't on him at all. The defense took a step backwards and all that. Actually, the defense looked terrible. So it's not on him or anything, but
I mean, are we crowning this guy 10 of 13 against North Texas, 12 of 15 against UAB, 11 of 17 against Louisiana? I'm at 10 of 12. Well, no, that was the FCS game.
I just think no, but I think it's a good spot for him to go to.
How about this?
Like as a Duke team. Yeah.
How about this? Pull up Mensa's game logs. What game impresses you? Like, where was his impressive performance?
I would have to pull it up, but
like every time he saw a decent defense, he was pretty mediocre. It sounds like I'm trying to say this guy sucks. I'm not saying he sucks. I just think like the hype surrounding him is crazy based on, he played quarterback on the best team in the conference by far with the best offensive line and the best rushing attack and the best defense that's head and shoulders better than anyone else they play. I'm just saying I'm sure there were several quarterbacks that could have looked fine in that spot, but whatever. I'm going on a tangent here, and it's probably going to piss some Mensa fans off.
I mean, he did all right. He played. I mean, the last two games, like you said, Memphis and Army,
so
he did all right.
All right, you got his game logs open. Which is the most impressive start?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't. All right, so Rice sucked. They all saying something.
Where's a good defense? The two good defenses is all Kansas State and Oklahoma.
Well, he played good against Kansas State.
He did. They went down early.
Oklahoma
or Kansas State went down early, I think, in that one.
Yeah, so it was average. I mean, it was a good season.
Do you at least agree with me that the hype might be a little out of control?
Yeah, I also think that he was on. It was an easier conference, and it was on a good team, and he was a freshman, so I think that helps. But yeah, I mean, like I said, it's good. It's good that he's not jumping right into like Nebraska or like an Oklahoma kind of thing. So it's good that he landed at Duke. So I feel like he's going to be fine here. I don't think he's worth that transfer money, but I think he's going to have a good season.
So anyway, let's talk about the rest of the roster. There's a lot of hype surrounding Duke this year, and I don't even necessarily disagree with the hype. They're clearly dumping money into the program. They bring back a lot of production. 4 of 5 starters back on the offensive line. The only piece they lost is Kirms, who was second team all-conference. He was probably their best offensive lineman. Well, actually, him or Parker, but he's gone. But they brought in a transfer that was a starter at South Dakota. So the offensive line should be very, very good. Definitely a step up from last year. They lose the receiving targets, but they bring in Anthony, who was at Oklahoma. He was injured last year, but he had 419 yards receiving in 2023 at Oklahoma. So they bring in an SEC receiver who apparently looks really good in camp. There's a Harvard kid that they like playing receiver.
Cooper Barkate.
Yeah, Barkate.
First team All-Ivy.
They like that running back more. He was injured last year, but he had 674 yards rushing in 2023. I mean, the Duke should be fine, and I'm not saying Mensa's bad. I just didn't understand how Mensa's all of a sudden, I don't know. I felt like the hype was a little out of control.
Yeah, I mean, I think he did a great job managing the team. He's a game manager, which everyone hates.
A $9 million game manager.
8. Listen, it was 8. All right, give him a break. Yeah, I mean, Star Thomas getting, losing to Tennessee sucks because he was a big part of the offense. But like I said, I think that, like you said, Quez Moore is coming back. Peyton Jones is back. Anderson Castle comes in from Appalachian State. He had a decent year last year. And yeah, Moore and Panicle, they both graduate, but Deshaun Brown's back. Samir Hagan's back. You said Anthony. He even before Oklahoma played at Michigan. So, and the good thing is you only lose one starter on their offensive line, which is huge, and Kirms. So, we talked about South Dakota before. Jordan Larson's coming in from South Dakota. He played in all 24 games the last 2 years. I think the offense should be solid. I think it's going to be in the top, up in the probably the top 7, offenses in the ACC. I mean, the ACC's not great in the first place.
I was about to say.
No, not the country. What are you, crazy? No, I'm saying in the ACC because the ACC's not.
I don't know. They're going to be better because of all the surrounding talent, and maybe Mensa is better than Murphy. Maybe he is. I didn't think Murphy was that bad last year, to be honest. He single-handedly won that Northwestern game late. Even though early he was struggling. But Northwestern had a pretty good defense, and Murphy was just piecing him up, forced overtime. I don't know. I didn't think Murphy was that bad, to be honest. But all right, let's flip it over to the defense. Let's see. We got a couple key pieces coming back on the offensive line. Wesley Williams is back. He had 8 sacks last year. Aaron Hall's back. He was second team all-conference defensive tackle. Vincent Anthony's back. He had 5 sacks. So both edge rushers back. All-conference defensive tackle back. All-conference honorable mention linebacker Trey Freeman is back. They do lose Nicholas, who was their leading tackler, all-conference linebacker. They also lose Alex Howard, who was second on the team in tackles. So they lose their two.
And Bergeron, he was number 4.
And Bergeron. Oh, I'm sorry. So they actually lost their 3 main linebackers, but Trey Freeman should step up and be the main guy. They also have Nick Morris, who missed last year. He was supposed to be a starting linebacker. He had 42 tackles in 2023. He missed last year, injured. In the secondary, some depressing news. Did you see Terry Moore will miss the season, torn ACL. He was 4th on the team in tackle, 2nd team all-conference, one of the key pieces coming back to this Duke defense, and he's going to miss the year. That's the bad news. The good news is Caleb Weaver is going to start in his spot, and he was awesome at Sam Houston, so they have some depth there at safety. Caleb Weaver is a really nice piece to stick right in, so I don't think it necessarily cripples the Duke defense or anything, but it sucks because he was going to be one of their main guys already out for the year. They also get Chandler Rivers back, who's one of the best corners in college football. I probably should have led off with him, to be honest. He was rated number 2 on Pro Football Focus in the country in coverage grade. He was first team all-conference, one of the best corners in the country, Chandler Rivers. He's probably the best player on the defense. Probably should have said him first. With
Stinson and Pickett gone, Chandler Rivers is just going to be back on the outside taking a spot. And I think Kamari Robinson, I think it's going to take Pickett's spot fine too. It does suck with Terry Moore, but it's. I mean, they got Caleb Weaver in from Sam Houston. He was first team Conference USA. I think they have a really deep secondary. I think it's definitely going to be strong. The linebackers, losing your starting 3. I mean, that's going to be rough. And the line, I think the line's going to be fine. I think their starters are really good. Besides the starters, every single backup is a sophomore or a freshman. So. The depth might not be there, but I do like their secondary. I do like their defensive line for the most part, as long as they stay healthy. It's just I'm not sure about the linebackers, but I think they have a pretty good defense.
Yeah, they were a good defense last year, and they didn't seem to thought with Elko leaving, the Duke defense would fall off. That didn't really happen. So, I would imagine the Duke defense is going to be fine. Maybe not a step forward, but I don't think they'll be a step backwards. Last year, they were a D- rushing attack. With Moore and Peyton Jones in the offensive line, I definitely will jump them up to a C+ there.
Yeah. Terry Moore is still trying to play this year, the coach said. That was a couple days ago. But
what?
See. Well, he got hurt last year, last game of the season. So,
are you sure?
Yeah. I was watching that game. Rush offense, I think it'll be a C+.
Hold on one sec. I got to check that.
Yeah.
Duke Terry Moore out for a good portion of the regular season. That was yesterday.
Yeah, so I mean, he still could play. He's going to try to.
I don't think he's going to play.
It's been 8 months. He might be back at the end, like November.
I'm reading right here. Out for a good portion of the regular
season. Good portion. It could be week 9. 10.
Let's go. All right, so last year Duke was a D- rushing offense. I'm going to bump them up to a C+ this year with Moore and the upgraded offensive line. What do you do?
I'll do C+.
Passing offense, they lose the receivers, but I mean, apparently Mensa's the best quarterback ever. I'm actually going to drop him to a B.
I'm going to go B+.
Rush defense, they were A- last year. They did take some hits, but they brought back some pieces on the defensive line. Linebackers, I'm going to drop them. I'm going to go B-.
I'm going to go with a B.
And pass defense B. I'll leave it a B.
Yeah, I'll stay with a B too. Duke's going to be pretty good.
Yeah, I agree. They'll be all right.
Even with the overrated quarterback, obviously. So.
All right, next up. Oh, I forgot to do schedule. There was really nothing here though. All right, next up, we got the Noles, Mike Norvell's Florida State Seminoles team, coming off a season where I still don't even know what happened. I can't even believe that happened. And I think I speak for everyone that watches college football. What the hell was that?
Yeah, it was hard to be worse than Florida State was last year. It was just a couple quick stats. Worst record for Florida State since 1974. They became the first team in the college football playoff era to go from a double-digit win team to a double-digit loss team. They're also the first team in college football history to start the season in the top 10 and finish with double-digit losses. So that pretty much sums up Florida State right there.
That's so crazy. They were 133rd in the country in yards per play. The defense actually wasn't as bad as like you would think. But the offense put them in such bad positions that it made them look pretty bad.
Yeah. Well, both coordinators got fired. So.
Yep. They bring in Gus Malzahn. Certainly.
I don't think he did good either in UCF, but
no,
I mean, I think he's better as a coordinator anyway. So.
No, you know it's funny. I was listening to the College Experience, and I need to give them credit because the way they described it was perfect. So you have a Florida State team that essentially quit. Right, this is a team that's reliant on the portal, and the downside of relying on the portal to build your team is you're going to get players that just wanted the paycheck and aren't really passionate about Florida State football and all that. There's definitely downsides to building your team through the portal, and they got hit with a mega, like, everybody quit, right? So you bring in the offensive coordinator Gus Malzahn, whose team quit. You bring in Thomas Castellanos to play quarterback, who quit. It's like, what? So to fix the Florida State quitting problem, they bring in an OC who quit on his team, who had a quarterback that quit on his team at UCF, and you bring in a quarterback that quit on his team. Look, ESPN Advanced Metrics has Florida State as the most improved team in 2025, but honestly, that doesn't really tell us shit because they were still being favored 7-8 games into the season. So like they were to say that the advanced metrics are overestimating Florida State. Yeah, no shit. They were all last season. One thing I will say about Florida State, and I want to be clear, by no means am I saying Florida State was good last year or wasn't that bad. Of course they were. They were terrible, but not one offensive lineman played the entire season. Roydell Williams, they brought in from Alabama. He got injured in week 3, I believe, missed 9 games. They got crushed with injuries. DJU was terrible. They had some heartbreakers in there. I mean, the Georgia Tech game, they lost in the last freaking play. The Duke game, the Memphis game, they got the ball twice in the last 3 minutes that could have tied the game. They lost some. By no means am I saying Florida State wasn't that bad last year. They were. I'm just saying, in addition to being terrible, nothing went their way. Like, they got crushed with injuries everywhere. And literally, if there was a bad bounce in a football game to go against them, it went against them. Like, in addition to being terrible, they just had the worst luck. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, it was just overall just extremely. The only time they looked good was Charleston Southern, and the other games like the Duke game they could have won easily. The Memphis game earlier, it was just it was rough to watch. The good thing is, I mean, Castellanos is here. We just talked about him, but the good thing is Castellanos signed with Malzahn in UCF, so Malzahn's actually the one who got him to UCF. So, I mean, that's got to be good. I mean, it's got. I mean, obviously, anything's better than DJU from last year, or anyone from last year. I mean, they have Brock Glenn still here. And they're not going to go that route again, I don't think. So, it's going to be driven by Castellanos.
Yeah, and just like last year, at least the offense is mostly built through the portal. I'm not going to go and name all the names. Deuce Robinson, 6'6" receiver from USC, former 5-star there. So there's a piece that should be key for them. We don't have to name the whole offense. Which piece on the offense do you think is like notable?
Well, I mean, obviously except the quarterback. But the problem was 14 players combined had a rushing attempt last year. And they barely got over 1,000 yards. They had 1,079 as a team, one of the worst in the country. I mean, Jalen Lucas should be good coming back. Sawchuk comes in from Oklahoma. I do like Squirrel White from Tennessee. He had 25 starts. He'll definitely be a starter here. You got Deuce Robinson from USC. You got a lot of players in, a lot of skill positions in. Like you just said, last year the O-line had like 10 different starting combinations. They were just terrible. So it doesn't matter.
Hold on, and injured.
Injured with injuries, just bad play, and then like I said, you said, even if they're getting a bunch of people in, it doesn't really matter because they weren't good last year anyway. So Richie Leonard's coming back from being hurt. He started the games at Florida before getting hurt. So other than him, everyone's from somewhere else. I mean, you got Gunnar Hansen in, 3-year starter from Vandy. You got Luke Pettibon, had 22 starts at Wake. Medley started every game at UCF. So
Micah
you have a
Pettis, they like.
right? Pettis at 29 starts at Ole Miss. So you have a ton of different players. I mean, and the thing is, that's why, I mean, you're not going to get worse than last year. So obviously they're going to be projected to have the best increase. I mean, I would be surprised if they were anything like they were last year. So, it's just going to be a completely different offense. You're going to see it right away.
Now on the defensive side, they do get Darrell Jackson Jr. back, who was 11th on the team in tackles, 4th on the team in sacks, ACC honorable mention. So solid defensive piece returning. On the defense, it's not quite as bad. There are returning pieces. Brown, the safety, although he missed the spring with an injury. I'm not sure how healthy he is. But he led the team in tackles. He's back. KJ Kirkland, the other safety, is back. Omar Graham Jr., linebacker. He was 6th on the team in tackles. He's back. Daniel Lyons, he had 3 sacks. He's back. So there actually are a few returning pieces. Oh, Justin Cryer, they like. He was 10th on the team in tackles despite missing 4 games. And honestly, when doing this defense, it's kind of like the offensive line, just like team people were banged up. Cryer missed 4 games. DJ Lundy missed 7 games. That was supposed to be their starting linebacker. As far as the incoming transfers, you got Steph Thompson, linebacker, Elijah Herring, linebacker, come from Nebraska and Memphis. James Williams transfers in from Nebraska. He had 5 sacks on that really good Nebraska defensive front last year. Deontay McCray from Western Kentucky's a 2-year starter. Diggs from Coastal Carolina, he had 3 sacks last year. So, I mean, same story on the defense. There's talent coming in. I don't know how I feel. What happened last year was so crazy that I don't know how I feel about any of this.
Yeah, and the defensive line was just pretty bad too. They had 27 sacks total. They allowed 185 yards a game on the ground. Farmer is gone. He was drafted way too high to the Patriots. But, I mean, Jaden Jones was out for the year last year. He'll be back. He played a bunch. Like, you just mentioned them all. So, and you got Kevin Wynn, I wouldn't be surprised. He plays either nose tackle. He's a true freshman, 320 pounds. He's actually a top 10 nose tackle recruit, so he should be awesome. Either way, the line's going to improve. Blake Nicholson, you just said, is back at linebacker, and you mentioned the whole secondary. I mean, the corners I'm a little concerned with. I mean, Cypress and Thomas are both out, but Jeremiah Wilson comes in. He's going to fill one of the gaps. He started in 13 games between Syracuse and Houston, so I mean, it's a whole new team. By the way, Antonio Cromartie Jr., that's how old we are. One of his kids is on his team now. One of his kids. 14 kids. So, you have solid freshman recruits in Max Rendon and Zay Thomas, too. So, yeah, calling Florida State like the most improved team isn't crazy with how bad they were last year. I don't think they're going to be, going right to the top of the ACC again, but I think it's safe to say they're going to be bowl eligible. If they don't get 6 wins in this year, obviously Norvell's fired and something went terribly wrong again.
Well, there is some good news for Florida State. Obviously, you've got those 4 monster games, right? You've got Alabama in the opener. What a crazy opener.
Yeah.
You've got Miami on October 4th, but that game's in Tallahassee. But I mean,
I also think they have a nice. After Alabama, they got a nice 3-game stretch.
Hold on. It's not just 3 games, though. So you have those 4 monster games. Alabama, Miami, you're at Clemson. That's a loss. And you're at Florida at the end of the year. If you look at the other 8 games, like 8-4 is extremely realistic. They actually have a pretty easy schedule outside of those 4 monster games. They dodge SMU this year. They dodge Duke this year, who's pretty strong. They dodged Georgia Tech this year, who's pretty strong. So outside of the 4 major games, there's opportunity here for Florida State.
Yeah, I agree.
Let's do the grade. I don't know how we're going to do the grades for this one, but
I mean,
who the hell knows?
it's going to be better. You would think. It can't get much worse.
Rushing offense was a D last year. I'll go Roydell Williams, and we didn't even talk about it. They brought in Gavin Sawchuk from Oklahoma.
Yeah, Sawchuk comes in.
I'll say
Cam Davis is back. Roydell Williams. So,
what do you put in, dude?
Yeah, B-. I'll give them.
Passing offense.
I'll give them a B here.
I'll go B-. I'm up in the rushing to a B+ because I forgot Castellanos. Because Castellanos can run the ball.
All right.
Rushing defense. They were a D last year. I thought.
No, their D-line was bad, man. Like, they gave up almost 200 yards rushing again. I'll go with a I'll go with a B minus.
I'm going C plus. And then Pat Stevens was a B plus. I'll go B.
I'll go with a B too.
All right. Florida State.
Seminoles.
All right. The Yellow Jackets. Great season for Georgia Tech last year, and vibes are high entering the 2025 season if you're a Georgia Tech fan, and with good reason. Now, the bad news is you lose Santucci, defensive coordinator. He took a job with the Ravens, a linebacker coach, I believe. They're bringing Gideon. Gideon was on the Texas staff, right?
Yeah, he was the safety coach for the last 4 years.
So they bring in Gideon from the Texas staff. Obviously, Brent Key's back. Good news for Georgia Tech. Lead story. Well, not lead story. That was a weird way to phrase it. Every single player projected to start for Georgia Tech is fully healthy and practicing without limitation in fall camp. Obviously, not a lot of teams can say that. Not a single injury concern as of right now. Knock on wood, obviously. Don't want to jinx that. But they're in perfect health. There's a lot of returning production coming back.
They also gave Buster Faulkner, and he's a top 10 offensive coordinator in pay now. Gave him a $1.5 million extension.
Well earned. I mean, I love this offense.
Well, that's what I said. He actually went from 124th nationally in scoring to he moved up 80 spots in the last 2 years.
And I gotta say, Georgia Tech, and I wanted to say the same thing about Pitt as well. I think we're letting the quarterback injury cloud our vision of how good this offense looked for a while. Pitt actually doesn't belong because it fell off before the quarterback got hurt. But Georgia Tech, we're kind of mixing in the games where Pyron played and then that freshman who's actually looks pretty good. If you just isolate it to the 8 games where Haynes King was healthy, they averaged 32.6 points per game, 6.52 yards per play, success rate up close to 48% on offense. The other 4 games, I mean, you can see it on the graphic. The numbers are considerably worse. So when we're looking back at how last season went, we're kind of looking at the season as a whole. Keep in mind, when Haynes King was healthy, Georgia Tech's offense looked damn good. And he's back at quarterback. Jamal Haynes, probably first team all ACC running back, hopefully. He's back as well. Offensive line, they've got 2 starters back. Actually, I'm sorry. 3 starters back if you count McKinney. He missed last year with an injury, but he started 9 games in 2023 as a freshman. So they got 3 offensive linemen back with starting experience. What are your thoughts about the offense here?
Yeah, first of all, I love Haynes King. He's super accurate. He had a 73% completion percentage, only 2 picks in his 8 games, and he ran for 587 yards and 11 touchdowns. So he had an awesome year. If he cuts down on his fumbles, he'll be one of the best quarterbacks in the country, I think. Pyron went to Minnesota, and Aaron Fieler, you're talking about the freshman. He's back too to back up. So I think he's better than Pyron personally. So if King's hurt again,
they like him
fine.
a lot.
I think it's going to be a lot better. And then, like you just said, Jamal Haynes is back. Chad Alexander, their number 2, is back. They also get a 1,000-yard rusher in Malachi Hosley from UPenn. He was the Ivy League Offensive Player of the Year last year. And then their wide receivers, I mean, Eric Rivers is an FIU transfer, 1,172 yards last year, first-team Conference USA. Malik Rutherford's back. Their wide receiver from last year, Singleton, he went to Auburn. But their wide receivers are solid. In addition to Rivers and Rutherford, you have, which would probably be their 1 and 2, you got Stockton back. Dean Patterson transfers in from FIU. Also, he had 685 yards. So Rakeem Smith is in from Bowling Green, had 350. So, and then you got players that are pretty good, and Gatling and Haynes from South and North Carolina. So, yeah, man. I mean, I love this offense. I know Williams and Franklin are both second-team ACC gone from the offensive line, but Robinson transferred to Arkansas. So, but I mean, listen, you got Carney transfers in from South Alabama, started every game last year at right tackle. Will Reed started 19 games at Princeton the last few years. He's in here. So you have a lot of talent on this team. I don't have any problems with this offense at all. I think they're going to be super solid. Yeah.
Schedule's easier too. We'll get to that in a second. Let's flip it over to the defense, and we'll start with just you lose a few key pieces. Height transfer to Texas Tech. Biggers got drafted by the Dolphins in the 7th round. Burrell, the corner, graduated. Seymour transferred to Auburn. That's one of their DBs. And Tatum, the linebacker, graduated. Everyone else is back, including Kyle Efford, who led the team in tackles. He actually was banged up in the spring, but I think he's good to go. He was 3rd-team all-conference linebacker. He's back. Jackson Hamilton and Lightsey. The other two linebackers are back as well. Jordan Vandenberg, he was second team all-conference defensive tackle. He's back, and they like that kid Stone, who actually transferred back to Georgia Tech. He was with Georgia Tech, then transferred to Ole Miss, and then transferred back to Georgia Tech. I think he's going to be the other starting defensive tackle, but they also brought in Matthew Alexander from UCF, who's a 3-year starting defensive tackle. Who are going to be the edge rushers here? A.J. Hoffler, right, Scoop?
Yeah, I mean, the problem is he lost 7 of the top 8 defensive linemen from last year. But, yeah, I don't know who's going to be. I mean, Triplets brought in from UTSA. I think they're high on Brandon Maley, the kid from Mercer. He was third-team All-American in FCS last year. He had 9.5 sacks, 8.5 tackles for loss. So, Matthew Alexander, you just said UCF. He had 34 last year. I think they get solid transfers. I don't think this line was great to begin with last year. So you lose 7 of your top 8. Vanderbilt is the only remaining starter on the line, but
he was the best one.
You're right. He was the best one. I mean, Akello Stone's coming back. He played here in 2020 to 2022. So he went to Ole Miss, played a bunch. Now he's back. So A.J. Hoffler is the transfer from, like you just said, from Clemson on the edge. So I think they're going to be solid here. I think the linebackers are good. You just talked about their secondary. I think their secondary is good. Even the transfers they got in, Gilmore, Hill, White, they all transfer in. They all had more than 35% of the snaps last year for their teams. So, and John Mitchell comes in from Penn State as well. Yep. So you have a lot of players here, man. You got a lot of good production. You got a lot of solid talent. I think they were a top 25 portal team this year on the rankings. So. Yeah, I mean, I think the offense and defense will both be good. Like I said, that D line wasn't good last year, but I think they have enough talent to definitely be better this year.
Yeah, it looks great. Like Scoop said, the secondary's loaded. 3 starters back in the secondary. They bring in a couple transfers. That guy John Mitchell, Scoop mentioned, 4-star recruit at Penn State last year. He's a redshirt freshman. 4-star recruit from Penn State, corner. Gilmore as well, like you said. Yeah, and
Tay Harris is the 3rd best corner freshman, and he signed here.
Look at Georgia Tech go.
I know. Tay Harris, man. He's from Cedartown, Georgia. He looks good. I was like, they got a top 3 corner in it. All right, good for Georgia Tech. So, and like you said, and their schedules.
Now we get the news just keeps getting better and better here for Georgia Tech. Here are the schedule differences from last year. The non-con games, Georgia State and Notre Dame. Georgia State gave them a game last year, by the way. Georgia State and Notre Dame becomes Temple and Colorado. So the non-con gets easier. As far as the conference schedule, you get Clemson. Obviously, that's going to be a challenge. You get them at home, though. And then you got Wake Forest. Instead of Louisville, North Carolina, Miami, you have Wake Forest, Boston College, and Pittsburgh. Safe to say those are steps down. So the schedule gets way easier because that was the criticism last year. If you remember, there was a few of us that were pretty big on Georgia Tech. I liked Georgia Tech to win, or I picked them to cover against Florida State in that opener. I was big on Georgia Tech last year, but the schedule was brutal. That's not the case this year. Their schedules, this is it.
And you avoid SMU 2 years in a row now. You didn't play them last year, and you don't play them this year. So that's great.
Yeah, Georgia Tech. If you're a Georgia Tech fan, you are souped for this season. This is your year. All right, Georgia Tech. Last year they were a B+ rushing offense. I think they're going to be A. Honestly. What's a better rushing attack than Georgia Tech?
Yeah, I think it's going to be. What was it last year? I don't have it on my screen. B+. Yeah, I'm going to go A-.
Passing offense B+. I'll leave it at a B+. You sounded a lot more. I think.
Yeah, I'll go A-.
I think Haynes King is a good thrower, not like an elite thrower. I like Haynes King as a ball carrier a little bit more. Run defense was an A- last year. I'll drop him to a B. I'll just drop the D line's probably the weakness, but they bring back all their linebackers. I'll go B.
I'll go B.
Pass defense C. The secondary's loaded. I'll go B.
B. Yeah, I'll go B too.
All right. Let's move on to the next team, which is the Louisville Cardinals. All right, let's talk Louisville here. Same coaching staff back. First thing I wrote down was offensive line is in way better shape than you think, and we'll get right into personnel here because, like I said, same coaching staff. So
I always hated Brian Brom though. I hated the Brom family as a Rutgers alum. So
Well, I mean, they looked all right last year. Offensive line loses 4 or 5 starters. So at first glance, you're like, man, this offensive line. But they're actually in pretty good shape because Lance Robinson was actually supposed to be starting. He missed last year with an injury. So he was a starter at Houston in 2022. So Lance Robinson, a left guard, is a very experienced offensive lineman there. Also, Rasheed Miller, he wasn't originally a starter. He started 7 games last year at right guard. So he's kind of a returning starter as well. And then the 2 tackles look excellent in camp, Pounders and Musa. I hope I'm saying that correctly. The one guy's a 3-year starter from Purdue. The other guy's a 2-year starter in the SEC.
State,
or Memphis and then Mississippi State. And then also Trevante Sylvester, he started 7 games as well. So although if you look at the 5 offensive linemen for Louisville last year, they lose 4 of those 5. But they bring back 3 others that started significant time, and they brought in a couple key transfers. So I actually really like the Louisville offensive line.
I mean, you said all of them pretty much. Rasheed Miller's back. He was second team Sunbelt a few years ago. Jordan Church is in from FAU. Michael Flores from Old Dominion. Nair Jackson from FAU. A lot of these players have played 50% of their snaps last year. So I think even with the 4 gone, it's going to be a solid line.
Yeah, and they got one of the best running backs in the country. Isaac
Brown.
Yeah, he is crazy. 1,100.
I mean, are you getting to the bad part yet, or of their quarterback, or no?
Is that what you consider the bad part? You don't like Miller?
Yeah, I don't like Miller Moss at all. So
I feel like he wasn't given the most fair share. All right, so Isaac Brown. If you don't know who that is, he had 1,168 rushing yards last year as a true freshman.
And a 7.1 yards per carry.
7.1. So, yeah, I mean, he's going to be one of the best running backs in the conference. I mean, he's going to be one of the best running backs in the country. This is probably an NFL player right there. And they also bring back Duke Watson, their under running back, who had 602 rushing yards, also as a true freshman. So they have 2 This is the best RB room in the conference, you'd have to say. Wide receiver, they're pretty set as well. They did lose Brooks, who was he's on the Washington Commanders, but they replaced him by bringing in DJ Collins, who was with NC State last year. He was originally recruited by Clemson. They bring back Lacey and Bell.
And Lacey got hurt after the 4 games, so then redshirted, so that's definitely going to help.
Yes, so Lacey and Bell, they are 2 huge receivers back. Trayshawn Hurry's another transfer that comes in from San Jose State they like a lot. So, yeah, I mean, Louisville's offense, it really comes down to what do you think of Miller Moss? And obviously you said you don't like him.
Yeah, obviously Tyler Shuck has gone second round to the Saints. Probably too high, but
I was surprised. I like
Tyler Shuck might be the only starting quarterback, right? For week 1, only rookie starting quarterback, maybe?
Sure.
I didn't like Miller Moss last year. I don't think he produced at all. I mean, he got benched. So the one thing is, it's an easier conference for the most part. That's going to help. I don't know, man. I didn't like him at all. I don't think he did a good job at USC at all. So, I mean, I think you like him a little better than me.
Well, I just don't. It's not that I think he did a good job at USC. I just think we haven't seen enough. I mean, he was making some miracle throws in that LSU opener. And so how quick we forget. But I just think we haven't seen enough to make a judgment from him. We have seen flashes of him being like NFL type talent, but I agree there were a lot of downs.
Well, yeah, they also listen, his 5 losses were all 1-score games. So maybe I'm being too harsh because I mean, the Michigan game, they could have won that game. He didn't play really that well. He had a 54% completion percentage or something like that. They could have won that Penn State game in overtime. That Minnesota game was pretty brutal. They lost. I mean, and then I think they lost to what was it? I don't have it on me. I think they lost to Maryland by 1 too, and it was just he did okay. I mean, he was throwing for 300 a game. It's just he wasn't making the clutch throws when it mattered, basically.
Yeah, I just don't think I'm not willing to close the book on him, but I agree. There's concerns. Now let's flip it over to the Louisville defense. Why don't we start with the positives? They are loaded at linebacker. They're all back. TJ Quinn led the team in tackles. He's back. Clark, second on the team in tackles. He missed the spring with an injury, but I believe he's back and participating in fall camp. Should be good to go. So their main 2 linebackers, number 1 and 2 tacklers on the team, they're both back. TJ Capers, a 5-star recruit in 2023. He looks good in camp. Antonio Watts, who kind of plays nickel linebacker, one of those like star roaming positions. He was 6th on the team in tackles. He's back. They also bring in Caleb Perry, transfer from Tennessee. He had 33 tackles in 2 years. He's having a breakout camp. So they are loaded at linebacker. D'Angelo Hutchinson at safety is back as well. He's 5th on the team in tackles. So as far as their tacklers, they bring back pretty much everyone. They lose MJ Griffin and McDonald, the two of the safeties there. But as far as tacklers, the roaming players, they're good. Now, the defensive line, they took some hits. The 2 edge rushers are gone. The one guy, what's his name? He got drafted by the Chiefs. Yeah, July.
Oh, yeah, the Chiefs, yeah.
He got drafted by the Chiefs. The other guy, per year, he graduated. Desmond Tell graduated. Yeah, what do you think about the defensive line in the secondary?
Yeah, so 2 edges are gone, and you have 5 backups gone. Gerard and Conga are back. Clef Lubin comes in to try to fill an edge gap. He did have 10 sacks last year for Coastal. Wesley Bailey redshirted last year after 4 games at Rutgers. He was a starter there for a few years to play the other side. Jerry Lawson from Abilene Christian comes in as a 2-year starter, 100-plus tackles the last 2 years. Denzel Lowry comes in from Old Dominion. He started every game of the year, 132 tackles for Old ODU. So I think he may be on the first rotation with Gerard and Conga, but there's a few other transfers, Micah Carter and Andijo Green back as well. The line should be okay. I just don't think it's going to be as good. Obviously, like you just said, the linebackers they're loaded, they're stacked. That should be no problem at all. It should be the same production as last year. So that's the secondary. Rodney Johnson does have a lot of playing time the last few years at Southern. Jabari Back played 3 years at Jacksonville State. Corey Gordon Jr. had 34 tackles, 3 interceptions last year for Baylor. So, and Agu started at Louisiana last year. He was okay. So you have players. I think the secondary and the line, I think, got slightly worse. And I think the linebackers are obviously just absolutely loaded. So I think the defense overall is going to have a good year. I just think it might be a bit of a downgrade in the secondary and the line.
Now, some more good news, because I agree. I'd say way better, loaded at linebacker, a little bit worse in the secondary and on the line. Although, from what I read, they think their secondary is very good. I'm not going to pretend to know who Rodney Johnson is. I know he was second-team SWAC at Southern, like you said, 3-year starter. But I don't know how good he. I'm not an FCS guy.
I don't watch SWAC football.
Yeah, every day. I couldn't tell you how good he really is. But apparently, they really like Rodney Johnson, JoJo Evans. They really like the pieces there. So we'll see. But some more good news for Louisville would be the schedule. No Notre Dame this year. Instead, they play a home game against Bowling Green. And you might be thinking, Kyle, Bowling Green's a tough MAC school. No, they were last year. This is not the same Bowling Green team. In fact, I expect Bowling Green, they lost their entire defense. So, yeah, they have a layup home game against Bowling Green. I also think James Madison is not quite as good this year. There's a home game against James Madison. They're going, I think, you would think Bowling Green and James Madison, couple of tough non-con games. I don't think so. I think those are easy ones. Also, no Georgia Tech this year. Instead, it's a road game. A road game at Virginia Tech is not exactly like a layup. That place is tough. But Virginia Tech is not as good as Georgia Tech. So in terms of the football program, it's a little bit of a step down. Also, they got Kentucky at home at the end of the year. Looking like a great season for Kentucky.
I hate that they don't play a conference game at the last game.
Yeah, so anyway. It's like historic college football. People love those rivalries, but I think new age college football fans don't really care about them. For example, I know South Carolina Clemson is historic and they love it. But if you're a new school college football fan, you don't really care about South Carolina Clemson or Louisville, Kentucky. I'd rather see South Carolina Alabama on the last. But old school college football fans would punch me in the face for saying that. By the way, all right.
Governor's Cup, man. You can't mess with the Governor's Cup.
All right, let's do grades for Louisville. Overall, I think this is a really good football team, and it's really just real quick in the schedule. It really is just you got Clemson at home, you got at SMU, you got at Miami. The way I look at it is if Louisville can steal one of those, they could possibly be 10-2. Mm-hmm. They got those 3 games, and those are tough ones. They just got to steal one. Steal one of those, Louisville, and you could be in the discussion. Obviously, theoretically, they'd love to win 2, but I don't know if that's realistic. Last year, they were a B+ rushing. I'm bumping them up to an A-. I like the offensive line and the running backs. I might even go A.
I'll go A-.
Passing offense, with Chuck gone, Ja'Cory Brooks gone, I'm going to drop to a B+.
All right, we'll go B-.
You really don't like Miller Moss?
No.
Run defense, the defensive line. The linebackers are good. Defensive line takes a hit. I'll say A-.
What was it last year? I don't have it on the screen.
A.
B+.
Pass defense was a C+ last year. Yeah, I'm gonna drop it to a C.
Me too.
All right, let's talk Miami Hurricanes. Obviously, a great season. It's a very strange team because the numbers look electric. It makes it look like they were one of the best teams in the country. I don't really believe they were one of the best teams in the country. They were certainly one of the most exciting teams in the country with Cam Ward. They led the FBS in yards per play. They were second in OFEI, first in effective pass. You guys already know. You don't need me to give the rundown of what Miami did last year. You could not stop this team. Obviously, the quarterback and all the receivers are gone. Cam Ward, first overall pick by the Titans. Restrepo is also on the Titans. Horton has transferred to Alabama. Jacoby George is on the Panthers. Samuel Brown is on the Green Bay Packers. Arroyo was a second-round pick by the Seahawks. Damian Martinez, also a draft pick by the Seahawks. So the 4 receivers, the tight end, the running back, and the quarterback all are in the NFL. Same goes for the left tackle, who was a 5th-round pick for Cincinnati, the Bengals. So the left tackle, 4 receivers, tight end, running back, quarterback, all in the NFL. What do you think about this year's offense, Scoop?
Yeah, so obviously we know Cam Ward was awesome last year. So Miami needs a new quarterback. They got this guy named Carson Beck, some unknown from Georgia. Listen, Carson Beck, you could say all you want. I mean, they did lead Georgia to another SEC title last year. Obviously, not him.
You mean Gunnar Stockton's team?
Yeah, I mean, not him specifically in the SEC game, but I mean, he definitely had a down year compared to 2023. He went from 72 to 65% completion percentage. He threw for 500 less yards. He threw 12 interceptions compared to his 6 in 2023. So I still think he's one of the better quarterbacks in the NCAA. Do I think he's going to have the same offensive numbers from last year as Cam Ward? Probably not. I don't think it's going to be a huge step back, though. I know a lot of the players are gone. Like you just said, Damian Martinez is gone. He went 7th round to the Seahawks. But, I mean, Mark Fletcher and Jordan Lau are both back. They combined for over 1,000 yards and 13 touchdowns. You got Shamar Brown comes in from North Dakota State. He had 1,100 yards last year, 15 touchdowns. I think their running backs are going to be fine. I think the line's going to be fine, like you just said. I don't think that's going to be a problem. I think
it's going to be better.
I don't think that's going to be an issue at all. I don't want to mess up his name. Alo Fatuli. He's a true freshman. He looked awesome in spring. They have great backups in Kinsler, Minaya, McCoy. That's a really solid line. Brockenmeyer will definitely start right away at center from TCU. Carpenter and Rivers are gone, but they returned 3, like you said. The thing that I am worried about are the receivers. They lost their top 5, and I don't know, man.
And they were all NFL players.
Dude, the six receiver had over 500 yards. So it's not like anyone actually wasn't bad. Everyone was catching the ball on this team. So you have a ton of transfers in. I mean, maybe Tony Johnson comes in from Cincy. He had 7 starts last year. You got Keelan Marion from BYU. He had 346 yards last year. CJ Daniels, obviously, is a big one from LSU. He started 10 games last year. But overall, except like you just said, except maybe Daniels, I think they're relying on kind of what they had or what they have. Ray Johnson from last year, Nikar, Chance Robinson. They're highly talented recruits, but they haven't played. So besides CJ Daniels and a couple transfers, I don't know what you really have at receiver this year.
Well, yeah, first of all, I agree that the receivers is where they take a big step backwards, and not just the overall talent on paper. I feel like as far as just like clutch making plays when you need him to play, I don't know if I've ever seen a better college receiver than Restrepo, honestly. This dude just made every time you needed a catch.
I'm surprised he didn't get drafted.
That's what I'm saying. Dude, I'm not an NFL executive. If I'm an NFL executive, I'm like, whenever Miami needed a 3rd down conversion, this dude somehow caught the ball. He was so clutch. So in addition to just the raw talent, Also, Restrepo made so many plays. And honestly, same goes for Damian Martinez. I think he's a little bit irreplaceable as well. CJ Daniels, like you said, supposed to be the guy. A couple of the younger pieces they like. JoJo Trader, 4-star recruit last year. He had 91 yards receiving last year as a true freshman. Keep in mind, you might say only 91 yards. He was a true freshman behind like 5 NFL players.
He's trying everyone.
Yeah, so like, yeah, he was the sixth wide receiver on the depth chart. He was a freshman behind an NFL receiving core. Also, Malachi Toney is a true freshman. Apparently, he looks really good in camp. He's 5'11", 192, 4-star true freshman this year. But I think the offensive line is better than last year. The question marks would be like receivers, like you said. And also, is Carson Beck a huge step back from Cam Ward? Because keep in mind, Cam Ward was good, but he wasn't Cam Ward at Washington State. He became Cam Ward when he went to Miami. So Carson Beck, rewind 2 years ago, and we're talking about Carson Beck as the possible first overall pick. I don't think it's crazy that Carson Beck gives you the same production Cam Ward did. I know some people may hate that, but I don't think it's crazy that he gives you the same type of production, honestly. 2 years ago, literally entering last season, we thought Carson Beck might be the first overall pick in the draft. So, yeah, I think line is better. Receivers are worse. Running back slightly worse. Let's move on to the defense. Give me the rundown, Scoop. What do you think of this defense? Oh, your boy, Mohamed Toure.
Yeah, Toure.
Your boy.
Speaking of Rutgers, Corey Heatherman's in. He was the linebacker coach a couple years ago. He was last year's Minnesota's defensive coordinator. Now he comes in to be defensive coordinator here. Yeah, man, the big thing with their D-line, at least Messidor and Bain are back and healthy. Bain missed 4 games last year. They do have David Blay from Louisiana Tech. He was first-team Conference USA last year, 6.5 sacks. That'll help because Clark and Barrow are gone. Justin Scott was a freshman last year. He's supposed to be a beast. He'll join Blay on the line. Moten played in every game last year, too, on the line. Armando Blount is a sophomore this year. He was a 5-star recruit. He'll get more time. You have really good freshman recruits at Hayden Lowe, Dante Simpson. Marquise Lightfoot was a 5-star recruit last year, didn't play. It really is a talented line. They pretty much loaded up this defensive line on talent. So that's where they're going to go. They're going to go with their run game. So they do lose their best defender, I think. Malgo, he got drafted by the Jets. But the rest of the linebackers are pretty much intact.
And Toure.
Yeah, and Toure. Alderman started 4 games last year. Algier played in 10 games last year. Bonner comes in from NC State. Started 7 games last year for them, 56 tacks. Obviously, the best player on this defense is Mohamed Toure, like you just said.
No doubt.
He's one of my favorite players on Rutgers defense. He actually was awesome for him. Not
he
even
was
joking.
in
2023, and then he didn't play. He was out for the year last year because he got hurt. So he is really a good player. So I think the experience is there for the defensive line, or for the linebackers. The defensive line is, a lot of them are new, but I think they're going to be fine. And I think the secondary is solid too. So
I don't like the defense quite as much. But I mean, they got a new DC in, and they do bring in a ton of talent, like you said. Like on paper, these guys look great. They're just thrown together. The linebackers are good, like Scoop said. Defensive line is very new. So we'll see. I will say Miami's defense wasn't nearly as bad as you think last year. Dude, it's not easy to play defense when your offense is scoring in 40 seconds and giving the ball right back. Like, the defense needs to be on the sideline. That's why teams that run the ball and control the clock tend to have the best defenses, because they put their defenses in the best position. Cam Ward certainly was not the defense's best friend, scoring so goddamn fast. Now, in terms of the schedule, I think it's a little bit tougher. You got to keep in mind, they rocked Florida last year. Florida's with Lagway is not the same. Florida's going to be better this year. I doubt they're going to just sleep.
Lagway's healthy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. I doubt they're just going to cruise control through Florida again. Luckily, they go on the road to Florida State. Luckily, that's coming off a bye. South Florida is not going to be a cakewalk. South Florida is pretty tough this year. Obviously, you got Notre Dame in the opener. You got a road game against SMU. They dodged SMU last year. It's not the easiest schedule. They close with a couple tough road games, too. I'd say the schedule slightly tougher this year. But all right, now let's do Miami's grades. Last year, they were a B-plus rushing offense. I'll drop them without Damian Martinez. I like the line, though. Honestly, I'm going to keep him B+.
Yeah, I was going to say the same.
A+ passing attack. They'll drop A-.
A-.
B- rush defense. with the linebackers, but I think the B- is kind of good, actually.
I will go with a B.
And B- pass defense.
They did actually.
I'm going to C+.
They lost a lot more than I thought they did on the secondary.
Yeah, the line, too. I'm going to drop the pass defense to a C+.
Yeah, I mean, Poyser comes in from Jacksonville State. Xavier Lucas from Wisconsin.
Jacoby Thomas is going to start.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's just I think it's a slightly worse. I'll go with C+ too.
All right. Next team. I can't believe I'm saying this. Dude, I'm in on Coach Belichick. I like this team a lot. And I can't believe I'm saying it. We're talking about North Carolina for those of you listening. I like this team. I'm not even like the hugest Gio Lopez guy. I feel like we haven't seen enough. I guess we'll start with the headline, but I'm assuming that you already know this. Bill Belichick.
Who's that? He's not even coaching in college.
I believe his background's in the NFL.
Right.
So Bill Belichick, new head coach for North Carolina. Freddie Kitchens is going to coach the offense. Bill's son, Steve, who did a very good job last year, is taking over the defensive coordinator job. So this is a new era in Chapel Hill. I got to say, as far as the media surrounding it, not loving it. It's feeling very...
That's his girlfriend. Is his girlfriend on the field? Or
it's feeling very... See, look, I'm personally, I like college.
I'm not being a jerk. I really don't know.
No, I know.
Out in the field.
Well, personally, I like college football and the NFL. I like them both. What I like about college football is it's centered on the football. And NFL, unfortunately, you get a lot of reality TV bullshit that comes with it. People love the Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift. People love that.
Had over 1 million views.
Yeah. I am not judging people for being into that, but that's what in NFL people are down to. Like, they want to hear Joe Burrow say what his favorite foods are. Like, people are just like into that. Like, and I in college football, it's like all about the football. So that's why, like, there are things I like the NFL for as well. Also, but I'm saying that's what I like, how college football is always focused on the football. The media surrounding North Carolina this offseason was very NFL-ish. Not just the girlfriend, just everything was very NFL-ish. That being said, when I actually sat down and looked at this team, I think they're really good. I honestly think they're really good, and they have a beautiful schedule. So first of all, offensive line. We'll start with the bad news. Their center, who is probably going to be the best offensive lineman, will miss significant time. Injured during camp. Austin Blask, he was the starting center last year. He was returning starting center. Was going to kind of be the leader. He's injured and he's going to miss significant time. I don't think he's out for the year, but he's going to miss. They're saying they hope he's back for the Clemson game, is what they're saying. So obviously,
I personally think their line's solid regardless.
They're still awesome. I was just going to say, yeah. Their offensive line is still awesome. Trayvon Green's back at right tackle. Banfield's back at left guard. Daniel King transfers in from Troy. He's a 3-year starter, 2-time second-team All-Sun Belt. Christo Kelly is going to be the starter instead of the injured Blask. He's a 2-year starter at Holy Cross.
A 2-time All-Patriot lineman.
Yeah, 2-time All-Patriot. That's what I'm saying. And then the left tackle is Will Osteen from Jacksonville State. He's 3-year starter, first-team All-Conference. So their offensive line, even though
Miles McKenna played about 16 games for Bama. You got Chad Lindbergh played 22 at Georgia. And had 11 starts at Rice last year. And then you got Ja'Kai Moore, who played at South Carolina for 4 years. Yeah. It's a stacked line for a North Carolina team.
Yeah, they have a good offensive line. Keep in mind, I believe it was Moneyline Mac was saying the North Carolina's NIL money went from $5 million to $20 million. They are pouring money into this program. And what I like is I kind of feel like they're pouring it into the right places. They don't have the flashy running back or the flashy receivers. They got offensive line and defense. I really like it. So I like this offensive line. They got Gio Lopez. That's the quarterback they wanted. Very good year at South Alabama. How do you say the receiver's name? Paysor? There's a Pacer? Paysor. So he's back. He was 4th on the team in receivers. Obviously, they lose J.J. Jones. He's on your Jacksonville Jags. Nate McCullum's
undrafted Jaguar pickup. We just love the undrafted pickups.
Yeah. The Jags just scooping up everyone's leftovers. So the receivers are going to be Paysor, who's back, Jordan Shipp, who had 114 yards as a true freshman last year, and then Isaiah Johnson is probably going to be the main guy. He had 276 yards as a freshman at Michigan State last year. Obviously, the big question, can they replace Omarion Hampton, who was the best player on the offense, one of the best players in the country? He was a first-round pick by the Chargers, running back. Goss looked good as a true freshman, and that's going to be the guy.
Yeah, and he had 326 yards as a freshman last year. He's going to get the start as a sophomore. You got Benjamin Hill coming in from Michigan. He played a little bit the last 2 years there. And Caleb Hood started 4 games, 2 of the last few years for Carolina. It's a decent running back room. Nowhere they're going to have Hampton's production. But like you were saying about Gio Lopez, I was never a fan of the North Carolina quarterbacks. Criswell, Harrell, Johnson got hurt in the first week. Harold played a bit, got benched. He's now at Charlotte, and Criswell transferred to Eastern Tennessee. Gio Lopez, I like Gio, man. He had 18 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. I feel bad for Max Johnson. He played a lot at A&M and LSU, and now it looks like he won't even start at QB for South Alabama. So, I really like this offense. The running backs, I mean, obviously it's going to be a little bit of a down year running the ball just because you're not replacing Mario Hampton really right away. But I think the receivers are good. They didn't really have a passing game last year. They're going to have one this year. So I think it's a solid offense.
Yeah, agreed. And I like how there's maybe no flashy receivers or running backs, but they got the quarterback, they got the offensive line, and then you flip it over to the defensive side, and I like it a lot. I mean, they just brought in a lot of really good defensive pieces. Smith Vilbert from Penn State. He's going to be a star here on the edge. Price Yates from UConn, 3-year starter, 14 sacks in the last 3 years. CJ Mims in the middle, nose tackle from ECU. Dontre Robinson was a 4-star recruit at Florida. He had 162 snaps last year as a true freshman at Florida. So this is a true freshman that was seeing significant snaps in the SEC last year. Kamari House is apparently looking like the man. True freshman that played for Washington, linebacker last year. Andrew Simpson, 2-time second-team Mountain West linebacker, transfers in. In the secondary, they got Marcus Allen back. Caleb Cost is back. He actually is also a baseball player, Caleb Cost, I believe. I believe he missed the spring camp because he was also on the baseball team. I may be mistaken. But he was 5th on the team in tackles last year. Malcolm Ziegler, as a true freshman, having a good camp. Who are the significant incoming transfers on the defense in the secondary is what I'm asking. Thaddeus Dixon is a good one, right?
Yeah, Thaddeus Dixon from Washington. He played 2 years there. Gavin Gibson had a good year for East Carolina last year, 3 interceptions, played at Maryland for 2 years before then. Coleman Bryson started 7 games at Minnesota last year. You got Peyton Waters, played every game at Washington last year as a true freshman. They still have Hardy and Ty Adams too. This team wasn't great at defending the pass last year, so I think it's going to be an improvement, especially obviously with a defensive head coach in Belichick. But in addition to Caleb Cost coming back, so was Marcus Allen. They had pretty good years last year. Huzzy Lane Harris graduated. But I think it's still going to be a solid secondary. I think the line is it's pretty much a brand new defensive line. But like you just said, the amount of talent that's coming in, Price Yates coming in from UConn, Smith Vilbert jumped on the edge from Penn State. He had 5 years experience at Penn State, so he definitely has the experience there. Deontay Robinson from Florida, he's a talented kid. You got their freshman coming in, and Waywu looks good, and so does Ankrum. It's going to be a brand new line. I like the starters from the one kid from Boise, Andrew Simpson. He's pretty much a veteran there, 141 tackles the last 3 years. He's going to be one of your starters. So Mekhi Gabayer, he had 73 tackles, 9 tackles for loss the last 2 years at Nebraska. I actually really like this defense, man. I know it's a lot of new pieces, but I think the Belichicks are, they're defensive-minded head coaches. I think they're going to be fine. I like this team a lot. Obviously, it's going to have some growing pains as an NFL guy. The NFL guys coming into college football is never great, really, the first years, but I think they're going to be fine. I think they're going to have a good year.
Yeah, and I agree. I like the defense a lot. And then let's go to the best news. Their schedule. Keep in mind, you say Bill Belichick is an NFL guy, true, but his son is the defensive coordinator. And,
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And no one was expecting much from Jed Fish's Washington defense last year, and they were actually pretty good. And now we get to the schedule. This is just crazy. So, obviously, I have open on this graphic. This is the ACC teams ranked in order of their odds to win the conference. So, left is the top 8, right is the bottom 7. Of the 5 lowest rated teams in the ACC, Syracuse, Cal, Virginia, Wake Forest, Stanford, UNC plays all of them, all 5. They do play Clemson. So obviously they have the big game against Clemson. You get the top dog. They got Clemson at home coming off a bye. So it's not a sneaky. Now Clemson's also coming off a bye, to be fair. So you got Clemson, but that game's at home coming off a bye. You got Duke, who is the 6th highest rated team in the conference. Duke is at home. Other than that, I mean, your toughest game all year in conference, other than the Clemson home game and the Duke home game, is on the road at NC State. And NC State is the 8th best team in the ACC. I don't think any ACC team drew an easier schedule than North Carolina. And everyone went and hammered TCU early. North Carolina was originally favorites. The line flipped to TCU. I got a North Carolina plus 3.5 in the opener. Plus 3.5 at home. I'm in. I think North Carolina has a very high ceiling. I'm in on North Carolina. Last year, they were a B rushing offense. So no Hampton, but I think the offensive line is good. And I'll keep them at a B.
I will go B minus.
Passing offense, C. I'm going to go C+.
B minus.
Yeah, you know what? No, I'll C+, because the receivers took a step back. Run defense, I think they get much better on this side of the ball. I'm going to say from a C, I'm going to say B.
B minus.
Pass defense, I'm going to say B+.
B.
All right, let's talk NC State. And I got to say, this is a tougher team to get a feel for. The coordinators are gone. They fired Robert Nene, bring in Kurt Roper. Well, they didn't bring in. He was already there. He was the quarterback coach. It is his first time calling plays, but he's been there for 5 or 6 years. So it really should be a similar offense. What I'm worried about is Gibson's gone. And that's kind of been the identity of NC State. He's been there for 5 or 6 years. He was the defensive coordinator. He took the Marshall head coaching job. So DJ Elliott takes over the defense, and are they able to keep that same identity? This is usually a tough program to run the football on. Are they able to keep that same identity post Tony Gibson at NC State?
The good thing is DJ Elliott was a DC of, Kansas, Colorado, Kentucky, Temple, so he's been around. So I don't think it's going to be that much of a drop off or anything.
I don't know. I think Tony Gibson is a great defensive coordinator. But we'll see. Now on the offense, there's one.
I think you're more down on NC State than I am.
Well, there's one bright shining star. I love CJ Bailey. I think he's a superstar. He started 11 games last year as a true freshman. He was excellent. 144 QB rating. I think CJ Bailey is a star quarterback. I love the quarterback. They are set at the most important position. After that, I am not really. I mean, they lost their 2 best offensive linemen. The centers on the Vikings. The right guard is on the Commanders. I'm sorry. They lost their 3 best offensive linemen. I forgot about Anthony Belton, who was probably their best offensive lineman. He was a second-round pick by Green Bay. So they lost their 3 best offensive linemen. They lose their best receiver, who didn't really get the ball much last year for some reason. Hollywood Smothers is a little banged up in camp. He's healthy, but he's not fully healthy.
He's always hurt. He was hurt last year, too.
Yeah, so there's uncertainty at running back, uncertainty on the offensive line. They do bring back a couple receivers, but Noah Rogers and Wesley Grimes, is that a receiving core you want to put your stamp on? I don't know. So I love the quarterback. Everything else is a giant question mark to me on the offense.
Yeah, I mean, I really like CJ Bailey too. I think if he started every game, he would definitely broke the freshman records. But he also bulked up this year. He gained 15 pounds because he was pretty small last year. I mean, he made some bad throws, but he was a freshman. So Hollywood Smothers, if he's playing, he was hurt a couple of games last year. He only had 89 carries last year. Still had 571 yards. He's a good yard per carry. Had 6 touchdowns, 19 receptions out of the backfield. The problem is if he could stay fully healthy. If he does, he'll have a solid year. They should also run the ball more to not have Bailey do everything here. Warner and Raphael are both gone. Raphael transferred. Same as the quarterbacks, really, in this situation. Even behind CJ Bailey, it's all young quarterbacks. It's all young freshmen, well, pretty much sophomore and freshman running backs, too. So Jaden Scott and Colson Fields are back from last year. But, yeah, it's definitely a young team. And like you said, I mean, Noah Rogers is back this year. The leading receiver on his team was Justin Jolly. He was always a security blanket for Bailey. Concepcion didn't have a year that I thought he had. He only had 460 yards. He's out to Texas A&M, and Dakari Collins went to Louisville. So I agree with you. Wesley Grimes and Noah Rogers doesn't seem great. Terrell Anderson had a solid freshman year. He's probably going to be in the top 3, and Jonathan Paylor is a redshirt who's going to get a lot of time here. They're high on him. So it's kind of the same situation on offense here. This is a very, very young team. It's going to be a little more experienced on the receiving end just because of the people returning. But, yeah, I mean, I agree. It's just young. It's a lot of sophomores, a lot of freshmen that are going to have playing time here. So as long as Bailey and the line hold up, I think they should have a solid year. And if Hollywood Smothers actually plays the whole year, it's going to be a solid year. But I do agree. It's just super young and inexperienced. So.
And also, another thing to keep in mind is, remember, last year, teams preseason were expecting to see Grayson McCall. Grayson McCall gets hurt, so C.J. Bailey also had the element of surprise. No one was expecting a quarterback with crazy athleticism when they played the NC State game. So I think maybe teams have an offseason to prep. I don't know. The fact that he's like the bright, shining star of the offense, and I don't really trust the rest of it, I'm not big on this NC State offense. And on the defensive side, there are some positives. Linebackers, they should be in pretty good shape. Caden Fordham, if he can stay healthy, and Sean Brown, who led the team in tackles. So they're set at linebacker. Also bringing Kenny Soares Jr. from Northwestern. So they're really set at linebacker, which is pretty on brand for NC State. They've had some good linebackers over the years.
Yeah, I think their front seven is actually pretty solid. It's going to be better than last year. I think the problem is going to be their secondary.
Yeah. Who's even starting in the secondary? Is Jamel Johnson, Brian Nelson?
Yeah, I don't know. White and Coffin graduated. Fitzgerald, the safety, went to USC. Since he started 9 games, he's out to South Carolina. So, yeah, I mean, you got Brian Nelson in from North Texas. He had 9 starts last year. He was fine. I personally don't think he has the talent to start here. Sensabaugh's in from Missouri. He had 6 snaps last year. J.J. Johnson's in from Georgia State. It's Georgia State. I mean, he started every game last year. He had 69 tackles. And you have Jamel Johnson's from Temple. Charles Southern, his first 3 years, he had 47 tackles. So you have all, lower. It's not no power 4 conference transfers. You got Devin Marshall, who played last year, but he was a Nova transfer himself.
And on top of all that, they're supposed to be starting nickel Crowell out. I think he's out for the year. Got injured again. So right off the bat, they took a significant injury in the secondary.
And they don't have a good freshman class of DBs either. So I like their front 7 a lot. I think Tamari Price had a solid year last year. Should only improve on that. Cleveland was all right. CN Sloan is a nice addition to replace Van and Porter. He had 9.5 sacks the last 2 years. He's getting better every year. So, yeah, and like you said, they do lose Betty Bonner and Cooley, but Sean Brown stays. There's a leading tackler last year. Bonner went to Miami. So, yeah, I mean, A.J. Richardson comes in from Norfolk State. Wouldn't be surprised if he was one of the better linebackers on the team at 12 starts last year, 3 sacks, first team MEAC. So it's just a secondary. There's no one coming in that's impressive really at all, to be honest. It's a bunch of FCS talent or a bunch of lower end like AAC or Sunbelt talent. So that's going to be the troubling thing. I think the run defense is going to be fine, but the pass defense is going to struggle.
And it gets worse because their schedule's pretty tough. I mean, they opened the season with ECU, and if you're thinking that's an easy game,
so it's a rivalry,
dude. Not only is it a rivalry, ECU just beat them in the bowl game most recently. Now a lot of their players didn't play. ECU just beat them a few months ago in the bowl game. They played ECU in the opener, and I remember it vividly. It was I remember it vividly, and I don't remember the year. 2023, 2022, somewhere in there. They opened the season up against ECU and almost lost. Remember that quarterback ECU had, the big white kid? What was his name? They almost beat him opening year. It was the year they had Devin Leary, I think.
Oh, that was Holden Ehlers.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Holden
and
Ehlers.
ECU almost beat him in the opener.
Dude, he was a beast.
Yeah. So if you're thinking ECU in the opener is an easy game, to think again, that's a rivalry. ECU's coming to win that game. And ECU looked pretty strong to finish out the year last year. Then you got you dodge Clemson this year, which is huge, but you got road games.
Still play Georgia Tech, Miami, Florida State, North Carolina to end the season. So
yeah, at Miami, at Pittsburgh, at Notre Dame, at Duke. Like, dude, this is a gauntlet.
It's a rough time.
Yeah,
their first 5 Her first 6 is a lot better than her last 6. I mean,
They
even
better
if
be
you,
6-0.
I was gonna say you better start off quick because that last six is rough.
Yeah, they may lose the last 6 games of the season. Honestly,
Yeah, it's not. That wouldn't be surprising, really.
All right, let's talk grades for NC State. All right, last year they were a C+ rushing offense. I'm going C.
I'm gonna go C+.
They were a B+ passing offense. I'm going B-. I'm going C+, actually.
I'll go with a B.
They were a C- run defense. This is where I'll go C+. No. I'll go B-.
I'll go with a C.
And then a B-.
I just think that the how bad the pass defense is going to be, it's going to really take a toll on the rush defense.
What are you doing for pass defense? C-?
Well, I will go with a D+.
An NC State defense with a D+.
Man, new, all new secondary, new DC. Yeah.
All right, let's move on to the Pittsburgh Panthers. And I gotta say, I think this Pittsburgh team might be a little bit underhyped this year.
Well, they were overhyped last year, and I tried to tell everyone all year that they're going to fall apart, and they did. So
yeah, well, they did fall. Well, hold on. That's not.
I don't care how it happened. It happened.
Okay, so through the first 8 games of the season, Pittsburgh was averaging 38.9 points per game, 6.63 yards per play. They were averaging less than 4.9 yards per play allowed. Success rate, 45.5% on offense, 37.1% on defense. This team looked elite. They were 7-1 through their first 8 games. Their only loss was a road game against SMU. In the Virginia game, which was their 9th game, they were looking to move to 8-1. Their quarterback gets hurt, Holstein. When he gets hurt, they are winning the game. Nate Yarnell comes in, immediately throws an interception. They lose that game, and then they don't win another game the rest of the season. I understand that maybe they took advantage of a bad schedule. West Virginia was certainly a little disappointing on the defensive end last year. I understand they probably shouldn't have won the Cincinnati game or the West Virginia game. I understand that they had a lot of good luck there early in the season. But I don't understand why this team is getting zero hype whatsoever, because this team looked pretty good before the quarterback got hurt. The quarterback's back, and he's healthy now, and he brings back a ton of production around him. I mean, Holstein's back at quarterback, 3 starters back on the offensive line. They bring in Kendall Stanley, who was an AAC honorable mention. He might not even start, though, because they also bring in a tackle from Michigan. They also bring in a tackle from Richmond, who's a 3-year starter. So the offensive line should be slightly better than last year. They're set at wide receiver. They lose their main guy, Mumfield. He's on the Rams, 7th-round pick. But they bring in Hicks to replace him, and then all the rest of the receivers are back. Kenny Johnson, Raphael Williams, Sincere Lee, Zion Felderell. They also bring in Deuce Spawn from Florida State. So they're better at wide receiver. They're better at offensive line. The quarterback's back. They've got one of the best running backs in the country in Desmond Reed. He was first team all ACC. He had 968 yards rushing in 11 games. So where's the downside of this offense, Scoop?
Yeah, I mean, as much as I talk shit about Pitt last year, I think this team is going to be good.
Loaded.
I mean, Holstein, when he was healthy, he did well, 17-7. Cole Gonzalez transferred to Oklahoma and ended up transferring here instead. He actually played under Cade Bell, the offensive coordinator, at Western Carolina, so he'll definitely back up Holstein in case of injury or bad play since he knows the OC. And Desmond Reed, like you said, was awesome last year. Also, ironically, played under Cade Bell at Western Carolina. He missed 2 games last year and still rushed for 968 and was actually the 2nd leading receiver on his team with 579 yards on 52 catches. Not only that, he was 2nd team All-American, not even just 1st team conference. So, yeah, Joel Goff as a sophomore should get a lot more time this year. I think he maybe get more than Derek Davis Jr. Both took about the same snaps
I think Derek Davis Jr. out for the year, I believe.
Okay, well, there you go. Like I said, Mumfield, he was the wide receiver 1 last year. He got drafted, but Kenny Johnson stayed. Same with Raphael Williams. Sincere Lee's back, too, so their 2, 3, and 4 wideouts are all back. Catasius Hicks comes in from Louisville. Deuce Spann had 3 years at Florida State. He didn't play much, but figures he will, play here. Bryce Yates, I can see getting some play in as a freshman too. He was an awesome two-way player in Virginia. Bartholomew, the tight end, he's in the NFL now, but Jake Overman will probably hop in the starting role here. He played every game last year, started at Oregon State before that. And the only, like you just said, the only two they lose on the line is a tackle and a guard. Taylor got drafted by the Chargers, and Jacoby graduated. And the problem was the last 3 years, this line was constantly hurt. It's why they started to get worse as the season went on again last year. And not only just because of the quarterback, but if this line can stay healthy, it's going to be really solid. Keith Govea comes in from Richmond. He had 24 starts and played 33 games the last 4 years. I think he can jump in right away. Kendall Stanley is from Charlotte. He had 13 starts the last 2 years. Jeff Percy from Michigan has a lot of experience. So I don't know what you get out of Ty Banco. He didn't play the last 2 years at Texas A&M, but they're really high on him. So this line's good. If they stay healthy, they're going to be fine. They also said that the last 3 years of Pitt football, but this line has been hit so many times. But yeah, if they have a starting five that could stay healthy, this offense is going to be one of the top in the ACC.
Yep. And then guess what? Kind of the same story on the defensive side. Their linebacker, Kyle Lewis is one of the best defensive players in the conference. Led the team in sacks, first team All ACC. He's back. Rasheem Biles in the middle. He was started on the team in tackles, third team All ACC. He's back. Braylon Lovelace, fifth on the team in tackles, another linebacker. He's back. They also got a 4-star freshman that looks really good at camp, Cameron Lindsay. He redshirted last year. They're loaded at linebacker. They're loaded on the defensive line. Isaiah Neal is back. Nick James was an ACC honorable mention at defensive tackle. He's back. Sean Fitzsimmons is back. He was a starter last year. Jimmy Scott is back. He had 6 sacks last year. They brought in 2 more edge rusher transfers that should play right away. Jaden Moore from Oregon, just 104 snaps last year, but that was at Oregon. They also bring in Blaine Spires, who was with Bowling Green and then Utah State. He had 5 sacks in 2023. He missed last year injured. That's another edge rusher that's going to be in the mix. The only area of the defense that I'm a little concerned about is the secondary scoop.
Yeah, I mean, McMillian was one of their best players last year. He was the number 1 tackler. He was undrafted to the Browns, but you got Gandy and O'Brien also gone. Kavir Baines, Marquez is in from UC Davis. He's 24 starts, 154 tackles, 21 pass breakups. So it's funny looking at highlights from him and seeing he's amazing, but you're also realizing it's FCS play. So Rashawn Murray's in from Penn West, California, 25 pass breakups. Timon Linen started a few games last year here. He'll probably get the start on the outside. Chris Brookins had a solid freshman year. He was a number 10 tackler. He had 2 picks. And you have Bonsu in from Ohio State and Ferguson from North Carolina. But I definitely agree with you. It's definitely a weaker secondary. I like the front 7. I think they have 4 freshman linebackers in also, as long as the starters stay healthy there. With Kyle Lewis, Rasheem Biles, and Braylon Lovelace, I think they're all really solid. I think if they stay healthy, they're going to be fine. Francis Braywu played a lot as a freshman on the line. He played 27% of their snaps last year. I think he may jump up and start here. But like you just said, they have 3 solid edge pieces coming in to replace Matlock. So I think they're going to be fine. It's just a secondary I'm a little concerned about. And then obviously it's not a great schedule to start with.
No, that too. Well, piece in the secondary, if you're looking for something to get excited about, apparently, so they've got a kid named Shadarian Harrison who's probably going to play nickel. Played just 6 snaps last year as a freshman, but apparently he looks really good in camp. All right, the schedule. Well, you start out with 2 wins. But yeah, I mean, last year you had Virginia and Cal. No, it's not that bad because you miss out on Clemson. No Clemson, no SMU.
Well, the last 3 games. I meant the last 3 games is rough. They better start off good again because you go to Notre Dame, then at Georgia Tech, and then at home against Miami.
Yeah, you get the Louisville game at home coming off a bye, which is huge for Pitt. And let me see. And
I was there. By the way, I went to the Pirates game for just a regular Pirates game against the Yankees, and it was the same night as the backyard brawl against West Virginia, and that's when Kenny Pickett was playing. Oh man, that is a sight to see at one of the Pittsburgh bars, man.
I bet it's crazy.
A wild experience.
Yeah, schedule. Maybe a little. The end is tougher as a whole. I don't know if I'd call it tougher than last year's schedule though. All right, let's do grades.
Last year they were a D plus rushing offense. I mean, I'm going to say B minus. And you know what, though? The way Cade Bell runs the offense, it's not really built for like a. I'm going to say B.
I will go with a B also.
Passing offense. They got good receivers. I'll say B.
I'll B minus.
Run defense.
I think the run defense is going to be pretty good.
It's pretty awesome.
I'll go with a B plus.
I'm going to go A minus.
And then I'll go with a C plus for their defense or their pass defense.
Yeah, C plus sounds good for the pass defense. Secondary is a bit of a question mark. All right, let's talk some Mustangs. And I think
before we talk anything about Mustang, I just want to let everyone know that Kyle is a complete Kevin Jennings hater. Hates him with a passion.
I don't hate him. I've come around. I already ate.
I admitted my flaw.
I already ate the L on that one. If you don't know what we're talking about, if you weren't watching the channel at the beginning of last season, I thought it was ridiculous to turn away from Preston Stone early in the season. He was supposed to be one of the best quarterbacks in the conference, and then like week one, they're already like working in this Jennings kid. I was like, who the hell is this kid? And then by week 3, Jennings is named the starter, and I was like, what the hell are they doing out there? What is Lashley doing? And then this kid looked like freaking Lamar Jackson all year.
Well, that's all right. In the Penn State game, I remember I bet SMU and I said, why not us? So, that didn't really go well for me either.
I had Penn State, and that was infamously Andy's dog walk of the day.
Right, yeah. I'm glad I got one last dog walk on me.
Kevin Jennings, I was definitely wrong. He is the freaking man. He was awesome, although some turnovers there late in the season in the big game. But I will say, not in that Penn State game in particular, they were in his face immediately. Like, as soon as he touched the football, he had Abdul Carter in his face. Like, he had no time. So not exactly his fault. The offensive line was getting bullied by Penn State in that playoff game. But Kevin Jennings is back. He's awesome. Offensive line looking in pretty good shape here, led by Logan Parr and PJ Williams, both third-team all-conference. That's at left tackle and left guard and right tackle. Savion Byrd is back at left tackle, so 3 starters back on the offensive line. Justin Osborne's gone. It's a key loss, but they bring in Joshua Bates from Oklahoma, who's probably going to start right away. He only started 2 games last year for Oklahoma, but he was a freshman. So we're talking about a freshman who started 2 games in the SEC last year. So Joshua Bates should be a nice addition. They also bring in Addison Nichols from Arkansas, who was a starter.
Started every game last year, yeah.
Yeah, keep in mind, SMU, maybe you look at them as an ACC program who was recently in the AAC. They've got money. So, like, they're flush with cash, SMU.
You got Zion Nelson in from the U. He had 32 starts for Miami, 2019 to 2021, and he's been hurt for 3 years straight. So he still has eligibility.
I didn't even know. I don't even have him in my notes.
Yeah, man.
Is he starting?
I don't know. He's definitely there. So as long as he doesn't get hurt for a 4th consecutive year, the offensive line's still solid.
Now, some concerns. There are some concerns. 2 leading receivers are gone. Roderick Daniels and Keyshawn Smith is actually on the Raiders. Shout out Keyshawn Smith getting a bid with the Raiders. Both were ACC honorable mentions, so they lose their 2 main receivers. But wide receiver 3 and wide receiver 4 are back. Jordan Hudson and Romello Brinson. They also bring in a couple transfers. Shocker, they're loaded. Dalen Singleton, who was a true freshman. Dalen Singleton is not a transfer. He's a 4-star true freshman that they like. Also, they bring in Yamir Knight, who's a slot wide receiver, had 605 yards at James Madison last year. Both tight ends are back, including RJ Maryland, who's supposed to be very good. He missed a chunk of last year with an injury, but I believe
he's back week 1. I think he's supposed to be back.
Yeah, he's still dealing with something. But even if RJ Maryland is not ready to go, Matthew Hibner was the guy that was starting in his spot. He's back also. So both tight ends are back. They lose both running backs. Brashard Smith is on the Kansas City Chiefs. LJ Johnson transferred to Cal, but TJ Harden is the man. You know that TJ Harden might not even be RB1?
Yeah, he had 14 starts for UCLA last year.
He was awesome at UCLA.
He caught a ton of passes.
Yeah, he could catch the ball out of the backfield. TJ Harden like single-handedly won me a couple UCLA bets last year.
Yeah.
So this kid, Derek McFall, 4-star freshman, he must be pretty good if he's listed as RB1 over TJ Harden. TJ Harden was a good running back for UCLA last year.
Yeah, TJ Harden was definitely good. It sucks with Rashard Smith. I think Jennings had a good year partially because of the production of the running game. Obviously, Rashard Smith was good. He caught 39 out of the backfield. I think that TJ Harden's going to be all right and do the same kind of thing. I don't think he's as good as Rashard Smith, but I think it's just Derek McFall might end up getting some starts too. He's young, but they like him. And Chris Johnson Jr. comes in from Miami. Is that Chris Johnson's kid? I tried to look Chris Johnson Jr. and I couldn't find it, but he is from Miami, so I don't think this is going to be the same running attack. And it's good they run two tight end sets a lot because Hibner and Maryland are back, like you just said. They're both awesome tight ends. So and Brinson being back healthy is going to be great for them. And Jordan Hudson's back too. They do have some young talent. Dalen Singleton, like you just said, Jalen Cooper are right now slotted to be the first man up as true freshmen, both of them. So both are top 50 wide receiver recruits. Dylan Goffney's from Colorado State. He transfers in too. He comes back to SMU. He was here 2 years and caught 32 passes. So it's a decent wide receiver room. I'm just a little concerned of the running game. And in case you're interested on backups, Tyler Van Dyke is here from Wisconsin. He started 28 games there, tore his ACL last year. So Van Dyke's a senior.
He might not even be.
That's what
he might
Van
not
Dyke's
even be
senior,
QB2 though, because Ty Hawkins is the 4-star freshman who's apparently the next one.
I'm surprised Van Dyke transferred here. Out of anyone, if you're a senior, you think you'd want to play somewhere else to just get more experience if you want to try to go in the NFL. But we'll see. But yeah, that's your backups. But
they probably. They got money, and they're probably just like, yeah, come be our back.
Oh yeah, that's true. Here's like $5 million, whatever.
I
think they're going to still have a solid offense. I think the running game might take a little step back, but I think they're going to be fine.
On the other side of the ball, obviously they're still talented as hell. But Scoop, the question is, can they replace the 4 NFL players they lost on the defensive line? Because remember, entering last season, that was the strength. We were all like, SMU's defensive line is loaded, and whoever said that, myself included, was right.
Yeah.
Elijah Roberts, Harrison Hunt, Tank Booker, Jafari Harvey, all 4 in the NFL on teams right now. So can they replace that production?
Yeah, four of them went to the NFL and 4 backups transferred. So they have an absurd 10 defensive linemen coming in as a transfer. Cameron Robertson's really the only one back, so that's something. But other than him, you have a lot of different players. Kai Long played in every game at Missouri last year. Trey Wilson was 3 years at Baylor. Jeffrey Embaugh will probably be a starter since he started at Purdue the last 2 years. Then you have Spears, had 9 starts at Memphis the last 2 years. Trey Webb will most likely start by Emba in the interior. He started every game at Texas State the last 2 years, so he's a massive human being. The other 5 or so transfers other than them, though, I don't really know. Isaiah Smith will probably be on the other side of Robertson. They did a good job with the portal, but you have to think replacing 4 NFL players is definitely going to be worse here.
Yeah, and like you said, Isaiah Smith on the edge is still there, too. So the 6.5 sacks, that's something.
And the linebackers are worse too. So it's not like that. It's definitely not a strength there. Wilson, Walker, Cale Sanders, they're all gone. Kilgore's back in one of the linebacker spots, but Key Barker is a nice pickup from East Carolina. Akeel Washington also transfers in from South Alabama. He played in 13 games last year. But other than that, it's weak. It's a weak overall front 7. Medlock, Booker, and Maizana is back as backups, but all 3 had less than 10% of the snaps last year for SMU. So this front 7 is definitely not a strength of their defense.
It goes from being the strength of the team to the weakness of the team. Now, that being said, the secondary isn't all great either. First of all, they have one of the best safeties in the country in Noah Kobia. Hopefully I'm saying that right. He was first team all ACC, second on the team in tackles, one of the best safeties in the country. They also bring back Deuce Harmon at corner, but they lose Crossley. They lose McGill. They lose Sanders. That's 3 starting defensive backs. So a bunch of holes to fill in the secondary as well. Did they fill them, Scoop?
Yeah, I don't really think so. A lot of backups are back. Marcellus Barnes comes in from Syracuse. He's been taking a lot of reps to play the other corner spot that they lost. But they still have Davis Robinson, Kyron Chambers, Williams, Nettles. Ahmad Moses will probably play the other safety spot. It's just not a lot of experience backing up here. It's a ton of freshman and sophomore talent. I'm not really sure. You got even their freshmen coming in isn't solid. They're 3 stars, but Alex Dish, Tyron Polley, Zay Gentry, Javian Holiday. So I don't think any of them are going to really play. So you're just relying on a lot of younger players to step up. But it's going to be a significant step back. This whole defense, pretty much,
without a doubt. Now, so I'm worried about the SMU defense. The SMU offense, I think, is going to be good as hell. Now we get to the schedule, and the schedule might be tougher. I mean, you got a road game against Clemson. You got Miami. You pick up a road game against Wake Forest and Syracuse, okay. But you got a road game against Clemson, home game against Miami. So you pick up 2 extremely difficult conference games. And your non-con is even a little tougher. The TCU home game from last year, you now have to go to Fort Worth. Or wherever TCU is. It's somewhere down there. They got a home game against Baylor. Okay, it's at home, but last year you played Nevada in that slot. Now it's Baylor. Now, the good news is you got a road game against Missouri State, who's probably the worst team in the FBS, but the schedule's tougher as well. I can't see SMU repeating that season. That's all I'll say. Grades. Last year, they were a B, rushing offense. I don't see any reason that they're not a B+. I think the offense improves.
Yeah, I'll go with a B+.
And for passing offense, I'm going to go B+ too.
I will go with a B.
Run defense last year, A+.
I will go with a B-.
Wow, a real big drop off. Yeah, you know what though? They did. I'll go B-. And for pass defense, damn, I'll go C+.
I'll go B-.
Talk about another tough team to preview. You got Frank Reich, who's in. It's just 1 year, and it's not like, oh, we expect it to be 1 year. Like they said, it's 1 year. It's literally like an interim season for Frank Reich here after the Troy Taylor loses his job. So, all right, Frank Reich steps in to coach Stanford for 1 year. As far as the roster, oh, by the way, so it's not Elijah Brown at quarterback. Goldbrinson, the quarterback from Oregon State, he's been named the week 0 starter. That just happened like yesterday. So I kind of like my Hawaii moneyline bet a little bit less. I kind of liked the true freshman starting overseas in the islands. I thought he was going to turn the ball over to those playmakers on the Hawaii defense. I don't like my Hawaii moneyline bet quite as much now that an experienced quarterback is starting, so I wish I knew that. But yeah, Goldbranson's going to start from Oregon State. He's got 12 career starts, but 8 of those 12 career starts came in 2022. So he's been riding the bench for multiple years now. I mean, a couple starters back on the offensive line, 3 starters back. They bring in the center from Sacramento State. How about this, Scoop? What pieces on this roster jump out to you?
Nothing.
Offense.
Nothing at all. Listen, I mean, Ashton Daniels wasn't great anyway. He led the conference with 12 picks. He's now at Auburn. Good luck with that. He wasn't good. He did lead the team in rushing with 669, so that was double what Stanford's actual running back had with Micah Ford.
He actually had more than both their running backs combined.
Yeah, even Chris David had 284. So this team barely ran the ball on us with Daniels. So I thought it was going to be a bit of a – I mean, I guess it's still a bit of a QB situation here, right? I mean, Goldbertson's starting, but I thought they were going to go with Elijah Brown, and maybe he'll start.
I would imagine we'll see Elijah Brown at some point.
They just need to establish some kind of run, man. I mean, you would think Frank Reich will do that. Everyone's pretty much back for these running backs. They got their 1, 2, and 3. Tuna Altair is in from Eastern Washington, but Ford, Davis, and Tab were all true freshmen last year. They're all back this year. I don't think there's a clear number 1, kind of like their quarterback, but I think it should be better than last year because they really had nothing to do last year. And the wide receivers, everyone's gone. I mean, I think Marcus Brown's the only wide receiver on his team that had a catch last year, and he had 1, literally.
And one of the transfers, John Anthony Hall, got injured in camp, so he's
Roush is by far their leading receiver at tight end. Had 40 last year. He's back.
By far the leading receiver, 334 yards.
it's like all new wide receivers. CJ Williams had had good years at Wisconsin. David Pentelis is in from Yale. He was first team All Ivies, and then Caden Hyde comes in from South Carolina State. He had 876. So. Yeah, man, it's just a whole new offense. I think their offensive line is probably their best position, to be honest. That's they have 2.5 starters gone pretty much since Rutgers only played half their games. But yeah, man, I don't really like anything about this offense, to be honest. I think it's a rough year for the Trees.
On the defensive side, there's some good news. The entire secondary's back. I mean, it wasn't a good secondary, but they are all back. I feel like I'm just more like talking shit about Stanford. Nah, I mean, look,
Jay Green was hurt most of the year last year. He's back to play safety with Scotty Edwards and Mitchell Agber. So Colin Wright looked awesome last year. Brandon Nicholson was a true freshman last year. Still started 5 games, 31 tackles. He played over 35% of their snaps. So Braylon Thompson comes in from Yale. Jordan Washington played every game at Dartmouth. So you got a bunch of Ivy Leaguers in here. I think the secondary is actually the stronger part of their defense. I think the front seven's pretty awful.
I mean, but the front seven's got a lot of returning pieces also.
Yeah, but they sucked.
You can say the same about
the same thing with the secondary. Yeah, I know.
So, yeah, the linebackers. So they lose.
Actually, I like their line. Their line's better than their linebackers. So.
They lose their 2 main linebackers there, Bernadelle and Sinclair. But they got Galvin back. They got Matt Rose back. Hunter Barth transfers in from Cal. So those are supposed to be 3 nice linebackers, although so those 3 linebackers should be good. Rose, Galvin, Barth. But from what I'm reading, if any of those 3 get hurt, they have nothing but freshmen after that. So yeah. I'm reading they're extremely thin. And the coach came out and said, we're real thin at line. If the coach says it, I mean, you know how college coaches are at camp. Every single player is emerging as a leader. Every single player this is the best team we ever had. It's the best offensive line I've ever seen.
Frank's like, nah, this team sucks, man. I don't know what you want me to do.
If one of the coaching staff's like, dude, we're thin at linebacker, that means they're really thin.
It's just weird that you have. It's like a lame duck coach. I mean, like you're going into the season knowing you don't have a coach, so it's like hard to like. What are we playing for here?
I know it's tough to establish any sort of rapport there, and like, how do you get the players to trust you if you're leaving?
Right, and then who are you recruiting? Like, I don't know who I'm playing for next year.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't even want to talk about Stanford anymore, to be honest.
They got John Anthony Hall somehow. He's the 14th best wideout freshman.
No, he's injured. Got hurt in camp.
Oh, that's right. You just told me he was injured. So yeah, you have nobody. You have nobody.
Yeah, John Anthony Hall was a 4-star recruit, injured in camp.
You have nobody.
So Stanford starts off the season in Hawaii. I'm on Hawaii money line. Then they go to BYU. They don't buy between them.
Well, BYU is going to be a lot worse, but still
they're going to beat Stanford.
Right. I was going to say they're going to beat Stanford.
Then they go right into conference play. And even I would assume when they scheduled this, they were thinking San Jose State at home would be winnable. San Jose State's pretty good, man. All Stanford.
Then you go and you play at SMU, Florida State, Miami, Pitt, North Carolina. You got a Cal game in there, and then you go to Notre Dame the end of the season. So yeah, you're home against Notre Dame. You got a shot, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, you got that.
I remember I was considering betting Stanford like plus 27.5. I was like, guys, Ashton Daniels is going to play. I really might bet this. All right. Stanford last year was a C+ rushing offense. They bring the backs back in the offensive line.
I'll stay with a C+.
I'll bump them up to a B-. Stanford's it's a good program. They have a good offensive lineman probably. The passing offense, though, D-.
What was it last year?
It was a C-, but the quarterbacks, well, Daniels wasn't good, but all the receivers are gone.
Yeah, D.
Rush defense. The defensive line's not bad. The line, I'll go C.
Yeah, I'll go with a C, and I'll go with a C-.
I'll go C. All right, let's move on. Next up, we got the Orange, Syracuse, and the lead story here is that their schedule is insane. We're going to go through the roster in a second, but this schedule is a tough draw here for Syracuse. You know what? Let's talk about the roster first, and then we'll go into the schedule. Obviously, a pretty explosive year for Syracuse. That offense was really fun to watch at times. There were also times where Kyle McCord couldn't complete a pass to a team to a player wearing the same color jersey. What do you have? 14 interceptions or something?
Yeah, it was wild. I mean, he was. We were just speaking of interceptions with Ashton Daniels, and now you go into another one who's
the king.
Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, it was definitely exciting to watch. I'm not sure if Fran Brown overperformed because of his offense or not. I guess we'll see this year because obviously Kyle McCord's gone. So
to go through the offensive roster turnover.
Yeah, so obviously Kyle McCord led the country in 592 pass attempts last year. So he's gone to the Eagles. Backup Michael Johnson's now at Akron. So the quarterback of Syracuse looks like it'll be Ricky Collins from LSU, who backed up Nussmeier and Jaden Daniels. So they also get Stephen Jelly from Notre Dame. It looked good as a backup the last 2 years. He had 10 touchdowns, 1 pick, but Collins threw a few balls the last 2 years, 7 attempts. We'll see how it goes. But as far as I know, it's Ricky Collins, right? That's who's going to lead the.
I don't think it's confirmed, but from what I'm reading, I think it's Collins.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, look, Quinn Allen still rushed for over 1,000 yards, even with the 592 attempts. He was drafted by the Jaguars. Let's go Jags. The second running back is Yasin Willis. He stayed here. He only had 130 yards. Didn't do much last year, but he was a true freshman with Allen getting all the touches. Will Nixon got hurt after 3 games, was out for the year last year. He's back as a senior. Jaden Hart had a few carries as well. So those 3 are back. I don't think it'll be like a bell cow situation like Allen had. I think it's going to be more a split time here. So I think the running backs are okay. I think it's obviously a downgrade with losing Will Quinn Allen, but we'll see how that goes. Jackson Meeks went over 1,000 yards receiving last year, was undrafted, signs with the Lions. Trevor Pena was right behind him, 941 yards. He actually led the ACC in receptions with 84. He's now at Penn State. Their number 3, Orange Gadsden, he's a tight end. He was had 934 yards. He's on the Chargers, got drafted in the 5th round. Daryl Gillsback actually led the conference in yards per reception.
They like him too.
He had 31 catches, but for 562 yards. He's going to be the wideout 1. And wideout 2 is probably going to be Justice Ross Simmons or Amari Hatcher. Jonte Cook comes in from Texas. He played in 20 games the last 2 years. Tyquan Russell from South Carolina is in, had 5 catches in 2023. This isn't going to be the same receiving team, though. It's definitely going to be a step down. I think the running backs and wide receivers are a step down. And I think the offensive line's not that great either. I don't know if you want to talk about that.
The offensive line's a concern. They bring back Weatherspoon, the left tackle, but there's uncertainty at the guard positions. I think it's going to be Joshua Miller, who had just 8 snaps last year. Yeah. And then the other guard, I believe, is going to be Joe Cruz. I think there's open competition in camp, but I think it's going to be Joe Cruz, who had just 175 snaps last year. They were the number 8 and number 10 offensive linemen on the depth chart last year for Syracuse, and they may be starting. They do bring in Austin Collins from Louisville, who's a 2-year starter at center, so they should be okay there. And the right tackle, Trevion Mack, I think is going to be the starter. Just 12 snaps. He's the number 11 offensive lineman, so the offensive line is a concern, and the reason it's a concern is Mark Petrie, who was supposed to be kind of like the cornerstone there, torn ACL. And that his career at Syracuse is over. I believe the article said his career at Syracuse. I hope it's not a career ending, but I'm pretty sure this is his last year of eligibility, and he had used his red shirt, so he will not be back for Syracuse. Unfortunate there.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of unknowns on the line. I mean, Cam Pringle comes in as a redshirt freshman from South Carolina. Bertrand's a transfer from Alabama who played a little bit as a freshman last year. So it's definitely concerning. The whole offense as a whole is concerning.
It's bad.
Not sure how Ricky Collins is going to be. I'm not sure if Stephen Jelly plays. I'm not sure how he's going to be. So, yeah, it's just a completely different Syracuse offense than last year.
Let's flip it over to the defense. The defense not in quite as bad shape, but the defense also wasn't very good last year. Do you want to go through the defensive roster, or you want me to?
No, that's fine. Fidel Diggs, probably their best defensive player on the edge. He was drafted by the Saints. He had 7.5 sacks last year. Watson transferred to Texas. Other than that, those are the 2 big pieces you lose. Diggs is a big hit, but 7 returning players started a game on this line last year. Denise Jacquez started 5 games on the edge. Kevin Jaboti, Joe Biddy has been around for 3 years. He played 32% of the snaps last year. Chase Shimon started a few games on the outside too. David Reese, he comes in from Cal, had 8 tackles for loss, 5 sacks last year. I think the outside of the line is going to be good on the edge. George Rooks comes in from Boston College to help the interior. He had 23 starts the last 2 years. Same with Chris Thomas from Marshall, had a great year last year. He was part of that, the whole team leaving Marshall kind of thing. It was a little mass exodus there. So Deion Wilson, redshirted after 4 games last year. He's back to help the line too. So 9 of these linemen have all played a lot last year. It's actually a really experienced line. I think they'll be good. The linebackers, it's not going to be as good as the D-line. It's not terrible, though, because Marlo Wax graduated at linebacker, Justin Barron, too. They do keep Derek McDonald. He was their number 5 tackler. Gary Bryant comes in from South Dakota, had 102 tackles last year.
All-American.
Sparrow.
FCS All-American.
Yeah. Sparrow, Amal Poliola played decent. They both played a decent amount last year. DeCilliers is a true freshman who's definitely going to get some time here, too. So, overall, I think the front seven's pretty good. Their linebackers aren't as good as the D-line, but I think the front seven's really solid.
Yeah.
But, the secondary is not in good shape.
Yeah, the secondary, they bring back Chestnut, who was at safety, who was second on the team in tackles. That's huge. They also bring back Devin Grant, who was 5th on the team in tackles. Barry Buxton, the 3rd, 12th on the team in tackles. Devion Kerr, corner, 14th on the team in tackles, despite missing 7 games. Here's the problem. They're dealing with some injuries at camp. Buxton missed spring. He's limited. Devin Grant, who I just mentioned, who's supposed to be a key piece of the secondary, he's been banged up in camp. And Kevin Jobity on the line, who you mentioned before, he's also dealing with injuries at camp as well. So, look, I think the Syracuse defense, in terms of returning production, is certainly in much better shape than the offense. But this defense was 104th in yards per play allowed, 126 in yards per carry allowed, 114th in success rate per dropback allowed. This wasn't a good defense last year. So even if they do bring back 5-6 starters, whatever, I don't know how big of a leap forward we can expect, especially when you look at the schedule. This is crazy. This is not. So you got Tennessee in the opener. Good Lord. Tennessee in the opener. Then you got UConn, who, by the way, looks pretty strong. I'm not saying they're going to lose to UConn. I'm just saying that's not like a cakewalk. At Clemson, at SMU, at Georgia Tech, at Miami, at Notre Dame. Are you crazy? That might be the toughest road schedule in college football. Once you get past Colgate, the 3rd game of the season, where are the wins? Like home against Duke? Duke's supposed to be good this year.
Duke, maybe Boston College.
And Pitt. But the thing is, I like Pitt and I like North Carolina. So if you're saying, find me one game I think Syracuse wins, maybe the Boston College. I don't know. It's tough. It's a really tough schedule for Syracuse. So let's talk grades. Last year, Syracuse D- rushing offense. The offensive line's in bad shape. They lose LaQuinn Allen. I might just keep him at a D-.
I'll say that too.
There's no way you could say they get better.
I know.
Passing offense A+. I'm gonna say C+.
I'll go. I was gonna say C+.
Yeah, I trust Fran Brown. I'll give him a B-. C+. Run defense D+ last year.
I think I'll say a C.
Yeah, I'll say C also. And pass defense was a B-. I'll drop it to a C.
Yeah, I'll say a C too. I like their freshman coming in. Demetrius Samuel Jr. is going to play as a freshman. He was the 32nd highest rated corner coming out. So I think it's going to help. Their depth not there at all though. They're really inexperienced back there. So yeah, I'll say C on both.
All right, let's move on to the next team. All right, Virginia Cavs, and I got to say, tough to get excited about anything with this team with all the injuries. This team definitely got hit with the injury bug in this offseason. As a whole, I mean, I think they did get better, and the schedule looks pretty nice for Virginia. I think Chandler Morris is a good quarterback. I know Calandria is a solid quarterback as well, but I like Chandler Morris. He's a seasoned vet. I think that's a solid get. So I think they're set at quarterback. You want to go through the offensive turnover? Last year, by the way, they were 118th in yards per play, 94th in yards per play allowed. Certainly didn't set the world on fire last year, but go ahead, offense.
Yeah, so, I mean, this is Tony Elliott's 4th year, too, and he's had losing seasons the last 3 years, so I don't know if this is a make-or-break year for him. I know, we talked about Calandria going to UNLV. I thought he was pretty awful down the stretch. Musket started that last game. He graduated, so I agree with you. I like Chandler Morris. You know what he brings. He's a gunslinger mentality. He was at TCU the first 3 years. North Texas last year when he threw for 3,700 yards, 32 touchdowns. I think all Virginia would like to see that because Virginia's offense was terrible. It's like Virginia's basketball offense, just slow and pathetic. Obviously, this isn't like an air raid type system like North Texas, but it can't be worse than what we saw last year. Daniel Kalen comes in from Nebraska, and true freshman Bjorn Jerkson is the 33rd best quarterback, so a nice signing there. So it's definitely going to be Chandler Morris's team, though, to start the year. Kobe Pace, their RB1, he graduated. Xavier Brown's back. I think he's the better running back anyway. He only had 11 less yards and 34 fewer carries. I mean, this team, the offense is really bad. Pace had 499, Brown had 488. Also, a fun fact, Virginia does not have a running back that rushed over 500 yards in 6 years now. Not even 500, which is wild. 500. Shamari Taylor comes in from North Carolina Central. He had over 1,000 yards last year for them, and Harrison Whaley is in from Wyoming. Had over 100 carries for the last 5 years. I think he has a school record, 3,200 yards rushing. So I think it's a solid running back room from what they had. Malachi Fields went to Notre Dame, by far their best player last year, 808 yards receiving yards. Tyler Neville, their tight end, second in receptions, he graduated. So the one that comes back, the second wideout, Trell Harris is back. Jamal Adrian comes in a bad situation for Purdue, had 365 yards last year. And Cam Ross, I actually like Cam Ross. He comes in from James Madison, started 9 games, 443. And Jaden Thomas had some big catches for Notre Dame last year too. So they have 3 great transfers. So I think with Harris and the 3 transfers, Cameron Courtney had 12 catches as a freshman last year. I think these wideouts are fine. I actually really like the skill positions. I like the quarterback compared to last year. So, and I like the offensive line. I don't know if you want to go through it.
Yeah, it's the offensive line isn't. The problem is the injuries just really make it tough. All right, so you got Mikhail Boley back, a left tackle. He missed 4 games last year. He's been limited in camp. So, that should be a nice piece. Jack Whitmer started 5 games last year. He's back. Ethan Sipe or Sipe, I apologize. I don't know which one it is. He started week 1 last year, was injured the rest of the season. He's back. Noah Josie started 12 games at left guard. He's back. They lose the right side of the line. Brian Stevens, obviously, was probably their best offensive lineman. He's gone. Same goes for Ty Furnish, and Blake Steen transferred to Mississippi State. But check this out. So at right tackle, they brought in Monroe Mills from Louisville, and they brought him in early. This is supposed to be their starting right tackle. Good get from Louisville. Gets injured before camp even starts, out for the year. So then they go back to the portal, and they bring in Macklin Thomas from Arkansas State. And the reason they went and got him was because Monroe Mills was out for the season. First day of camp, Macklin Thomas out for the season, broken foot, I believe. So now they went and got Wallace Unamba to start at right tackle, and he's a 2-time JUCO All-American. I'm not saying he's a bad get or anything. I'm just saying, like, they're having some bad luck here on the offensive line, especially considering that's their right tackle, and there's injury concerns on the left side as well. One guy missed the entire season last year. The other guy's been limited in camp. Bright spot on the offensive line. Oh, and also, by the way, Drake Metcalf missed all of last year injured as well. That's probably the right guard. So literally, there's injury concerns at every single position except one, center. Brady Wilson comes in from UAB, 3-year starter. So they need Brady Wilson to be the cornerstone there. Just a lot of injury concerns when it comes to the offensive line.
And Noah Hartsaw was out for the year last year too. He's back. So you get Tyshawn Wallet, started 33 games at James Madison. Listen, all these players would have been good additions. There are actually 3 of them that came in and got hurt, like you just said. So overall, though, it's definitely still Tony Elliott's best line he's had in his 4 years. So before they got hurt, a couple of them was 182 career starts on this line, which is one of the best in NCAA. So now I think it went down to like 1. It's still in the hundreds. There's no reason why this line can't be good. It's just finding the right combination of the line, which I guess they haven't found in the 3 years. So, if everyone stays healthy from now on, as long as we don't get any more devastating injuries, I think it should be a good offense. I actually like this offense compared to last year.
And get this, on the defensive side of the ball, there's actually more injury concerns. It's crazy. Do you want to go through the roster? Here, I'll just take you through it.
There you go.
So let's start with the positives. Cam Robinson, linebacker, second on the team in tackles. ACC honorable mention, one of their better defensive pieces. Well, Sanker was their best defender last year, safety. He got drafted by the Saints in the 3rd round, so he's gone.
Cam Robinson was one of their key pieces. He's back. Missed camp.
Trey McDonald too, and he was right behind them. Yeah,
Trey McDonald's healthy. Cam Robinson missed camp, so he missed spring. I don't. He's banged up. One of their other linebackers is supposed to be James Jackson. He missed 5 games last year. He also missed spring camp. Safety Antonio Clary missed 6 games last year. He missed spring. Caleb Hardy missed 4 games last year. He missed spring. That's another safety nickel. They're everywhere.
James Jackson got hurt. He's out for the year. He had an awesome year last year.
He's out for the year?
Yeah.
I just have that he missed camp. I didn't even know he was out for the year.
Yeah. And Dre Walker hurt himself. He's out for the year. So you're down to 2 corners.
James Jackson's going to miss significant time at corner. He was supposed to be like their main core.
Yeah, he was going to start. Yep.
It's just so hard to get excited about
this.
And
then last year, Antonio Clary, he's back at safety. He was out for the year in week 6 last year and was leading the team in tackles. But, I mean, there's definitely injury concerns. He was out for the year after week 6. So
he didn't participate in camp. So Jason Hammond on the defensive line missed spring camp as well. Like, it's crazy. They do bring in Donovan Platt, corner from Army. Keenan Johnson comes in, who was a starter with Georgia Tech in 2023. He missed all last year, injured as well. Devin Neal comes in from Louisville. He was a starter in 2023. He missed last year with injury as well. This is just like the injured team.
Yeah, I do like their front 7. I think obviously the linebackers. If Cam Robinson's healthy, you still got McDonald and Jackson, like you said, and Maddox Marcellus comes in from Eastern Kentucky. He started all the last 2 years. Fisher K-Max in from UNLV. He was 3rd team Mountain West last year. And then the defensive line, Chico Bennett and Cam Butler graduate, but I like what's going on and what's coming in. Hunter Osborne comes in from Bama. He was only a freshman last year. He's definitely going to get a bunch of time this year. Kazim Moore had a good career with Elon. I know it's Elon, but it's still 24 tackles for loss for the last 3 years. Daniel Rickert, again, an FBS transfer, 32 games for Tennessee Tech. Jacob Holmes is in from Fresno, had 14.5 tackles for loss the last 3 years. So, and then Jameer Carter's been on this team since 2019. So, and then Mitchell Melton was at Ohio State for 5 years. So then you have Britton Still, Justin Hammond. I think this line's definitely going to be good. I think the front 7's definitely going to be good. I'm not sure about the corners because, like you just said, everyone's hurt. They lost their starting cornerbacks. I like the safeties, but yeah, as long as everyone stays healthy, which, knock on wood, you really can't say anything with Virginia because they've always been hurt, especially last year. I think it's definitely going to be a better team if everyone stays healthy.
Yeah, and the schedule's much easier too. We got to mention that. Last year they were at Clemson, they were at Notre Dame, they played SMU, they played Louisville. A lot of really tough games last year. This year, I mean, the toughest they dodged Clemson.
Their toughest away game is North Carolina, right? I mean,
no, they go to Louisville.
Do they?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they do at Louisville.
But I mean, other than at Louisville's the toughest game on the schedule. Their Louisville game last year was like the 5th toughest game on the schedule. So in terms of an ACC schedule, Virginia hit the jackpot this year. It's just, are they going to be healthy enough to capitalize on it? Let's do some grades.
They played Louisville tough last year too. I remember. I think it was like a one possession game.
I do remember that. Last year they were a C rushing offense. I think the offense is slightly better, but the injuries is really.
I'll go with a B minus.
I'll go C plus. Passing offense was a C.
B minus.
You're gonna upgrade them that much?
Mm-hmm. I hate Calandria. So.
I'm gonna go C minus. Damn, you're big on the Cavs, man.
Yeah, man, they've got a really good team this year as long as they're healthy.
Defensively, C minus run defense. If everyone's healthy, I could bump that up to C. No, I'll go B minus.
Yeah, I'll go B minus.
Pass defense C plus.
I'll stay at a C plus.
I'm dropping to a C.
Go Cavs.
Go Cavs is right. You're big on the Cavs train. Next up is Virginia Tech. Scoop, you're not a drones guy?
I'm not a drones guy. I feel like Virginia Tech is constantly disappointing. Like they should be better than they always are. They haven't been conference champions in 15 years. Last good year was maybe 2016. They're always right there, just not good enough to get over the 8 or 9 win mark. Brent Pry is here in his 4th season. Speaking of mediocre, he was 16-21 in his first 3 years. Tyler Bowen, the OC from last year, is now the Ohio State offensive line coach. So Chris Marv, last year's DC, is currently doing nothing because that's how good that team was last year. So Philip Montgomery's a new OC here. Tulsa's head coach from 15 to 22, and Auburn's OC in 23. And last year, Philip Montgomery did take the Birmingham Stallions to the Super Bowl.
Wow.
I don't know what that
is it called the Super Bowl?
I don't know. What it is. I think it's just a championship.
I don't think
XFL.
they can call it the Super Bowl.
No, so I'm not a huge fan of Kyron Jones. I feel like he's a good enough to get fired type of quarterback. He did play. I mean, listen, he played through a ton of injuries. So he played through turf toe. He played through a stress fracture, an MCL strain. So he is tough, and maybe him being fully healthy is going to help him. 2023, he was pretty good. Pop Watson's still here. Started 2 games when Jones was hurt. And Garrett Rangel's in from Oklahoma State too. So also, in my opinion, he's pretty average. So, I mean, if you were ranking these quarterbacks, yeah, you would try out Drones. And like I said, if he's healthy, I think he might be a good quarterback. As far as everyone else, Tootin rushed for 11.
You're underselling Drones, dude. He's pretty good.
Tootin rushed for 1,159 yards, 15 touchdowns last year. That's missing 2 games too. So, also drafted by the Jags because the Jags just draft running backs.
I feel like every single team I did, everyone went to the Jags.
Jaguar. Yeah, it's wild. I don't understand.
Did they replace the whole roster?
Basically. Terrence Stewart transfers in 5 years at Bowling Green. He had 2,300 yards there. Braden Bennett also transferred in from Coastal. He was their top rusher last year, 781 yards. Definitely more of a pass-catching back, too, than Stewart was. Marcella Hawkins from Central Missouri comes in. He rushed for over 1,000 in 2023. Then you got Coney and Mason and standouts who were freshmen last year. And Coney got 32 carries too. So I think it's a pretty deep running back room, even without Tootin. So I think they're fine with the running game. So the problem is, Gosnell, Lane, Jennings, Felton all graduate. They were their 1 through 4 receivers last year. He was a fit. What was it? Aiden Green's back. He was 6 in receptions. Best production back as a wide receiver. He had 268 yards.
Tight ends back too.
Yeah, tight ends back. Cameron Seldon comes in as a wide receiver for Tennessee, mostly just ran the ball last year. Donovan Green from Wake Forest, 23 starts in 6 years there. So, and Isaiah Spencer's in from Jackson today. He comes in for 660 yards last year. So Adams and Heath are 2 sophomores who's going to get a lot more time this year. It's just overall, I don't feel like they're the best wideouts. They're just okay. You're just losing a ton of production. You lost your top 4. So, and then the offensive line, I don't think that's great either.
Well, there's a few bright spots. Ganem's back, who missed 10 games last year. So I'm assuming he's going to start at one of the guard positions. They do.
The good thing is you got a lot of West Virginia transfers. Because the O-line coach is from West Virginia, so now he's coaching here. So you have 4 West Virginia players who all played last year is coming over here. So
yeah, pretty much the line from last year is pretty much gone. Ganem, like I said, missed a bunch of games last year. He's back, and they did bring in 2 really nice transfers from West Virginia. Altuner probably going to start at center. He actually was an injury redshirt last year, and he looks really good at camp. He's a 3-star he's a redshirt freshman, 3-star, but it was originally with West Virginia. I think he's going to start at center. That they really like him, even though on paper it doesn't look like the best piece. Also, Tomas Rimac, 28 career starts, 2-time Big 12 honorable mention. Will probably start a right tackle, so that's a very nice one over there. But I mean, elsewhere, there's a couple of question marks. I think Brody Meadows is going to be a starter somewhere. He has 1 career start. Johnny Garrett might be a starter somewhere. He has 1 career start, so a lot of inexperience on the offensive line. In terms of the schedule, non-con is tough. But the conference schedule is easier. Non-con, they got South Carolina, Vandy, Old Dominion. Old Dominion's pretty good this year. After that, though, you get Wofford, and then you get into conference play, and they got a nice little draw. They got Miami, but they got that game at home. Their road games at Georgia Tech is tough, but they got Florida State on the road. They got Virginia on the road. They got NC State on the road, who I'm not big on. So their conference schedule is easier, but the non-con's a little tough for Virginia Tech. Let's talk grades.
Want to do the defense or not?
Oh, we didn't even do the defense. I skipped right into the schedule. All right, go ahead, Scoop. Take us through the defense.
Yeah, so Powell's gone. He was drafted in the 6th round by the Eagles. He was a monster for Tech.
How was he only a 6th-round pick? I thought he was the best player I've ever seen.
Yeah, he had 19 tackles for loss, 16 sacks. Peebles also gone, also drafted 6th round to the Ravens. They were both great. Nelson, Penne, Fuga, all gone from this line too. Nelson started most of the season. Penne and Fuga started 4 games each. So you're missing a lot of pieces and 2 stars. They do add in some pieces, but nothing's as good as Powell and Peebles are going to be. Ben Bell's in from Texas State. He played there 5 years. Not close to the talent of Powell. James Jokum comes in from Eastern Michigan. I do like him. He had a great year after transferring from Arizona State. The interior, though, it definitely looks a bit suspect. Gilliam's back and Copeland. See how they work out. I think those will probably be your starting 4. They have a couple FCS transfers like Nash.
That guy
Houston,
Copeland
Yeah.
apparently looks like the man in camp. He was like the MVP of the spring game. Apparently he looks awesome on the defensive line.
Yeah, Elhaj Fall might get some starting work from Georgia Southern too. I'm not really a big fan of the line, but I do like their linebackers. Keller and Woodson are both back. I like Jordan Bass from Pitt. I like Michael Short from North Carolina. I think they're both good additions. Brumfield and Lawson both transferred out, but I think Bass and Short are actually 2 better replacements personally. Antoine Santiago from Temple played 3 years there. I think he'll be a good backup. Caleb Spencer's back too, had a great sophomore season. And Brody Jones and Asen Stevens are 2 freshmen that got time too. So I actually like the linebackers here better than last year. But really, I mean, the linebackers are the only thing I like on this defense. They lost their whole starting secondary.
All gone.
Yes, they did.
No, I know. I'm saying they're all gone.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I just said hold on. Dorian Strong was drafted by the Bills 6th round. I think their bigger hits is Phillips and Jenkins at the safety spot. I think they were 2 of the best players on this defense besides Powell on the line. Phillips went to Missouri. Dwayne also is out to LSU. They do add starters onto the secondary in the portal. Isaiah Brown-Murray, he was started at nickel. He's probably the most experienced corner now. Transfers in from East Carolina, started 2 years there. Isaiah Cash started at Sam Houston, had 58 tackles last year. Tyson Flowers comes in from Rice. He started there as well. So I think Cash or Flowers will man a strong safety spot. Koval's in from Clemson, but he's always hurt. He's here now. Reddish had 20 tackles as a freshman last year at safety, though. Caleb Brown started at Hawaii. I mean, Christian Ellis started last year in New Mexico, but your starting lineup is transfers from Hawaii, Rice, Sam Houston, and New Mexico, and East Carolina.
Yeah.
So all non-Power 4 schools, but so it's not the same kind of talent. Like I said, they lost their whole secondary, so we'll see how that plays out. I'm not a fan of the defense, except the linebackers.
Yeah, me neither. You could have ended it after the first sentence. Powell, Ryland, and Peoples are gone. Those were 2 monsters. First team all conference, both NFL draft picks. People's on the Ravens, Powell Ryland's on the Eagles, like you said, and that defensive front was savage for Virginia Tech. I actually think the defensive line could be fine there. Apparently Copeland, like I said, looks awesome, and Gilliam's back, and I think the defensive line could be all right, and they bring them back to 2 linebackers. I wouldn't be surprised that the front 7 is still good, but the secondary is great. Like, it's just like, just swipe everything off the table. We'll start from scratch with this secondary. So let's talk grades for Virginia Tech. Virginia Tech. Last year, they were A- rushing offense. Uncertainty on the offensive line. Tootin's gone. Even though I do like their RBs, if Drones is healthy, he can run. I'll say B.
I'll go B+.
Passing offense, C-. Yeah.
D+.
Oh, come on, dude.
They lost all their receivers, and Drones isn't good.
I'll say C.
D+.
Rushing defense, A. Drones isn't good, he says. Rushing defense, A-. I wouldn't be surprised if that stays at an A-. No, actually,
yeah,
I'll go B+.
I'll go B+. Yeah.
And then pass defense, A+. Well, they lose the superstar NFL edge rusher and the entire secondary. I'd say it's going to take a hit.
Yeah, I'll go B-.
I was gonna go B- too. Now let's get to a real powerhouse, Wake Forest. So we're entering a new era here in Demon Deacon football. Clawson steps down after 11 seasons. Enter Jake Dickert. If you don't know who that is, he's been at Washington State. He was the DC in 2020, head coach the last 4 years. 23-20 was his record at Washington State. Scotty Hazelton takes over the defense. There looks like they're going to transition to a 4-2-5 defensive look. But honestly, I think they have the personnel to pull that off. They actually have a lot of returning production at linebacker.
should be able to get sideline to sideline. We're probably going to see more running the ball this season. I know Dickert's had some quarterbacks there at Washington State. He had Cam Ward. Then last year he had like they've had quarterbacks there at Washington State. So you might think, what do you mean run the football? They've been a passing offense, but the way the team is built this year is like the strength is the RBs. They bring back Claiborne. We'll get to the personnel in a second. I wouldn't be surprised if we see him run. Both quarterbacks that are competing are athletes. So do you agree with that? You think they're going to be running the football this year?
Yeah, I do. And I like their offensive coordinator, Rob Ezel's in from, he was the offensive coordinator of South Alabama. He was South Alabama's OC the last 4 years, so he definitely knows how to run an offense if you follow South Alabama football. Yeah, and I really like Dickert. I think he did a great job in the 3.5 years there. So, yeah, I think it's going to be a different kind of a week. I mean, listen, Dave Clawson was 67 and 69 in 11 years. So, I mean, I think it's going to be a little.
There were some really cool Wake teams in his tenure, though. Like, I don't know.
The biggest thing is Big Game Hank's gone, though.
Yeah,
for your quarterback.
That's the main question. Can they function without Big Game Hank?
If you needed someone to trust, it was Big Game Hank at quarterback.
Yo, do you know people in the comments started calling him Big Game Hank?
Yeah, because it's true. He's Big Game Hank. Yeah, so Big Game Hank. Yeah. So Hank is gone. 2 options at quarterback. You got Deshaun Purdue from Charlotte. He had an okay year as a true freshman. 100 for 200 passing, 10 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, and then you have Robbie Ashford. Started in 2022 for Auburn. I mean, had a mediocre year. Then that Akron game last year when he was on South Carolina, he looked good, obviously, but it was Akron. That was a 50-7 blowout win. Do you know who's starting? Purdy or Ashford?
No
or
idea.
Say anything? Yeah, didn't say anything yet. So, like you said, the good thing is Desmond Claiborne's back. Ran for 1,000 yards, 11 touchdowns. Also had 23 catches out of the backfield. They're number 2. And Tate Carney's day 2. Had 6 touchdowns himself. Clements transfers in from Duquesne, had 1,000 yards himself last year. So this is a solid backfield. That's the good news of the offense.
It ends there.
Yeah, that's pretty much where it stops. Harry Lodge left to Georgia Tech, came back, should start at tight end again. Also, that's good news. Needed tight end depth there. After all, it's all after. I mean, after that, it's just like I said,
everyone else is gone.
Yeah, everyone else is gone. Morin graduated. Fields went to Auburn. Alexander to Ole Miss. Green to Virginia Tech. So you lose your top 4. Same thing with like Virginia Tech. So Micah Mays is back, caught 16 passes last year as a freshman. Carlos Hernandez played in 8 games last year at Washington State. He followed his coach, so he trusts him. He's probably going to start. Sawyer Roccanelli transfers in from Montana, had 400. I mean, you don't really know what you have. I mean, you got Reginald Vick comes in for Virginia Union. I mean, he had 1,100 yards, but it's Virginia Union, a D2
What about Karate Benson?
Yeah, Karate Benson from Tennessee State. He had over 1,000 yards last year, too.
I read his name twice in Cam. I think they like Karate Benson.
Yeah, I mean, you have pieces. It's just a lot of FCS players, really. That's really what it comes down to. And then you have 4 offensive linemen transfer out. The left tackle, Devontae Gordon, graduated. So there is absolutely no starters back on this line.
Gone. The entire
but they get in 3 Washington State transfers, so it's a plug and play for those 3.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so the entire offensive line is gone, like you said, and he's right. 3 starters. We're starters on Washington State's line last year. In fact, the center, Kalani, was the team captain. So the team captain piece on Washington State went with Dickard. The right tackle, Famore, was a 3-year starter. He was 13 Pac-12 in 23, and that was before the merge. So that was when Utah and USC. Although they lose the offensive line might have got better because
I think so too. I mean, especially because you have 3 players that played together all year. So I think it's in a better shape than other teams who lose their whole line, obviously.
Yeah, and then at left tackle is probably going to be Siani, who, yes, it was Temple, but he was a starter last year as a redshirt freshman. So I actually think the offensive line gets better. Obviously, you look and you see everyone's gone, and it's like, actually, I think the offensive line could be better if I'm being honest. Let's move along to the defense. Not nearly as bad a shape of the offense in terms of returning production. Nick Anderson, third team All ACC. He's back, led the team in tackles. Devon Patterson, 4th on the team in tackles. Rashawn Tung is a guy to keep to look out for. 8th on the team in tackles as a redshirt freshman.
They bring in Ashad Williams to play some corner. He's a 2-year starter at North Alabama. Ladarius Webb Jr., not sure what his role on the team is. I think he's going to play a little bit of nickel or corner. He transfers in from South Alabama. I'd say corner is a little bit thin. I don't know who's going to start. It's probably going to be Prunty, who comes in from North Carolina A&T, but he was a true freshman All-American in 2020. First team Big South in 24. So I would imagine Prunty's going to be a guy. Maybe Zamari Stevenson, Jackson Mull. Corner's a little thin. What do you think of the defense?
Yeah, I mean, I like their front seven too. I mean, Davis and Pointer both graduated. I think they were the two best on this D line, but I don't think this line really produced much last year anyway. They had 15 sacks as a whole. They got run on a lot. I do like Langston Hardy from UConn. He started 11 games last year at 3.5 sacks. I'm not sure if he's as good as Davis that graduated, but I think he's going to start. The other line should be Kirschke from Colorado State. He had 7 sacks last year. I like their ends a lot better here. Afalava is in from Idaho. He was second team Big Sky last year on the interior. Jaden Loving will probably play alongside him from Western Kentucky. He had a solid 2023. He got hurt most of the year last year. So, and Gakuth had a really solid 2023 from Colorado State. Also missed last year after 5 games with an injury. So they got some seniors back here. I like their line. They do lose Combs. He graduated. He was their second leading tackler. But the other linebackers are back.
Who Combs signed with?
Was it?
Combs signed with the Jags, bro.
Yeah, I mean, are you surprised that the Jags have 200 players? Cut down day is going to be wild because they have to somehow get to 52 or 53.
How do they have all these roster spots, bro? I've been typing Jags on these graphics since we were in the AAC.
Yeah, it's wild, dude. So yeah, Dylan Hazen, Quincy Bryant, they did lose their nickelback in Glasgow. He went to Maryland. Aiden Hall was hurt or banged up most of the year, too. He's back. Alec Maranko comes in from Kansas State. Didn't play last year, but started 9 games at New Mexico in 2023. Frank Cusano is a redshirt freshman from Washington State, too, who followed his coach, and his coach said he's going to play. So I think the linebackers should be pretty solid. I like their front seven. I agree. I'm not sure really about the secondary. Nick Anderson's back. He had 122 tackles last year at safety. Like you said, Prunty, he's been around. He's been, like, everywhere. He's been pretty solid everywhere he's went. Yeah, and Ladarius Webb, like you said, had a solid year for South Alabama last year. But I think their secondary is the weaker part. But I actually like their defense. I like both sides of the ball. I mean, I like Wake more than they have been, basically. And their schedule isn't that tough either. So
no, it's way better. We'll that's good segue. We'll segue into the schedule. It's way easier than last year. The non-con is extremely easy. They've got winnable games. In fact, the Wake Forest is going to be 2-0. When they enter the NC State game on Thursday night, September, and NC State's that's winnable. NC State isn't all that great. Now, obviously, you got Georgia Tech on the schedule, you got SMU on the schedule, but both those games are at home. Going to Corvallis is not the same. Like that's winnable. Also, like I said, the non-con's way easier. Last year they played Ole Miss, Louisiana, and UConn. This year, their non-con is Kennesaw State, Delaware, and Oregon State. It's just like, what a drop-off in competition. And in terms of conference schedule, they did pretty well. So, yeah, it is a very favorable schedule for the Deeks. Let's talk grades. Last year, they were a C- rushing offense. DeMond Claymore's back. Tate Carney's back. Offensive line's going to be better with those Washington State. I'm bumping them up to a B-.
I'll go C+.
Because I think they're going to run the ball, and I think they have personnel to be decent at it. Passing offense, though, you know what? I'm bumping it up to a B because Purdy and Ashford, both those guys have wheels. Passing offense, though, big game, Hank. It's tough to fill those.
Yeah, I mean, it should be an F, really, after that. I'm going to go with a C.
How a C? How? With no wide receiver? All right, never mind. Run defense. Linebackers are in good shape. Defensive line isn't terrible. They were D+ last year.
I'm gonna go. I'll go with a C+.
Wow, serious upgrade. You're big on the Deeks.
I like the Deeks, man. They got an easy schedule. They got a better line.
Pass defense. Nick Anderson's back. I'll say C+.
I will go with a C+ too.
They were a B last year. I think it's probably because teams, when they lined up against Wake Forest, just like, let's just run the ball. No need to even try. All right. That concludes the ACC. We're into the SEC. We're going in alphabetical order, which means we are starting with the Tide. So year one for DeBoer, I thought it was fine. I mean, I know that they have the craziest standards there at Alabama, and the 2024 season might have fallen short of what they expect to do. I mean, certainly the bowl game was kind of embarrassing. They got their ass beat by Michigan.
Did they care though?
Exactly. The season itself, 9-3. I thought it was fine. I think I even said 9-3 to start the season. I mean, it's a brand new coach. And another thing, I like Milroe. I think he's a crazy athlete. I don't think DeBoer would have pursued Milroe as his quarterback. I think he was kind of just like, hey, here's your quarterback. I don't think that's who he would have gone after. So he was coaching someone else's team essentially.
I also think Milroe kind of took a step back last year, but I don't know if that's from the coaching.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't think like that's not who I picture in playing quarterback for DeBoer is Milroe. You know, so I don't really care about last year. In fact, I think 9-3 is fine. Yeah, I mean, was the Oklahoma game embarrassing? Yeah, that was bad. The Vanderbilt, that's crazy. And what was their other loss? Where is it? Oh, Tennessee on the road in Tennessee. Yeah. So 9-3 in the first year. I wouldn't read too much into it. I know Alabama fans are crazy and they're probably pissed at it. I wouldn't read too much into it. They were 17th in the country in yards per play, 22nd in yards per play allowed. They were 26th in success rate on the offensive side, 20th in success rate on the defensive side. One of the best teams in the country in terms of efficiency. If I'm an Alabama fan, I'm fine with the 2024 season, and I'm excited about the future. Scoop, want to talk about the offense?
Yeah, and for their offense, Ryan Grubb comes in, be an OC for DeBoer, like he was at Washington. So they have three offensive coordinators.
Yeah, that's the guy that was with them, right? Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So, with Jalen Milroe gone, drafted third round to the Seahawks. Like I said, I think people were expecting a little more, but I mean, he did lead the team in rushing too, with 726, wild 20 touchdowns on the ground, but he just wasn't that great passer I think people were expecting. So Ty Simpson has been biding his time. Now becomes the starting quarterback, his fourth year on the team. Threw for 50 passes total in his career. So,
he was a 5-star.
Yeah, he was a 5-star in 2022, gets the opportunity. Austin Mack, Keelan Russell is the second highest ranked quarterback in his freshman class out of Duncanville, Texas, by the way. I don't think he's going to play unless he's really needed, but he looks to be, I think after Simpson, maybe the next Ty Simpson where he just sits on the bench and waits. But I don't think Simpson comes close to the rushing totals of Milroe, but I think he might be a better passer from what I saw a little bit.
Yeah, he's a better passer.
Yeah, so Jam Miller is back as running back 668 with 7 touchdowns. I was just going to say.
I was seeing if you catch you slipping.
Yeah, so I don't think they use their running backs as well as they should have, really, but I think DeBoer is going to focus more on the run game this year to help, especially with Milroe gone. And especially Justin Haynes transferred to Michigan. So you got Richard Young's back. He's running back 3 last year. I think he's going to move up to one. He was at 146 last year. Daniel Hill moves up too. So they also get Dre Washington in from Louisiana. Had 478 yards, but 6.45 yards per carry. So and AK Deere, I don't know if he's going to play, but he's the second best for a ranked freshman running back coming in. But it's a good running back room, even if Jam Miller's not playing. I think it's going to be solid if they use them this year. So. And I think they will. I don't think it's not going to be a quarterback-driven running game this year.
So, by the way, I wrote down will miss opener. I don't think Jam Miller is out for the year or anything. He's going to miss the start of the season.
It says that he's expected to miss the opener. So.
Yeah, that's so. They wouldn't have phrased it like that if he was going to miss 3. Actually, college football injuries are crazy. He might be out for 3 years, the way these college football injury reports. But if you're an Alabama fan, I think you're going to see him sooner than later.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, it's a stacked running back room.
It's Alabama. They've got RBs.
You got 5 solid running backs. So as turn of the wide out, Ryan Williams is back at wide receiver 1, 868 and 8 touchdowns last year. Would not be surprised if he went over 1,000 this year. Jeremy Bernard back is 2. He had 794 with 2 touchdowns. I wouldn't be surprised if he went over 1,000 this year with a better passer. Yeah, and then Horton's comes in from Miami, and he had 616 last year. So you have 3 stacked wide receivers. Cuevas will fill in fine as a starting tight end. He had similar stats to Dupree anyway. besides Williams and Bernard, there wasn't really much there anyway. Derek Meadows and Latia Brooks are 2 4-star freshmen. Like you just said, it's Bama. Same thing with the running backs. They have a ton of players who can step up and play. Rico Scott and Cole Adams are back. Jalen Mbakwe is the highest-rated player on his team. Played defense last year. He's making the switch to wide receiver. So wide receivers are loaded. I don't think they're going to have any problems. As long as Ty Simpson is the quarterback they think they are, it's going to be a lot better. And then as far as the line, I mean, you got your first team left guard Booker. He was drafted first round to the Cowboys. Their left tackle Pritchett transferred to Nebraska. Vandermark will probably step up and fill a guard spot, has a few starts, still played a ton of time as a backup. Same with Formby. He had 291 snaps last year, should fill a starting role. You got Cam Dewberry's in from Texas A&M, played in 32 games last 3 years with 8 starts. Couple transfers in from Ball State, South Alabama. Michael Carroll, highest-rated freshman guard in this class, could definitely play right away. I mean, you saw Proctor
I didn't know that. Michael Carroll's his name?
Yeah, you saw Proctor start 11 games as a true freshman last year, and he was second-team SEC. So you also have 2 4-star freshman tackles in, Jackson Lloyd and Mal Weldrup, definitely really solid. Overall, man, this offense is going to be – it should be in the top 10, obviously. Last year they weren't there. They really weren't the Alabama offense you really expected, but yeah, they're definitely going to be back into the top 10 this year.
Yeah, as long as Ty Simpson is an average or better quarterback.
Right, yeah, average, yeah. I agree.
They're going to be really, really good on the offensive side of the ball. Let's flip it over to the defensive side. A lot of talent coming back on this side of the ball. It's a good defense. Secondary, holy shit. Go ahead, Scott.
Yeah, man. Listen, Devontae Smith, their starting free safety, transferred to Notre Dame, and Malachi Moore went 4th round to the Jets. But you still have Denani Jackson at cornerback, Deshaun Jones, Xavier Brown, Cam Calhoun's in from Utah. Bray Hubbard is solid. He had 6 starts the last 2 years. Probably start every game this year. Keon Sabb is back. Dejon Lee,
Lee, bro. It's the best corner ever.
5-star recruit. Yeah, second-ranked corner in this class. He's definitely going to get time this year.
I'm reading he's locking down the Alabama receivers like second week of camp. Like, he apparently is the man.
Ridiculous. Yvonne Taylor's a 4-star safety. He's the second-rated safety in this class. Chuck McDonald's the 7th-rated corner in his class. So, yeah, I think their secondary is going to be solid even though they lose 2. I think it's going to be perfectly fine. Their defensive end, Tim Smith, drafted 6th round to the Colts, but everyone else is back. Overton, Keenan, Smith, Kwarusa, Latham, 5 of the top 6 are back. Really won't miss a beat here. Kelby Collins also transfers in from Florida, played 18 games, 29 tackles last year. I think they're going to be great. Jahad Campbell, that's a loss, but that was their number 1 tackler, 12 tackles for last year. He was drafted 1st round to the Eagles. Delonte Lawson, though, is back, number 2. Justin Jefferson, the number 4 tackler, is back. Nakai Hill-Green is in from Colorado. He had 79 tackles, 12 tackles for loss last year. I don't know if he's going to have the same production as Campbell because Jahad Campbell is awesome, but you still have 3 solid linebackers. Still have Caden Jones, Yanze Pierre, QB Reese backing him up. So I think the front 7 stacked. I think the secondary stacked. It's Bama. They're going to be awesome this year.
Alabama, this is one of the best defenses in the country. I don't think anyone would even argue with that. In terms of the schedule, it's pretty similar to last year. On the road at Florida State is, I guess, on the tougher side, but after what we saw from Florida State, certainly that's not an easy non-con game, but I think we all agree Alabama should win. I think they're 2 touchdown favorites. In terms of the conference schedule, like I said, it's pretty similar to last year. Actually, by SEC standards, it's on the easy side. You got Vanderbilt, you got Missouri, you got Oklahoma at home. You've got LSU at home. You've got Tennessee at home. I don't think Tennessee is quite as good. Alabama, obviously this schedule's hard as shit. But I'm saying by SEC,
every SEC schedule's hard as shit.
But by SEC standards, this schedule isn't bad at all, honestly. So big year for Alabama. It's exciting time to be a Tide fan. Actually, when is it not exciting time to be a Tide fan?
Yeah, they have the 7th highest odds to make the playoffs at -200.
Yeah, sounds about right. Rushing offense was an A last year. I'm going to drop them to with Jam Miller hurt.
I'm still saying an A.
I'm dropping them to a B+.
Damn.
I'm going A+ passing attack.
What was it last year? I was just wondering. I'm going to still say an A. No, I'll get an A+. Simpson's going to be better than Milroe.
And dude, those receivers are so.
They got Bernard and Williams.
I think we're going to see like Tua, like Alabama offense, just
Horton, Bernard, and Williams are going to be 3 of the top.
Yeah, that's one of the best receiving cores in the country. It's loaded. So as far as the run defense, they were an A. Dude, I might give them A+ in both. They're freaking stacked. I'm keeping them an A+ pass defense.
I will give them an A+ pass defense, and I will give them an A in rush defense.
I'll keep them at an A too. All right. Next up, Hogs. Arkansas Razorbacks. Sam Pittman back for year 6. This is the second year with Petrino, right? Second?
Yeah.
Okay, so second year with Bobby Petrino, coaching the offense. The team was actually solid last year. I got to say, one of my most incorrect, I don't want to say takes, because but one of my most incorrect predictions, I'll say, I was not a Taylon Green guy. I did not like him at Boise. No, I was very anti Taylon Green. I was like, we watch this guy at Boise, he sucks. He looked really, really good at times. And there were times where he looked like the most explosive player in the conference. Like, he was so good. So, yeah, I was incredibly wrong, and he's back at quarterback. Look, the team was actually pretty solid last year. They were 37th in yards per play offensively. What? Arkansas, 8th in success rate, stayed on the field, moved the chains. On the defensive side, 55th in yards per play. Obviously, it was not a great defense. They really struggled against the pass, but it wasn't a terrible defense either. Honestly, this Arkansas team was pretty solid, and they're bringing back production. It's just really hard to look at that schedule and say, yeah, Arkansas is going to be like, it's just hard. The schedule is just like, are you crazy? But yeah, I think there's reasons to be optimistic. Scoop, what do you think of this offense?
Yeah, is Sam Pittman good? He's 30-31 overall.
Is 30-31 at Arkansas is like.
Yeah, I mean, he did win his bowl games. He's 3-0 in bowl games in that 6 years. So, I mean, 5 years. So, yeah, I mean, I guess it's good. Yeah, Taylon Green, I mean, took over for KJ Jefferson last year. Didn't start off well, but down the stretch, he was playing ridiculous. He took care of the ball more, was more accurate. Second year is only going to help. Should definitely improve on his season from last year. KJ Williams going to back him up. Trevor Jackson transfers in from Florida State. So there's 2 solid backups that can play, but this is obviously Taylon Green's team. Jaquindon Jackson was running back 1 last year, 15 touchdowns, 790. Undrafted to the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Another one.
Second leading rusher was Green, actually, with 602. Third was Braylon Russell, who started 2 games as a true freshman last year, still had 354, and Devinen had 335 himself, but he actually went out to App State. So Russell's your leading rusher from last year with Green. But Mike Washington transfers in from New Mexico State, had 713 last year, had 3 years at Buffalo before that. So it'll either be Russell or Washington as RB1. Rodney Hill's back too. He'll be RB3. But running back should be good. I don't think the loss of Jackson is that bad. I think he underperformed last year anyway. So I think they're going to be fine. Andrew Armstrong, awesome year last year. 78. By the way, he had 78 catches, 1,140 yards, but had 1 touchdown. So that's wild. He went undrafted to the Dolphins. Tesla was running wide receiver 2. He went to the Lions in the 3rd round. Sategna, the wide receiver 3, went to Oklahoma. So, and then Luke Haas, their tight end 1, and actually 4th in receiving. He went to Ole Miss. So their top returner is Jordan Anthony.
Wide receiver 4 went to the Seahawks as well.
Oh, nice. Yeah, top returner is Jordan Anthony, 111 yards. You do get Cam Shanks in from UAB, 62 for 656. Raylan Sharp from Fresno, 51 for 523. Omega Blake from Charlotte, 32 for 795. And you got Ismail Sissy in from Stanford.
Out for season.
Okay, so and then Jalen Brown's in from Florida State. So it's pretty much all new receivers here. I think they're gonna take a step back there. I don't think they have the receiving core that they should really. I mean, you got Charlotte, Fresno, and UAB pretty much lining up as your 3. So 3 starters back on the O-line. They lose their right guard Braun to Kentucky and their center Nichols to SMU. Caden Kittler comes in from USF, started 11 games last year. Corey Robinson.
I thought it was UCF.
Mm-hmm. I said UCF. Did I say
UCF? You said USF, but okay. I was just making sure. UCF. I was making sure my notes were right.
There's a lot of started 11 games last year. Corey Robinson's in from Georgia Tech. Started 23 games the last 3 years, and you got Shaq McRoy transfers in from Oregon. Kavian Broussard redshirted last year at Ole Miss. So I think it's definitely still a strong line.
That guy, Shaq McCroy, he transferred in from Oregon, but he actually never went. He's a true freshman. He was a top 10 offensive line recruit in the country. He committed to Oregon and then decommitted and went to Arkansas.
Yeah, so you have 6 strong transfers, good returning production on the line. I think the line's probably the strength of their team. So I do like their running backs. I do like their line. I'm just not sure about the wideouts.
Yeah, I kind of agree with everything you said. If this Petrino, Taylon Green thing works, they'll be fine. They got a pretty solid offensive line. Look, they lost all their wide receivers, but it's not like we were expecting those wide receivers to be good entering the season. So who's to say these wide receivers they have now can't put up the same production? Yeah, if you believe in this Bobby Petrino, Taylon Green experiment, then you should be optimistic. You should be fine with this offense. What about the defensive side of the ball? A lot of linebackers back.
Yeah, Sori's back, number 1 tackler, 99 tackles, 10 tackles for loss. Steven Dix is back, they're number 3. Brad Spence is gone. He transferred to Texas, but Andrew Harris comes in from UCF. Bradley Shaw's back. Tavian Wallace is one of their top recruits in his class. He's a 4-star linebacker from he was one of the top recruits. He's a 4-star from linebacker from Georgia. So I think he's going to be awesome. Sori and Dix are 2 of the top linebackers in this conference. So I think it's going to be a solid group. For your D-line, Landon Jackson, the defensive end, he was drafted 3rd round by the Bills. DeVilliers went to UCLA, had 6 starts on the end. Eric Gregory, undrafted to the Bengals. So you only have 1 starter back in Cameron Ball. Justin Boone will be on the end, on the line. He transfers in from Florida. Hasn't played a ton, but they like his talent. I think they already said he's going to start on the end. So David Oki is in from Abilene Christian, 9.5 tackles for loss last year. Philip Lee's in from Troy. Ken Talley played in 15 for Michigan State. I think the line's okay. Quincy Rhodes back on the edge to start this time. Ian Gefford will get more time in the middle, but it's probably a less talented line than last year. So I think the linebackers are good. I think the line might take a little bit of a step back. And as far as the secondary,
gone.
Listen, I mean, they lose 42 starts in this secondary. Jaden Johnson, safety gone. Marcus Robinson, Hudson Clark, TJ Metcalf, Jalen Braxton, they're all gone. They do get decent players in. Jordan Young from Cincy, Connie Walker from Oklahoma, Scandrick from Eastern Michigan, Caleb Woodson, Auburn, Julian Neal, Stanford. So they still have returning players, and Singletary,
Larry Worth.
Yeah, Larry Worth, Selman Bridges, Miguel Mitchell. So I think the secondary is still pretty strong.
Well, they lost all the starters in the secondary, but this was by far the weakness of the team last year.
Right, and so I think they might be stronger this year than they were last year. But yeah, I mean, so the defense is all right. I don't think it's that terrible. But again, you're playing an SEC schedule, so it's probably
not just any SEC. This is crazy. Speaking of schedule, so all right, you start off 2-0. Then you go to Ole Miss, and then you have a non-con game at Memphis. That is not a layup, man. That is a tough game. Then you got Notre Dame at Tennessee, A&M, home against Auburn. I guess that's like a game that I like Auburn this year. Auburn's good this year. Mississippi State at home, so okay, there's one you should win. You got Missouri at home, so not saying there's no conference wins on the schedule, but how do you go into this season thinking like, yeah, Arkansas has got a shot? Like, dude, this is crazy. At LSU, at Texas, tough schedule for the Hogs as per usual. All right, last year they were a B+ rushing offense. The line should be slightly improved. Taylon Green's back. RBs are looking all right with Washington and Russell. I'll keep it at a B+.
Yeah, I'll say B+.
Passing offense was an A- last year. I'm going to drop it to a B.
B-.
Ooh, okay. Regression for Taylon Green. Run defense was a B+. I'll keep it at a B+. I think you know what? I'll bump it up to an A-. I think the front seven's pretty good.
I will say a B+.
And then passing defense was a B. I'm going to drop it all the way to a C.
I'll still say a B.
All right. Next up, Hugh Freeze and the gang. Time to talk Auburn. I'm going to come out and say it. I'm an Auburn guy this year. I love it. This team's really good. They loaded up a lot of talent back. I like the talent they brought in. I think this is a good year
for Auburn, I do. Obviously, the schedule's tough, as it always is, but I think this team is really strong. I also think last year's Auburn team was better than you think. They left a lot of wins on the table last year. I mean, what was their final record last year? Let me pull it up.
5-7.
Yeah, I mean, that could have been 8-5. That could have been 8-4. They left a lot of wins on the table. A lot of games that came down. A lot of games they should have won that they didn't. So I think last year's Auburn team was better than you think, and this year's Auburn team is even stronger. So go ahead, Scoop. Offense: Jackson Arnold.
Yeah, so Jackson Arnold's probably going to be the quarterback. All 4 quarterbacks from last year are gone. Peyton Thorne, I mean, had a bad start, a little better end to the year. Finished 2,700 yards, 21 touchdowns, 9 picks. And Thorne got benched for a little there, and Hank Brown came in. And then he looked like Peyton Thorne. So Hank Brown went to Iowa. Peyton Thorne went undrafted to the Bengals. And you'll also lose your 2 backups. And other than that, Walker White went to Baylor. Holden Grainer went to Texas State. So, yeah, I mean, income 2 starters. You're higher on Auburn because of, I think Jackson Arnold's just average.
The offensive line is elite.
Okay, wait. Let me talk. And then Ashton Daniels from Stanford comes in too, who is a little below average. So, yeah, Jackson Arnold definitely gives them the best chance to win. Being in this conference from last year, Daniels is just really not smart with the ball. He can run really well, but Arnold did only have 3 interceptions last year, so he does protect the ball. I just think he didn't take any risks downfield last year. I would probably run with Deuce Knight personally as a true freshman. He looked awesome in high school. He's the 4th-rated freshman quarterback. But, no, it's going to be Jackson Arnold, which is fine because the pieces around him, it should be ridiculous. I know Jarquez Hunter reached part of the team last year, 1,200 yards, 8 touchdowns, drafted 4th round to the Rams. But you got Damari Alston's back. He had 276 last year. Jeremiah Cobb had 142. You also got Darrell Robinson in from UConn. He had 731 and 8 touchdowns last year. Alvin Henderson, a 4-star freshman recruit right in Alabama, so he came here. Running backs are good. I think
the UConn kid and Cobb both dealing with injuries in camp.
So Hunter was huge for them. I mean, Jeremiah Cobb would be the best option, I think, but we'll see what happens. As far as their wideouts, Keandre Lambert-Smith led the team with 981 yards, drafted 5th round to the Chargers. But Cam Coleman's back, 598 and 8. Malcolm Smith is back, 451 and 3. They're starting tight end Fairweather actually went undrafted to the Cowboys. But I think the wide receivers are in good shape. They returned their next 2 after Lambert-Smith. Perry Thompson is back. Aaron Singleton comes in from Georgia Tech, had a really solid year. Horatio Fields comes in from Wake Forest. Bryce Kane was limited as a freshman. And they do get 3 solid wide receivers freshman wide receivers. So you also have Cameron King, Will Upton, our sophomores who didn't have time yet. So I think there's great talent here.
Absolutely. And Coleman is a beast.
Yeah. So, and I mean, the biggest reason why this offense should be okay is the offensive line is absolutely stacked.
Loaded.
It gives Auburn a real shot here, no matter really who's that quarterback. Lewis and Joyner are gone. They both transfer out. They had 5 starts each, but listen, Connor Lew is back at center. Wright's back at right guard. Wade is back. He's going to play left guard. Miller's back at right tackle. Xavier Chaplin transfers in from Virginia Tech to play left tackle, who started every game there the last 2 years. You got Mason Murphy comes in from USC, 22 starts the last 2 years. So there's 140 starts to total on this line, which is one of the best in the country. So the line's absolutely loaded.
Chaplin was an All-American in 2023. So they bring back 4 starters and brought in an All-American to take the 5th spot.
Yeah, so I mean, they have good running backs. They have great receivers. Maybe with a loaded line, I think Jackson Arnold might take a step up. Maybe throw the ball downfield this year. And I think the Auburn offense should be pretty solid.
Yep. And when we flip things over to the defensive side, I'm a little worried about the defensive front 7. But part of me thinks, okay, if there's one area of Auburn where I'm cool with worrying about, it'd be the defensive front, because Auburn always seems to just reload there. So hopefully they're able to do that. They lost some key pieces in the front 7. Scoop's about to tell you. Kind of like the secondary, though. So go ahead. Defense. Yeah,
their second team defensive end, McLeod, drafted 6th round to the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Another one.
They lose a few defensive tackles. Ray Bleedy, only Falk is back on the defensive end. But Dallas Walker transfers in from Western Kentucky. James Ash from Florida A&M had 25 starts there. Chris Murray's in from Sam Houston. He was there for the last few years. Jay Hardy's in from Liberty. He had 9 starts. The problem is I'm not sure if any of the transfers are good enough to start here. So With Falk, you're going to have to use your team you pretty much already had. So Blockton, Jamison Travis will move up to probably start at tackles. Kieran Crawford will probably move up to start at edge. You got Malik Autry, Jordan Crawford, and Jared Smith. Antonio Coleman, Darian Smith are they're all 5 4-star freshman linemen. So I don't think they'll take that much of a step back here. They have a lot of pieces in. They got a lot of freshmen that can definitely play. So I think that's good. The linebackers, though, you lose your top 4. Dorian Mossy, the number 1 tackler, undrafted to the Vikings. Jalen McLeod went in the 6th round to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Number 3 tackler, Eugene Asante and Austin Keys are all gone. So they lose their top 4 linebackers here. It looks like it's going to be Caleb Wheatland coming in from Maryland. He had a solid year last year. DeMarcus Riddick and Robert Woodyard are back. He backed up last year. It looks like they're going to move into starting positions. And then Xavier Atkins is in from LSU. Freshman last year, had a few tackles. And then you got Bryce Diaz and J.J. Falk, 2 4-star linebacker recruits. So I think this is a little bit of a step back. I think the whole front 7 might be a little bit of a step back. So
agreed.
Their secondary, they didn't have not a bad pass defense last year. This year, Jaron Thompson's gone as safety. Tate Seymour's in from Georgia Tech, though, 7 starts last year. Pleasant's in from Tulane. He had a good season last year. Ryan Strader, probably their best transfer in from Miami, Ohio. 53 tackles, but 17 pass breakups. Had an awesome year. And then Jake Crawford started 8 here as a true freshman last year at corner. Keon Lee back at corner on the other side. You had Caleb Harris, also had 6 starts as a freshman last year. It was a young secondary last year, which is only going to get stronger this year. Sylvester Smith, 6 starts as a freshman. All these young secondary pieces are just another year older. So They do get strong transfers in. They get 5 4-star freshmen that come in here too. So it's still a young secondary, but I think it's going to be great. I think that's one of their best. I think their secondary is definitely their best part of their defense.
Agree completely. In terms of the schedule, of course, there's some monsters. You're going to Kyle Field against Texas A&M. You're going to Oklahoma. You open up on the road in Baylor. That's not an easy game. Baylor's very strong this year. But there's also a lot of winnable games on this schedule for Auburn. You got Arkansas on the schedule. You got Kentucky on the schedule. You've got Vanderbilt on the schedule. You've got Alabama at home. You know, Auburn thinks they can win that one. There are winnable games on this schedule, and I like this. If there's look, the idea that Auburn's just going to have a snowflake path to the college football playoff or to the SEC championship game, you're living in fantasy land. So if Auburn wants, they have to beat these teams. Like, you have to beat Alabama. You have to go to Oklahoma and win that game. But if there's a year, I like this offense a lot. I think Auburn's strong, man.
Yeah. If they have a losing season, it'll be 5 straight for Auburn.
Well, if they have a losing season, I think that'll be it for Hugh.
Yeah.
Rushing offense was a B- last year. I'm going to go A.
You lose Austin. I'll go with a B+.
Dude, the second half of the year at Oklahoma, Jackson Arnold was using,
Hunter, I meant you lose Hunter, but yeah, B+.
Jackson Arnold was using his legs, and he was looking pretty strong. Passing offense, B+ last year. I'm going A. A-. No, I like it. I'm going A.
B+.
Rush defense, A-. I don't want to drop it too much because it's Auburn, but I'll drop it to a B+.
B+.
And then pass defense pass defense was a B. I'm going B+.
I'll go A-.
All right. Next up, Billy Napierville. All right, let's talk Florida Gators football. And Gator fans are pumped with good reason. What were they, 6-1 in the games that Lagway started?
Yeah, 6-1.
6-1 in the games that DJ Lagway started. I thought Graham Mertz was going to do really well here. That was not correct. DJ Lagway takes over. I think Graham Mertz actually got hurt. Like, I don't think he actually got hurt. I think he actually
five games he got hurt.
Yeah, he got hurt. And DJ Lagway comes in and Florida starts winning games. The offense didn't always look great, but the team was winning. Like, it clearly energized the team, having Lagway a quarterback, and it saved Napier's job, in my opinion, because there's a lot of optimism surrounding this Florida team entering 2025. I'm not going to say it got Napier off the hot seat, but definitely prolonged it a year. They're in pretty good shape this season. The offensive line, maybe not quite as stacked as Auburn's, but they bring back everybody. Let's talk about the offense.
Yeah, Napier finally took a step forward last year, finished 8-5. Just got to build on that. Like you said, Mertz is gone. He actually got drafted 6th round to the Texans. DJ Lagway took over, was a true freshman last year, 12 touchdowns, 9 picks. He played all right. I mean, it's about as expected as a true freshman, but he's back for a full season, assuming he's going to be out of his walking boot.
He has been limited all camp. Everyone probably knows that, though.
Yeah, hopefully he's ready for week 1. But he's mobile, probably run the ball more this year. Like you said, he was 6-1 last year, so that's saying something. If Lagway can't go, it's going to be either Aiden Warner, who played last year, didn't do great, but I mean, those two games were against Georgia and Texas. No one's going to do great against Georgia and Texas. Could be Harrison Bailey, transfer from Louisville. Bailey started in a few games in his 5 years, did well in his bowl game last year against Washington, but I think Lagway will be ready for week 1. You had 3 running backs last year to take carries. They pretty much split pretty much evenly. Jaden Bow at 673, Montrell Johnson at 593, and Jacoby Jackson at 509. Johnson was hurt a few times, though, and he went undrafted to the Eagles. They still have Bow and Jackson back. Traquan Webb, Katie Daniels are back, too, to back up. So should have kind of the same production as last year. Losing Johnson, I don't think it's going to really hurt at all. I think Bow might get more carries this year as a sophomore, but pretty much the same running back room. Both leading receivers are gone. Elijah Badger undrafted to the Chiefs. Jameer Dyke went to the 4th round to the Titans. Eugene Wilson was 3rd.
That's the guy.
What was that?
Eugene Wilson, that's the guy.
Yeah, man. He returns. He was hurt last year, but before he was hurt at 19 or 266. Hayden Hansen's back at tight end. Aiden Meisel's back with 202 yards, too. So it looks like they're going to go with Dallas Wilson, though, true freshman to start at wideout. He looks awesome. So true freshman starting. Hopefully he gets the same year.
He's a 5-star, number 2 wide receiver recruit in the class. Got injured in camp, might miss the opener, though.
Yeah. So Vernell Brown, very high-rated freshman wide receiver here, too. You got Jaleel Jackson back from injury. Sturdivant transfers in from UCLA, too, at 315 last year. So even with Badger and Dyke on, I think there's a better group here as long as they stay healthy, which, you know.
If they're healthy, Dallas Wilson and Eugene Wilson will be 2 of the most electric wide receivers in the country. Remember, Eugene Wilson, he was a little banged up, missed some time last year. He was a freshman All-American in 23. They love Eugene Wilson. He's good as hell. And then Dallas Wilson is supposed to be Randy Moss, dude. Like, he is supposed to be a problem. One of the best wide receivers in this recruiting class. So if both those guys are healthy, Lagway's got some targets.
Yeah, definitely. And it's going to help that the only starting lineman that they lose is their right tackle in Crenshaw Dixon. The rest of the starting lineup's back. Bryce Lovett will probably start at right tackle, started a few games last year. So then you have 9 backups who played snaps last year. So it's Napier's best line, might be the best offense he's had so far. As long as this team stays healthy, it's going to definitely be a better offense for sure.
Yeah, I mean, the pieces are there. The pieces are there. If Lagway's that guy, if the receivers stay healthy, it's hard to envision this offense being bad. Now, let's flip it over to the defense. They lost some pieces. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 members of the defense are currently on NFL teams. 1, 2, 3, 4 of them were drafted. They also lost a corner to LSU, but they do bring back some production as well. Scoop, what do you think of the defense?
Yeah, lose 2 full-time starters on the line. Jack Pyburn transferred to LSU. Cam Jackson, a defensive tackle, 5th round to the Panthers. Got Searcy and Watson are gone too. Searcy went to A&M. Tyreek Sapp, though, still on the edge. Caleb Banks still on the interior. Burrell played in all 12 games last year. Could move up to start, or could be Jamari Lyons, who started a game last year too. George Combs started 3 on the edge last year too. So they do lose some good talent. Kelby Collins and DeAndre Robinson both transfer out too. Transfers in aren't really starters. Maybe Brendan Bett.
Yeah, I think Bett's good.
Yeah, so maybe he might be the only starter that's transferring in. Asari's in from UMass, had a good year, but again, it's UMass. So I really like LJ McCray. They have 5 4-star linemen in. Really, it's just seeing how the younger guys step up here as backups. I think the starters should be fine. It's the depth that might be a factor, but I think they should be fine.
Yeah, I like the guys on the edge, like you said, Sapp and Gums. And LJ McCray, limited in camp. I don't think it's serious, though.
Yeah, so Shamar James, number 2 tackler, drafted 5th round to the Cowboys. Their number 5 tackler, Jalen Robinson's back. They get Grayson Howard's back. He was out for the year after 9 games last year. Miles Graham comes back, true freshman last year, had an awesome first year. He's definitely going to make the start here as a sophomore. Yeah, Aaron Childs also had an awesome freshman year. But you have 4 great starting linebackers here. Ty Jackson should be a great freshman linebacker. Even with Shamar James gone, I think the linebackers are actually really solid. So I think the front seven's fine. I think they're going to be good. I don't see really any problems. As far as the secondary, Bridges, their number 1 tackler, he's drafted 7th round to the Chargers. Jason Marshall, their cornerback, he was hurt after 7 games anyway, but he was drafted 5th round to the Dolphins. But you got Thornton Castle back as starting safeties. Devin Moore started 6 games last year. He's going to start at corner. John Johnson started 5 games last year. Sheriff Denson is back to play nickel. You got Michael Caraway's in from Southern Miss, had 15 starts the last 3 years. But you still have Aaron Gates. Ben Hanks is a top 10 freshman corner. Drake Stubbs is a top 10 freshman safety. They battle injuries the last few years, like Turner and Jackson last year. Marshall and Moore got hurt too. So they lost starters all over the place last year. That was pretty much their MO. It's literally they had so many starting. Their whole secondary was out at the time. So everyone's pretty much back this year. You got good recruits. You got good transfers. So I think their secondary is going to be solid. I think their front seven's solid. Should be Napier's best team for sure.
Yeah, I mean, at first glance, it's like, oh, they lost their number 1 and number 2 corners, but those guys weren't even playing at the Jakeem Jackson transferred to LSU. He was supposed to be the starting corner. He missed 11 games last year. He didn't even play. No. And then Jason Marshall was on the Dolphins, like Scoop said. He missed 6 games. So they lose their number 1 and number 2 corners, but those guys weren't even playing last year. They were injured. So, yeah, the table's set for Florida. Of the 5 top-rated SEC teams, they've got 4 of them on the schedule.
It's
at LSU, at Miami. Although I do think Florida's going to get them their revenge. They're getting smacked in the opener last year. I kind of think Florida's going to get them in Miami. They've got Texas on the schedule. Then they go to Kyle Field to play A&M. They've got Mississippi State at home. Then you got the obviously the Georgia game. Then at Kentucky's winnable. At Ole Miss, always tough. Tennessee at home, Florida State. It's not obviously it's a difficult schedule, but in SEC terms, it's not that bad. So here it is, Florida. Go out and win it. Grades: rushing offense B last year. If Lagway's healthy and mobile, line, I'll go B+.
Yeah, B+.
Passing offense B+. If those receivers are healthy, man.
I'll stay at a B+.
Yeah, honestly, if I knew the receivers are going to be healthy, I'd go A-A, but I'll stay at B+ too because of the UG Wilson had injury concerns last year. Dallas Wilson already having injury concerns. Rush defense was an A+ last year, but with those linemen, they take some hits on the defensive line. Those 2 NFL players off the defensive line, Shamar Jones. I'll drop it to an A-.
I'll say an A.
And then passing defense was an A-. I'll say B+.
I'll go with an A- again.
Wow, you gave the Gators some good scores there.
Yeah, man.
All right, Georgia football, year 10 under Kirby Smart. Maybe not quite the same hype as we usually have surrounding this Georgia team. I mean, obviously they're loaded. They're one of the most talented teams in the country. I don't think anyone would argue that. But maybe not quite the same level of hype as we're used to seeing. Last year, the injury to the quarterback, but I mean, Carson Beck, I don't know where those turnover problems came from because he protected the football so well in 2023, and then out of nowhere, it's like I couldn't trust him at all. He was making bad throws from completely clean pockets. So I don't know where exactly that came from. Obviously, looks like Gunnar Stockton is going to be the guy here. Scoop, what do we think of the offense?
Yeah, Gunnar Stockton finally gets his chance, full offseason to prepare as a starting quarterback, getting all the first-team reps. He's more of a runner than Beck was, even though he didn't really do it last year when he was in. But, I mean, you were playing against Texas and Notre Dame. It's a bit rough. So, yeah, I mean, it's nice this year. He gets a full offseason, and he gets to start off against like a brand-new Marshall team and then Austin Peay. So it's nice to it's a nice 2 games for him to get used to the offense. Yeah, I mean, Gunnar, listen, Stockton was a 5-star recruit in 2022, dual threat. See how he goes. It should be good. You know, as long as he's even like what Carson Beck was last year, Georgia's going to be back in the SEC championship.
I just wish he had last year's offensive line.
Yeah, I know. I mean, so he's going to get the start. Ryan Puglisi and Ryan Montgomery is going to back him up. They're going to get the Stockton treatment now. Going to sit on the bench until he's hurt. Nate Frazier, Trevor Etienne, pretty similar stats last year, splitting carries. Frazier was a true freshman, 671, 8 touchdowns. Etienne was drafted 4th round to the Panthers. So they both had pretty much identical numbers, identical yards per carry too, with a 5. So Frazier's back though. We'll get the bulk of the carries. Josh McCray transfers in from Illinois, 609 yards last year, 10 touchdowns. Chauncey Bowens had 16 carries last year as a true freshman, but they really like Bowens actually, so he might get a lot of time. It's Georgia. It's a deep running back room.
They're good.
Four other running backs on his team had carries last year, so definitely going to be more than enough, and Frazier should have a better year this year. If the wide receivers, Arian Smith, he was their number 1, drafted 4th round to the Jets. Dominic Lovett, their number 2, went 7th round to the Lions. So you got Dylan Bell, was your 3rd receiver last year. He's back, had 466 and 4. Lucky Lawson and Oscar Delp, both tight ends are back. Zachariah Branch comes in from USC, 47, 503, and Noah Thomas is in from Texas A&M with 574 last year. Colby Young is back, had 16 starts at Miami a few years ago. London Humphreys, you got 3 4-star freshmen. It's obviously a loaded, wide receiver group, so gonna have no problems there.
Remember, guys, Zachariah Branch, that was the number 1 wide receiver recruit in the 2023 class. That's a 5-star right there. And Noah Thomas is a 6'5" Texas A&M recruit. They're loaded at wide receiver.
Yeah, they're not going to have any problems. So, as far as the offensive line, they lose their center, Wilson.
This is the concern.
Yeah, so they lose their center, Wilson, who went 3rd round to the Patriots. Fairchild, their guard, went 3rd round to Cincy. Rutledge, the other guard, went 2nd round to Detroit, and their right tackle Truss is also gone. So only 1 starter from last year is back, and Ernest Green. Bobo started 2 games last year. Micah Morris started a few games through his years. Freeling started 5 games as a true freshman last year. So in total, there's only 35 starts on this line. So I agree with you. It would be a problem if it wasn't Georgia. And I know they're probably going to be fine. 12 of these linemen are 4-star recruits out of high school. Freeling was a 5-star. So I feel like it's definitely a step back on paper. But it is Georgia. I feel like they're going to fill the positions fine. Obviously, what else am I going to say? It takes a step back, but on paper, they're probably going to be fine.
Yeah, just with an inexperienced quarterback, who's supposed to be the man, but a quarterback that's an athlete. I really wish the offensive line wasn't a question mark. It's Georgia. They're not going to have a bad offensive line. It's loaded with talent. It's very inexperienced. All right. Let's wait. But as far as the running backs, receivers, tight ends, they're completely fine. On the defensive side of the ball, a lot of pieces gone to the NFL. 4 defensive linemen to the NFL, 3 of them drafted, 3 linebackers in the NFL, couple defensive backs in the NFL. There's a lot of NFL players starting their career that were playing on this Georgia defense last year. What do you think of the defense, Scoop?
Yeah, their nose tackle, Stackhouse, is gone. Their defensive tackle, Brinson, went in 6th round to Green Bay. Their defensive end, Michael Williams, went 1st round to the 49ers, and Ingram Dawkins went in the 5th round to the Vikings. So only starter back really is Christian Miller on the inside. Kind of the same situation as the O-line. It's not like they don't have talent. Gabe Harris should start at defensive end. Jordan Hall, defensive tackle, will probably with Miller. They do run a 3-4, so they should have enough to get by. Elijah Griffin's the number 1 ranked freshman tackle, so he's definitely going to get playing time.
Defensive lineman in all
class. He's going to get playing time, if not start a bunch. And then Isaiah Gibson's a 5-star freshman edge. So listen, they lose their starting line pretty much, but the line's going to be good. They get a ton of talent, so it should be fine. CJ Allen's back, their number 2 tackler, but they do lose Jalen Walker. He went 1st round to the Falcons. Smail Mondon, 5th round to the Eagles, and Chaz Chambliss is gone too. But with Allen, Raylan Wilson's back at linebacker. He was their number 8. Elo Madozi comes in from Army. He was actually 3rd team All American Athletic Conference last year, 6.5 sacks. Chris Cole played in all 14 games as a true freshman last year, 5-star recruit at 16 tackles, so he's only going to step up and play. And Zayden Walker actually is the number 1 linebacker recruit in the country. So chances are he's going to start, probably play right away. As far as
Justin Williams, too.
Oh, yeah, Justin Williams, too.
He was the 5-star number 1 linebacker recruit last year.
Yeah. So, yeah, they're stacked. They lose everyone, but they're still stacked. Malachi Starks drafted 1st round by the Ravens for their secondary. Dan Jackson, 7th round to the Lions. Julian Humphreys gone too. You do got Everett back at corner. Daniel Harris started 4 games last year. Is going to start at corner more this year. KJ Bolden will start at safety. Was a freshman All-American.
Number one safety, 5-star last year.
Yeah, played extremely well last year, 59 tackles. Jaden Harris transfers in from Miami. Zion Branch from USC. Adrian Maggs comes in. He was a starter at UAB. Ellis Robinson did great as a freshman last year. Guero's back. It wasn't the pass defense last year. They didn't really have that. I mean, it wasn't the Georgia pass defense you were really expecting last year. It took a step back last year, but I think it's going to be improved this year. It should be back to a dominant pass defense. It's Georgia. It's not shocking. It should be fine.
It's like throw a rock in any direction. You hit 4 or 5.
Yeah, last year they didn't do well in the pass defense. They didn't do well for Georgia standards.
I even though they lose a lot, this defense, there's 5 stars everywhere. Like the number 1 corner, the number 2 safety, like they're just 5 stars everywhere. Schedule for Georgia. Oh, I just accidentally minimized the window. Let me pull it back up. Sorry about that. Schedule for Georgia. I wrote down, it's a little on the tougher side. They played 6 of the top 7 SEC teams outside of them. So 6 of the top 7. You're on the road at Tennessee. You got Alabama. You got a home game against Kentucky, so you can breathe there. Even though that's a rivalry, that you can't really breathe in that one, but it's on paper that should be Kentucky at home off a bye. That's not off a bye. I'm sorry. The bye is before Alabama, which is huge, but Alabama also has a bye before that game, so not really an advantage. You got Ole Miss at home, obviously for the Florida neutral site game. They're on the road at Mississippi State, so that should be a winnable road game. You got Texas, you got Georgia Tech,
and then you end with Charlotte and Georgia Tech.
Yeah, so it
makes sense. I hate the schedule, man. Like it's so
they play.
There's no SEC games in the last 2 games.
Yeah, they pretty much play every single top team. The only team they dodge that's in the top. Oh no, they dodge LSU and A&M.
Yeah.
So, yeah, tough schedule as you would expect. Georgia, C rushing offense. I'm going with an A with Stockton. All right, A minus.
Also, give the Cox some love too. They're ranked number 13 to start the season.
We're about to do them in a couple teams.
Yeah, go ahead.
So the switch to Stockton, I'm giving the rushing offense an A minus, even with the offensive line.
I will give them. Yeah, I'll give them an A minus.
I'm going to drop the passing offense from an A plus to a B plus.
I will go A minus.
Run defense was an A last year. They lose so many pieces, but they're so stacked.
I'm still gonna go with an A.
Yeah, same. And pass defense was an A last year. I'm keeping them at an A. Honestly, it might even be A plus.
I'll go with an A plus actually.
Yeah, I'm going A plus too. There's like every single number 1 recruit at every corner.
Yeah,
like
it's wild.
So yeah, Georgia's pretty goddamn strong. Next up, Wildcats, Kentucky. Let's talk Mark Stoops ball. All right, Kentucky football. Mark Stoops is year 13. So I got to say, I really thought Vandergrift was going to have a good year last year. We saw Will Levis have a good career here, and here comes this highly touted recruit. Here comes this Georgia quarterback. I thought he was really going to play well. Not that he was practical joke terrible, but he certainly wasn't great. He actually retired. He had another year of eligibility. He retired from football. Not sure if it was health related or I don't really know the details, but he's gone. He retired from football. Yeah, obviously the schedule's crazy. Scoop, let's start with the offense.
Yeah, so Kentucky only had that one SEC win too against Ole Miss, by the way, which is pretty funny. It was Mark Stoops' worst year at Kentucky, so it's gonna be different this year. They had some really bad quarterback play, which obviously doesn't help. Vandergrift, like you said, Cutter Boley, Gavin Winsett, all pretty bad. 2,000 yards, 15 touchdowns, 16 picks. Boley's back. Winsett went to Jacksonville State, and Vandergrift, like you just said, is gone. So Zach Calzada comes in from Incarnate Word, 3,400 yards, 32 touchdowns, 9 picks.
Southland Conference Player of the Year.
Yeah, had a good year last year, but he also had a solid 2021 for Texas A&M too. So he's a better quarterback than all 3 quarterbacks last year. You would think it should improve here. We'll see. You're also playing the SEC. So Wilcox, Asumo had over 500 each last year rushing. Wilcox had 590. He comes back this year. Sumo had 586, but he graduates. We said it when we talked about Nebraska. Dante Dowdle comes in from there. He was a running back one for the most part. Seth McGowan's in from New Mexico State, 813 last year. So it's a decent running back room.
McGowan missed most of camp. He's dealing with an injury.
Should be better since they'll have more of a passing game here. So I think that's going to be fine. As far as your wideouts, Dane Key, he was your number one last year. He went to Nebraska. Their number two, Barian Brown, only had 361. He's gone to LSU. So their number three, Macklin, is back. He had 313 last year. Gilmore and Farrier's back too. You get a lot of receivers in, pretty nice talent. Kendrick Law is in from Alabama, started 8 games the last 3 years. J.J. Hester's in from Oklahoma, started 7 games last year for Oklahoma. And Gilmore's back after initially transferring to Nebraska, decided to stay here. Troy Stolato's in from Clemson, started 11 games the last 2 years. So it's wild the transfers they actually got. They have starters from Clemson, Bama, and Nebraska. And Oklahoma, I mean. So, I think the wide receivers are going to be better than they were last year. You didn't have any production last year for the most part. So it's kind of crazy that everyone transferred to Kentucky.
The offensive line I love too.
Yeah, the offensive line's good. Their center Cox, their right tackles, and Mincy and Ford. They both kind of split. And their left tackle, Cox, are all gone. Mincy went to UAB. The rest graduate. But they added solid talent with starting experience. So Wimberly last year started 14 at Western Kentucky. Braun comes in from Arkansas, 24 starts the last 2 years, so pretty much started every game. Walschlager's in from Bowling Green, started 3 years straight, first team All-MAC.
Twice. Twice.
Yeah, Shayaz Pete, first team Conference USA in 2023. He got hurt after 6 games last year, but he comes in too. So you have a pretty talented line here. You have been major conferences translating to SEC, but they did a great job there. They were first team conferences. So they also signed a 4-star lineman in Darren Stray. It's the first one they've signed in 4 years, first 4-star that they signed in 4 years. So I think they've done well here. I like their line. I really like their receivers. It's crazy that they got those receivers. And the quarterback should be a lot better. Like I said, you're playing the SEC, but
don't forget Malachi Wood was SEC all freshman last year. He started the last 5 games, so that's another returning starter.
It's crazy. They have a great offense here. You would think as long as Calzada plays well, it's going to be a good offense.
It's the Stoops' last hurrah. Here's the problem. We got to flip it over to the defensive side, and last year's defense was disappointing. I thought Kentucky's defense was going to be very good last year. They were 76th in the country in yards per play. Not that the defense was terrible. It's Kentucky, but it was nowhere near as good as I thought it was going to be. And they lose, 6 of the starting 7 in the defensive front. Only Afari is back. Everyone else in the defensive front is gone. Few pieces to the NFL. They brought in some starters. Did they fill the holes here on the defensive front?
I think they filled the defensive line fine. Linebackers, I'm not sure, but the defensive end, Ripka graduates. Their nose tackle, Deion Walker, went 4th round to the Bills, and another tackle, Keyshawn Silver, is also gone. Silver went to USC. Humphrey Grace comes in from South Dakota. He was one of the better FCS edge players last year. David Gusto, we talked about. We didn't talk about them yet, right? Washington State. Started all 12 games last year. Cam Olds is in from Kent State, 6 sacks last year on only 2 starts. He should be great here. When you watch Cam Olds, it was really the only good thing about Kent State. Jaden Williams is in from Wyoming. Sam Green and Lorenzo Collins in from USC. So this is the best defensive line freshman draft class they've ever had. They have 3 4-star linemen coming in. They have 2 great edges in Javion Campbell and Cedric Works. So I do like their line. I don't know. Same kind of transfers, though. You have to play up to their competition. So not sure how they'll play, but these are all solid players. It's a solid defensive line. I think that's fine.
Humphrey Grace, he was Defensive Player of the Year, first team FCS All-American. That's one of the best FCS players in the entire country.
Yeah. It's a good line. So the linebackers, though, Dumas Johnson, their number 1 tackler, he's gone undrafted to the Packers. J.J. Weaver's gone undrafted to the Panthers. And Derek Jackson's also gone. Alex Afari's back, though, number 3 tackler last year, 11 tackles for loss. Landon Watson transfers in from Miami, Ohio. This is the one unit, though, that I'm not really sure about. Every other pretty much position is fine, but they didn't even sign any linebackers as freshmen, so no incoming freshmen that are linebackers. Rayner, Godfrey's, and Souls return, but not a lot of production out of all three of them last year. So you do lose three of your top four, and the rest won't have a lot of playing time. So I'm a little concerned about the linebackers. As far as the secondary, Maxwell Harrison got drafted first round by the Bills, so that hurts a bit. But they do return their three other starters. Lovett and Bryant are back at safeties. Hardaway's back at the one corner. You got Kevin Thomason from Maryland, started 6 there last year. DJ Waller's already started 4 games last year. Will just play the rest this year, I think. So not as good as Hairston, but with everyone else back, it should help him. Addison and Nichols are back. Their best signing is Andrew Purcell out of Alabama. He's actually the 20th ranked freshman corner, signed with Kentucky. DeMarcus Garner, Martell's Carter, 4-star safeties they signed too. So I think this should be a strong safety, even when losing Maxwell Harrison. I know losing a first-round draft pick hurts, but I mean, listen, you got your other 3 starters. You got a solid line. The only concern that I have is the linebackers.
Agreed. I think the secondary is very good. If you remember, rewind 3 or 4 years ago, Kentucky's strength every year was their secondary. So I think the Kentucky secondary is very good, and they had a strong pass defense last year. It was the defensive front that really was underperformed, I guess I should say. They were 108th in success rate per rush allowed last year. So in terms of the schedule, I mean, obviously you don't need me to tell you it's a nightmare.
Yeah, it's the first 9 even.
Yeah, I mean, you got at South Carolina, at Georgia, Texas, Tennessee, at Auburn, Florida. You do have Vanderbilt on the schedule, but that's on the road. So
that's Diego Pavia, man. Yeah. Watch out.
It's a gauntlet for old Mark Stoops. So grades last year, they were a B- in rushing offense. I mean, the offensive line's good. If Seth McGowan's healthy, they should have a real nice RB room. I'll go B.
I was gonna go B.
Passing offense, C-. I mean, I'm not really sold on the receivers, but this guy Calzada can play. I'll go B.
I'm gonna go B.
Rush defense, C+. They lose everybody, but everyone kind of underperformed. So I'm gonna go B.
I'm gonna go B-.
And then pass defense A-. I'm going A.
Yeah, I'll go A.
All right.
Let's go Wildcats.
Let's go. They're still gonna go 3-9.
Oh yeah, it's gonna not go well, but
LSU's up next. All right, LSU. Honestly, the first thing that comes to mind when I look at LSU is that stupid Alabama game last year. It was one of my biggest bets of the week. At home, Saturday night, Death Valley.
It's a close one, at least.
Yeah, it was only 42-13. Milroe ran for like 600 yards in the game. It was just like an absolute beatdown start to finish. Alabama was up 20 like in the first quarter. Like it was just a slaughtering of LSU on their home field on Saturday night in front of their home fans. Just demoralizing. And I can't get over it. This year's LSU team, obviously they're going to be talented. I got to say I'm a little concerned about the offensive line, but they have a superstar. You know what? They might have 2 superstars in the backfield. Not really what we know LSU for. Normally it's the wide receivers, right? They have one of the best running backs in the country, and then they might have the next best running back in the country. So the offensive line's a little bit of a question mark. Obviously, they got talent at wide receiver. Skill positions, they're loaded. Scoop, what do you think of the offense?
Yeah, you think Brian Kelly, if he's going to make a playoff, he's in trouble here? Or if there's not an improvement,
I don't know.
Man. He needs to be in the playoffs. So LSU needs to be in the playoffs.
CBS released a rankings of hot seat rankings, and LSU, for Brian Kelly, had rated a 0, meaning completely safe. 0.
But he's here with his family.
I don't know. I don't know how. I can understand if you didn't give him a 5. 5 means like you win or you're gone. They gave him a 0, meaning his job's completely.
He did win all 3 bowl games, if that means anything to you. So
it doesn't.
Yeah. So anyway, obviously Garrett Nussmeier's back. Threw for over 4,000 last year, 29 touchdowns. Did lead the conference in interceptions though. I also don't think they used the running game nearly as much as they could have. Like you just said, they think they will this year. Nussmeier, obviously a Heisman candidate this year. If he throws for another, 4,000, cuts down on the interceptions, leads LSU to the playoffs, I can probably see that happening. Michael Van Buren left Mississippi State. Will back up Nussmeier here. He's dealing with patella tendonitis, right? Anyway, Garrett, he threw the ball 525 times. Probably why they weren't as successful as they could be, in my opinion. Caden Durham, you were just talking about him. He's back from his dislocated toes. I think he was dealing with that all year. 753 yards, 6 touchdowns. Josh Williams backed him up. He had 42. He was undrafted to the Bucks. Caleb Jackson, their number 3 from last year's back, 150. And then Harlem Berry is a top-rated freshman running back that comes in. Not sure if he's going to get a lot of time here. Same with JT Lindsay, number 4 rated freshman running back. So, but a solid group again. They're going to be fine. But again, 2 of the top 4 freshman running backs in. So, as far
I can't believe I didn't put that in my notes. Yeah, Nussmeier's expected to start the season opener, but I can't believe I didn't have that in my notes.
So that's good. Aaron Anderson's back at wideout, 61-885. Kyron Lacey had 866. Unfortunately, he passed away. That's sad with that news, but he was second team All-SEC last year. Mason Taylor, their tight end, he was drafted second round to the Jets. CJ Daniels, their wide receiver 3, transferred to Miami. But Chris Hilton, Xavier Thomas, they come back. Barian Brown comes in from Kentucky, 25 starts the last 3 years. Nick Anderson's in from Oklahoma, was hurt all last year, started a bunch in 2023.
Set the Oklahoma freshman record in 2023.
Right. And Destin Hill's in from Florida State. And you're still stacked with wideouts who are all highly rated who didn't even play yet. So, I mean, you have a solid wide receiver room. So, unfortunately for LSU, like you just said earlier, they lost 4 linemen to the draft. Will Campbell, first round to the Patriots. Emory Jones, third round to the Ravens. Dellinger, 7th round to the Ravens. Frazier, 5th round to the Lions. So, Braylon Moore comes in from Virginia Tech, who started every game. DJ Chester is the only lineman back. Josh Thompson's in from Northwestern, started 10 games last year. Weston Davis played in a few games as a true freshman, so he's probably going to move up. They think a lot of him, so he's going to start. Yeah. And Tyree Adams, I think, is going to get more time too. They do sign Carius Kern, 3rd-rated freshman tackle. You have solid talent. It's just not a lot of experience on the team, kind of like Georgia. I think Georgia's linemen are better, though, but you do have solid talent. It's just not a lot of experience. But I think LSU is going to be fine. I think that if they use their running game more, I think it's going to be a solid offense.
Yeah, agreed. Like you said, I love those RBs. Flip it over to the defensive side. Defensive line took some hits, but there is a lot of talent back. The linebackers are great. Hopefully Whit Weeks is healthy, but I'm reading he should be fine for the opener. But, I mean, they're loaded at linebacker. Harold Perkins finally healthy. He was one of the best defensive players I've ever seen as a freshman. He was all SEC in 2022, 2023. Obviously, he missed 9 games last year, missed most of last season. If he's healthy, Harold Perkins is one of the best defensive players in the country. Whit Weeks, inside linebacker, first team SEC. It looks like he is going to be healthy. And Charles Ross is a true freshman. He's the number 2 linebacker recruit in the class. They're calling him the next Perkins. So they've got talent. I'm just a little worried about the defensive line.
Yeah, and you have 4 6-star freshman recruits for the linebacker. I think they're going to be pretty stacked there. On the defensive line, yeah, all 4 starters are gone. Savion Jones, 3rd round to Denver. Swinson, 5th round to the Patriots. And then their tackles, Paez and Sean, they're also gone. So they do have good transfers in. Jack Pyburn, obviously, on the edge, started with Florida. Bernard Gooden is a South Florida transfer, 11 starts last year. Patrick Creighton was one of the bright spots for Florida State last year. He had a solid year. Jamari Butler, in from Nebraska, started 16 the last 3. Guillory's back after being hurt after 2 games last year. Relaford's back on the end. You got Ahmad Bro. How do you say it? Bro. It's like an LSU name.
I was just saying bro.
Dominic McKinley did well as a true freshman last year. Will play a ton more this year. So the line's going to be fine. I think obviously the linebackers are stacked. You do lose 2 second starters in the secondary. Zy Alexander's at corner, undrafted to the Seahawks, and Sage Ryan. Ashton Stamps is back at corner, though. Jordan Gilbert's back at safety. AJ Halsey comes in to play the other safety spot, was first team Big 12 last year at Houston. You also get Delane coming in from Virginia Tech, second team All-ACC, 3 years in a row, actually. So he'll be the other corner here. Jakeem Jackson's in from Florida. DeMarcus Cooley's in from NC State. And you got DJ Pickett, number 3 freshman corner in his class. Not going to be surprised if he has playing time too. So, yeah, I think the defense is good. I think it's going to be a solid year for them.
Yeah, it's a matter of if Kelly's able to put a defensive team together. He doesn't have the best history with that.
Yeah, if you're looking at anything, it's the lines that are questionable on both sides of the ball, but everything else is pretty solid.
So for the schedule, I wrote tough schedule, but could be worse. It's not, obviously we have to measure the schedule by SEC standards, and it's not that bad. There are winnable games. You got Florida at home, you got South Carolina at home, you got Texas A&M at home, you got Arkansas at home. One of the road games is Oklahoma. Another one is Vanderbilt. A lot of potential wins on the schedule for LSU. So the path's there. Let's talk grades. Last year, they were a D-plus rushing offense. I would hope they run the ball more, considering they have two of the most talented RBs in the country. But the offensive line is keeping me from slapping like an A- down on this. So I'll say B.
I'll go B-.
Just because I don't trust Brian Kelly to run it. Like,
yeah.
Passing offense was an A+. With the offensive line drop, I'll drop it to an A.
I'll stay at an A+.
I mean, it's LSU. They're not going to be. Yeah. Run defense was an A last year. They took hits on the defensive line, but the linebackers are good. Perkins is. I'll go A-.
I'll go A-.
Pass defense B-. I'll go B+.
I'll go with a B.
All right. Next up, Bulldogs, Mississippi State. All right, Mississippi State, Jeff Lebby back for year 2. Year 1 was
yeah,
a year to forget.
Well, they only beat Eastern Kentucky and UMass. So.
Yeah, it was
and their SEC games, not one was a one-score game.
No, they got dog walked for most of the season. I don't think we should draw any conclusions about Jeff Lebby from that year. He was not given much to work with. First year, it's a really tough job. I don't know who's going to turn that program around. Maybe it's Lebby. It certainly wasn't the most encouraging start. And it's kind of the same thing. You look at their conference schedule, and you're just like, dude, what the hell? That being said, the team is significantly more talented this year, like significantly more talented. But you want to temper expectations. It's Mississippi State. They're going to be the worst team in the SEC almost every single year, other than Vanderbilt, right. Who's actually not looking like promising now. So I don't know. Scoop, what do you think of the offense?
I mean, yeah, Michael Van Buren, we just talked about. He was backing up Nussmeier now. So he only came on because Blake Shapen got hurt after the first 4 games. But Shapen was like miles ahead of Van Buren. It definitely showed. He's back this year. We'll definitely get the start. Croman Hook also comes in from Florida, started 2 games as a freshman from injuries. But, yeah, with Shapen back, he looked good. Not in that Toledo game. He looked pretty bad. But he's a better quarterback than Van Buren. I mean, give Van Buren a break. I mean, starting the last 8 in an SEC is rough. But I think Blake Shapen is a better quarterback.
I liked Shapen at Baylor. I thought he was all right. He's not great, but he's not bad.
No, so should be better. Booth is back as running back 1, 759 and 5 touchdowns. Their backup, Johnny Daniels, 540 and 4. He's back too. They also get Fluff Bothwell. If you don't know about him, he was awesome.
Awesome.
13 touchdowns, 834 yards. You got Xavier Gayton back. He had 115, so he's got some explosiveness. So you have a pretty deep running back room here. I think with better quarterback play, they're going to have a solid year this year. So Kevin Coleman, their leading receiver, 932 yards. He transferred to Missouri. And then Jordan Mosley's back. But there was a pretty sharp drop-off from Coleman. Mosley only had 23 catches, 405 yards. Akarai, he's gone. He was their number 3. Their tight end's back. Traore, he had 34 catches last year. They do have a lot coming in, though, to help out a receiver. Brennan Thompson comes in from Oklahoma, 10 starts the last 2 years. Anthony Evans is in from Georgia. John Glover's in from Michigan State. Aiden Williams is from Ole Miss. So these are all top names. All these guys have an opportunity to play here. That's not including Marcus Allen and Cam Thompson, who started for Eastern Michigan and Northern Illinois. They're transferring in too. So they're trying to bolster their wide receivers here after Coleman leaving. So, I mean, with Whitmore and Craven leaves, it should be pretty solid. I mean, I think their skill positions are good. I think Blake Shapen should be good. And I think their offensive line should be good.
That's where it should be a bit better, maybe.
No, an improvement. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It'll be an improvement. All right, sorry. It'll be an improvement over last year.
There's who's starting at center? Keenum?
Yeah, probably. Their center Minor's gone. Their right guard Martinez. Their left tackle Pounders. Pounders went to Louisville, but the line, I think, is going to be better than last year. Brendan Smith comes in from UTEP, had 30 starts in his college career. Trevor Mayberry's back from injury, transferred last year. 27 starts from Stanford. He's from Stanford. And Jacoby Jackson's back. Zach Owens played a lot at Clemson. Albert Reese is back as starter. Blake Steen, like you said, transfers in from Virginia, 12 starts last year. So altogether, you have 9 offensive linemen in. So I think it's just going to be an improvement because it was pretty bad last year.
I guess an improvement, but I don't think this is a good offensive line. Yeah, I guess in terms of last year, I love the RBs though. Fluff, you mentioned Fluff Bothwell. He was 3rd team All Sun Belt as a true freshman. Like, he's awesome. So I think he's going to be RB1 or certainly get a lot of touches. I love the RBs. I like the quarterback dramatically better. They got some talent in wide receiver. I'm a little worried about the offensive line, but I agree. Like, they're improved for sure. Let's flip it over to the defense. What do you think?
So on the line, a defensive end, Russell, he graduates. Kapaka, the same, but kind of the same as the offensive line. They got 10 transfers in. Sheen Thomas led all of FBS defensive linemen and tackles in 2023, and he comes in from Northern Illinois. Deontay Anderson is played the last 3 years here. Trevion Williams is back. Dre Bledsoe is in from Texas. Burrows is in from Miami. You got Red Hibbler in from NC State. Silva in from A&M. So there's a lot of talent here. 15 defensive linemen on this team played in the FBS last year, and all of them had some tackles, so they're going to mix and match here. Tyshawn Willis is a top 10 freshman edge who signed. So they have more options this year. They have more depth. So the defensive line, I think, gets better. As far as the linebackers, Stone Blanton went undrafted to the 49ers. He had 125 tackles last year, but you still have Nick Mitchell back, Brandon Jennings, Jalen Smith is in from Tennessee. Darian Gillette is in from Texas. Akari Tillman's back too. It's a solid linebacker group, even though Blanton's gone. You only lose one of your starters there, and you really have 5 good linebackers that could play. So, as far as the secondary, these defensive backs were so bad last year. It was one of the worst pass defenses in the entire league. Bryce Bollock's gone at corner, transferred to Tech. Corey Ellington started 7 games at safety. He's gone. Jerron Manning's in from Old Dominion, though. He had 11 starts last year, had a really solid year, and we all know Old Dominion's going to win the championship this year. So
at least. I
mean, yeah. Hunter Washington's back at the other safety. Kelly Jones started 4 games at corner last year. Dwight Lewis, high FCS transfer, 21 starts in 2 years at Marion. Isaac Smith is back, 127 tackles last year. Lanier's back, started most of the year, wasn't good. But yeah, he is back. So, I mean, I don't think he's going to start this year. But Javen Williams is back from is in from Kennesaw. Kyle Johnson's a true freshman this year. Wouldn't be surprised if he played a lot. So I think the defense is improving.
Tony Mitchell should be cool, right? Did you mention Tony?
Yeah, no, Tony Mitchell should be cool. I mean, it's going to be a better defense. It just has to. I mean, really.
I think the defense is in good shape. It's just not a program whose defense I trust. So even if they're bringing pressure,
right? Yeah. So I mean, listen. You'll go over the schedule. The first 4 games is a good test. They should go 3-1 realistically. So,
yeah. I mean, once you get to the Tennessee game, it's tough to find a win after. It's tough to find a win after that.
The most I could, I could see maybe 2 wins in the SEC, maybe 1.
Where's 1? What game are you giving them?
Maybe at Missouri.
Dude, Missouri's defense is going to be official, like real good. I mean, I maybe I'm not sold on Missouri offense, but they're not going to go in there and score.
The Egg Bowl, maybe. I don't know. I'm trying to give them 1. I'm trying to give them something. At Arkansas, possibly?
I do think they're better, and yes. I mean, I'm sure they will stumble into a win here. But for us to sit here and point at one and be like, because like they're probably going to be catching a touchdown or more in all of them.
It's just hard to go winless back to back. So
yeah, I think they will win one also.
Right.
It's just like
you just don't know where.
Yeah, I think they'll find one. Like so they'll catch a team that got an injured quarterback or something.
Yeah, something's gonna happen. I hope because I can't see back to back winless SEC games with years.
So last year they were a B- rushing offense.
I don't trust offensive line, but I like the RBs, so I'll say B.
Yeah, I'll go B plus.
Passing offense was a B plus last year, but a lot of that was because they were playing from behind, just dropping back against cover 6. So I'm gonna keep it at a B.
I'll go B plus.
Run defense, I think the defense has improved from it was a D plus last year. I'm gonna go C plus.
I'll say C plus.
And pass defense was a C. I might just keep.
I'll go with a C plus.
C plus. You know what? No, let's go C plus. Let's give the Bulldogs some respect. Let's give them some goddamn respect.
Let's go to Davis Wade Stadium this year.
Next, speak of the devil, we were just talking about him. Mizzou's up next. All right, Mizzou. So I kind of look at last year as a little disappointing. I mean, not that it was bad, and if you look at the body of work and what they go 9-3 in the regular season, it's not like it was bad. They won their bowl game. Why would you consider it disappointing? It's just they had pretty high hopes with Brady Cook coming back, with Luther Burden coming back, and
I just thought he was like always hurt. He was like questionable all year.
Right. I mean,
and he somehow played in every game. I don't understand.
Yeah, he was not 100%. Luther Burden was also not 100%, and it was just disappointing because Missouri's, but this time last year, Mizzou's name was getting thrown around with like a dark horse to play in the SEC championship game, and they were just not there at all. The offense was really bad. I mean, well, in comparison to what we were expecting from Brady Cook and Luther Burden and Theo Weiss and them, they were 86th in yards per play, 70th in yards per carry, 72nd in yards per pass attempt, 47th in success rate. Isn't terrible, but yeah, it was a disappointing year despite the record looking great. Now the schedule's pretty favorable for him this year. What do you think of Bo Pribula?
Yeah, Bo Pribula that comes in from Penn State. I mean, he was 26-35 last year, still threw for 5 touchdowns, so he's gonna get a shot here. I mean, we'll see. I mean, Brady Cook, I feel like that was the disappointing part is Brady Cook wasn't 100%. So maybe if he was, they would have probably been 10-2 possibly. So Pine left to go to Bowling Green too. So you do lose your 2 quarterbacks. So a whole new regime here. I think Pribula is going to be good. I think he's going to get a shot. You do got Matt Zollers in the 9th-rated freshman quarterback coming in. I do have Sam Horn from last year. So, I mean, yeah. I mean, it's kind of an unknown here. He did look good in his limited time. So, yeah, I think he's a solid quarterback. He looks good, so we'll see how it goes.
That running back is a beast.
Yeah, I mean, so Nate Noel obviously graduated. Marcus Carroll graduated. But Jamal Roberts, he's your top returner. They get Ahmad Hardy transferring in. He was first team All Sun Belt last year, 1,300 yards, 13 touchdowns.
Freshman All-American.
Yeah, he's gonna go right into the starting role here. Like you said, he was a freshman last year too. So. Marquise Davis, 4-star freshman running back. He's probably going to go right into the running back 3 spot. Maybe even pass up Carroll to go to. Pass up Roberts to go to number 2. So I think they have a really solid 3 here. As far as your wideouts, Theo Weiss, he's undrafted to the Dolphins. He was number 1. Luther Burden obviously was a big name. He went 2nd round to the Bears. Marquise Johnson's your best returner, went 25 for 352. Joshua Manning's back too, 13 for 192. We just said Kevin Coleman, wide receiver 1 from Mississippi State. He transfers here. He's probably going to start. Xavier Lloyd from Illinois State, 695 last year. Norfleet, their top tight end, is back. Then you got Donovan Olugbodi. He's a number 11th ranked freshman. He may get some time. So you got Sean Terry, Demarion Fulks, 2 other 4-star freshman wideouts too. So they do lose their big 2 players, but I don't think they take much of a drop back here. Personally, I think they're going to be fine. So their offensive line, I think, takes a little bit of a step back.
Yeah.
Their second-team right guard, Johnson, Membu, first round to the Jets. Your left tackle, Bryant, went 7th round to the Pats. So you do lose 3 linemen. Their returning starters are Tollison and Green. Then you got Keegan Tross. He comes in from Wake Forest, started every game there. Gaitis in from Michigan, started 5 games last year, played in 10. Jalen Early started 6 games at Florida State. And you have Johnny Williams, played over 200 snaps last year. It's still a solid line, but the loss of Membu hurt. Johnson was awesome, so I think it may take a bit of a step back, but I still think it's good. So overall, I think the offense obviously goes as far as Pribula brings them, because I think the running backs are solid. I think the wide receivers can definitely step up and play. So, yeah, it really depends on their quarterback.
Yeah, I agree. I
I think the offense is worse than last year, but last year's offense was so injured and underperformed at such a high level that I actually think the offense could be better, even though they are worse. And Hardy is a monster running back. I don't really know what to expect from Pribula. I've listened to a few people talk about Pribula. I've heard some people say, "Oh, this guy's going to be a problem," and I have other people that don't think it's going to work out. So I don't personally know. So we'll see on the offense. On the defense, though, this is going to be one of the best defenses in the country. They lose some key pieces. They lose Johnny Walker, the edge rusher, Corey Flagg, the linebacker, Charleston, the safety, right? They lose 3 key pieces. Well, 4, actually. They replace them with superstars. I mean, Josiah Trotter comes in. He's Big 12 Defensive Freshman of the Year. And also they bring in that safety from UNLV, who was first team Mountain West. So everyone's back, and the key pieces they lost, they replaced with good transfers. I love this defense.
Yeah, I like him too. I know Christian Williams is gone with Johnny Walker Blue, but Zion Young's played it at the other end. Sterling Webb had a few starts last year, played a bunch at New Mexico State before then. Chris McKellen's back at defensive tackle. Damon Wilson transfers in from Georgia with a 5-star recruit out of high school. Hasn't played up to his talent yet, but is definitely going to get a shot here. Nate Johnson's in from App State, 10 sacks the last 2 years. A couple other backups transfers in too. Rachel Marshall back on the interior, had over 100 snaps last year. And Darius Smith was hurt last year too. He comes back, should be a solid line. I know Corey Flagg, like you just said, the number 1 tackler is gone, but Tristan Newsom's back. Chuck Hicks is gone, but Dylan Carnell is back, played the star position, played well last year. Josiah Trotter, like you just said, he's going to be a beast. Nicholas Rodriguez is back as a backup. Same with Khalil Jacobs, who was out for the year after 5 games. He's back. Javian Hilson, 4-star freshman, can play on the edge or outside linebacker. I think they'll be fine with 2 of their linebackers gone. They have good depth here. So I like the front 7. I think the front 7's really solid. And their secondary should be good. I mean, Joseph Charleston's the only one gone. He graduated, but they're returning their other 3 starter. Pride is back at corner. Burks is back at safety. Jalen Catalan played at Arkansas, Texas, UNLV, played all of them there a ton. Stephen Hall comes in from Washington State, 16 starts the last year. Drayden Norwood's back from last year. Nick DeLoach is back. And then Moses Phillips is in from Virginia Tech. So I think this defense is actually extremely solid. I think it should be fine. I love Missouri's defense.
And to things get even better for Mizzou here, I think they're going to be 5-0 going into that Alabama game, which is at home.
I think they open with 6 home games. Is that right?
1, 2, 3. Holy shit! Yeah. Wow, 6 home games in a row. I didn't even notice that. But yeah, I think they're going to be 5-0. I think they beat South Carolina on September 20th, and then they go into a home game against Alabama, coming off a bye week. So yeah, you can't ask for much better than that. Leading up to your Alabama game, I think some people would disagree about beating South Carolina, but I think they win that game. You got Vanderbilt on the schedule. You got Mississippi State on the schedule. You got Arkansas on the schedule. I mean, you hit a home run here with Missouri in terms of this schedule. So I think this is a top 10, top 15 defense in the country with about as favorable of a schedule as you can ask for as an SEC team. So yeah, I'm in on Mizzou. It just really, I think you phrased it the best. They'll go as far as Pribula takes them. So with a question mark at quarterback, obviously you can't just start throwing tickets around, but I think Missouri's going to be strong. Rushing offense. Last year they were a B+. Hardy's so good. I'll drop losing Noel though, and Cook was a runner, even though he didn't really show it. I'll keep him at a B+.
I'll say B+.
Passing, they were a B last year, losing all the receivers. I'll say B-.
I'll go with a B.
Run defense, though, I might just slap. I'm going to go A, run defense, A+ pass defense.
I'll go with 2 A's.
I think this is one of the best defenses in the country, truly. So, all right, Mizzou. Next up, Boomer Sooner. All right, Oklahoma. It's crazy to think if somebody just started watching college football, they would look at Oklahoma as a low-end SEC team when it's just like the perception of Oklahoma has just taken a 180 the last couple of years from the team that would score 45, 50 points every single year in the Big 12. I don't know if I trust the offense under Venables, even though they bring back a lot of talent, and Scoop's about to tell you about it. I don't. They bring in Arbuckle to coach the offense. Maybe he makes a huge difference, but they've had talent before, and it just hasn't worked out. So they're pretty loaded up as far as talent. I don't know about the offense. The defensive line is insane. This is probably the best defensive line in the country. But we'll start with the offense. What do you think, Scoop?
Yeah, the problem is Oklahoma was just like so beat up last year, and the problem is Venables. He's back in his fourth season, but it was his second 6 and 7 season past 3 years for Oklahoma. I don't think they've been that bad since like the 95 to 98 years. It was their first year in the SEC, but you got passed up by Vanderbilt. So I mean, if that happens again, Venables is definitely gone this year. Jacksonville. Let's go Jags. Jackson Arnold, we talked about, is at Auburn now. He didn't get the job done, but I know his receivers were hurt all year. He was benched, replaced by Michael Hawkins, who was also benched for Arnold again. So their quarterbacks combined for 16 and 6 last year. They weren't really bad. They just didn't really do much. And every time I watched, they just didn't throw the ball downfield. In comes the Sooner savior, John Mateer.
Did you just call him the Sooner savior?
Yeah, I did. I love John Mateer, man. Follows his OC here.
I think he's overrated.
He's definitely going to start 29 and 7 last year, 3,100 yards. Oh, you said he's going to be overrated. Who did we just say that you thought it was bad earlier?
I forget.
What's his name from?
Taylor Green.
Well, Taylor Green. Yeah, he's gonna have a Taylor Green type of year.
I don't think Mateer's going to have a good season now.
Oh yeah, he's definitely gonna have a good season.
Not as a passer, maybe as a dual threat.
I mean, listen, he had 826 on the ground, another 15 touchdowns on the ground. So I mean, last year he totaled 44 touchdowns, 12 turnovers. I mean, you don't think Oklahoma fans are gonna like that? I mean, yeah,
he played in the Pac-2.
Listen, they won the Pac-2. All right. Michael Hawkins is backing up Mateer. So I think Mateer is gonna have a great year this year. I mean, listen, 5 running backs went over 100 yards last year. Javonte Barnes back as their RB1, 577. He missed the last 4 because of injury. Sawchuk was battling injuries. He moved on to Florida State. You got Taylor Tatum's back, 278 last year. Xavier Robinson's back to 233. They also got Jaden Otten from Cal, who had 385, another 200 in the air. It's a good backfield if they can stay healthy. Yes.
Loaded RB.
Oh yeah. It's loaded. I mean, if they can stay healthy, Barnes has a chance to go over 1,000 this year, I think. So yeah, like I said,
well, you think Barnes is going to be RB1 over Ott?
Yeah, I think so. I think Barnes is better than Ott, but I mean,
dude, a couple years ago, Ott was one of the best running backs in the country, but he has been hurt, so maybe.
So I mean, so is everybody.
Yeah.
So like I said, they were without their top 5 wide receivers most of the year. So Burks and Gibson come back. Zion Kearney's back too. No receiver went over 324 yards, and that was their tight end, Sharp. And Sharp moves on to LSU. Hester went to Kentucky. I don't think really these matter that much. No one really proved themselves last year because really they couldn't. So
they stopped even trying to throw the ball halfway.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like they're just like, we're just not going to do that. So Kearney, Burks, and Gibson can all be solid. Giovanni Gibson comes in too, had over 1,000 yards receiving with Arkansas Pine Bluff. Keontae Lewis is in from Southern Illinois at 790. We just talked about Arkansas. Sategna comes from Arkansas. He's 490 last year. So if the receivers stay healthy, it's definitely going to be solid. It should be good. And as far as the offensive line, not surprising. The line was beat up too last year. They had 50 sacks allowed. They also had 19 sacks in 2 games, which was an Oklahoma record. So congrats there. They lose 3 starters, if you can call them that. They started about half the games. Derek Simmons is in from Western Carolina, started 10 there. They got 2 starters in from Stanford, Luke Beklenko and Jake Mikula. So 4 other linemen started in games last year. They got a 5-star freshman, Michael Fasusi, best freshman rated tackle. Ryan Foji is a 4-star freshman tackle himself. So I think the line is going to be way better than what it was last year. They just had so many different starting lineups. They had backups taking snaps all year. So they were down to a 3rd stringer in 2 positions last year, actually. So I think the line, as long as they stay healthy, as long as his offense stays healthy, it's going to be a better Oklahoma year. And I love Mateer, so I think he's going to have a good year.
I think they're going to have a very, very strong rushing attack. So I'm with you there. And Deion Burks, one of the wide receivers, supposed to be one of the main pieces. He's still not 100% dealing with injuries in camp. So obviously with injuries being the main theme of this Oklahoma offense last year, certainly a little bit concerning. And yeah, the offensive line, I was struggling to figure out who was even supposed to be the starting five. Like, it was a mess. So yeah, if they're healthy, they'll be way better. And the running back room it's one of the most talented. They're 4 deep with good running backs. I think they're going to have a very strong rushing attack. Mateer, like Scoop said, is a crazy athlete. So I think they're going to have a very, very strong rushing attack. I'm not really sold on Mateer as a passer. Played against some really bad secondaries last year. The SEC is a bit different. So I'm not sold on the passing attack at all. I do think they will run the shit out of the ball. Defense. This defensive line is nuts. So check this out. Oklahoma had 3 defensive linemen that I believe were 320 pounds or more that were in the top 10 of tackles last year. You know how athletic you have to be 320 plus pounds and finish top 10 in tackling on your team? They had 3 of them, and they're all back. Jaden Jackson, Demonic Williams, Grayson Helton. This defensive line, and then our Mason Thomas on the edge had 9 sacks last year. Second team SEC, one of the best edge rushers in the country. He's back as well. On the other edge, they did lose Ethan Downs, who's on the Jacksonville Jags, another one. They bring in Marvin Jones Jr., 5-star recruit in 2022, 4 sacks last year with Florida State. Pretty much the only player on Florida State who showed up last year. So this front 7 is I love this defense.
Yeah, the biggest piece you do lose is Stutzman. They led the team in tackles last year, 2-time All-American. He was actually a top 10 all-time tackler for Oklahoma. Went to the Saints 4th round. But other than that, you just mentioned the whole line. That whole line is absolutely solid. Kip loses back, 3rd in tackles last year. Samuel Omosigo's back, number 5 tackler. Kendall Doby comes back from injury. Looked awesome in the beginning of the year last year. Kendall Daniels is in from Oklahoma State, 11 tackles for loss, 6 sacks last year. Kobe McKenzie had a good year last year. He's back too. So even with Stutzman's gone, it's still a really solid linebacker group. It's definitely a loaded front 7. So as far as the secondary, Billy Bowman's gone from safety, drafted 4th round to the Falcons. Washington, Malone, and Walker are all gone off the corners too. Walker actually went to Arkansas. But Gentry Williams, he was hurt after 2 games. He's back to play corner. Spears Jennings is back at safety. Jacoby Johnson started 2 games last year. He's back. Eli Bowen started 8 games as a true freshman last year. He's back. Peyton Bowen started a few games at safety last year. You still have a ton of talent back there. They got 4 more 4-star recruits from that are freshmen. Newcomb and Reggie Powers played a bunch last year as a freshman. So this secondary was all young, and they were all hurt last year. So kind of pretty much the MO of Oklahoma is everyone was hurt on this team. As long as they're healthy, this is a really solid secondary. It's obviously a loaded front 7. It's one of the best in the Big 12, the SEC. So yeah, I think Oklahoma is going to be definitely an improved team this year.
In terms of the schedule, I mean, I wrote SEC team has tough schedule. Shocker. Those are my notes.
that's a really
that's my notes.
They
got Michigan earlier in the year. They got Temple and Kent State on the schedule. They also get Auburn at home, which is a tough one, winnable but tough. I think Auburn's strong, but the fact that game's at home makes me lean towards Oklahoma. Yeah, it's tough. There's something else. It's an SEC schedule. It's tough. It's not quite as easy as Missouri's. In terms of grades, they were a B+ rushing offense. I'm gonna give them an A+. I love those running backs. They're like the best in the A+.
I'll give them an A.
Passing offense, I'm going C.
I'm gonna go with a B+.
With Mateer, you're crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Run defense, A+.
Sooner Savior.
It's the best front 7 in the country.
Yeah, it's A+.
And then pass defense, I'll go.
I'm gonna go B+.
I'm gonna go A-. All right, let's talk Rebels. How do you not win a national championship with that defense last year? That defense was so loaded. That entire defense is in the NFL. Like it's crazy. We'll start with the offense, but yeah, that disappointing year for Ole Miss. How do you not even make the college football playoff? They had such a good team.
That loss to LSU in overtime was rough. That Kentucky game was brutal,
embarrassing.
Yeah, that was, and at Florida, they should have won that game too. Yeah, they should have definitely been in the playoffs at least.
Yeah, I mean they took a lot of hits on both sides of the ball. Now it's Ole Miss, I'm sure that they're loaded up with talent, even though there's a lot of names here I don't 100% recognize and are a little bit unproven. I'm sure that they're going to be good under Lane Kiffin. We'll start with the offense. Scoop, what do you know about Austin Simmons?
I don't know much about Austin Simmons.
Me neither.
Yeah, I mean, listen, biggest thing, obviously, Jackson Dart's gone first round to the Giants, led the SEC in yards, completion percentage. He was great, obviously. He was also the number 2 rusher on this team with 495. I mean, Simmons did play a little bit backing up when Dart got banged up, but he's going to take over to start from a 4-year starter to a unknown in Simmons. So he did look good in that one Georgia drive last year. I mean, Smith transfers in from Oklahoma State, Trinidad Chambers from Ferris State, who, by the way, had 3,000 yards passing, 1,000 yards rushing. But it's definitely going to be Austin Simmons' team. At least he'll be starting initially. Yeah, I have no idea. Really, I honestly have no idea. I don't know if you do.
He was a 4-star recruit in 2023, and Lane Kiffin did things the old-fashioned way. He recruited his next guy. He was planned to start this year, waited his turn type of thing. I don't even know. So maybe I'm speculating.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see. Unknown at quarterback. Henry Parris Jr. led the team last year at rushing, 678, 10 touchdowns. Ulysses Bentley the fourth, which is an awesome name. Number 2, 419 and 5. Both were seniors. Both are gone. Matt Jones was RB3 with 226. He went to Southern Miss. So your best returning production is Dominique Thomas. He had 42 carries for 197. But Logan Diggs is back from injury. Started games at Notre Dame in 2022, LSU in 2023. He was hurt last year, so I think he's likely taking over the RB1 coming back. Kwan Lacey's in from Missouri, had a couple carries last year, and Damian Taylor comes in from Troy, who had over 1,000 last year. So I wouldn't be surprised with better production here, really, even losing their top 2. I mean, the top 2 really barely went over 1,000, so I think they can definitely have a better year rushing the ball. So
was Logan Diggs supposed to be RB1 last year?
I think so. He was hurt last year.
Too,
and he started for Notre Dame and LSU, so I wouldn't imagine that.
He was supposed to be the guy last year.
Yeah. So lots of solid receivers last year. Obviously, Trey Harris led this team 1,000 yards. Second round to the Chargers. Jordan Watkins went 4th round to the 49ers. So you got Caden Lee. He was the wide receiver 3, but he still had 874. So he's back. He's going to move up to wide receiver 1. Antoine Wells went undrafted to the Giants, 553. They're 2 tight ends. Priestcorn had 401. Wright had 394. Priestcorn's gone, undrafted to the Lions, but Wright's back. So even though you lose your top 4 of the 6, I think you should be fine because Sean Stribling comes in from Oklahoma State, 52, 892, and 6 last year. Harrison Wallace comes in from Penn State, had 732 last year. Deuce Alexander's in from Wake. Traylon Ray's in from West Virginia. Caleb Odom is in from Bama. You got Caleb Cunningham's a 4-star freshman. He was like 7th best freshman recruit in this class. Winston Watkins, another 4-star freshman. So the wideouts are still loaded, even though they lost their top 2. And I mean, Caden Lee, listen, I mean, he still had 57 catches as a wide receiver 3. So obviously that's with Jackson Dart throwing the ball. But yeah, should be fine. As far as the offensive line, I mean, McIntyre, Bulow, Pettis, Calipo, all gone. Pettis went to Florida State, so they're down 4 starters. Kudos comes in from Arkansas, started 4 games last year before he got hurt. Jaden Williams has been around here a while, started a few games every year here. So Delano Townsend comes in from UAB, started 11 games last year.
Delano Townsend injured in camp. He's going to definitely miss time.
Okay. Percy Lewis is in from Auburn. PJ Wilkins is in from Charlotte. Terez Davis from Miami, Ohio. All these transfers played a lot last year. So the lowest transfer, they still had 142 snaps last year. So they all had quality playing time. The problem is I don't know if these transfers are as good as the ones that they lost. Maybe Kudos. This may be the weakest O-line Ole Miss has had in a while. The line last year still gave up 29 sacks, and it may be worse this year with a new quarterback. So it's not really promising. New line and new quarterbacks, never a success story.
It's a little bit concerning. And before, I talked about how Delano Townsend is definitely going to miss time. The reason he was projected to be a starter was PJ Wilkins was the guy they brought in. He was taking first team reps in the spring. He's out for the year. So Delano Townsend was actually the backup plan to start at guard, and now he's going to miss time. So the season didn't even started, and they're already down to their 3rd string guard.
If you're an Ole Miss hater and you're looking to poke holes, the offensive line is concerning. Now it's Ole Miss. I'm sure they'll figure it out. They're always loaded with talent, but that's concerning if you're Ole Miss. And then you flip it over to the other side, to the defense. And there was just the entire defensive line got drafted.
It's strong.
Oh, no, Ivy didn't get drafted, but
he's undrafted to the Seahawks.
But there's just literally at an NFL defense. I don't know how the hell they didn't make the playoff with this team. Yeah. Who's on the defense, Scoop?
You got Princely out. You got Prince Well in. So Prince Wells coming in from Nebraska.
That's why. I was like, why do they keep listening to this guy as a returning?
It's his brother. So gonna try to get there to be like his brother. Deshaun Womack's in from LSU, played a bit there the last 2 years. Cam Franklin's back, Xavier Harris, Jamarius Brown. But this is definitely, like you just said, not the same defensive line as last year. I think they actually take a big step back on this defensive line. Chris Paul Jr. led the team in tackles, 11 tackles for loss. He went 5th round to the Rams. You do get DJ Dottery's back, number 2. Sunderine Perkins is back, their number 4. And Jaden Yates comes in from Marshall. Solid. He was first team Sun Belt last year, 114 tackles last year. You also got Andrew Jones in from Grambling, All-American in the FCS level last year. So he had 122 tackles, 20 tackles for loss. So I think their linebackers are actually extremely solid, but I think they're going to get a lot of work because I think they're going to get through the second level here. So don't like the line at all. I do like the linebackers a lot. As far as their secondary, just like their defensive line, they're all gone. So their safety is Saunders in Washington. Saunders undrafted to the Dolphins. Trey Amos is gone, 2nd round to the Commanders. Kennedy transferred to Oregon. So you got was it Gushikin? Is that how you say it? Gushikin?
I'm not sure.
Comes in from Washington State. Yeah. He started 11 games last year. Jalen Braxton's in from Arkansas, started 8 games their last 2 years. Will probably play the other corner. Sage Ryan, we just talked about. Was safety from LSU, 21 starts in his 4 years there. Wyatt Williams is in from LA Monroe. So started every game there too. And then you got, unknowns with Ricky Fletcher from South Alabama.
Hold on. I think Ricky Fletcher could be good. He was a starter in 2022 and 2023 in South Alabama as a true freshman and sophomore. He missed last year. I think they like Ricky Fletcher.
Okay, so good. Antonio Kite, Auburn, Tavoy Fagan, Clemson. Just not really sure about the secondary personally because I just think they're going to be able to run the ball a lot on this defense personally, at least until you get to the linebacker level. So, not sure about the secondary, not sure about the D-line. Do like the linebackers, but overall, I think the defense takes a step back.
Yeah, agreed. There's some good news, though. They hit the jackpot of SEC schedules. They have a very... For SEC standards, they have a very favorable schedule. You got Kentucky on the schedule. You've got a home game against Arkansas on the schedule. You play LSU at home. You obviously are going on the road to Georgia, and that one's going to hurt. They're going to be... and it's a revenge game because you beat them last year in the rain. I think Georgia's going to beat up on Ole Miss pretty bad. You go to Oklahoma, that's also going to be tough. You got South Carolina at home, who I don't think is going to be as good. You got Florida at home, winnable. You got Mississippi State. So despite LSU, in my opinion, taking a step backwards, especially on the defensive end, their schedule is pretty favorable for the SEC. So a decent schedule here for Ole Miss.
I don't know if they get another 10-win season, but
no, I think they take a step back. In fact, I'm speaking objectively. I think Ole Miss loses a lot of these games. I'm saying are easy. I think Ole Miss takes a big step back. Rushing offense was a C+ last year. They get the RB1. The offensive line is just. I'm gonna say B-.
Yeah, I'll go with B-.
Passing offense was an A+.
Yeah, I mean,
I'll go B.
Yeah, the wideouts are loaded. I'll go
the
with
wideout. Yeah, the wide receivers are good. Yeah, B. Run defense was an A+. Oh man.
I'll go with a B.
Yeah. Yeah, B. And then pass defense was an A.
I'll go with a B.
I'm going B-. Sorry, Ole Miss. You lost everybody.
Don't worry. One of these we're going to mess up on. And it's going to be like we're A+.
Yeah. Ole Miss is going to go 12-0.
Right.
All right. Next up, Gamecocks. A lot of hype. All right. South Carolina. Obviously, a lot of hype surrounding this team. And I'm not going to pretend to not know why. I get it. As far as the boxes you need to check to to generate hype surrounding your college football team? They check all the boxes. Number one, have a superstar young quarterback. Check. Number two, play your best football at the end of the season. Definitely check. They got red hot the last half of the season. You didn't want to play South Carolina. There's your two check boxes to generate hype. They got that. They've also got some playmakers. Nick Harper, 6'5", 235 receiver. That's T.O. out there. They've got playmakers as well. So they've got that. Here's the thing. Maybe Lenora Sellers is the man, and he certainly looks awesome. Maybe Nick Harper is an NFL receiver. He certainly looks great. But one thing that's kind of being left out here is the strength of South Carolina's team by far last year was the defense and also Rocket Sanders. The entire defense is in the NFL for the entire defense. So I don't like their defense was by far the best part of their team, and it's gone. So, yeah, maybe the offense is better. Maybe Sellers is the man, but I don't know how good we're expecting South Carolina to be without the best part of their team, personally. But we'll start with the offense. Scoop?
Yeah, so they do lose their OC. Loggins became the head coach of App State. So you got Mike Shula, good old reliable. Coached all over the NFL after his Alabama job. But he is in the new OC, and Lenore Sellers is back at QB. I did trash him earlier in the year. Kind of deserved, but the second half of the year, he was an absolute monster. Solid dual threat quarterback, 2,500 yards last year, 18 touchdowns, 7 picks. Also ran for 681, but he did have a ton of fumbles. Really needs to take care of the ball more. I feel like he will here. He has a full offseason, already used to a full year in SEC football. So he does have a lot of expectations this year. I think he does take a step forward. Aaron Nolan transfers in from Ohio State. Luke Doty's backing up too, so they have solid backups in case he gets hurt. But as far as the skill position, Raheem Sanders, 881 yards last year, 11 touchdowns. He went undrafted to the Chargers. Number 2 was Sellers with 674. So they're running back 2, Oscar Attaway. He's back, 295 yards, 3 touchdowns. Rasul Faison is in from Utah State. He did awesome the last 2 years, 1,800 yards, last 2, 1,100 yards last year with 8 touchdowns. Augusto's in from Colorado too. We talked about him with Colorado. Really didn't get a decent amount of time running the ball, but he was running back 1 at Colorado. I think there's 3 solid rushers here. With Matt Fuller back, he was a true freshman last year. I think he may get some more time here. I think they'll go with Faison to start from Utah State, but yeah, I think they have 4 solid running backs here, so I think they should be fine there. Joshua Simon was their leading receiver last year at tight end, 519 yards, undrafted to the Falcons. They didn't really have a breakout kind of receiver. All the receivers had under 400 yards. Like you just said, Harper's back. He looks like a monster. Mazeo Bennett's back. Jared Brown's back. Jacobs is back. So pretty much their whole wide receivers are back. They signed a lot of freshman wide receivers, 6 of them being 4-star wideouts. Law of averages, you would think one of these players breaks out. I do think they use their wide receivers more here, especially with Simon gone. So, yeah, I mean, their wideouts are good. Their running backs are good. As far as their offensive line, their center Lee is gone. Their right guard Simpkins is gone. And their left guard Bell is gone. So pretty much the interior of the line. But the line played absolutely awesome their final 6 games of the season. Boaz Stanley comes in from Troy. He started every game at center last year. Nick Sharp has 11 starts in 4 years at Wake. Rodney Newsom's in from Western Kentucky, started 11 games last year. So you still have a lot of backups. The line should still be in decent shape. Both tackles are back, which should help the passing game. So I think the weaker part would be the line, but I still think it's in pretty good shape. So I think the offense as a whole should be actually really good this year.
Yeah, and what you said, the offensive line played great in the second half of the year. What a positive sign for South Carolina fans, because the previous 2 years have been Spencer Rattler running for his life behind the worst offensive line in the SEC. So to see the offensive line come together for Sellers and play some good football in the second half is definitely a positive sign. And yeah, they bring back both tackles, lose the interior. I'm not really sure how I feel about the offensive line, but I agree with everything else you said. They've got a good RB room. They've got good wide receivers. They've got the quarterback that they think they have a superstar there. And who am I to say otherwise? He looks pretty damn talented. So yeah, I as far as the hype surrounding the offense, I can pretty much co-sign all of it. I get why you're excited if you're a Gamecock fan. why is there so much attention in offense and nobody talking about this? I mean, your whole defense is in the NFL, the entire defensive line, your linebackers, 2 of your defense. You do get back 3 of your 5 defensive backs. So I guess you could say the secondary is still all right, but your best defensive back by far was a 2nd-round pick of the Seahawks. So I just don't understand why this isn't being talked about, Scoop.
Yeah, I mean, I think the line's going to be the weak part of the team this year for sure. The interior tackles is going to be rough. They lose their top 4. Hemingway, 4th round of the Raiders. TJ Sanders, 2nd round of the Bills. Kyle Kennard went 4th round to the Chargers. So Dylan Stewart's the only returner. He's on the edge. All the transfers in, they don't have any starts. They have playing time, but no starts. Not saying they're not good, obviously, just not a lot of experience. Brownlow Dindy played in only 8 games at A&M in 3 years. Jalen Brown's in from Missouri. Troy Pikes is in from Georgia Southern. You got Devontae Miles in from Bowling Green. You got a Campbell come in. Clowney from Louisville. It's a lot of pieces. I'm just not sure how it's going to translate here. Definitely the weak part of their team is the line, but it pretty much continues into their linebackers. Demetrius Knight's gone, 2nd round of the Bengals. Bam Martin-Scott, undrafted to the Panthers. Debo Williams is gone. Those were your number 2, 3, and 4 tacklers. Combined, those 3 had 212 tackles, 22 tackles for loss, 5 sacks combined. So you're going with a completely new linebacker group. Sean Murphy's in from Florida State, played in a few games at Bama and FSU. Justin Okonkwo played in every game as a true freshman last year at Bama. He might be your best player because the other returning linebackers on this team have 13 tackles combined. So it's even weaker than their defensive line. So may have to use one of their freshmen coming in. Donovan Darden looks pretty good, but yeah, their front 7 I think is definitely just obliterated. It's just completely new, completely gone. As far as their secondary, a little better. Nick Amanwari went 2nd round to the Seahawks. Fortune went undrafted to the Giants. Judge Collier's back at corner. DQ Smith is back at safety. You got Kilgore back. Brandon Sissy, we just talked about at NC State, to play corner alongside Collier. He had 9 starts last year. Miles Norwood started 7 games at Ball State. You still have solid players pretty much in Swain, Hunter, Solomon, who were all freshmen last year. I do like their secondary. The issue is you're going to have an extremely weak front 7, so the secondary is bound to have some holes when they're playing up to try to stop the run. So yeah, I do like the secondary, but it's definitely going to take a step back just because our front 7 is pretty bad.
Yeah, I mean, to summarize how I feel about the South Carolina defense, the secondary is still good, and they still have a pair of edge rushers there in Brian Thomas Jr. and Dylan Stewart. So I think the pass rush and the secondary. So I still think they will be an elite pass defense. But if I'm playing South Carolina, I'm handing the ball off. Because they lost everybody up the middle, including their leading tackler in the leading tackler, safety, the linebackers, the defensive line, everyone up the middle. So, yeah, there are definitely some concerns there. Another reason South Carolina is generating some hype this offseason is the schedule. It's pretty favorable. Obviously, it's an SEC schedule. You still got to go to LSU, but they're coming off a bye. So one of the toughest games of the year on the road in Death Valley. Got a bye week, and before that, it's Kentucky at home. So a couple weeks to prepare for that big road LSU game. Also, well, you got a big home game against Alabama, obviously, but they feel they can win that because they almost beat them last year. Ole Miss on the road. At Texas A&M, November 15th, another one of their really tough road games. Bye week right before it. So in terms of an SEC schedule, not bad at all. That's part of another reason that South Carolina is getting some hype. But personally, losing all those NFL players on the defense, I'm just not really seeing it. If Sellers is just the best player ever, if Sellers is like Tim Tebow, like, sure. But yeah, the defense concerns me. Grades. They were an A rushing offense last year. I'll draw with no sand.
I'll stay with an A.
I'll go A-. B- passing offense. I'll go B+.
I'll go B+.
Run defense, they were an A. I'll go B-.
C+.
Wow, you really dropped them. Pass defense, A+ last year. I'll go A-.
B+.
Wow, you really gutted that defense.
Their defense sucks.
Next up is the Vols. All right, Tennessee. Obviously, the lead story would be Nico leaving for UCLA. They bring in Joey Aguilar, who, I mean, in 2023, he was awesome. I think he was a Sun Belt Player of the Year
in 2023. A little bit of a disappointing 2024 for Aguilar. I believe App State was favorites to win the Sun Belt, and they fell short of that, including getting beat like 42-7 on primetime against South Alabama. I think that was them. But yeah, Aguilar, excellent 2023. A little bit of a disappointing 2024. Obviously, there's a drop-off in talent there. But, I mean, could it work? Of course it could. Aguilar's an experienced quarterback, and he's going to a program like Tennessee. So, yeah, I'm not necessarily super worried about the quarterback situation. I am worried about a few other spots here for Tennessee. Scoop, take us through the offense.
Yeah, we talked about it. You just said Nico left. He didn't throw for 300 yards against an FBS team. Still played pretty well. Like I said when we talked about UCLA, I think he underperformed from expectations, but so did Aguilar. I mean, that App State team last year, man, yeah, that was a really bad team. But I mean, he comes in from App State, threw for 3,000 yards last year, 23 touchdowns, but he also threw 14 picks. So, and he threw 10 the year before too. So, it's got to improve that. So, yeah. Jake Merklinger also could get the start here eventually, but I thought it was going to be an open competition, but they actually named Aguilar to be the starting quarterback now. So I think Aguilar has a better arm anyway. Dylan Sampson was running back one last year, led the SEC in yards, touchdowns. He went 4th round to the Browns. Deshaun Bishop was their number 2, and Evan Payton-Lewis was their number 3. Tennessee ran the ball a lot because even their number 2 and 3 got 455 and 339. So they also get Star Thomas in from Kansas. Their running back won 871, 8 touchdowns last year. It's still a solid running back room, but I mean, Sampson did set the school record for rushing yards last year. So obviously you don't see that kind of production by one person, but I think they should still be pretty solid for the running back room. So losing Sampson hurts, but it's not going to be as bad as you think. I think the receivers, though, may be a little rough. Dante Thornton, 4th round to the Raiders. Brew McCoy graduated, then retired, actually. Didn't even do anything after. Their wide receiver 3, Squirrel, we talked about, went to Florida State. So their 4th receiver, Chris Brazzell, he had 29 catches, 333 last year, so he has the most returning production. Kitzelman's back as their tight end 1. And then Mike Matthews is back, had 90 yards as a true freshman. Altogether, 8 wideouts transferred out. Travis Smith Jr., Rodarius Jackson are 2 4-star freshmen. Would not be surprised if they had some work. Braylon Staley in 2. With Aguilar at quarterback, these wideouts will definitely get more receptions and yards anyway, I think, because I think he's more of a thrower, obviously, than Nico is. So I don't think the production is going to be down that much. Same thing with the running backs. I don't think, you lose Sampson, you lose receivers, but I don't see the production going down as much as you think they will for Tennessee. The concerning part is their line.
Yeah,
their center, Cooper Mays, their right guard Spraggins, left tackle Campbell, left guard Carrick, they're all gone off the starting line. So you got Wendell Moe in from Arizona. Sam Pendleton obviously is a huge player. He's in from Notre Dame. They do have a 5-star tackle in, the 3rd best freshman tackle in David Sanders.
He's going to start too, David Sanders.
Right. So I think you have a decent line, but there's no seniors on this team now. It's a young line with not a lot of playing time. So, and actually only 4 players on this team even played over 100 snaps last year. So, yeah, it's definitely an inexperienced line. They have a couple good pieces, but if there's one concerning part, I would say that's the part of the offense you would question.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I'm not. You would think, looking at the production lost, especially Dylan Sampson, who was the heart and soul, even though Nico was like the star that everyone talked about, Sampson was the beating heart of the offense, and him going to the NFL definitely hurts. But like you said, I honestly think they're going to be fine. I mean, he showed us. This is his 5th year with the program. He's shown us he knows how to coach an offense. So do I think it's going to be an explosive offense that we saw with Hendon Hooker? And no. But I wouldn't be surprised if Tennessee's offense is just fine. I'm sure they're going to be able to run the ball, even though they lost so much production in that department. Defense looking pretty good. A lot of pieces back here, Scoop.
Yeah, I mean, James Pierce was their best defensive player on the edge. He went 1st round to Atlanta. Mari Thomas, their defensive tackle's gone too. But the defensive line actually has a ton of talent, more than our offensive line. Norman Lott was drafted 2nd round to the Chiefs, but Bailey's back on the other side. Bryson Easton's back at tackle. Jackson Moy back at tackle. Should have Amari Thomas's spot. Joshua Joseph started 5 games on the edge last year. Will come in for Pierce. I don't think he's going to have the same impact as Pierce because James Pierce was a beast. But, yeah, I think the team's still pretty stacked. Tyre West can start. Josh Shell's in from Grand Valley State. Jordan Ross looks awesome. Was a true freshman last year. They have 5 4-star defensive linemen in. This team has 17 linemen that actually took snaps last year. So Pierce leaving does hurt, but I don't think it's going to hurt that much. I think their line is fine. They have a lot of players that could fill the role. So as far as your linebackers, Arian Carter's back, number 1 tackler. Jeremiah Tellender's back, number 4. Boot Carter, the nickelback's still there. So all 3 starters are still back here for the linebackers. The backups are all young, sophomores or freshmen, but it's a great group here, especially that your starting 3 are all back. So I like the front 7 here again. I think they're going to have kind of the same impact they did last year. So yeah, I really like their front 7. Secondary, not really sure. Will Brooks, their strong safety's gone, but the other 3 starters are here. Tarentine's back. Ricky Gibson and Jamad McCoy back at corners. Just got to hope Jamad McCoy's back for the opener because he's been battling injuries.
I'm reading he will miss multiple weeks.
Okay, so that sucks. I mean, Colton Hood is their only transfer coming in from Colorado. He had a start last year, had 6 pass breakups, 2 interceptions. They still have some good backups, but they're not really highly rated. I mean, obviously it's not in the same tier as like a Bama secondary or a Georgia secondary. So, yeah, this is the group I'm not sure about, especially with McCoy missing some time, and you got okay backups. So if there's anything on the defense that I would be concerned about, is the secondary.
Honestly, this Tennessee defense was so good last year, and yes, they lose some key pieces, some NFL players, but there's enough returning production where I think it's going to be good again. I think Tennessee will be fine. It maybe a small step backwards from last year's team, but they're all right. The schedule's also favorable as well. Not quite as easy as last year, but I mean, if you remember, Tennessee was pretty heavily criticized for the beginning of the season. Nico had like 20 touchdowns, no pick, like 4 games in, he hadn't played anybody. A lot of criticism for that. Not really the same. I mean, they start off with Syracuse, East Tennessee State, but then you got Georgia right there early in the year. Do have some easier SEC games on the schedule. You got Mississippi State, got Arkansas, Kentucky. You get Oklahoma at home. There's just obviously there's the Georgia game. You go on the road to Tuscaloosa, which is obviously always a chore.
Yeah, always the 3rd Saturday in October.
Is it always the 3rd Saturday? I didn't know that. And then on the road in the swamp against the Gators. I remember talking about this a couple of years ago. I don't think Tennessee's won a game in Gainesville in like 20 years or something crazy. I might have just exaggerated. So if you're a Tennessee fan and I exaggerated, my bad. But I'm pretty sure it's been a while since they won a game in Gainesville. I remember talking about that.
I actually have it right here. 2003 was the last time.
So 22. Yeah. See, I nailed it. They haven't won a game in Gainesville in a long time. So not an easy. So there's just 3 monsters on the schedule. Other than that, pretty solid schedule here. If you're a Tennessee fan, should be opportunity to win a lot of games once again. Last year, they were an A+ rushing offense. Without Sampson, without the offensive line, I'll go B+.
I'll just go A-. I'll go B+ too, actually.
They were a C passing offense last year. Aguilar, more experienced. I mean, Nico was a freshman. I'll go B.
I'll go B.
Run defense was an A. I'll go A-.
I'll stay at an A.
Pass defense was an A. I'll go A-.
I'll go A-.
All right. Next on the list, Texas Longhorns. Back-to-back semifinals, is it? In the college football playoff. Things are looking up. If you're a Texas fan, bring back a decent amount of production, but obviously hopes are high. Are they preseason ranked number 1? I don't even look. It's crazy how when you first get into college football, you like all about the top 20. They are number 1. When you first get into college football, you're all about the top 25 rankings, and then when you really get into it, you never look at them. So yeah, Texas preseason number 1. Let's start with the offense.
Yeah, offense, they don't really have anyone back, but the defense is they all come back. But obviously, the biggest news is Arch Manning getting the nod here to start. He's been hyped up more than any other quarterback in college football. I don't think Quinn Ewers played bad at all last year. 31 touchdowns. He did lead the SEC in touchdowns. A little too sloppy with the ball with 12 picks, but Ewers went seventh round to the Dolphins. Arch played in that UTSA game, the ULM game, and that Mississippi State game. Out of all of them, ULM actually didn't play great, but the other 2 he did. It really is a ton of pressure, though. He's projected to basically be a god for Texas. I personally don't think Texas wins a championship. I know I'll be crucified for that. This is a one and done situation for Arch, probably, right? If he plays well, he'll is going to be drafted next year.
I don't even want to speculate.
Yeah, so Matthew Caldwell comes in from Troy to back up, but, obviously this is Arch Manning's team. So Troy Wisner, running back 1, he's back this year. He had 1,064 last year, 5 touchdowns. You also get CJ Baxter's back from injury. He started in 6 last year. Jaden Blue had 734, 8 touchdowns. Also had 42 catches with 6 touchdowns. He went to the Cowboys. And then you have Jared Gibson's back too, 377 last year. So they still have 3 awesome running backs that'll get the job done. They shouldn't lose a beat there. All 3 are definitely capable of starting on like any team in the country.
Yep.
So Matthew Golden, first round to the Packers. Gunnar Helm, their tight end, and second leading receiver went to the Titans. Isaiah Bond, wide receiver 2, he went in the draft, didn't get drafted because of those sexual assault charges, but I think that got cleared. I think he signed with
He's
the
good.
Browns,
I'm pretty
right?
sure everything's dropped now.
I think he might have signed with the Browns. Ryan Wingo's their top returner, 472 yards. DeAndre Moore's back too. He looks awesome. 39 catches, 456. You got Emmett Mosley in from Stanford, 525 yards last year as a true freshman. After those 3, there's no one on this team that really played, but the talent's obviously there. The freshman wideouts here, Khalid Lockett, he's a number 2 rated 5-star freshman. Jamie French, the number 9 rated freshman wide receiver. They got 2 other 4-star wide receiver recruits. Parker Livingston and Ryan Niblett are back at sophomores. So, yeah, it's a little inexperienced, but the talent's obviously one of the best in the country.
Yeah.
So I don't think, they don't lose a beat there. So the line, the left tackle, Kelvin Banks, he went first round to the Saints. Their guard, Connor, went 6th round to the Arizona Cardinals. Cam Williams went 6th round to the Eagles, and Jake Major, their center, is gone. So only 1 starter back in DJ Campbell. No transfers in, actually, on this offensive line.
They're good, though. They're good.
Oh, yeah. So I was going to say, you're going to rely on their recruiting here. Nick Brooks is the only 4-star freshman to recruit this year. Pretty much all the backups are just moving up. So Trevor Gooseby, Cole Hudson played a lot last year. Brandon Baker played 65 snaps as a true freshman.
Wait, hold on. Well, Cole Hudson was a starter in 2022. So this
right,
is this
and
guy
they played a lot last year.
And then Baker, at right tackle, is the number 1. He's a 5-star, number 1 offensive tackle in the class.
Yeah.
So they're loaded. It just doesn't look good on paper because like usually you look for the flashy transfers, but they have the number 1 offensive tackle recruit in the country starting as a freshman, but starting at right tackle. DJ Campbell's back. Yeah, they're fine.
Yeah, it's kind of like the receivers. Obviously, you don't see any much on paper, but it's obviously they're probably going to be good. There's only 45 career starts on this line, but they have a lot of talent, just not a lot of playing time. So maybe you'd be worried about maybe in the beginning of the season, just to gel. That first game is going to be, obviously we'll talk about it, but it's rough. But I think the offense is going to be fine.
Yeah, agreed. We flip it over to the defense. This was the number 1 rated defense in the country last year. 1st in yards per play, 7th in yards per carry allowed, 1st in yards per pass attempt allowed. This defense was official. They definitely take some losses, but there's also a ton of production back. Anthony Hill leading it up in the middle. Scoop, what's going on the defense?
Yeah, Anthony Hill was a beast. 17 tackles for loss, 8 sacks, first team SEC. Their top 5 defensive tackles are gone this year. Sorrell went 4th round to the Packers. Collins, 2nd round to the 49ers. Boughton, 3rd round to the Saints. You got Cole Brevard coming in for Purdue. Trey Moore's back here. Murad Watson's here from Syracuse. You got Travis Shaw. He comes in from North Carolina. And Canu from Ohio State. Levon Johnson from Maryland. So they lose their 5 defensive linemen, but they get in 5. So Ethan Burke and Colin Simmons are back on the edges. Colin Simmons had 9 sacks last year as a true freshman. He was a monster. And you got Justice Terry, he's a 5-star freshman defensive lineman. They already said he's going to start some games. So they're obviously really high on him. So I think the line's going to be fine, even though they lose their top 5 defensive tackles. Not only Anthony Hill, Leona Lafau is back, number 5 tackler. You got Brad Spence coming in from Arkansas. He had 5 sacks last year. Anthony Smith back as a true freshman from last year, played in every game. He's going to step up into a bigger role. You got Elijah Barnes, a freshman signed. So I think the linebackers, the defensive line are still going to be great. As far as the secondary, Barron, 1st round to the Broncos. Makuba, 2nd round to the Eagles. Both were really solid, but they do return Tafi at safety and Muhammad at cornerback. Jelani McDonald back. He had 4 starts last year. Gillibaugh back too. Kobe Black is back. He's a 5-star recruit, true freshman last year. Phil Sami's back too. Jonah Williams is the number 1 freshman safety in this class. So I think he's going to get a lot of time. You got Cade Phillips, a 5-star corner in, fourth-rated freshman cornerback. So I really don't see a huge hit here. They really only lose 2 of their starters. I think they're going to be absolutely fine. I really think this Texas defense is going to, what were they, number 1 last year or number 2? Yeah, they're going to probably be in the top 3 again. I don't see really much of a drop off.
Agreed. They took some hits in the defensive line, but linebackers and secondary, you're going to struggle to find a better linebacking core secondary than this. So, yeah, they're loaded. The preseason number 1, I think it's earned. I will say, though, the SEC schedule, their schedule is definitely tougher than last year. It's not the worst SEC schedule in the world. In fact, it really isn't that bad, but it's definitely more difficult than last year. If you remember, they kind of had, in terms of an SEC schedule, they kind of got a little bit lucky last year with it. They didn't get quite as lucky this year, but you still do have Kentucky, Mississippi State, Vanderbilt, Arkansas on the schedule. So you do still have a solid, winnable SEC games. Obviously, you got the big opener up in Columbus, which is just wild. Like, what a freaking game. Arch Manning in Columbus. It's so crazy. That's going to be
big noon kickoff there.
Yeah, that's going to be awesome. Got to go to the Swamp. You got to go to Athens. You got a road game against Georgia. So
and obviously the Red River rivalry is always something.
Yeah, every year.
That's always a game.
Yeah, like Venables might beat them. Just Oklahoma could suck, and that'll still be.
Well, last year was a disgrace, like a disgrace for Oklahoma. But every other game's usually pretty close, except the one actually right before that. I think they lost one. What was that?
No,
game?
I think
49-0. That
I'm
one
pretty
game?
sure Texas has blown them out 2 of the last 3 now.
Right, but then before then, Oklahoma's winning every game. So
yeah.
You know, I think it's going to be a way closer game, obviously, this year than it was.
I love that Oklahoma defensive line. All right. Let's talk grades. Last year, they were a B rushing offense. They bring back the backs. Offensive line, maybe a small step down, but I think it'll be fine. Arch Manning can run. So I'm going to go A- because Arch Manning I'm going to go A. I think their passing offense takes a hit.
I'll go A-.
Passing offense was an A. I'll go B+.
I will stay at an A, I believe, in Arch.
Rush defense was an A+. With all those linebackers, I'll drop them to an A.
I'll go with an A.
And then pass defense A+. I might just leave it there, honestly.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay.
Colin Wilson, the freaking edge rusher. What's his name?
And Kobe Black looks, awesome as a freshman
Colin
last year.
Simmons.
He's gonna be good last year. Jonah Williams is gonna start. Yeah, I mean it's a stacked secondary.
Yeah. So, all right. Next up, Aggies, Texas A&M. Year 2 for Elko. Year 1 was fine. You got to keep in mind there was quarterback switching around back and forth. It was his first year with the program. I know the expectations at Texas A&M are wild. Like, he's got to win. They have more money than anybody, so they brought Elko in there to win. But it was only year 1, and with this quarterback situation, I think you have every reason to be excited if you're Texas A&M, and they're loaded. But here's the thing: stop me if you've heard this before. Texas A&M has a loaded roster entering the season. I feel like I say that almost every year, but this year it's really, really, really impressive. Really comes down to your opinion of Marcel Reed. And if you were watching the channel last year, you've heard me say this before. What concerns me about Marcel Reed, and keep in mind, he was a freshman last year, so. We have to, when we're talking about Marcel Reed and what we saw last year, we have to keep in mind he was a redshirt freshman. But what really concerns me with Marcel Reed is his 2 big explosive performances last year came when the defense did not prepare for him. His 2 big games were Florida in the Swamp. And if you remember, we didn't find out Marcel Reed was the starter. We thought it was going to be Wegman. We didn't find out Marcel Reed was the starter was right before the game. So Florida, who had no film on Marcel Reed, they thought they were playing that Florida prepared for Joe Flacco, and then they showed up and Michael Vick was starting. Like, yeah, they were caught a little bit off guard. Marcel Reed's fast as hell. Wegman isn't. So
that was that Auburn game too.
Yeah, the LSU game, he came in at halftime.
Yeah.
Was the other one I was talking about. So the LSU game, Wegman started the game, and LSU was winning handedly. They made the switch to Marcel Reed, and then Marcel Reed came all the way back. Why? LSU prepared for I don't like how, if you look at Marcel Reed's performance last year, his big explosive moments where he looked unstoppable were against defenses that didn't prepare for him. Now teams have an entire offseason to prepare for him. I'm not exactly thrilled with that. That being said, I mean, I love this offensive roster. If you're sold on Marcel Reed, I'm not sure if I am, but if you're sold on Marcel Reed, he's got the best supporting kit. This offense is great. Concepcion's the perfect fit here. But go ahead, Scoop.
Yeah, I completely agree. Marcel Reed, I mean, they fell apart down the stretch last year. They went 1-4 after a good start, but yeah, Reed had its ups and downs, like you just said. Just needs to cut down on his bad throws with the interceptions. I mean, with this being his team and training in spring, and now he can only improve, especially like you just said. His supporting cast around him is insane. So, also, just in case he's hurt, Jacob Zeno transfers in from UAB, 17 starts for the Fighting Trent Dilfers, and Milo Neal's here as a backup too. But the running backs, I think they're one of the best running back rooms in the SEC. Le'Veon Moss led his way with 765, and he missed the last 4 games because of injury. Amari Daniels had 661. Reed himself had 543, and then you got EJ Smith, which is Emmett's son. He had 207. So Daniels, Moth, and Smith, all 3 are back.
Ruben Owens, the 5-star.
I was just going to say Ruben Owens is going to get more time too. May even pass Daniels and Smith, I think. He was a 5-star recruit 2 years ago, had 66 last year. So, yeah, this is definitely one of the best running back rooms in the SEC. There's no doubt about that. As far as your wideouts, Noah Thomas, their wide receiver 1 from last year, he transferred to Georgia. Jaree Barber, their number 2, graduates, and Jade Walker, their number 3, is gone too. Trey Watson, their number 4, and tight end 1 is also out. And then Cyrus Allen, actually, their number 5 is out. So the most returning production they have is Terry Bussey, 17 for 216. But I think this whole group underachieved last year anyway. So I put in my notes, speaking of underachieving, Concepcion comes in from NC State. Kind of a shot then to him. But
can I talk about Concepcion for a second? Dude,
go ahead.
So if you don't know who this guy is, he was like a breakout freshman at NC State in 2023. Was looking like the man. He was a freshman All-American, one of the best freshman wide receivers in the country. Very disappointing 2024. In fact, it was kind of weird. They weren't really giving him the ball. I don't know what exactly happened behind the scenes. He didn't really get many touches. He was the best freshman in the country in 2023. Didn't really get many touches in 2024. The reason he's such a perfect fit here, think about this offense. Loaded offensive line, which Scoop is about to get to. Marcel Reed, who is more of an athletic quarterback. Concepcion is not a traditional wide receiver. He can carry the ball, end around. He's the type of guy you get the ball to in space. He's kind of like, not Debo Samuel. He's like 25 pounds lighter than Debo. I would say like Percy Harvin type. Like he does it all. He's like a lethal weapon. So
minus the headaches and concussions.
Yeah, minus the concussions. No, but he's like a Percy Harvin type. He could do anything, and he's perfect with that offensive line, those RBs, and you just have Concepcion going sideline to sideline. He's a perfect fit, if you ask me.
Yeah, I mean, not going to trash him. I mean, NC State wasn't that great anyway. You got him. You got Mario Cravers in from Mississippi State at 368 as a true freshman last year. Jonah Wilson comes in from Houston. Jerome Miles may draw a few starts. He's a 5-star freshman, 3rd rated in the country. So I think they're definitely going to improve. I don't see them taking a step back at all. So I definitely see them improving here. And this line is definitely going to improve. The only person they lost was TJ Shanahan, who started 5 games last year. Rest of the line still here. 156 career starts with the top 8 here. This was already a team who had the number 2 rushing offense in the SEC last year. Mark Naboo comes back from injury too after playing only 1 game. So it's definitely one of the top lines in the SEC. It should give Reed a lot of time back there. The running game's obviously still going to be there. So like Kyle said, I mean, there's really no excuses here. This is one of the best. This should be one of the best offenses in the SEC.
Yeah, I was listening to the College Experience with Colby and Mac, and they were like, they brought it up. Is Mike Elko on the hot seat if they don't do something this year? And I laughed, like, really, after 2 years? And then I looked at the roster, and I was like, dude, if he doesn't do something with this roster, he might be on the hot seat, dead ass. I completely get what they were saying. All right, on the defensive side, not quite as loaded as the offense in terms of returning production, but there's a lot. Defensive line took some hits. What's going on in the defense? Yeah,
the defensive end, Scouton, went to Panthers in the 2nd round. He was a monster, obviously. Shamar Stewart went 1st round to the Bengals, and Shamar Turner went 2nd round to the Bears. You do get TJ Searcy coming in from Florida, had 60 tackles the last 2 years, and Tyler Onyenim from Iowa State. Deion Haynes had 16 tackles last year at Colorado. They still have a pretty good line. I know they lose 3 NFL linemen, and all 3 were drafted high. So I think you might take a little bit of a step back there. With Regis coming back, DJ Hicks is pretty good. Cassius Howell, I think Solomon Williams if he gets playing time, can improve. He belongs there. It's just gonna, like I said, take a step back. As far as your linebackers, Torian York is back. He was their leading tackler. They lose their nickel and Jaden Hill, but they get Tyreek Chappell back from injury after he was hurt the first 2 games. So he'll just take that spot back pretty much. He was going to be the starter all season. Scooby Williams is back, 4th in tackles. Damian Sanford's back, number 10 in tackles. So linebackers are definitely solid, and their secondary is loaded. Good thing they returned their whole secondary. Ricks and Lee back at the corners.
Lee's one of the best corners in the country.
Yeah, and Anderson and Brooks are back at the safety. Like I said, Chappell's back at the nickel. Julian Humphrey's in from Georgia. Jordan Shaw's in from Washington. Yeah, I really love the secondary. This is a top 10 pass defense for sure, I think, by the end of the year, even though you have a softer defensive line. Like I said, the only thing you would be concerned about is the D-line because you lose 3 NFL linemen, but overall, I think this defense is pretty solid.
Absolutely. And this is Mike Elko, so I'm sure the defense will be fine. Rushing offense. Schedule. All right. So I know people, this at first glance, this looks like a crazy schedule. I don't really hate it. The first thing that jumps out at you is those 3 road games in a row, right? At Arkansas, at LSU, at Missouri, which sucks. But there's a bye in between LSU and Missouri, which is huge. At Arkansas, Texas A&M should handle themselves there. So the only one of those 3 that really is like at LSU directly after at Arkansas, that's tough. That's going to be tough for sure. But other than that, I think they're going to get Notre Dame. I think they're going to get the revenge. They should have won last year. Connor Wegman, who I like, by the way, he did everything in his power to lose that football game against Notre Dame. I was so angry at that. But yeah, I think they're going to get Notre Dame. And then you got Auburn at home. You're pretty much going to cruise up with some home games, tough home games, but home games until at LSU concerns me. I also think they're going to get Texas at the end of the year too. The only game that really concerns me is at LSU straight after Arkansas. So I like the schedule.
Yeah, that Notre Dame game last year, I remember it was a week 1 game, right? It was the first game. Yeah, I was like, he threw for like 100 yards, 2 picks. I'm like, well, this guy sucks.
And Notre Dame didn't do shit.
No, he only got 20 points?
Dude,
or
Notre Dame was practically like, please.
And they didn't do anything in the first half. It was tied at the first half.
Bro.
I remember it was like
Notre Dame was basically like, please A&M win this game. Like, we're not doing anything.
And he just couldn't do anything. So
last year A&M was an A- rushing offense. I'm giving them A+.
Yeah, A+.
Passing offense C+. I don't know about Reed as a passer, but I love the weapon. I'll go B+.
I will go B+ also.
Run defense was an A-. I'm going to keep them an A. No, I'll go A.
I'll go A-.
And then pass defense B+. I'm going A.
I'll go A.
The only reason it's not A+ is they lose the edge rushers.
Oh, yeah, because it's going to open up the passing. So.
Yep. All right, next on the list. Paviaville, Vanderbilt football, obviously wild season, beating Alabama. That was awesome. I don't think there was anybody besides Alabama fans that didn't enjoy that. Like they ran the goalpost out in the parking lot and chill. It was crazy. Such a fun year for Vanderbilt. So we're into year 2 now. So this is year 5 for Clark Lee, but this is year 2 of the Jerry Kill experience, the Jerry Kill and Tim Beck experience, we should call it. Actually, the Jerry Kill, Tim Beck, Diego Pavi experience, we should call it. So this is year 2 of this new look Vanderbilt team. Clark Lee's been there. This is his 5th year. It's crazy because like part of me wants to be like, okay, that was a lot of those games they probably shouldn't have won, but there's a couple of their losses that they should have won. So like, I don't know if it's a flash in the pan or not. They certainly bring back production. Offensive line, you would think at first glance, is a concern. The pieces they brought in through the transfer portal are actually better than the pieces they lost, and everyone else is back. So, Scoop, what's going on in the offense?
Yeah, Diego Pavia is back. That's pretty much all you need to know for Vanderbilt. It's over. Yeah, he was a monster last year. 2,200 yards, 20 touchdowns, 4 interceptions only. Also had 800 yards on the ground, 8 touchdowns. The guy was really awesome last year. He got hurt a little bit towards the end of the year, and the team was 6-3 before those South Carolina, LSU, Tennessee losses. But he was granted an extra year of eligibility here. They have potentially 6 backup quarterbacks. Yeah, year 7. They have 6 backup quarterbacks on this team, all with no playing time. So I have no idea who would take over if he gets hurt, to be honest. Yeah, and Pavia led the team in rushing last year. Cedric Alexander was RB1, was 164 for 586. He only had a 3.6 yards per carry, and AJ Newberry had 185. So your top 2 rushers are back. Young comes in from New Mexico State too. Didn't play last year. I think they have to use the running game a little more, or get these running backs in space, because they really didn't do anything last year. Eli Stowers is back at tight end 1. He was their leading receiver with 638, 5 touchdowns.
First team SEC.
Junior Sherrill's back and led the wide receivers with 411. Quincy Skinner, he's gone. Fwanji's gone. So Trey Richardson comes in from Washburn, 983 yards last year. Trent Hudson's in from Mississippi State. Chance Fitzgerald from Virginia Tech. So
Trent Hudson's dealing with an injury.
Okay, so the wide receivers, I think, also have to be better this year with Stowers and Sherrill back. You get some decent transfers. You would think it would be better. So we'll see, because of the offensive line, though. Like you just said, you do lose 4 offensive linemen. Their right guard, left guard, center, and left tackle. Everyone graduated. Actually, Hansen goes to Florida State. But they added 7 transfers. 4 of them were full-time starters, like you just said. Jordan White comes in from Liberty, first-team Conference USA the last 2 years. Bryce Henderson was at South Dakota, 14 starts, second-team Missouri Valley Conference. Isaiah Glass had 8 starts at Oklahoma State last year. Sterling Porcher had 11 starts at Texas Tech. And then you got Cade McConnell, played in all 12 last year here. He's going to move up to play right guard probably. And you have 3 other starters who had playing time. So they do lose 4, but they gain 4 starters. And like Kyle said, they're better.
Yes.
So as long as the offensive line holds up, you should see a similar production all around on the offense. I wouldn't be surprised if the runnings and passing gets better too. So yeah, Vandy's offense is pretty good this year.
Yeah, I truly think that the transfer pieces on the offensive line they brought in were better than the pieces they had last year. It's tough for the left and right here, because they don't actually do left guard, they do like strong side guard. So like I think their offensive linemen switch sides based on the play call, if I'm not mistaken. It's a very unique offense. But yeah, I think the offensive line is better despite losing all the pieces. So if you're a Vandy fan, offense is in good shape. You got what you wanted. You got what should be an improved offensive line, and most of your weapons back, even added a couple. So you got to like what you see here for Vandy. And on the defense, the entire front 7 is back with the exception of 1 defensive tackle.
Yeah, Demarion Thomas transferred to Oklahoma State, but the other 3 are back. Caper, Sidner are back on the edges. Quatera's back at defensive line. Seabrooks played 13 games as a true freshman last year, and they only have 6 defensive line transfers in. So I think, yeah, like you just said, they're solid. And for the linebackers, they bring their number 1, 2, 3, and 5 tacklers back on this team. The whole linebacker core is back. Bryce Cowan's going to play the star this year. Yeah, their front 7 is really the same front 7 as last year with a couple extra pieces.
With added pieces.
Yeah. So no problems there. The secondary, Wright and CJ Taylor are gone off the secondary. Heights back at corner. Lackey started 5 games at the other corner spot. And then Colby Taylor had another 6 starts at corner. Fontenette's back at safety. CJ Hurd comes in from FAU. 7 starts as a true freshman last year. 82 tackles. The problem is with Vandy, I don't think their secondary is great. Obviously, their front 7's a lot better than their secondary. Vandy hasn't had a good secondary in 6 years now. So hopefully it improves here. I don't really see it. Carson Lawrence is a 4-star freshman safety. It's always nice when Vandy gets some high recruits. I wouldn't be surprised if he started. But, yeah, front 7 stacked. Secondary, I mean, Vandy hasn't shown it since Clark Lee's been here. So hopefully it gets better this year, but yeah, their front 7 stacked.
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel as well. Everyone's back. And CJ Hurd, the guy coming from FAU, he led FAU in tackles and was 13 all-conference as a true freshman. He actually, I think, played more snaps than any other true freshman in the entire country. Pretty sure I read that. So that's a great transfer there at safety. But yeah, I agree with you. Everyone's back, but Vanderbilt was kind of so far behind the competition in the SEC that I still think they have one of the worst defenses in the conference, if not the worst. Because even Mississippi State's defense got better. So I still don't think this is a good defense. They're probably going to be better than last year just because everyone's back. But I'm not going to go as far as say Vandy's defense is going to be tough. I don't think that. I think the offense will be challenging to stop. Schedule really not that bad for Vandy. My bad. Were you about to say something?
Well, no, I was going to say the first 5 aren't that bad. The last 7 is kind of rough.
I mean, at South Carolina, I think South Carolina is overrated. But dude, there's no way Virginia Tech is going to take back.
No, I don't think so.
Remember, you got Virginia Tech, a pissed off Virginia Tech. Vanderbilt beat them in the opener last year. South Carolina is fired up. That's the first SEC game. That place is going to be going crazy.
Georgia State, they'll handle. Georgia State beat them last year.
Utah State with Bronco.
The second half of the schedule is like, dude, I'm sure they'll steal a game or two out of that second half, but it gets rough. So Vanderbilt better be like 5-1 because it's gonna get ugly in the second half.
Just for Vanderbilt fans, funny stat I saw: Vanderbilt has been ranked 7 weeks in the last 67 years.
Wow.
Yeah, that's rough. I mean, that's unfortunate, but yeah. I love Andy. I hope they do well this year.
Last year, rushing offense was a B+. I think it's going to be. I'll go A-.
Yeah, I would go A-.
Passing offense was a B-. I'll go B.
Yeah, B's fair.
Run defense was a B-. I mean, I guess you have to improve with everyone back, but I also think they overperformed a bit. I'll go B.
Yeah, B's fine.
And then pass defense C-. I'll go C+.
I would stay C-.
Wow. Okay. We are officially into the Mountain West, and we're starting with the Falcons. And an unusual season for Air Force. Under Calhoun, Air Force is not used to struggling, and they were definitely struggling. In fact, statistically, it was one of their worst seasons in a while. They were 107th in OFEI on that side of the ball. They were 96th in DFEI. As you can see, in comparison to previous years, that is not what we've come to expect from Air Force. That being said, we kind of expected it. I mean, Air Force was 134th in returning production. That's dead last. I think they had 2 starters back on the entire team in 2024. So they were kind of doomed from the start. They were kind of set up to fail there. All that being said, there's some positive takeaways from last season for Air Force. Number one being, man, they seem to be figuring their shit out towards the end of the season. In the first 8 games, they were averaging 13.8 points per game, 4.31 yards per play. In their last 4, 29.3 points per game, 5.38 yards per play. So that's what you want to see with new starters in there. Seems like they were figuring things out on the tail end of the season. As far as personnel, they got a ton of people back. Scoop, do you want to talk about the returning production here for Air Force?
Yeah, especially because the deal with the service schools, they don't get any transfers in, just the players who transfer out. I mean, these kids are all homegrown. I agree. Like, actually, when I was looking at Air Force, I was like, oh, this team sucked last year. And then I'm like, oh, they did better than I thought they did, towards the end of the season. So, yeah, I mean, listen, Bushy got hurt. Quentin Hayes started the last 5. Both are gone for quarterback. So, yeah, I mean, the problem is not everything around the quarterback. Everything around the quarterback's fine. I mean, it's just probably Josh Johnson starting, and that was last year. It was 6 or 14. No one's thrown the ball for more than 14 times. Obviously, this isn't a passing team in the first place. They were using a bunch of different players at quarterback. They were using a fullback as quarterback in the spring. So, but the issue was last year was not even the passing game. It was the rushing game, too. They didn't really have a great rushing team. Hayes was number 2 in rushing, but he averaged less than 4 yards per carry, too. So, it's going to be better. It has to be. I mean, Troy Calhoun's been here. Troy Calhoun's been here 19 years. I mean, OC's been here, another 12, 13, something like that? Or 16 years. So, yeah, I mean, they're going to have no problem. Dylan Carson's still number 1. Most of the rushing teams are already back. I mean, Owen Allen's number 2 and Cade Few was number 3. They're all back. This team runs a triple option, so there's always a mixture of these running backs in the game, whether, fullbacks running the ball, tailback, even tight ends get an end around. So, and then plus your wide receivers. I mean, I know they don't throw the ball a lot, but Cade Harris, Quinn Smith is back. They're number 1 and 2. I know Rosnos is gone as the number 3, but you still have Latham and Roberson. So I think they're on par with this last year. And then, I mean, the thing that's going to make it work is their line. I mean, you have two linemen out, but if you don't remember, I mean, to start the year, they had 0 starts on this offensive line. So now with 3 starters coming back, it's going to be like a world of difference. So.
Yeah, and the anchor there on the offensive line is going to be Cooley at center, who was Mount West honorable mention last season. I think the team is going to be good. Keep in mind, I mean, this is an Air Force program under Calhoun that's known to just wake up and give us 9-10 wins. So I think Air Force is going to be dramatically improved, and I don't think that's a hot take or anything. Here's the problem. The schedule's a lot tougher. But real quick, we'll talk about the defense. A defense isn't quite as impressive as the offense in terms of returning production, but they do bring back a lot. Houston Hendricks is back. Blake Fletcher's back. A couple of their tacklers. Luke Fisher's back. He was 10th on the team in tackles. Despite missing 6 games, was still top 10 of the team in tackles. A couple pieces in the secondary back. Levi Brown, Kyle Chen. Up front, there's their defensive front's probably the strength of their defense with Aiden Schwartz, Zadroik. I hope I'm saying that correctly. That's a defensive tackle. Jack Curtis, Daniel Grobe. There's a lot of pieces up front returning here for Air Force. The Air Force defense, not as much production as the offense, but they should be in good shape. The question about Air Force, like I said, I mean, this team they dodged Boise last year. They dodged UNLV last year. They play both of those teams this year. They go on the road to UNLV. Right before that, they're on the road in Annapolis to play Navy, a team that me and Scoop are both big on, a team that a lot of people are big on. I think most people are in agreement with me and Scoop when we say that Navy is probably going to be the best service academy, including Air Force. So it's despite the team being significantly better than last year, the schedule's significantly more tough, which throws a wrench into things for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Especially, I mean, we're going to talk about the rest, but I mean, even the game before that against Hawaii, I think. Right? I mean, I really like Hawaii this year,
too.
But so yeah, I mean, like you said, it's definitely a better team. It's definitely a better Air Force team, especially and. If you thought about last year too, the defensive line had 0 starts too. So with the defensive line all coming back, I think that's fine. I think they only had 18 sacks last year, so they just didn't get in the backfield. So this is going to be way better than what they had before. They do lose their linebackers pretty much. 3 of the top 6 in tackles. Blake Fletcher and Luke Fisher do return. I do like Jackson Adams and Dallas Daly. They'll get more time. But I mean, you're losing three linebackers. It's tough. They were all first-year starters, but the D line is definitely gonna carry the team because even the secondary, Goff, Bellamy, Mariner, Williams, Gilliard, they're all gone.
Yeah.
So they're gonna struggle a little bit on the defensive side of the ball. Yeah, I don't see much there especially in the secondary. They have younger talent like Corey Johnson or Sykin, but it's definitely a worse unit in the linebackers and the defensive backs. The defensive line is going to be a lot better. So you have 50 new recruits. I mean, listen, that's what it's like at the service academy. You're just going to get a ton of new players. So you're going to see a lot of freshmen play. But yeah, I think the offense is way better than their defense this year. And it's definitely going to show. So.
All right, let's talk grades. There was a couple injuries there in the secondary for Air Force last year as well, which certainly doesn't help. All right, Air Force. Last year, they were an A- rushing offense with everyone back. I'll give them an A.
Yeah, I'll stay with it. I'll go with an
A. Passing offense, I'm going sticking with an F.
Yeah, I'll stick with an F. I mean, what are you going to do?
I don't think Josh Johnson there or
I don't think he's going to throw over 100 attempts. So.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to light it up through the air. Rush defense, C. I'll say C.
Yeah, I was going to go C and then D.
Wait, rush defense. No. I like the defensive front. I'm gonna bump the rush defense up to a C+, and then pass defense D. Maybe D+ here, and you're gonna go D. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. Let's move on to the next team, which is Boise State. And this one, we'll pull up our notes here. This is a pretty easy one. The table's kind of set here for Boise. There's no other way to put it other than that. This team was awesome last year. Spencer Danielson back at head coach. He's never lost the Mountain West Conference. He's never lost it. He took over as interim head coach in 2023, won the Mountain West. His first full season as head coach last year, won the Mountain West. So
yeah, he had a decent year.
Somewhat decent year for Spencer Danielson at head coach. So he doesn't even know how to lose the Mountain West. Check this out. So obviously this is Boise State's final season in the Mountain West, end of an era here. They enter the season favorites to win the conference. Shocker. This is the 18th consecutive year that Boise State has entered the season as favorites to win their conference. 18 years in a row. The season starts with Boise State as conference favorites. That dates back to pre-2010, before Boise State was even in the Mountain West. That's back when they were in the WAC. So yeah, Boise State being favorites to win the conference is not new. That's the case every single year. They're actually ranked in the AP polls. They're sitting at number 25. They're the only non-Power 4 team to be ranked in the top 25. It's actually the first time Boise State's been preseason ranked in the top 25 since 2018. So yeah, people are pretty big on this Boise State team this year, and with good reason. I mean, obviously they were elite last year, one of the most efficient rushing offenses in college football, and I'm sure you saw plenty of it on ESPN and social media because Ashton Jeanty was all over the place. He was one of the most exciting players in the country. Obviously he's gone. He was drafted in the first round by the Raiders, but the offense is loaded. They're loaded on the offensive line. 4 of the 5 starters are back, including Cage Casey at left tackle, who's probably going to be an NFL player. He was first team all-conference last year. He's back. The entire right side of the line, including the center, is back. Now, a little bit of concern on the right side of the offensive line. Some injury concerns. Their right guard and right tackle have been banged up in camp. In fact, I don't think the right tackle has participated in any practices yet, and the right guard has been limited. So if you're looking to throw some wrench, if you're looking for a reason to fade Boise State, you could say that, hey, the season started and this offensive line isn't healthy, which is a legitimate concern. Danielson did come out and say our guys are going to be healthy for the start of the season, but head coaches spew all kinds of bullshit. I mean, look at Cam Rising. He was going to be ready to start the season. He didn't take a single snap in 2023. So I don't believe anything from a college head coach. So there's some concern for Boise State, the health of the offensive line. But I mean, in terms of talent, they're loaded on the offensive line. Wide receiver, what do you know about Chris Marshall? Did you look into Chris Marshall at all, Scoop?
Not really. I mean, he's going to fill the wide receiver role. I know that with Camper gone.
Yeah, 5-star recruit. He's supposed to be the main.
I mean, he redshirted.
Well, he had some disciplinary problems at Texas A&M, and he got suspended.
Miss, he didn't really get a chance to show anything. So
right, he's 6'3", 211, and it's supposed to be an NFL type talent. We really haven't seen it yet. He missed 10 games last year. They need him to be big because obviously Ashton Jeanty's gone. What do you expect from this Boise State offense?
Yeah, I mean, listen, you still got Max Madsen. I mean, I think he's great. I mean, obviously it helps they had a Jeanty run for 2,600. It sucks for Sire Gaines. He's not even a bad running back, but there's no way, you're going to come close to these numbers. It's hard to follow that up. He's back. He'll start. He was the running back 2 from last year. He got hurt after 3 games, but Malik Sherrod transfers in from Fresno. He got hurt too, but in 2023 he had like 966 yards. So you still have Riley and Dubar. So it's a solid running back room, but obviously what are you going to do? You're not going to come close to Jeanty, but I think the passing game goes up. I mean, with the running game going down, Cam Camper's gone, like we said, but you still got Matt Lauder here. He's a tight end. He had 600 plus last year, first team Mountain West. Like you said, you're going to see what Chris Marshall has finally, see what's going on with that. Latrell Caples, the wide receiver 2 from last year, he's going to start again here. I mean, listen, you still got Chris Penry, Cameron Bates, Ben Ford. They're all back. It's a really good receiving core. They also have 4 solid freshmen coming in. I don't think they're going to see much time, but like you said, the only lineman gone is Ben Dooley. I mean, you have 6 of the 7 linemen have 7+ starts. You got Cage Casey's awesome, like you just said, a left tackle. You got Miles Walker in from Ohio State. I think this is a really solid line. It's going to be the Mountain West's best because, it is Boise too. So while they do lose Jeanty, they have pretty much everyone back. So even if it's a huge blow with him getting drafted first round, it's not going to affect them as much as you think, especially with a Mountain West schedule. So
yeah, they don't have Jeanty. They have a loaded RB room. So maybe they don't have one Ashton Jeanty. They have 3 guys that are like towards the top of the Mountain West in terms of RBs. And Matt Lauder, like you said, at tight end, first team all conference, he's back. Maddox Madsen, in case you didn't know for those of you that are just getting into college football, so he was a 3-star recruit last year. Boise State brought in Malachi Fields, who was a 5-star from USC, we all thought was going to be the quarterback. He got a 5-star recruit, got beat out by Madison in camp, and everyone, including myself, was like, they're going with this kid. Had an excellent season. Obviously, they win the West. They go to the college football playoff. Now, just a year later, Maddox Madsen has been named the preseason Mountain West Offensive Player of the Year. So, yeah, it's crazy. Madsen is that guy at quarterback, apparently, and he did make some plays there down the stretch, especially in the UNLV game. On the other side,
do I think he's like a Big Ten quarterback? Probably not, but
he makes good plays, dude.
He makes plays for the Mountain West. Good.
Yeah, he makes plays. Now, on the other side of the ball, Boise State, not quite as loaded as the offense, but the secondary is very, very good. They lose Tubner, who was 6th on the team in tackles. He's gone. But everyone else in the secondary is back, including McCoy, Irby, Zion Washington was third on the team in tackles.
And you got Jaden Mickey in from Notre Dame. He redshirted last year. He's going to play. So, yeah, it's loaded.
They're loaded in the secondary. They also have Notarini back, who was 5th on the team in tackles. First team all-conference linebacker is back. So they did take some losses there in the linebacker. And Oladipo, the safety, he's gone, which sucks. But, I mean, the first team all-conference linebacker back. They have all-conference defensive linemen back. Braxton, I don't know if it's Felly or Feli, so I apologize. It's Fely. He was second team all-conference with 5.5 sacks. He's back. Jaden Virgin Morgan had 10 sacks last year. First team all-conference edge rusher. He's back. They lose the Hassanine. Yeah, on the other side. He's actually on the Lions, an edge rusher. But I mean, they're loaded on defense as well. Any criticism of the defense?
Not really. I guess linebacker maybe. It's definitely. I think it's a little weaker because you lose Oladipo, and I mean Andrew Simpson. He went to North Carolina, but you also lost some depth in Eziani and Milkovich. But I mean, Norani's still back in the middle linebacker. That helps obviously. It looks like Chase Martin and Devin Banks is going to step up in the starting positions. And then you got Jake Ripp and Martin now. They're probably going to back up. So I think it's a little weaker there. And it does suck losing Hassanine because he had 9.5 sacks himself. He was first team Mountain West. But, yeah, I mean, listen, I don't think they lose too much in terms of depth. I think Felly and Deion Washington, the transition from Hawaii, is going to do as much as Gums, who also graduated. Melodo from Arizona comes in too, so I think the interior may be a little better actually on the defensive line than it was.
David Latu's having a breakout spring. I'm reading.
Yeah,
defensive tackle.
I mean, Sterling Lane comes in from Arizona to play edge. I don't know if he's going to get the same production, but like you said, the secondary is just loaded. I mean, you got Jalen Webb. He's a true freshman, top 25 DB in the nation as a freshman. You got Demetrius Freeney, played 9 games at Arizona last year. That's going to add depth. Sherrod Smith, I wouldn't be surprised if he played as a true freshman too on the corner. I think the linebackers are the only maybe slight downgrade, but I think the line and the defensive backs both got better. So
yeah. So last year the weakness of this Boise State team was defending the pass. It was the secondary. It's like the strength of the secondary is loaded. So yeah, I think they're in great shape defensively, and the news keeps getting better for Boise State because the schedule is very they're going to crip walk into the Mountain West championship game, honestly.
You got one hard game at Notre Dame, and
honestly, you know where they lucked out big time. So Air Force is a team that always gives Boise State problems, and they go to Colorado Springs this year. So that's never a game Boise State wants to see on the schedule, going to Colorado Springs to play Air Force. They get that game after a bye, which is after an FCS game against Eastern Washington. So they basically have 3 full weeks to prepare for Air Force in Colorado Springs. So I really think that they handled their business there in Colorado Springs against Air Force, even though this is an Air Force team I think is going to be better. If
you also don't have back-to-back road games all year.
Yeah.
So.
Honestly, this is a very favorable schedule. They get UNLV at home. UNLV is not as good as they were last year. It's a very fortunate schedule for Boise State. Like I said, they are going to just skip into the Mountain West championship game. Now, if you're looking for a slip-up spot, I have one for you. Do you know which game I'm going to say?
Wait, let me look. So, I mean, obviously not Notre Dame. That's.
There's. I think they can get upset
at Nevada.
No, September 27th.
Oh, Utah State?
App State.
Oh, App State, September
Okay.
27th.
So check this out. So I just mentioned the Air Force game in Colorado Springs. September 20th, they go on the road to Colorado Springs to play Air Force. Huge game. Maybe the biggest conference game of the year other than UNLV for Boise State. Then they come back home to play one of their least important games on the schedule at home against App State. Then immediately go to South Bend on NBC to play Notre Dame. So two of the biggest games of the year, and then a shitty little home, meaningless non-con game. Yeah, a little bit of a valley there, a little bit of a letdown spot, if you will, against App State. So if you're looking for a spot to for Boise State to get caught napping, I don't know, maybe App State on September 27th. But as a whole, this Boise State team.
Oh, yeah, they're making the playoffs.
Oh, it's I believe Boise State to win the Mountain West is like minus 140. Like,
yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah. Rush offense last year was an A+. I mean, maybe honestly, they're going to be an A+ again. I'll say A.
I'll do A, yeah.
Pass offense, I think they get better, dude. I'm going to say B-.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say a B, actually.
Yeah. Run defense, I could see him to. I'll give him B here. Take a little bit step back. I'm going to give him a step up in pass defense.
B+, B+.
I'm going to go B+ pass.
Actually, I'll go
No,
A- for
B.
defense. I'll do A- for pass defense.
Yeah.
Just because of the schedule, man. Like, you're going to run through these teams. So they're
Agreed. We're moving on. Next up, we're talking Rams football, and I was right before we hit record, I was trying to figure out the best way to phrase the way I feel about Colorado State. So
weird.
I guess weird is the word. So if you look at their record and the results from last year, you would think it was a successful season. They went 8-5, which was an improvement from 5-7 the year before. In fact, under Jay Norvell, they've improved every single year. So Jay Norvell entering year 4, they've gotten better every single year. The record has, at least. So why am I looking at last season feeling like Colorado State wasn't good? And
you want me to answer? Because it's a whole different offense. It was confusing as hell.
No, well, actually, the way I was going to go, not that that's wrong. Not that that's an incorrect answer. But the way I was going to go is I think the reason that I look at Colorado State last year and think, it wasn't really a good year, even though they went 8-5, is the fact that the table was set for them. They had a very easy schedule. They dodged Boise State last year. They dodged UNLV last year. They had a very favorable schedule. And I mean, like, again, I'm not going to sit here and say it was a bad year, but I felt like Fowler Nicolosi got worse. Like, he was so good in 2023. I didn't feel like he looked that good last year.
I know it was like a rushing offense last year. When the 2023 was a passing offense, so I was like, I don't know what's going on, but yeah. And now apparently they're going to air it out again. So we'll see.
I don't know. So I just felt like it was an easy schedule for Colorado State, and they didn't really take advantage of it. If you're a Colorado State fan and you're watching this, and what I said pissed you off, I apologize. Comment your thoughts.
Well, the defense was terrible. So
yeah, what do you think of the offense this year, as far as the returning personnel?
So, I mean, last year Fowler Nicolosi threw the ball 90 times less than 2023. So,
Why?
That's what I'm saying. And now they say they're going to throw the ball again. I was like, all right, well, why didn't you do that last year?
Why did you do last year?
It was crazy.
Wide receiver.
Yeah, I mean, Fowler Nicolosi, he can air it out. He doesn't take care of the ball. I mean, he threw 16 interceptions in 2023, 9 last year. So nothing really to focus on other than Nicolosi. No one's going to really take over his job. This was a running team last year. I mean, Morrow got over 1,000 yards last year. He was solid. He graduated. So you got Justin Marshall's back as their running back 2. He had 746. I mean, you have two running backs at Colorado State who barely ran the ball in 2023 and almost had 2,000 yards together. So, yeah, it was super weird, man. I didn't understand.
And I want to correct something I said. I said they had an NFL wide receiver. They did. Torrey Horton was drafted by the Seahawks, but he missed a lot of the season. So they didn't have an NFL receiver for a lot of the season. But still,
plus all their receivers are gone anyway now, pretty much.
Winfield's back. Even Winfield, I was banged up in camp though. So,
but if you look at 2023's numbers in 2024, all the receivers here had between 300 and 450 yards. Like, all of them had 17 plus catches. There was no breakout wide receiver, like you said.
I think this year it's supposed to be Winfield, and then they brought in a transfer from Ohio State. I'm not. I hope I'm saying that right. Antwi. So I think those are also Jordan Ross. He had 218. He was a freshman.
He was a true freshman.
Yeah. So Jordan Ross, Winfield, and Antwi, I think, are going to be the receivers. Offensive line, they bring back Karras at right tackle, which is big. Mountain West honorable mention last year. They also bring back Tanner Morley at left guard. Other than that, couple of inexperienced pieces. I center and right guard, question mark. You got guys that have never started before. I believe the left tackle is going to be Liam Wortman from Central Missouri, who was a 3-year starter and has started 35 consecutive games at Central Missouri. I'm not going to pretend to know any more than that. So I think as far as the personnel, maybe the offense gets slightly worse. But, I mean, you can't underestimate the value in bringing back a quarterback with like 3 years starting experience or whatever in college football, because it just doesn't happen often. So
I agree with you. I mean, the wideouts are going to be better than what it was last year. Like you said, Jordan Ross is going to come back. P.D. Tucker transfers in from Georgia State. He did transfer to Eastern Michigan, but decommitted and signed here. He had 30 catches last year. You have Tyler Neer coming in from Northern Arizona. He had 457 last year. So, you have receivers on his team. It's just getting them the ball basically. So, and you got I think Lloyd Avon from Tulsa came in. I mean, he only had 259 yards, and that was at a 3.4 yards per carry average, which is terrible, but it is Tulsa, so you kind of have to give them a break there. So I think their skill positions are okay. I am worried about the line. I mean, you have Gardner graduating. Moss and Henderson, like you said, are gone, so you only have 2 returning starters and no real big names transferring in here. You have decent freshmen in Allen and Natane, but you're relying on Trevin Hill, young Christian Martin to step up here. So I think it's definitely a weaker line, especially because they only allowed 10 sacks last year. I think that gets worse. So I don't know, man. I mean, you're going to see a lot of throwing the ball, I think, and we'll see how Nicolosi does.
Yeah. On the defensive side, now for some good news, if you're a Colorado State fan, apparently the defense. Now, how seriously do we take these spring reports? Is a very good point, but apparently the defense looks really good. It's been dominating early in fall camp, so apparently the defense looks crisp. As far as the returning personnel, there's not a ton. A couple edge rushers. They really like Paul Tangelo, comes in from St. Francis. He had 5 sacks last year. They really like Jacques Evans, who comes in from Baylor. He didn't play much at Baylor last year, but he was first team Conference USA with Western Kentucky back in 2022. So they like their edge rushers. In terms of linebackers, you got Jacob Ellis transferring in from Iowa State. Owen Long was 7th on the team in tackles as a freshman last year. Dylan Phelps is back. You look at the returning personnel, and the defense doesn't look great, but from what I'm reading, they really like it. So what are your thoughts on the defense?
So I agree with you in terms of the front 7, kind of. Like you said, Jacques Evans is. I mean, he's going to be fine. I mean, he's going to be dominant to play edge, I think. He'll replace Kirschke, who went to Wake Forest. Mitchell and Baratel graduated on interior line, but, I mean, Gabe Jones started at New Mexico State. He's going to come in and play here. Vinicius Johnson didn't play at Kentucky last year, but he's going to play a bunch here. I think you do lose Bone Jock and Chase Wilson. They were your number 1 and 2 tackles from last year. They went to Cal in West Virginia. Those are huge losses, I think. There's no returning starters with Morris gone too. But like you just said, Jacob Ellis comes in from Iowa State. Robert Edmondson comes in from Prairie View, but he had a strong season. So it looks like Owen Long, Jacob Ellis is going to take up the starting roles here. And then with Rodriguez, Mitchell, and Edmondson backing them up. So I don't think that's as strong, but I think you do have a good defensive line. And then the secondary, man, it's like everyone's gone.
Aiden Hector, all conference, man.
Yeah, you got all of them are gone. You got, Jahari Rogers comes in from SMU. He didn't play last year, but he played in 2023 every game. CJ Blocker from Utah. You got, a transfer from Missouri State. You got Elijah Brown from Arizona. So, I mean, they're relying on a lot of young guys here. I'm not high on the DBs at all. I guess I'm not really high on anything except the D-line. I think the D-line's going to be fine. So, it's just the secondary's rough. So I don't know how that's gonna go.
It's one of those where like you look at the returning personnel and you're like, oh, this defense is going to be terrible. But then you read some reports from beat writers and you're like, everyone thinks this defense is going to be all. I'm not getting it. Anyway, let's do grades. They were a C- rush offense last year. You said you think they're going to throw the ball. I read something that says Norvell's trying to run the ball more this year. Now, how seriously do you take any of those spring reports? And based on the personnel with the quarterback returning, you would think they want to throw the ball. So I don't know. I'm going to give him a C- again.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing.
Pass offense, I'll go C+. Just the quarterback returning has to be it's got to be worth something.
Yeah, I would go with C+ too.
Rush defense, they were B-. I'm surprised that even says B-, to be honest. I know they went 8-5. Whatever. B-. Do I believe the reports I'm reading or not?
I mean, I'm going C+, D+ on both of them. C+ and then D+. I don't until you show me something. I can't.
I'll go C+, C-. I don't know. Like, I want to believe the reports I'm reading a little.
Yeah, but
bit.
you also say like every coach is like, "This is the best team I've ever had, the best line I've ever seen."
Every single player on the roster is emerging as a leader. Every single player on the roster emerging as a leader in camp. All right, let's move on. We move on to Fresno State. Let's talk Bulldogs. So last year, kind of a strange season for Fresno State. Obviously, Tedford had to step down for health reasons, and it was kind of unexpected. And Tim Skipper was the interim head coach, wasn't given a ton of notice. So
right, I mean, it's for 6-6 and losing a bowl game.
Honestly,
in double OT.
I think that was pretty solid.
That's pretty solid. I thought so.
Yeah. So if you're a Fresno State fan, I don't think you're looking at last year. You're looking at last year as more of like unfortunate rather than like a disappointment, I guess is the way I would say it. So now the Matt Entz era begins, and college football heads are fired up about this hire. Look, I'm not much of an FCS guy, so I can't really tell you much about Entz. I can tell you that he had a lot of success there. He was
He only went 60-11 with 2 championships.
That's it. That's all. Just 60-11. He was 2-time FCS Coach of the Year. So I want to be clear. His accolades say this dude is an FCS legend. I just can't personally vouch. Like, I don't watch North Dakota State. So when I'm reading that to you, I'm just reading it to you. I haven't watched personally. But apparently this guy is an FCS legend from North Dakota State. He was actually a linebacker coach with USC last year, which is kind of like a weird resume piece. But so anyway.
And then you have Josh Davis, your OC of South Dakota the last 2 years, and he had a huge running game there, like the best in FCS. So.
Yeah, it's an FCS All-Star team is the new coaching staff.
Yeah, yes. And then you got Nick Benedetto from Northern Illinois, DC from last year.
So all right, the Matt Entz era begins here at Fresno. All right, in terms of the offensive personnel, I guess let's start. There's a couple positives. There's mostly negatives. I guess we'll start with the positives, which is the quarterback. They have an experience.
I think that's the negative.
No, stop.
I hate EJ Warner, man. I think he's so terrible. He is not great. He was bad at Temple. He was bad at Rice.
He was not bad at Temple.
58 touchdowns and 37 interceptions. Yeah, solid.
He was not bad at Temple.
All right.
Bad at Rice, I'll co-sign that one.
That's just because you have Rice fatigue.
Yeah, bad at Rice, I'll co-sign that one. He was not bad at Temple. But they bring in a quarterback who has multiple years starting experience. We just were talking about this with Fowler Nicolosi. That's valuable in college football. So E.J. Warner at quarterback. Obviously, you love the experienced quarterback. And also, they're loaded in the RB room. They did lose their main RB from last year, but he was hurt most of the year anyway. He's over Sherrod. He's over at Boise now. He only played 3 games last year, and all the other RBs that stepped up, they're all back. Donaldson's back, and he's projected to be one of the strongest RBs in the conference. Gilliam's back. He was second on the team in rushing. They also brought in Rayshawn Luke from Arizona. So they're loaded. So positives for Fresno offense. I like the quarterback. Scoop doesn't. But how about this? How about I use a word we both can agree on? Positives for Fresno. An experienced quarterback.
Yeah, experience.
Can't
I
argue
think
with-
they should have
can't
ran.
argue with
They should have ran
experience.
with Carson Conklin, I think, from Sacramento State. But whatever. I mean, that's fine. I agree with you. I think they have a loaded backfield. I mean, Rayshon Luke from Arizona is like super quick, and Donaldson looks awesome. So
I think they call him Speedy. I think his name's Speedy Luke.
I think that's definitely awesome. I mean, that'll only help, obviously, especially when you have a quarterback like EJ Warner back there.
So those are the positives. Experienced quarterback, loaded RB room. Now for the negatives. I don't know what you're going to get on the offensive line. You've got Penn right back, who was a starter at tackle. You've got Campbell McCard back. He missed of most of 24 last year, but he was supposed to be a starter. That being said, he hasn't been participating in camp. He's still dealing with the same injury that kept him out of 24. So I don't know if he's going to be back. The offensive line's a big question mark for me. They've got Edward Fanua, who started 4 games last year. They brought in, Jacob Spomer. He only started the last 5 games last season. He missed most of last year with an injury. I don't know. I don't know who's starting on this offensive line, Scoop.
Yeah, I think they have the potential to be good. I mean, you do get good transfers in. I mean, Spomer, who knows, man? He's been hurt. He's probably their best lineman, but I'm not sure after that. I mean, Penwright was all right. I mean, Thorpe Taylor can start right away. He transferred from UCLA. He redshirted last year. You just got a lot of unknowns, basically. You have talent. It's just I don't know how they're gonna be because I mean, you have a bunch of transfers who hasn't really have. They're high on Braden Walton. He's a true freshman. I think he's going to get a lot of play. Van Vugt, I think, Vugt. I don't know how to say it, but he's from Iowa. Quinones is from USC. Scott's from Illinois. So you have like talented players. They just haven't played. So you don't know. I mean, like I said, they have the potential to be good, but that and the wide receivers. I mean, the best production coming back had 95 yards last year with Josiah Freeman. So.
That was my next question. Who's catching the passes? I think Josiah Ayon. I'm sorry if I'm saying that incorrectly. He transfers in from Western Colorado. Apparently, he looks really good. He had a 651 yards receiving last year at Western Colorado. I don't know who the receivers are either. Josiah Freeman, like you said. That's all I have.
Yeah. You lose DeClana. He had 1,000 yards last year. And then Jalen Moss went to Arizona State. Raylan Sharp went to Arkansas. So, yeah, with Freeman, then you got Jaleel McClain. He had a solid 0 catches last year. Ezekiel Avett had 1. So it's going to be a step down here. The good thing is, I think it's going to be a run-first offense, especially with the new offensive coordinator, and a loaded running back room. So I don't think I'll give you that EJ Warner won't be bad because I don't think they're going to rely on him too much to do much, really. So I think they're going to just be a run-first offense.
Now, let's flip it over to the other side of the ball, and this is where things get better for Fresno. I think they have the best defensive back in the conference in Al Hamilton. Preseason first team All Mountain West. I think this dude led the FBS in pass breakups last year or something. He's one of the best defensive backs in the country. Probably an NFL draft pick right there. So they got one of the best corners in the conference, probably the best corner in the conference. You got Jaden Davis back at safety. You got Braca back at safety, even though he missed 9 games last year. You got Embry back to play some corner. R.L. Miller, linebacker / safety. I think he converted back to safety. He had 16 tackles in 9 games as a freshman last year. He's back. Simeon Harris transfers in from Utah State. The secondary is great. This was a very good pass defense last year. They were 5th in the country in yards per pass attempt allowed. Now, granted, they play a Mountain West schedule. They're not playing the Alabamas of the world. But still, 5th in the country in yards per pass attempt allowed. 32nd in success rate per drop back allowed. So this is a very good pass defense last year. And even though there's a new coaching staff coming in, I would imagine with the talent they've got coming back, combined with the fact that they've got a defensive-minded head coach, I think this pass defense is going to be elite again. The secondary looks great. You agree with that?
I think they have a great secondary, even with what graduated or Julian Neal went to Stanford. But I think they have an awesome secondary. Fresno's always had an awesome secondary. Fresno's been a great secondary for like the last 10 years. Right. Like I said, they have Hamilton on the corner. Embry's still back on the other side. Simeon Harris, actually, he redshirted last year, but he had an awesome 2023 to play Nickelback. So I think he's going to jump right in. Jaden Davis, like you just said, is a solid safety from last year. Brock is going to play more, and you have bring in a couple backups from Northern Illinois. I think it's an awesome secondary. I also like the line, the defensive line. I know Devo Bridges on the edge graduated, Lightfoot on the interior transferred to Colorado. And then you have Baumgartner graduated too. So you lose 3 starting linemen, but I think you have good pieces in. Jacob Holmes had limited playing time. I think he might have been better than all 3, and he transferred to Virginia, unfortunately. So Finn Claypool comes in from Drake. He had a really solid season last year. He had 10 sacks. He was first team all-conference. Owusu's a solid
Hold on real quick. Finn Claypool? So it goes deeper than that. Finn Claypool has 30.5 sacks in 3 years. He's 3-time first-team all-conference.
Yeah, that's awesome. So, I mean, it's Drake, but it's still it's
the Pioneer League.
Right. Owusu's a sophomore transfer from Minnesota. You got a guy, Michael Jordan. He comes out of retirement to play the defensive line. No, he transfers from Northern Carolina. Had 50-plus tackles. You got Bryson Harrington, a redshirt freshman from Pitt. So I think they lose experience on the line, but I think they're pretty solid. But the one thing I am concerned about is the linebackers. So.
Yeah, I think the linebackers are going to be – yeah, they're all gone. Nomura was number 1 in tackles. Langley was number 2 in tackles. They both graduated.
Yeah, Jackson transferred to Baylor.
Yep. Jadon Pearson probably going to play some linebacker. He transfers in from Utah State. He had 42 tackles last year. Kavion Thunderbird, badass name. Transfers in from Arizona State. He only had 4 tackles last year, but it was Arizona State. That team went to the college football playoff, and he was only a freshman. So maybe Kavion Thunderbird's good. Apparently Tim Thomas looks good in camp. He had just 7 tackles last year, but he missed 10 games. So Scoop's right. Linebacker is a bit of a question mark. And honestly, you're a little bit bigger on the defensive front than I am. I like the edge rushers, Finn Claypool, and I like Corey Foreman. He's a former 5-star recruit from USC. He transferred last year. He had 3 sacks last year. Apparently, he's looking like a problem in camp. So I love the secondary and the edge rushers. So I love Fresno's pass defense. I'm not so much sold on the run defense. That was the weakness of the team last year, and I think it's going to be the same weakness this year. Also, I don't love good news for Fresno before we get into grades, the schedule. Not that it's necessarily so much easier. In fact, it's kind of a weird schedule. It's almost like they're locked in. So last year, remember, Mountain West only played 7 conference games because they did that integration with Oregon State and Washington State. So the Mountain West only played 7 conference games last year. So several of the teams got shafted.
Next year too, right? Next year too.
No, they're playing 8.
They only have 8, right? They only have 8 teams next year.
You mean 26? I don't know. Yeah. This year they're playing 8. So a few of the teams got shafted by only having 3 home conference games. One of those teams was Fresno State. So they only had 3 home conference games last year. So they add a home conference game, and there's a lot of winnable games on this home against Georgia Southern, home against Nevada, that's a win. Home against San Diego State. I like San Diego State this year, but I think that's a win. It's winnable, I should say. I like San Diego State. So home against Wyoming, that should be a win. Home against Utah State, that should be a win. So they have a lot of really very winnable games on the schedule. But then you look at their road schedule, and it's like, dude, they might not win a single road game. So it's like,
well, yeah,
they have
I think the easiest one is Oregon State. So
no,
yeah,
you think winning in Corvallis?
Well, I mean, listen, winning at Corvallis was hard the last 8 years, except last year. So I don't know if they come back from that. So
I still think winning in Corvallis is more difficult than winning at Hawaii.
Yeah.
But yeah, the road schedule is difficult. The home schedule is easy. It's a very strange schedule for Fresno. Let's talk some grades. So last year, D- rush offense. I think the offensive line.
I'm gonna go C-.
I'm keeping it down. I'm gonna go.
Oh man, you got a running coordinator. You got 3 solid running backs. You got
pass offense. EJ Warner.
I will go C-.
Yeah, C- sounds good.
No receivers either.
Rush defense. I'll keep it a C. I'll go C+.
C+, and I'll go B+.
Yeah, I'll go A- here. I like the pass defense for Fresno. All right, let's move on to the next team. All right, Hawaii. Let's talk Timmy Chang.
Scoop.
Were you around? Did you watch Timmy Chang play football?
I remember him playing football. I don't remember. I mean, I might have watched him. I don't have specific memories of it. No.
Yeah.
You're a Timmy Chang guy?
So. Timmy Chang guy, man. I watched him in high school. He was great.
Everyone loves Timmy Chang. All right, so where to start with Hawaii? What did they go 5-7 back-to-back years, something like that?
Yeah, Last year was 5-7, 3-4 in conference. The year before was 5-8, 3-5 in conference.
All right, so we'll start with the offense. Obviously, the question is, what does this offense look like without Shager? Honestly, he's been there for multiple years. He's the quarterback. They're usually a passing offense. Hawaii's not known to be a team that just runs it in between the tackles. Alejado is going.
Listen, he looked awesome against New Mexico. Stop. I mean, so did everybody. Everybody against New Mexico.
See, that is where I draw the line, and I've heard that several times about how Alejado looked awesome when he came in. He's got excellent stats for the limited time he saw last year.
So he did look good in those limited stats.
The only time we saw Alejado play football, we saw him play in 2 games: New Mexico and Utah State. And those 2 teams out of the 134 FBS teams were legitimately 131 and 133 defensively. Those were 2 of the worst defenses in the country, not just in the Mountain West, in the entire country. So I am not throwing this guy a parade for putting up some nice looking numbers against 2 of the worst defenses in the country. I'm worried about this Hawaii offense. Now, that being said, outside of the quarterback position, they're looking pretty good. They got 3 starters back on the offensive line. Ethan Spencer is the 4th offensive lineman. He started 4 games last year. So technically, you could say 4 starters back on the offensive line if you count him. They've got their 2 main receivers back, Ashlock and Senecal. These 2 guys are the only returning wide receiving duo in the country that both have 1,000 career receiving yards in the entire country. So they've got wide receiver 1 and wide receiver 2 back. They've also got a couple other receivers they like. Jackson Harris, I believe, transferred in from Stanford. They got both their RBs back. Landon Sims and Cam Barfield both back. They've got the surrounding pieces. The question is, can Alejado do it? What are your thoughts on the offense?
Yeah, I think this is the best team Timmy Chang has had in his 4 years.
Bro, they don't have a quarterback.
Easily the best team that he's had in the last 4 years. I mean, he went 13-25 in 3 years.
Okay, the best team.
Right. That's what I'm saying. The best team.
But the quarterback's the most important position.
And then you have a new OC, so we'll see how that. I don't think it's going to change much. They're always a run and shoot offense who throws it a ridiculous amount of times. I mean, Shager is good. I mean, I had fun watching him. There's nothing like watching 3 a.m. Hawaii to see if you hit a bet. I mean, listen, Alejandro, you don't know how he's going to be. I mean, he looked good in his 2 games, but obviously he's young. So, and they don't have a running game really because it's Hawaii. But you still, like you said, they still have Landon Sims. You still have Barfield. They're both back. I don't think either of them are going to have over 100 carries like last year. But they have continuity, like you said. Senecal and Ashlock's back. Crowdis and Perry transferred out, but they hold on to their big 2, like you just said. And they get quality transfers, like you just said. Not only Jackson Harris, but they get Farthing from Youngstown. He's supposed to be good. Brandon White from Kentucky. Bupunu and Uliata, they're back from last year too. It's a strong wide receiver group, especially if you're going to have Alejado throw it for 400 times, because I think that's what they're expecting, to be honest. So I hear you. I know what you're saying. I mean, yeah, the line looks pretty good. Like you said, Ethan Spencer started 4 games at center last year. He played in 11 games. He should move up. This line's going to be solid. You also have backups in Helms and Moody who are huge. Manuma is a massive human on that line. I think the Polynesians scare me every time I look at them on the line, but they mess you up, man. This Hawaii team offense is going to be good as long as Alejado good. And I have faith, man. I have faith in them. I think they're going to have a bowl game season here. So at least 6-7 wins.
So I will say, you mentioned the passing offense. Apparently Alejado's a very talented athlete as well in terms of using his legs. Now, if you want to get on board with Timmy Chang and this Hawaii team, let's flip it over to the other side of the ball, because this is where I can co-sign. I like the Hawaii defense a lot. You can make an argument the 3 best players, or maybe even the 4 best players from the defense, are back. They lose Cam Stone, who's obviously a huge loss. They actually lost both their corners, which sucks. But Manuma's back. He was 4th on the team in tackles, Mountain West honorable mention. Elijah Palmer's back, 10th on the team in tackles, Mountain West honorable mention. Elijah Robinson's back. 5 sacks last year for him. Actually, I don't know. I'm sorry. He lost his appeal. Elijah Robinson actually is not back. Elijah Robinson and Logan Taylor appealed for their eligibility. I just remembered that he was supposed to be back. He appealed for eligibility. So they actually lost Elijah Robinson and Logan Taylor, who lost their appeals. But still, the secondary, they got some pieces back. They got Otis back, who led the team in tackles. They've got Jalen Smith back, who was 6th on the team in tackles. Tariq Jones on the edge. He's back as well. So I like the defense. And this defense last year under Dennis Thurman, it was the best Hawaii defense we've seen in recent years. I know 103rd in DFEI doesn't sound like much. It was a dramatic improvement from what we saw the previous 2 years. So I like the DC they've got. And I like the pieces they've got back. I think this Hawaii defense is going to be pretty good. I know that sounds crazy.
No, I mean, I agree with you. You have 7 defensive backs with starting experience here. So you got a good safeties, the same as last year. They do lose Stone and Sinclair, like you said. But Riddell Edwards, he didn't play last year. He played all of 2023. He was really solid at corner. So I think he's going to move up to start again, too. So, and you got 3 good transfers who all started. I mean, they're not... Tim Malo from Brown, he had 68 tackles, 2 picks last year. Like you said, even the linebackers are good. I mean, Otis and Logan Taylor, both back at the linebacker position. They were the number 1 and 2 tacklers. You got Jalen
Logan
Smith.
Taylor, I believe, lost his appeal.
Did he really? Oh, you
I
just said
so.
that.
I'm pretty sure Logan. I'm going to confirm it.
Yeah, check that.
I'm pretty sure that he lost his appeal for another year of eligibility.
But Jalen Smith is back. He was your number 6 tackler. Emerson's gone, but you still have a good group here. They have 2 young linebackers who are going to play this season in Kavako Amoy and Fiawi. So the front 7 is going to be really solid at stopping the run. They returned both their edges. Deion Washington went to Boise, and Finau went to San Diego State on the interior. But you got Dijon Benton from New Mexico, Quinn Williams from Ohio Dominican, and the defensive tackles that are coming in to start, probably Sakona and McComber, they played last year. They still have Jackie Johnson. They're strong players. It's going to be a strong line like the offensive line. So I like the front 7. I like the secondary.
Correction. Logan Taylor won his appeal.
Okay,
He's
that's
back.
what I figured.
So I think Elijah Robinson lost his appeal. It looks like Logan Taylor is back. He played on the college football's all geezer team, and he was the only player in that. He's an 8th year senior.
Yeah, it's great.
He's
I love
got
it.
3 kids. I think Logan Taylor is back.
Yeah, so I think it's a solid defense. It's like I said, it's definitely Timmy Chang's best team. So I would be surprised if they don't have a bowl this year.
Yeah, I agree, and I actually, full disclosure, I have Hawaii money line week 1 against Stanford. I think. Also,
they're actually, I was just checking. Their win total is at 6.5. So the books are with it too.
Yeah, I have them beating Stanford in week 0 in the opener, so I'm with it. All right, rushing offense D- last year.
They don't run the ball. What do you know?
Yeah, but they bring back both backs and they bring back some starters on the offensive line. I'll bump them up to a D+.
I'll do a D.
No, I'm going to say C- because the quarterback can run. The quarterback can run.
Yeah, that's true. I'll still go with a D.
Passing offense C+. I'll say C.
I'll stay with a C+.
Rush defense. This is where I think they're dramatically improved. I'll give them B-. No, C+. It's still Hawaii.
What was it last? It was a D-. Yeah, I'll go with a C+ too.
And pass defense, I'll give them a C+ as well.
Yeah, so will I.
All right, Hawaii. There you go.
All right, Hawaii.
Next up, Nevada. Next up, we've got the Wolfpack, and I gotta say, a lot of people ate some crow last year, myself included. I didn't think Nevada was going to be any good. Jeff Choate's the man. Respect, tip my hat to the old Chotester out there. Takes over the team. They win 5 games last year.
They were 3-10.
Why do I feel like they were better than that?
they were winless in conference. I thought you were sarcastic.
I thought they put. I remember them being pretty good.
No, they sucked.
Yeah. All right. Well, good news. I think they're gonna suck again. The Chotester. All right. So all right. Here's what I'm looking at. So statistically, they weren't that bad. Specifically, the offense actually looked pretty good. They were 59th in OFEI compared to the previous 2 years where they were 127th and 123rd. So that offense, I think, just surprised everybody with Brendan Lewis at quarterback and Cho takes over. Lubick.
Listen, I think you were thinking of Nevada being in every game because they had 6 losses that were one-score games.
They definitely were not that bad last year.
They weren't what the record says they were, basically.
Yes. And the offense was surprisingly good. So I think that's where I was a little shocked. I don't think anyone expected Nevada's offense to be good at all. They brought in Kane Ione and Jeff Choate, defensive coaches, and I think maybe you could have sold me on Nevada's defense, surprising a little bit. But I don't think anybody expected the offense to be any good, and it was actually weirdly kind of good.
And then now they have a new OC too. So.
Not just a new OC, they have a new entire like everyone's gone. Right. The success they had offensively, everyone is gone. Brendan Lewis transfers to Memphis. 4 of the 5 starters on the offensive line is gone, including Isaiah World, who was by far the best offensive lineman. He's probably starting on Oregon now. The quarterback is going to be Chubba Purdy, I guess. So who
was going to transfer and then didn't.
Yeah, he withdrew from the portal. I think Chubba Purdy might actually be all right. But Brendan Lewis was actually pretty good last year. Here's the thing. I know that Nevada fans got excited about last year because their team was better than expected, and they're excited about Jeff Choate at head coach. I just don't think the offense is going to repeat the production we saw from last year. I mean, David Gilbertson takes over as the OC. He was the QB coach last year. He's never called plays before. You lost the entire offensive line with the exception of Madrigal, the center. Actually, Grabowski's back. He started 7 games last year as well. I like Herschel Turner Jr. He's going to be probably the RB1, transfers in from Utah State. He had 407 yards as a true freshman last year. So, okay, they might have a nice piece at running back, but, I mean, who's playing wide receiver? Jordan Brown from Texas Tech? Bellon? What do you think of this offense?
Year, but, yeah, man. I mean, I wasn't a Brandon Lewis fan to begin with. I didn't think he was that good, but I mean, he is gone. I mean, he was your number 1 running back too, basically. He led your team in rushing. So, I mean, Chubba Purdy, he's super mobile. I think he's going to be fine. I don't know how he is going to be throwing the ball, but I think he's going to get a real shot here. He didn't really get a shot at Nebraska or Florida State. He started a few games here or there, but yeah, he's going to get the opportunity to start all year. The problem, like you just said, is all 3 running backs are gone. Sevian Red went to Sacramento State. Garwo Dollars, they both graduated. So Herschel Turner is coming from Utah State. You got Caleb Ramsey's back. Same with Kai Wood from Texas and Ashton Hayes from Cal. So, but I honestly, I think Purdy may lead this team in rushing like they did last year. So, but I mean, like you said, I mean, Jaden Smith graduated. Cortez Bram, he was number 2 when he entered the portal. So you got Ballin, and then you got, I don't know. You have Jordan Brown from Texas Tech. He had 11 catches last year. I think he's going to start this year. Nick Rempert from North Texas also had 11 catches. Dakota Thompson didn't even play for Southern Miss. He's in. So, yeah, man. Nate Burleson's son's still here. You got that for nepotism. So I think I think the skill positions are okay. I just don't know how they're going to be with, especially with, like you just said, the whole line. I mean, Isaiah World is one of their better linemen in the country, and he transferred to Oregon. So everyone's pretty much gone. They have Madrigal started every game last year at center, but, and Grabowski started at 7. But you get a whole new line pretty much. Diaby started 11 at Tennessee State. Trenton Scott from Texas Tech started 1 game last year at right tackle. So, and you got a guy from Idaho and Foster. So, yeah, man, it's a whole new line. It's definitely going to be weaker. So with a weak line, I don't know how it's going to translate to, rushing or passing the ball.
Yeah, I don't like the offense at all. Certainly not with the new OC and all new pieces.
Now, as far as the defense, I believe in the coaching staff here defensively, Kane Ione and Jeff Choate. But as far as the pieces, I'm not seeing it. I don't know if they have the talent. Now, they do have some cool pieces that have come in the secondary. So Bishop Turner's back from last year. He played a little bit as a freshman. Casey Kinchin was injured most of 2024. He's back. Couple transfers should be nice pieces in the secondary. AJ Odoms, who was a 3-year starter at New Mexico and UTEP. He missed last year, injured. They got a kid named Marcus Kenyon III, who Choate is calling War Daddy, who's like captain of the defense. I didn't give him that name. Choate did.
Sure he did.
Hayden McDonald comes in from Columbia. 5 interceptions last year.
He had all last year.
Yeah, he was Ivy League defensive most valuable player, I believe. EJ Rambo is going to start at corner from Bowling Green. He was a starter on a very good Bowling Green defense last year. Now he missed the last 6 games with injury. So, okay, maybe the secondary is going to be all right. Is there anybody in the front 7 that jumps out here? Like, who are the best pieces in this defensive front?
Yeah, I don't know. You lost Ross on the edge to Sacramento State. I'm curious what Sacramento State's going to look like in 2026, by the way, because they're joining FBS, and I feel like everyone's transferring to Sacramento State. Yep. It's going to be ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, Aki Ifo, he's gone from the edge. Caden Johnson. So, yeah, you're really don't have anyone here. Sam Cook comes in from, SEMO. He had 4 sacks last year. Miles Williams comes in from Cal. He played in a few. Even Malatama, Malatumau? Yeah, Malatumau. He started 8 games last year. He transferred to Western Kentucky. So, yeah, man, I don't know. I think the line's maybe okay. You get McKinnon from Michigan, Vae from UTEP, Eccles from Arizona. So, I don't know. I'm more worried about the secondary. It's just you get a lot of players in. It's just a lot of inexperience. So, and then you get the linebackers and Drew Watts. He transferred to Memphis. He was their number 1 tackler last year. Mateo Lono, he graduated. Stone Combs is back at middle linebacker. He had a solid year, but I don't think the front 7's. I don't think his defense is that good. Really, I think the linebackers have gotten worse. I think the D line's gotten worse, and I think the secondary's gotten worse.
I believe in the defensive coaching staff though.
Yeah, the coaching staff's good. It's just you need the players. So
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if the defense is okay. Even though I agree with you. I'm not seeing it. But I wouldn't be surprised if the defense is okay just because Kane Ione and Choate, I think, are good coaches. But anyway.
Win total's 3.5 this year.
Find me 1 win on the schedule.
Yeah, I guess that's why it's 3.5.
No. Find me 1, let alone 4.
So you want the under. The under is plus 120. Yeah, I mean, well, the first game, I think they lose by 45.
At least.
I think they can lose to Sacramento State.
Deadass.
I really think they can. So, Middle Tennessee's obviously way better this year.
I think they lose to Middle Tennessee. Dude, I don't know. Find me 1 win.
Yeah, even their home games are rough. San Jose, Boise.
That's what I'm saying.
It's going to be rough. It's going to be a rough year.
All right, let's talk grades for Nevada. I'm sorry if you're a Wolfpack fan.
Yeah, I mean, your schedule's brutal. I mean,
well, if you're looking for like silver lining with Nevada Wolfpack fans, I don't know how many of you exist, how many would watch this channel. I love your coaching staff, so I think you have a bright future there with Choate. How about that? Rushing offense, it was a B- last year without Brendan Lewis. Actually, Purdy can run. Maybe I'll drop it to a C.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go C-. The offensive line's gone.
C+.
Passing offense, I'll keep it C-.
Yeah, I don't know how it's gonna be.
So C-, just keep it.
Yeah.
Rush defense. I'll go D-. I like the coaching staff, so I'll keep it the same as last year.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep it same as last year. You just lost everybody pretty much.
I like the defensive coaching staff, so just coaching alone, I think they take a step forward. How about that? All right, let's move on. All right, we move on to New Mexico, who's kind of the other bottom dweller here in the Mountain West. I believe Nevada and New Mexico are projected to be second to last and last in the Mountain West Conference. Bronco Mendenhall comes in, gives us the weirdest offensive season ever, where they were first in the country in yards per carry.
It was literally shootouts every single game. It was awesome watching it.
Yeah, I don't know I still don't even know what happened at New Mexico last year. Like, wait, this offense is electric? It was like, doesn't even make sense. That being said, as quick as it came, it left.
because Bronco Mendenhall was here for 1 year. When I first heard the news, I was like, what the? He came in for 1 year? I thought that was kind of an asshole move. It turns out that Utah State, I heard this on the College Experience show, is actually his hometown job where his wife and kids live. So it's like, oh, shit. If, like, where you live, like, offers you the job, that's probably, like, the job you want if, like, that's where your kids go to school. So, like, I understand, I guess I'll say. So that's why he left. He got a job offer from Utah State, which apparently is right by where his family lives. So Mendenhall leaves after just 1 year, and New Mexico has a brand new coaching staff again. We just
this time from Idaho.
This time they bring in the Idaho team, who again, this is another hire where the college football heads are loving it. I am not much of an FCS guy. Idaho's a very formidable program. I mean, shit, they were playing Oregon tough last year. So college football heads love this hire. I don't know much about Jason Eck. Do you have any background on Jason Eck you'd like to share?
No, just that he played in the Kibbe Dome at Idaho, and I love that place. I actually went there, to be honest. I went to a home game, Idaho Vandals game, when they were still in the FBS. No, I mean, he did all right for Idaho. I mean, he lost in the playoffs every year, but I mean, he improved the season every year, 7-5, 9-4, 10-4. So, yeah, I don't know. See how it goes. I mean, it's Idaho. I mean, you're bringing a whole new freaking team here, so we'll see.
Right. So the offense was obviously explosive last year. They were second in the country in yards per play, first in yards per carry, 23rd in effective rush, 27th in OFEI. That's the good news. The bad news is everyone's gone. Jason Beck went to Utah, and he took all the talent. Jason Beck took the Utah OC job, brought Dampier with him, brought Ryan Davis with him, who's one of the receivers. Luke Wysong's gone, transfers to Arizona. Eli Sanders, the RB, transfers to USC. Nakari Rogers, another one of the RBs, transfers to Utah. I'm not going to go through them all. They're literally all gone. The only pieces back from last year's offense are Richard Pierce, the right guard. So they bring back one offensive lineman, and Silliman, who I believe is going to start at center, but I think he also played tight end. Or am I reading that right? I think he played tight end or end center. So, yeah, there's nobody back. Are there any pieces you like here from the offense? Scott Trey Humphrey's the man, though. I'll say that.
Dampier was awesome. He had over 1,100 yards rushing last year. So you got Jack Lane in from Idaho. You follows his coach. He was hurt after the year last year. Everyone else really doesn't matter, to be honest. Quarterback's coming in. I mean, Lobstein's a senior red shirt last year to back up. They bring in Manchenbacher from LA Southwest. So, yeah, I mean, it's going to go with Lane.
You're talking about the other quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Oh,
no,
of course.
I'm talking about
It's
the
going to be
quarterbacks.
Lane. It's going to be Lane.
Yeah,
I don't know if they announced it yet, but it's going to be Lane.
No, it's going to be Lane. It's his coaches. So, and Eli Sanders was awesome. He obviously went to USC. I mean, they do bring in three, like you just said, Scott Humphrey from Montana State at 1,300 yards pretty much and 15 touchdowns. And then you got Damon Bankston at $1,100 for Weber State. DJ McKinney comes in from Sam Houston with 500. So they bring in the running back from Idaho, Buchanan, at 500. So they do have four quality running backs. Eli Sanders is a loss, but you have four really ridiculous running backs.
Well, it actually gets weirder than that. So they have four crazy running backs that transferred in. They have four RBs. Their fifth RB is named Ray Iwai. He's a walk-on. He had 2 touchdowns in the spring game and was actually the spring game MVP. So their fifth RB was actually the MVP of the spring game.
Yeah, it's wild, man. The wideouts, Michael Buckley's back. He was the fifth wideout last year.
I don't even have him down, Michael Buckley.
They'll look like they'll go to Keegan Johnson from Kansas State.
Yep.
Yeah. You got Isaiah Blair from Cerritos, 35 and 675 yards last year. And then Diop only played special teams last year. Looks like he's going to play wide receiver. So it's just obviously it's all inexperience, man. The same thing with the offensive line you just said. There's a lot of FCS players. Obviously, you got Idaho talent in, but FCS players, including 2 FCS backups coming in. So it's a different style of offense. I don't know. I think the line's going to be okay just because of the continuity they're bringing in. But obviously, it's going to take a step back.
Yeah, and on the other side of the ball, kind of the same thing. They do have Kapai, or I'm sorry if I'm saying that wrong, Randolph Pye, linebacker is back. Demetri Johnson, linebacker, is back. There's a couple pieces back on the defensive side. Gabriel Lopez transitioning to defensive tackle. He was 11th on the team in tackles. So they do have a few. I'm a little more optimistic about the defense, but this is one of the worst defenses in the country last year. They bring in a lot of Idaho players.
Right.
Idaho
I was going to say, like 3 of them are like big first team Big Sky last year. So it's like.
Dude, Keyshawn James Newby was an award, a finalist for the Buck Buchanan Award, which is the FCS Defensive Player of the Year, 10.5 sacks from Idaho. Jackson Eck, who I'm assuming is the coach's son, he had 98.
34 tackles.
Yeah. First team All Big Sky. He was actually All-American as well. He's preseason first team Mountain West. So, like, they're thinking these Idaho defensive players are going to come in and be official. Abe Williams, the corner, he was an FCS All-American kick returner and first team All-Conference corner. So, they, like, these guys, these pieces that are coming in from Idaho are apparently good as shit. So I guess maybe you go on the defense a little bit.
No, yeah, like you said, and New Mexico's defense was garbage last year anyway. So you lost the whole secondary. And if you look at it, you lose like 5 of your top 10 tacklers, but you're sure they can wrap up, but they can't cover. They can't guard anyone. So it's like they were getting torched every play. So, it's a brand new secondary. You got Idaho pieces. You got Austin Bradley.
The Vandy.
Yeah. You got the guy from Vandy. You got Austin Bradley from Ohio. He started 6 games last year. Tavion Combs comes back after being hurt last year. So you have a ton more. You got transfers from Auburn, Stephen F. Austin, North Texas. So everything's brand new, but I actually really don't mind that. It can't get worse than their pass defense last year. So it's a very young team. I think they're going to be better than you'd think because of pretty much Idaho. Idaho's team is pretty much here. So, and I think their defense is obviously going to improve. So.
Yeah, I think there's a bright future of the defense. I wouldn't be surprised if New Mexico. It's almost like we should expect to see the exact opposite of New Mexico last year.
Better defense and worse offense.
Yeah, like terrible offense, but a defense that's actually shockingly good. And New Mexico's schedule this year kind of reminds me of Fresno in a sense where, like, it's not there's just like games that are automatic losses, and there's actually 4 winnable games on this schedule. So their win total's at 3.5, and if you look at the schedule, there's 4 winnable games. They've got Idaho State at home. They've got New Mexico State at home. I think
which is funny because Idaho State's like a rivalry. Now,
I know.
Idaho against Idaho State.
Yeah, what a weird how did that happen? They got Idaho State at home. They've got New Mexico State at home, which is obviously the big rivalry game. I think they win that game. They've got Nevada at home. I think they win that game as well. They've got Utah State at home. Bronco Mendenhall returns to New Mexico after piecing on them after a year. I think they can win that game. They've got Colorado State at home. They've got there's winnable games on this schedule. They've also last year they didn't have UNLV. They have UNLV on the road in Las Vegas. Last year they didn't have Boise. They actually traveled to Boise this year.
Yeah, that's an automatic.
Yeah, they traveled to Michigan. They traveled to UCLA. They're going to get smoked several times in the season, but there are 4 winnable games on the schedule, maybe even 5. So I wouldn't be surprised if New Mexico's defense is decent and they end up winning 4 or 5 games. I wouldn't be surprised.
No, I wouldn't be either. And it's worth it. Over 3.5 is at plus 105 right now, so it's not that bad.
Yeah, I would put them at 4 wins. So last year they were A- rushing offense. I'm dropping them to a D-.
Damn. I'm not doing that. They have great running backs in.
They have no offensive line, dude.
I don't want to drop them that much. I'll do like a C. A good C.
Pass offense D.
Yeah. C-.
Rush defense. This is where you can get me a little bit. Like, they're not going to be Fs anymore. I'll put them.
No, their edges are really good. Their edges are really good FCS talent. I'll go with a D+.
I'll go D+, then I'll go C- for pass defense.
I'll go D+.
I think the edge rushers are good and a couple pieces of the secondary.
I do like their secondary. I don't know. I got the New Mexico in my head that it's just so bad.
It's so bad. Next up, we got San Diego State, and I am on the train this year. I'm a believer in Sean Lewis. I'm a believer in this team. I've laid the 15.5 points in the opener against Stony Brook. I think they're going to score on every possession in that game, so I laid the 15.5 in that one. I'm big on San Diego State. this year. I like what I'm reading about the quarterback in Denagel. They also have Bert Emanuel, and they haven't 100% named the starter yet, but I kind of don't care. I kind of hope they use them both. Denagel's a guy from Michigan with a big arm. They have big play wide receivers there, Miles Kit Denton, Jacob Bostic, I hope I'm saying that right, Jordan Napier. They have big play wide receivers. Bostic comes from Texas A&M, 6'2", vertical threat. Same goes for Kit Denton. He comes from Northwestern State. Big play guy. I believe in the spring game he had like 2 70-yard touchdown catches, and that's the reports I'm reading. Is Denagel has a big arm, and they have big play wide receiver, home run hitters. I think we're going to see San Diego State air it out. And then I think Sean Lewis is going to bring Bert Emanuel in and use his legs. I think, I think we might see both quarterbacks. I think this offense is going to be versatile. They have Sean Lewis calling the plays, who I think is one of the more creative offensive minds. Keep in mind, this guy had Kent State's offense looking halfway decent at times. I really like this San Diego State offense. They're trying. All I'm reading from the beat reporters is how they're trying to turn the tempo up. I think this team is going to be scoring 50 points a week. Honestly, I really like the Aztec offense. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really like Danny O'Neil anyway. He definitely made me angry last year because I bet on him too many times.
Agreed.
Yeah, I mean, it was rough. But yeah, Denagel looks good. I mean, it looks like he'll be QB1. And like you just said, I mean, I know he only had five attempts in 2023 before redshirting, but he's a top talent, and Bert Emanuel is in from Central Michigan, definitely has the legs, like you said. I know Marcus Cooper, it was the whole running game last year. He graduated, and everyone else had under 100 yards. But I mean, Christian Washington comes in from Coastal. He had 537 yards, 5 touchdowns. You got Byron Caldwell from Cal, and they have Lucky Sutton, who's been on this team for 3 years. He'll get more time here too. Yeah, you get Napier back at wide receiver. You lose your top 2, but Miles Kit Denton comes in from Northwestern State at over 450 yards. Jacob Bostic's in from A&M that transfers in. You got Nathan Acevedo, who comes in from Fresno last year. I think the wide receivers are going to be fine as long as Denagel looks good. And you have three seniors graduating on this O-line, but I think you're in pretty good shape too. You got Borjan's going to play more. He was from Arizona 2 years ago.
He missed almost the whole season injured last year.
Yeah, and Fuima Ono is going to jump in too. They have 6 talented freshmen offensive linemen who look good, and 2 FCS transfers in Kinnicky and May. So I don't think the offense is bad at all. I didn't like Danny O'Neil in the first place, so I think Denagel is going to be good. I think Cooper is their biggest loss, but I think they have enough running backs to kind of offset that. So I like the offense.
Me too. I'm big on this offense, and on the defensive side, look, the way Sean Lewis coaches his team doesn't exactly put the defense in the most favorable of positions, I'll say. A fast-paced, high-powered offense oftentimes gives the ball. Puts your
that D-line, the last half of the season was like atrocious.
Yeah, it
at
showed.
Stopping the run. They give up 250-plus yards a game on the ground, and they had 3 sacks in the last 4 games. So, yeah, it was rough.
The defense definitely fatigued down the stretch last year for San Diego State. The way Sean Lewis coaches, like I said, it's not exactly a recipe for a great defense. That being said, ton of production back. Chris Johnson was second on the team in tackles. He's back. Eric Butler's back. I mean, the entire secondary's back.
Yeah, the secondary's back, yeah.
Yeah, Latuli, who was probably the best player on the defense, led the team. Actually, Trey White was the best player on the defense, and he's back as well as also first team all-conference, 12.5 sacks. He's back. Inside linebacker led the team in tackles. He's back. Everyone's back. The San Diego defense is back. It's a matter of, do you think San Diego State's capable of having a good defense the way Sean Lewis coaches the offense?
Yeah, I think it's going to be good. I actually think the secondary is one of the top 6 in the Mountain West. I mean, like you just said, everyone's back. Josiah Cox is a solid transfer in from New Mexico State. You got Dwayne McDougal from Idaho. We were just talking about Idaho. Hunter Haynes from Washington State. And you got McEwen's back, McLaughlin, Whitmore. It's going to be an extremely solid secondary. This defense is going to keep this team in games as long as their run defense is improving, which it has to. I mean, it was so bad last year. I mean, I think the line's going to be better than you think. Niles King comes in from Grand Valley State. He had a great 2 years from them. Clay and White's came back. And I like the linebackers. Tanner and Mr. Williams transfers in. Lutuli and Owen Chambliss are still here. You have DJ Herman and Brady Anderson here as backups too. I think it's a really solid front seven, and I think the secondary is really good too. So I think, I'm with you, man. I think San Diego State's going to have a good year. I not only think they're going to beat, Stony Brook the first game. I think they're going to go to at Pullman and beat them too. So I don't think Washington State's good at all this year.
Agreed. And the perfect segue into the schedule. No UNLV on the schedule this year. No Air Force. They caught Air Force on the right year. They played Air Force last year. I expect Air Force to be dramatically improved. They avoid Air Force. They get Colorado State at home, who is one of the stronger teams in conference. They get Boise State at home, although I'd imagine they lose that game. But don't be surprised. Boise State's weakness last year was defending the pass. Don't be surprised.
Well, we said Liberty's going 12-0, right? And Liberty went shit last year.
Oh, my God. What the hell happened with Liberty last year? Honestly, and it's crazy you said that because I see a lot of similarities from Boise State this year from Liberty last year. But, yeah, I like San Diego State. Let's talk San Diego State grades. San Diego State. All right, so last year, rushing offense D-. They lose the main RB there. But I think the rest of the offense is going to be good. So what do you think? Rushing offense?
I think rushing offense is going to be a D. I don't think
I'll put D also. Passing offense, I'm going to say B+.
I will go with a B-.
Rush defense F.
I'm going D+. Actually, I will go D+, C-.
I'll go C-C. All right, San Diego State in the books. Let's move on to the next one, which is a very popular Mountain West pick. Let's talk San Jose State Spartans, a very popular pick for the Mountain West. I believe they're third in terms of odds-on favorites to win the conference. So this is they're very excited for this season. San Jose State fans, the quarterback Walker Egan's back. Last year was the first year of the Niumatalolo era here at San Jose State, and I gotta say it was fun. It was not, obviously this is a guy that was with Navy forever. So when he took the San Jose State job, I don't think anyone really knew what to expect from that offense. At Navy, they run the freaking option.
Nobody even talked about this team last year, really.
I know. It was kind of like a who knows what the hell to expect type of year, and they were pretty good. And they bring back a lot of production. They bring back the same. Oh no, not the same coaching staff, right? The DC is gone. Is the DC?
No, DC's been there forever.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. The DC was there from before. I'm sorry. The DC is there. I mixed my notes up. So the DC is still there. On the offense, what do you think of the offensive personnel? Quarterback's back, few offensive linemen back.
Yeah, I loved Emmett Brown. I think he was better than Egan, but look, what the crazy thing is, they threw for 552 passes last year, which is a record. It was wild. And I really like the offense again. Obviously, Walker Egan, he took over at quarterback. He started the last 8 games. I was actually surprised Floyd Chalk had 721 yards rushing with this offense, but he did have 10 touchdowns too. He's back. Backup Jabari Bates is back as well, 254 yards. And you got your third in Radcliffe too. So he was actually one of the highest rated recruits and was a true freshman last year. So I think he might jump Bates and may start by the end of the year. Their biggest thing is Nick Nash, obviously.
The two best players on the offense were the wide receivers. They're gone in the NFL.
Yeah, so Nick Nash I talked about early last year. I said he was going to be one of the better receivers in the country. It's nice that I was right about one thing in college football last year. That was probably it. Didn't get drafted. He signed on with the Falcons. But yeah, unanimous All-American, 1,300 yards, 16 touchdowns. You also lose Lockhart. He had 983 yards. He signed with the Chiefs as an undrafted too. Trayshawn Hurry, their wide receiver 3, he transferred to Louisville with one of the tight ends in Jacob Stewart. So they definitely lost big pieces, like you said. Matthew Coleman's back. He was number 4 last year, had 400 yards. Danny Scudero transfers in from Sacramento State. I know I've said Sacramento State so many times, but apparently they have all the talent in the world. 664 yards last year. You got Malachi Riley in from Arizona. He played a little 2 years. Leland Smith from Purdue. Kind of same situation with Riley. He played a little. So, yeah, man, you lose two great receivers. I don't see one of their new ones going for obviously 1,300 or 16 touchdowns, but I think the ball's going to move around. I think they're going to have good productions from the wide receivers. And then, they have 3 back on the offensive line. So I think it's solid.
Yeah. And I mean, if you want to count Hudson Mesa, they would have, he started 10 games last year. He wasn't supposed to be the starter, but if you want to count Hudson Mesa, they actually have 4 starters back on the offensive line. I'm not sure who's going to start at center. If it's
and they had 11 with playing time last year, so it's going to be good.
Yes, I mean, like personnel, I can understand why you're excited for San Jose State, because honestly, it's a very similar situation on the defense. Obviously, you lose a couple of huge pieces. DJ Harvey transfers to USC. That's a second-team all-conference corner. Rahimi transfers to SMU. That's a second-team all-conference safety. They lose Jordan Cobbs. They lose Toya on the defensive line. So they do lose some main pieces. Michael Dansby transfers to Arizona. That's a corner. But other than that, pretty much everyone else is back, including Jordan Pollard. Yep, that's the main guy there. He led the team in tackles, first-team all-conference linebacker. He's back and apparently looks very, very good in camp. They're saying he's looking like the first-team all-conference linebacker, best defensive player in the conference type of player there in Jordan Pollard. Also, Isaiah Rivas is back, should be one of the better safeties in the Mountain West. So, yeah, what do you think of the defense?
Yeah, I think the front seven is awesome. I know Warden Tory's gone. Tafa Tofua, he transitioned from Utah. He hasn't really played, but he should play well on the edge. Faga's back. He's one of the better Mountain West tackles. He actually had 47 tackles last year as a lineman, interior lineman, which is awesome. Justin Stern's back on the edge, too. Started 4 games. Lakio started 4 games. COC. Roni, Matahola all return. This is a good defensive line. And like you said, Jordan Pollard, I thought he was actually going to leave, but he stays on at middle linebacker, which is huge. And not only that, you got Latu and McNeil Franklin. He stayed on as well, the starters from last year. So Ethan Powell's back. Danielson Hoff. Zane Carter comes in from Ventura, had 88 tackles last year. This is a solid linebacker group. DJ Harvey leaving is a pretty big low, going to USC. Michael Dansby moved to Arizona. But you get Maliki Crawford from USC, Caleb Presley from Washington. Both are expected to start at the corners. Rivas is back at safety. So, I mean, I think Turner Gooden is a great corner. He's going to get more playing time. I think it's a weaker secondary overall because you lost some big pieces. But definitely. I think the front seven is awesome. So I think how good they're going to be with stopping the run, it should definitely just help the secondary. So as long as the run game holds up, then it should be fine.
And, yeah, I agree. The secondary's worse. But as a whole, the defense is better. Now let's get to the part where why people are really excited about San Jose State. It's not just the returning production, the schedule. They hit the jackpot here in the Mountain West. So obviously we talked about it. Mountain West only played 7 conference games last year. They now moved to 8. Last year, San Jose State played Colorado State, Boise State, and UNLV. They miss all 3 of those teams this year. So to put it into perspective, the top 4 rated teams in the Mountain West this year: number 1, Boise State; number 2, UNLV; number 3 is San Jose State. That's what we're talking about. Number 4 is Colorado State. So San Jose State is number 3. They don't play 1, 2, or 4 this season. So a very favorable schedule for San Jose State. In fact, Scoop, point out the most difficult conference game for San Jose State on this schedule. Is it San Diego State?
Yeah, just being at San Diego State is rough, and then probably their toughest games are the final 2. So at San Diego State and then home against Fresno, I think those are going to be the 2 toughest ones.
They're going to beat Fresno at home.
I don't know, man. Fresno's not going to be a lot better, and then obviously you get Hawaii at home, so that's always helpful. But yeah, I think at San Diego State, it's definitely their hardest game.
All right, so yeah, very, very nice looking schedule here. So let's talk grades. And last year, San Jose State was an F in rushing offense. Well, they should certainly be better than that with 3 RBs coming back and 4 offensive linemen with starting experience. So I'll put them a C-.
Yeah, I'll go C-.
Passing offense, A-. There's no way I'm giving them an A- without Nick Nash. And I think you completely downplayed losing the two best players on the offense, the two NFL wide receivers. So I'm going to say C+.
B.
Jesus. Rush defense. This is where they get better. I'll say B.
Yeah, B.
Pass defense. I'll say C+.
C, just a C.
All right. Next up, the Rebels, UNLV. Obviously, quite the disappointing year for UNLV last year. Actually, the Mountain West Championship game, they lost that game. UNLV felt they should have won the first game against Boise, but hey, yeah. Boise State was the better team, and you know what? To be honest with you, UNLV, Boise State's the better team again. But anyway, let's talk about UNLV 2025. We're talking about a new era. Barry Odom is gone. He took the Purdue job. Dan Mullen takes over. So we got a new coaching staff here. I don't really know who's playing quarterback yet. Is it Orji or Calandria? Do you have any idea?
No, it looks like Orji didn't even know how to throw the ball last year, so I would hope it's Calandria.
I would hope it's Calandria as well, although I think Orji might be a crazy. I don't know. I feel like the quarterbacks at Michigan, I'm not drawing any conclusions from what we saw last year. I feel like that was just I don't know what quarterbacks were going to be able to succeed on that offense last year. So overall, what do you think of the offense here at UNLV?
Obviously, you know that Sluka left, taking the NIL money after going 4-0. But Malik Williams did awesome. He was. I loved watching him.
He got an NFL contract.
Yeah. Where'd he go?
The Raiders.
Nice. That makes sense. Sluka's at James Madison. So now Calandria comes in. He had an okay year with Virginia. I think it's either quarterback, whether you go with Orji and Calandria. I think it's a step down from Malik Williams and Sluka. So, the problem is you lost a lot of, too much. Yeah, it's just Jaden Thomas was one of the few offensive players to stay, which is great for them. He had 918 yards last year, 7 touchdowns. He was second team All Mountain West. Kylan James at 653 himself, but he graduated, and Greg Burrow went to Texas State. But they have quality running backs after Thomas. Kayvon Lee came from Mississippi State. He had 29 carries. Javon Glover played at Utah last year. You also got Cameron Williams, a true freshman. He had an offers from a bunch of schools like Michigan and Houston. So I think the running backs are fine here. But other than that, you just lost everyone.
It's
three linemen followed their coach to Purdue. Your first team all Mountain West Shanks graduated. The other 3 starting linemen besides St. John's, who went to Purdue, is also gone. So no starters are back on the line.
Right.
Not going to even mention all the transfers coming in on the line. There's some talent here. They got a first team, SoCon guy. They got a bunch of transfers from bigger schools and some backups from last year. But it's a brand new line with, no offense. Calandria's back there. That's not, to be honest, great. And you lose all your wide receivers. So it's like, it's a whole new team here.
Yeah, to summarize the UNLV team, they have Jaden Thomas at RB, who's one of the best running backs in the country, by the way.
I'm surprised he's even here.
Yeah, why did he say? But that's an NFL running back right there. So they've got one of the best running backs in the country in Jaden Thomas. And then they've got McDuffie, the linebacker. Other than that, everybody's gone. Everybody's gone. Now, like Scoop said, we're not going to go through them all. They did bring in some talent. They reloaded. So it's not like, UNLV's going to suck. It's nothing like that. They brought in some serious talent. It would take a while. Just go through, just look at the graphic on the screen. They brought in talent. There's 5-star recruits that have come in. Denver Harris is a 5-star recruit from Texas A&M back in the day. Chief Borders looks really good as an edge rusher. He comes from Florida. He was at Florida, Nebraska, and Pittsburgh. He looks really good. Like, they have talent. And
Jaheim Joseph started at West Virginia every game. He's going to be in that safety. So
that safety, right. Justin Flow or whatever. He was a 5-star recruit from Oregon at linebacker. They brought in talent. It's just, it's all new. So it would just be, we would just be sitting here reading off names. So they brought in a lot of talent. They lost everybody. That's the situation here at UNLV.
Yeah, overall, it's a brand new team. It's a brand new coaching staff. They had 48 transfers out and 42 transfers in. So, I mean, like Kyle said, it's all new players. Some of them are starters. A lot of them are backups. So, like after Harris and Joseph for the secondary, a lot of these players that transferred in haven't had much playing time at all. So you have some big schools like the defensive line that transfers in. Some of them are okay. I mean, you have experience with Fuller, Rudolph, Borders. They all played last year. They just didn't start. So, and Jackson Woodard's a huge loss, obviously. He's an awesome year. He was second-team All-American, 135 tackles, 17 tackles for loss. So, yeah, I mean, Marcel McDuffie did stay on as a starter, one of the two on his defense. He's a good linebacker. He was a leader on his team even after missing half the season. So, it's just a brand new squad. So it's just how quick the coaching staff can get them up and running, basically.
Precisely.
I mean, and Dan Mullen's like super old school. So it's, I mean, he was in Florida, Mississippi State. I mean, if you know anything about him, he's kind of a hard-nosed guy. So I think he'll get them going pretty quickly.
I also don't really like the schedule for UNLV. I just feel like the three most important games are kind of all bunched up there. I don't like how they go to Wyoming, which obviously they should win, but Wyoming's a shitty spot. You never want to go. Like, Wyoming historically is a tough home team. I know that they're not going to be good this year, but historically it's a tough home team. They go to Wyoming. Immediately, they come back home to the Dome to play Air Force. It's just one of the tougher conference games on their schedule. Then immediately go to Boise. I just think if UNLV wants to do something this year, they're going to have to win two of these three games. Air Force, Boise, Colorado State. They need to win two of those three games. And for Colorado State, they got to go on the road. They got to go on the road to Boise. You have to think they probably lose that game. And then Air Force, they return home immediately after going to Wyoming. I don't know. I just don't love the schedule either for UNLV.
Yeah, and we're not saying this team's not good. Obviously, they're projected to go 8 wins. I mean, and they're like second in the preseason polls for the Mountain West. It's a brand new team. So, and with Calandria and Orji as quarterback, I think it's a step down. I mean, I don't personally see 8 wins or 8.5. Actually, 8.5. It's the over/under. So I don't see that, but obviously they have the talent to probably do it.
Last year they were an A- rushing offense. I'm going to keep him at Thomas. I think is an NFL running back, so I'm saying B.
Yeah, I'll go with a B.
They were a D- passing offense last year.
I'm gonna go with D- again.
Nah, you know what? That apparently that kid Omeri, the receiver that comes in from Arizona State. Apparently he was at Texas and Arizona State. Calandria can sling it. I wouldn't be surprised if they actually are a little bit better throwing the ball. I'll say D+. I'll say D.
I'll still say D-.
No, I'll go D+. Because I think Malik Williams was the man. He's not the most talented.
They have a deep wide receiving group. It's just
right. And Calandria, Malik Williams was awesome. Calandria is an upgrade in terms of a thrower.
Yeah, that's true.
I'll go C- here.
I'll say it a D-.
This is where run defense. They were a B last year. You have to think they go down. I mean, they lost everybody. I don't really know with the defense. I'm going to put them both at C's.
I was just going to say that. I was like, I don't know, because I mean they have talent. I'm just going to say
talent,
C's.
Yeah, I'm just going to put both the defense at C's.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on. Next up, we have the Utah State Aggies entering the Bronco Mendenhall era. Mendenhall, we were just talking about him with New Mexico. A very short tenure there, 1 year, one and done. I would imagine they're pretty excited here in Aggie Nation to get Bronco Mendenhall, kind of a Mountain West legend. And I got to say, Bryson Barnes seems like the perfect fit for Bronco Mendenhall. Just some trivia for you, Scoop. Do you know who Bronco Mendenhall's quarterback was during the BYU tenure for a lot of it? Quarterback runs between the tackles. That's your hint. Still in the NFL today.
Wasn't it Taysom Hill?
It was Taysom Hill.
Yeah.
So you had Taysom Hill. Then last year we saw what Dampier did, what he did with Dampier, quarterback in New Mexico. So now he takes over the Utah State offense with Bryson Barnes at quarterback, who I believe Bryson Barnes just broke the Utah State record for rushing yards by a quarterback last year. So, I mean, if you're a prop better, Bryson Barnes over rushing yards on the season, if you can find that somewhere, dude is going to get 1 billion carries because that's what we've seen from
Dude, and he had like an 8-yard per carry last year.
Yeah.
He was like insane.
Yeah. So Bryson Barnes seems like the perfect fit at quarterback. That being said, I think we should temper expectations a little bit. I think people see what happened in New Mexico, and then they see Utah State's offense, which was actually pretty explosive last year with Spencer Petras was quarterback for most of the season. They were actually 31st in the country in yards per play, 34th in success rate. So offense was pretty good. So I think people are seeing what happened in New Mexico, seeing how Utah State's offense was pretty good last year, and they are maybe building unrealistic expectations. I don't think it's going to be that good. They lost everybody. The only starter back on the offense is Brock Lane, the tight end, and he only had 197 yards. So
Yeah.
literally everyone else is gone. What pieces on the offense are jumping out to you?
Yeah, and it sucks because Utah State with it was a mess. They had to fire their coach like a month before the season. So It's like for what they had, it wasn't bad at all. Yeah, I mean, you're going to have an awesome runner, like you just said, in Bryson Barnes. Faison, unfortunately, went to South Carolina. He was an 1,100-yard rusher last year. Yeah, I mean, Jevin Jacobs comes from his coach from New Mexico, so you could see that's probably good. Miles Davis comes in from BYU, too. Yeah, man, I mean, every single wide receiver is gone. Every single starting lineman is gone.
Yep.
There's been no transfers in for the most part, except on their offensive line, except Icorn from BYU and Listen from Purdue. And I mean, they're relying on a ton of young players here. There's 16 offensive linemen on this team, and 10 of them are freshmen or sophomores. So Mendenhall did well with their line at New Mexico, but this, to be honest, maybe the worst line in the conference right now until they prove themselves. I mean, it looks like, and then plus the wide receivers, every wide receiver on this team had under 10 catches combined last season in FBS football. So their tight ends are back. That's something, but you got new running backs, new offensive line, new quarterback. Yeah, I'm not sure.
I think this offense takes a dramatic step back, despite Bronco Mendenhall, what he did with New Mexico last year, and despite Bryson Barnes being the perfect fit, you would think, for what he wants to do offensively. If you're looking for some high upside, Corey Thompson Jr., the wide receiver from UNLV, comes in. Doesn't have a ton of production. He had some injury problems the last couple of years there at UNLV, but he's a high-end, big-time talent at wide receiver. So, I mean, if you're looking for upsides, but yeah, like Scoop said, it's slim pickings here on the offensive side of the ball. So I think the offense takes a dramatic step backwards. On the other side of the ball, though, I wouldn't be surprised. Actually, I'm going to go farther than say I wouldn't be surprised. I expect the defense to take a step forward. And let me just be clear. I'm saying they take a step forward. They were a terrible defense last year.
Yeah, but I don't know, man. Because first of all, I don't know. You're bringing Nick Howell from New Mexico as defensive coordinator. I mean, you see how that worked last year. I mean, I don't know, man. 11 defensive linemen gone. 8 linebackers are gone off this team from last year. I just can't get excited about the defense. 3 of their 5, let's say 3 of their 5 best defensive players are back. They're the only 3 returning starters, but they're 3 of their most important starters. Ike Larson at safety was 2nd on the team in tackles. He's back. John Miller at linebacker. He was 4th on the team in tackles. He's back. And Gabriel Iniguez, he was 12th on the team in tackles. Mountain West honorable mention. Probably the most important piece on the defensive line last year. He's back. So they bring back only 3 starters, but they're 3 key starters on the defense. And the transfers they got coming in, I'm not sure. I'm looking at them like Dylan Tucker, Elon, 3.5-year starter. He was the team captain for Elon. A corner, I don't know. I just think the defense takes a step forward because they bring back important pieces, and they were so bad last year. Yeah. I mean, and plus, yeah. The problem is they took New Mexico's bad secondary and brought them here. They brought 3 of them over. Yeah, like you said, Arnold from Elon, I guess that's good. Ike Larson is great, though. I mean, he played safety last year for this team. He was first team All Mountain West in 2023. He had a good year last year, too. But there's a few other transfers, but I think they're going to have such a bad time stopping the run with all their friggin' transfers. I think this is just going to be kind of a step back year for Utah State overall. I wouldn't be surprised if they finish pretty much second to last or last in this conference.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be good here at Utah State. And I think Utah State fans should be excited because keep in mind, Bronco Mendenhall, I was actually just listening to the College Experience and they interviewed him personally and met the guy. This guy could have had power for opportunity. He doesn't care. Like, the reason he took this job in Logan is because his wife and kids live nearby. This is his home. So I would imagine he'll be here for a while. I think Utah State, the Utah State fans have reasons to be excited for the future. This year, I wouldn't expect a huge turnaround. In fact, I think they're going to be worse. Also, on top of everything we just said, I hate the schedule. I'm looking at their conference games. Where are the wins? November 8th, you got a home game against Nevada. Okay, coming off a bye week, you're going to win that one. There's one conference win. Where's the other conference win here, Scoop?
Yeah, I don't see much.
They should be better than New Mexico, but I
was going to say maybe at New Mexico, but
the revenge game in front of the home fans there.
That's true.
I think they're going to beat them. I see one conference win here for Utah State, so temper expectations for this year, but maybe a bright future ahead for Utah State. Let's talk grades.
Yeah, over under is 4.5.
Hey, I would go under on that. Rush
actually juiced to -160, 4.5. So yeah, under 4.5.
Rush offense was a B- last year. I'll keep it up at a C. That's probably going to be the highest grade I give them.
Yeah, I mean Jacobs was good last year.
I'm thinking about Barnes.
Oh, true. Yeah, I'll go. The line's so bad. C-.
Passing offense, I'm going to drop them to a D.
Yeah, I mean Bryson Barnes. I'll do a D+. I'll be nice.
Rush defense D-. I'm going to up both defenses to a D. I think slight improvement.
I will stay at D-.
Next up, the Pokes. Oh well, the Cowboys. Wyoming. So Sawvell's back for a year or two, and I gotta say, I think obviously quite the disappointing year one from Sawvell. A lot of people, including myself, were expecting Wyoming to be pretty good. I'll never forget that opener against Arizona State. I had Wyoming +7, thought it was a great number. I think a lot of people had Wyoming +7. They got beat by like 75 points.
Yeah, it was a bad one.
They got absolutely smoked in that game. And honestly, like...
Then they lost to Idaho the week after.
It just never got better after that. It's not like, oh, that was just a rough opener. It just never got better. The quarterback from last year, Svoboda, is now a tight end on the team.
Right. That's when you know it was bad. So.
Yeah, the quarterback's now a tight end. Caden Anderson is definitely QB1, and no question, he started the last 3 games. I believe it was the last 3 games. He started 3 games last year, and no question, the offense was better with him at quarterback.
Yeah,
so
I mean, you could say like, oh, he went 1-3, but I mean, he almost beat Utah State and Boise in one-score games. I mean, he was way better than Svoboda. I mean, it's like night and day between them two. So.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the games he started, they almost beat Utah State. Then they beat New Mexico on the road, a road conference win. Hey, those are tough to come by for Wyoming. Usually not the best.
And that Boise game, they lost by 4. So
yeah, they lost by 4 to Boise, and then the other loss was on the road to Colorado State, who's an upper half Mountain West team. So yeah,
their defense definitely kept them in games. It's not great. Their defense wasn't great anyway, but like your defense was way better than their offense. So.
They were 123rd in yards per play allowed. Their defense was better than the offense, but it was 89th in DFEI.
Well, down the stretch, they played a lot better.
Yes. Now, this year, I would expect that to be flipped because I actually think in terms of returning production, they're looking pretty good on the offensive side. Pretty much everyone's back here. You got 4 of the 5 starters back on the offensive line, and you've got other players who started back. Jake Davies started 11 games last year. He wasn't supposed to be one of the starters, but Geiger, the left tackle, he got injured in week 1, the first quarter of week 1 in that Arizona State game. So he's back, and Jake Davies is back. Both of those tackles are back. Rex Johnson is also back, started 6 games. So pretty much 6 of the top 7 offensive linemen are back here for Wyoming. Wide receiver 1 is back. Sargent, who was probably the best playmaker on the team. Chris Durr Jr. is wide receiver 2. He's back. The tight end is back, who was second on the team in receiving. The running back, who missed most of last year with an injury, he transferred to
Why am I drawing a blank? I forget where the running back transferred, but he missed a lot of last season.
Whaley, he went to Virginia.
Whaley, yes. He's to Virginia. But Sam Scott, who led the team in rushing, he's back. They also brought in the North Texas kid, Harris. He transferred in, even though he missed the spring. He's a little banged up. Terran Kelman transfers in from Charlotte. So they've got RBs. They've got the quarterback they want. They've got the offensive line. They've got receivers. Offensively, Salvell's got what he wants on this side of the field. Honestly, you like any? What do you think about the offense?
Yeah, it's going to be a way better QB play. The running, I didn't really have a big running game last year, and I don't even know who was really number one. Sam Scott led the team, but it wasn't great by any chance. And now he's maybe hurt, but kind of like last year, I'm not sure who the running back one is going to be or who's going to take control of the situation, but I think it's going to be better just because they have a better quarterback. And like you said, they have all their top 3 receivers in. They got 3 transfers that can play. I think with Anderson, they're going to have a better year. And the reason why this team is going to be better than from last year is only Tuafano is the only player not back on his offensive line. I mean, every other starter is back. The 5 backups from last year are back too, and you have 5 incoming freshmen that can help the team too. And Joseph Batey as a JUCO transfers can definitely play some time here too. So it's definitely going to help a lot. They have 12 linemen that played already. So I think the linemen's definitely going to make sure this team's good on offense. Yeah,
I like the offense. I think we see a dramatic improvement from the Wyoming offense. I think Caden Anderson could have a good year. The problem is that the strength of the team was the defense last year, and they lost everybody. Only 2 starters back, Westland and Florentine, on the defensive line. Other than that, I mean, they bring back Singleton in the defensive backfield. He missed 8 games. I think he was supposed to be a starter, but he was injured last year. Also, Jaden Williams at defensive tackle. He technically wasn't a starting defensive tackle, but he played a lot. He was 12th on the team in tackles. He missed the game, but he's back as well. The defensive line should be the strength of this team. As far as the linebackers and the secondary, I mean, it's a bunch of transfers. Andrew Johnson, actually at safety, was 10th on the team in tackles. He's back as well. I forgot to mention him. So that's a key piece in the secondary. Anyone jumping out here on the defensive side for you?
No, I mean, I agree. I mean, they do lose 6 pretty big pieces on the defensive line, but this line only had 15 sacks as a team last year, and they gave up close to 200 yards rushing a game. So the line wasn't a strong. It was definitely the secondary that was helping the team last year, and I mean, even that was iffy. But so I think with the transfers coming in for the defensive line, I think it's good. Tice Westland's good. Chisholm Afanye from FAU, he had a good year. Ben Florentine's back at the interior, so I think that's fine. Caleb Robinson redshirted last year too. He's back on the line, so I think they're going to be fine.
No, he ruptured his Achilles again.
Did he really? No,
yeah. So Caleb Robinson
probably retire.
Ruptured his Achilles. He missed 20. He's going to miss 2 back-to-back years.
That sucks.
And also, a freshman they had coming in, Dante Drake, also injured his Achilles, I believe. He's going to miss 20, or his might have been ACL, but he isn't going to miss 2025 as well.
Yeah, I mean, overall, the linebackers, it's not the greatest group either. I mean, they lost a lot. Suinoa's gone from linebacker. He was first team all Mountain West last year, and Connor Shea, their number 2 tackler, graduated too. So they do have a lot of options in the secondary. They have a ton of different pieces here that came in. And Andrew Johnson and Singleton are back from last year, but yeah, I don't know, man. It's a lot of different pieces. Southern Illinois, they got Desmond Hearns. He started 9 games last year with 49 tackles. He had a pretty good year. And you have a bunch of unknowns, pretty much. Brooklyn Cheek, Justin Taylor, Sibomano from North Dakota State. So it's a lot of people that really haven't played much. So I think the line's definitely the best part of the team, but I think the other groups aren't that great.
If you're a Wyoming fan looking for something to get excited about on the defensive side of the ball, apparently, so you got a 3-star freshman, Gary Rutherford, linebacker, who's having a breakout camp and has won the starting job. So he was a 3-star recruit last year, redshirted last year. Well, he wasn't even on my list. I didn't even know who he was. I had to look it up. So Gary Rutherford, linebacker, I'm reading, has won the starting job at the weak side linebacker. So there's something. He's a 3-star, so maybe you got a nice linebacker there, redshirt freshman. But yeah, like Scoop said, it's the defense should take a step backwards. The offense should take a step forwards. That's how I feel about Wyoming. And as far as the schedule, let's see, what did I write down about the schedule? You got winnable game, home against Nevada. They'll win that one. At Hawaii, that sucks. It sucks that once you get to November, that's where Wyoming wants home games. You want those home games in the cold-ass Wyoming, and 3 of their last 4 games are on the road. Saturday, October 25th, home against Colorado State. That's tough. I mean, where are the wins?
I don't see much here.
If you're looking a sneaky Wyoming spot, maybe they go on the road to Colorado in September 20th. Then they have a bye week, and then they're home against UNLV. So maybe October 4th, UNLV also is coming off a bye, though, so never mind.
And then you go right from UNLV and play against San Jose State. So which is going to be rough on their defense.
That's going to be rough. So, all right, last year, So Wyoming's rushing offense was a D- last year. I like the RBs. I love the offensive line. I'm going to give them a big bump up here. I'm going to give them up to I'm going to go C+.
I'll go C.
Passing offense with Caden Anderson at quarterback. The wide receivers. I'm going to say C+.
C.
Rush defense. You know what, the defense?
I think it's swapped this year. Like I think it's not. I don't think the secondary is going to play. Yeah. I'll go C, and then pass defense I'll go C. So yeah, C's all across the board for Wyoming.
Pass defense. C's kind of generous for this unknown second. Yeah, you're being way generous with a C.
Nah, they got a lot of.
I'll go D+. All right, we are finished with the Mountain West. We are officially into the Sun Belt Conference, and we'll start in Sun Belt East. Appalachian State. The Sean Clark era is officially over, and I know that it might look a little extreme, like you fired this guy after one losing season, and I get how on the surface level that looks like maybe an overreaction. Like this guy has one losing season, and you fire him. Before that, it was 9-5, 6-6, 10-4, 9-3. But you have to take into consideration the expectations going into last year. I mean, they were loaded. I believe they might have been the favorite. Them in Texas State, the favorite to win the conference. So they laid an egg in a major way. They brought Joey Aguilar back last year. Hopes were high in Appalachian State. I think a lot of people thought Appalachian State was going to win the Sun Belt Conference. So to go 5-6 was extremely disappointing. So that is a big factor of why he got fired as well. Scoop, what do you think of the new hire here, Mr. Loggins?
Mr. Kenny Loggins, Dowell Loggins, new coach. He was a Gamecock last year. He was the offensive coordinator, QB coach. I actually think he did a pretty good job ending the season there. I know the beginning, their offense wasn't really clicking with Sellers and the running offense. He also had a couple offensive coordinator jobs in the NFL. He was the Titans one back in 2011, 13. Then he was helped out the Browns, helped out the Bears. So now he's jumped around. Was good in South Carolina. So I think he'll do a good job here. Like you said, I mean, definitely a disappointment. It was their first losing season since joining the FBS back in 2014. So, yeah, I mean, it's a big disappointment for Appalachian State, but I think he went down to an offensive line coach for UCF. So now, I think it's a good hire for them. So we'll see how it goes.
Before we get into the personnel and the offense, I wonder what we're going to see offensively, because South Carolina was run first all the way. Well, they were run first all the way for most of the season, I'll say. They actually finished the season 13th in rushing frequency. South Carolina did. That's kind of the opposite from what we've seen from Appalachian State. So I would say, like, as Appalachian State going to become a run-first offense. That being said, South Carolina was throwing the ball more frequently as the season progressed, as Sellers got a little more comfortable. So I still think we're going to see App State throw it. They do have A.J. Swan at quarterback, who he's got 12 career starts, comes from the SEC. He was originally recruited by LSU, I believe. Then he was with Vanderbilt. Like I said, 12 career starts. He was a former 4-star recruit, 6'2", pocket passer. So they've got the quarterback if they want to throw the ball. Unfortunately, outside of that, there's a lot of pieces missing from this App State offense. On the offensive line, they lose Markel Samuel. That's their honorable mention all-conference left tackle. Their right tackle now is transferred to South Florida. Their center
Second-team all-conference center Holyfield, he's transferred to Tulane. So they've lost not just 3 offensive linemen, their 3 best offensive linemen. Now, they did bring in a couple of transfers, one from Pittsburgh, one from New Mexico State, but you have to think this offensive line takes a step backwards. And in terms of receiver, first-team all-conference receiver Caden Robinson tried to transfer to UCLA, was denied eligibility. He's gone. He's not with App State anymore, but he will not be playing at UCLA like he originally was going to. So they lose their number 1 receiver. Their number 2 receiver, Mekhi Jackson, now plays for Indiana. He had 745 yards last year. He was third-team all-conference. So on top of the offensive line taking a step back, they lose their numbers 1 and 2 options at wide receiver. At running back, they lose Amani Marshall, 713 yards, 7 touchdowns last year. He now plays for the Cleveland Browns in the NFL. They bring back Kanye Roberts, and they brought in a couple of transfers at running back. Maybe I don't really know what I think about A.J. Swan at quarterback. Maybe he's fine. Maybe he's better than Aguilar was last year because Aguilar was a little disappointing. But the surrounding offense definitely got worse. Would you disagree with that?
Yeah. So, I mean, the problem, like you said, the problem with the new coach and staff, you have 41 transfers out and 32 in. So, I mean, Joey Aguilar, he's at UCLA now. I mean, then transferred to Tennessee, I think. But he led the conference in interceptions. Like you said, it looks like A.J. Swan, but, he didn't play much for LSU last season. I think he threw like 4 passes. And for Vandy, he had, he was 54%, 1,400 yards, 12 touchdowns, 7 picks. And then J.J. Cole transferred in from Iowa State. He hasn't played since 2023 either. So you're looking at 2 quarterbacks who haven't played in over pretty much 2 years. So like you said, Marshall's gone. Kanye Roberts, it's whatever. I mean, Rashad Dubian's a running back from Arkansas. He transferred in as a third back. He did have the best yards per carry for Arkansas with 6 per carry and had 335 yards. So, and he had a decent amount of catches out of the backfield. But so he'll get time there as well. Khalifa Keith transferred from Tennessee. It's a decent running back room. I don't think they're going to have a problem there. Like you said, though, I think they might have a problem with the receiver position. Christian Horn, the third receiver, you already mentioned Robinson and Mekhi Jackson. They're gone, but the third receiver's gone. Dalton Stroman's back. He's the 4th receiver from last year. So, like you said, you have Dozer from Arkansas in. I mean, he had 2 catches for 2 yards last year. So, and then you got Barnes, the transfer from Austin, PA, who had over 1,000 yards. But like you said, it's going to be a lot of turnover here. There's 10 offensive linemen in and out. You pretty much nailed them. Samuel to OSU, Langelo to Troy, Holyfield. We just talked about that with the AACs to Tulane. So, I think there's going to be a lot of turnover here. I think App State's going to run the ball more because I think they have a better running room than. Amani Marshall was good last year, but I think you have better backs overall here for App State.
Probably deeper.
So, yeah, it's definitely deeper. So, I mean. We'll see. It's the problem is you haven't had quarterbacks play in over 2 years. So, and the wide receiver room is definitely worse. So, I think they're going to be a running team. Last year was a disappointment. So I think they're going to be better here. But it's just hard to tell who's going to step up for them.
They also brought in a receiver they like, William Fowles, 6'3". He was pretty highly touted with Louisville. He redshirted. Who knows? As a whole, I think App State takes a step back offensively. In terms of the defense, they lose their leading tackler, Brandon Harrington. He was Sun Belt honorable mention. He graduated. Let's see, what are the other key pieces here? They also lose Santana Hopper. He transferred to Tulane. He led the team in sacks. He was first-team all-conference. Probably their best defensive player there was Santana Hopper. He's gone. They do bring back some pieces. DJ Burks, the safety, he was third on the team in tackles. He's back. Apparently, they really like this kid, Christian Conyer. Was a corner from Coastal that transferred in. There was an article written about him in the spring, so apparently he looks pretty good. They also brought in Jaden McBurrows, he's a safety. He's a defensive back.
He plays both from Michigan. So.
Yeah, from Michigan. So they brought in a couple pieces. The problem is this defense is just never good. It's not good. Last year they were 124th in defensive PPA, 127th in success rate per rush allowed, 118th in success rate per dropback allowed. This is just a terrible defense from last year. Now they obviously we got to change here. The new defensive coordinator is DJ Smith. He's never called plays before. He's been with the staff since 2020. He's been with the Missouri staff since 2020, and obviously Mizzou has put themselves a pretty solid defense together. So I don't really know much about him to really criticize the hire, but he's never called defensive plays before, and now he becomes the play caller.
Not only defensive coordinator, he was mostly recruiting over there. He wasn't really doing much coaching. He was the linebackers coach, and then, like you said, he wasn't calling the plays. He was more of like a recruiting coordinator there. So, I don't know how. I mean, like you said, it was really bad last year, so we'll see how it is this year.
Yeah, they got, I mentioned Santana Hopper, the guy who led the team in sacks, first team all conference. He's gone to Tulane, and then Michael Fletcher was their edge rusher that had 4 sacks. Their other really disruptive piece up there. He plays for the New York Jets, so we wish him his best trying to play on the Jets. But yeah, this is just not a good defense. It wasn't a good defense last year. I don't really see any reason to have faith in them this year.
Yeah, I mean, when your whole team had 23 sacks on the year, you really didn't see a lot of people in the backfield there. So, yeah, their defensive line was bad. They did get Butler from Cincy, Favors, Johnson, Burks are all returning safeties. They all played over 45% of the snaps last year. But like you said, I mean, look at their defense. I mean, their pass defense, they're 119th yards per, and then SR percentage was 118. They were really bad at defense. They're, I think, 123 DFEI for the year. So, yeah, I mean, we'll see how it goes, but like you said, it was definitely a down year. We'll see how the new coaching staff and new players coming in helps them.
I'll give them a slight upgrade in pass defense from a D- to a D. How about that? D+ for bringing back. But I'm gonna drop the run defense to a D-. Pass offense, I'm dropping it to a C+. I'm dropping it to a C, and I'll up the rush offense to a C. That's how I feel about App State.
App State, I will give them a run defense. Run offense, I'll give them B-. Pass offense, yeah, C+. I just don't know how it's gonna be. And then, rush defense. Rush defense was really bad. So was pass. I'll give them both Ds.
All right. Let's move on to the next one, which is Coastal Carolina. All right, Coastal Carolina. Tim Beck gets the kiss of death. And if you don't know what that is, that's what Andy calls when the head coach remains, but he has 2 new coordinators. It's basically like the last hurrah. Like, okay, you're not the problem. Your coordinators are the problem. Basically, Mike Tomlin has gotten 15 kisses of death. I'm joking. We're not to that Tomlin debate. But the kiss of death is when the head coach remains, but both coordinators are gone. He brings in a new OC and a new DC.
Which I think are great.
Jeremiah Johnson's cool.
Jeremiah Johnson, I mean, he still got a decent, Drew Hollingshead?
Hey.
I mean, he was OC at West Kentucky with Belcamp, so I think it'll be all right.
Yeah, but that's not his. Well, all right, we'll get into it. All right, so Tim Beck took over the play calling when Travis Trickett got fired midseason. I mean, this team started 3-0 and then went 3-6 after that, so which is a really disappointing year for Coastal Carolina. You'd have to think Tim Beck might be a coach that's on the quote-unquote hot seat this year. Coming into the season, I have a lot of questions. So obviously, Coastal Carolina took a step backwards last year post Grayson McCall. We also saw the offense shift a little bit. We started seeing them run the football. So coming into this year, I mean, you would think bringing in Hollingshead to call the plays that we're going to see air raid. Western Kentucky, I mean, they throw the shit out of the ball. So you would think we're going to get back to the 2022 Coastal Carolina offense, the 2023 Coastal Carolina offense that throws the football. But if that's the case, I mean, who's the quarterback? I have done several searches. I've read several articles. There is no indication on who's playing quarterback. Do you have a guess, Scoop?
I think it's going to be MJ Morris. I would like to see Emmett Brown. I think he had a great year last year. I mean, it was San Jose State, but I mean, he had 16 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, 1,600 yards. Like I said, I think they're moving towards MJ Morris. He did play down a stretch last year for Maryland, but played at Iowa and Penn State. He had 3 touchdowns, 5 interceptions in those 2 games, and you can't really blame him for that. I mean, those are 2 tough teams and 2 tough defenses. What would
Emmett Brown do against Iowa and Penn State?
Like I can't say anything about those. And I think they were both away games, right? I think they were, but yeah, I mean, if you're going against Iowa or at Penn State, I mean, what are you going to do? I mean, yeah, those are 2 tough defenses. So Yeah, I think it's going to be MJ Morris, but I mean, these two are pretty much head to head. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if both of them play.
In terms of the rest of the offense, they should be in pretty good shape in terms of the offensive line. They bring back 3 starters, including Del Grande at left tackle, who was all Sun Belt honorable mention. So they got a nice piece at left tackle. Also, their right guard, Donovan Manson, he transferred to UNLV, but they actually still have Anthony Walton, who got a lot. He saw a lot of the field. He wasn't technically one of the starting 5, but he was like their 6th offensive lineman. So you could say, in a way, they brought back 4 starters on the offensive line. They also bring back their leading receiver, right? Tucker's back here. Jamison Tucker. Bryson Graves, their number 2 receiver, is back. And they also brought in a few receivers through the portal. Gilly from Ball State, a couple of FCS pieces. So offensive line, 2 thumbs up. Wide receivers should be okay. This wasn't the best passing attack last year, but bringing back all the pieces, that's a solid start. It's the question is quarterback. I mean, is MJ Morris, does he give you more production than Vasco gave you? I don't even know. I wasn't really overly impressed with Vasco, so I don't even know how I feel about him transferring to Liberty. I don't know how I feel about the quarterback situation here at all. I feel like it's all question marks.
I don't know what we really see in Vasco either. I didn't like Vasco in the first place. So, yeah, it really is the quarterback position. I mean, like you said, Hinton from Furman, you got English from West Georgia, you got Tristan Glass from Wake Forest, like Gilly from Ball State. You got a ton of Aragon from Lord of the Rings. He's from Western Illinois. But you got a lot of receivers and you got a lot of production. Same thing with the running backs. You got Jalen John from UMass. I know it's UMass. I mean, he had 583 yards from UMass. I get it. It is what it is. But Javon Edwards, you got Simpkins. You got a good team. You got a good running backs. You got good wide receivers. Like you said for the offensive line, Blake Martin's in. Donovan Manson's, I know, gone to UNLV, but Desmond Jackson transferred in from North Carolina. So I think you're going to have a great team to center around the quarterback. Problem is, I don't know who the quarterback's going to be and how they're going to be with the new offensive coordinator with Drew Hollingshead. I mean, I would run the ball. I don't know if he's going to, but yeah, I think it's going to be a great offense. I don't have an issue with the offense. I think the issue is going to be definitely the defense.
Yeah, well, just bringing in Hollingshead from Western Kentucky, those offenses are so centered around the quarterback. Bailey Zappi, Austin Reed, then Velkamp last year. Velkamp was Conference USA Offensive Player of the Year. So they're so centered around the quarterback. So you bring in an OC that has this quarterback-centered passing attack offensive style, and you don't know who the quarterback is. It's definitely a big question mark. But overall, I agree with you. They are talented around the quarterback position. On the defensive side of the ball, first team all-conference edge rusher, Lubin, he's transferred to Louisville. He led the team with 9.5 sacks. That's a big loss. They do bring in Lunin, who's more of an inside linebacker, 131 tackles at Albany last year. He led the entire conference. So, they also bring back Shane Bruce, who led the team in tackles last year. Wyatt Gideon, who was 9th on the team in tackles despite missing 3 games. So in terms of linebackers, looking pretty solid. They lose that big edge rusher there. They also lose DeMonte Diggs to Florida State. He had 5 sacks. He was 2nd on the team. So they lose their edge rushers. But in terms of inside linebackers, they should be in pretty good shape. Secondary?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like you said, Diggs, Whitson, Lubin all gone. So the defensive line might be rough on the inside, but I agree. I think their linebacker core is solid. I don't think they're going to have an issue with that with Lubin. Luke Murphy also transferred in from Eastern Michigan. He did great, but like you said, the secondary is just in rough shape. The secondary's brand new. Like everything is brand new. Wayne from Missouri's in, Chris Henry from West Virginia. You got Mu Young from Miami, Whitaker from Maryland, Robbie Washington, Miami. So on the whole team, you got Gordon. He has the most snaps on his team with 32% of the snaps. After that, you're going down to 16%. So everyone is brand new here. No one has really played a lot of snaps here. Mu-Young Washington from Miami, they played about, I think it was like 1% of the snaps in Miami combined. So they might be playing, but you don't see these guys. You don't know what they're looking like. So yeah, I think it's gonna be a rough go for them when Marion Gordon is your leading guy. I I don't see. There's a lot of players. I mean, there's a lot of transfers in. You got tons of transfers in and out on the secondary, but everyone's brand new.
Yeah, it's and also the defensive coordinator is brand new in Jeremiah Johnson. Now, what he did at Louisiana Tech last year was crazy. It almost didn't make sense. You can go back to me talking about Louisiana Tech throughout the season saying, how is this defense so good? So he was only there for 1 year. He's a Northern Iowa legend, Jeremiah Johnson. He was with Northern Iowa at the FCS level for 16 seasons. In Northern Iowa had a very strong defense. They're a very strong FCS program. He goes to Louisiana Tech, takes over the defensive coordinator position for 1 season. They went from 132nd in schedule-adjusted defensive efficiency to 70th under Jeremiah Johnson. So he was there for 1 year, completely transformed that defense. Now, who knows? Is he a magician, or was there a little bit of just chance involved in that? But, I mean, if you just look at raw production, what happened at Louisiana Tech before he got there, what happened after he got there, it's pretty insane turnover, pretty like a 180 defensively. So on the surface, Jeremiah Johnson looks like a pretty cool hire, but I agree with you. I don't like this defense.
No, I don't really like the defense either. Also, you saw who became a coach for Coastal Carolina on the offensive side?
Grayson McCall.
I
did see that.
Yeah. So I mean, like I said, I think the offenses are going to actually have a better season than last year. It's just the defense is going to take a step back.
All right, rush offense. Losing Bennett. I know they brought in some pieces at running back, and when you were talking about the running backs, you were a lot more optimistic than I was when I was looking at it. You actually sounded like you liked the running back room. They lose their main 2 guys. Braden Bennett's at Virginia Tech now, and Washington's gone. So I'm going to drop the off. You know what? The offensive line's in good shape. So I'll keep the rushing offense at a C. How about that? No, because with Hollingshead calling the plays, if they're going to throw the ball, I'm dropping it to a C-.
I'm going to keep it as a C.
Passing offense, I think because of the OC hire. Did they downgrade at quarterback? How do you even know?
I'm going B-.
What?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going C-.
No, B-.
B- here.
A big step up. Yeah.
You don't even know who's playing quarterback, and you're giving their passing offense B-.
They have so many pieces in.
All right. Rush defense.
I'll stay with a C- just because the defensive line's gone.
The linebackers
stayed up.
Yeah, I'll C- too. Bringing back all the linebackers definitely helps. Pass defense, D.
Yeah, I'll stay at a D. I mean, you don't know. I mean, you really have no idea.
Yes, you know what? I'm dropping it to D-. The secondary's brand new, especially earlier in the early in the season. They go on the road to play Virginia early. ECU, through that quarterback and put up big numbers. You could also throw 3 picks pretty easily. Out South Alabama, at Old Dominion, who looks pretty powerful with Colton Joseph. I think the Coastal defense, especially in the first 4 or 5 games, is going to get lit to hell. So, yeah, I'm dropping it to a D-. Next up, Gasso, Georgia Southern. All right, so Georgia Southern, Clay Helton is back. 3 straight winning seasons for Gasso. Love to see it. And in terms of the offense, you're not going to hear any complaints from me. I don't see any reason to expect a bad offensive season from a Clay Helton team. For those that don't know, his background comes from USC. You know the offenses they've had out there over the years. It's kind of hard to imagine Clay Helton not scoring points in one of his teams. So the offense was pretty good last year. And honestly, offensively, if we're just looking at the offense, they're probably pretty poised to have another good offensive season. I mean, Clay Helton is returning a quarterback for the first time in his tenure there. Here's the thing. I don't really think his quarterback's very good.
I don't think anyone really does.
Well, I mean, Clay Helton does because he could have went searching for somebody in the portal. He stuck with J.C. French. So J.C. French back. He started all 13 games.
Well, he's okay. I'm not going to trash him. He was all right.
I mean, J.C. French is back at quarterback, and this is the first time Clay Helton's returned his quarterback from the previous year. So you got to like that. They did lose their main receiver, Burgess Jr. He was an all-conference honorable mention. He graduated, but they bring in Camden Brown from Auburn. He's 6'3",
A lot of positive things being said about him right now. Apparently, he looks really good in the spring. They also bring back Cobb, Dallas, their wide receiver 2 and wide receiver 3. So they lose their wide receiver 1, but they bring back 2 and 3, and they got a transfer from Auburn they really like. So wide receiver, they should be pretty good. Offensive line, they bring back 3 starters, and technically, you can make an argument that they bring back 4 starters because Robert Wright Jr. was supposed to start as a freshman in 2023. He broke his arm. He's finally back. So Robert Wright Jr. probably going to be starting at right tackle. He's supposed to be the starter the last 2 years. He just broke his arm. So they should be set in 4 of the 5 positions on the offensive line. I believe they brought in a transfer to play left tackle as well. So quarterback, they got their guy back, or they got a guy back. Offensive line, they should be set in 4, maybe all 5 positions. They should be in good shape. Wide receiver, they're definitely set. Running back, they lose Jalen White, who's now in the Green Bay Packers. He was all-conference honorable mention. But they bring back O.J. Arnold, who they like. So running back, they're going to be set too. So any complaints on the offensive side of the ball here, Scoop?
Not really. Like you said, J.C. French is all right, but it is the Sun Belt. It was 17 touchdowns, 11 picks. He almost had 3,000 yards and 200 yards on the ground. But like you said, Jalen White graduated, but there was no transfers in and out for Georgia Southern on running back. So the second leading back, like you said, O.J. Arnold should get the nod. He had a 5 average yards per carry.
I saw Phil Steele had O.J. Arnold as one of his RBs to watch this year. So, like, some people think O.J. Arnold's going to be a serious piece.
Yeah, he was solid out of the backfield, too. He had 24 catches, so he was used a lot in the passing game. Like you said, Burgess is gone, the leading receiver, but like you said, Josh Dallas is returning. You got Camden Brown from a transfer from Auburn, and you had Dylan Gray from West Georgia, too. It's an FCS school, but he has a lot of talent, and they're high on him. And River Helms is a tight end starting right away from Western Kentucky. So, but like you said, the offensive line, same thing. There's really no difference in offensive line from last year. There's no transfers out, really, except Weston Wallace. He went to Western Kentucky, but other than that, everyone from the team last year is here again. You still got Kalen Williams, you still got Pitch and Wimbley, you got Caleb Cook, Chance Carroll, Chandler Strong. So everyone from last year's team is gonna make the jump again. So yeah, I think this is great for continuity. I think it's great for depth. So I think this, I think it's definitely gonna be a great offensive team personally. And I mean, like you said, it's not gonna be. With Clay Helton, I mean, it's going to be an offensive team anyway. So
right. And those 2 guards you mentioned, Wimbley and Cook, they were both 3rd-team all-conference last year. So both their guards are returning all-conference guards. So, yeah, the offense is going to score. Like I said, no complaints on the offense. It's the other side of the ball. I am not buying it. First of all, this defense wasn't good last year. Let's start with that. This defense was 120th in the country in yards per play. 115th in defensive PPA. Couldn't stop the run. Somewhat decent against the pass, but no, this was a bad defense last year. They did take a small step forward under Bailey, the defensive coordinator, but as a whole, this was not a good defense last year. You got to keep in mind, with an offensive coach like Clay Helton, fast pace, throw the ball a lot, doesn't always put your defense in the best of positions. Just saying, so a lot of quick 3 and outs with that type of offense. So I already lean towards this defense might not be good just from the offensive style. That being said, you take a defense that was bad last year and you take away Watson Trent.
Right, I was going to say, and he doubled the amount of the second leading tackler on the team.
He was the best player on this defense by far. In fact, he was the best defensive player in the entire conference. So you have a bad defense, and you take off not only the best player on the defense, but the the Sun Belt Conference Defensive Player of the Year in Watson Trent. So a bad defense, and you take off a superstar. I think this defense is going to be bad. Now, they do bring back Chance Gamble at corner. In fact, if you are a Georgia Southern fan or you're an optimist, you can point at the secondary. They're not in the worst of shape, but the transfers they brought in don't really have experience. Antonio White Jr. from Rutgers, he didn't play as a freshman last year. Same goes for Jaden Davis, safety from Georgia Tech. He didn't play as a freshman last year.
They brought in a corner from Ole Miss they like, but he didn't play as a freshman last year. So a lot of inexperience coming into play in the secondary. In terms of linebacker, I mean, you do bring back Justin Myers, who was third on the team in tackles, but dude, Watson Trent was such a monster that the whole unit, he's their inside linebacker, double the second leading tackler on the team. Without him, I think this defense is going to be even worse, and even worse than bad. Do you have any reason to be? Oh, they also lost Stampley, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing you could kind of pretty much fill in for Watson Trent is what we just talked about in Brendan Harrington from App State. But, I mean, he obviously is not as good. I mean, Brendan Harrington did lead App State, we just talked about in tackles, but App State was bad. Marcus Watson Trent was good. So, yeah, I mean, you got Devon Hicks as linebacker. You got MJ Stroud as linebacker. I think that the linebackers should be fine. But, yeah, I mean, you got Troy Pikes went to South Carolina. You got Fall. He transferred to Virginia Tech. So you got some corners out. Isaac Walker went to Jacksonville State. So you got
and remember, Isaac Walker was the one that tweeted out. Did you see that? He tweeted out that he was leaving Georgia Southern because of all of the drama, which is like no one knew what he was talking about. It was dubbed the quote unquote mystery drama. Like, is the drama in the room with us right now?
Yeah, I didn't hear about any drama till now, but yeah. So like you said though, I mean Jaden Davis, AJ Brown, Carla Thompson, they're all transferred in. But yeah, like you said, Stampley's out. You got Antonio White from Rutgers is in, but DeAndre Morris is out. You got Cameron Mathis is out. So yeah, I mean, I think the defensive line and the secondaries are out. I think the linebackers will be fine, but losing your best piece, and yeah, I don't. I mean, you got Elo transfer from Georgia Tech. He's probably going to start on the other tackle side alongside Bullard, but I know the majority of the maybe not the majority, but a decent amount stayed, but they weren't really great last year, so I don't really see him picking up the pieces this year either.
So apparently, all right, I just want to make sure he didn't say the drama. He said that it had to happen this way, but I don't want to be a part of a team that isn't focused on winning or something. It wasn't the greatest. How about that?
No.
He said something that was like, what? Oh, shit. But yeah, I don't think this defense is going to be good, even though they took a step forward last year. In the spring game, check this out. Now, obviously, it's a Clay Helton team, so you would kind of expect it. But in the spring game, 3 different quarterbacks took a couple series. That's how they do in the spring game. Everyone plays. All 3 quarterbacks threw for 120 or more yards and a touchdown. Not a single turnover throughout the whole spring game. So the spring game was just the offense lighting the shit up against a defense. Which is like what you'd expect.
Yeah, it's rough. And plus they start off. It's a rough 2 games at Fresno and at USC, and then Jacksonville State. That's a tough 0-3 start, I think.
Maybe they might be able to outscore Jacksonville State.
Jacksonville State, maybe.
So I will give them a slight upgrade in both offenses. Rush offense will go from C- to C. Pass offense B to B+. What do you think there?
Yeah, I think rush offense I'm gonna do a C, and then pass offense. Yeah, I'll go with the B+ too. Same.
Now defense. Let me just take a look again. I'm downgrading both. I'm gonna put them both down at a D+.
Rush defense I'll go with a C-, and pass defense I'll go with a C-.
Oh wow, you like them better than I do.
Oh, I mean barely. I mean it's not like.
Yeah. Next up, Georgia State. Oh, God. All right, let's talk Georgia State. Del McGee back for his second season. The first one did not go very well, although no one was really expecting much. For those of you that weren't following these things last year, he got hired very late. He didn't even know he was taking the job until like the spring. Like he was put into a crazy situation there. It was a complete overhaul with the team. So it was an ugly year for Georgia State. It was the worst offensive season they've had in several years, but also Del McGee was put in almost an impossible position. We have to acknowledge that. I don't know who would have. I don't know if Nick Saban could have threw together a winning team in the position he was put in. I want to at least give him that caveat. Now his OC is gone. Jim Chaney stepped away from the team for personal reasons, I'm reading. So Scoop, your boy's taking over calling the plays.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about Hugh Jackson taking over even an offensive coordinator. I think his time's kind of gone. I mean, obviously everyone knows Hugh Jackson.
I didn't even know he was still a coach. I thought he was
coach
retired.
Of the Browns, coach of Bengals, Raiders, offensive coordinators. He's been everywhere. He was Grambling State's head coach 2 years ago. Got fired right away. And then took over as the assistant general manager last year of this team. So he jumps in to play. Do some play calling here. The offensive coordinator and quarterbacks coach this year. So
he's the assistant GM, so he made the decision to put himself as host.
I guess he did. He's like, listen, I can take over.
I got this. So yeah, Hugh Jackson takes over as OC. And look, I'm going to be honest, I'm not really seeing a path here for Georgia State. They do bring back Valera at quarterback, but you got to keep in mind the only reason he was the starting quarterback at the end of the season is because Gibson got hurt. He lost his starting job to Zach Gibson mid-season. And in my opinion, the offense looked better with Zach Gibson. Now, they lost all 4 of those games, but all 4 of them were on the road. Zach Gibson took over the starting job. Valera lost the job. And Gibson at Marshall, at App State, at UConn, at James Madison. So 4 road games in a row. Then Gibson gets hurt, and Valera gets the job back. So, yeah, you look, and you're like, oh, Valera, starting quarterback back. Well, he got benched is what happened.
Right.
Zach Gibson, go ahead.
Yeah, and he wasn't either. I think Zach Gibson was better, and he even got this job because even the backups left. I mean, Lowe and Ragland transferred out too. So you got Velo, and then you got Cameron Brown from Texas Tech, who to be honest, I wouldn't even be surprised if he takes over sometime during this season. So I actually think that either Cameron Brown or PJ Hatter or from Texas State, he's also here too. I think either one of them are going to start over Velo by the end of the season.
Would not be surprised at all. So, by the way, Scoop mentioned they're all gone. Zach Gibson is now at Florida Atlantic, I believe. Zach Gibson, the guy who got hurt, who took over the job and got hurt, he's not there either. None of the language I'm hearing regarding the Georgia State offense is positive. I mean, you know how these football programs work with their PR. It's always, everything looks great. These guys have never been stronger. This is the best offensive line we've ever had. Every coach says that about their team every single year. The language that's coming out of camp regarding the Georgia State offense, here are some of the quotes I've read. We're still getting on the same page. That's one. We should expect an evolving offensive identity. What? What does that even mean?
Fair.
McGee, after the spring game, called his offense a work in progress. Now, obviously, we're nitpicking here. These are like stupid quotes. It's more just like tongue-in-cheek fun to bring them up, but it's definitely not what you want to hear, considering every coach in the country is going to tell you after the spring game, this is the best offense we've ever had. Now, part of it could be like maybe Del McGee's the most honest guy on the planet. The other part could be maybe this offense isn't good at all.
Well, it's also because everyone's so friggin' new on his team that it's like, the whole offensive line's pretty much different. The whole receiver crew.
No,
is different.
Center's back.
Oh, the center. Sorry, my bad. Yeah. I'm not gonna trash, but Hugh Jackson too, leading your offense. You'll see how that goes.
Scoop mentioned the offensive line. Alec Johnson, the center's back. Other than that, their tackle Chukwuma is on the Tampa Bay Bucks, undrafted. He's in the NFL. Trevor Timmons, their right tackle, transferred to UTSA. They lost their right guard to graduated. The people they brought in Charlie Patterson to play guard. He's a redshirt senior, so he's been at Virginia forever. 69 career snaps, not starts, snaps. So he has not seen the field a lot in his career. DeAndre Doofus or Duffus? I'm sorry, it's probably not Doofus. That was. It's Duffus, yeah.
He's from Maryland.
Yeah, didn't play last year, though. He's never taken a snap. Right. Bailey Jr. from East Tennessee State at FCS. I guess they do bring back their leading receiver, Ted Hurst, right? Second team all-conference. So there's something. They also bring in Leo Blackburn from Georgia Tech to play receiver. He's 6'5", 220. I mean, he's got 6 career FBS receptions, though. Is there any part of this offense you like? How about that?
I think the running backs will be good if their offensive line gives them time. Freddie. I know you lost Freddie Brock. He went to OK State. You got Amos from. Look at his. You got Amos from Ole Miss, Branson Robinson from Georgia, Broswell from South
Branson
Carolina.
Robinson, who knows how he's going to heal? Like,
and then Simmons from Michigan State. So it's like, I mean, who started at Michigan State? He was at Akron.
I think he's Ole Miss. I think he's from Ole Miss.
He was supposed to go to Ole Miss.
So I think he committed to Ole Miss, then decommitted.
Right.
Okay.
So it's like crazy the amount of talent they have as the running backs, but it's like I don't know who's going to be blocking for him.
For those, so Branson Robinson was a 5-star recruit at Georgia years ago. I mean, this is supposed to be your Noshawn Marino, your Nick Chubb, your prime blue chip Georgia running back. Serious injury. I think he tore his ACL. So this is his attempt to come back. So we don't know he's going to bounce back. He was with the team last year, only got 25 carries. Once upon a time, Branson Robinson was the best, most highly touted running back prospect in the country. But that was 3 years ago now. So, I mean, I suppose if they hit on one of these guys, like Scoop said, they've got a running back from Ole Miss. They got a running back from Georgia. And by the way, it makes sense. Del McGee was formerly the running back coach at Georgia. So that's his connection to Branson Robinson, probably how he landed that recruit. So I suppose they could hit on a running back. They also brought in a tight end from Gardner-Webb, who's supposedly really good, Camden Overton. I don't like Valaire. I don't like the quarterback. I don't really like the coaching staff. I don't think the offense is going to be good.
And you have DJ Avery is going to be a true freshman. He was actually top 50 in the country as a wide receiver. He had offers from Vanderbilt, Georgia Tech, Michigan, Maryland. I said Maryland, but Miami, Ohio. So he's going to – I think I wouldn't be surprised if he jumped in right away. So
now we'll flip it over to the other side of the football. And I suppose – if I'm a Georgia State fan, I think this is where I'm a little more optimistic. They bring back a ton of production in terms of the defensive front, just the front seven. The secondary is a little bit of a crime scene. But you got Henry Bryant, defensive tackle, Royal Lewis II. They did lose probably their best defensive piece in Swint. 4.5 sacks, led the team. He was third team all-conference. He graduated. But they also brought in an edge rusher from UNLV. Who knows how effective he'll be. But as a whole, of their defensive front seven, it looks like 5 of the leading 7 producers are going to be back, including Josiah Robinson. He was second on the team in tackles despite missing a game. Demaine Wilson, so linebacker, is going to be back as well. They actually lost Xavier Robinson, which sucks a little bit. But as a whole, they do bring back a lot of production on the defensive front. There's your positive if you're a Georgia State fan.
So defensive front, I definitely agree with you. The linemen and the linebackers are good. They got Ian Matthews still. You got Marlon Dean, a transfer from Utah State, is going to jump in right away. Henry Bryant's back from last year. You got Fuchs Lewis. So I think they're going to have a solid run defense. The corners
the secondary,
and the safety, it's pretty much just
they're all
everyone. Yeah, everyone is brand new. I mean, you have a D-Icy, which is a great name, D-Icy Hopkins. He's back. Other than that, everyone is new. Jordan Huffs from Eastern Carolina. Baylor. I mean, you got strong players. You got Isaiah Dunson from Baylor. You got Tyler Scott from Auburn. You got Bernard Costley from LSU, but none of these players have played.
Yeah.
So they all signed at big schools, but
I believe you mentioned Jordan Huff from ECU. He had 21 tackles last year. I believe he's by far the most experienced, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's just Hopkins is the only player returning, and then like you said, you got Huff, and that's pretty much it. Everyone else is brand new. A lot of these players haven't even played a snap in college football.
Yeah, so when we get to the grades, I can tell you the pass defense, I'm gonna slap an F. I think this might be the worst pass defense in the country.
Pass defense is going to be rough. I will give them a D-.
You're being nice.
I don't know. They're talented.
D-. All right. What about we got to upgrade the rush defense though.
I agree. I'm going to give them a C.
Let's go C. I'm down with a C. Pass offense. I mean, they bring back the quarterback and all the receivers. But how they?
Yeah, I mean Patterson, Virginia too. I don't know. I mean, he's gonna help out.
Is he gonna have any time to throw?
I don't know. I'll give him a C-.
Bringing back the quarterback, Scoop drops him a full letter grade.
I just hate him, man. I don't like him.
I'll keep it. I gotta drop it. No, you can't bring back the quarterback and drop it though. I'll give it B- again. I guess. I don't like him.
There's no lineman.
Yeah, there's no lineman. C+. Yeah, C. Running.
I think they're going to improve. I'll give them a
with what line? You can't only mention the line when you're talking about passing.
But I think run blocking is easier than pass blocking.
What kind of shit is that? It's a different skill.
Well,
so what do you put in them?
C.
I'll go C-. Damn. Rough year for Georgia State. All right, next up, JMU. All right, let's talk Duke's football. Bob Chesney is back for his second year here with the program. You got to say, last year, I mean, considering the fact that Cincinnati took everybody, and they still went 9-4, that's beyond impressive. Bob Chesney, definitely reason to be optimistic and excited for the future. If you're a James Madison fan, brings back his OC, Dean Kennedy, back for another year. DC's gone. Lyle Hempel he has now joined Mike Elko over at Texas A&M. Colin Hitchler is the new DC. I have notes on Hitchler. Do you have any notes on him?
I mean, he was co-DC the last 3 years of since.
He's been with the program,
and then Alabama he just got fired from. So.
Oh no, he was okay. He hasn't been with the program. So
he was literally coordinator 2022 Cincinnati, 23 Wisconsin, 24 Alabama.
Wow. So he's been bouncing around.
Yeah.
All right. In terms of the offense, the more I read, and I don't want to make any grand because this isn't going to be uploaded.
But James Madison is going to be the best team in the world.
No, I'm a seller on James Madison.
Are you really? I'm not.
Well, hold on. We'll talk about it. But right now, we're just talking personnel on the offense. And from what I'm reading, the more I read...
Wait. Let me take that back. If Barnett plays...
that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Then that's fine.
I
think he'll be awesome.
The more I'm reading... the more I'm thinking Sluka is going to be the quarterback to start this season.
Good old UNLV scumbag himself.
He's not a scumbag. He's a businessman. I praise him for it. Go get yours. Go get yours, young man.
NIL himself. I get it.
For those of you that don't know what we're talking about, so Barnett was the quarterback last year. He was excellent. 26 touchdowns, 4 interceptions, passer rating over 143. He also had 442 rushing yards, 7 rushing touchdowns. He was one of the best quarterbacks in the conference.
26 touchdowns, 4 picks. It was crazy.
Yeah, he was freaking awesome last year. Last game of the season, got injured. His knee? Was it his knee? I forget exactly what serious injury. Has not participated in any spring activities, and we're getting really clouded answers on whether or not. First, it was like, oh, he'll be ready for the spring. Then it was like, oh, no, he'll be ready for the fall camp. And this is starting to sound strikingly similar to a Cam Rising situation where, yeah, he's going to be fine. He's going to be fine. Then all of a sudden, he's questionable week 1. Then all of a sudden, week 1's happening and Sluka's taking the snaps. So I am not going to believe Barnett will play until I actually see him under center. In fact, if you put a gun to my head and said, Kyle, who's the starting quarterback and James Madison in the opener, I'm saying Sluka.
I don't even know if it's going to be Sluka. It might be Camden Coleman who they're
It's going to be Sluka. Stop
dude.
Dude.
Bro, he had 2,000 yards from Richmond, 14 touchdowns, 5 picks. He could run himself. He had 338 yards rushing.
Apparently, you didn't watch Sluka on UNLV last year. Dude.
I mean, I've seen him. I know he can run. Not as good. I mean,
he's slick with it.
He was good with it, but. Yeah, I mean, I think it's an open competition, though. But I mean, I think Alonzo Barnett's obviously better than both of them.
Oh, of course. All right, so who's going to play quarterback? That's a big question. Now, I think there are a couple things to point out here with James Madison. First of all, the personnel. Now, they lost some key pieces. They lost Cole Potts, their first-team all-conference guard. He graduated. They also lost a left tackle who transferred to Charlotte, but they bring in Cam McNair, who's going to start at left tackle. He was first-team All-Patriot League at
Holy Cross, baby.
At Holy Cross. Yeah, so they're fine. In fact, you probably can argue that they upgraded at left tackle. They brought in Zach Greenberg to play center from North Carolina because their center graduated. He only started 2 games last year with UNC, so not really sure what to make of that. Losing Cole Potts is huge on the offensive line, but as a whole, I would imagine James Madison's offensive line is going to be fine. They're pretty loaded.
Yeah, and they got Pogorelk from Duke, too. He played a decent amount of time last year, so I think they'll be all right.
Quarterback, we already talked about. Wide receiver, now, what I like, so first of all, their top 3 receivers are gone. Top 4 if you count the tight end.
Yeah, I was going to say top 4 with the tight end.
Yeah, top 4 receivers are gone if you count the tight end. Knight is on SMU. Dollison graduated. Cam Ross is on Virginia. Taylor Thompson graduated. So 2 transfers out, 2 graduations. Now, what I like, the 2 receivers they brought in, now they brought in several, but the 2 I like have a ton of experience. You know who I'm talking about, Scoop? Sanchez and DeGennaro?
Oh, yeah, DeGennaro and Landon Ellis, too.
Oh, Landon Ellis. Why don't I have him? Where's he from?
They're the same thing. They're both from Richmond. DeGennaro
Jalen Sanchez. I think the one I'm liking is Jalen Sanchez.
Oh, Jalen Sanchez from Nova.
From Villanova,
yeah. So, I mean, the reason why Ellis and DeGennaro, I think, transferred with Richmond is because of the quarterback, which is also why I think they might give
Sluka is
they might give him some run. I mean, they got 2 of their best wide receivers from Richmond, and they've got quarterbacks from Richmond. So
your hate of Sluka is crazy.
But the problem with that is there's also no receivers from the FBS over 100 yards.
Right. So they don't have FBS
or over 7 catches.
So they don't have FBS experience. But what we're looking at when we're going through these Sun Belt teams, a lot of them were saying, hey, this guy came in from Wake Forest, but he only has 2 career catches. These guys have tons of starting experience. Jalen Sanchez led Villanova in receiving back-to-back seasons, literally 23 and 24. DeGennaro from Richmond, he has over 2,000 career receiving yards. So these are guys that are not going to shrivel up under the spotlight here. These are guys that are proven. Now, are they proven at this level? No, but I like bringing in the experienced FCS receivers. I'm a fan of that.
And Casey Concepcion, the big receiver, his brother transferred over here from Kansas State. So maybe maybe he's like his brother.
That was crazy. They barely gave him the ball last year. That was weird. Well, we'll get to the ACC, I suppose, next week or a couple weeks. But all right, so they were receivers. They lost their top 4, but they bring in some experienced FCS pieces. Running back, they should be good, right?
Yeah, running back's going to be fine. I mean,
Pettaway
back. Pettaway's back. He had 980 yards. Wayne Knight's back. So I think they're going to have no problems there on the ground.
Yeah, so offensively, I would imagine maybe the passing attack takes us. Actually, if Sluka's the quarterback and the receivers are gone, passing attack will take a dramatic step back. But rushing attack should be as good as anyone in the conference. Would you agree with that?
Definitely, because McTurdy, Simmons, Hart. I mean, all these have great running. They're all great at run blocking. So I think they're going to have no problems there at all. And then Carter Sweezy, Josh Toner, they're all solid offensive linemen. So I think they're going to have no issues running the ball. Yeah, and especially if Sluka's the quarterback, he's a hell of an athlete. Yeah, I like JMU's rushing attack. Passing attack probably takes a step backwards. Now, I'm a little concerned that the James Madison offense just really wasn't the same down the stretch. Through the first 4 games, they're averaging 44 points per game, 7.3 yards per play, 257 passing yards per game. And in the last 8 games, we saw the production. I mean, the success rate went from a 46% to a 42%. Points per game from 44 to 28.8. So we saw a dramatic drop-off. Alonzo Barrett went nuts in the first 4 games of the season and then slowed up. The James Madison offense didn't look all that great down the stretch. Let's not forget their season ended with losses to App State and Marshall. Does that do anything for you? The fact that the offense fell off at the end? I mean, not really. Not right now. I mean, it didn't fall off. It just fell off compared to when they hung 70 on North Carolina and 63 on Ball State. No, I don't think it's an issue this season. Yeah, they'll be able to run the ball just fine. Now, on the defensive side of the ball, I think there's reason to be concerned here. Eric O'Neal is such a big loss on the edge. What's up, Rutgers? Rutgers, we need it. We need any help we can get. We need any help. Did you know, really quick, Rutgers has they're 0-35 the last top 25 opponents they played. Oh my God. Yeah, pretty good. So what we're talking about here is Eric O'Neal, the best player on this defense. First team all-conference defensive end, edge rusher, 13 sacks last year, which obviously led to tackles for loss. Yeah, he was an absolute monster on the edge. He's gone. He's at Rutgers. And on the other side, on the other edge, is Kari Mans. He had 9 sacks, which was obviously second on the team, second team all-conference. He graduated. So the amount of production you lost on the 2 edges here, crazy from James Madison. You can make an argument those are the 2 best players on the defense. Maybe Jacob Dobbs, who was also second team all-conference. He was second on the team in tackles. Despite missing 4 games, he's gone also. He graduated. So much production gone from the defensive front 7. Yeah, and then I guess you're replacing him with Lakota Deepray from Charlotte, and then you got Xavier Holmes, who had 4 sacks, 71 tackles. It was from Maine, so I don't know how that's going to transfer. I mean, he's going to start. I already saw he was starting the spring games on the end, but he's not going to be Eric O'Neal.
Yeah. Now, there are a couple pieces back here in the front seven. Trent Hendrick was 5th on the team in tackles. He's back. Also, Emmanuel Bush. A key defense, interior defensive lineman, a defensive tackle. He was a all-conference Sun Belt honorable mention. So they bring back a nice piece at defensive tackle. But I think front seven, it's James Madison and the Sun Belt. I mean, they're still going to be great. This run defense has been elite back-to-back years. I mean, 2 years ago was like practical joke. Last year they were still 53rd in effective rush. So it takes a step backwards, but by no means will you ever hear me say I think James Madison's run defense is going to be bad.
No, definitely not. And even on the front seven, I mean, Trent Hendrick's back. He was a big piece for them for your linebacker. And you got Jalen Studio from Kent State. I know it's Kent State, but he was probably one of their best defenders. So I don't think they're going to have an issue with the run game.
All right. In the secondary, Jacob Thomas back is huge. He led the team in tackles. Second team all-conference safety, led the team in tackles. He's back. So obviously, just what a piece there to have in the middle. Other than that, though, you lose Terrence Spence, graduated. Sheeran, the other safety, who was 4th on the team in tackles, he graduated. Jordan Taylor, their other corner, he graduated. So 3 starters in the secondary are gone. But I'm sure you're about to talk about Harris Lopez, right? The Holy Cross captain.
Holy Cross captain. I mean, so the problem is you got, like you said, Thomas Spence graduated, so he had the most picks for the team, and then DJ Barksdale is back. So the issue with that is he was the 4th corner on the team, and now he's leading the team. So you got Harris Lopez from Holy Cross. He's a monster. I'm sorry. Chance Harley from Maryland. TJ McGill from William and Mary. Ken Willis from Cincy. Elijah Culp from Charlotte. So all these transfers. I think they like Culp. All these transfers are in from the corner position. They should help, especially in their nickel packages, because that's what they run most of the game. I mean, it's a lot of inexperience. I mean, a lot of FBS inexperience. So we'll see how it plays. Jacob Thomas is going to be a big part of their team. DJ Barksdale is going to obviously have to step up. But, it's just a lot of unknowns here on the secondary side. I think the running defense is going to be fine, but the passing defense might have issues.
And now so I think they take a step back in the passing offense. They take a step back defensively against the run and the pass. And then here's where I really get worried. Their schedule is significantly harder. Last year they have Southern Miss. This year, instead of that, they go on the road to Texas State. They have their non-con this year. Louisville, Washington State, instead of North Carolina, and what they have, Western Kentucky, Charlotte.
And Liberty.
Yeah, and Liberty. They also have hold on one second. They also have Louisiana this year. They did not have Louisiana last year. So they didn't have Louisiana or Texas State last year. They have them both this year. Last year they had Louisiana Monroe. They don't have them this year. They had Southern Miss last year. They don't have them this year. They had Georgia State last year. Oh, they still have Georgia State. I'm sorry. But in terms of non-con, it's harder this year. And in terms of their conference schedule, take out Southern Miss and Louisiana Monroe, add Louisiana and Texas State. And by the way, I think Louisiana is going to be good this year. I'm a buyer. So I'm a seller on James Madison, man. I know that's like unholy. People love this team. Now, when it comes to grades, I will still give them the B- on the rushing, though.
Rushing, I'm going to go with a B+.
No, I'm going to go B, because I could see the rushing being a little better. Pass offense, though, D.
It's so hard when you don't know if Burnett's playing, but I'll go with a C-.
Rush defense, let's go B-.
I'll go B.
Pass defense, I'll
go B-.
B- too. So, yeah, I'm downgrading these guys.
I upgraded their offense.
B- to B. Upgraded. I actually didn't downgrade them as much as I. All right, yeah. All right, let's move on to the next one, which is We Are Marshall. This is a challenge, man. All right, let's talk about the herd. And, wow. So for those of you that don't follow Sunbelt football, Charles Huff wins the Sunbelt Conference last year with Marshall. Head coach Charles Huff. They win the conference, which was unlikely. They were not one of the favorites to win. Well, I mean, they weren't projected to be terrible, but that was an unbelievable accomplishment. Wins the conference, pieces, takes everyone with them. Your thoughts, Scoop?
Yeah, so if anyone didn't know, he quit before the bowl game, became the head coach of Southern Miss. And then he, following the win, Marshall agreed to play Army in the Independence Bowl, and then everyone just left. The whole team withdrew from the bowl game. They were fined $100,000 by the Sun Belt, and yeah, so now this whole team is pretty much brand new.
Yeah.
Actually, really quick, I'll run it down. Quarterback's responsible for all Marshall's passing yardage. There's no one out there. No returning herd player rushed for a single yard on this team. Only 2 returning players caught any passes from this team. And on the offensive side, the players responsible for 49 of the 65 offensive line snaps are gone. Our starts are gone. So,
yeah, Jalen Slappy is back at right guard. That's it. That's it. And by the way, they didn't really do all that great in the portal. They brought in Tyler McDuffie, 6'9", 365 left tackle from Hampton.
Yeah, if anyone doesn't know, Tony Gibson's the coach now. He was a defensive coordinator from NC State. You have Rod Smith. He's a new offensive coordinator. He was the offensive coordinator of Jacksonville State, and he was the interim head coach to end the season there. And then Seth Doge, right? He went to Arizona, became OC there. So new defensive coordinator Shannon Morrison. He was a linebacker coach last year from Marshall. So you had someone returning. He's a linebacker coach from last year.
Well, I think the hires paint a pretty clear picture of what this team's going to be. I mean, Tony Gibson, for those of you that are not familiar with NC State, good physical defense every single year. I think it's a pretty good fit considering Marshall's usually got a good, tough defense also. So even though we didn't get to the defense yet, but we're not going to spend a ton of time on personnel on this team because it's just it's a toss-up, it's a crapshoot. Despite losing everybody and bringing in just random transfers, I wouldn't be surprised if Marshall's defense is pretty tough just because the program usually has a pretty tough defense. I mean, they're Sharp College Football's defensive ranking for Marshall with Morrison as the linebacker coach in 21 through 23, 51st, 14th, and 48th. So this is a program that just figures out a way to put a tough defense out there. Then you bring in Gibson as head coach from NC State, who just churns out a good physical defense in NC State year in and after year in and year out. I wouldn't be surprised if Marshall's got a tough defense here. It's just offensively, I mean, Rod Smith, it was pretty impressive. Probably one of the most dynamic group of 5 rushing attacks in the country when it comes to what he did at Jacksonville State. Dude, the Sun Belt is a step up in competition, and you do not have the horses. Like, you don't have the pieces. At Jacksonville State, you could compare the talent to the rest of Conference USA. They got transfers from everywhere. I mean, who's even playing quarterback? Is it Carlos Del Rio Wilson or Zion Turner? Who's even playing quarterback?
Yeah, I mean, and Rio Wilson hasn't played since 2023 from Syracuse. Zion didn't play since 2022 with UConn. I don't know.
Those are the 2 candidates, right?
Yeah, that's it. That's really all of any team. You got Jaquai Long, but I don't think he's going to play. But yeah, I don't see anyone else starting except them too. So I don't even know how this offense is going to be. I don't know if they're going to be a running team or a passing team. I mean, all their running backs are gone. I mean, you got Jordan Houston, the backup stayed there, but I mean, you got Michael Allen from UNLV. Deshaun Barbie had pretty good numbers at McNeese. So and then you got 10 wide receiver transfers in. So who knows even who's starting there? And then, like you said, the whole offensive line's a complete overhaul too. So
yeah, we don't have to spend a ton of time doing this one. I will say, unders, a lot of running and a good physical defense that'll figure out a way. I trust Gibson to throw together a defense, even despite the talent. You know what I'm saying? I still trust him to put together a defense, but offensively, just a lot of running, a lot of clock chewing. Rushing offense from A- to C. No, I'll go D+, honestly.
Yeah.
No, I mean, because they did that in Jacksonville State, I'll give them a C-.
I'll go with a D+.
Passing offense, F.
I'll have to go with an F.
Find me a worse program. Find me a program in a worse position when it comes to a passing attack than this.
Yeah.
We don't know who the quarterback is. The two options aren't even proven passers. They're
yeah, and then like you said, I think the defense is going to be all right. It sucks they lost. I mean, obviously lost everyone, but they lost the Sun Belt Player of the Year in Mike Green. He had 17 sacks, 23 tackles for loss. He was actually a Ravens second-round pick last year or this year. The other 3 D-lines are gone. You have 8 D-line transfers in. I think their linebackers might be okay. They lost Watson and Yates to bigger schools. You had some transfers in from FCS schools. They have big losses in the secondary. Moton went with his coach to Southern Miss. J.J. Roberts, he graduated, but he signed with the Bucs as an unrestricted free agent. Marvin Myers might get the start here on corner from Middle Tennessee, but their defense was okay. I mean, it was all right. Green McKnight's still there, and you have another 9 transfers in. So, like you said, it's going to be a big step on both sides of the ball. 16 of their 17 top tacklers are gone, too. So, Georgia minus 39.5 seems like a good call for week 1. That's who their week 1 opponent is. So, I actually think it should be like 50. But, yeah, I don't see anything happening here. I guess rush defense, I'll bring them down to a D+, 2 grades.
Rush defense, D+.
I'll just do D. No, give him D's on both. D rush and D pass.
I'll give him a C- just from the coaching staff, and then a D- on passing. So yeah, tough situation for Marshall. Yeah,
sucks for McConaughey.
Yeah, it sucks for good old Matt. So next up, we have Old Dominion, and I'll tell you before we even get started, I'm loving it. I'm a fan. All right, ODU, Ricky Ronnie, you'd have to say probably on the hot seat here. It's his 6 years as a head coach, and he's had 0 winning seasons.
Just 2 6-6 seasons.
Couple of 6-6 seasons. And, last year was 5-7, I believe. So last year wasn't even one of them. Here's the thing, I'm liking Old Dominion this year. I think they're going to play in a bowl game. I wouldn't be surprised to see them sneakily steal 7-8 games here. I'm liking what Ole Miss is doing. Now, all right, so let's get into it. Same coaching staff back, same coordinators, and what I like is I like how we saw a complete shift in momentum when they made the quarterback change last year to Colton Joseph. He took over for the last 7 games. Old Dominion started the season 0-3. They went 5-4. After that. So in the last 9 games, they were above 500. Colton Joseph took over for the last 7 games at quarterback. We saw a night and day difference down the stretch here. In the last 5 games of the season, Old Dominion was averaging 34.8 points per game, over 7.3 yards per play, compared to 23.1 and just over 5. So dramatic difference in offense. This is an explosive offense. They were throwing the ball downfield. In the last 5 games of the season, 9.64 yards per pass attempt compared to 5.29 in the first 7 games. So they made the quarterback change, and this offense was working. They were connecting on big plays. They were putting up big numbers, 35 points per game. It was awesome. I won a couple big bets on Old Dominion. Again, I think it was against Georgia Southern was my biggest bet of the week, that one. They won 47-19. Now, Georgia Southern, that defense is hilarious. They also played App State, which is another.
And like you said, I mean, they also played James Madison tough. I know they lost 3 of the last 4, but Marshall, they only lost by 7. James Madison, they only lost by 3.
Yes. So when Joseph took over, so this is crazy, actually. So first of all, they only lost 1 game last year by more than 1 score. The entire season, it was Virginia Tech. Other than that, they should have beat South Carolina last year. They were winning the game. They fumbled on their own 8-yard line.
Week 1, right?
Week 1, they almost beat South Carolina. So the entire season, the only game they lost by more than 1 score was Virginia Tech. And then when they made the quarterback switch to Colton Joseph, their only losses, App State, 1 score. James Madison, they had it. They could have won that game. Then Marshall, another game where they had the ball down 1 score at the end. They could have finished the season. I mean, they were one of the more competitive teams in the Sun Belt second half of the season, without a doubt. And Colton Joseph's back at quarterback. So you like that. Offensive line, I think, is in great shape. You bring back all-conference left tackle Barlev. You got the starting left guard back as well. You also got the starting right tackle. So you got 3 starters back on the offensive line. They did lose the center. Michael Flores went to Louisville. But they bring in Ryan Joyce, who's a 4-year starter at Fordham. He's been the captain of Fordham, literally the team captain for 2 years. So they bring in a veteran leader at center. So, You like that for Old Dominion? I think the offensive line's in great shape. The only area is skill positions. Running backs and wide receivers are pretty much all gone. Your fantasy football positions, but I like who they brought in. Scoop?
Yeah, and then Griffin Duggan from Virginia Tech, Logan Cox from Kansas State, they're transferred in on the line too. But the thing with Colton Joseph is he's going to start here again, but this is the first time Ronnie had a returning quarterback in 6 years. This is the first time he's ever had a returning quarterback, so that should obviously help the team. Like you said, Aaron Young graduated. He was their leading rusher. Bryce Duke, their second leading running back. He transferred to Utah. But a big name, Travian Hargrove, he transfers in from Grambling. He was a big recruit out of college for Mississippi State. He was a 4-star. I think he should get some time since Devin Roche is back from last year. They're running back 3. I think he's going to take over right away to just be running back 1. Like you said, the wide receivers are gone. Page graduated. You have 11 career FBS receptions on this team now with Page, Conroy, Vines, Austin. They're all gone. So it might be a little rough. Kelby Williams went to Western Kentucky. You got the guy from Tulane, Sidney Mbanasor. I don't really know how to say it, but he didn't really play for them last season. So you're gonna have a lot of people step up, like Abdul Rahim, TJ Lott. So all these people are gonna have to play from last year who didn't get any run time. But I think they're gonna be fine as long as they're capable Sun Belt wide receivers. I think they're going to be fine on the offensive end.
Yeah, I mean, like Scoop said, extremely inexperienced at the wide receiver position. During the spring game, they had 2 JUCO kids taking first-team reps. Ja'Cory Thomas and Trey Brown were taking first-team reps, and these are kids from junior college. So, yeah, wide receiver, extremely experienced, but Colton Joseph is a dual threat. The offensive line's good. I think they're going to be able to run the ball despite losing Aaron Young, their RB. Also, their tight ends now on the Raiders, Pat Conroy. But I like the offense. Give me the quarterback back. Give me the coaching staff back. Give me the offensive line. And I think the rest will fall into place. I like this Old Dominion offense. On the defensive side, I love the defensive front, the front 7. So, at linebacker, they're all back. All 3 linebackers are back. Leading tackler, he was also 3rd on the team in sacks. Second team all-conference, Natala. He is back now, Tala. Mario Thompson, who's 3rd on the team in tackles, Sun Belt All-Conference honorable mention, he's back at linebacker. The kid who's 4th on the team in tackles, Colbreth, he's back as well. So all 3 linebackers back. Now Tala got hurt in the spring, but I'm reading he's going to be all right. We'll see. But also, Jason Henderson is back as well. And if you don't know who that is, that was Old Dominion's leading tackler in 2023. He was a first-team all-conference linebacker. He was the best team player on this defense in 2023. He missed all of last season with a knee injury. So you bring back all 3 linebackers from last season, and then you insert the guy who was supposed to be the best of all of them. So this is going to be one of the best linebacking cores in the entire conference here. They also bring back Trinidad on the defensive line. He led the team in sacks. He was 3rd-team all-conference. I love this defensive front, man. They lose Lowry at defensive tackle. He went to Louisville. They also lose White McLean. He went to Cincinnati. I'm not going to say it's perfect. They lost a couple pieces there on the defensive line. But at linebacker, they are loaded.
Yeah, like you said, the second team Sun Belt transferred Denzel Lowry to Louisville, and White McLean's gone too. So no lineman transferred in, but like you said, they did hold on to Chris Trinidad. He led he was a leading sack leader on their team last year. Ricardo Williams, Chris Spencer, Cole Daniels are all going to have to step up from last year, but still, they're still from the team. They still played last year. So, and you said the number 1, 2, and 4 tacklers are all still here, or 1, 3, and 4. And then number 2 is Jerron Manning. But he was a DB, so he transferred out to Mississippi State. But like you said, this is going to be a really solid run-stopping team, probably one of the best in the conference. You still, there's a lot of DBs out and in. Angela Rankin's still in the portal. Manning, like I said before, Reason's gone. But they're pretty high on the corners that they got from Purdue, Alessandro and Steiger from Kansas State. Both should start. Steiger will probably play the nickel. They still have Easterly and Carter from last year for safeties, and Colin Collier from TCU transferred in. So I think they're going to, even with the transfers out, I think they're probably in the same shape secondary-wise as they were last year. So, yeah. I mean, I don't know if you have an issue with the secondary, but I don't think they're going to have a problem.
Well, I'm big on this Old Dominion team. Like I said, if there's one area where I'm worried, it would be the secondary. I think they'll be all right. I mean, a lot of football is
relative, right? If you have an elite run defense, it certainly puts the secondary in a pretty good place, makes it easier to do their job. So, yeah, I think the secondary is going to be fine. I don't love the idea that there's a bunch of new pieces in. So, but what works in Old Dominion's favor here, if the secondary is going to struggle, I expect it'll be early in the season. The two of their first 3 games at Indiana, at Virginia Tech, they're going to get smoked anyway. Like, even if they, like, it's not like they were going to win those games. So it's almost like what I want to see is I want to see Old Dominion get beat by like 40 points by Indiana, then 40 points by Virginia Tech. Then we go into that home game against Liberty and I hammer ODU in that game. Or maybe that home game against Coastal, because I'm not big on Coastal this year. So that might be a spot I could play on Coastal Carolina, kind of like a buy low on a Coastal defense that I think is going to be very good. But yeah, I'm a big ODU guy. Rushing offense, I'm keeping it at an A. Offensive line and Colton Joseph back. Give me an A.
I'll go A- just because they lost their lead guy.
Passing.
I agree with you. I still think ODU is going to have a really solid year. I think they're going to make a bowl, and I think it's going to be his first winning season. So
absolutely. Passing offense, give it, because of the receivers, give it a C+.
I'll go with a C.
Rush defense, A-.
B+.
Pass defense, I'll keep it at a C.
C+.
Oh, we're an ODU program, man. All right, next up on our list, Arkansas State. Butch. Let's talk Butch Jones. Butch Jones football. All right, Red Wolves. Well, the good news, what you want to see if you're an Arkansas State Red Wolves fan, is under the Butch Jones era, your team has improved every year in terms of the record. 2-10, 3-9, 6-7, then 8-5 last year. So that's great. Your team consistently has gotten better under Butch Jones. So you love that. I will say the expectations were pretty high with Arkansas State last year. They were one of the favorites to win the conference. So, I mean, entering last year, if you were like, hey, Arkansas is going to go 8-5 this year, you would have been like, because they had high hopes. They had Jalen Raynor coming back, who was the freshman of the year at quarterback. They had very high hopes last year. So 8-5, not you shouldn't be happy with it, but I mean, they thought they had a good shot at winning the conference, and they fell dramatically short of that. And what makes it even more disappointing, I'll say, is the word I'll use. They just laid an egg in the 2 biggest games of the year, the 2 games they needed to win. The two teams that they finished third in the Sun Belt West. The 2 teams that finished first and second were Louisiana and Texas State. So the Sun Belt West standings was Louisiana and Texas State up top. Then Arkansas State was third. They went to Texas State and lost 41-9. They went to Louisiana and lost 55-19. So the 2 biggest games of the year for Arkansas State, they got absolutely housed by the teams they needed to beat. So laid an egg when it mattered. Also finished out the season by getting beat by OD motherfucking U. So Scoop, what do you think of this offense this year?
I think the offense are going to be fine. Jalen Raynor threw the ball 420 times last season, by far the most in the Sun Belt. He's back this year again. He had 2,700 yards, 16 touchdowns, 10 interceptions. I mean, you still got, Jax Brown, Ethan Crawford's backing him up. There were 2 transfers in. And
Scoop, I'm reading that it's a competition between Jax Brown and Raynor.
Really? Well, I mean, you also have Zach Wallace. Not Zach Wallace. What's his name? Josh Flowers is the highest high school quarterback they ever signed, still there as well. So, I mean, he might play too. But I still think it's going to be fine. I mean, you lost a leading back in Zach Wallace. He graduated, but Kenyon Clay transferred in from Southern Miss. He had a good year last year. Corey Rucker, the wide receiver, won from last year's back. He had over 1,000 yards, 7 touchdowns. I know Courtney Jackson graduated. Regan Ely graduated. He graduated too. J.J. Harrell's transferring in from Mississippi State. He's young. The Xavier Burris is a transfer in from FIU, looking like he'll be a wide receiver too. You also got transfers from Wagner, Benelli, Quan Lee from Florida A&M. They have decent transfers in. I don't think they're going to have problems at the skill position whatsoever. But the problem is the offensive line.
Thank you. I was like waiting for you to get to it. That's the offensive line, man. They got crushed. Their second-team all-conference center, Bayer, is on the Buffalo Bills, undrafted. Mekhi Butler, their left guard, second-team all-conference, is on the Patriots. They're both in the AFC East now. So their two best offensive linemen are gone. Honestly, their four best offensive linemen are gone, you could say.
Yeah, Thomas and Zolikoffer's gone. So, I mean, it's definitely taking a step back here.
And one of them transferred to Kennesaw State.
I know. That's just embarrassing.
Yeah, so their offensive line is in bad shape here. They bring back one starter on the offensive line. And what I said about Jax Brown and Jalen Rayner, look, that might just be like a story that leaked to motivate Rayner. They do some shit like that. So I don't know if he's actually competing for the starting job, but I read that it's an open competition. We'll see. Jax Brown does have over 3,000. He had 3,000 yards, 33 touchdowns last year at the FCS level. This kid can sling it. So who knows? They did bring back Corey Rucker. You talked about the skill possessions already. I'm worried about that offensive line.
Yeah, the offensive line is going to be rough. I mean, you do have Zuri Madison from Arkansas and Kobe Williams from Memphis, but yeah, I mean, the offensive line was one of the best in the country in the Sun Belt last year, so it's definitely going to take a step back no matter what.
Yeah, I think the Arkansas State offense takes a small step back, I'll say. On the defensive side,
26% of their defense is returning, but they weren't that good last year anyway, I don't think so.
It's tough because they actually killed it in the portal. But I mean, that's kind of Butch Jones is kind of known for that. But they brought in, all right. So first of all, I'll just talk about the key pieces they lost. Marvin Ham II led the team in tackles. He graduated, but they bring in Javonte Mackey, but it's almost like bringing him back. He was with Arkansas State in 2023, was the number 4 tackle on the team. He transfers out to Memphis, suffers a season-ending injury without even seeing a snap at Memphis, and is now transferring back. So, yes, they lose Marvin Ham II, who led the team in tackles, but if Javonte Mackey never transferred out and got hurt, he would have probably been the leading tackler last year. So they that's like a trade-off, depending. I mean, it depends on how healthy Mackey is, how well he recovers. But, I mean, he should be fine. They brought in a couple. Devin Curtis from Middle Tennessee, linebacker, has some starting experience. They brought in a starter on the defensive line from Liberty. Quincy Wright, 249 snaps on the Sam Houston State defensive line last year. They also brought back Whitehead II, led the team, or he was tied for the team lead in sacks. He was third team all conference. So there are some pieces coming back. The secondary is mostly gone. Trevion Thomas is on the Carolina Panthers now, undrafted. I don't know. It's such a high variance defense. They brought in a lot of talent in the portal, but they're bringing nobody back.
Yeah, it's a lot of talent in the portal, but like you said, all new linebacker core. Their top 3 tacklers are gone. I know they have 2 bigger linebackers from big schools, and Aaron Alexander from Michigan and Daniel Demery from Ole Miss, but both didn't play that much last season. They're going to have a lot of playing time here with other competition. They have other pretty solid linebackers in from Memphis, Middle Tennessee, Marshall, and their defensive line wasn't great last year. So, I mean, even with a lot of turnover, I don't think it matters that much. The linemen didn't stop the run. They didn't get in the backfield. Jones is in the portal, last I saw. Whitehead's back, had a decent season. Chris Bodie is another Liberty transfer. He's coming. Cody Sigler from West Alabama is supposed to be a really high transfer. He had 6 sacks last year. So, and the secondary, yeah, that's pretty much all new as well. I mean, I know they're pretty high in DeMarcus Baker, an incoming freshman corner. He decommitted from Southern Miss, had offers from a couple schools. He probably won't play that much, but AJ McGee is one of those Marshall transfers. He'll start right away. One of their best corners, and Dante Joyner went to Maryland. Avante Dixonson's in from Utah State. So everyone else, though, even though there's 5 other transfers in, there's little playing time on the defense. So, I mean, they've improved that, like you said, over the last 3 years over Butch Jones. They were 8-5 last year with that Bowling Green bowl win. It's just going to be hard to see another 8-5 season, I think.
Yeah, I do think that there's a bright future for the Arkansas State defense. I just don't know if I could count on seeing it in September or October. I like Nate Drayling. And all right, so if you don't know who I'm talking about, that's the new defensive coordinator. Harley is gone. He went and took the job at Northern Illinois. So they have a new defensive coordinator. And I know, so Nate Drayling comes from Utah State. And you might say, Kyle, how do you like Nate Drayling? I mean, they had one of the worst defenses in the country last year. You got to keep in mind the circumstances that I mean, Utah State was a crime scene last year. So Nate Drayling was only there for 1 year. So he took the DC job at Utah State, right? In July, 6 weeks before the start of the season, head coach there's the whole allegation thing, gets fired, and Nate Drayling is thrown into the interim head coach role that he was not prepared for, that he was not hired to do. So that's just a weird situation. Not to mention it was a Utah State defense that was 110th in returning production on the defensive side. So he was not given a ton to work with. And then right before the season started, he became the interim head coach instead of just the defensive coordinator, which is not the job he prepared for all summer. So it's just a crazy situation. I don't mind the hire of Nate Drayling. Like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if by the end of the season, Arkansas State's defense looks pretty good. But college football, we're talking about a 12-game season here. I just don't know if I can count on it showing up for the first few games. There's so many new pieces. So this is the hardest one, in my opinion, in this whole conference. I think this is such a. I mean, Marshall's pretty tough too, but this is
the first year they play Arkansas ever. First ever Arkansas State game.
Wow, is that true?
Yeah. I don't know why they haven't ever played before, but they never did.
That's kind of cool. September 6th. Rush offense C. I'm dropping it to a D+. Nah, C-.
Still got cross. I'll go with, what was it last year? A C?
Yeah.
I'll stick with a C.
Pass offense, I'm going to say C- still. Keeping it.
I'll go with a C.
Rush.
C. Not D. C.
Oh,
don't disrespect my Arkansas State, the Red Bulls.
I typed it wrong. Rush defense, F last year.
Yeah, but you're returning all the linebackers. I mean, not returning. You're having all new linebackers.
I was going to say, but they have starting experience, you could say. I'll give them a D, I guess, but
D.
And then pass defense,
D.
I'm going, D. Yeah, it's rough. All right, next up, Cajuns. All right, Louisiana football, same coaching staff back. DeSormo finally gets his what we've been waiting for. We finally saw the Louisiana program show up. They went to the conference championship. We finally saw a good year out of Louisiana in the post-Billy Napier era. They had gone 6-7 his first 2 years with the program after Billy Napier left. So 10-4. They go to the conference championship game. They get killed by Marshall. But the same coaching staff is back. Lead story has to be Ben Wooldridge is now gone. He's on the New England Patriots, undrafted. I think the starting quarterback is going to be Walker Howard. He's a former four-star recruit. He was originally recruited by LSU, and then he was at Ole Miss. So highly touted talent. He only has 10 career pass attempts. So in 3 seasons with LSU and Ole Miss, hasn't seen a ton of the field. But, I mean, if you're a 4-star recruit that gets recruited by LSU, you have a high ceiling. Let's say that. So they've got highly touted, unproven quarterback who I think is going to be the starter. They do have other quarterbacks there, but I believe Walker Howard's going to be the starter. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, Daniel Beal and Winfield's backing him up, but I think it's going to be definitely Walker Howard.
Now, in terms of the wide receivers, it's kind of the same situation. You've got 2 4-star recruits that are kind of unproven. Not kind of, they're definitely unproven. You've got Shelton Sampson Jr., who's a redshirt sophomore, LSU 4-star recruit, didn't see the field as a freshman. He's 6'4", with a sub-4.4 40-yard dash. This is a freak of nature, but he didn't see the field with LSU as a freshman last year. But 4-star, high-ceiling guy, kind of like Walker Howard at quarterback. On the other side, the other receiver, 4-star recruit freshman, Russell Babineau, 5'7", 160, so the complete opposite type of receiver. He had offers from Auburn, LSU, Florida State. He's here at Louisiana. So at quarterback, you have a 4-star recruit who's never really played. At wide receivers, you have 4-star recruits who have never really played. So high ceiling talent that's unproven is the story here with Louisiana. Offensive line, 2 first-team all-conference offensive linemen gone. Landon Burton started every game. First-team all-conference center, he's gone. A.J. Gilly started 13 games, first-team all-conference guard, gone. That hurts, but the other 3 starters are back. Scoop?
Yeah, so the problem with losing Woolridge, he was the Sun Belt Offensive Player of the Year. I mean, he had 17 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, best yards per average in the Sun Belt. He had 5 rushing touchdowns too. So they are saying Walker Howard's better, obviously from tape or whatever. I mean, talent-wise, he probably is better. You just didn't see a lot of that, obviously, in the 10 throws that he 10 attempts that he threw in LSU and Ole Miss. The good thing is both the running backs are back, and Bill Davis, Zylan Perry, 14 touchdowns combined. I think Perry looked more explosive on the year. He may see more time.
Hold on. Before you go on to the next position, in addition to both those running backs back, they also brought in J.J. Garner, who's a 4-star freshman. So they also brought in another. Yeah, they're loaded.
Yeah, they do have talent. It's just prove it. So like you said, Shelton Sampson's a transfer in from LSU. He's no targets, obviously, but he's a big guy. He's going to get a lot of targets here. Harvey Broussard, the 3rd most catches. He transferred to Houston. Lance Laganja graduated. Terrence Carter's a big blow. He had a ton of targets last year at a tight end, a 4-star recruit too. He transferred to Texas Tech. So they lost the top 4 in receptions, and there's nothing really in except Sampson and, like you said, Rob Babineau, the wide receiver that just signed as a true freshman. So I think he probably might play too. But like I said, people from last year is going to have to step up, like Robert Williams and Jaden Johnson. Jax Harrington, George Jackson, I think are the only 2 pretty much offensive linemen, starting linebacker backs. Both Williams are gone on the offensive line. And I looked in, I don't know if you saw, but I looked in multiple spots. I don't see any transfers on the line at all.
No, they barely brought any transfers in, period.
Yeah, so Brian Williams is going to be playing more. He was pretty much the 6th man last year, a few starts from everyone else. But again, like the wide receivers, this is going to be a pretty much a next man up kind of offense, including the 4-star recruits that you just said.
Yeah, agreed. I like it because of all the talent at running back. Offensive line, despite losing the 2 best pieces on the offensive line, they do bring back a Sun Belt All-Conference honorable mention in Harrington, like you said. I still think it's going to be one of the better offensive lines in the conference, and with all 3 of the 3-headed monster at running back, I think they're going to run the shit out of the ball, and they got talent. I think the offense is going to be fine. It may be not the explosive passing attack that we saw last year, but I think they run the ball a bit more. I think this is still you can make an argument for one of the best offenses in the conference. On the defensive side, I think we see a step forward. I mean, for those of you that didn't follow Sun Belt football last year, let's just say the Louisiana defense is not the reason they went to the conference championship. This is a team that's going to let you score 40. They're just going to let you score 60, or they're just going to score 60. No, they had a very good offense. Their defense was shaky. They were actually 100th in DFEI. Really terrible against the run. They took a couple big hits. Their main linebackers are gone. Asai is now on the Houston Texans. He led the team in tackles. Probably the best player on the defense. He's gone. Also, their other linebacker, Glass, he transferred to Houston. So one went to the Houston Texans, one went to the Houston Cougars. Their 2 main linebackers. He's gone as well. They also lost Keon Martin, which is their best corner. He was 3rd team all-conference. He's on the Baltimore Ravens. They lost their other corner to Louisville, Agu. So he's gone as well. Safety, 2nd team all-conference, Tyrone Lewis Jr., he's gone. I know, it's bad. Narcisse, however you say his name, defensive tackle, Sun Belt honorable mention. He graduated. Yeah, all the main pieces of the defense are gone except 1. Oh, no, 2. I'm sorry. Tyree Skipper, 2nd team all-conference defensive back. He was 7th on the team in tackles despite missing 5 games and was still 2nd team all-conference despite missing 5 games. So if he had played the whole year, if he didn't missed 5 games, we'd be talking about Tyree Skipper as like a huge piece back. Also, Jordan Lawson, 5.5 sacks, 2nd on the team in sacks, 2nd team all-conference edge rusher is back. And so is Cam Whitfield, who led the team in sacks. So despite all the pieces I just talked about Louisiana losing, you've got 2 edge rushers, 2 very good edge rushers. This might be the best pass rush in the conference. Scoop?
Yeah, Jalen Kreider from Youngstown's too is actually a big transfer. He's probably going to have a lot of playing time too. Cam Whitfield, that you just said, is back. He led the team in sacks. Jordan Lawson comes back too, like you just said. He was tied with Whitfield in sacks. Glass did transfer to Houston, but the rest of the team, like you said, relying on guys who've been there, that has to step up. I mean, on a secondary, Agu's gone to Louisville, like you just said. Caleb Anderson to Michigan. So 3 starters from the secondary are gone, but Curly Reed's going to play a transfer from Washington. Trey Thomason from Richmond, he's going to get a lot of playing time. So the thing with Louisiana is it's a younger team, but I think they're faster, and I know they're inexperienced. I still think the offense is going to be too tough to contend with. I agree with you. Even though they lost a ton of talent on the offense, they have a lot of people that they're relying on. Like you just said, Babineau's a top 100 wide receiver. Evan Stroman's another wide receiver. He's top 135 in the country as a freshman. So I think the offense is going to be fine. Defense might be a little rough. Jim Salgado is back with his second season, but I know he didn't do great in the first season, but you still got a decent amount of production returning, and you still got a good transfers in. So I think they're going to still be on the top of the Sun Belt. I don't think they're going to take too big of a step back.
I agree, and I like how sometimes we forget when we look at a coordinator, and it's like, dude, Salgado just got there, so it's his second year with the program. I think the defense is slightly better, personally. 1 second, Southern Miss. I just want to. I'm doing a quick strength of schedule to see if it how it looks. 1 second, just got to type this.
Start with our team Rice first.
So it looks like the schedule is pretty similar in terms of last year's ratings. But all right, grades for Louisiana: rushing offense C+. I'm gonna bump it up to a B+.
Yeah, I'll go with a B. You have the same two. Actually, I'll do B+ too. You have the same two who they combined for over 1,400 yards last season, so I think they'll be all right.
I'm gonna drop the passing attack to a B-, I guess. But I think they're gonna be good.
I'll do a B.
Rush defense, I'll say C.
I will go with a C also.
All right, so we both upgraded there, and let me just look at the secondary again.
Secondary's rough, but
they bring back some pieces. Curly Reed's supposed to be good. They also have a 4-star freshman, Jaden Gloston, that they like. I'll keep the pass defense at a C-.
Same.
All right, Warhawks. Well, coming off an awesome season. Now, 5-7 might not seem awesome, but for this program, I think their win total was at like 2 or 1.5 or something. So, yeah.
Yeah, and they started off well. They were 5-1, and then they finished 0-6.
Yeah, and
the last 6 they gave up 427 yards per game, so it doesn't really help. But yeah.
over 250 rushing yards per game in those last 6. So the run defense fell off, and that's pretty much the story with this team. Why would you ever drop back to pass once? Just hand the ball. But anyway, we'll get into that. So yeah, Brian Vincent back here at head coach. He also coaches the offense. Ernest Hill back coaching the defense as well. So same coaching staff here for Louisiana Monroe. Not a ton of transfers. General Booty's gone.
I know, man. That was my favorite name.
Yeah, I mean,
transferred a 3rd time.
Yeah, so he was originally on Oklahoma. He started the season as the quarterback, lost his job. I don't think it was injury related. I think he just got benched. But yeah, I don't even think he has a team right now. He entered the transfer portal. I don't know what he's doing, but he's not with Louisiana Monroe. Armenta's back, the quarterback who took over for General Booty. I don't really know a ton about him. He wasn't very good. He had a 117 QB rating last year. I mean, it's tough to say who their main receivers were last year because they had like 5 guys all had similar production.
Well, the leading receiver had 265 yards with Godfrey. So
yeah, and
then Wells had 262 and he's gone. So I mean, you have 6 of the 7 top receivers back, but they all had 200 yards.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like all 3 of their tight ends are back, but not one of them had more than 160 receiving yards.
Yeah, and then you have Trujillo back. Transferred in from New Mexico, and he had over 300 yards last season. So he's top dog now, right? He had the most yards last season.
I'll be very straight up. I am not a buyer on this Bryant Vissen Louisiana Monroe. This upward trajectory of Louisiana Monroe, I am not a buyer. this offensive line might have 3 junior college starters on it this year. They do bring back Elijah Fisher at left guard, who is honorable mention for all conference here at Sunbelt. They also bring back their right guard. So both guards are back. Center's gone to UCF. Right tackle's gone to Western Kentucky. Left tackle graduated. And I believe the 3 replacement starters are all JUCO kids.
Yeah, they definitely are all JUCO kids. You got I think you have Woody from UAB. UAB? I think it's UAB. But it's going to be rough, especially the reason why it's going to be rough is you don't have Armenta can't really throw the ball, or you haven't seen him throw the ball last season, and you have like wild running back movement on his team. Ahmad Hardy led the Sun Belt in carries, yards, and touchdowns last year. He had 13 touchdowns, 1,300 yards. He's gone to Missouri. James Jones went to Sacramento State. He was second in yards. Sacramento State's next year, right? They're becoming an FBS member.
I believe so.
So, and then Curry, he was third in yards. He's gone to Akron. So, you have transfers in. Probably the leader is Palmer Smith from Richmond. I feel like everyone's transferring from Richmond. I guess Richmond had a fucking awesome year. 270 carries, 1,400 yards, 11 touchdowns. You have Braylon McReynolds from South Alabama, Tyrell Reed from Arkansas. They signed the 44th best running back in the country in Deshaun Ford. He had offers from Tulane, Auburn, Alabama, Minnesota, Memphis. So that's a big get for them. He may get time, but this is definitely a running team. This is all a running team. They're not going to pass the ball again. It's just not going to happen.
Are they going to be able to run the ball? I don't think.
I know Carter Miller is a big loss on the offensive line. Overall, though, I think the line's still pretty solid. Fisher, Mickle, McBroom's all returning. I think they're going to be okay. I think it's going to be a little step back, but I think it's still going to be a solid line. They can't pass the ball, so it has to be a solid line. Otherwise, they're going to be like 1-11 this year.
I think they're terrible. I think the offense is going to be terrible.
I wouldn't go terrible. I would go okay.
I think one of the worst offenses in the country.
Okay. Fair. I'm not going to tell any Warhawk fan that,
Yeah, I don't want to upset the Warhawk faithful. On the other side, I know there's going to be a comment like, "You son of a bitch."
Yo, I love the Warhawk. I've been a long Warhawk season ticket holder.
On the other side, we got the Louisiana Monroe defense. So in terms of the secondary, I'm cool with it. Godzi Jr. is back, who is probably the best corner here at Louisiana Monroe. So they bring back their best corner. They also bring back Fauntleroy Jr., who was 4th on the team in tackles despite missing 2 games. So he's a safety, by the way. So 2 key pieces back in the secondary. They also bring in some cool transfers here. Jay Harper from Wisconsin's a high 3-star recruit. He didn't play as a freshman last year at Wisconsin. That's a Big Ten recruit there to start at. I think is he a corner or safety, Scoop, Jay Harper?
He's a corner.
So
yeah.
They also bring in Darko Perkins McAllister, who was originally a 4-star recruit from TCU. He played with Chattanooga last year. So I actually think they're pretty cool in the secondary. And keep in mind, this Louisiana Monroe defense was actually pretty good against the pass. They finished the season 32nd in the country in yards per pass attempt allowed. Now, 101st in some schedule-adjusted metrics because they play an easier schedule. Obviously, we know they're not the 32nd best pass defense in the country, but still better than the year before that. Yeah, if there was one aspect of the Louisiana Monroe football team that I will co-sign, that I will say this will repeat and probably play pretty well again, it's the pass defense. I think they have a pretty good secondary. They also have their 2 edge rushers back. Billy Pullen led the team with 6 sacks. Cavante Wells, 3 sacks, who tied for second. He entered the transfer portal, then withdrew. So both of their edge rushers are back, and the secondary's good. So there you go, Warhawk fans. Delete your comments. I'm praising the pass defense. That being said, how are they stopping anybody on the ground, Scoop?
Yeah, so the problem with last year is, they were definitely undersized. They were being pushed around. I know, like you said, Wells is second team Sun Belt, Pullen's 3rd team. Paquette and Ware gone, but they weren't that great last year. They were getting beat in the run defense constantly. So they are high on all these FCS transfers. They're high on Jalen Ware. I know he's gone, but they didn't, like you said, it didn't really matter. Henderson State, Cliff Mosley's transferred in. Levante Jacobs from Norfolk State. Derek Amorgier from Southern Connecticut State. They're all bigger than what they had. They're all like huge linemen, so maybe that'll help. I mean, it can't get worse. Their running defense was so bad last year. It might have been worse, right? I think it was.
They were 134th in success rate per rush allowed. Dead
out
last.
of 130. Yeah, out of 134. I was gonna say. So yeah, they were definitely dead. I mean, it can't get worse. So maybe these transfers from FCS get better. Like you said, Whiteout Williams, leader in the secondary, he was the number 1 tackle last year. He transferred to Ole Miss, and Vigers graduated. So they did lose 2 corners, but they returned a lot of talent, and they got Jay Harper, like you just said, from Wisconsin. I think they should have a better year in the passing defense. So a lot of transfers in. I think ULM is going to have a better defense than last year. Their offense probably going to take a step back.
I don't know how they stopped the run. I mean, yeah, okay, so I get what you're saying. That the defensive line got bigger, and Phil Steele wrote that too. He said their average, they went from like an average, their defensive line went from an average 296 pounds to like 316 or something. So, okay, they got bigger on the defensive line, whatever. But this was the worst run defense in the country, and they lost Carl Glass Jr., who was their best linebacker, number 2 tackler, 3rd-team all-conference. The only all-conference player on the whole goddamn team was Carl Glass Jr., and he's gone.
So, yeah, I mean, and you have Trevor Randall gone too. He was third leading tackler. I mean, you got Marcus Ross from Mississippi State, but I don't know, man.
He has 2 career tackles, Marcus
Ross.
Right,
like you don't know how they're gonna, and you don't know how the FCS defensive nose tackles are gonna be. So, yeah. So we'll see how it goes. It might be better than 134, right? 130, maybe 131, 130 even if you get lucky.
The
problem is they start week 2 at Alabama, week 3 at UTEP, week 5 at Northwestern, so it's a rough out of conference schedule.
Yeah, I think their schedule gets more difficult across the board, if I'm not mistaken.
It's pretty rough. They play Old Dominion, they play South Alabama, they're at Texas State, they're at Louisville, they're at Southern Miss. We haven't talked about yet.
They're gonna get their ass beat by Southern Miss.
It's gonna be a.
Where are the wins,
It's gonna be a rough. It's gonna be a rough year.
Where are the wins? Find me 2 wins on this schedule. St. Francis and who?
St. Francis and I guess St. Francis.
UTEP?
No, Troy's gonna be better too. I don't know. It's gonna be a rough year. Sorry, Warhawks fans. You guys suck.
Sorry, Warhawks. Rushing,
you guys aren't good.
Rushing offense. They were a C last year. I'm gonna go D.
I mean, I don't know how Palmer Smith is going to be, and I don't know about the line. So yeah, I'll go with a C minus. I'll give him a C minus.
Pass offense, because they're bringing Arbenta back, I'll give them a D minus.
F. Dude, look at Armenta's numbers and when he played. I watched it. It's not good.
Run defense, F.
D minus. Also, D minus. They're like so bad.
No, yeah. Well, the rush defense, the second half of the year was practical joking.
Yeah.
Pass defense, I'll give him a C here.
D.
Yo, Warhawks, we're sorry.
Sorry, man.
All right, let's move on to the next one. South Alabama. I'm a buyer here on South Alabama. I'm a seller on Louisiana Monroe, but a buyer on South Alabama. All right, South Alabama. So we got the same coaching staff back with the exception of the OC. Took the Wake Forest job. Paul Petrino takes over as the OC, but this is Major Applewhite's offense. We know that. Will Wyndham back at defensive coordinator. I guess the main question here is going to be, before we get into personnel or anything, how much of South Alabama's success last year on the offensive side of the ball was Gio Lopez, and how much of it was the rest of the team and Applewhite? I mean, how much do you think losing Gio Lopez, how big of a hit do you think that is?
I think it's going to be a pretty big hit. I know he went to North Carolina. I mean, he was a huge part of this team through the air and the ground. I think it's going to be him and Fluff Bothwell, just both of them leaving. I think it's going to be a hit for their offense for sure. Yeah,
I mean, this offense was very good, surprisingly good. Not that we necessarily thought South Alabama's offense would be terrible, but 6th in yards per play, 5th in PPA. I mean, this was a very explosive offense. So, yeah, I mean, the question is how much of it was Gio Lopez, and how much of those shoes is Zach Pyron able to fill? Zach Pyron, in case you don't know, comes from Georgia Tech. He did start a couple games. The one you're probably familiar with is the Notre Dame game when Haynes King was hurt. He was put in a bit of a tough situation there, starting quarterback against Notre Dame at Georgia Tech. Didn't play all that great, but I really wouldn't expect him to play all that great. He is a dual threat guy. I I think as long as Zach Pyron is not terrible, this offense should be good because the offensive line is still in good shape here. They bring back left tackle, third-team all-conference Jordan Davis there, probably going to be one of the better offensive linemen in the conference. They also bring back their left guard. They bring back their center. They bring in a transfer who can also take that center starting job. Asher Hale started 3 games last year as a freshman. He's poised to take a starting spot. So they're set. This is probably going to be one of the best offensive lines in the conference here. Yes, they lose Gio Lopez, as we said. They also lose 2 wide receivers to the NFL, not to the transfer portal, to La Liga. Pritchett is on the Jets, undrafted, over 1,100 receiving yards last year. First team all Sun Belt wide receiver. Jeremiah Webb on the other side is on the Patriots. Both are in the AFC East. So their 2 main receivers are now playing in the NFL. They brought in J.B. Jenkins from Stanford, though, that they like a lot to play wide receiver. They also bring back Voisin, who's probably going to be maybe their main receiver this year. He was wide receiver 3 last year. They brought in a tight end from Arkansas State. Who do you think is going to be the running back here, Scoop? Bullock?
I guess Bullock from when he was at Ole Miss. I mean, he did awesome last year.
828 yards here. Yeah,
right. And that was as a backup. So with 7 touchdowns. So I mean, Bothwell is definitely the better running back. He had a 7.5 yards per carry to 5.5, but it's still a great production back. And Trayvon Dunbar also transferred in from West Virginia last month, so he's going to probably either. I guess he would be the backup. So, like you said, though, Pritchard, I mean, he led the Sun Belt in receptions and yards. That's a rough time. 4 of the top 5 receivers are gone, and Voisin's the only one back, like you said. So you got Voisin, Eager, and a bunch of unknowns after trying to play wide receiver from Zach Pyron, which or possibly Bishop Davenport if they want to go that route. Back when he was a backup last year, but like you said, the offensive line is definitely one of the best in the Sun Belt. I mean, you have 94% of the 3 of them with Davis, Jarrito, and Preciado. They played 94% of the snaps. They're back. Emory Wiggins is a transfer in from Arkansas. Mansell's in from South Carolina. They also have Ethan Hubbard from last year, Braden Ramey from FAU. Asher Hale is a solid freshman. I think it's definitely the best line of the Sun Belt. So I think that's going to keep the team going.
Yeah, I think this offense is going to be very good. Like I said, as long as Pyron is okay and he's not absolutely terrible at quarterback, I think the offense is going to be very good. And honestly, I kind of like the defense too. They did lose some key pieces. Voisin, who I believe is the other Voisin's brother, the wide receiver's brother, the safety, he was second on the team. It's Jaden and Devin. Jaden was the safety who was second on the team in tackles. He was first team all conference. He graduated. They also lost, what's the other big piece? Bubba Thomas is on the Seattle Seahawks. He was one of their interior defensive linemen. He was second team all conference. Maurice Strong Jr. was another interior defensive lineman they lost. He was all Sun Belt honorable mention. So they lost some pieces. Courtney McBride led the team in sacks. He's gone too. They also brought in some transfers, and they brought in transfers with starting experience. So Javon Henderson, yes, he comes from the FCS. He was with Eastern Tennessee State last year. He was all-conference as a freshman last year at East Tennessee State. All-conference freshman. So I like that at corner for South Alabama here. They also brought in Dallas Young from Arkansas. Now, he only played special teams last year as a freshman, so he's not one of the guys with starting experience. Terrell Johnson. I'm sorry. Blaine Merrick. That's the guy I wanted to mention. Led the team in tackles. Back. Second team all-conference linebacker. Darius McKenzie. Third on the team in tackles. Sorry, I got to organize there. So their 2 main linebackers are back. Scoop, what are your thoughts on this defense?
Yeah, I mean, South Alabama going into last year, it was supposed to be a really bad defense, but they didn't really play that bad. It was actually projected to be terrible. They definitely played up to their competition. I know they lost all 4 of their pretty much defensive linemen, but that defensive lineman, I mean, they combined for 4.5 sacks and 8 tackles for loss. So Akil Washington may be their best rated, but they were all just okay, I think. I mean, so no Norman Durden either, but they did get
Bubba Thomas was their best.
Yeah, Thompson was. Yeah, that's true.
He's on the Seahawks now.
They did get decent transfers in. They have 4 linemen to replace the 4 linemen that were gone. Blaine Myrick's back. He was the leading tackler with 101. Darius McKenzie, the number 3 tackler, also back. They're both solid linebackers, so that's going to help their run game a lot. Caleb Dozier is a transfer in from Georgia Tech as well. He redshirted last year. So this is definitely a more experienced linebacker core than they have for the D-line. So lots of corners are gone. Like you said, Voisin, first team Sun Belt, he graduated. Other 4 starters are gone. Wesley Miller is the only one back. He actually played pretty well, but the rest are new. Scruggs is out to West Virginia, Fortenberry to Kansas State, Fletcher to Ole Miss, Webb to Wake Forest. But it's pretty crazy that South Alabama defenders are transferring to big schools if you thought about it before the season. But, yeah, here we are. So you do get, like you just said, you get pretty much decent corners in, though. I know a lot of them are gone, but Tyron Ray from Oklahoma State's in. Nehemiah Chandler from Georgia Tech. You got Dallas Young, like you just said, from Arkansas. Anthony Brown from Purdue. You said Javon Henderson, who
they're big on that kid,
from East Tennessee. So you have a lot of, and Greg Johnson from Navy. So you have a lot of defensive backs out, but you have decent ones coming in. So I think they're going to be fine on the defensive end. I mean, they weren't great last year, but I think they're going to have kind of the same kind of production this year.
Yeah, I like this South Alabama team, man. As long as I just, the reason I can't just put my stamp on that and be like, I'm in on South Alabama is I really don't know about Pyron. We'll see. So last year they were a C+ rushing offense. I like the offensive line. Even without Bothwell, I think they have talent at the running back position. I'm going to say B.
I'll stay the same.
Passing offense.
I meant the same C+, but that's fine.
Same.
C+,
Okay.
C+ as well.
Passing offense, I'm going to downgrade. Gio Lopez was really good. And the receivers, yeah, I'm going to say D+ here.
Yeah, same. D+.
Rushing defense, I'm going
to go B.
It should be better, but the thing is they overperformed last year. Like, they were projected to be – they lost all 7 starters on the defensive front. So,
Right.
What are you going to say, B?
I'm going to go with B.
I'll put them at a B- again. And pass defense, they lost a lot of the secondary. They also brought in a lot. I'll keep them at a C.
I'll keep it the same.
Yeah. So maybe not upgrading them as much as I thought I was going to. All right. Who is next? Southern Mississippi. This is a fun one. Southern Mississippi. For those of you that don't follow Sun Belt football, this one is crazy. So we already talked about Marshall.
This is Marshall.
Yeah, We Are Marshall 2, the sequel. This is the sequel to the movie. Charles Huff wins the conference championship last year with Marshall. Pieces immediately. Takes the Southern Miss job, which is like in the same conference. What? Right. It's not like he went and took a Big Ten job.
Like, I love Southern Miss. I love Golden Eagles. Let's do it.
In the same conference. It's like a lateral move. Like if he took a job at like Michigan State or something, that would make sense. But like takes the Southern Miss job. I'm assuming they gave him a bag. I could probably look it up. Probably paid him. The Southern Miss does have some bread. But yeah, they bring in Charles Huff as the new coach, and he brings his entire recruiting class of last year from Marshall with him. So like
20 transfers from Marshall.
20 transfers from Marshall, just from Marshall. They also rated a couple other teams too. Now, trying to break this down is insane. So just going to give you like a brief summary. This is one of the worst teams in the country last year. 1-11, 0-8 in conference. They were terrible. They didn't win a single Sun Belt game last year. In terms of PPA, they were 133rd offensively and 126th defensively. Rock bottom, awful. Bottom 5 offensively and defensively. So, I mean, is there a single starter back? I don't think so. Well, hold on. Okay.
Just someone on the line. Like a couple.
So actually, what I'm about to say sums up what's going on. So there are a few starters back. They're probably not.
But they're not going to play.
They're not going to play because they literally brought in an entire football team through the transfer portal. They got a 2-year starter from McNeese at left tackle, 2-year starter at Utah State. They got a multi-year starter at center, Cooper Frazier.
They have 5 Marshall wide receivers.
5. 5 Marshall wide. That's so freaking crazy. So they brought in Cooper Frazier from Samford, multi-year starter to play center. Jez Janvier, I don't know if I'm saying that name. He started 9 games last year with Eastern Michigan. So they're not just bringing in transfers; they're bringing starters from they're ripping starters from other teams. Carl Chester, Scoop mentioned 5 receivers from
Marshall, including Elijah Metcalf, Carl Chester. These are like the best that they had.
Yeah. Chuck Montgomery, Charles Chester, Elijah Metcalf.
Actually, Scoop. Kieran Heath, the tight end, I believe is the only Southern Miss starter from last year that still has his starting job. I think everyone else either graduated, left, or has been replaced.
Yeah, it's wild. And then you got Matt Jones in as probably going to start for as running back. He's transferred from Ole Miss. So, and then obviously you have Braylon Braxton. He was the Marshall quarterback last year. So.
How do we not talk about Braxton? The conference championship quarterback from Marshall last year. I believe he took over the starting job and they went 7-0 to finish the season.
19 touchdowns, 2 picks, 610 yards on the ground.
Bro, Braxton's a beast. He's coming over to play quarterback, so they immediately probably have one of the best, if not the best quarterback in the conference. Yeah, it looks like Matt Jones is going to be RB1, but they also brought in Robert Briggs Jr. from Utah State. They also brought in Jeffrey Pittman from Mississippi State. So they have 3 transfers that probably would start anywhere. This is freaking crazy, man.
Yeah. And then obviously the new coaching staff, Jason Seymour from Marshall. He's a defensive coordinator. And what's his name? Blake Anderson. He was the new offensive coordinator. He was the head coach of Utah State for 3 years and then got fired there for not reporting sexual misconduct.
Yeah,
but he is the offensive coordinator for this team now. So I mean, he was good at Utah State. So this
I believe
is gonna be wild.
sexual. I believe it was domestic violence.
Well, was it?
I think it was domestic violence. Maybe.
But either way, I mean, listen, this team is Marshall. I mean, offensive line, their 4 starters are gone, but there's, like you just said, there's 7 experienced transfers in. A lot of them started already. Broderick Roman's a high talent. A couple FCS transfers, Frazier, Anderson, Creel. Eastern Michigan's O-line coach is here now, so he has 2 transfers in from there, so they're probably going to start. Maui from Utah State played all year last year, so they have transfers out, but they have better talent here transferred in.
And on the other side, copy and paste everything we just said. They're all gone, and everyone. I mean, they did bring in a ton of transfers, that don't have experience. I'm just going to point out transfers they brought in that have starting experience. Dominic Hill, safety from Liberty, was one of their starters last year. Josh Battle from Chattanooga is a 3-year starter. Michael Montgomery, linebacker from Portland State, 2-year starter. Chris Jones, another piece from Southern Miss.
Freshman,
Chris Jones, their number 2 tackler last year. Despite missing 3 games, he was still second on the team in tackles. He's back at linebacker, so that's a key piece for them. Probably going to be their captain. If I had to guess, he's the only freaking guy who was there last year.
Yeah, I mean, you got 2 Marshall transfers in from Ishmael and Gibson. They're probably going to start. Stokes and Hawkins are on the D-line too from Marshall as well. Mason Clinton from Mississippi State's going to probably start right away. But Darius Lewis is back. He actually had a good year from Southern Miss. But, man. I mean, same thing with the secondary. Ian Foster and Josh Moten are from Marshall as well. Caraway from last year's Southern Miss team, he went to Florida. Same with James to Houston. So Myers, McNeil, all gone. But, in addition to those 2 big names in Foster and Moten from Marshall, they added 6 other defensive backs, so 8 total. It's Marshall secondary with Penix from Virginia Tech, Hill from Liberty. So this whole unit is Marshall. It has continuity and experience from last year. It's going to be solid. So they're going to go from 1-11 to pretty much having a bowl game this year.
I mean, some people are saying they're an outside shot to win.
I mean, they might be. This whole team.
They literally just won the conference.
Yeah.
This coach, this quarterback, this team, they just won it. So what do we think here with? How are we even? All right, let's talk letter grades. Rushing offense. How do we even do this? F. So with Braxton,
Braxton, Jones as probably
the offensive line.
Robert Briggs.
What's Marshall's from last year? They were an A-. Let's give them a B+.
I'll give them a B+. That's fair.
Passing offense. They brought in all those receivers.
It's Marshall.
C+.
I'll give him a B.
Rush defense.
I mean, rush defense. You got the whole Marshall team. You got Mason Clinton and
there's no way they're going to be this good, though. If we plug it in like this, we're going to have them power ranked like freaking 38 in the country.
I mean, they might be. What was Marshall's run defense last year? I mean, it had to be like
B-.
So I'll give him a C+.
I'm down to give him C+s both.
All right. Yeah, I'll do that too.
All right.
Cool. Texas State. Let's talk about the Bobcats. It's kind of crazy because if you look at last season, they went 8-4. I mean, you would think that's a good year for Texas State, but considering the high expectations, I mean, a lot of people, Texas State was like the popular pick entering last season. A lot of college football head. I mean, us too. It was hard not to be big on Texas State last year. They had a lot of production coming back. Jordan McLeod came in from James Madison. I believe in terms of the odds, they were the second shortest. So they were second behind App State to win the conference, I believe. So to only go 8-4, a little bit of a disappointment. A couple really ugly losses in there too. But the one heartbreaker that comes to mind is the Arizona State game on Thursday night. It was a primetime game, primetime home against a Power 4 opponent. The place was rocking. It was electric. I remember specifically watching it because I had Texas State in the game. Was an awesome football game, and the way they lost was heartbreaking. It was 28-28 in the fourth quarter. They had the ball in Arizona State territory. They get stopped. So they punt and pin Arizona State deep. They get the ball back and then fumble on their own 20 with a few minutes left in a 28-28 football game. So a heartbreaker. Now, at the time, we didn't know Arizona State was going to go on to do what they did. So,
yeah,
I mean,
Sam Levin, Scatterboo.
Right. We didn't know. I mean, but like looking back, that would have been a freaking awesome win that they just let slip through their fingers. So, yeah, disappointing year.
Yeah, and the year wasn't bad towards the end, but it's just they were giving up 50 points like the last like two, like they were giving up like who was it? Jacksonville State, they were giving like 38, and Georgia State they were giving up like 52. I'm like, all right, well, you're not going to win like that. So,
and the defense was playing pretty well for a while. I mean, they blew Arkansas State out. The defense was playing pretty solid, and then out of nowhere, they just couldn't stop. They lost to Georgia State. That's rock bottom. That's rock bottom to lose to Georgia State. So. Yeah, kind of a weird year, a little bit disappointing. As we come into this season, Kinney's back at head coach. Mark Leftwich, the OC, he took the OC job over at Texas Tech. So he's gone. Landon Keppel comes in, who's already with the staff. So no new faces there. Very similar coaching staff to last year. I think the big question, before we get into the roster, who the hell is playing quarterback here? Because from what I'm reading, it's a 4-person quarterback competition. 4. Usually it's 2. There are 4 names competing for this starting quarterback job. Now, I originally thought it was going to be Luster, who was a transfer from SMU.
Well, originally I thought it was going to be Giovanni McCoy, and then
right,
because he transferred from Oregon State, and then he transferred right away to Temple. So
right, the story gets more confusing. So McCoy transferred in to Texas State, only to immediately transfer out to Temple. We actually already talked about McCoy in the Temple part. So now we got Keldrick Luster, who comes from SMU. I don't know a lot about him. He's a dual threat guy. He comes from SMU. They usually have a lot of talent over there. You've got Nate Yarnell. You remember him from last year. He came in for
He played a couple games.
Yeah, when Eli Holstein got hurt, Nate Yarnell got in there for Pitt. I don't know this kid, Holden Geriner. I don't know him, but he transferred from Auburn. Just 2 pass attempts last year. And then from what I'm reading, and this is crazy because I figured it would be between those 3 names. I just read an article a couple days ago that redshirt freshman Brad Jackson is actually winning the quarterback battle. So I don't know if there's any truth to that, but the only name that I thought didn't have a shot, he is the only person on this list that was actually with Texas State last year. Brad Jackson, redshirt freshman. He played in 3 games. I don't know anything about him. So
and he threw 15 passes and ran it 23 times. So
yes, he's dual threat. So who knows who's going to be playing quarterback? And when it comes to the offensive roster as a whole, they're good in terms of the skill positions. I mean, Burrell comes in from UNLV to run the football to replace Mahdi, which is a big loss. But they've got 2 backs that are experienced because the Paré.
Paré's still there. He had 500 yards last year, 8 touchdowns, so that shouldn't be a problem.
No, it's the running back. They're good. Honestly, I think they're good at wide receiver as well. They lost their main 2 guys. Hobart's gone. He was second team all conference. Jaden Williams is also gone. He led the team in receiving. But Tyron Smith, who comes in, has 127 career FBS receptions. He was with UTEP, then Cincinnati. Now he's here. He's only 5'7", so not exactly a
a jump ball wide receiver, but he's experienced. And then the other wide receiver, Anderson, he has 59 career receptions with Cal. So 2 FBS experienced wide receivers, running backs that I trust. I trust the skill positions here. Would you disagree with any of that?
Yeah. I mean, it sucks. 1 to 3 receivers are gone. You said it before. Jaden Williams and Joey Hobart graduated. They had 15 touchdowns, 1,500 yards, and Cole Wilson went to Baylor. That's another 630 yards. Chris Dawn is going to be their starter. He had 6 touchdowns last year. You just said Mims from Southern Miss. He had a pretty decent year. And Maven Anderson from Cal, like you just said, he has a bunch of receptions. So, plus, you already talked about Tyron Smith from Cincy, and LJ Johnson's another wide receiver from Texas Tech. So overall, I think they'll be fine. I think the problem is, like we talked about, it's going to be a step down without McLeod, I think, and the top 3 receivers. It's Texas State, so I think they'll be fine overall offensively for the skill positions. And then talking about one of the big losses on the offense actually is Alex Harkey is a big loss on the line.
Yep.
He went to Oregon. He was second-team Sun Belt. And last year, this offensive line only allowed 16 sacks, and all 5 starters started in every single game. That's not the case this time. So
no, and that's exactly what I was about to lead into. I trust the skill positions. I think they'll be fine. By the way, Texas State is going to the Pac-12 next year.
It's the last year for the Sun Belt.
Yeah, the last year in the belt here. So I trust the skill positions. My question marks on this offense are offensive line and quarterback. Kind of 2 important pieces there. They lose 3 starters on the offensive line, including their 2 best offensive linemen. Scoop mentioned Harkey over to Oregon. Nash Jones graduated. The replacements they brought in, I mean, there's a kid from Syracuse who saw 12 snaps last year. There's a kid from Kentucky. He only saw 28 snaps. So they lose 3 of the 5 starters on the offensive line, and it doesn't look like they brought in experienced pieces to fill those holes. So I have to think the offensive line takes a step backwards. And then, of course, Jordan McLeod was one of the most talented players in the entire conference. He graduated. I think he's at Tampa Bay Bucks camp right now. Something. I don't know if he's actually on an NFL team or he's at camp. But, yeah, he was one of the best players in the entire Sun Belt Conference. He's gone at quarterback. So I have to say that this offense takes a step backwards. And here's the thing. I'm a little worried that their schedule this season, not that it's a ton tougher, but the defenses that they see are a little bit tougher. The 2 major changes, where is it? I wrote it down. Okay, so last year they saw Georgia State and Old Dominion. Those 2 games are replaced with James Madison and Marshall. Now, Marshall lost everybody, but I mean, with Gibson at head coach, there's still going to be a tough defense. It's the Marshall offense that's going to suck. So you replace Georgia State and Old Dominion with James Madison and Marshall. Also, Southern Miss is going to be greatly improved. So the defense that they see this year, a little bit tougher. I'm thinking definite step back.
I think it's a step back too. Plus, the out of conference, I think they're going to struggle. Eastern Michigan to start. We didn't talk about MAC yet, but we will. But then you're at UTSA, at Arizona State again. At Arkansas State to kick off your Sun Belt, and we're going to talk about Troy next. But then you're, like you just said, James Madison. You're at Louisiana, at Southern Miss, who is basically Marshall, and we talked about Southern Miss, how they're going to be awesome. And then South Alabama, and the Warhawks. I think it's going to be a tough year for them because you're not playing pretty much any bottom dwellers this year.
Yeah, I agree. I don't like the schedule for them either. Now, on the other side of the ball, I really don't know what to think about the Texas State defense. Like Scoop said, it kind of fell apart at the end. I like the corners they brought in. They brought in a kid from Oregon who doesn't have a ton of experience, but he's from Oregon. And then Malik Willis is a starter last year. He was actually a starter with Campbell. Okay, it's Campbell, but he was a starter as a freshman. So I think Malik Willis has high upside at corner. The linebackers, though, Max Harris is gone. James Neal is gone. Jordan Polk, who is now he's in the NFL somewhere, probably their best defensive player, he's gone. So there's a lot of pieces missing on this defense.
Yeah. Plus you have 10 defensive linemen transferred in. You got 7 out. Khalil Alexander's still there. He led the team in sacks last year. He had 40 tackles, 15 tackles for loss. So it's a big guy that you're still having. And Landry's still there as well. He had 33 tackles, but overall they lost a lot of depth and experience. After those 2 I mentioned, the closest seeing playing time for the new transfers is from Iowa State. in Kennard Snyder, and he only played 7% of the snaps. But like you just said, all the linebackers have no starting experience on his team. Max Harris left to go to Arizona, one of their starters. Traylon Payne is going to have to try to lead this defense. It looks like he's starting. 26 tackles last year. Brubane's back too, but 7 tackles. And you got Heflin from Marshall who had 12 tackles. So it's pretty much inexperience all on the front 7. And the secondary is not much better. You got Joshua Eaton transferred to Michigan State. That's one of their best rated backs. They lost a safety in Spears. He graduated. Culp, another safety in Mills. Trez Moore will be on the outside still. But like you just said, you got Terrell from Oregon, which is a nice get, but who knows how he's going to play here. He hasn't seen much time. Ryan Nolan's still their starting safety. So the safeties, I don't think is going to be a problem. The corners might be a little shaky, but they'll be picked on, I think, because you're going to have a worse run-stopping defense this year. So even though this team has a ton of new players, they'll have a good season. I just think it's going to be a little step back. And defensively, they haven't been great in general, especially towards the end. So I think it's going to be a little bit of a rough go on defense.
There's a couple things. So, yeah, what you said about the front 7 is true. Not a ton of FBS experience. I will say, though, Kennard Snyder, you mentioned how he only played 7% of the snaps at Iowa State. He was actually a 2-year starter at Louisiana Monroe before that. So he does have starting Sun Belt experience. I think that's a pretty good get, to be honest. And then Bobby Crosby is in the secondary. He missed 8 games last year. He was supposed to be a starter. He's back as well. So, yeah, but I agree with you. Not a ton of experience here on the defense. Let's go to the grades. All right, grades for Texas State. Rushing offense, they were a B last year. With the offensive line going back, I got to drop them. I'm going to say C+.
I'll say B-.
Passing offense, I'm dropping it to a C-.
I'll do a C.
Rush defense, I'll say I didn't think the defense was particularly great last year, so I don't want to drop them too much. I don't think it'll be particularly. I'll just say C.
C-.
And then pass defense, I actually like that there's a couple pieces there, so I'm going to bump them up to a C here.
I'll stay at a C-.
All right. Next up, the Trojans. All right, let's talk about Troy, and I don't know if I'm crazy, but I kind of like the Trojans this year. I don't know how many people share that opinion. The big question mark is the coaching staff, if you ask me. I don't know if Gerard Parker's a good head coach or not. I feel like we don't have enough evidence to make that determination. Comes from Notre Dame. Last year was his first year with the team. And remember, he was taking over a mess last year. I thought Troy was going to be terrible. I actually thought they overachieved last year. So I don't want to make any judgments on Gerard Parker as a head coach based on last season.
Plus, they started 1-7 and finished 3-1.
Yeah, and then they won 3 of their last 4 games. Yeah, exactly. So you like that too when you're talking about a new head coach. You like that the team got better as the season progressed. That's huge. So I don't think – I think the jury's still out on Gerard Parker. I don't know if I like him as a head coach or not. That's the question mark. Other than that, in terms of the roster, I think Troy's in pretty good shape here. The offensive line should be solid. They're bringing back 3 starters, including Eli Russ, who was second-team all-conference. They also bring in a transfer from App State who started 6 games last year. So that's 4 starters on the offensive line with starting experience. The center's going to be a kid named Lang from Tennessee. Only 63 career snaps. He does come from the SEC. I guess that's something. Not a ton of experience there. But offensive line should be in good shape. Quarterback, do you want to talk about the Goose?
Yeah, Matthew Caldwell transferred to Texas.
Wait, did you see how he transferred immediately after the spring game?
Yeah, I thought he was going to start again. I don't know why he would transfer to Texas.
I think he was getting beat out for the job.
From Mr. Goose Crowder.
From the Goose.
Yeah, listen, last year he was 70%, 547 yards, 5 touchdowns. He's supposed to be really accurate. So with Caldwell gone and Kilcrease backing him up, there's no competition for Goose. It's going to be his team. So I think the quarterback's going to be fine. Like you said with the offensive line, they did lose Daniel King and Boa Stanley to North Carolina and South Carolina. But like you just said, career starts improved. They got 4 offensive line backs that started 6+ games. They have a good solid, like you just said, Langler from App State. You got Lang from Tennessee, Patrick Screws from Georgia Tech. So they're going to have a good a good amount of depth on this line. Obviously, I don't think they're as good as King of Stanley, but they have more pieces. They have more depth. So I think the offensive line is going to be good. I don't know how Goose is going to be, but he's supposed to be good. So we'll see how that goes. And I mean, the shitty part is they got. I mean, the running back Damian Taylor is gone. He transferred to Ole Miss. He had 1,000 yards on the ground last year at 7 touchdowns. Trey Cooley transferred in from Georgia Tech, so I think he's going to be the starter since the number 2 running back from last year, Gerald Green, graduated. And I mean, the other transfers are all from FBS schools, so I think Damian Taylor is going to be on the ground for the run. But like you just said, like on the offensive line, I think that's going to be fine. I think he's going to get the same production as last year for the running game.
Yeah, I think it's going to be either Cooley or Jordan Lovett was with the team last year. He was a freshman, so they have Lovett coming up as a sophomore. They also, Dennis Palmer Jr. transferred in from Bethune-Cookman. He had over 700 yards rushing last year as a freshman as well. So I think it's between those 3. I'm not sure who's going to be the actual RB1. What can we expect from Ra Thomas?
Yeah. The problem is, Ra Thomas, because Devontae Ross, I don't know if you knew him last year for who I was watching this. He had 1,000 yards receiving. He was a 4-star recruit. He's off to Penn State, Happy Valley. He had 11 touchdowns. He led the Sun Belt last year, so that's a big loss for Troy. The number 2 receiver, Landon Parker, he graduated. So yeah, Ra Thomas from Georgia, he transfers in. He did have close to 100 receptions for Mississippi State and Georgia, but hasn't played since 2023. So I think he'll be fine. I mean, you're playing at Mississippi State, Georgia, and you're hopping into Troy. I think he's going to be great for them as long as Goose Crowder can find him. I think he's going to jump in, start right alongside Peyton Higgins, who was their number 3 last year. But you also got Trey Taylor from Coastal Carolina in. You got Brody Talton. He transferred to Alabama as a tight end, but they have Ethan Connor now as a tight end who had similar numbers from last year. So I think this offense is going to be fine as long as Goose Crowder is who they want him to be.
I agree. Other than running back, I think they kind of upgraded everywhere. I know wide receiver is crazy because they lost Ross, but they bring back Peyton Higgins. They also have this kid, Juwan Boyd, who apparently is going nuts in the spring. He's a freshman. And Ra Thomas, for those of you that don't know, he's the guy got in trouble. He was suspended last year for some domestic violence type thing. So he is Georgia-type talent, got in some trouble. This is kind of like his second chance. So, I mean, there's a high ceiling there with Ra Thomas. That could be an NFL player, but also there's a low floor. Could have been, you never know the focus level when someone's been through something like that. So, Ra Thomas could be a huge get. But, yeah, overall, I think Troy upgraded across the – I really like what I see. The question, like I said before, is the coaching staff. But I think they have the horses here. I think this could be a very good offense. And like you said, in the last 5 games, they were averaging 35.8 points per game, 6.3 yards per play, compared to 19 points per game and 5.28 yards per play in the first 7 games. Success rate went from 38.7% to 51%. So like Scoop talked about before, they were playing their best football to finish out the year. So, yeah, I'm big on the Trojan offense. And when we switch it over to the defense, kind of the same story. I think this might be the best run defense in the Sun Belt. I don't know if I'm being crazy. Scoop, that defensive line is loaded.
Yeah, the defensive line is loaded because 7 defensive linemen are back with starting experience. Yep. Phillip Lee transferred to Arkansas. He was a sack leader, but he only had 5 last year, and Cutts graduated. But everyone else is back. Elijah Davis comes in from South Carolina. Talik Robbins from Houston. Those are 2 big players. McNeil's still here. Williams, Eric Shaw should get more playing time. Cam Curry, Julian Peterson. This line is actually loaded. If you're looking at other Sun Belt defensive lines, pretty much everyone stayed intact here. So I think you're right. It's going to be definitely one of the better running lines in the league for sure.
I think this might be the toughest defensive front 7 in the conference.
Even the linebackers. I mean,
yeah, and
still got everyone.
And just like we were saying with the offense, this Troy defense started off shaky. Remember, they lost everybody from the 2023 team. So last year in 2024, they were essentially starting from scratch. And yeah, it looked really ugly in the beginning, but in their last 9 football games, they were allowing just 3.5 yards per carry as a team, 115 rushing yards per game. So this was already a pretty tough run defense down the stretch last season. I think this might be the best run defense
in the conference. Now, when it comes to the secondary, definitely can poke some holes, specifically at corner. They're a little thin. They did bring in a kid named Levine who had 50 tackles and was a starter last year for Missouri State, who, yes, was an FCS program, but that's now an FBS program. So that's let's call it a high-end FCS program. But 50 tackles, that's CB1 right there transferring in. Other than that, there's some question marks at corner. But safety, they got Justin Poe. I'm not sure if I'm saying that, but he was third on the team in tackles. He's back. Also, Devin Lafayette, he was fifth on the team in tackles. He's back. Jordan Stringer, like Scoop said, second on the team in tackles. He's back. I think there's a super high ceiling for this defense.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, you got they were actually big on these FCS transfers too. Jacquez Wright from Washburn is supposed to be high too.
I read about him. I read about the same. The same thing.
They're really high on him. And then Sisavon from Georgia, he can play corner or safety. But, I mean, you do lose some pieces. Yancey was solid on the corner last year. He graduated. Connolly Goodley actually was one of their bigger pieces. He transferred to an FCS school. So,
Selah.
All right. And then, what was it?
Selah, Southeast Louisiana.
Yeah, and LJ Green went to Tulane and Cecil Powell to Houston. But, yeah, like you said, they are big on the Levine kid. He transferred in from Missouri State. He had a bunch of pass breakups. You got I think they're going to be fine on the defensive side. I think they're going to be fine on the corner. They still got Trent Harry from last year. They still got Shamar Welch who'll step up. Their safeties are still, Justin Powell, Devin Lafayette. They both have over 100 tackles combined. So I think they're going to be fine on the defensive end. I think even though they lost some defensive pieces in the secondary, I think they're going to be fine there because basically I think just because their front seven's so loaded to the run that they're going to be better on the pass defense.
Right. Agreed. I think this is going to be one of the best defenses in the conference. So let's go ahead and let's talk letter grades here for Troy. We'll start with the offense. I like the offense too. Let's pull up last year's grades. Last year they were a C in rushing offense. Maybe they downgraded a little bit at running back, but I think a giant upgrade on the offensive line. I'm going to say B-.
I'll stay at a C.
Passing offense, I'm going to go C+. The Goose.
I'll go with a C.
No, I'm going to go C. I might be getting a little crazy. Run defense, I'm going A-, dude.
I got a C. Let's put that back as a C for the pass offense.
Oh, okay.
Rush defense, yeah, it's going to be good. I'll go B+.
And pass defense, I'm going to go B.
I'll go with a C.
Let's go, Troy.
High on Troy.
All right, cool. We are moving on to Conference USA, CUSA, and we're starting out. We're just going in alphabetical order. We'll start with Delaware, and Scoop's going to take this one because I'm not an FCS guy. I don't watch it, don't really follow it, so anything I tried to tell you about Delaware would be just speculation. So I know they have a great head coach that people like, and I'm reading they have a ton of returning production on defense. Other than that, Scoop, what can we expect from UDel?
Yeah, good head coach, Ryan Carty. He was the coach of Delaware since 2022. He has a 26-11 record. Offensive coordinator, Terrence Archer, this is his second year. The DC, Manny Rojas, he's been in DC for 6 years. As you know, if you transfer from the FCC to the FBS, you can't play in the postseason this year, which doesn't make any sense.
Doesn't make any sense.
So dumb. So yeah, I mean, he's had a good record in FBS. He had a good record last year, 9-2. So yeah, now you're headed to the FBS, which is basically where the jumping point is for Conference USA anyway. I mean, FCS schools usually come right to here. Overall, only 6 transfers out. They're probably excited to play some FBS football this year. That's why there's not a lot of transfers out. They did lose to 2 ranked FCS teams last year. There's only 2 losses. So the thing is, they're projected by a bunch to finish in the top half of the conference of this year.
Really?
Which is wild. It just shows how many people really believe in the Conference USA, which is not that great. But so last year they had 3 quarterbacks that had 125 plus passing attempts last year. So O'Connor's gone. Zach Marker's going to be the QB. He had 10 touchdowns, no picks. He was the only quarterback to throw over 1,000 on his team. Trujillo, Riley Trujillo, he's from UCF. He transferred over, so it's probably still going to be Zach Marker. He had the team last year. So Marcus Yarns, he was the leading rusher from last year. He is gone. They still have Silver from last year. He had a 6.6 yards per carry, which is great. They also have St. Fleur, who had a 5.6 yards per carry. Again, FCS schools, so just take that, with a grain of salt. I think they're going to be okay, in okay shape from the QB and running back position. 4 of the top 5 linemen are still back on the O-line as well. So a lot of continuity on this team. 6 of the top 8 receivers are back. So, it should be a good offense. You got Jakari Kelly, you got Nicholas LeBoy, Max Patterson, Jake Paul, all from last year. Max Patterson was actually on Rutgers a couple years ago. Didn't really do much. But so I think their offensive line, their coaching, their receivers, running backs, I think they're going to have an okay time. It's just, you saw it with Kennesaw, which we'll talk about Kennesaw, but look at the jump from FCS to FBS and how hard it is. So yeah, offense, I think they're going to be good. Defensive side, listen, this is supposed to be one of the Conference USA's best secondaries. 6 of the 8 return in the secondary. You got Khalil Ali in from Boston College. Noah Matthews, he transferred in from Kentucky for the D-line. 6 defensive linemen have starting experience. They do lose Abu Jaudi. He's 6 sacks last year. So the people are still here. It's just, I think the same thing that happens when you jump in from FCS to FBS is the size. You're not used to you're not used to being undersized in the FCS. Now you're making a big jump, and they're going to be a defensive line that's undersized this year. So the Delaware team's going to be good. It's going to be a step up in competition. You're not playing Richmond or Villanova from last year. The majority of this conference are better than those teams. So overall, in terms of production, it's one of the complete teams in the Conference USA. But like I said, let's see how they step up in the competition. A lot of these Conference USA teams are newer FCS teams who made the jump. So I think they're going to have a better season than, let's say, Kennesaw from last year. So they open up with a Delaware State rivalry, which we've heard all around the world. Everyone tunes into that one. And then non-conference is non-conference is at Wake in Colorado, so that's probably 2 losses. But yeah, I think Delaware, they're going to have a pretty good season. I wouldn't be surprised at a 5-7, 6-6 type season for Delaware. So go Joe Flacco.
For the grades, I'm just putting D for the offense, C- for the defense, but I'm just to fill it in. Do you have grades in mind?
Yeah. I think they're going to be a C+ on both of the offensive side.
What the hell?
And the defense. You got the 4th most returning production in FBS now, so I'm gonna go C's around the board.
Jesus,
I'm high in the Blue Hens, man.
I can see that. It's a little crazy. But let's go ahead and move on to an FBS team. Well, the Blue Hens are an FBS team now, but let's talk about the FIU Panthers. So a lot of college football heads like this hire. Willie Simmons comes in. The McIntyre era is over here at FIU. Willie Simmons come in, and a lot of people like this hire. You would think because Willie Simmons was the running backs coach at Duke last year, and FIU's pretty loaded in the running back room. We'll talk about it in a second. You would think, FIU's going to transition into a run-first program. The thing is, Willie Simmons, his most successful tenure comes from Florida A&M. I believe he never had a losing season, I don't think. Pretty sure he never had a losing season. And at Florida A&M, that was more of a pass-first offense. So even though it looks like this team is built to run the ball, and even though Willie Simmons was an RB coach last year with Duke, I still think they're going to throw the ball first. And, they've got the quarterback for it. Jenkins is back. He should be one of, if not the best quarterback in the conference. He dealt with an injury, but overall, I'd have to say his sophomore year was a successful one. He had a QB rating over 151, started 10 games. So they've got the they got the quarterback, and they've got the RBs. You want to talk about Lions, Scoop?
Well, yeah, they got Kajon Owens, they got Devontae Lyons. Anthony Carey is a good transfer from Georgia Tech. Keep in mind that Lyons was a true freshman last year. He didn't even have a carry until week 9.
Yep. And
then he put up 99, 101 yards. So I think they're going to use him a bunch.
I think he's the main guy.
I think he's going to be really solid for this team. Again, Anthony Carey comes over from Georgia Tech. But I think they just need to use their running backs more. I think Willie Simmons and Nick Coleman will. I think that's the problem with Keon Jenkins because, I like Jenkins. I talked about him last year, which kind of shot in my face. But pause. But I think if they use their running backs more, I think this is going to be a good offense. Like you said, Nick Coleman is his first year as OC for FIU. He was the quarterback coach from UAB, and I know I talk shit about UAB with good old Trent Dilfer, but Zeno was good for UAB. He had a solid year under Coleman last year, so I think this is going to be a fine offense. A lot of the wide receivers, they do lose their top 4. But a lot of wide receivers to help out. Losing both Pattersons and Rivers to Georgia Tech does suck. Alex Perry transferred from Georgia. JoJo Stone from Louisville. They got it's definitely a more inexperienced wideout room, but they do have size and length there. If they develop the run, like I said, to help out the wide receivers, I think they're going to have a fine offense.
I kind of disagree. So that's a big if you threw in there. If they develop the run. That's a big if.
It's just a good – with the new coaching, I think it's going to help.
Maybe, but this rushing attack was awful last year. They were 127th in success rate per rush. That's not a schedule-adjusted metric. They were 127th in success rate per rush against a Conference USA schedule. Words can't describe how ineffective this rushing attack was last year. And yes, the RBs are definitely in a much better place this year. They're upgraded without a doubt in terms of the running back room. But I have serious questions about the offensive line. Only one starter back from last year. The positions were jumping around. Buchanan, I guess, is starting at tackle now. He was he played some center last year. He jumped around. The transfers they brought in, for the most part, no FBS experience. Antonio Tripp Jr. is going to start from Miami. Just 10 snaps last year as a redshirt freshman. Cedeno, I think, is going to start. He comes from Rice, just 61 career snaps. So this offensive line loses almost all of its production, and I just don't see how, we're going to say, new coach, RBs, the run game's going to be better. I think the offensive line's going to suck. So I don't know. Maybe new coach and the RBs, we upgrade the rushing attack a little bit, but by no means do I think FIU can run the ball.
It's definitely, it's, if you see from the past experience, it's a really shitty running offense, but and I do agree. I think it's only 41 career starts on the front line, so that might take a bit to gel, but listen, Willie Simmons is a running backs coach, man. He's just not going to disregard the run. I think it's going to be a lot better than last year. So, we'll see. We don't know how new coaches are going to, what they're going to work with in the first year, but I think they're going to be a fine running game.
Yeah, I don't. Let's move on to the defense, and this is where, if you're an FIU fan, I do have something for you. I love the safeties. I love the I even wrote good safeties in big green letters on my graphic.
I see that.
Yeah, I love the safeties. So they're bringing in Demetrius Hill. Oh, by the way, so I just realized as I was saying that the guy they brought in, Julius Pierce, does have FBS experience, one of the offensive linemen. So I said they don't. There is one transfer coming in that does.
Yeah, and he played here in 2022.
Exactly. That's what,
like 3 years ago.
Exactly. That's what reminded me of it, because we're talking about Demetrius Hill, one of the safeties coming in, who was a starter here at FIU 3 years ago in 2022. And he wasn't just a starter. He was actually third on the team in tackles under this same DC. The same defense coordinator is here. Do it. His first year was 2022. Demetrius Hill was here, third on the team in tackles. He transferred to Illinois, didn't really play at Illinois. I think he got hurt one year, and then I just don't think he saw the field. Transfers back to FIU. So Do It gets a starting safety that played a full season in his defense already. I think he fits right in, Demetrius Hill. The other safety, Websley Etienne, was a starter last year in the Sun Belt for Arkansas State. Arkansas State's defense wasn't any good, but that's a starting Sun Belt safety. So I think the safeties are great here at FIU.
I think the safeties are great too. Plus you have Patterson, Sala, and Sterling are all back from safeties as last year too. That all had run time. So I think their safeties are great, personally, yeah.
Yeah, the safeties are great. The corner, they have one corner I trust, Brian Blades. Brian Blades is there. He had 6 pass breakups last year, which was second on the team. He's back. Other than that, I mean, I think Demetrius Hill also plays some nickel, so maybe they'll do that since they're pretty deep at safety. But the names I'm reading, there's a kid named Brown from UAB, just 1 tackle last year. He was a freshman, but there's a kid named Celestine from Arizona, just 3 career tackles. So as far as corner, they're going to be thin. A lot of unproven names. Are you seeing anything at corner that I missed?
No, not really. I think they are going to be a little thin, except Brian Blades, maybe Evans from last year, JT Anderson, but I don't see really much other than that. Tydrick Brown is from UAB.
Yep.
He had a solid one tackle last year as well.
He was
So
a freshman though.
yeah, I know he was a freshman, but yeah, I don't see much either. I think people are gonna have to step up from last year. So
Little thin at corner. I will say they should be really set at linebacker as well, which is in terms of stopping the run. This run defense was bad last year, and they've got good safeties and they've got good interior linebackers. So as far as completing tackles, not missing tackles, those are the pieces you want. The linebackers, Johnny Chaney Jr. transfers in. He was with Coach Prime last year at Colorado. Didn't play a whole lot, but he's got 2 years starting experience in the FCS before that. So Johnny Chaney Jr. should fit right in at inside linebacker. And then Percy Courtney Jr. is back as well. Just 25 tackles last year, but he missed 4 games. So those are going to be your 2 inside linebackers. I think that's fine. I think they're set at linebacker as well. I actually like their edge rushers too. Dante Anderson from Florida State, just 72 career snaps, but I mean, he's a Florida State recruit. So obviously in Conference USA, that's Warren Sapp right there. And then on the other edge, you got Keegan Davis, who's coming back. I believe he entered the portal and then withdrew or something like that, but Keegan Davis is back. They got a kid named Armitage. I apologize if I'm saying that name incorrectly. He was injured and missed a lot of spring activities, but I think he's going to be ready to start the season. Another edge rushing piece. So I like the safeties. I like the inside linebackers. I like the edge rushers. I don't know who's playing defensive tackle. Do you, Scoop?
no, I kind of like this line. I'm not sure about the linebackers. I guess we have a really different opinion.
I like
of FIU,
the
which is like
linebackers.
the only time we disagree is FIU, which is wild. But yeah, I mean, it's supposed to be stronger up front, even though they lost Passmore, Davis, I think Tatum, but Quaylen Hill should get more playing time. He was a decent last year. I know Armitage and Green should be solid edge rushers.
One thing I want to mention, you said they lost Tatum. I just want to mention, I just read this. So he entered the portal, hasn't landed with a team, and withdrew from the portal. So
we just did.
yeah, well, he's not at spring activities, but as of right now, he's not on the team. So I wouldn't be surprised if he appears on the FIU roster during fall camp. I just want to include that in case by the time people are watching this, he has rejoined the team.
Because if you're not new to college football, things change daily on the portal. So
this is impossible to keep track of.
Like you can enter the portal. You had to enter the portal already, but you could just stay in the portal for like years apparently, and just I'm ready now. So
and then like they'll withdraw from the portal, but then the team will decide not to take them back.
Right,
and then it's like
wild. It's just wild.
So my question is defensive tackle though.
Yeah, I mean, you got Quaylen Hill, I guess. Steven Shannon had some time last year, but they're all a little thin. You got Lamont Green and Dante Anderson from Florida State, Ogunloyi from Marshall, and Luter from Ball State should help the interior line, I think. I think their line's going to be fine. They're bigger. I think the linebackers take a hit with Travion Barnes. He had 129 tackles last year. He was a beast for this team. He was first team Conference USA. He transferred to Baylor. Like you said, you do have Johnny Chaney from Colorado, Dwight Nadeau, and Atavius Weaver is going to have a bigger workload this year. But overall, I think the front seven, the line's going to be better, I think, but the linebackers got worse, and I think you're flip-flopped. So either way, I think
Well, I understand they lose their main piece there in Barnes. They also lose JoJo Evans. Barnes and JoJo Evans were the 2 best players on this defense last year. They're both gone. JoJo Evans is Louisville. Barnes is at Baylor. So they lose their 2 main pieces. I probably should have led with that. But overall, I think they're pretty solid other than defensive tackle. And you're right. I read that Phil Steele wrote that too, that they got bigger on the defensive line. I suppose that could help for a team that really couldn't defend the run last year. I think defending the run is going to be a problem again this year. The schedule isn't as bad as it looks, by the way. They do have a road game out at Western Kentucky, which is probably like an automatic loss. But, I mean, they've got Delaware on the schedule. They've got Missouri State on the schedule. They've got Kennesaw State at home. So there are some winnable games on the schedule for FIU. But want to talk some grades?
Yeah, and I think Willie Simmons is better than Mike McIntyre, so I think this is going to be fine with their, especially because it's the same DC from the last 4 years. So I think all the turnover on the defense should be kind of the same.
Yeah, I think I've heard the same thing. A lot of people like this hire. It's tough because I'm not an FCS guy, so when they bring in an FCS coach, I could just look at the records and be like, hey, he was really good at Florida A&M, but the truth is I don't know personally. All right, so last year rushing offense was a D-. I know you're about to give him like a fucking B+, but
I'm gonna give it a B+.
I'm gonna give it a C-.
I mean, it was a D-? So yeah, I'll give it a C.
No, what?
I'm not crazy.
I'll go D+. Passing offense, it was a C- last year. Bringing back Jenkins, and I'll give it a C. I'll upgrade it a little bit.
You know what's crazy is you look at Jenkins and thought he had a bad year. He was pretty solid.
He was good
for what he had. He was 22-8, 22 touchdowns, 8 picks.
You know what it is? Because I was thinking the same thing. I was looking, and I think it's just he's bad.
Expected?
Well, his bad games were so bad.
Oh yeah.
He had one game where he was playing kind of injured. I think he threw 4 picks. No, he went no. I think he was 2 for 11 from throwing. I forget. I don't want to speculate. I probably should just pull it up. But he had a couple really ugly games. So I think that those kind of stuck in your head.
It's kind of like Kyle McCord from Syracuse, where he throws 6 touchdowns in the next game. He'll throw 6 interceptions. Right.
I was on Syracuse for a couple of those 6 picks games. Passing offense, I upgrade to a C.
I will go with a C as well.
Run defense, I'm keeping it D+. I'm not sold.
C.
Pass defense, I like the safeties, don't like the corner. Honestly, D+.
I'm going to go with a C-. So apparently I have Delaware beating out Florida International.
Which is freaking crazy. Dude.
I think it could happen.
I mean, I have them kind of close too, so maybe I shouldn't talk. All right. Next up, Jacksonville State. Let's talk about the Gamecocks. So we're looking at a new era here of Jacksonville State football. Obviously, Rich Rodriguez is gone. Charles Kelly takes over, and really not sure what to think about that. I think we're going to be looking at an entirely different offense under Trickett this season, probably completely different from what we saw last year. For those of you that didn't watch Conference USA football last year, Jacksonville State kind of up-tempo, run the ball down your throat, run the ball probably the most dynamic rushing attack in the conference. They were 4th in rushing frequency last year. They were a good 4th in yards per carry, 21st in success rate per rush. I expect to see maybe a little bit slower tempo, more of a traditional offense, some 3-step drops, some 5-step drops. So what we know about Jacksonville State's offense, I don't think that's what we're going to see this year. I have some questions, and the main one is the offensive line. I don't know who's playing on this offensive line. Bubba Grayson's back. He started 8 games last year. Other than that, man, I was looking at Phil Steele. I was looking online. I was asking ChatGPT. I cannot figure out who's even starting at this offensive line. They all give me different names.
Yeah, you just have Grayson back. Literally, they lost Webb, Harley, Jones, Osteen, Roby, and I was looking at a couple places. I think the only transfers in are 2 FCS players. So, yeah, I think they're going to be in a rough time for the offensive line. I don't really see pretty much anyone from last year. I think just except Grayson, you got Cameron Griffin that had 22% of the snaps. After that, dude, there's nobody who played last year, at all.
Yeah, I don't think any transfers are even starting. I think they're just all guys that were on the team last year. So I don't know how you can expect this offensive line to take a step forward. I mean, the offensive line, based on what we're looking at, should be significantly worse.
And like you said, no more Rich Rod. He's back at West Virginia. So they were 27-10 the last 3 years, and they had a great year last year. They won Conference USA, but they were supposed to take a step back. So, like you said, Charles Kelly on the ball. He ran great defenses. Obviously, he coached Auburn, Colorado, Alabama, Georgia Tech. So now Clint Trickett's the offensive coordinator. He was the pass game coordinator at Georgia Southern. Before then, he was Marshall's OC. So, and then obviously Brian Williams. We'll talk about defense, but yeah, I don't know, man. Tyler Huff graduated. Now you have Cade Cunningham from the Pistons.
He threw it. Cade Cunningham threw a game-winning touchdown in the spring game, by the way.
Clutch. You also have 5-star Gavin Wimsatt from Rutgers.
I don't think
Kentucky,
Wimsatt's going to start.
He's not 5 stars.
Let it go. Let it go. I don't think he's going to start.
It's just not a good. It's not a good quarterback. I mean, he didn't play until 2024. Cade Cunningham. I mean, I think Huff's better than all these quarterbacks, obviously, that are coming in. So, and plus, you lose your best player in Trey Stewart.
Yeah,
he led Conference USA in touchdowns, yards, 1,600 yards. He was on the Vikings now.
Yeah, he's on the Vikings. He was first team All Conference USA. Yes, probably the best running back in the conference. I will say, I think Cam Cook is pretty freaking good. They brought in Cam Cook from TCU to be RB1. Maybe not as good as Trey Stewart, but he's good. I like Cam Cook. So I actually think they addressed losing Trey Stewart. I honestly wasn't even looking at that. I'm looking at the offensive line, the quarterback, the coaching staff. I mean, this offense as a whole is just a shell of itself.
Yeah, especially because the receivers pretty much followed Rich Rod to West Virginia. You got Kane Vaughn, Jared Bowie, Jordan McCants. So they're all gone. I think so. They ran the ball a lot last year. That's not going to be what this team is. I think they're going to have more of a passing game. I think you agree with that. But you still got Petaway. They stayed as a number 1-2, stayed as their receiver. He was a number 2 last year. You got Rechsteiner. If you don't know who Rechsteiner is, that's Big Papa Pump, Scott Steiner's son.
Is it really?
WCW, WWF, or WWF.
No, I remember Scott Steiner.
Scott Steiner. He had the muscles, like the steroid muscles.
That describes all professional wrestlers.
Well, yeah, that's true. And you got DeAndre Johnson from Rutgers, Caleb Coombs from FAU. So the wide receivers aren't going to be bad. You can't really tell how it's going to be. I think the receiving core is fine. It's just, like you said, are they going to protect Cade Cunningham enough, or God forbid Wimsatt enough to throw the ball? And I don't know how the line's just going to be in general to do anything on the passing game or the running game. So
DeAndre Johnson is 6'8", by the way, 6'8". The receiver
he did a lot for Rutgers.
Well, he did not see the field as a redshirt freshman last year for Rutgers, but he's 6'8". Got to have a high ceiling, literally. I expect this offense to fall off dramatically. This entire offense under Rich Rod was the dynamic rushing attack. I don't see where that's coming from with the offensive line, honestly. On the other side of the ball, now we mentioned Charles Kelly is taking over. He's a defensive coach, and just like Scoop talked about, he's pretty proven, man. I believe he was on Jimbo Fisher's staff, the Jameis Winston Natty. I believe he was on that staff, and then I believe he was on one of Saban's national championships at Alabama as well.
Yeah, he was an assistant DC there. Yeah.
Wasn't he with the Jacksonville Jags too? I'm pretty sure he's with the Jags one year.
Was he on the Jags?
I'm pretty sure. Wait. Oh no, my notes. It says Jacksonville. We're literally talking about Jacksonville. My bad. No, he was on. He was in the NFL too. Maybe I'm mixing up my notes, but he was with those. He coached on the defensive staff for 2 national championship teams, so he's a defensive coach. The problem is, I mean, does he have the horses? Hughes transferred to Colorado. He was probably their best defender. Him and Fred Perry. They were both first team all conference. Fred Perry transferred. Where did Fred Perry transfer? Hughes transferred to Colorado with Coach Prime. That's their inside linebacker, 3rd on the team in tackles. Fred Perry transferred. Wow. Why do I know?
I think he went to West Virginia.
Did he go?
Rodriguez.
Hold on.
Let me check.
I don't know why.
Fred Perry went to West Virginia.
So he's with West Virginia too. So they're probably their 2 best defensive pieces. They were both first team all conference. They both transferred out. Hale graduated. He was 4th on the team in tackles. Conference USA honorable mention. 2nd team all conference pass rusher Swain, 4 sacks, which is 2nd on the team. He graduated. Antonio Carter was 2nd on the team in tackles. He graduated. Who's back on this defense? A couple pieces on the defensive line. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. That's actually the only pretty much positive side is, I mean, Juwan Campbell's back on the D-line. He was great. Kalen Carter was pretty good. Like you said, Swain graduated. I think the defensive line is going to be the most solid part of this team. They have Curtis Perry from Virginia Tech, Isaac Walker from Georgia Southern, Jacob Cruz from Georgia Tech. The problem is after that, you got the top 5 linebackers all gone. Reginald Hughes was a huge piece of this team. Like you just said, he was first team Conference USA. He's gone to Colorado. McCray to New Mexico. Hale graduated. So that the whole linebackers, just crew is shot pretty much.
And the secondary.
And the secondary. I think Pat Taylor was the most, had the most snaps. He had 34 tackles last year as a safety. Other than that, I mean, like you just said, Poyser's gone to Miami. Fred Perry's gone. That was their 2 solid safeties. So Yeah, Antonio Carter graduated. So except Pat Taylor, the whole back is gone pretty much. So.
And they're gonna have they brought in a bunch of transfers to start. It looks like 4 of the 5 starters in the secondary did transfer, but I mean, no FBS experience. In fact, the only transfer they brought in that has FBS experience is Trevor Woods, who transferred in from Colorado. They kind of traded linebackers there. Hughes went to Colorado, and Trevor Woods came here. He has 167 career tackles. So they did bring in a linebacker who has played, but I'm not even seeing him listed on the depth chart. Did that get updated? Hold on.
But so, I mean, they have a lot of defensive back talent coming in.
No, Trevor Woods. Yep, he's a late addition. So Trevor Woods is going to be there for linebacker.
It's just a lot of these newer secondary pieces are just pretty much all new. They don't have a lot of run. Besides Pat Taylor, everyone they brought in played under 10% of the snaps last year. That's FBS or FCS. So, yeah, I mean, the schedule isn't daunting, but I guess it's Conference USA, so any schedule seems kind of easier. But it's definitely going to take a step back. I think on both sides of the ball. I don't think it's going to be a Conference USA championship for them.
Yeah, and Trevor Woods is actually a linebacker safety. He's 190 pounds, so I would imagine he's more of a safety, by the way. But he does have FBS experience. But, yeah, downgrades across the board. Let's talk grades here. And at Jacksonville State was an A-plus rushing attack.
Sounds about right.
I'm going to put him down to a D.
Damn, all the way to a D.
What? They have no offensive line. And Rich Rod's gone. Go ahead. Give him an A.
Oh, let's not be. I'll give him a C.
I will upgrade their passing offense. I just think the Rich Rodriguez, the way I don't know, that gave him much opportunity to be a dynamic passing team. I'll upgrade him to a C- in passing.
Yeah, I'll do a C-.
Run defense, C, I guess, because they brought back the defensive line.
Yeah, I'll go with the C on the line, because of the line.
But I mean, there's nobody. So I'm going to downgrade.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go with D- on pass defense.
I'm going to F.
All right, fair.
All right, let's move on to Kennesaw. Let's talk about the Owls, and I'm going to come right out and say it. Kind of big on the Owls this year. Now,
I think you said they were going to win Conference USA.
I didn't say that. I did not say that. That being said, I'll glance at a future. No, I do think Kennesaw State might surprise us and be pretty solid this year. I'm talking by Kennesaw State standards. I just think they'll win a couple games we don't expect them to win. Obviously, we're talking about a new era here. Jerry Mack takes over. I would say most college football heads call this a good hire. Very successful head coaching tenure at NC Central. Extremely successful.
Yeah, 31-15 with them.
Yep. So he was the offensive coordinator at Rice a few years ago. After that, he was the running back coach at Tennessee. And no, he's the guy that was with the Jags
last year. He was Jags running
backs I mixed
coach.
up Jerry Mack and Charles Kelly. That's what I did. So yeah, he was the one with the Jacksonville Jags last year. Nowhere to go with this offense but up, because this was probably the worst offense in the FBS last year. They were 132nd in OFEI. That being said, I am loving the pieces they brought in. When we're talking about Conference USA, incoming transfers, what I'm looking for is starting FBS experience, because this is kind of like the FCS plus here, Conference USA. It's very rare you're going to land transfers that have like FBS starting experience, and Kennesaw State did. First of all, they brought in Rene Miller. He's probably going to play tackle. He does not have FBS experience, but he was a starter last year at Alcorn State, 6'6", 335 as a freshman. So that should be a solid piece at tackle. JT Pennington's back, starting guard from last year. Cameron Williams comes in. He was a starter last year at Alabama A&M, not the FBS, but another starting offensive lineman. Zollicofer from Arkansas State, 17 career starts. He's another offensive lineman with starting experience. Seaburn Hines is probably going to be starting. He started 7 games last year. So as far as the offensive line, everybody has starting experience. Not necessarily FBS starting experience, but everybody has experience starting on the Kennesaw State offensive line.
Yeah, first of all, sucks about Brian Bohannon. I mean, 10 seasons at Kennesaw, and then you get let go in the middle of your first FBS season. That sucks.
What were they expecting?
I mean, you can't give them a shot, but yeah, like you said, one thing you could say about Kennesaw, obviously they had a really bad year, 2-10. Big win against Liberty, though.
Huge.
A lot of returning production. 5th most in college football. I think that's going to help the team. How much, I don't know. So you talk about the line. the big thing is Davis Bryson is back from last year as quarterback. I mean, he didn't play well. He had 6 touchdowns, 10 picks, but he's transferred. He's moving over to wide receiver.
Yeah, he's not playing quarterback anymore.
So he's not even playing quarterback. So now you got Dexter Williams.
I like Dexter Williams.
Yeah, played in a couple games. Played in a few games at Indiana in 2022. He had 2 torn ACLs, Dexter Williams. So he was high out of high school. They were high on him in Indiana. Obviously, 2 torn ACLs is going to do something to you, but if he has he definitely has a talent to play college football. So I think it's going to be fine. Also, Jacob Kettles, I can't see him anywhere. He was the right tackle last year. I can't even find him in the portal. I can't find him transferring anywhere. I don't know if he's still on the team. I literally don't know. The last I saw, Jacob Kettles is still playing for his team. I don't know what he's doing right now. So that's going to help too. Like you just said, I mean, you got Jadarius Lee from FIU, Seaborn Hines. You just talked about Kettles, Milovac from Southern Florida. Southern Florida. You got Zolly Coffer from Arkansas State. When we talked about Arkansas State, you got a lot of solid transfers. You got Brandon Best from Georgia Tech. So this line, I mean, the line is definitely different from last year. It's completely different. Norcross and Newman and Memphis, Bowers and Charlotte, but this line's going to be better than they were. So I don't think they're going to have a problem at all. They have a lot of solid transfers to solidify this line. So even though they lost the 4 starters, this line's definitely better this year.
Yeah, Dexter Williams, keep in mind, they recruited him. He was supposed to be the guy after Penix at Indiana. That was who, this was supposed to be a Big Ten prospect type of quarterback. Injuries kind of messed his path up. This is kind of the first time we're going to see him take the reins. And, you are the starting quarterback. Granted, it's in Conference USA at Kennesaw State. It's not exactly how he planned it out, but this is the first time we're going to see what this kid's got.
It can only get better, right? He's got a lot of time.
He's a crazy athlete. He's 6'1", tons of talent. Look, who knows how it's going to go? There's a high ceiling with Dexter Williams. They could have a real player there at quarterback behind an offensive line that I think is going to be pretty good. I actually like the wide receivers as well. A couple pieces back, like you just talked about.
And then the wide receivers too. You gotta you look. Don't just look at their stats. Obviously, they had no one to throw the ball to them, so everyone had, I think, under 300 yards in general last year. So, I mean, Bryson's moving from quarterback to wide receiver. If Dexter Williams can play like Dexter Williams, I think they're gonna have a great wide receiver game. Yeah,
they're 2, 3, and 4 wide receivers are back from last year. The only position group that I'm a little questionable about running back.
Yeah.
Their running back, Ashley, transferred to Ball State. Also, their tight end, Carson Kent, he went to Oklahoma. He was second team all-conference. He was the only all-conference piece on the entire offense. He's gone. But they brought in a tight end from Mississippi State. I didn't really see the field. I don't know about running back and tight end, but I like it.
I mean, running back, like you said, Ashley transferred to Ball State, and Benefield, their leading running back, they graduated. So you're left with Alexander Diggs, who had 29 yards last year on 9 attempts. And you got a transfer in from Rice with Coleman Bennett. So I think that's it.
That's it.
You got DJ Scott, too, who had 2 carries last year for this team. So Diggs, Bennett, and Scott, I think, are the only running backs in this room. So I don't know who's going to start here. Altogether, they had 13 carries last year combined. So, yeah, all these running backs are brand new.
I also think they have a guy named Chase Belcher from West Georgia. I don't know. I'm not going to pretend to know. But they brought in Chase Belcher from West Georgia. But running back's a question mark. But overall, offense is going to be better. It has to be better.
I was going to say it has to be. There's no other way to go here.
Also, in addition to liking the pieces a lot more, we should see a completely different type of offense here. Mitch Militello is going to be calling the plays. He was an offensive analyst on Tennessee. He was there with Jerry Mack. We should see a much faster tempo. We should definitely see more throwing. I mean, Kennesaw State last year ran the ball a lot, slow pace, control the clock, pretty much just try to hold on to the football as long as possible. That's all you can do when you're a bad team. Militello might open it up a little bit, spread the offense out. So we're also going to see a completely different offense from Kennesaw State. Yeah, I like it. On the other side, I like the defense too. There's so many pieces back here. Secondary, everyone's back except Sidney Porter. He was second on the team in tackles. I mean, definitely a key piece, but he graduated. Isaiah Thomas transfers in from Miami, probably going to start there. Jericho Washington Jr., second team all-conference, the only all-conference piece on this defense. He's back. So he's back at corner. Secondary should be in great shape. They return almost everybody. Linebackers, they bring back Denelius Johnson, who led the team in tackles. He's back. Benyard, other linebacker, he was 7th on the team in tackles. He's back. They lose a couple pieces. I'm sorry, Javen Williams is gone too. He was the 3rd or 4th corner on the team. He went to Mississippi State. I forgot to mention that. So not the entire secondary's back, but a lot of it is. Linebacker Barnum, he graduated, but they bring in Jaden Kelly, who's a multi-year FCS starter. He was second team all-SWAC last year, so they bring in a linebacker to replace him. Everything's looking pretty cool here. And on the defensive line, I mean, they're bringing some pieces back. They do lose a couple. Puda Walker is probably their best defensive lineman, the nose tackle. He transferred to Memphis. But, I mean, they brought in a piece. They brought in Marcus Patterson from Western Kentucky, who had 22 tackles last year. I believe he's an edge rusher. They bring back Silas, who's one of their edge rushers. He's back. They lost Jordan Miles, right? I don't think Jordan Miles is there. But yeah, the defense looks great, man.
I think Jordan Miles actually withdrew the other day.
Oh, did he withdraw from the portal? Let's look that up.
I think he did. So you still have him left. Look that up while I talk. Yeah, so like you said, I mean, the defensive returned most of their players. I think just Puda Walker's onto Memphis, but if Miles is still here,
no, he's not.
He's not?
He participated in a pro day, and it says his Twitter says Kennesaw State alumni.
Okay, so
no, he's gone.
The thing with Kennesaw is, I mean, they lost 6 of their top 7 tacklers were DBs, so they had no one that could really stop the run game here. So even though they lost Miles and Walker, they added size because they were really undersized last year. Hopper, Daniels, Patterson should all help this line. They won't be pushed around like last year's team. Like you said, they still held on to Denelius Johnson. He's the best defender on this team. He had 89 tackles last year. So actually with Hopkins, Benyard, Johnson, this is actually one of the better linebacker cores in the Conference USA right now. Jaden Kelly also comes in for Norfolk, which you said, which is all SWAC. They still got Rux and Silas too. It's a really solid linebacker core. They can go in and out. I think that's going to be fine. And like you said, the DBs are solid too. It's definitely top half of the league kind of DB room. So you do lose Javen Williams, like you said, to Mississippi State. But Isaiah Thomas comes in from Miami. Antonio Stevens from Purdue, who had 46 tackles last year. You got Cody Jones from Memphis. Nakari Johnson from UAB. You got Alex Ford, who played safety for Western Kentucky last year. So, yeah, man, you keep Washington as your starting corner and Hallam as your other corner. Listen, Isaac Paul was an all-freshman safety from last year. It's going to be an extremely solid Kennesaw secondary. I know it's crazy that we're hyping up this Kennesaw State like linebacker core and defensive backcourt, but everyone's back from last year. This is the 3rd most returning production in the country on defense. So, it's a tough schedule, especially to start.
No, the schedule.
Out of conference I'm talking about. So you're starting at Wake and at Indiana, but I think that's a good test for them, to be honest. So, this is going to be a way better team than last year. I think the win total is at 3.5 right now. I'm going over that for Kennesaw State.
Dude, there's winnable games on this schedule.
Yeah, I think this is going to be. I mean, it's not like a crazy like bowl season, maybe, but I think it's going to be at least a 5-win Kennesaw State team, personally.
Yeah, I mean, the two changes to their conference schedule. Last year they had Western Kentucky and Sam Houston. That now becomes New Mexico State and Missouri State. Both winnable games. They've also got Arkansas State at home. Dude, obviously they're going to be dogs in that one, and they probably won't win, but that's winnable. I don't think Arkansas State's going to be that good. So I can't call me crazy. Kennesaw State might be a solid Conference USA football team. Now, I'm a little concerned that their DC was the coach of the Paris Musketeers the last few years. He comes from France. I don't know anything about the French football league. Hopefully they have the same rules over there, but he was the head coach of the Paris Musketeers. So they brought in a French coach.
Yeah, but head coach though.
It was head coach, and he's not a French coach. He's from he has backgrounds before he went over there. But yeah, he's been coaching in the French league the last few years. Their new defensive coordinator. But let's talk grades. Kennesaw State was an F in rushing offense last year. I'm gonna upgrade them to a D-. Well, the rushing. No, I like the line.
No. I actually was going to agree with you. D-. I mean, they lost they don't have anyone they had 13 carries last year, the whole team. So
I will upgrade the passing offense to a C though.
I will go with a C-.
Rush defense.
I'll go with a C.
Yeah, I'll go C as well. I think the pass defense, I'll give him a C.
I will also go with a C.
Huge. I mean, not the greatest ratings, but compared to last year,
that's great.
Yeah. All right, let's move on to Liberty. All right, let's talk about the Liberty Flames. I want to say before we get into this, why everyone's obsessed with Jamie Chadwell, and I get it. I mean, he's probably like everyone talks about how he's going to get the next big head coaching position, the power forward that's available. Everyone loves this guy. I get why. Why is he not receiving more criticism for last year? I mean,
well, last year they were supposed to be undefeated. They went 8-4.
Yeah, in 2023 they were 13-1. They won the conference, 13-1. Then last year they went 8-4, lost to Buffalo in the Bahamas Bowl. And I know you're probably thinking 8-4 is not that bad. No.
Well, yeah, this season could have been a lot worse.
They took a 13-1 team, brought back almost everybody, quarterback, star running back. They brought back everybody, had a cupcake schedule, and went 8-4. I know Jamie Chadwell is everyone's favorite up-and-coming head coach. Everyone's obsessed with this guy. Why is he not getting more criticism for that?
Well, if you don't remember too, I mean, they had losses we just saw to Kennesaw State. That Jacksonville State game, they got blown out, and then this team could have been 6-6. They squeaked by FIU and UMass in overtime.
Yep.
FIU and UMass, they went to overtime, so that could have been a 6-6 team. So yeah, it was definitely a disappointing season.
Right. So why I feel like Chadwell kind of just skated through without. I don't even hear him getting criticized for it. I mean, I'm not tapped into Liberty Twitter. Maybe he is getting criticized, and I'm just not seeing it. But I'm still hearing Jamie Chadwell's referred to as the next up-and-coming great head coach. Man, how is that not a serious stain? He had a loaded team. Keep in mind, Liberty plays in Conference USA. They are a step above. This is like the New York Yankees playing in the NL Central. They have more money. They have more firepower. They should go 7-1 at least in conference every single year. They're just that much better than the rest of the conference. In all seriousness, they probably shouldn't even be in this conference. So the 8-4 with Liberty in that conference, that schedule with that returning production, is pretty awful if you ask me.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. So, I mean, now
I feel like we're the only two that would say that. I don't know what
you're in the Conference USA. Like I want to talk shit about Liberty right now, but it's like you're playing in Conference USA. You'll probably come close to winning again.
Oh, I mean they might go freaking 14-0. Like,
yeah, well, so I'm not high here. Caden Salters went to Colorado as new coach prime quarterback. I think it was going to start. So, but Ethan Vasco's here from Coastal Carolina. I'm not a huge fan of Vasco in the first place. He was okay last year. He had 14 touchdowns, 8 picks, 2,100 yards. So they have Berger last year from last year still, and a transfer in from UNC, which is Merdinger. They did sign a top 50 quarterback, by the way, as a freshman. Yeah, and Ethan Hawke. I don't think he's going to get playing time, but it looks to be the future quarterback of this team. If like I said, if he doesn't transfer out next year, because who knows? But yeah, I mean, I think Caden Salter is better than Ethan Vasco personally, and they lose their biggest offensive weapon in Quentin Cooley, who is now in the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, baby. He had 1,200 yards rushing and 13 touchdowns last year. So, and their second running back, Lucas, graduated. Yeah, man, I'm not really high on this team. I don't know.
In addition to that, they lose 2 first-team all-conference offensive linemen. Jordan White went to Vanderbilt. Xavier Gray went to Northwestern. They do bring back Feinmore, who was a first-team all-conference center. So they had 3 first-team all-conference offensive linemen. 2 of them transferred out. They bring back Fenimore, not Feinmore. Fenimore, who is the center, who's probably going to be like the captain of the offense if I had to guess. Here's the thing. We could sit here and poke holes. Yeah, Cooley's gone. Salter's gone. They lose these 2 offensive linemen. But they're still so much better than the rest of the comp. Maybe I
know, that's the thing.
Maybe we can line
I think I'm holding them too much to like a higher standard.
Right.
They are. I mean, because they're so much better than these other teams. But yeah.
Right, I mean, we can poke if they're playing in the Big 12, we can rip them apart. But even with losing those pieces, they're still better, and they're still bringing back their starting left tackle, Fenimore at center. They have Harrison Hayes, who's going to start on the offensive line. He saw 416 snaps last year. So this is a kid that played a lot last year. They're going to be fine. They're still the best team in the conference.
Yeah. I mean, you lose Cooley, which is obviously they're not going to replicate Cooley's probably running game
that
from
kid
last
Juju
year.
Gray looks awesome though.
He does look, Juju Gray looks.
He's supposed to be the freaking man.
Good.
This kid's supposed to be like NFL. Like he's supposed to be the man.
So, listen, they have talent there. Sibley's gone. He was the wide receiver 1 from last year. He followed his quarterback. But I mean, Casey Kane transfers in from UNLV. Yep. But other than that, they're experienced at wideout too. I mean, you got Reese Smith, Dante Lee, Tyson Mobley, Elijah Canyon. They're all back. They all played a lot. So they had 5 of the top 6 receivers back. So
and then added in 2 transfers that might be better than what they had. Like that kid Casey Kane.
They signed Jalen Coleman, who's a top 20 wide receiver in the country.
Yep.
He might start as a true freshman. I mean, he's going to be awesome. So like I said, I mean, I'm holding him too much of a high standard. So
that kid Casey Kane that you mentioned, Scoop, transferred in. He's 6'3". He was supposed to be transferred to compete for the wide receiver 3, wide receiver 4 spot. In the spring game, he had 2. He had a 50-yard touchdown and a 55-yard touchdown catch. Nuclear in the spring game. So he's all of a sudden.
And he was on Texas before that. So
he was originally a Texas recruit. Yeah, I mean the offense is loaded. It's Liberty playing in Conference USA. They're better than everyone else. They'll be fine. Maybe in terms of talent, maybe a slight step down from last year. Well, definitely a step down, but
I think their line's a step down, maybe, and maybe like the running backs are
quarterback.
A step down. But and quarterback. It's a step down, but like you said, you're comparing it to conference.
And not to mention their team was loaded last year. They underperformed anyway, so like a step down might be like the same production we got last year.
8-4 again.
Yeah. On the defense, the secondary's in great shape. Corey Jones is back. He was 5th on the team in tackles. Brylan Green is back. He was 2nd team all-conference last year. So Dexter Ricks is back at quarter. Same goes for Amarian Williams. So both their main corners are back. The 4 of the 5 starters in the secondary are back from last year. Joseph Carter led the team in tackles, 2nd team all-conference. He's back at linebacker. They did take some losses on the defensive line. TJ Bush, 5.5 sacks. He was a late transfer, too. They just lost him recently to Cal. So TJ Bush is gone. But they got Bazile Jr., who's their other edge rusher. They brought in some transfers here. Anyone with starting experience? Marcus Clark, 2-year starter.
Clark from App State. And then plus you got DJ Jackson from NC State and Aaron Hester from Florida State. So they have big problem with like these transfers. Like there's actually big names, big college names transferred in for Liberty. So not only that, like you just said, Joseph Carter's back. He's their leading tackler. But you have you said Pollard, right?
Micah Pollard from Michigan.
Yeah, Pollard from Michigan. You got Spurlock from Florida. So Aiden Vaughn, I think, is going to take a big step up. So you lose some of the big, linebackers, but you're getting big names in that probably can replicate what they had before.
I think they're going to be better defensively than last year, honestly. Trust.
And like you said, their whole defensive backs are back. I mean, Corey Jones is still the starting safety. He's the leader on this team. He did awesome last year. They have a ton of returning production, and they got two new transfers, so I think they're going to be fine.
Yeah, in addition to that, when we're talking about the Liberty defense, you also have to mention that their schedule, in terms of the offenses they see, I mean, bro, last year they saw Middle Tennessee, Western Kentucky, and Sam Houston. Those 3 conference games are replaced by Delaware, Missouri State, Louisiana Tech. I think those might be the 3 worst offenses in the conference.
I know we just talked about it. They ended at Kennesaw State, so it's like, all right. So, yeah, it's definitely an easier schedule.
Yeah. This is crazy. Of all their conference games, Kennesaw State's like one of their tougher ones. That's how crazy.
Yeah, I mean,
I think Jacksonville State's not going to be good this year. I think they'll smoke them and get revenge. Where are their conference losses here? Are there any?
Yeah, it's hard to see. Maybe a late FIU game.
The toughest
LA Tech, but other than that, I don't really see much.
The toughest game, they got James Madison at home. I mean, that's obviously a tough game. I think that's winnable. And then they go to Bowling Green, but Bowling Green took a lot of losses too. So it's an easy schedule as well. Let's talk some grades for Liberty. Last year they were at a B+ rushing offense.
I'm going to go with a B.
Yeah. D- passing offense. You know what? I'm going to downgrade this. I'm going to go rushing B-, and then I'll go passing offense D.
Yeah, D.
Because
like if you do that, then you're gonna have like Kennesaw State as a better pass offense than like Liberty. So, I'll go with a C-.
Oh, true. Yeah. Oh wait, you're going C-. I'll go D+. Rush defense.
I think their defense is going to be better this year.
Yeah. I'll go C.
I will go C and C+ for pass defense.
Yeah, I agree. C+. All right. Next up, Louisiana Tech. All right, let's talk about the Bulldogs. And I am going to come out and say it. I think this might be it for old Sonny Cumbie. I think Jeremiah Johnson saved his job last year. We were talking, me and Andy actually were talking about how we thought Sonny Cumbie would be fired last season mid-year. He didn't. But the reason he didn't is the defense was miraculously awesome for a stretch there. The 2 years before Jeremiah Johnson took over, Jeremiah Johnson was the defensive coordinator last year, by the way, for those of you that don't know what I'm talking about. So the 2 years before he took over, he was only there for 1 year. They were 127th in schedule adjusted defensive efficiency, then 132nd. So they were one of the worst defenses in the country back-to-back years. Jeremiah Johnson takes over the defense. They were 70th last year, which for a Conference USA program is an outstanding defense. And that's the only reason that Louisiana Tech was able to win 5 games was the defense. The offense was still terrible. And I don't really see much hope for the offense again this year. They were 126 last year in OFEI, one of the worst rushing attacks in the country. Passing attack wasn't much better. What are you looking at when you look at the La Tech offense this year, Scoop?
I think you are so disrespectful to the man Sonny Cumbie. 3-9, but then last year came on strong 5-8.
The defense was 5-8, dude.
Sonny Cumbie is coming, man. Yeah, listen. We talked about Jeremiah Johnson leaving, so the new DC is Luke Olson. He was a defensive coordinator, defensive coaching experience at FBS level. Ruston. I don't know what that is. I never heard of Ruston. I don't know. So we're going to see how that goes. Johnson's definitely going to be hard to replace right away. I think Evan Bullock is a great quarterback, personally.
He's all right.
He had 14 touchdowns. He's really – I think he's just great with the ball. He only had 3 picks. He had 14 touchdowns. He's really accurate. Yeah, that's about it. No, I'm just, you still – listen, you got a lot of skill positions back. You got this whole pretty much offense back.
No.
All right, you got the whole – you got most of the wide receivers and running backs back.
The offensive line, they lose 3 starters, including Burt Hale, who was their best offensive line.
Dennis transfers in from Oregon. You still have Nelson and Christian for their starters, but I know Hale, Gilbert, and Keys are gone. Kennedy and McGill also transfer.
The 2 of the best players on the offense was Edwards and Holiday. They're both in the NFL now. Edwards is a receiver with the Rams. Holiday's a receiver with the Chiefs. So the only 2 talented wide receivers are gone. Yeah, they bring back Jay Wilkerson, Marlene Jackson. Apparently this kid, Devin Gandy's the man. I don't know who that is. He transfers in from Sacramento State, and apparently he's going nuts in the spring and is going to be wide receiver 1. That's just what I'm reading. So I guess there's some upside. And like Scoop said, I don't think Bullock's a bad quarterback. There were times where he actually looked really good. I lost a couple bets to Bullock this past season. So I do think they have a quarterback that can play at this level.
Yeah, and Wiggins is back as their leading running back. Amani Givens is back as well. They're number 1 and 2 for running backs.
They were one of the worst rushing attacks in the country last year.
Yeah, I know. It's a different Sonny Cumbie, man. You always say watch out for Sonny Cumbie when it's his 4th year. That's what everyone says.
Oh, is that what everyone says?
Yeah, that's what everyone says. I mean, listen, True Edwards is gone. He led the conference in receptions. That's a big hit. Jimmy Holiday, their wide receiver 2, graduated. He's on the Chiefs now, right? Or did he? Or he was on?
Yeah, Jimmy Holiday's on. No, I think he got a rookie deal. I think he.
Oh, nice. Good for him. Siebes a transfer from UTEP. Gandy a Sacramento State transfer, like you just said. Marlene Jackson and Jay Wilkerson are going to have to step up from what Edwards did when it's kind of like last year or 2 years ago when Smoke Harris led the conference in the receptions, and then True Edwards led the conference in receptions. So. I'm looking for the next person to lead the conference in receptions, apparently, for this team. So, Yeah, I mean, listen, it's definitely you take a little bit of a hit. I think Evan Bullock is gonna still be a solid quarterback. I think they're gonna be an okay offense. Yeah, you just can't stop a Sonny Comey offense, man.
I wouldn't be surprised if they do take a step forward offensively because Bullock is back, the experienced runners, and yeah, I guess they bring some production back, a wide receiver, and that kid Gandy is supposedly good. So maybe they take a step forward offensively. But on the other side of the ball, the defense is what kept this team competitive. The defensive line was excellent against the run. You could not generate push against this Louisiana Tech defensive front. They were 13th in the country in yards per play allowed. This came out of nowhere, by the way. Nobody was expecting La Tech to have dynamite defense last year. Jeremiah Johnson, first-year defensive coordinator there, came out of nowhere. It got smoked, and specifically the front seven got smoked. They do bring back Colby Fields, who was second-team all-conference, and the Chief Leota. So they bring back a couple key pieces of the front seven. Everyone else is gone. Zemos led the team in tackles. He's gone. David Blay, who was by far the most David Blay was the most important piece of this defense. I just talked about how their defensive front was so good. He was the nose tackle in the middle. First team all-conference defensive tackle. He transferred to Miami. He's gone. The rest of they have no starters back on the defensive line. McIlvain, safety, number 6 tackler on the team. He's gone. Blake Thompson, number 3 tackle on the team. He transferred to Houston. DeMarcus Griffin-Taylor, their best corner. He's gone. He's in the NFL, I think. So, yeah, the front seven got smoked, and the reason, look, they have some production back in the secondary, but the front seven got smoked, and that was why they were competitive. The defense, the front seven was so tough last year, and that's what got smoked. So, no, I think this defense goes way back.
Yeah, David Blay is the biggest loss, like you just said, the nose tackle. He had 6 sacks, first team Conference USA, like you said. Jaden Gray also, you didn't mention him. He had a few sacks. He's at Western Kentucky now. Burnett went to Tulsa. Evans graduated. Michael Clark's gone. Kels Bush to James Madison. So you're looking at a defensive line that the leader on this team last year had 7 tackles in Christian Davis. So Rieman's going to play. Didn't play last year. So I agree. There's complete unknowns on this defensive line. There's pretty much no FBS experience for the most part. I do still like their linebackers. I know Zemos, their leading tackle, graduated, but they still have Leota. They still have Fields. Mason are all back. Fields, like you just said, he's one of the best Conference USA linebackers. I don't think they're going to take too much of a hit. I still think they might go down a little bit just because Zemos was such a good player. But yeah, even on the defensive backside, you got Blake Thomas, there's number 3 tackler. He transferred to Houston. Griffin-Taylor graduated. The number 4 back, Cedric Woods, is probably their leader on the team now. He's one of the better cornerbacks for this team. And Fields, Foster, and Richard, LLC, are all back to safeties. They also got Bigelow from Pitt at Pitt at corner, and Piero from Fresno. Yeah, Cam Franklin from OK State. So I think the secondary is fine, but like you said, the front seven's pretty much hit. The secondary was top 40 for 3 straight years.
Yeah, but when you have a defensive front that's allowing 1.9 yards per carry, it's pretty easy to play defensive back.
Yeah, I think you're just disrespecting LA Tech a little too much.
I just think the
5-7 last year, but 3 losses were in overtime. 6-point loss to Sam Houston. 7-point loss to FIU.
Wow.
I think they're gonna improve. I'm not sure about the run defense, but I think they're gonna improve.
Let's go ahead and do grades then. Let's put your money where your mouth is, man. They were an F in rushing offense last year.
I'll go with D.
I'm going F.
Passing offense D-. I'll give them a slight upgrade here. I'll say D+.
C-.
Wow. Losing 2 NFL receivers and getting significantly better.
Yeah, I think they're more.
I'm changing mine to a D. Rush defense, D-.
D.
Pass defense,
B-.
C-.
B-.
Wow, we have a very strong difference on that one. So yeah, difference on the Sonny Cumbie there. Let's talk Blue Raiders. All right, let's talk about Middle Tennessee. And not gonna lie, last season was definitely disappointing. There was some heartbreaking losses. You look at the record, 3-9 they finished, 2-6 in conference. It could have been better than that. There were some real heartbreaking losses. But to go 3-9 in Conference USA with an experienced quarterback, one of the better quarterbacks in the conference, is definitely unacceptable. That being said, it was Derek Mason's first season here, an entire new coaching staff. So I maybe we cut him a little bit of slack, but 3-9 with Vadiato at quarterback is unacceptable. That's the bad news. The good news is he gets another shot at it because Vadiato is still here. This man has been quarterback of Middle Tennessee since Peyton Manning was drafted to the Colts. I mean, he's been there forever. I don't even remember Middle Tennessee before he was there. He's been there for like 6 years. So Vadiato, back at quarterback, going to be one of the better quarterbacks in the conference. Offensive line is in great shape. Zach Clayton's back. Guevara's back. Ellis Adams is back. Marcus Miller is back. They also brought in transfers. This is how set Middle Tennessee is in terms of the offensive line. Now,
Harris?
Well, yeah, I don't know how good these returning starters are, but they're returning 4 pieces that started last year, and they brought in transfers that are actually might be taking their starting spots. So they're bringing pieces back that they don't even need from last year's offense. So we're talking serious upgrade on the offensive line. More experienced and just flat-out upgrades. E.J. Harris from Auburn, Jacob Otts from Rhode Island was a starter last year. So offensive line, serious improvement. One of the best quarterbacks in the conference. Wide receiver, they are set. They lose Amari Kelly. Oh, well, actually, they lose Amari Kelly and Holden Willis, who's the tight end. So the wide receiver 1 and tight end, their 2 leading receivers on the team, are gone. Holden Willis was actually first team all. They were both first team all conference. That being said, wide receiver 2, wide receiver 3, wide receiver 4 are all back. And they also brought in 2 transfers that might be wide receiver 1. A.J. Jones, 6'3" from Arizona. Marion Walker, 6'4" from Michigan. So a couple of power 4 with size wide receivers. They're set at wide receiver, set at quarterback, set at offensive line. I think they're pretty set at running back too. Ricky Hunt Jr. transfers in from Ohio. He had 393 yards rushing last year. Jaquel Middlebrook is back. He missed 3 games, still had 273 yards last year. I love the Blue Raiders offense.
Yeah, like you said, Vadiato's back. He had over 3,000 yards, 16 touchdowns. So all this team did was throw last year. Vadiato had the most completions, attempts, yards per game. Unfortunately, he did have the most interceptions, too, of any Conference USA quarterback, but that's what's going to happen when you throw it so many 418 times last year. Yeah, like you said, Ricky Hunt's probably going to be the lead back. He had 393 yards last year. Creedle and Wilkins are both gone. If not, Ricky Hunt, you'll have Middlebrook from last year. He's back as well. He was the running back, too. So Holden Willis was actually the leading receiver at tight end last year. As a tight end, so he graduated, and Amari Kelly, like you just said, the Michigan State. You still got Miles Butler. He's back as number 3. You have Tyree Patterson and Kason Stokes, transfers from UCF, like you just talked about, Walker and Jones. I think they have a solid squad here. They did lose 1,700 yards worth of Willis and Kelly, but I don't think that'll matter much with Vadiato throwing so many times. Hunter Tipton and Tavion Galloway will probably have decent years, but a lot of times he targets the tight end. So Tipton's probably going to start, it looks like, from Louisiana Tech. So, yeah, I think he's going to get a lot of targets there. And like you just said, they have a way deeper line with Otts and E.J. Harris and pretty much the whole team from last year. And they got Tuiana, too, from another FCS transfer. So I think this whole offense is improved from last year. I think they're actually one of the better offenses in Conference USA.
Me too. And the schedule got easier. We'll talk about that in a second. First, let's talk about the defense. Now, I am not going to be foolish enough to say I think Middle Tennessee's defense is going to be good. This defense is never good, but they're bringing back a lot of pieces. They're also okay. So, first of all, you could make an argument that the four most important pieces on the defensive line from last year are back. Now, Alex Williams was probably the best, but he missed a bunch of time last year from injury. So he didn't really play last year. So of the pieces who played the majority of the season, they're all back. Woods is back. DeMonte Smith, Anthony Bynum, Brandon Buckner, all back on the defensive line. And they actually brought in Reggie Johnson Jr. He's from community college, but he had a 10-sack season. You don't have 10 sacks in a year without some talent at whatever level. So they even added another edge rusher on top of everyone being back. They took some losses at linebacker. Jalen Davis, 4th on the team in tackles, is gone. But they bring in Alex Mitchell from Chattanooga, 2-year starter. He had over 100 tackles last year. 100. This is like the captain of the defense type of guy. He comes in to start alongside Parker Hughes at linebacker, who was 2nd on the team in tackles. So the defensive front seven for Middle Tennessee, look, it's Middle Tennessee. It's not a defensive program. they are set here. They have all the pieces that they need to be a good defensive front. They did take hits in the secondary, though, Scoop, right? Xavier Williams is gone?
Yeah, it's the big loss. The number one tackler actually on the team at safety. He went off to Cincy. What's funny is, I don't know if you remember, he was a quarterback until like week 7, and he still led the team in tackles, or like to like week 4 or something. He was a quarterback, and then he switched to safety and was the number one tackler at safety. So Miles Glover, another strong safety. He's off the Marshall. Marvin Myers graduated, so he lost a lot of safety depth. Juwan Gaston did transfer in from Houston. Tyrell Raby is at Grambling now. So Brandon Harris is going to get more time here. He was at Wake a couple years. He played a little last year.
I think Brandon Harris is gone too.
Is he really?
Yeah. Let me just make sure.
I know they have a returning production. I don't think this is the very great secondary though. Like you said, Parker Hughes is back at linebacker. That's great. Alex Mitchell is supposed to contribute right away. That transfer from Chattanooga. Plus Micah Smith is a great signee for linebacker for them too as a true freshman. So, but with Bailey, Byard, and Smith all playing last year too, I think their front seven is solid. Shakai Woods back. Everyone else is pretty much from this team for this last year. Smith, Gillespie, Hickson, they all have experience from last year. I think this is going to be a pretty solid front seven, but I didn't know Brendan Harris was gone. So that's
Brandon Harris. I didn't look too much into it. I just assumed he was gone. He was playing for Vanderbilt in 2018. He's a graduate student, redshirt senior. So he actually has 7 seasons.
7 years.
Yeah. So I'm pretty sure he's gone at safety. So he missed 10 games last year anyway. He didn't really play much. He was injured. So, yeah, the secondary, there's some questions, as you mentioned. But the front seven, I like. And I mentioned the schedule. I mean, look, last year they played Ole Miss and Duke. Their non-conference schedule, they had the FCS opponent, which they still have. Ole Miss, Duke, and Memphis. You turn those 3 games into Wisconsin. Okay, loss. Nevada and Marshall.
Yeah, those can be wins.
One of those games is winnable. I mean, you can argue maybe even both. They're not going to win both. I mean,
they also have Missouri State and Delaware now added to their schedule.
Right. So their non-conference schedule significantly easier. Their conference schedule, instead of La Tech, UTEP, and Liberty, you get Missouri State, Delaware, and Sam Houston. Dude, the schedule is the sea is parted for Middle Tennessee.
And you do avoid, like you said, they avoid Liberty, and I mean, we'll see how LA Tech is. They avoid them. Plus, this is their first full year with the recruiting class for Derek Mason, so I think they're going to take a nice jump up.
Rush offense F last year.
That's the problem. Is like they need to run the ball more, but I don't think they're going to.
I'm going to say D+.
I'll go with.
I'm going to say C.
D-.
Passing offense D. I'm going to say B.
I'll go with B-.
Rush defense F. I'm going to say C.
C-.
Pass defense F. I'm going to say D+.
C-.
No, I'm going to say C-. There we go. Blue Raiders. Let's do it. Blue Raiders to win Conference USA plus 1,800. If it wasn't for damn Liberty, if Liberty didn't exist, I would hit that. Liberty's freaking plus 120, plus 145 on ESPN Bet. Crazy. All right, let's move on to Missouri State. All right, next up, we got Missouri State. And as I said before, I'm not an FCS guy, so I usually don't spend too much time on this. Scoop has a whole page of notes here, though. So go ahead, Scoop, Missouri State.
Yeah, so another newcomer. Kind of the same with Delaware, a lot of returning production to get ready for FBS ball. This is Ryan Beard's 3rd season here. He's the head coach. He was 4-7 the first year, 8-4 last year. So not great. Nick Petrino is the offensive coordinator, who is Bobby Petrino's son. That's his 6th year. Also, Ryan Beard is married to Bobby Petrino's daughter, in case you didn't know that. So it's a whole Bobby Petrino family up in here. And it's a Nick Petrino, it's his 6th year here as offensive coordinator. LD Scott is defensive coordinator, 3rd year here. So, you have some continuity in the coaching staff. So 19 new commitments to this team is more than they ever have. Jacob Clark is going to be the quarterback here. He had almost a 70% completion percentage, 26 touchdowns, 6 interceptions last year. Really solid. It's FCS, but they were in the same conference as San Diego State, North Dakota State, South Dakota. those are all top 5 FCS schools. I think Kyle even knows that, though. They did get destroyed by both states, I think by like 40 each of them.
Don't mess with those Jackrabbits, man.
No, dude, South Dakota State and North Dakota State are like wild.
Problems.
They're so good. Yeah, I mean, running backs I think they're going to be a little rough. Wright and Becks aren't there. That's their number 1 and number 2 from last year. They had 1,200 yards combined. Shamari Lewis transfers in from FIU. He was pretty good for them 2 years ago. He was third team all-conference, so he's going to get the nod here, it looks like, for their team. So Isaiah McMorris transfers in from Nebraska. They still have Jamarian Robinson from last year, who had 585 yards, 38 receptions. Hunter Wood was their main target last year. He's gone with 700 yards. Dash Luke and Blackstrain should step up, get more receptions this year. Blackstrain played at Georgia Tech a couple years ago. I think the receiving core is fine. And the good thing is the offensive line is literally the same as last year's. All 5 starters are back. They only lost a few backups, so it's going to be a solid line. That's going to be pretty much their biggest thing is how good they can run the ball and how good they can give Jacob Clark protection. So, like I said, they did good last year. We'll see how it transfers this year. So, on the defensive side of the ball, DJ Wezelak, edge. He transfers from Oregon State. He was a 4-star out of high school. He was at Missouri his first 2 years. He should get a lot of time here to prove himself. They did lose their top 2 in sacks with Jalen Williams and Darian Smith. Smithson's still here from the interior. Townley transferred in from Penn State 2 years ago. Should make the jump to starter here. The top 3 tacklers, though, are gone from defense. Number 1 in Taj Chambers isn't here from last year. Jalen Brooks from Campbell and McGuire Neal from Charlotte transfer in. But it's definitely going to be a worse linebacker core than they had last year. So their safety and captain, Todrick McGee, he passed away in April, which really sucks. But they also lost Kaveen, Joe, Powell, Williams, Hall. They lost a ton of DBs here. So Dunbar, Antonio Smith, and Christian Ford all transfer in. But I think the linebackers and DBs are going to be worse this year. I mean, this team is going to be kind of worse than last year anyway, just because they're making a jump to better schools they're playing. But it's going to be even harder to make a jump with not a lot of continuity back there. So they do start off this year, USC, Marshall, SMU. I mean, I think that's just going to be an 0-3 start. I don't think their team's as good as Delaware does. Delaware is going to be to make the jump. So I kind of look at this as their offense is going to be okay, but maybe a little better than Kennesaw's last year. But I think their defense is going to struggle a lot. I could see teams like we just talked about, like Middle Tennessee or
cooking them.
Yeah, New Mexico, even like New Mexico State. Or
I don't think they can cook it to anybody.
I mean, New Mexico State might cook Missouri State. This secondary is going to be bad. So.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. I mean, if it's that bad, but I don't like this New Mexico State team at all, which is a good segue. That's where we're going next. We
like grades.
Yeah,
let's grades.
I don't know what grades to give them. So I'm just gonna go based off what you said. Oh, they don't have any last year, right? So you said the quarterback's solid, right?
Quarterback was solid from last year, and I think their passing game is going to be okay. I think their running game is not going to be great. I'm giving them a run offense. I'll give them a D-. Passing offense a D. Rushing defense I'll give them a D- and pass defense an F.
I mean,
I'm not trying to be mean to Missouri State, or if you're a Missouri State fan. I mean, you're making a big jump to FCS play, so FBS play.
All right, let's move on to New Mexico State up next. First season under Tony Sanchez, just 3-9, 2-6 in conference. New Mexico State was a strange team last year. I was expecting them to be terrible. I wasn't wrong, but at some point they started running the shit out of the ball. And there were portions of the season where this run game looked unstoppable. It was like, I don't know where it came from. In their last 8 games, they averaged over 208 rushing yards per game, 4.86 yards per carry. They won me a huge bet. It was one of my biggest plays of the week was against Louisiana Tech on October 15th. And I remember La Tech was laying 10. And I was like, and I took New Mexico State, who had looked terrible. They were 1-5. They won outright. So I looked like the man there. It was one of my favorite bets. So, yeah, the Aggies came through for me a couple times last year. This rushing attack was actually pretty good down the stretch. Here's the thing. I think it was kind of I think it was kind of a flash in the pan. They lose a ton of production on the offensive line. Their best 2 offensive linemen was Vaipulo. He went to Washington State. Kanan Yarrow, he graduated. That's the center and left guard. They're both gone. The right tackle transferred to App State. The left tackle transferred to Kentucky. The only starter back is B.J. Tolo on the offensive line. So a team whose really only strength was their ability to run the football. They bring back 1 offensive lineman. Oh, and by the way, both their running backs were second-team all-conference, or I think one was all-conference honorable mention. Both their running backs. They had 2 running backs that did the damage. One transferred to Kentucky. The other transferred to Arkansas. So they're both gone as well. I think Dijon Stanley's going to be RB1. I'm sure Scoop's about to tell you that. But yeah, this team, the only strength was the rushing attack. The offensive line got cooked. The RBs are gone.
Yeah, so like you said, Tony Sanchez's second season, he had a rough first year. David Yost, Tyler Wright was the OC last year. David Yost takes over as OC this year. He was the offensive coordinator of FIU, Texas Tech, and Utah State. He has experience. They did keep Joe Morris from last year, which, we'll talk about the defense. But, I mean, both sides struggled. Offense and defense sucked. This team sucked last year. Nothing worked for them for the most part. They definitely underachieved. Parker Awad and Santino Marucci played some quarterback last year. Awad made some big plays, but he was really inaccurate. Logan Fife, he's a transfer in from Montana. He's starting. He's going to start.
I know.
He played some games at Fresno before that. He's going to get the nod. He had 64% completion last year, 14 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Seth McGowan, their lead back, like you just said, to Kentucky. Mike Washington to Arkansas. So the starter here looks to be the transfer in Utah and Dijon Stanley. I mean, he had 20 carries for 66 yards. You got Kadarius Callaway in from Cal, 26 carries, 124 yards. So, yeah, it's definitely a big step down from McGowan and Washington on the running game. So, which is a big – I mean, obviously, if they're going to rely on their running game, they didn't have a passing game last year. TJ Pride led the team with 374 yards. They're both still here, him and TJ Johnson. So, they also have Tyler King that came in from with his quarterback from Montana. I think he's going to start, really. I think he's going to get some time. Brown and Owen signed. A.J. Williams is an FCS transfer that can play right away. And they have 3 solid tight end transfers. Gavin Harris from Central Michigan, Goins from Tulane, and Unger from Stanford. So this team just has to be a better – I mean, they have to pass the ball better than last year, because if not, this team's going to be a disaster again.
I just don't know if New Mexico State will ever recover from in the post-Jerry Kill era. I don't expect. I think that rushing attack came out of nowhere and it was kind of a flash in the pan. I think the offense is going to be bad.
Keep in mind, this team almost lost to Southeast Missouri State. They only won by a touchdown last year. So yeah, this team could have been like 1-11 to be honest.
Yep. So on the other side, I mean, this defense was terrible last year. They were 125th in DFEI. They do bring back some linebackers. Second team all-conference leading tackler Tyler Martinez is back. So there's something to bring Tyler Martinez back, which is probably the best player on your defense. Other than that,
and your line's gone.
the entire defensive line is gone.
Yeah.
And pretty much the entire secondary too. So
yeah, I mean,
what's this defense look like?
Yeah, Cale Edwards, their leading tackler on the defensive line, he graduated. But then Beatles, Arens, Jones, Fahina, they all transferred. Edwards, Lawson, Pelini, they're all gone. This whole defensive line is brand new. Gabe Peterson played for New Mexico State 2 years ago. He came back from transferring to Utah State. Guess he didn't like it there. The rest is just loaded up from transfers. I mean, I don't know if they're going to be good. Emmanuel Brown from Boise is going to play right away. But then you got an FCS transfer from Northern Iowa. You got Larry Jones from Liberty, O'Keely from LA Tech. You got an FCS transfer from Davidson. And so, I mean, we talked about Scott Abell from Davidson, who went on to Rice, who coached Jackson, said he was ready for FBS play, but he didn't really even play there much there either. So you have all the backups from last year. It's not like their run defense was very good anyway, like you said. So I don't know. It might be good. It might be bad. We'll see. Tyler Martinez, like you said, is the only pretty much player back. He's the number one tackler.
I pew.
I mean, you got linebacker should be a decent core. You got Sonny Apiu too. He was the number 4
Nick
tackler.
Session.
Yeah, Quincy Davis and Perry backing up still as well. I think their linebackers are going to be fine. But yeah, their secondary.
So
yeah.
I'm pretty sure, and correct me if I'm wrong, of the entire secondary, there's almost zero FBS experience. Like it's there's a 3-star freshman that might start.
Yeah, you got FBS players, but they haven't played.
Exactly. Like, for example, you got Armon Hale coming in from Kent State. He's one of the more experienced. He had 13 tackles. So
Right.
at Kent State, this defense probably gets worse, and that sounds insane to say because it was terrible last year. I will say there is good news if you're an Aggies fan. You kind of got fortunate with the schedule. Last year, one of your non-con games was Fresno State. That got replaced with Tulsa, a home game against Tulsa. So, I mean, as weird as it sounds, New Mexico State could potentially start 3-0.
Yeah, I mean, Bryant, Tulsa, and LA Tech.
And then La Tech. I mean, and then they played the rivalry game against New Mexico, which I think they'll lose. But, I mean, those rivalry games are crazy. Home game against Sam Houston. It's like really easy start to the schedule.
Home against Missouri State.
Yeah, there's a lot of
home against Kennesaw. So
they'll lose that.
I mean, yeah, Kennesaw.
Don't mess with the Owls.
Yeah, Kennesaw is ridiculous, but
ridiculous. Yeah. We're using the word ridiculous to describe them now. All right, let's talk grades. Rush offense C-. I'm going D-.
Let me see really quick. Yeah, it's gonna be rough. I'll go with the D+.
Passing offense F.
I mean, you got the new FCS transfer. I'll go with the D-. Yeah, you don't know. Could be good. I don't know. Yeah, it sucks, man. Like the problem is like they're starting all these young players and these people who never played before.
They could hit on.
To be honest, they're probably better.
Yeah, so I'll go D-.
I don't know. I'll go D- and D-.
That's what I swear. I was thinking of doing the same thing.
D-. This team sucks.
It's not good. Sorry, Aggies Nation. Let's talk Bearcats. All right, let's talk Bearcats football, and
we'll stand up from last year.
Yeah, you know what? You deserve your flowers. You called it. You said Sam Houston State was going to be good. I laughed at you. They had a great season, but it's over. That era of Sam Houston State is over. Casey Keeler is gone. The rest of the coaching staff is gone. Phil Longo takes over, and this is an interesting change of pace here. Can you picture Sam Houston State with like an air raid type of offense? I can't. We're going to see. I heard him give an interview saying he was not going to implement an air raid offense. We'll see. That's just kind of what he's known to do.
It's hard too with Hunter Watson being dual threat. So
yeah, but Hunter Watson can throw it though. He was probably the most impressive part of Sam Houston State. By the way, we're talking about the quarterback. If you don't know who we're talking about, he's back. The quarterback is back. In terms of the offense that Phil Longo has to work with here, the quarterbacks, I like the quarterback. Obviously, he's back. I like the running backs, too. They lose Jay Ducker to Temple, who was one of the better pieces on their offense last year. But they got a couple. I mean, they've got McCaskill in, who had almost 1,000 yards at Utah in 2021. He had a torn ACL after that. Now, who knows how he'll come back? But this was a Big 12 featured freshman back that had NFL aspirations, kind of getting his second chance. So there's a high ceiling there. They also have Shane Porter, who rushed for 648 yards at North Texas last year. So I like the RBs. I like the quarterback. They lost all their receivers, basically. Simeon Evans, he's at North Texas now, right?
Yeah. Simeon Evans went to Texas.
Yeah, he led the team in receiving, but they brought in some transfers. I mean, they got Michael Phoenix, who should be one of the main receivers. He's back from last year. Derek Bledsoe III is a redshirt sophomore. He didn't play as a freshman, but apparently he's having a good spring. They also brought in a couple transfers. Caleb Black from Arizona State, just one catch as a freshman. Smith Mack, 26 catches in 2 years. So apparently Smith Mack he's 5'9". He's going to be the slot receiver. So they have talent at the quarterback position, the running back position. I think they're fine at wide receiver also. Offensive line, I'm a little worried about, though. They bring back James Dawn, second-team all-conference guard. They also bring back Rhett Larson, who played right tackle. I believe he's moving to guard. Other than that, I mean, it's junior college kids starting, right, Scoop?
Yeah, junior college kids pretty much. Like you said, rush numbers were really high last year, so I don't see that kind of same rushing totals. Well, plus with the new coaching staff, I don't think so either. But yeah, I mean, they did lose Hagler, Beal, Irving, Dawn, and Larson are the only ones back, it looks like, on the right side. So they're down about 2.5 starters because Dietrich played about 50% of the snaps, so I'm sure he'll jump on the line. Eckhart's going to play more as well. You got Quentin Williams from Louisiana, Kalanji from Maryland, Sohn from North Texas. They're also high, like you just said. on Peyton McDonald, the kid from Iowa Western. I think he's going to start, actually. He's a JUCO transfer. So, and Cam Todd looks like he's going to start too, but he has no FBS experience. So, I mean, the line I don't think is going to be that bad. When we talk about the other line, we will be, but I don't think that's going to be bad. I just don't know what kind of offense, Phil Longo's going to run. I mean, he comes in from Wisconsin, North Carolina, Ole Miss, where he did do air raid the whole time. Also, he was the offensive coordinator of Slippery Rock in the Pennsylvania Athletic Board Conference. So he does have a lot of experience, though. So, yeah. And he's from New Jersey, by the way. But the problem is, like you just said, they don't have any shortage of running backs too. Like Elijah Green also transfers in from Indiana. He had a 6.9 yard per carry last year. I think him, McCaskill, Parker, Shane Porter, I think they're a solid running back room. I think they have a four-headed monster back there, really. But and I think their wide receivers are fine. But yeah, it's just how much the offensive line will pretty much gel, I guess, with Hagler, Beal, and Irving gone. So, and I like I said, if Phil Longo doesn't run an air raid type of offense, I don't really know what he's going to run.
I actually think the offense will be all right. They lose a lot on the offensive line, like I said, but the skill positions are good. The quarterback's good, and I like the coaching. I like Phil Longo.
I don't have a problem with the offense. I think the offense is going to be fine. But,
it's the other side.
The defense is what won them games last year too, and that's going to be terrible.
Yeah. So let's flip it over to the defense. If you don't know what we're talking about, everyone's gone. Literally everybody is gone except for Eamon Allen, who missed 7 games last year. He's the only one back. The only one. They're all gone. The entire secondary is gone. 4 transferred out. 1 graduated. 2 linebackers transferred out. 1 graduated. 3 defensive linemen transferred out. 2 They're all gone. I'm not even going to go through the different defensive players they lost. It's literally everybody.
Yeah. I mean, and Chris Murray's a big loss. He had 12 tackles for losses. He's off to Auburn. Pretty much everyone, like you just said, though. Hayes is gone.
Caleb Weaver.
Pretty much what you think of the defensive line, just throw it out. They're replacing it with Keelan Cox, who had a good year, but he's from Texas Southern. AJ Sargent, another FCS transfer from Tarleton State. So, I mean, I don't know, man. You also have Lawton, who was going to start from West Virginia. He had 1 tackle, and that was 2 years ago, not last year. So, yeah, man, it's definitely going to be a rough go on the defense.
No, there is one. Okay, so if you want to know who the key playmakers on the defense,
Fish is going to be
good.
Fish
from Akron. He's a 2-year starter, 156 tackles in 2 years at Akron. So there's a linebacker that has MAC experience. They also have C.J. Brown coming in. All right, so we lost connection there for a second, and it was late, so we decided to pick it back up the next day. So where we left off yesterday was we were just finishing up the Sam Houston State defense, and I think the overall point here is it's not that they did absolutely terribly in the portal. There's a couple experienced pieces coming in. We mentioned a couple experienced linebackers. Cecil Powell should be a good piece, but overall, it's really hard to not see this defense taking giant steps backwards with a complete overhaul. Casey Keeler's gone. Skylar Cassidy is gone. We're talking about a brand new era in Sam Houston State. So I just don't see this defense being very good.
It's just a lot of inexperience and a bunch of like FCS transfers. So like you said, Cecil Power from Troy or NC State's good, but yeah, I mean, especially if he says he's not going to run an air raid system, but if it does, it's just going to be – defense is even going to be even worse and on its heels a lot. So
exactly. You also have to keep in mind, right, the type of offense that Phil Longo typically runs doesn't always put the defense in the best place. So there's a lot of quick 3-and-outs and puts the defense right back on the field.
Oh, and really quick, they're not even playing at home this year. They're playing an hour away because they're renovating their stadium, so they're playing at Bauer Stadium. So –
and then that's correct.
And it's an hour away from campus. So.
And then you add in the fact that their non-conference schedule is a bit tougher. UNLV, Texas, Oregon State in Corvallis on a Saturday night. That they're going to get smoked. So yeah, I am not big on Sam Houston State this year. Let's get to the grades. The rushing offense. It's not so much the offense that I think is taking a huge step back. In fact, I wouldn't even mind keeping the rushing offense somewhat. I'll make it a C- though. I'll keep it.
Yeah, I'll do the same thing.
And then the passing offense, I'll actually give it a pretty big upgrade. I'll upgrade it to a C. Phil Longo, I trust, and Hunter Watson's pretty good, so I'll give it a C+ there.
I'll do a C.
It's here is where the drop-off is. Russ defense, I mean,
I might say F. I'm going to say F.
I'll go with a D plus. I'll give him a little break, and I'll go with a C minus.
Yeah, that's where the big drop off is. All right, so we're moving on to UTEP. 2 teams to go in Conference USA. UTEP, Scotty Walden, another team where I was pretty big on them last year. Definitely have to come out and say I was wrong. Puts me in a weird place because I said I liked the hire initially, and now here we are in year 2. If I like the hire, if what I said was true last year, that I like the hire, then I should believe in this UTEP team. I mean, it's year 2. Give Scotty Walden a chance. I don't know if I 100% do. So last year, first year under Scotty Walden, they went 3-9, 3-5 in conference. Both coordinators are gone. Jake Brown stepped down. J.J. Clark, who was the defensive coordinator, he took a job. Well, he's with the Cowboys, right, Scoop?
Yeah, he's with the Cowboys, a linebacker coach.
Yeah, so J.J. Clark he took an NFL job. So Scotty Walden obviously is back for year 2. 2 new coordinators with him.
Sorry.
And it's interesting. So Mark Kalla is going to be calling the plays this year. He comes from TCU. So before we get into the roster, are we going to see some Sonny Dykes run and gun? Like, I don't know.
I don't know. He did a decent job with Hoover and Chandler Morris.
Definitely.
After they took over for what's his name, the old TCU quarterback. I don't know, a couple years ago. But
the one that went to the Natty. Oh man,
Yeah.
What's his name? Holy shit.
I can't think of it.
I remember that the front sitting courtside at the TCU basketball
Max
game.
Duggan.
Yeah.
So he did a good job with those 2. So yeah, we'll see how it transfers here. Like you said, Scott. I mean, I love my minors. Scotty Walden's back, like you said. I mean, he was at Austin, PA for the last year. And remember, he brought every one of his players with him, like 20 of them.
Yeah.
They did start 0-6, but they did finish 3-3. So that's some positivity. The biggest thing I have a problem with is quarterback. Skylar Locklear. I mean,
is he definitely starting?
I don't know, but he shouldn't. They transferred in like a far better quarterback.
I don't know, dude. I'm not going to call him far better. I don't know what the deal is with him.
Nelson looked awesome like years ago.
Hold on. Let's give some context for those people who don't know what we're talking about. So UTEP brought in Malachi Nelson, and if you don't know who that is, that was the big-time recruit. He was a USC recruit. He was supposed to replace Caleb Williams at USC. So this is like the next NFL prospect, huge recruit out of high school, very highly touted. They ended up going with Miller Moss instead of Malachi Nelson. He transfers to Boise State, gets beat out for the job there. So we don't now he's transferred to UTEP where he might not even start. So it's crazy. The story of Malachi Nelson, I don't really know why, but he was a big-time recruit at USC, was supposed to be the next big-time NFL prospect. He's now battling for a starting job at UTEP 2 years later. So that's what we're talking about. Skylar Locklear, the quarterback, is back. They brought in Malachi Nelson.
He's with him from Austin, PA too. So It's his guy. So I think he's gonna start again. I don't see him not starting again.
I mean,
I don't know.
You would think that they're in a better place quarterback-wise this year with Skylar Locklear coming back with a year experience, FBS experience. You bring in Malachi Nelson, maybe motivates him a little bit in terms of a quarterback competition. So you just think based on experience. Oh, and by the way, Kalla from TCU, you mentioned a good history of coaching quarterbacks. He was the quarterbacks coach at TCU. So you would think we're going to see better production from the quarterback position from UTEP this year. Now, whether or not it's going to be Locklear or it's going to be Malachi Nelson, I suppose that's a different question. But whoever it is, I think we should see significantly better production from the quarterback position. Also, they're kind of loaded at wide receiver. Did you look at that? Kenny Odom, second team all-conference, their best wide receiver last year. He's back. Their number 2 wide receiver was Cam Thomas. He's back. Jaden Smith was 4th on the team in receiving. He's back as well. 3 of their top 4 receivers, including their main 2 guys. They also have a 3-star freshman that apparently is going off in the spring. I don't want to try to mispronounce his name. His last name's Davis Jr. He's 6 foot, redshirt freshman. He had a touchdown catch in the spring game. Apparently he should see the field. He looks pretty good. So they're loaded at wide receiver. And they also brought in Wilson from Charlotte, who was the running back at Charlotte, RB1 last year at Charlotte. So
They have talent at the running back position as well. There's also a 3-star freshman, Ashton Emery, they like that should split carries with Wilson.
He's been playing a lot of. He's going to be getting a lot of first-team reps.
Emery, right? Yeah.
So I think he's going to get some good run. But like you said, the only one that lost on wide receiver is Trey Goodman. He graduated, but you also got Jalen Brown. He transferred in from Michigan State. You got a couple FCS transfers in Roan and Willis. They're high in them. So I think this is a really solid wide receiver core. They did lose their top running backs, like you said. Javon Jackson went to my boy Trent Dilfer in UAB, and Jolly, their number 2, he transferred to Kilgore. Never even heard of that.
Transferred to junior college.
Yeah. So yeah, Hassan Wilson from Charlotte. I mean, he had almost 600 yards last season. He's definitely going to split the carries with Emery, I think. So I think their skill positions are fine.
I have questions on the offensive line. They do bring back Escobar, starting center, although I read he has not been participating in spring activities. I don't know why. I did a Google search. I did ChatGPT. I was trying to figure out why Escobar is not participating in spring activities. That's their starting center from last year. He's supposed to still be on the team. Phil Steele has him listed as the starter. Arledge has him listed as the starter. I can't find anywhere that indicates he is not the starting center, but I'm reading he's not participating in spring activities. I don't know what that is. So maybe by the time people are watching this, Escobar is no longer on the team for whatever reason. But he's supposed to be back. They also bring back Henry, who started 7 games last year. He's going to start at tackle. Other than that, I mean, there's a guy named Jaquan Toney coming back. He started 3 games last year. Mark Robinson transfers in. He's a junior college kid, but he was the Sun Conference Freshman of the Year last year at left tackle. So you would think that's a solid piece. But as a whole, I don't see – look, the wide receivers are better. The quarterback's better. The OC is probably better, or you would think. They have a solid OC, a quarterback coach there. The running back's probably the same, maybe even better. I just don't see how this offense makes a huge leap with an offensive line I don't trust. That's all.
Yeah, like Smith, Wright, and Pitts are all gone from this offensive line. And if Escobar's not there, he's the only player that actually started.
Did you read anything about that, Escobar?
Nope. Yeah. I just saw he was playing, so I don't know what's going on there. Yeah, there's 3 gone, but I mean 7 of the other, of the top 10 are still here. The only transfer I see is Mark Robinson, which you said, which one's freshman of the year for Southeastern. Midiato, Toney played a decent amount. They still have Azizi Henry on the right side. I think they're going to be in okay shape, but I mean they didn't really get any huge pieces in, so they're going to have the freshmen and sophomore step up.
All right, let's flip it over to the defense. There are. All right, I put in big notes here. Who is playing corner? They do have a couple decent transfers coming in. Now, first of all, I want to mention pretty much like the main pieces from this defense are gone. Duhan, had 7 sacks, the edge rusher. He's at Oklahoma State now. Their other edge rusher, Westmoreland, who was probably the best player on their entire defense. He's on Tulane. He had 7.5 sacks.
And he led the conference in sacks too.
Yes. So the 2 edge rushers on UTEP were probably the best 2 players on the defense. They both transferred out. They also lose Corey Chapman at safety. He was 4th on the team in tackles. He's transferred to Austin Peay. Am I reading that right? That's usually Austin Peay and Scotty Walden are coming the other way. We got one going back to Austin Peay. So they lose their main pieces. There are a couple key pieces back. KD Johnson on the defensive line, 3.5 sacks, which was 3rd on the team. He was Conference USA honorable mention last year, and they actually named him the spring defensive MVP. So KD Johnson is going to be the focal point of this defensive line. They also bring back Diamond at linebacker. He was 2nd on the team in tackles last year, so huge piece back there. And Xavier Smith at safety was 3rd on the team in tackles. So it's not that they have nobody back. They have 3 starters back from last year, and they are key pieces. Is there any transfers here you like? Micah Davey, maybe, from McNeese?
Yeah, I mean the line might be in a little rough shape with losing their 2 edge rushers, but Derek Burns transfers in from New Mexico State. Like you said, KD Johnson should be good in the middle. You have Bowser and Hall. They're 2 edge transfers from the FCS schools, so I don't really like the line that much. I think the linebackers should be fine. Nate Diamond's back. He's going to lead these linebackers when he's healthy. Dorian, he was hurt this spring, by the way, so I hope he's going to be back.
He? I didn't even see that.
Dorian Hopkins graduated, but Jaden Wilson had a ton of time to step up as a starter. Micah Davey from McNeese, like you just said, I mean, linebackers, they got a bunch in. Joshua Rudolph from Indiana, Eziani from Boise, Jaden Wilson from New Mexico. I think they should have a nice linebacker core. The DBs, you got, Smith and Russell from last year. They're going to be safeties. Content was a true freshman. I think he's starting on the corner as a sophomore. Neil Campbell's playing the other corner spot. So he's an FCS transfer. He had 4 years in Indiana Wesleyan. He had 212 tackles and 16 picks. So, I mean, he's going to start on the other side, but, I mean, there's a lot of FCS transfers in here. Marcel Blocker from Florida Memorial, Solo Barnes from Fayetteville State, Caleb Walker from St. Thomas. So, yeah, it's just how good are they going to click on the secondary. So it's just, a bunch of FCS talent there.
Yeah. It's tough in the I actually don't think they're that bad in terms of safety, like you said. But at corner, I have no idea. I mean, their corners one of their corners transferred out to UC Davis. Josiah Allen transferred to UC Davis. They're losing corners to UC Davis. I don't know about this defense at all. Now, there is some good news for the defense. They play Delaware, Missouri State, and Louisiana Monroe this year. So those might be the 3 worst teams in the country, honestly. So schedule-wise, there might be chances. I mean, a guy like K.D. Johnson, yeah, it's a solid piece. But against those guys, I mean, that's Warren Sapp out there. I think that's the second time I used Warren Sapp as a comparison. All right, let's do grades for UTEP. Rushing offense, I don't trust the offensive line, but I trust the new. I'm going to bump it up to a D.
Yeah, so the rushing, I'll do a D. And passing offense, I'll do a D+.
I'll do C- because the quarterback's back, the wide receivers. You know what? I'll do C. I think that's going to be.
I'll do C- then. I'll do C-.
I think that's a strength of the team.
I wish Locklear didn't start, though.
I think the passing offense is a strength of the team, so I'll show him some respect. Defense, though, I might just go D's again. I don't think it's going to be a good defense. I might just go D's down the board. You know what? I'll go D+ for rushing, D- for passing.
I'll do D for rush defense and a D for defense. I don't think it did anything. I think it's just going to be the same.
Yeah, despite that, we still upgraded them from last year.
Yeah.
Because the offense was so freaking bad. All right, last team up, Western Kentucky, and we're talking about another head coach that lost both their coordinators. Now, it's Tyson Helton. This is a guy we trust. It's a completely different situation than Scotty Walden. Scotty Walden comes in from Austin Peay. It's year 2. We don't know if he's going to be the guy. Western Kentucky has the guy. We know Tyson Helton as an established, next to Chadwell, this is the guy in Conference USA. He's been there for years. He has developed NFL quarterbacks. Bailey Zappi, Austin Reed is actually in the league. He got a contract. So he's developed NFL quarterbacks. And from coming from Conference USA, if you could develop 2 quarterbacks that are in the NFL, yeah, that's established. So Tyson Helton's still there. He lost both of his coordinators. One went to USC. No, one went to UNC. I'm sorry, UNC. And Tyson Summers went to Colorado State. So he lost both coordinators. But Tyson Helton is still there. That being said, Tyson Helton definitely has to answer a little bit for last season. It was the worst offensive season for Western Kentucky since 2020. This is a program, like I said, that pretty much produces a top 1 or 2 offense in Conference USA every single year. It's not that the offense was terrible. It was actually still all right. By Conference USA standards, it was still one of the better offenses, but by Western Kentucky standards, it was a down year for sure. Obviously, in terms of the roster, Velkamp's gone. He goes over to FAU, which should be a really wild offense to watch over there at FAU now. Maverick McIver is going to be starting at quarterback from Abilene Christian, 3-year starter, over 3,800 yards last year at Abilene Christian. Do you know anything about McIver?
No, he had 30 touchdowns, 7 picks. He had really, insane numbers, 38, 47. He actually, the new offensive coordinator was the coach of Abilene Christian last year, and they were 4th in the nation in total offense. So, I think they're going to, obviously it's a big jump, but if anyone to trust, it's probably Western Kentucky and Tyson Helton developing. 48 and 32 the last 6 years, 6 bowl appearances. He's done a great job. He hasn't won Conference USA yet, but I think he's going to be good. Caleb McMichael transfers in from Houston to back him up, but it's definitely going to be Maverick McIver's team. Parks and Tisdale are there from last year. They probably won't see any playing time. I think they're going to air it out again, especially if it's any indication of Abilene Christian's offense from last year.
Yep.
I think this is going to be just a complete different offensive team than last year was Western Kentucky's team.
Yeah, I was reading a little bit about Rick Bowie and Abilene Christian, and I was like, this is a perfect marriage with Tyson Helton. Like, these two go together, air raid all the way. It's kind of like what I was saying with Liberty. When it comes to Western Kentucky, the quarterback, like, I'm just going to assume the quarterback is talented as hell, even if I don't know who it is, because every quarterback that they bring in there can sling it. So this kid threw for over 3,800 yards, air raid offense at Abilene Christian, one of the best FCS offenses in the country. He moves up to Conference USA. He didn't go to the Big 12. He's going to sling it. I wouldn't be surprised if this is the best offense in Conference USA. I don't know anything about this McIver, but I can almost guarantee by knowing Tyson Helton that this kid could just sling it. So I'm sure he's fine. Wide receivers, they got Matt Henry. They pretty much lost everybody, by the way. They lost their top 2 wide receivers. Johnson's on the Cleveland Browns. Do you hear what he said about Shedeur Sanders? He came out and said, that's my quarterback.
I mean, he's probably going to end up playing eight games.
So Johnson's on the Browns. And then the other receiver, Messer, went with Velkamp, the quarterback, to FAU. They actually, I think he caught 3 touchdowns in the spring game over there. FAU's going to be crazy. So, yeah, they lost their top 3 receivers. But, again, it's Western Kentucky. I'm sure they'll be fine.
I mean, you have wide receivers out. I mean, yeah, like you said, I mean, Keshawn Johnson graduated. He was, he's on the Browns, like you just said. Easton Messer went to FAU with his quarterback in Velkamp. Delvin Smith also graduated. So Katie Hutchinson's back. He had the 4th most receptions, but they lose players, but they have a lot of depth coming in. Jarius Mack transfers in from Charlotte. He had 418 yards, 19 receptions. Kelby Williams is in from ODU. Isaiah Myers from Purdue. He had 13 catches, 3 touchdowns. Matthew Henry from Western Illinois. He had over 1,000 yards receiving last year. Cody Epps had about 8 catches last year. Quincy Burrows is in from Wisconsin. So, and all these players have had playing time. They've all played before. They've all had FBS experience except Matthew Henry from Western Illinois. So a lot of these people are fighting for playing time, but yeah, this is a really solid wide receiver room. I don't think they're going to step down at all there. The thing they might step down with is Elijah Young graduating for the running back.
I like their RBs.
No, I was saying that. So he had 1,200 yards all-purpose last year, but George Hart is back. He was RB2 last year. You got Jaden McGill from Tennessee State. You got Lavelle Wright, transfers in from Austin Peay. He had 609 yards last year too. So I don't think there's a true number 1 there, but I think they're going to have a pretty big open competition or 3-way splits in the backfield. So I don't think their skill positions going to have an issue at all.
Yeah. I mean, Scoop was talking about the wide receivers. This is kind of the same thing. I know they have talent at wide receiver because this is a very popular destination. If you're a wide receiver that's not quite at the Power 4 level, the best spot to be in the group of 5 is Western Kentucky. They're going to throw the ball 50 times a game. Like, you're going to get opportunities to get the football playing wide receiver at Western Kentucky. So I'm sure they're fine at receiver. And by the way, you said they all have FBS experience except Matthew Henry. Matthew Henry had over 1,100 yards at Western Illinois last year. So, like, he's a beast too. So, yeah, I mean, even though the offensive line, I have questions, the starters they brought in have starting experience. The Western Kentucky offense is going to be fine, even though there are some question marks. They're going to be fine because Tyson Helton, it just is always fine offensively. On the other side of the ball, that's where I really don't know. They do bring back some pieces, but kind of like the UTEP defense, every single important piece is gone. Stout, first-team all-conference defensive back. He graduated. Devontae Matthews, second-team all-conference safety, led the team in tackles. He graduated. Darius Thomas transferred to Oklahoma State. He was all-conference honorable mention, 7th on the team in tackles. Wheeler, probably the best player on their defense, defensive tackle. He went to Indiana. He's with the Hoosiers in the Big Ten now. Walker, Dallas Walker, he transferred to Auburn from the defensive line. McCray, who was probably their best edge rusher, he transferred to Florida State. So as far as the key pieces on this defense, they're all gone. I mean, I will say they retained Anthony Johnson Jr., who was their best corner. He entered the transfer portal and then withdrew. So I'm pretty sure Anthony Johnson Jr. is still going to be their number one corner. And actually Kent Robinson, their number 2 corner, is back as well. So they returned both corners, but the corners weren't really the best pieces on this defense. What do you like about this defense? Anything jump out?
Yeah, I mean, Stout and Matthews are gone from the DBs. I think the DBs might be the better part of this team. The problem is the defensive line. There was 22 transfers total, just on the defensive line. So you have 11 in and 11 out. Like you said, losing Wheeler is a big blow. They do have 4 defensive tackles who are 300-plus pounds, so they may have some size to stop the run. But like you said, a lot of experience is gone. You got Molotumau. He's a transfer from Nevada. He's going to be on this new DL. Sneed, Oliver, Gray, all transfers in, all some playing time, but not a ton. So you got a guy from Southern Utah, Suafilo, but this line has 0 starts in FBS play. So, yeah, it's going to be a rough start for them.
Wait, real quick, before you move on to the defensive line. So Harper Holloman was there last year. He had just 9 tackles last year as a redshirt freshman. He's a redshirt sophomore, and he was named the spring defensive MVP. So Harper Holloman on the edge there on the defensive line, he should be a notable piece. He's not a transfer or anything. He was there last year, but he was a redshirt freshman. It didn't play much.
Yeah. They got a pretty good transfer in from Jalen Wester. I mean, he was with Coach Prime last year. He was getting starts at the end of the year. Brackenridge will shore up the other linebacker position as Zach Smith from SMU and Josiah Knight from Mississippi State comes in. But I don't know. I mean, the good thing with the defensive backs is 5 of them on the roster from last year. They played over 35% of the snaps from that year. So you also got Jalen Lewis from Temple, Braxton Myers from Southern Miss. So you got DeMarco Williams, Kent Robinson. They return. I think the DBs are going to be okay. I just don't know how the linebackers and the defensive line is going to.
So apparently, this kid Karan Hayward might start at linebacker. He's kind of like Holloman, redshirt freshman, didn't really play much, but he's having a breakout spring, so they might have a player there. But yeah, this isn't a defensive program to begin with, and in terms of returning production, they don't have a ton of it.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, like I was saying, is Western Kentucky, they always are in and out of transfers. They're always losing pieces, but they're always on top of the conference. Yep. So, I mean, no matter who's in there, you can always trust on Western Kentucky to be up there.
All right, rushing offense, D-.
I'll give him a D.
Yeah, I'll give him a D. Passing offense, it was a down year. They're usually better than this, so I'm going to up them to a B.
Yeah, I'll give them a B too, actually.
Rush defense.
I'll go D-, C-.
I'm going to go D- too. C- for pass defense. You know, yeah. I see what you're doing there. I'll copy you. That sounds about right. All right, that's the end of Conference USA. We are officially into the MAC. Let's talk about some MACtion. We'll go in alphabetical order. Start with Akron. Joe Moorhead is back for his 4th season, and I'd have to say this is probably the last chance for Moorhead here. He's been here for 3 years, like I said, 8-28 record. Now, I'm a believer in, I think the turnover in the head coach turnover is usually a little too impulsive. And I do believe you got to give a head coach a chance to transition the program. But I think this is his chance. This is his 4th year. This is his team. Last year was his team, too. They went just 4-8. That being said, it was his best season there. So I suppose it is trending in the right direction. It just still isn't going to cut it. I would imagine Akron's going to need to play in a bowl game or be competitive in the conference for Moorhead to come back in 2026. Would you agree with that?
So I would agree with that, except they can't make a bowl game this year. Even if they go 6-6, they can't make a bowl. They are ineligible for postseason play because they have insufficient academic progress rate.
Oh, yeah.
So they're the first FBS team to become ineligible for postseason due to their bad grades, basically. So, yeah, that's really bad. I don't know why that's not a kind of a coach problem too with Moorhead, really. I feel like the coach should, kind of ground, like it's like blue chips, right? You're happy, you got to make sure they pass their exams and stuff. So yeah, this team is failing all their schools, so they can't even make a bowl this year, even if they go like 6-6. So
I can't believe I forgot. I remember reading that. I can't believe I forgot to write that down. That's
terrible.
Academically,
but yeah, Moorhead. I don't know. I don't know why he still has a job, but we'll see how this year plays out.
Yeah. Now I will say, at least Akron finally gets a break in terms of the non-conference schedule. I mean, it's been kind of crazy. Ready for this? These are all games that Akron has played in the last 2 seasons, just the last 2 years. At Indiana, at Ohio State, at Kentucky, at Rutgers, at South Carolina. In 2 years for Akron. Are you kidding me? Like, give this team a break, and they finally get one because they open up with a home game against Wyoming. They also go to UAB this year. So finally, a couple of winnable non-conference games on the schedule for Akron, and it's realistic that they could possibly steal one of those, if not both. So, I mean, it's nice for Akron to not be starting the season 0-3, 0-4 before they even take a snap. So that's a positive. Another positive, they got their QB back, Ben Finley. Now, Ben Finley wasn't particularly great last year, but there's not a lot of returning quarterbacks in the conference. So the fact that they're getting their QB back is definitely a positive. After that, I'm not really sure how much I love about the offense, but getting the quarterback back certainly helps. There were flashes where this Akron passing attack looked all right last year. I mean, they looked really good in the Western Michigan game. They also looked really good in the Buffalo game. They lost both of those games, but it wasn't really on the offense. The passing attack was working. That was really more on the defense why they lost those games. Quarterback coming back. What else do you like about the offensive roster here, Scoop?
Yeah, I mean, Ben Finley is okay, I would say. I mean, I don't really like him that much. I mean, problem is, like you just said, I mean, he'll be one of the top MAC quarterbacks, I guess, just from there's not a lot of great MAC quarterbacks. And we're not really used to that. I feel like there's always, like, the MAC just lights it up. But, yeah, I mean, they do run an up-tempo, spread offense. So, I mean, Ben Finley's going to have close to 3,000 yards, I would imagine, again, even though they have a ton of transfers out. I know Marshall Adrian Norton transferred to Marshall. Bobby Golden to Louisville. Mari Granger is I think he's still in the portal still. I don't think he actually took a team. So I think Polk's going to step up. He was the 4th wide receiver from last year. He had 24 catches. So then you have a ton of transfers in. Tim Greer from Fresno, Montero from Pitt, Hills from Washington State. So all these players don't have a lot of experience. But I mean, if you're going to go, you might as well go to a passing team because they're not going to run the ball a lot. I mean, Michael Johnson's transferring to back up Ben Finley. Jordan Simmons transferred to Ole Miss. He was the running back from last year.
I think he ended up at Georgia State. He did
did he now? No,
I think so.
All right. So 664 yards on the ground. He actually had a nice yards per carry. He had a 6 yard per carry average. They only pretty much ran the ball. He also had 21 receptions out of the backfield. So, I mean, the problem is I don't know who's playing running back. I guess you got Jordan Gant from Tennessee State.
It's going to be Gant. I just read an article. It's going to be Jordan Gant. Apparently, they like what they see from him.
So, and then Talon Curry from Louisiana Monroe. But like you said, there's Gant and a couple FCS transfers in as well. So I don't really like the offense. I don't really like Akron in general. On the O-line, you only have 2 starters back. So, yeah, I don't know. It should be still a decent line. You got transfers in, but I don't really know about the offense. I mean, the good thing is they have Ben Finley, so I think they should be okay. I just think they'll be in the middle of the MAC, basically.
Yeah, I think the offense does take a small step forward because they get the quarterback back, like we said. And like you said, 2 starters back on the offensive line. Also, I believe it's the right tackle is going to be Allen Jones Jr., who was a 2-year starter at West Alabama. He was first team all-region there. So that should be a solid piece on the offensive line in pass protection. Yeah, I think the offense takes a step forward because they're bringing their quarterback back, and they play a MAC schedule. So I think just having the experienced quarterback and that's been in the system, I think Akron takes a small step forward offensively. On the defensive side, all right, so we can start with some good news. I don't hate the linebackers and the secondary. First of all, let me start by saying Tibesar's back at DC, and I mean, we've never really seen Akron have a good defensive season under Tibesar. He's been there for 3 years now. The DFEI ratings for Akron by year, starting with 2022, 113th, 121st, 114th. So pretty consistently bad on the defensive side of the ball under Tibesar. I do like their linebackers. Remember, Shimon Cooper missed 10 games last year. He was supposed to be one of their main linebackers last year. He would have been in the mix with McCoy and Fish had he been healthy, but he missed 10 games. He's back. He's going to play. Also, they bring in a transfer, Cam Hollabaugh. I'm not going to pretend to know who he is, but he had 120 tackles last year. He was first-team All-American, and he was the Defensive Player of the Year in the GMAC conference there in the FCS. So they should be really set at linebacker, despite losing McCoy and Fish, who were two of their main pieces. I mean, McCoy, one of the best.
McCoy had 120 tackles himself. So,
yes.
Yeah.
So losing McCoy is huge, and same with Fish, who transferred to Sam Houston State. But they got Hollabaugh and Shimon Cooper. Also, Gage Summers is back. So I actually think that they're set at linebacker. I like the secondary as well. I mean, Justin Anderson, I believe, is back at safety. I read something. I believe he's back at safety. He was 6th on the team in tackles. Elijah Reed is back. He was 11th on the team in tackles, 4th in pass deflections, despite missing 2 games. Paul Lewis, 3rd-team all-conference safety, graduated. But they bring in Mekhi Flowers, who's from Penn State. He also played some wide receiver there at Penn State, but I think he's going to start. Alex Branch from Kent State has 91 career tackles at Kent State in this conference. So that's a defensive back with FBS experience. And Ben Kamara transfers in. He was 2nd-team all-conference at Upper Iowa last year, so an established FCS starter. So that's the good news for Kent State. I think they're set at linebacker, and I think their secondary is going to be pretty good. Is there anything you see that you like about the defensive line? Because I just have a big question mark here.
No, I don't. Not really. First team All-MAC. Not only he transferred to Purdue on the edge, Kapongo on the interior graduated. Same with Adler, and Marcus Moore has gone to Bowling Green. So you're losing pretty much your whole line. So I know Cyrus Durham's going to take the spot up not only from Arizona, but he didn't do much last year, and it was a JUCO transfer. Other than that, yeah, I mean, there's just a bunch of FCS transfers in, really. Players from Stanford, Cal PA, Dayton. And, I think you're higher on this defense than I am. I don't really like the linebackers. I think they're kind of weak. Gage Summers did have a great end of the year. He had 35 tackles, so he did well. But there's a lot of inexperienced freshmen and sophomores here. You talked about losing McCoy. He's obviously a huge piece. I have in my notes, if you have 100 tackles in the MAC, you're probably going to a power school after this with the new transfers. So I mean, Antavius Fish has gone to Sam Houston. So I know you have Hollabaugh from Walsh. You have Shimon Cooper. He missed a lot of games in 2023. He had 40. I mean, missed games in 2024. He had, I think he was 44 tackles in 2023. So you do got decent players, like you said, Flowers from Penn State, Ben Kamara from Upper Iowa. He's supposed to be really good, and Alex Branch. So they have some out, but you have a decent amount of transfers in. I don't see this being as a really high quality defense. I'm also not just not a big fan of Joe Moorhead, so maybe that's why. Yeah, but there's 17 defensive players that are new that are going to get some playing time. So I think they are deep. I just think they haven't played, so there's not much of experience here. But I mean, like I said, this is make or break year for them. So maybe Joe Moorhead shouldn't be calling the offensive plays anymore. Maybe they should hire an offensive coordinator. But yeah, I don't know. I don't see this as a great team, and I don't know of how much they're gonna play. I mean, playing hard to not have a postseason appearance sucks. Like, you can go 8-4, and these kids aren't gonna have anything to play for.
Wow, you're really down on Akron. I have a much brighter.
Yeah, and I'm a zip head. Remember, I was a zip head last year.
Well, you've bailed. Let's talk grades. Last year, rushing offense was a D-. They like that kid Gant. Both guards back. I'll bump it up to a D.
I will stay at a D-.
Passing offense C. I think the passing offense is going to be good. Good by Akron standards. I'll bump it up to a C+.
I will also say a C+.
Run defense, man. I think I got to drop this to a D-.
Yeah, I would go with that.
And pass defense, I like the linebackers in the secondary. I'm going to jump this up to a C.
Yeah, I mean, Elijah Reed, Justin Anderson might be, decent. I'm going to stay at a D.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, just crushing the Zips here. All right.
Pretty much.
Next up is Ball State. Let's travel over to Muncie, Indiana. All right, let's talk Ball State. New era of Ball State football here. Uremovich takes over as head coach. Comes from Butler. Run first program all the way. Over 214 rushing yards per game last year at Butler. Runs the ball a lot with the quarterback, which is very interesting because it's the exact opposite of what we were seeing from Ball State last year. They were throwing the ball all over the field with Samanza. In fact, they kind of found lightning in a bottle with that kid. Took over a quarterback, was throwing the ball. He was actually the MAC Conference Freshman of the Year. Obviously, he's gone. He transfers to Tulane. Kyle Kelly takes over a quarterback who is way more of an athlete than a passer. We saw him back at 2023. He took over the starting job midway through the season. He actually finished the season with more rushing yards than passing yards. So truly more of an athlete than a passer. But Ball State did win a few games. They were 1-5 when Kyle Kelly took over at quarterback. They went 3-3 in their last 6 games. It didn't always look pretty. And like I said, he didn't really show us much in terms of throwing the ball, but he is an athlete. So you get Uremovich taking over at head coach, a guy who ran a run-first offense at Butler last year. You throw in a quarterback that's more of a run-first guy. We're just going to see a completely different Ball State offense. They're going to be a run-first program all the way.
Yeah, so Mike New got fired after 3-7 season. Was at Ball State for 9 seasons. Sucks. I mean, Uremovich, he was at Butler, but I mean, he pretty much took his whole coaching staff with him. They did keep the DC from last year, which is weird.
Knowles is still there.
Yeah, Jeff Knowles. I don't know why, but like you said, a completely different team. Not only was the quarterback the number 1 rusher, the top 2 quarterbacks were the number 1 and 2 on their team in rushing the ball. So, So, what you thought about Ball State last year was just throw it all the time. I mean, Samanza, he led the MAC in attempts, completions, touchdowns, yards per game. So now you have Aiden Leffler, which was a Colorado transfer, and Walter Taylor III. Kyle Kelly was in the transfer portal, and I guess they told him he's going to start. So now he pretty much withdrew, stayed here. Brandon Sloan, he graduated. He was the running back 1 from last year. They didn't really have a strong running game, but like you said, he's going to be a completely different team here. So did have 29 catches out of the backfield. I would imagine that running back's going to get a lot of work again here too. Qua Ashley, like you just said, from Kennesaw, he had 400 yards. Maybe the one bright spot of Kennesaw was him last year. So other than that, I mean, you have a Purdue transfer in for Elijah Jackson and their 3rd stringer from last year still here as the running backs. And the wide receivers, they lost their top 5 receivers. So Koziel, if you remember him, or if you watched any of his games, he pretty much was the whole offense. He caught almost double the amount of receptions of anyone else on this team. He transferred to Wisconsin. Cam Pickett's at Kansas. Justin Bowick's to Illinois. Malcolm Gillies on Coastal Carolina. So you're pretty much have Magwood here. You got Eric Weatherly, who transferred in from Bucknell. He was an All-Patriot League wide receiver. So, and Donovan Hamilton's in from Purdue. So, but I just don't know how this offense is going to run. I feel like they're just going to be a run-first offense, but the problem is the offensive line is going to be a problem no matter what if they're passing or running the ball.
Well, okay, there are a couple bright spots on the offensive line, but overall I agree with you. Kozel, the tight end, he transferred to Wisconsin and then re-entered the portal and is now he's now at Houston. But okay, on the offensive line, I actually think they're pretty set at tackle. They brought in Adam Dolan, who comes with Uremovich from Butler. He was a 3-year starter, 1st team All Pioneer League left tackle. So they should have a solid piece at left tackle. And at right tackle, Chris Hood is back, who wasn't one of the 5 starters, but he actually started 8 games because there was some injury. He ended up playing a lot last year. So I actually think they're fine at tackle. It's the interior offensive line. There's not a lot of experience there. And we just got finished talking about how Ball State's going to run the ball this year. Well, you kind of need an interior offensive line to do that. I still think Ball State's going to have some success running the ball just because of the MAC is not the strongest competition, and I think they're going to stay disciplined with it. Kyle Kelly is a crazy athlete, and I do like their RB room like we just talked about, but it's tough to have a high ceiling here.
Yeah, and Jordan King and Aaron Roberts are both probably going to jump in this line from Purdue. So, I mean, there's a lot of new pieces. Otto Hess from Boston College comes in, and Alex Parr, he was the offensive coordinator of Butler last year. He actually came here to be offensive line coach. So he's only focused on the offensive line. But I mean, you watched last year. It's not like the line was great in the first place. So it's probably going to be the same.
Yeah. And Otto Hess, He transfers in from Boston College. I believe he's going to start at center, but I think he's been with Boston College 2 or 3 years and never saw the field. So like he comes from a Power 4 program, but he never once saw the field. So I don't really know about the interior offensive line. I'm sure they're going to be able to run the ball a little bit, but the drop off in the passing attack is going to be insane. Yeah. So let's flip on over to the defense. Not to mention when it comes to the offense, it's going to be a rough going. I put in my notes, tough start. They're 3 of their first 4 games at Purdue, at Auburn. Then they play New Hampshire at home, obviously the FCS game. And then they go to UConn, whose defense was surprisingly good last year. So a tough start in terms of the non-con schedule for Ball
especially because there's no home games against FBS schools there. So
yeah, it's a tough start for Ball State. Now let's flip it over to the defense. And if you're looking for some positives, I think the front seven's going to be improved. They bring back a few pieces. Joey Stemler, inside linebacker, he was 4th on the team in tackles last year. He's back. They lose their other main linebacker, which was Newsome. He was 2nd on the team in tackles. He transfers out, but they get Stemler back. On the defensive line, they bring back a couple of pieces that saw significant playing time last year. Drew Hughes at defensive tackle. Darren Conley, he was an edge rusher, had a couple of sacks. Most of the other pieces are gone. But they do bring back a few pieces. Also, they bring in Nathan Voorhees, who was a pretty good edge rusher from Bryant last year. I think Micah Wing is going to see the field a little bit. I think the front 7 is improved, and yes, the entire secondary is gone. By the way, the main 5 pieces from the secondary are all gone, but they have some guys that got injured last year and missed some time. Corner Yates, corner McLean. They both missed 4 and 5 games, so those are probably going to be the 2 starting corners. They're technically, I guess they're not returning starters, but they did see significant time before after they got hurt, I should say. It's tough. Is there anything you like about this defense?
I actually like the secondary more than the run defense. I mean, it's not going to be good, no matter what you look at. I mean, Avery Stewart's a nice pickup from them from Kentucky. I think he'll jump right into a safety spot. Michael Gravely was at Michigan State to an FCS school right to here. Roman Pearson from Bucknell played a lot. He should be able to play a bunch of time here too. So they've all played before, all 3 of these players. I still see Jordan Coleman in the transfer portal. I don't know if you did. I just looked this morning too. Didn't see him go anywhere, so he may be back. I don't know. I actually saw 7 Ball State players from last year floating around in the portal, so I don't know if they just don't want them. But Coleman is a big name there. Ashton Whitner's from ODU. Eric McLean's still on the corner as well. I think the secondary is actually going to be improved. I think their run defense is going to be pretty bad. George Udo was their number 1 tackler. Keontae Newsom, number 2. They both graduated. They were 2 big linebackers, and now they're expanding to a 4 linebacker set. So I think they're going to be worse. I know they have Stemler, like you said, Weigel, Whitner. They're probably going to play a lot more. But the only transfer I saw in the middle of the field is DeAndre Shepard, and he plays coverage mostly. So I think this team is still going to struggle against the run like last year. I mean, let's be real. They struggled against everything last year. I mean, pass defense, 128 yards per attempt. Run defense, 121 yards per carry, and their efficiency, I think, was 129 and 130. So either way, this whole defense sucked. I mean, I think they were definitely a bottom 5 defense all year. So, I mean, really, all you could do is improve, but I do like their secondary more than their run defense. So either way, I think both will probably get a little better, but I still think it's not going to be a great year for Ball State.
Well, okay, I agree that on paper they didn't get much better, I will say, and you're right. It was actually the worst Ball State defense we've seen in years last year.
Which is weird that you got a whole new coaching staff and they kept the defensive coordinator. I was like, all right, well, I guess.
I think part of that is, so in addition to, I think they got slightly better, I also think switching to a rushing offense is going to help them tremendously.
Yeah, it'll definitely chew up time for the defense.
Yeah, give the defense a chance to rest. I mean, it's tough for a defense when you're on a pass-first offense on a bad football team. There is no worse defensive spot to be in than being the defense with an offense that's a pass-first unit on a bad football team. So now they switch over to a run it down your throat, control the clock type of offense. And honestly, just that alone should put the defense in a much better position. So I actually think the defense takes a pretty big step forward, but not necessarily because I think it's improved, just because the team's a lot different. So Ball State last year, rush offense was a D.
I'm swapping both of these.
I'm going to go C.
I will go, C+. I think they'll be a good, solid running team. I'm gonna go a D for
I'm going F.
pass offense.
They're terrible. Kelly can't throw the ball. You're going to go D?
Yeah.
Run defense. I'm going to
both Fs last year. It sucks. I'll go D-.
I'll go D+ for the run. D for the pass. There you go. All right. Next up, we got Bowling Green. All right, Bowling Green, new head coach here. It is Eddie George, Ohio State.
Not a big fan.
Of the hire or of Eddie George, the football player?
Of Eddie George, the football player.
Well,
I'm a Jaguars fan. What do you want me to do?
Oh, true. Yeah. So Eddie George, if you're older than the age of 25, you know who that is. Ohio State legend, Tennessee Titan legend. He's kind of established, too. He had a nice little tenure there at Tennessee State. I will say losing Scott Loeffler sucks. He's the quarterback coach with the Philadelphia Eagles now. So,
yeah. I mean, if you look at what he his overall record, it's 27-41, but he had a couple 7-5 seasons towards the end there. So he was doing well, and he took that QB job. He's gonna coach Jalen Hurts now.
Yeah, I mean, the Bowling Green as a whole, it was kind of a slow progression, but they were as a whole trending in the right direction under Loeffler. So I think that sucks because it was kind of a slow rebuild there, and I really like what they put together. It was a great season last year for Loeffler. So Eddie George takes over, but you know what? We just talked about a slow progression, a slow transition. Eddie George kind of did the same thing at Tennessee State. His record went 5-6, 4-7, 6-5, then 9-4 in his last year there. So maybe Eddie George picks up right where Loeffler left off. He kept Nozal. I always say that wrong.
Nozzle?
I used to say Nozal.
Brandon Fisher as a defense, I can pronounce that one.
No, I'm pretty sure. I used to say Nozzle. I'm pretty sure it's Nasal. Whatever. He's the offensive coordinator there from last year, and Eddie George kept him aboard. So I like that. And speaking of the offense, I know at first glance it's a little concerning, right? I mean, probably the 4 or 5 best players on the offense are gone. Connor Bazelak, the quarterback, 3rd team all-conference. He's with the Tampa Bay Bucks. Their 1st team all-conference right tackle, Walschlager, he transferred to Kentucky. Their top 2 receivers, Malcolm Johnson Jr. and Raheem Smith. And, of course, the superstar on the team, Harold Fannin Jr., he was a 3rd-round pick with the Cleveland Browns. He was like one of the best tight ends in the entire country, had over 1,500 receiving yards last year.
He set the record? He set the record, right?
Yes, he set the record. Yeah. He was the MAC, the offensive player of the year in the entire conference was the tight end. So he's gone as well. Also, Terrion Stewart, 1st team all-conference running back, transferred to Virginia Tech. So basically, the 5 best players on the offense are gone. But I actually like the pieces they're bringing back. So I mentioned how their best offensive lineman, Walschlager, transferred to Kentucky. The other 4 starters are all back. So they bring back 4 of the 5 starters on the offensive line, and the guy they have coming in to replace Walschlager is Kilfoyle from South Florida, a 2-year starter in the FBS. This guy isn't coming from Tennessee State. He was a starter at South Florida. So 4 starters back from last year's Bowling Green team, 5 starters back that were starters in the FBS last year. This should be the strongest offensive line in the conference, or one of the strongest offensive lines in the conference. The question is, and I'm going to pass the rock to you on this one, is Bazelak to Drew Pine. Drop off? What do you think?
So Bazelak finished, best completion percentage in yards in the MAC. I don't know if it's a drop off. You just know what you're getting with Connor Bazelak. By the way, he's on the Bucks now, so good for him. If you remember Pine, he played most notably for Notre Dame in 2022, had a solid year there. Then he transferred to Arizona State and Mizzou. He did win last year in that Auburn and Oklahoma game, but you watched the game. He didn't look great in doing it. So it is the MAC, so he's going to have a whole different skill set here than when he played at Notre Dame and Missouri. So I think it's going to be kind of a lateral kind of move here. I don't think it's going to be much worse or better, especially when you have the whole line that they have. I mean, this line together has 117 career starts, so it's definitely one of the max best. And Eddie George's Tennessee State offense is pretty much a downhill run, play action type of offense. So you're not using Pine for a lot. It's not going to be a air it out, throw it out football. You're going to use the running backs a lot. So I don't think it's going to be that big of a drop off at all. So I think it should be fine for Pine.
Yeah, I honestly, like I said, you at first glance, like, oh, this offense lost so many key pieces. I think they're going to be fine. They bring back the same offensive coordinator. The offensive line's loaded, like you said. I don't think Basilak to Drew Pine is much of a drop. I mean, a bad quarterback at Notre Dame kind of equals a third-team all-conference MAC quarterback. Like, I don't think it's that much of a drop-off.
Yeah, and I mean, you lose, obviously, a lot of skill positions. Like you said, Terry and Stewart. I thought he would get playing time here with the new offense, so I'm surprised he actually did transfer. But I guess Virginia Tech is Virginia Tech. So now you're down to a new running back in Chris McMillian. He's a JUCO transfer from Northeast Miss. I mean, he had 18 career games, 148 carries for 593 yards, 3 touchdowns. You have a redshirt transfer in Austin Dendy from Missouri, so he followed Pine here. You got Marco Porter from last year's Bowling Green team. So they're inexperienced running backs, and like you said on the wideouts, I mean, Malcolm Johnson Jr., their number 1 wide receiver, graduated. Rakeem Smith transferred to Georgia Tech. So you have Finn Hogan, I guess, playing on the outside. RJ Garcia is a transfer from 2 years who was out for the year. He was from Kansas State too. He'll probably be the wideout number 2. And then Brennan Ridley, he transfers in from Hampton. I saw he was getting a lot of team reps. So he had 50 catches for 596 yards and 4 touchdowns as a freshman last year. So I think I mean, they definitely lost a lot of skill position talent. But I think with the offensive line, I think everyone's just it gives them more time to gel at this level. So,
I think, I believe Allen Middleton, redshirt sophomore, is having a really nice spring at wide receiver. I believe he's going to compete for the number 1 spot as well. So, yeah, I think the offense is going to be fine. I wouldn't even be surprised if they don't even lose a step, honestly. On the defensive side of the ball, this is where the concern comes in for Bowling Green, because this is a very good defense last year, and almost everybody is gone. And I mean, almost everybody. I mean, I'll just name the main pieces, but literally everybody. But the main linebacker was Joe Sipp Jr. He transferred to Kansas. He was first team all-conference, second on the team in tackles. Brock Horn led the team in tackles. He graduated. The 2 corners were first team all-conference and third team all-conference. They're both gone. One plays for the LA Chargers now. The other one graduated. So both corners that were very good are gone. Their main defensive lineman, who was the 2-time team captain, Anthony Hawkins, he graduated as well. He was third team all-conference. Literally everybody on the defense is gone except Evan Branch Haynes, who wasn't even that much. I mean, he saw the field a lot last year. He was a defensive lineman. He was probably like their 3rd D tackle, something like that. It was a rotational defensive lineman piece. He's back. And then Darius Lorfils, who missed last year. He's probably their most experienced piece back. So it's really tough to picture this defense being good, considering it's a new system with Brandon Fisher. They lost everybody. Now, there is a few FCS pieces that should be good. Mark Cannon Jr. should be really nice at corner. He's 6'3", 205 from Illinois State. He had 82 tackles last year. So they should hit on that FCS transfer. Also, Lamprin, inside linebacker from Dayton. He had 98 tackles last year. He was first team All-American in the FCS. So also Eddie George's son, who, by the way, Eddie George's son is Eric George Jr., and the junior is not a suffix for having the same name. It's just like part of his name. Yeah, I literally did some Googling on that. I was like, how is he Eric George Jr. if his name's not Eddie? So the junior is just part of his name. He is Eddie George's son, but he's Eric George Jr.
Yeah, and he played pretty well. He had 51 tackles. He had 5.5 sacks for the team. So, I mean, he's going to be good. AJ Odom's a transfer from Memphis. Achapong, if he plays, I know he has a redshirt sophomore for UCLA, so if he plays, they should be good. But like you said, they lose their number 1 and 2 tacklers on linebacker. It's going to be a pretty weak linebacker core. You got Miles Bradley probably, who has the most experience, unless you're talking about their transfer from Lamprin, like you said, from Dayton. But Miles Bradley has the most experience on his team. His 22 tackles. Actually had a decent year last year. 3 tackles for loss, 2 sacks. But Andrew Hines Jr. is a redshirt transfer from Wake Forest. Isaiah Thomason is from Memphis. None of these players have actually played. So Oladokin, like you talked about, first team MAC, he's signed with the Chargers as an undrafted free agent. CJ Brown's gone. He was number 3 in tackles. He transferred to Houston. Third team MAC, Ja'Cory Benjamin, he graduated too. So, you have McClendon. He started every game at corner for Tennessee State, who comes in. Mark Cannon comes in. He had 23 starts from Illinois State. You have a starting safety in Sudipa, who played at Western Carolina. So, pretty much what's going on here is it's all FCS talent that comes in. So, and you have new players that play on this line and in the linebackers and secondary. So I think this is going to be a step back year for the defense.
Agreed.
But he didn't even leave. The coach didn't even get fired until February. So Eddie George had like a 3-month late start on everything. So
I think this defense might be bad. I'm not big on Bowling Green this year, which is just it sucks because they were such a good year last year. So last year rushing offense was a D+. Eddie George is in the offensive line. I think I'll upgrade that to a C, but that's like the only thing I'm really gonna upgrade.
I'll go C-.
I'm gonna downgrade the pass offense to a C-.
That's fine. I'll stay at a C.
Rush defense, I might go F, honestly.
I will go D+, and I will go D+.
I'm going to go D- for pass defense. D+ for pass defense?
Yeah.
Wow. All right. Next up, the Buffalo Bulls. All right. Let's talk Buffalo Bulls football coming off a good season. 9-4, 6-2 a conference in Pete Lembo's first year. What a successful first year. Now, a lot of people are big on Buffalo this year, including Scoop. So do you want to tell us what you love about this team?
I think you're very disrespectful to the Buffalo, I was going to say Bills, but the Bulls. Pete Lembo was awesome last year. They finished 3rd. They were projected to be 10th out of 12 before the season started. They beat Liberty in the bowl game, which, we could talk shit about Liberty. I did last time. When we
beat the hell out of Liberty in the bowl game.
Buffalo they beat a ranked team first time since 2008. So I guess the worst news is CJ Agbana is in the portal. Or he declared for the NFL draft, but he didn't get picked up, right?
Yeah.
I think that was what it was. And then, 19-5 touchdown pass ratio. That's great. I think their transfer and Taquan Robertson will be solid for them. Robertson. I know he didn't play last year at Kansas State much. The year before that with UConn, he had 12 touchdowns, 6 picks, 2,000 yards. This was on a bad UConn team. They weren't good then. I think this is an exact lateral move. I don't think CJ Agbana is miles higher than Robertson. I think you think he is, but I don't think so. You still got Aljay Henderson's back. He had 1,000 yards last season, 9 touchdowns. He also had 20 catches out of the backfield. He had an amazing year last year, 3rd team All-MAC. Barksdale, the number 2, graduated, but Sperling, Burch, Shelton, they all had over 20 carries. They're all back. So I think running back's going to be really strong. It's going to be one of the MAC's best. You got Victor Snow. He also stayed as their number 1 wide receiver, 55 catches, 651. 6 touchdowns. Nick McMillian was a wide receiver from 2 years ago. He got hurt in week 2, so he's back this year. Josiah Gathings comes in from UConn. He had 300 yards last season. They do lose Jenkins, Barr, and Johnson, who all graduated, but they have Morrow and Sanders from last year. They have Clax, who redshirted. I think this receiving core is going to be solid, just like their quarterback and their running back. And I know Polizzi and Shepard's graduated from this line, but they returned 3 starters. They got Jake Tim to play center from Long Island. He was 2nd team all-conference. He started in all 11 games. Merritt is a big 6'6", 300-pound tackle from Michigan State. And they still have pretty much all the backups from last year. So this line's going to be solid again. Henderson's going to rush for over 1,000 yards again. This year, this is going to be one of the MAC's best offenses for sure.
So I'm not really going to disagree too strongly on this side of the ball. They should be solid. I think the step down from Agbana to Robertson is a dramatic. yes, this is a rushing offense with Henderson last year, but Agbana also connected on a lot of big plays downfield, throwing the ball. And I don't know if Roberson could stretch the field like that. I think the offense is going to be a little bit predictable. And yes, you mentioned 3 starters back on the offensive line. Both guards were actually third-team all-conference. So they actually bring back 2 all-conference guards. Yeah, I mean, it's tough to argue with Buffalo being able to run the ball. I'm sure they will be able to run the ball with Henderson and the offensive line being in pretty strong shape. I think Roberson is a step down from Agbana for sure. It's really the defensive side of the ball where my concerns are. And I know on the surface, it looks excellent. Everyone's back. I mean, they're returning 4 of the 5 starters in the secondary. I mean, they pretty much only lost, 3 starters from last year's defense? So the entire defense is back, including Khalil Murdoch, who was first-team all-conference, second on the team in tackling. They lose Dolak, who was probably their best defensive player. He had 100 billion tackles or something.
Yeah, he had 168, which is absurd.
I had to double-check that with
I did too. I actually did too.
This dude had 168 tackles? What? So, yeah, they lose him, but they bring back Murdoch, who also had 150 tackles. They bring in Connor Henderson, who had 132 tackles at Cornell in 2023, 35 tackles at North Texas last year. So, in terms of personnel, yeah, they're pretty solid here. Also, Deion Crawford's back. He had 8.5 sacks, which is second on the team, second team all-conference. Kobe Stewart's back, 9.5 sacks. So there's talent back everywhere. So what's my concern? Well, my concern is they were playing their worst football down the stretch. This team couldn't stop anybody through the air in the second half of the season. I mean, weeks 5 through 13. Ready for this? Weeks 5 through 13. I cannot overlook how bad this pass defense was last year. Weeks 5 through 13. Before I tell you the numbers, look at the opponents. UConn, Toledo, who had a down year. Western Michigan had a pretty good offense. Ohio, that offense was good. I mean, they won the conference, but it was more of a defense and run team. Parker Navarro didn't really turn it on until later in the season. Akron, Ball State, Eastern Michigan. So it's not like they went through the absolute gauntlet. In those 7 games, over 320 passing yards allowed per game, success rate per dropback up close to 50%, over 9.2 yards per pass attempt allowed. So this defense was playing its worst football of the year in the second half of the season. So yes, they're bringing back all these pieces in the secondary. This was one of the worst defenses in the conference down the stretch. They couldn't stop anybody. I also don't love the fact that 2 of their wins last year came in overtime. So the 8-4 regular season could have easily been 6-6. That being said, if you team rankings has a luck rating, and Buffalo was 128th. So team rankings in terms of expected wins versus wins, they had Buffalo as one of the unluckiest teams last year. So my theory of, hey, they won 2 games in overtime, they could have been 6-6, according to that metric, is kind of bullshit. According to that metric, they were unlucky last year. This defense down the stretch wasn't good. So even though they're bringing back talent, I don't think the defense is going to be much better. That's my theory.
Yeah, I disagree. I mean, I guess Dolak leaving sucks. I mean, he's on the Rams now. I think he signed with them. But, I mean, you still have – Murdoch's back. He had 156 tackles, 17 tackles for loss. McNair's back. They got first-team Ivy League and Mitchell Gonzer. Like you said, I know the DBs weren't good. I know they have Cooper, McNair, Solomon Brown, McCarthy's is back. You still got Keontae Bradley as a transfer in from Arizona State. So – and you got Miles Greer. He was like you said, first-team conference from Shepherd. So I don't know, man. Only 2 backups gone. You have a ton of depth. They have playing time and talent back there. Bridges and Pleasant are 2 power conference transfers from last year who are back again this year. I know they didn't play well this season. I mean, they did beat Penn State 43-7, which is a big accomplishment to end the season. So, and they were decent against Eastern Michigan too. And Ball State's Ball State. We just talked about them. It was all passing, but yeah, I mean that Ohio, I think it was Western Michigan where they lost. I think it was 48-41 last year, and Ohio when they just gave up 50 points too. That middle of the road, like that October, like that was really bad.
Even that Eastern Michigan game, they won 37-20, so only allowed 20 points. Freaking Cole Snyder was 24-33, 350 yards and 3 touchdowns in that game. So
the Eastern Michigan game?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and the problem is especially if you watch that I think it was, I don't remember. It was like the first half they gave up no points, and then all of a sudden they couldn't stop anyone at all.
Yeah.
So I was like, I don't even know what's happening here. But yeah, I mean, Buffalo has those weird kind of streaks. I mean, as long as the offense keeps doing what they're doing, I mean, as long as Roberson plays like Agbana, it's going to be, I think they can win the MAC for sure. It's just going to be, I mean, I think the defense is going to improve from last year. I think they have all the talent back. I think they're going to improve, but they have all season to change it. I think it's going to be fine.
I actually remember that Eastern Michigan game specifically because I had the over and it was 17-0 at half.
Yeah, and you're like, I lost.
Yeah, they just went on a freaking rampage, back and forth scoring in the second half. It was excellent. So I just want to be clear. I'm not saying I think Buffalo's going to be bad. It's just if you listen to the college football heads, everyone's big on Buffalo this year, and I think they should chill a little bit because I think they kind of overperformed last year. Those are my thoughts. So let's talk grades. Last year, the rushing offense was a C+. I'm down. I'm going to keep it at a C+. There's no reason to think that this rushing offense gets worse, bringing back some offensive line pieces and then the star running back.
I'm going to say B.
Wow.
Yeah.
Passing offense, D. I'm going to say D-.
C-.
Wow, dude, you're big on the Bulls.
Yeah, man.
Run defense, C-. Bring back a lot of pieces. They lose. I'll say C. No, I'll say C-.
C+.
And then pass defense, D+. I'll say C. Wait, hold on.
C+.
Yeah, they bring back a lot of C. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to say C+ too.
Like, it sucked. I know it sucked last year, but I feel like it can't get worse than last year. So
yeah, so see, it's not like I think Buffalo's going to be trash. I'm just saying I don't think they're going to be nearly as good as everyone's hyping them up to be. That's my position on.
There is one MAC team that I think is better, so we'll get to that.
All right, let's move on. Next up, the Chippewas. And I'm going to come right up and say it. This is my team so far. I mean, obviously, I'm not finished looking through all the teams, but I like Central Michigan a lot. They bring in Mac Drinkle, who's with Army for the last 6 years, I believe, 5 or 6 years. He was the offensive line coach, which Army had the best offensive line in the American Athletic Conference last year. So you like that. You know, they're going to run the football. And if you were already on the fence, I wonder if Central Michigan's going to run the ball with Drinkle at head coach. Well, the OC he brought in was Jim Chapin, who was with Eastern Washington the last 3 years. Heavy run offense. They were 5th in the FCS in rushing. So you got an Army guy as the new head coach, the offensive line coach at Army, and then you bring in an Eastern Washington guy to coach the offense who was a run-heavy Eastern Washington offense. They are going to run the life out of the ball here. Now, I'm a little worried about the offensive line. I'll say that. They bring back Plaucha on the offensive line. That's the only starter they bring back, but they also bring back Cavisto, and I apologize if I'm saying that name right. Cavisto. He wasn't one of the main starters, but he started 5 games last year. So they kind of bring back 2 starters from last year's offensive line. And I honestly think they're going to hit on both of their FCS transfers. Jacob Russell's going to play left tackle. He was a starter with Valp last year. And Iannuzzi was a 2-year starter with Columbia. I like the coaching staff. Drinkle has more than proven to us he can develop offensive linemen. So I think the Central Michigan offensive line is going to be fine. But just off the simple fact of the coaching staff and what we've seen from these 2 coaches in the past. So I think the offensive line is going to be fine, even though it doesn't look the best on paper. Cornist is going to be running the football. He's with Tulane last year, 22 carries, 149 yards. Labus is back at quarterback, and wow, did they need him in the second half of the year. So when Labus got hurt, Central Michigan was
bad.
It was real bad. So Labus got hurt. Central Michigan was 3-2 at the time. He got hurt in the Ohio game, and Central Michigan football after that was challenging to watch. They did not have a guy on the roster that could throw the football. So having Labus healthy, just having a healthy quarterback on the roster is just a plus to start. Also, Tyson Davis withdrew from the transfer portal. He led the team in receiving in 2023. People kind of forgot about him because he missed all of last year with an injury. So I will say, other than that, not a ton of experience at wide receiver, but the head coach is from Army. The OC is from Eastern Washington. How much of I don't even know if I'm concerned with the wide receivers. They're going to run the football. So I like the offense I like the offense for a couple reasons. Number 1, the coaching staff. Number 2, healthy quarterback. And number 3, the schedule.
Did you see the difference in conference schedules for Central Michigan last year?
Yeah, you could avoid Ohio, Northern Illinois.
Yeah, who are the three best defenses in the conference last year? Ohio, Northern Illinois, Miami of Ohio. They played all three of them last year. They play none of them this year. They went from Ball State, Ohio, Miami of Ohio, Northern Illinois to Akron, UMass, Buffalo, Kent State. Now, Buffalo's defense should be a little bit improved, but they dodge bullets there. So a much easier conference schedule, a coaching staff I like, a run-first philosophy. I'm a Chippewa guy, man. I think this offense is going to work.
So I agree with you for the most part. I know McElwain, he retired. He wasn't good anyway. Last 3 years they were 13-23 and had 4-8 last year. But I actually like Drinkle as well. He makes a big jump. He coached Army the last 6 years. It was, like you just said, O-line coach, taking over a program. But when he did coach, he coached at Kansas Wesleyan. He was 42-17. Jim Chapin, the co-OC coming in, he was at Eastern Washington the last 3 years. He had a top 10 offense in FCS. Derek Fulton, the other new offensive coordinator, he had 6 years of offensive coordinator at Grandview University. They were 72-5, by the way. And a new DC, Sean Cronin, he was a defensive line coach at Army the last 3 years. So I actually agree with you with the coaching staff. I think these are great coaches to bring in. It's going to be pretty much smash mouth football.
Yeah.
Last year, like you said, it was just like a disaster offensively. They had a fourth-string freshman quarterback towards the end of the season from injuries. So you had Jade Glazer, Labus the starter. Labus, he was out from week 6 on, so he's gonna be the starter again. He had 1,100 yards, 7 touchdowns, 7 interceptions, but I mean it was a different team then. Mario Lukes, BJ Harris, Miles Bailey, they all graduated as a running back, so they're gonna have Cornish from Tulane. But even though those 3 running backs graduated, I think Cornish is gonna have equal kind of success here. Plus it's a brand new coach, so no one had over 360 yards last season for their wideouts. Chris Parker was at 360-yard receiver. He's at UConn now, and I think Solomon Davis had 350. He graduated. So next, pretty much the top 4 are gone, but you really have no receivers in. But you're relying on players that had no time last year, some red shirts from last year, or players that hasn't really done anything. But it is a new offense and a QB who has some playing time. And like you said, I know they're pretty much their offensive line is brand new. And Plouch is the only one back. Swartout, he was the only one who started. Only one that had
all conference.
Yeah, all conference. He was second team MAC. But you have 2 FCS players who started most of the year last year, and Iannuzzi and Russell. They're jumping right on this line. So Coavista is going to play a lot. He played a decent amount last year. Pomelli made first team all conference twice at Laney. But like you said, Drinkle's an offensive line coach. I think the offensive line is going to be fine. I think this offense is going to be fine. So it's just going to be a different kind of football team.
Yeah. And I think it all is relative. The different type of offense, the significantly easier schedule, and the fact that Central Michigan's defense might be a problem. Now, they're returning a bunch of pieces, not quite as many as Buffalo, but there's some significant pieces returning, including the best player on their defense is Kwiatkowski, led the team in tackles, second team all-conference linebacker. He's back. They're bringing back their main defensive piece there in the middle. He's back. Dakota.
Yeah, I like the safeties both staying back too.
Yeah, so okay, they lose Justin Whiteside, who was a linebacker. He was 3rd on the team in tackles. So they lose number 3 in tackles, but they bring back 1, 2, 4, and 5. So 4 of the 5 leading tacklers are back for Central Michigan. Both safeties, like Scoop said, their main linebacker, all-conference linebacker, Kwiatkowski. Dakota Cochran was 5th on the team in tackles. He's back. Excuse me. Lawai Brown, another linebacker, 10th on the team in tackles. He's back. Jayon Johnson, who played some safety and nickel, a defensive back, 9th on the team in tackles. He's back. And they even brought in a couple pieces in the secondary that I think are going to be good. Kalen Carroll transfers in from Cincinnati. He isn't just a transfer that didn't play. He's been getting significant playing time on Cincinnati the last 2 years. This is a corner from the Big 12 that was playing. He was the 3rd corner on the roster for Cincinnati last year, so he's probably going to be their best corner. They also bring in Maddox Blackwell, who's a 2-year starter and team captain. Oh, where did he come from? I forgot to write it down. He was an FCS guy, but he was a 2-year starter, 239 career tackles, team captain last year. So I think this
about the guy from Indiana State.
Indiana State, Maddox Blackwell, Indiana State. It's definitely Indiana State. I just forgot to write it down. So the secondary is great. Linebackers are great. Defensive line, yes, some question marks, but they bring back their edge rushers. It's just there's some question marks at defensive tackle. That would be the area of concern. But unlike Buffalo, because you remember I said my concern was Buffalo was just getting thrown all over in the second half of the year. Central Michigan's the exact opposite. They were playing lights out defense down the stretch. In fact, in the last 4 games, they were allowing 4.8 yards per play, under 34% success rate. That was against Bowling Green, Toledo, Western Michigan, Northern Illinois. 4 of the better programs in the MAC. Now, to be fair, the Bowling Green game was torrential, pouring rain. So maybe they had a little bit of help in that one, but this defense was playing its best football down the stretch last year. Now they got a run-first offense that's going to control the clock, put them in better positions. I like the Chippewas this year, Scoop.
Yeah, I mean, I think this defense is going to be way better than our offense. I know Jonah Pace, our number 11 tackler, transferred on the line, and Jason Williams graduated, but I think they're still solid on this line. Heldman is back on the starter on the edge. Cade Costas on the other side. Ben Wetzinger is from Iowa. He plays in. He'll get time there. And this guy, Dylan Fisher, they're high on. I think he's going to start from Ohio Dominican. He's a 300-pound nose tackle. So, yeah, he's going to be a massive force in the middle. But like you said, Kwiatkowski's back at linebacker. He had 96 tackles, 14 tackles for loss. Cochran's back as well. He had 54 tackles and didn't even start most of the game. So, you got Kawhi Brown, Fernando Sanchez are back as well. This is going to be a solid linebacker group. So, Caleb Spann and Elijah Rickard, I think, are the best safeties in this conference. I think they're actually probably the best safety duo here in this conference. So Dante Kent's gone, but you still got Gian Jackson at corner. And like you just said, Kalen Carroll's going to play from Cincy. Like you said, 2-year starter. He's definitely going to play as well. So you also have Diaz Fernandez and Akeem Snell from last year who had decent playing time. So I'm with you. I don't have an issue with this defense at all. I think it looks pretty good. I know their first 3 games is they're 3 away games, which sucks, at San Jose State, at Pitt, and at Michigan. That's rough. But, I mean, listen, it's just going to give them playing time and work on things before you go to Wagner. So, and I think they can win, honestly, their first 3 MAC games. They play at Eastern Michigan, they play at Akron, and they play at Bowling Green. I think they can win all 3 of them before. And then UMass is they play 4th, so UMass has improved, but I think they can go 4-0.
Yo, for real, that's what I'm saying.
I think Central Michigan's definitely going to be a good team this year as long as their offense can get going, because their defense is going to keep them in games.
So let's talk grades. All right, last year rush offense D. I'm going C.
Yeah, I'll go C just because that's all they're going to be doing.
Yeah, I would go C+ for the system, but there's not a ton of talent.
Yeah, you don't know. Yeah, you just don't know what they are yet.
Pass offense.
Yeah, I mean, I'll go with a D-.
Well, just having a healthy quarterback. I'll go D. I'll go D+. Just having a healthy quarterback just puts them in such a better position. Defense, though, I'm gonna go C+.
I'll go C+ too, actually.
And then pass defense.
And I really like their pass defense.
Me too. I was thinking the same thing. Let's go Chippewas. Let's do it. Eastern Michigan, and I'm going to come right out and say it. I like Eastern Michigan this year, but I was reading through your notes. A little bit of disrespect. Chris Creighton's a solid coach, man.
Chris Creighton sucks.
Are you? All right. So you don't like Chris Creighton?
I mean, he's had one win, over 7-win season. That's it in 12 years. So no, not really.
I mean,
he's a great average head coach.
Well, I think he's off the hook for last year because of the injuries. So brings back the same coordinators, Piatkowski and Ben Needham, as far as the OC and the DC, and this will be year 3 of this era of Chris Creighton's era. So the Piatkowski-Needham era. This will be year 3. And one thing I will say, Eastern Michigan, obviously not a great season last year, despite all the injuries. And I mean, they were crushed. They only had 1 offensive lineman that played the whole season. They were smoked with injuries on defense as well. Despite all the injuries, this team actually improved on both the offensive and defensive sides of the ball. In 2023, this team was pretty bad. They went from 130th in OFEI to 111th and 120th to 106th on the defensive side. So despite being absolutely smoked with injuries, this team did improve in year 2 of the Pietkowski-Needham era. So now we enter year 3, and I like what they're bringing back, man. So they're bringing back 4 offensive linemen that started games last year. Now, it wasn't exactly 4 starters, but there were so many injuries that they're bringing back 4 guys that started games. They lose Broderick Roman, who transferred to Southern Miss, and Carson Lee transferred to West Virginia. So they do lose 2 starters, but Rulewinski is back, who's the only guy who started 12 games last year. Blake Bustard. So Blake Bustard is actually back. He was out of eligibility. He actually filed a lawsuit against the NCAA and won that his 2021 season. Apparently, he's saying he shouldn't have been medically cleared, and he was. So the NCAA had to allow him to redshirt the 2021 season from years ago, and he is now back at left tackle. So Joshua Anderson's back at right tackle. He started 7 games. So there's actually 4 offensive linemen coming back that started games last year for Eastern Michigan. And the 5th offensive lineman is Spencer Webb from from North Carolina A&T. He only started 5 games last year because he got hurt, but he was a freshman. So Spencer Webb is probably going to start at right guard. I'm liking the offensive line a lot. Quarterback, Scoop, what are your thoughts on Mr. Kim?
Well, I didn't like Cole Snyder, so I feel like Cole Snyder was supposed to be better than what he was. If you remember him in 2023, he was great for Buffalo, came here. I guess it's because of the injuries. You could say that. I blame it on his coach, but I'm not. I don't hate Creighton that much. He was okay. He was average. I like Noah Kim. He 2 years ago he started 5 games at Michigan State. Last year he was at Coastal. He was back in Nebraska. He played in a few games. He didn't do too bad in Michigan State in the Big Ten. I know he had 6 touchdowns and 6 interceptions, but he went 2-3, threw for over 1,000 yards. I think the MAC will be more his speed. He hasn't played recently, but I think he has experience. They have Cameron Edge too to back him up from Maryland, but I think Noah Kim's going to be a fine replacement. I think it's going to be fine. I don't think it's going to be any worse than Cole Snyder. So
I think it could be potentially a step forward, honestly. So I like Noah Kim at quarterback. I like the offensive line. Wide receiver, they bring back Terry Lockett Jr., who was 3rd-team all-conference last year. So they bring back an all-conference wide receiver, but they lose an all-conference wide receiver in Singleton, who also transferred to West Virginia. Unfortunately, Porter Rooks should be coming back. And if you don't know who that is, that's a 5th-year senior. It might even be a 6th-year wide receiver. He missed all of last year. He transferred from NC State last year. He didn't play.
4 years there. So.
Yeah, he was at NC State for 4 years. Then last year, he transferred to Eastern Michigan. He was supposed to be a big get for them. He didn't play. He missed the entire season with an injury. I'm reading that he re-aggravated the injury during the spring. I don't think he participated in the spring activities for Eastern Michigan. So if they are able to get Porter Rooks, he'll probably be their wide receiver 1 if he's ready to go for the start of the season. And him and Terry Lockett Jr. should be great receiving duo. But we'll have to wait and see on that. Running backs, it looks like the Dunlap from Michigan is taking 1st-team reps. Also McMillan, right?
Yeah. That's because Mims is gone. Jackson Anderson's at Wofford now. But yeah, McMillan I think he's going to start here. I know Joey Matour, their number 3 return, and they do get 2 solid transfers in. James Joyner Jr. from Liberty. He started with Arkansas, and then Dunlap was 4 years at Michigan. Didn't get a lot of playing time. So I think they have a fine running back crew too. I know Mims was their bell cow there, but I feel like they have a good running back room.
Yeah, I think it's all right too. Here's the sketchy. The only thing I don't like about Eastern Michigan this year is the schedule got stronger. But you know what? Let's do the defense first. As a whole on the offense, with all the injuries they sustained last year, it's really tough to evaluate what they would have been if the offensive line was healthy. But simply having a healthy offensive line and returning so many pieces that started games last year, I think the offense is going to be better. I like Eastern Michigan's offense. Honestly, I don't hate the defense either. When we flip it over to the other side, so in the secondary, they bring back Norman, who was their nickel. He was 13th on the team in tackles. They bring back McNulty, who was a corner. He missed a couple games himself. That's kind of the theme here. Everyone missed games for Eastern Michigan. They also bring back Barry Manning, who's a safety. He was 10th on the team in tackles. He missed 5 games last year. So, like I said, that's the theme. So they bring back 3 key pieces in the secondary. They also lose a few key pieces. Scandrett transferred to Arkansas. He was kind of their main safety there. David Carter Jr., he graduated. And Daquan White transferred to Georgia Tech. So they also lose a key pieces of the secondary, but 3 key pieces back there. Linebacker, I like it. Okay, so Zach Mauchin, if I hope I'm pronouncing that right. So he had 26 tackles last year, was set to be one of their main linebackers, got injured. He missed 9 games last year, still had 26 tackles in just 3 games. So he's back. So he was probably set to be one of their main linebackers last year. He's going to be their main inside linebacker there this year. And then on the same theme of you got Mauchin, inside linebacker, should be a key piece returning from a serious injury. You got Caden Bailey transferring in from Syracuse. Now, he hasn't played since mid-2023 at Syracuse. He was slated to be the next starting inside linebacker at Syracuse in the ACC, and he ended up, he had 27 tackles in a year and a half at Syracuse, got injured in 2023, missed all of 2024. So this is kind of Caden Bailey's second chance. So there's a high ceiling there of those 2 inside linebackers, 2 guys that really could be great pieces, but both are returning from serious injuries, which gives me a little bit of concern. What are your thoughts on this defense?
Yeah, Jokum was the leading tackler and pretty much captain. He graduated. Luke Murphy, the other linebacker, he transferred to Coastal Carolina. Justin Jefferson, not that Justin Jefferson, he was the number 6 tackler. He graduated. So you do lose all 3 linebackers. So you do have who was it? Marco Patiano. He was a freshman All-American from Elon. He's going to probably play one of the linebacker spots. And then, like you said, Caden Bailey, he redshirted last year. He didn't miss all last year, but I think that's going to be fine. Carter Harriman, he's a redshirt at Miami, Ohio last year. He transfers in. So you don't have much real experience, but like you said, Zach Melchin's back. I don't think it's going to be as good because Jokum and Luke Murphy were awesome. And I really don't know about this defensive line. They lost their 4 top tacklers. Peyton Price is probably their best one. He graduated. So Donovan Green and Tyrell Martin's going to have to play more on the interior. Jefferson Adam and Carter Evans on the edges. So then you have 3 FCS transfers in. So it's definitely a weaker line. I feel like it's a weaker linebacker group. And yeah, I mean, the problem is, like you said, it's the hardest MAC schedule on paper. They face the top 5 teams. So even a secondary, Javen Norman's back, so that's actually big for them. And then Barry Manning and Demarion McNulty, but you do lose Scandrett, White, and Carter, like you said. James Mond is a Middle Tennessee transfer, and you got Caleb Coley from Michigan State. Joshua Scott Jr., you didn't talk about him. He was hurt the last 2 years out of the secondary, out for a year in 2023, out for a year in 2024. I think he's going to hopefully suit up and play. He's supposed to be one of the best corners. And then you have Diener and Tony manning some secondary spots. So it's a little bit of a downgrade. I feel like the defense is going to struggle a bit. And I don't really know. I just don't know about the coaching staff personally, and it just sucks they played a harder schedule. So
I disagree with the linebacker thing. You said they downgraded on the defensive line. I would definitely agree with that. I think these linebackers could potentially be better, Bailey and Mauchin in the middle. But what concerns me, and Scoop mentioned it, I mean, last year down the stretch, this team just couldn't stop the run. In their last 7 games, they were allowing over 200 rush yards per game, over 5.4 yards per carry. So stopping the run really has to be on the priority list here for Ben Needham. With a defensive line that I don't fully trust, it's tough to really get on board with them taking a step forward. But I do think the secondary could be better, and I think the linebackers could be better as well. Let's talk grades.
That Akron game was gross when they lost that. Was it 25-21 game?
Well, I was looking at Eastern Michigan the last couple of years. This team's just like always in 1-score games. It's like every
yeah, they gave up like 220 to Akron. I'm like, you're giving up 220 to Akron on the ground? Like, come on, man.
Like every single game, it's like this team could be 9-3 or they could be 3-9 every single year. All right, so last year Eastern Michigan was a D rushing offense. I like the offensive line. I'm gonna upgrade them to a C.
I will go with a D.
Passing offense, I'm going to upgrade them to a C+.
A D+.
Rush defense, I'm going to downgrade them here to a D.
Yeah, I'm going to stay at a D.
And
I'll stay at a D for pass defense. This team sucks.
I'm going to go C- for pass defense. Wow. I'm a lot bigger on Eastern Michigan than you are. Next up is Kent State. All right, we're talking flashes football. Kenny Burns, obviously, a bunch of stuff went down with him. He's no longer the head coach. Mark Carney.
Yeah, some credit card fraud and defaulted on some bank stuff. I don't really know what happened there. The problem is he didn't get fired till April.
I know they didn't even fire him when it happened.
Recruiting and transfers is kind of shot here. So yeah, and then you basically have the offensive coordinator from last year taking over, and that's we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, I believe they put him on leave for a while first and then fired him. Right. So yeah, Mark Carney. They literally have labeled Mark Carney as the interim head coach in June.
Yeah.
So
yeah. And the same defensive coordinator too. So I don't know, man. See how it works.
Yeah, I don't know. They've got an interim coach 2 months before the season starts, which is crazy. So this is kind of
ideal.
Yeah, I guess it's just an interim season for Kent State. I mean, this was.
Can it be worse?
I mean, they were 134th in yards per play on offense, 133rd in yards per play allowed on defense. So they were. This is
and 0-12.
Yeah, this is as bad as it gets. So on offense, I will say they're definitely going to be in a much better position for the simple fact that they have a quarterback.
Right. No more Wilatowski.
Oh my God, dude!
He's on Kennesaw though.
He's not going to play though.
No, he shouldn't play.
As he shouldn't. But I mean, because Kent State, obviously there wasn't many strengths last year, but they did have a couple of really nice receivers. Just didn't really get to use them because Wilatowski was throwing the ball. Now the reason Wilatowski was the starting quarterback for most of the season last year was Cartman got hurt. He only started 4 games. So let's cut Kent State a little bit of slack. Wilatowski was not supposed to be the quarterback. It was supposed to be Cartman. Cartman got hurt. Cartman's actually back, but he's not going to be the quarterback. It's probably going to be CJ Montes from Fordham, who, I mean, was a beast at Fordham. I mean,
2023 had 26 touchdowns, 1 pick, and then he got hurt. Was out for the season last year after 3 games. So, yeah, I mean, he looks awesome.
Yeah, he did not play in 2024. He only played a few games, got injured in 2023 as a starting quarterback at Fordham, a 153.7 QB rating. Now, obviously, it's Fordham, but, I mean, it's clearly an established quarterback with starting experience, and if he's healthy, they're going to get a ton more production out of the quarterback position than they did last year. Outside of that, I mean, Dustin Morrell's back on the offensive line. They lose the other 4 starters. They got it. Go ahead.
I mean, well, it's bad when you're leading 2 running backs both transferred to FCS schools. Yeah. Kai Thomas went to Washburn. Douglas went to Fort Hays State. So yeah, it's not good. Not pretty here.
You're losing talent to Fort Hays State.
Yes.
They're outbidding you. So they brought in some transfers on the offensive line. Obviously, none have FBS experience because if you have starting FBS experience, why would you transfer to Kent State? We don't even need to go through it. Some FCS experience coming in on the offensive line. Dorelis Clark is going to be starting in the slot. Should be one of their better offensive weapons. He comes from Butler College. I don't even know. They bring back a couple of receivers, but I mean, obviously their 2 main weapons last year was Big Play McCray, who's now at Michigan State, who probably is going to make some plays there, by the way. He's awesome. And then the other receiver was Luke Floria, who's on the Cleveland Browns now. So they had 2 good wide receivers. They were the 2 best players on the team. Obviously, they're both gone. I bet you they wish they were there this year with CJ Montes. But yeah. Do you have any hope for this offense?
Yeah, I mean, it's hope because you don't have a Wilatowski back there. So, I mean, after McCray and Floria, which you said, there's a huge drop-off in terms of wide receiver talent. I mean, J.J. Etheridge and
Deshaun
Martin, they're back, and you got Dorelis Clark. But, so yeah, like you said, it's definitely a young wide receiver group. Most of them are sophomores, and Martin, Etheridge, Harris Panks, they're all sophomores. So the problem was last year they had 9 different starting lineups on the offensive line. So, you got a bunch of FCS talent in. You got lineman from Grand Valley State. You got Jamarcus Hill from Southeast Missouri State. So, yeah, I mean, I know Jeff Burton transferred here, and then he already left a month later. So, it's going to be an inexperienced line. They were banged up last year. They were really bad. So it's not going to be as bad as they were last year. I mean, like you said, they're like 134, and I think 130 in OFBI. So it's not, it's not going to be that bad with CJ Montez back there.
Yeah, and I mean, they do have UMass at home. Look, the ceiling's very low for Kent State, but I mean, it's not crazy that they win a game or two. I think UMass offense is going to be pretty decent, and they'll lose that game. But on the defensive side of the ball, let's give them some positivity. I like the linebackers. Kenan Williams is back. He was 7th on the team in tackles. Mason Woods is back. He was 2nd on the team in tackles.
Yeah, and Mason Wood went in the portal and stayed.
Yeah, he decided to stay. Yeah, he entered the portal, decided to stay. And Samaj Cross transfers in from Lafayette. He's got 71 career tackles. So I actually think Kent State has some decent linebackers. They've also got Tevin Tucker back at safety. He was 3rd on the team in tackles. And the other safety is going to be CJ Young. He was 12th on the team in tackles. So where do I like this defense? The linebackers and the safeties. And those are your tacklers. So in terms of not missing tackles and maybe not letting simple run plays turn into big plays, big explosive plays, that's a good start, at least. It's a good start.
Yeah, so I agree with you. I think the only pretty much good part of this team on the defense is the linebackers. Like you said, Mason Woods staying is great. Samaje Cross from Lafayette's going to be good. Mason Woods and Tevin Tucker is the only other pretty much returning starter at the safety. So they're big on Samaj Cross from Lafayette. So we'll see how he goes. He'll probably start at nickel. Angelo Stockwell still from Western Michigan, also looking like he's going to start probably alongside Jair Rollinson. So he missed 9 games last year, but it's just allowing a lot of time in the secondary here. They just, like I said, just the one starter back, and the defensive line is going to be pretty garbage. I think
it's bad. It's bad.
It's really bad. I mean,
their starting nose tackle was an offensive lineman last year.
Yeah, I mean, Thomas Aiden's a transfer from Pitt, didn't play much. Antoine Campbell on the edge also hasn't played much. I mean, Mason Maddox is a holdover who played at Colorado for a bit, so it's not a good line. It's really not that great of a secondary, but they are good linebackers. So, but I'm just not sure how the defense is going to hold up, just because I don't know how the offense is going to play. So, it can't be worse than last year. Like I said, it's going to be better. It's going to be a better situation.
It's going to be better than shit.
Yeah, I mean, they have a good chance to beat Merrimack to start the season. So,
yeah, like I said, it's also they got a home game against Bowling Green. Bowling Green's defense is going to be bad. I mean, I doubt they beat Bowling Green, but there could be something they steal on there. One other thing, apparently they've got a freshman, Joel Cordoba, who looks really good in the spring. He has a chance of starting.
He's from Plainfield, New Jersey.
Yep,
he's right next door to me.
Yeah, so you know he's for real. He's from those you didn't know, me and Scoop both live in New Jersey. So yeah, Cordoba might start in the secondary. He's a freshman. Apparently he looks really good. So let's do grades for Kent State.
I mean, you can't. What are you going to lose by starting freshman? You might as well.
They were Fs across the board.
Sounds right.
Oh man. Well, let's upgrade their pass offense because of Montez. I guess we'll go D.
I'll go. Yeah, D's fine.
Rush offense though.
What do you got? Who do you got for their running backs? Jordan Newman from Minnesota. Yeah, I
got Newman.
I'll go with a D minus.
Yeah, I'll go D minus also. Run defense is going to stay at an F for me. Oh no, the linebackers. But the problem
I'll go D minus and F. One of them's going to improve. I just don't know which one.
I'll go D minus. I'll go D minus. D minus.
Look at you. It just sucks that they have no new coaching, man. Like they didn't have time to get an outside hire, so it's like, all right, we're stuck with these guys.
An interim head coach before the season starts is freaking crazy. All right, let's move on. All right, let's talk Red Hawks football. What a disappointing end to the season for Miami of Ohio last year. Got absolutely smoked in the MAC championship game, and I bet them in said game. What was it, like 37-3? They got crushed by Parker Navarro.
That's where you're like Parker Navarro's a god right now. So yeah.
I don't know where that Parker Navarro got benched in the middle of last year, got his starting job back, and then looked like an Aaron Rodgers, Andrew Luck hybrid. No, looked like a Josh Out, like running the ball, dude. He was unstoppable. That guy.
Hey, they did have a good bowl game though, Miami Ohio. They beat Colorado State.
They did.
So same coaching staff back, 11th season, I believe, with this same staff. I believe that's what I wrote down. I may have written that down
I
incorrectly.
think it's his 12th, right? Or it's 11 or 12. Chuck Martin.
They've been there forever. Now, this is a very interesting offense in terms of what they're bringing back. So the offensive line is absolutely smoked. In fact, pretty much the whole team is smoked. The only starters from last year, they're bringing back Cam Perry, who was 5th on the team in receiving, and they're bringing back Jordan Brunson, who was their RB2. That's the only starters from last. And can you even call the RB2 a starter or the 4th wide receiver a starter? So nobody's back. The entire offensive line leaves, and I'm a little concerned because I would have thought Miami of Ohio, a pretty prestigious program up there in the MAC, I would have thought they would replenish. The people that are slated to start on the offensive line are not experienced here. They've got a redshirt sophomore, Peyton Kirkland, who transfers from Colorado. He didn't play as a freshman last year. Austin Uke from Stanford. He has just 71 career snaps at Stanford. Chris Madu.
I was saying, and this line was like awesome. So it's like replacing like Holsky and like Jados and stuff with these players it's going to be rough.
Yeah, Holsky's on the Ravens now, by the way. Their right tackle. They had very good fortune in the offensive line last year. They all 5 started the entire season, basically. Now, Chris Manu has a chance to be a really nice piece at center. He played in 11 games last year as a freshman, so maybe they hit there. And then same goes for Greg Smith Jr. at left guard. He played in 10 games as a freshman, so maybe that's the next generation of Miami, Ohio offensive linemen there. Just a really inexperienced offensive line.
Yeah, so and this is if you look at it, it's the worst in college football in terms of career starts. There's 3 on this whole entire line.
That's freaking crazy.
And I was like, oh, Mitchell Butler is transferring from Mississippi. And I'm like, oh, that's FCS Mississippi.
Yeah, wrong Mississippi. Wrong Mississippi. Now, here's the thing. I mentioned that everyone's gone. They kind of did reload in terms of the skill positions. Well, obviously, DeQuan Finn, King of the MAC, is back. King of the MAC. If you don't know who DeQuan Finn is,
Toledo God.
Yeah, Toledo God. Very had a lot of success playing quarterback for Toledo. Transferred out, went to Baylor. It didn't work out. He's back in the MAC, but didn't go back to Toledo. He's at Miami of Ohio. So right off the bat, they're probably going to have one of the best quarterbacks in the conference, a guy who's comfortable playing in this conference. They're fine at quarterback. They got DeQuan Finn. Also, they have talent at wide receiver. Granted, it's unproven talent, but I mean, they've got Colsey coming in from Notre Dame, Darian Williamson from Florida State. Now, these are guys that haven't really seen a ton of the field, but they are experienced. I mean, they're both redshirt seniors.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, Williamson was 5 years at Florida State.
Yeah.
And Colsey was same thing, 4 years at Notre Dame.
Yeah, they're both redshirt seniors, and they've been with Power 4 programs for years. And then Keith Reynolds is going to be in the slot. He's a redshirt sophomore. He had 5 receptions last year at Washington as a freshman. So wide receiver, I mean, they're going to be fine. They've got the quarterback. They've got the wide receivers. They should be fine at RB as well. Kenny Tracy Jr. is back. He had 250 yards rushing in 2023. He missed last season with an injury. Between him and Jordan Brunson, they're fine at running back. The offensive line is a big question mark. But honestly, between the defense, which we'll talk about in a second, and they got the quarterback, they're going to win MAC games just because they have a great defense and a quarterback, honestly.
Yeah, so it's the biggest thing is obviously the offensive line. It really depends on them. Like you said, I mean, Mosey came out of nowhere last year to go over for 1,000 yards rushing. But him and Kevin Davis graduated. And like you said, Jordan Brunson's back. And Kenny Tracy tore his ACL, but he has 150 carries throughout his career at Miami, Ohio. So with them two, I don't think that's going to be a problem. In addition to the wide receivers you got Brady Simmons from Indiana, you got Cordell Russell from Colorado. I mean, he did lose, obviously, big names at wide receiver. So, but I mean, Tracy went to Minnesota and Virgil to Texas Tech. And
Kane McDonald went to the Browns. He's on the Cleveland Browns.
Oh, yeah, he graduated.
Their wide receiver, right. This is how loaded this team was for a MAC team. Their wide receiver 3 is in the NFL.
Yeah, so those 3 receivers combined had 150 catches, 2,265 yards, and 19 touchdowns. So, yeah, I mean, that sucks. I mean, to replace all of those. But I think they're going to be all right with the depth they have and with Finn in the back. But, yeah, it really depends on this line. I mean, if there's one position that you need, obviously you see it in the NFL too. If you watch the NFL, if you don't have a line, you're not going to do anything. So,
yep.
Now, for the good news, if you're a Red Hawks fan, your defense is loaded, and I mean loaded. This is probably going to be the best defense in the conference right here. 4 out of your 5 starters are back in the secondary. Silas Walters, second on the team in tackles. He's back. Eli Blakey, third on the team in tackles. He was third team all-conference at safety. He's back. You probably got 2 of the best safeties in the conference right there. You bring Luke Evans back at corner. You bring Michael Yarbrough back at nickel, I think is what he plays. He plays nickel/safety. He missed 7 games last year. He's back. You do lose Strader, who was first team all-conference and your best corner. He transferred to Auburn, but everyone else in the secondary is back. At linebacker, you take 2 big hits in the middle. Salopak and Ty Wise, your 2 main linebackers, they were both all-conference. They're both gone. And if there's any question marks on this team, it's probably going to be at linebacker. But you bring back Oscar McWood. He was 8th on the team in tackles last year. You bring back Hondrew. He was 5th on the team in tackles. They've also got Malcolm McLean they like a lot. He's a redshirt sophomore. He only had 14 tackles last year, but he was a freshman. I think they're going to be fine. They lose their 2 best linebackers, but they seem to be reloading just fine at that position. Defensive line, what do you think about the defensive line, Scoop?
Yeah, so Nasir Washington's the only one that's back from the line. He had a pretty solid year. But first team Mac, Ugu, he's the number 6 tackle. He graduated off the edge by Joby, I think his name, or is Job. He's in from Kansas. I think he's actually going to get the start here now. James Schott's in from Michigan State, Cam Wilson from Cincy. So they have some players in, but they do lose 3 starters. Frazier, Hilton, like I said, Ugu, he's gone. So I think Josh Lacuza and Roosevelt Andrews might get some starts. Here. It's just losing 3 people are going to be hard, and Salopek and Wise are really 2 big names that you're going to lose. It's just hard to replace them. Hondrew and McWood's back, and you still have you do have a lot of linebacker depth really. Compass, McCain, Kuwach, Oscar McWood, he's back as well, and at least they kept Hondrew and Malcolm McCain. He's a redshirt sophomore. He had 14 tackles as a freshman. So I think this linebacker and secondary is going to be okay. It's the line I'm really concerned about, and the secondary is going to go as far as the run defense is going to go. So I think the secondary is getting a hold up, and I think it's good. It just depends how the run defense holds up as well.
Adam Trick is back on the edge as well. He's not technically a defensive lineman. He's like a outside linebacker, edge rusher. Depending on where you're looking at the depth chart, he could be listed on the defensive line. He had 4.5 sacks last year. I think this might be the best defense in the conference. Now, the defense was disappointing. They got absolutely smoked in the MAC championship game. But in the 9 regular season conference games, they allowed 15.6 points per game, 4.18 yards per play, success rate down under 36%. This defense was elite last year. They bring back a lot of production. I think they're going to be official. Also, something I like about Miami of Ohio this year is they put some pretty difficult non-conference games on the schedule. This year, they have a nice winnable one in week 4, a home game against UNLV.
They got a good one in week 2 too against Rutgers.
They're gonna get smoked by Rutgers. All right, let's talk grades. Rushing offense for Miami of Ohio. The offensive line, I have to think it drops.
I'll go deep.
You know what though? DeQuan Finn can run. I'm gonna keep it.
I'll still go D+.
Passing offense, I'll keep it.
Yeah, I will too.
Because I also think the offense underperformed in the beginning of last year. Run defense, I'm gonna go B-.
I will go C.
And pass defense B+, I'm gonna go A-.
B-.
No, I'm going to change the run defense to a C+, A- pass defense. B-?
B-.
All right. Let's move on to the next one. All right, let's talk NIU. And I got to say, it doesn't look like the best situation here for Northern Illinois. So, I mean, what a downhill roller coaster ride.
Yeah, I was going to say it's like a roller coaster because they started off the Notre Dame win. They were ranked. And then it was like the middle sucked so bad. And then they won 4 of the last 5. So,
when they upset Notre Dame in week 2 to move to 2-0, then he immediately lost a home game to Buffalo, which now hindsight, Buffalo turned out to be pretty good last year.
But I mean, to drop that Ball State game is disgusting. That really knocked him out of the MAC championship game conversations. And the offense was abysmal at times, which explains why Bashorner, the OC, was fired after just 1 year. So he was only there for 1 year. And I mean, I understand why. The offense looked really bad at times. You bring in Quinn Sanders to coach the offense, and I mean, I'm not going to pretend to know a ton about him, but his resume looks pretty good. Very successful at at Charleston. He was 27-8 as a head coach, back-to-back conference championships. I believe he was coach in the year in the conference back-to-back years as well. Again, not going to pretend to know a ton about him, but that's who's coaching the offense now. So maybe that's a good hire. I don't really know. I will say, in terms of talent.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, I actually like the coaches, and like Quinn Sanders, he looks good. And then the defensive coordinator, Vendetta, took the job at Fresno, but you have the Rob Harley, the Arkansas State defensive coordinator last 4 years, which actually improved every 4 years.
Yes, it did.
And then, so I'm like, yes, this coaching staff is great. And then you look at the roster.
Well, this is supposed to be a proud program, and I don't want to be too pessimistic, but I would think Northern Illinois would be able to replenish a little more successfully than this. I mean, they lose almost everybody. They're bringing back Evan Malcor at left tackle, so they're bringing back a piece on the offensive line. Other than that, there's no one back. Partridge, who was 5th on the team in receiving yards. That's it. Everyone else is gone, and the pieces that they replaced, I mean, Jacob Welch is going to start on the offensive line. He has just 18 snaps. You got a guy named Curry starting on the offensive line. He has just 43 career snaps. Aiden Tweedy is probably going to start at center. He's got 22 career starts at
Wayne State or Wayne State.
Wayne State. So I mean, there's a guy who's been a starter for a couple years at Wayne State. And then Thomas Pash is going to start at right tackle, I think. He started 3 games last year, but he's missing spring activities right now as we're recording this with an injury. So the offensive line, kind of similar to Miami of Ohio, big question mark, doesn't look great. They've got Josh Holst listed as starting quarterback in week 1. He's a redshirt sophomore walk-on. Not that, like, walk-ons are cool stories. They make great movies, but it's not exactly.
And he got hurt. He got hurt last year, and then that's when Ethan Hampton took over, and now he's at Illinois. But yeah, I guess you're gonna have to ride him to start, because I don't know what else is on his team.
I believe he is taking first team reps at quarterback right now. Josh,
you have a transfer from Dartmouth, Jackson Proctor. He did good last year, but I know that's So I just don't see. Except Holst and Proctor, I don't really see anyone on this team that can play quarterback.
I'm 90% positive it's going to be Holst at quarterback. So questionable offensive line, question mark at quarterback. Wide receiver, I think they have there's a high ceiling here. They bring in Gary Givens III from Valp. He had 352 yards receiving as a freshman last year, so there's a high ceiling there. And also LaDon Bryant, 6'4", 195. He's got some size. He played in the bowl game, redshirt sophomore there. So, I mean, I guess they have some high ceiling there. Wide receiver, Partridge, like I said, is back. He's 5th on the team in receiving. At you know what? Yeah. Running back, they're set.
Yeah, I think running backs are going to be fine. And wide receivers, I don't mind much, because I mean 7 receivers were over 100 yards last year, and no one was above 400. So losing the top 4 really didn't matter to me. They weren't a great passing game to begin with Ethan Hampton. So yeah, I mean, you got a bunch of FCS talent, like you said, Gary Givens, Thomas McCoy's in from Mitch Marshall. You have Brian and Demopolis from last year still, and they did sign a solid 4-star tight end, and Caleb Hack. I think he's going to get some run time as a freshman. So I think the wide receivers, I think the skill positions might be, I mean, they're not great. I'm not going to say they're like awesome. I think running back and wide receiver might be okay. I just don't know how Josh Holst is going to play with a brand new line pretty much.
Well, I think running back's going to, I like their RB room a lot. So Telly Johnson Jr. is probably going to be the main guy. So he only played in the last 6 games last year. He had 103 carries for 480 yards in just 6 games. And that was as a freshman, by the way. So Telly Johnson Jr. looks like the real deal. And then the other one is Jalen Poe.
Yeah, he was a freshman too. So
he was also a freshman, and he had 190 yards. So you had kind of 2 breakout freshman running backs last year for NIU. They're both back. So I like the RB room. And like Scoop said, I like the receiving weapons. I just don't like how the question marks on this offense are offensive line and quarterback. I mean, what? Not exactly the best question marks to have. All right, let's move on to the defense. What do you think of this defense, Scoop?
I mean, this was the positive last year, right? This is how they
doesn't look like it's going to to be a positive.
Yeah, no, it's not a positive this year. This defense is pretty much shot. They got their edges still with Jelani Williams and Roy Williams, but O'Malley, first team All-MAC, he graduated. He was always in the backfield. He had 12 tackles for loss. Second team All-MAC, Gil Howard, he transferred to Texas Tech. Nevaeh Sanders of Mississippi State, with Deshaun Thomas. Devontae Murray is coming in from UT Martin. He's supposed to be a good pass rusher. So, yeah, man, that's about it. Hensley's going to get a bump to start at nose tackle. Gully and Dixon are two other FCS transfers that could have playing time, but this defensive line took a big hit. And worse, all three linebackers are gone. All three starting linebackers, Furman, Dolphin, Profi, all gone. They were number 1, 2, and 6 tacklers. So you got Erweiler's back. He was the number 11 tackler on the team, and Gasaway's back as well. But you're going to rely on them. Preto, Makiarowski, they're going to have to lead them, and they're going to rely on young players. This is definitely a big step back in the front seven.
I will say, you mentioned it, Hensley is going to be starting at the nose tackle there in the middle. We don't know. He could be very good. He didn't play much last year. He was a freshman behind 2 monster defensive tackles in O'Malley and Gil Howard. So there were 2 all-conference defensive tackles in front of him on the depth chart. He was a freshman. So he might be the real deal. I mean, we don't know. Like, I don't think him not seeing the field last year as a freshman is a detriment to, because he was behind 2 monsters. So he might be good, Hensley. But like you pretty much nailed it. They lose 2 all-conference members of the secondary as well. Jacob Finley's back. So they got a cornerback.
Yes, one.
It's bad.
I mean, Valseral, that was their best secondary piece. He's gone. Bird's gone. Mario Knighton's off to Indiana. Santana Banner to Missouri. So yeah, Finley's your best corner right now. Then you got FCS people in. So yeah,
hold on. So this kid Dante Harrison should be pretty good. Transfers in from Shepherd, 3-year starter, 2-time all-conference corner. But yes, it's Shepherd. Also, Jasper Beeler should be starting.
He had a great year at Saginaw Valley.
With Saginaw Valley. And it's especially concerning because, like Scoop said, this was the strength of the team. They were 5th in the country in yards per play allowed.
I know. That's great.
It was an excellent defense, and they lost everybody. Let's head over to Northern Illinois and
Yeah, I mean, with a new OC, a new DC, it's going to take a step back, especially with, they have lots of young talent.
I like the RBs, so I'm going to keep their rushing at a C.
I like their last 3 games on the schedule. That's about it. I'll go C-.
Passing offense, I'm going to go F.
Yeah, I'll go with that because I don't know what's there.
Rush defense, I'll go D+.
I was going to go C- and C-.
Pass defense, I'll go D+. Yeah, it's D. You know what? Because they have the edge rushers back, I'll go C- here. All right, downgrade for Northern Illinois. Northern Illinois fans are not going to be pleased with this video.
Hey, you were ranked.
Yeah, you had your moment, man. You beat Notre Dame. Just relish that for
that was their only loss in the season, Notre Dame, except obviously the playoffs. But
yeah. All right, next. All right, let's talk Ohio Bobcats. You know what? Let's talk MAC Conference champions, Ohio Bobcats, and what a crazy season it was. Parker Navarro, quarterback, gets benched midway through the season, gets his starting job back, and then looks like a completely different guy. It was unstoppable. And in the second half of the year, Parker Navarro was the best player in the conference. I mean, he was so good. He had like 16 rushing touchdowns or something last year.
Yeah, over 1,000 yards rushing. It was like 18 touchdowns. It was insane.
Yeah, and not to mention after he got his starting job back, he was breaking tackles in the backfield and like making 30-yard passes on the run. Like this dude looked like Aaron Rodgers. So obviously the lead story here with Ohio football, Tim Albin era ends. He's off to Charlotte. We talked about it already. That being said, I mean, it's like usually when a head coach leaves, he takes a bunch of his staff with him. Yeah. Everyone stayed. Like nobody went with him. So Brian Smith, who was the offensive coordinator last year, he's now the head coach. So he went from the assistant head coach and OC to head coach. The OC this year is Fording. He was the quarterback coach last year. So
and the year before that, he was the offensive coordinator.
Right.
2023. So
it's the same offensive coaching staff and the same DC. Hauser's still there. So yes, Tim Albin is gone, and that's huge. He's a great head coach. The rest of the coaching staff is there. It should be the same exact system here. And on the offensive side of the ball, they look pretty good. Now, the offensive line is a little concerning. They lose 2 all-conference offensive linemen. Parker Titsworth is gone. Carson Heidecker is gone as well. Both graduated. They also lose Dennison, transferred to Wake, and Atkinson. So they lose 4 starters on the offensive line. Weatherspoon's back. But do you like any of the transfers they're bringing in here?
I mean, only one. Yeah, I mean, Chadwick Rose transfers in back to Ohio from Rutgers. He was on Ohio, so he transfers back in.
He was a starter in 22 and 23.
Right. So that should be fine. Marinaro from Dartmouth, he started there, so you got another starting lineman pretty much. I know it's an FCS school, but Trent Allen did start a few games last year. Josh Waite, he's coming in. He's from Shippensburg. He started there. Jordan Jones had 2 starts. So it's definitely
Josh Waite. He was all district with a 3.9 GPA.
There you go. He needs to go to Akron because get those grades up.
Only smart linemen here in Ohio.
Yeah, I mean, Jordan Jones had 2 starts. It's definitely a less experienced line, but I think they're going to be okay.
I think they'll be fine too.
I think they're going to be fine.
Yeah, I for some reason, I mean, yes, losing 4 starters sucks, but I like everyone they brought in has starting experience. The most inexperienced one is Trent Allen, and he started 4 games last year on this team. So.
Yeah, and the biggest thing obviously is Anthony Tyus is gone. He's on the
I like their backs
the Lions
though.
now. He's on the Lions now. And Ricky Hunt, we talked about going to Tulsa, which I guess will be the whole team in Tulsa. But Bangura is going to start. He was the Ohio running back the last 2 years. Before last year, he has over 2,000 yards for this Ohio team in his career. So and he has over 20 touchdowns. So he's going to jump right back into the starting role. And Duncan Brune's going to be his backup. I think he's going to be fine. And Mike Taylor Jr. is a true freshman. He's taking first team reps as well. So I was going to say I like the running backs. I don't think they're going to be Anthony Tyus kind of running back. And as long as Parker Navarro takes care of the ball, overall he had 15 turnovers last year. But I think, another year under his belt, I think it's going to be fine. As long as the offensive line's good, I think their skill positions are going to be fine.
Yeah, this offense is pretty loaded. And Ricky Hunt Jr., he transferred to Tulsa, already transferred out. He's at Middle Tennessee.
That's right.
Now.
He went Middle Tennessee.
So, they lose Coleman Owen, too, who's now on the Colts, their number 1 receiver, first team all-conference. But all their other receivers are back. And Parker Navarro's back. So, like Scoop said, I don't see any reason. It's basically the same coaching staff. This offense should be good. And by the way, this offense, once Parker Navarro, was talking about before, I made it all about Parker Navarro. This offense, once Parker Navarro got his starting job back, so this is like the last 5 or 6 games when he got his starting job back, they averaged 37.8 points per game, over 50% success rate, and 6.68 yards per play. So this offense was explosive down the stretch, and that kind of came out of nowhere. It's not really what we expect from the Ohio Bobcats. They were making plays. So, I like this offense a lot. Defense is a little bit concerning. Now, we'll start with the strength. I think they're going to have one of the best secondaries in the conference. DJ Walker's back, 2nd team all-conference safety. That's huge. Also, Ricky Hyatt Jr. is going to start at safety. He had 29 tackles at South Alabama, solid program last year. So they should be set at safety.
Sorry, I was going to say that I think this is one of the best pass defenses in the MAC, actually.
Yeah. Well, Tank Pearson's back at corner as well. 4 interceptions, led the team last year, so he's back. They lose Brawley, who was 10th on the team in tackles, but he missed 7 games anyway, but he was one of their better defensive players. He went to New Mexico, actually. They also lose Dustin Johnson, who was 2nd on the team in tackles, and they lose Roman Parody, who I think made an NFL roster, who's a corner, very good. But, I mean, Michael Mack Jr. is a 2-year starter at Air Force. He's back. I mean, he was with the team last year, didn't play, but he is a 2-year starter at Air Force before that. So, Michael Mack, the second, should be a solid corner. Linebackers is the only part where, can they replace Shea Taylor and Blake Leak, Scoop?
I mean, Leak was the number 1 tackler last year. You got 3 linebackers who transferred to Charlotte with Albin. So, Schmitz, Taylor, and Bowman. Yeah, Jack Freese is the most experienced returning linebacker on this team, and that's with 9 tackles. You got Cam Hollabaugh transferring from Walsh, who has 257 career tackles, but that coupled with the defensive line, I think this run defense is going to be pretty bad. First team Mack and Weaver. He went to Rutgers. Let's go, Rutgers. Beast. Marcel Walker, the number 4 tackler, is gone. Cam Rice went to Maryland. You got, Braylon Henderson went to Missouri. Doggett went to FAU. McNabo he graduated. All of these players were in the top 15 tackles on this line. So they have 0 returning linemen. The best player that's back is Casey Seegers. He had 12 tackles last year. You do got Joseph Marsh is an end from Boise. Luckman from Arkansas Pine Bluff. Was it Ajujo? How do you say that? I don't even know. Ajujo. He had 16 tackles, 4 tackles for loss. He's from Charlotte, and you got a couple from Youngstown and Vandy. But yeah, these linebackers and this defensive line is actually pretty bad. So, last year Hauser got this team. They were like number 3 in defensive total defense. So I think they're going to be okay, but yeah, it's definitely going to take a step back on the run defense.
I think Ohio goes from an under team to an over team this year. The front seven's big question marks. I will say Michael Molnar, I think, would have been a key piece of their defense had he not got hurt last year. He missed 12 games. So Michael Molnar's back. I think he's supposed to be, but we'll see. Another thing that concerns me about Ohio before we do the grades is the schedule, man. Did you see this? So their non-conference schedule goes from Syracuse, South Alabama, Kentucky to Rutgers, West Virginia, Ohio State. Shit. There's 3 losses. And then in conference, they had Akron last year. They had Central Michigan, who didn't even have a quarterback last year. They had Kent State. And then they got Toledo on a down year. Now they got Bowling Green, who should be a step backwards. Northern Illinois should be a step backwards. Western Michigan is always tough, and UMass. So, the conference, maybe I exaggerated the conference schedule. Maybe not that much tougher, but the non-con schedule is significantly tougher. Let's talk grades. Rushing offense, A-. I'll go B+ because I think they overperformed a little bit.
I was going to say B+.
Passing offense, I'll go B-.
Yeah.
Run defense, I might go D. I might go D, honestly.
I was gonna go C. So,
pass defense, I'll go C+.
Yeah, I'll say the same.
All right, let's talk Rockets. Toledo. Jason Candle's back, 10th or 11th year. 6 years with the same coordinators. So this coaching staff knows each other. They've had a lot of success here. For those of you that don't follow MAC football, this is the New York Yankees. They have more. This is the Liberty of Conference USA. They have more resources than everyone else in the conference. Maybe not as dramatic. Liberty shouldn't be in Conference USA, but yes, they have the most resources. This is the cream of the crop in the MAC conference. And offensively, they are in excellent shape, and I mean excellent shape.
And this was a down year last year when they went 7-5. Also, just fun fact, Jason Candle has never had a losing record in his 10 years at Toledo. Yeah,
they've had a lot of success here. And like Scoop said, this was a down year. They were 108th in OFEI last year. In the 4 years before that, they had never been worse than 87th. So I think they're primed to bounce back in a major way. They're in great shape on the offensive line. They're bringing back 3 starters. One of them was all-conference, Ethan Spoth at right guard. The center is going to be Terrence Moore. He's got 10 career starts at Pittsburgh. So they bring in an ACC, only at Toledo in the MAC, are they bringing in an ACC center to take the starting job. A left tackle, Stephen Gales, I think is going to start. He started 3 games last year. That's their most inexperienced piece. But the offensive line should be one of the best in the conference. There's Tucker Gleason is back, and maybe not one of the most talented quarterbacks in the country or anything, but he was all right. He had a 137.9 QB rating. The MAC is not a conference that gets a ton of returning production at quarterback. They usually transfer out if they have success. So they're bringing their quarterback back. He's going to be one of the better quarterbacks in the conference coming back, and he should have a great offensive line in front of him, like we just said, and they're loaded at wide receiver. They lose Jerwan Newton, first team all-conference. They lose him, but they bring back Vandeross, who was also first team all-conference. They had 2 first team all-conference wide receivers. They bring back one of them. Their number 3 receivers back. Their number 4 receivers back. And also Terrell Crosby Jr. was a defensive back at Iowa State. He's transitioning into receiver. Apparently, he looks awesome in the spring. So they might even be transitioning a corner or a safety into a receiver that apparently might get considerable looks. So they're loaded at wide receiver. They've got their quarterback back, loaded on the offensive line, and running back. Check this out. So their RB1 from last year was supposed to be Willie Shaw III. He got hurt. He's back. Their RB1 that took over for Willie Shaw III was Connor Wallenczak. He's back. Neither of those guys are going to start. So they got both RBs back from last year. The guy who's going to start is Chip Trainum. And if you don't know who that is, that was the guy that was supposed to start at Arizona State instead of Scadaboo. It's crazy what happened with Arizona State and Scadaboo last year. He wasn't even supposed to be the starting running back. It was supposed to be Chip Trainum. He got hurt in the summer right before the season. Scadaboo got the starting job. So he is now here. So Chip Trainum is the RB1, and then they've got both backs from last year behind him. They are loaded everywhere on offense. This is going to be probably the best offense in the conference, right?
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm not a huge Tucker Lucen fan, but he's definitely one of the best MAC quarterbacks. It's funny because John Allen Richter's backing him up, and I think he can start it for another team. He's solid, and Govan Gleason was out for a bit. Like you said, I mean, Chip Trainum, he had 100 carries when he played with Arizona, and 100 carries when he played with Ohio State. So he's had a lot of experience at big schools. Kenji Christian comes in from North Carolina A&T too. He had 1,000 yards for them last year. You still have Willie Shaw there. It's a ton of talent here at running back. Like you said, for the you mentioned all the wide receivers except for Trayvon Rudolph. He's a transfer from Northern Illinois. He made an All-MAC team 3 times. He had about 150 receptions the last 3 years there. So, Anthony Torres is a big loss for Gleason. He caught 9 touchdowns as a tight end, but they got Jacob Peterson from Holy Cross. He had 500 yards last year, started every game. They're pretty deep, besides Vander Ross and Rudolph. Cooper Rusk, Eric Holly, Zamarian Long, a bunch of others. There's just a ton of depth here. And so last year it was a brand new offensive line. You had 0 starts going into the season. This year they only lose Jones and James, who transferred last year to this team. So you still got Spoff, Foudy, Rhett. They're still here from last year's team. Terrence Moore transferring in from Pitt, who should start at center. Dominic Rivera from Rutgers. You got Jonathan Harder from Cincy. So, yeah, you got a ton of backups in Zimmerly, Marcotte. This is one of the best lines in the MAC. I think it's one of the best lines in the country, really. So I think this offense is going to be awesome.
Yep. Agreed. Now, if you're a Toledo hater and you're looking to poke holes in the offense, something that's a little concerning is you would think with a brand new offensive line that they got better as the year progressed. That wasn't really the case. In fact, the offense looked really bad in the second half of the year. So if you're looking, in the last 6 games, they averaged 21 points per game, 41.1% success rate, under 5.3 yards per play. So if you're looking to poke holes in Toledo, you could say this offense was getting worse as the year progresses. I don't know if there's anything to really take away from that. I thought it was interesting enough to add. Now, on the defensive side of the ball, secondary looks great. Second team all-conference safety Avery Smith is back. Unfortunately, probably the best player on their defense was Maxon Hook. He is a Philadelphia Eagle. So he's led the team in tackles, first team all-conference. He's gone. But the other safety, like I just mentioned, is Avery Smith. He's back, second team all-conference. McNeil Warren, who is probably going to be the other safety, or nickel. I think he plays both. 5th on the team in tackles. He missed 5 games and was still 5th on the team in tackles last year. He's back. Nasir Bowers at corner. He's back. They lose their other corner, Perkins, but nickel, Brandon Alls, who was 3rd on the team in tackles, he's back. Secondary's loaded. They're loaded in the secondary. Kind of similar to team we were just talking about. Who was it? Ohio. Secondary's in good shape. The front 7, what pieces do you like here from the front 7, Scoop?
It's just, obviously, Darius Alexander. He got
Graduated, right?
He graduated. So you got All-MAC and All-MAC and Anderson. He got drafted in the 3rd round by the Giants. Rajan's also got on the edge. Deshaun Holt, Kevon Butler, they're all seniors. They all graduated. They were all starters. So Laus Julian, he transfers in from UMass. He's one of the bright spots of UMass's team last year. He's going to go right on the edge to start. Avery Dunn also transfers in on the edge from Michigan State. You got Nate Chandler, a defensive tackle from Sacred Heart. He had 36 tackles and 4.5 sacks last year. So you do lose all your starters pretty much on the defensive line. But you got decent talent in. Anthony Dunn's back this year. Malachi Davis, Essian Carter, all played a decent amount. It's definitely a less impressive line losing that much talent. So that's going to be a little bit rough. And the top 3 linebackers are all out, kind of like we just said at Ohio. Jackson Barrow graduated. Daniel Bolden, number 2 tackler, Lance Dixon, they're all gone. Yep. So you got Hudson Miller. He's a transfer from Purdue. He had 42 tackles last year. Ricky Williams from West Virginia, and you got Langston Long from South Florida. Both the last two didn't play much at all last year, so you're gonna have to have them rely on them to step it up a little. Allison and Peters are still here, but it's a step down from their line. So the linebackers and their defensive line is a bit worse, but I do like their secondary. It's pretty much like Ohio's defense, yeah.
The good news, unlike Ohio, is Toledo lucked out in terms of the schedule last year. So the three differences in terms of the conference schedule, instead of Buffalo, Eastern Michigan, and Ohio, they get Western Michigan, who that's actually tough, but Kent State and Ball State. So they dodge Buffalo and Ohio. They get Kent State and Ball State. And in fact, I was looking at Toledo's schedule. It's pretty straightforward here. I mean, if they travel on the road to Western Michigan in week 4. So if they beat Western Michigan in week 4, which will be a tough game, but Toledo can win that game. If they beat Western Michigan in week 4, they're pretty much on cruise control to the MAC championship game because there's just not much here. I mean, they go to Miami of Ohio later in the season, but by that point, if they beat Western Michigan, they're probably going to be, 5-0 in conference at that point. If they beat Western Michigan in week 4, you can just book Toledo in the MAC championship game. So it's a big game early, but yeah, if they have playoff aspirations, they're going to need to beat Western Kentucky, which by the way, I think they win. They lost a heartbreaker to Western Kentucky last year. That was on the road. They get Western Kentucky at home this year. So I think that's winnable. Yeah, it's a favorable schedule for Toledo as well. Rush offense. I mean, I think this offense is going to be really good. And with the upgrade at running back and offensive line, I'm going to say B.
I'll do C+.
Passing offense, I'm going to say...
No, you know what? I'll go B-. This is going to be a good team.
Yeah, passing offense, I'll go B+.
Yeah, I'll go B+.
Rush defense, this is where they downgraded. I'll go C+.
C-, and then I'll stay at C+ for passing.
No, I like their secondary, so I'm gonna go B- here. C+ here?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Next. Time to talk Minutemen. So the Don Brown era is over. They bring in Harasimiak, and I'm sorry if I said that wrong. Harasimiak. Wow, that's embarrassing. Harasimiak, and he was the DC at Rutgers last year. He was actually there for the last few years. Before that, he was on PJ Fleck's staff at Minnesota. Before that, he was the head coach at Maine, where he won a conference championship. So, I mean, you like a guy who's got head coaching experience. He's also got experience coaching at big-time programs. So you like that. Not going to pretend to know a ton about him, but you like that. In terms of the offense, I think there's a lot to like here. On the other side of the ball, not so much. But in terms of the offense, I like UMass's offensive line. They bring back Mosesso at left tackle, who started 9 games last year. They also bring back Benjamin Roy Jr. at center. So 2 starters back, but Luke Payton, I'm sorry if I'm saying that wrong, he started week 1 and missed the rest of the season with an injury. So their right tackle should be Payton, and he was supposed to be a starter last year. So technically 3 starters back if you count him. And then the 2 guards they brought in, Mike Entwistle was from Harvard, first-team All-Ivy League, and Kyle Brown from Dartmouth, first-team All-Ivy League. So they brought in 2 first-team All-Ivy League guards. So I think the UMass offensive line dramatically upgraded. Now, after that, I think they're all right at receiver, but quarterback. Who do you think's playing quarterback, by the way, Scoop?
I mean, I don't know. Grant Jordan transfers from Yale. He's already started a couple Ivy League quarterbacks. So I don't know. Jordan has a bit more experience as a senior. Grant Jordan. So I think it's going to be him. Brandon Rose comes in from Utah. I mean, it didn't look great, but I think it's going to be Jordan. I mean, I would go with Jordan, but I don't know. Either one. I think Jordan's a better player. I mean, he had 22 touchdowns, 3 interceptions last year. And I mean, Brandon Rose, he threw about 50%, 2 touchdowns, 2 picks for Utah. He pretty much average, but it was Utah. I mean, it's a different conference. So, I would go with Jordan. Keep
in mind, there's a third option.
AJ Harrison.
AJ Harrison started 3 games last year as a freshman and actually looked all right. So It's a 3-way quarterback battle. And from what I'm reading at the time of recording, there's no indication on who it's going to be. So obviously a question mark at quarterback, considering we don't even know who's gonna be the starter.
Running back, I mean, I guess it's going to be Cookie DeCirdio or Rocco Griff. Who's going to be the running back? There's a lot of question marks on the offense outside of the offensive line, and I like their wide receivers. I like their offensive line and wide receivers. Quarterback and running back, a little bit of a question mark. Who's taking the carries here, Scoop?
I think Rocco's going to take the carries. I mean, he had 17 carries last year at UTSA, but I mean, in 2023, he had 483 yards. 2021 had a decent year when he started for Vandy. I know Brandon Hood transfers in from Colorado. He redshirted last year. You got Juwan Price from North Texas. It's a brand new running back room here. So it was actually a decent room last year. I actually liked the running backs last year. Jalen John, CJ Hester, but and I think Parmesan was I think he was an okay quarterback. I don't think this team was as bad as people look at. I know they were 2-10, but they had a couple of close losses. They had 2 overtime losses and a close loss to UConn, so they could have been a lot better than what they were. But yeah, I mean, it's just a lot of, you don't know who's going to play running back. You don't know who's going to play quarterback. Keenan James was their best receiver last year. Keenan James, so he's gone. So you got Gibson, Harding, Galvin. I mean, you got Tyree Kelly and Jake McConaughey. So I think they're going to be fine on the offensive side. I just don't know who's playing.
Yeah, I'm a little worried about some of this, the running back and quarterback, but I like the offensive line.
Yeah, and then, like you said, the offensive line, they also got Sullivan Weidman from West Virginia, Zachary Franks from Duke, who redshirted last year, but he played at Northwestern in 2023. So, and then Benjamin Royce still pretty much going to be there. So I think this line's going to be better than last year. So
I will say, I mean, you mentioned that they went 2-10 last year. Their schedule's kind of freaking crazy, man.
Well, yeah, they had the craziest. They were independent, so they had the most wild schedule ever.
I mean, how many winnable games are on the schedule? So you can say they lost to Eastern Michigan to open the season. You can say that's a bad loss. Other than that, I mean, they won the only 2 games I would expect them to win. I mean, maybe you could say UConn, but UConn was freaking good last year. In fact,
that game was crazy. That game
wild.
Was 100 points.
47-42, and UConn's defense was good as hell. Just a wild game. But I mean, you could argue these games are crazy. At Toledo, at Buffalo turned out to be excellent. At Miami of Ohio, at Northern Illinois, Missouri, at Mississippi State, Liberty, Georgia. Are you freaking crazy? And that being said, I mean, the schedule's kind of tough again. They start out with Temple and Bryan, so at least maybe they can get a couple wins. Although I think Temple's improved, but they can grab a couple wins early. Then at Iowa, at Missouri. Yeah, it's a much more favorable schedule for UMass. On the defensive side, by the way, they bring back 2 starters. Tim Grant Randall, who's their starting defensive tackle, he's back, which is a nice piece. Also, Darian Craig. He was 5th on the team in tackles despite missing 2 games. He's a linebacker. So they bring back a defensive tackle and a linebacker. Everyone else is gone, including Jalen Stewart, their leading tackler from last year. He transferred to Temple. Julian, we were just talking about him on Toledo, their best edge rusher. He is now with the Toledo Rockets. Their best corner graduate. Yeah, they're all gone. Anyone jump out? I'll jump off the page at you here.
Yeah, I know Julian's gone, and so is Asar, the other edge. He's on the Florida Gators now, but yeah, I mean, Joshua Knowles is going to fill in one of these gaps from Jackson State. He had 10 sacks last year. He started. Malachi Madison and Ramondo Johnson are 2 talented transfers for his line. You got Grant Randall and Jackson's going to clog up the middle. Shimel Davis started at Maine last year. He transfers to this line. You got David Anua, followed his coach from Rutgers. So I think this line's going to be okay. Their linebackers, I mean, Gerald Jansen, their number 2 tackler, graduated. Darian Craig's back, though, at linebacker. He was their number 5 tackler. He had a solid year. Tyler Martin, Darian Craig come back as well. Tim Hinspetter, he looks like he's going to start from Rutgers. This is basically going to be Rutgers defense. So, I mean, I also like Dean Schaefer from Yale as a backup, too. I mean, Donovan Dyson's going to play more than he did last year. I like the linebackers. I like the defensive line. I like them better than last year anyway. I don't think they're like all MAC or anything, but I definitely like the front 7 better than last year's.
Yeah, as far as the secondary, D.D. Snyder's back. But other than that, I mean, they're all gone. I'm not going to read them all off, but they're all gone. D.D. Snyder is going to start at safety. He was 5th on the team in tackles. Also, Jeremiah McGill, he played a lot last year as a sophomore, so they actually should have a pair of nice safeties there. As far as the corners, Malcolm Green transfers in. He was at Clemson, then Virginia, so he's an ACC kid. He's got 52 tackles in 5 years between those two programs. A kid named Daniel transferring in from Georgetown, 2-year starter as a freshman and sophomore. So maybe they hit there. But yeah, it's a little thin. But I mean, pair of nice safeties. Linebackers are all right. Maybe not as bad as I originally thought.
Yeah, Jalen Harrell, like you said, he went to Duquesne, which is surprising. But you lose a bunch of seniors who graduated, like Rudolph, Powell, Giles, Ellis. All 4 of them were top 10 tacklers on your team. You do get 5 transfers in, but 3 of them were FCS transfers from last year. So with Zoran Daniel, Kendall Barnes, and TJ McGee. So, yeah, I mean, you got experience here, and you got starting experience, but you got FCS starting experience. So the head coach is a secondary coach, though, from Rutgers. So see how we go. I mean, it's not going to be that bad, but it's definitely a better UMass team here. I mean, I think we talked about it last year with Andy when we were doing UMass. I think he was high on UMass to start the season.
He was.
So, I think I was. I think he convinced me that UMass was going to be okay.
I know he did. I lost a bet listening to his ass.
But yeah, I wish he was here to talk UMass Minutemen. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be a better UMass team this year.
Rush offense B+ last year. They may have overperformed to get that. I'll say B.
Yeah, Jalen John, CJ Husker, wow. Yeah, I mean they did combine for over 1,000.
I like the offensive line though, so I'll say
yeah.
B.
I'll go with a B.
Passing offense without knowing the quarterback. I mean, D.
B+.
B+?
No, D+.
Oh, I was gonna say, dude.
No, I'm not.
Run defense. So I gotta say, after going through it with you, I like it a little bit more than I originally thought. The run defense with the D tackle back, Darian Craig back. I'll upgrade it to a D-.
I'll go with a D.
In pass defense, with D.D. Snyder back, couple of starting experience. I'll go D- here. Nah, I might keep it as an F actually.
No, I'll go with a D.
All right. Last team in the MAC coming up. All right. Western Michigan. What a disappointing season last year. I thought they had such a great team. I had some high hopes for them. And it wasn't just that the season was disappointing, is that it just got off to such a good start. They started the season 4-0 in conference. I'm sorry. They started the season 4-0 in conference, lose 3 games in a row. The one on the road at Bowling Green, okay, that was one of the best teams in the MAC, but lost the Central Michigan. Yeah, the Central Michigan loss. And I think they lost, wasn't it like 17-16 or it was like
the problem is like against that stretch it was like Ball State, Akron, Buffalo, Kent State, where they were like scoring like 50 points a game, and then they like go to Bowling Green in Central Michigan and score like 13, 14, and then their offense just took a hit the last 5 games of the season. I don't know what happened.
Yeah. So it's a little disappointing because I thought Western Michigan had a team put together where they could have potentially made some noise. And now to look ahead to 2025, there is so much production gone on the offensive side of the football. We'll start with the offensive line. 2 first-team all-conference offensive linemen gone. Gideon at center, Addison West, who's now on the Miami Dolphins, by the way. Both gone. First-team all-conference linemen. Also, their left tackle, Kushi, he's on the Dolphins as well. So they lost 2 offensive linemen to the Dolphins. Jack Sherwin, their right tackle, graduated. So John Hofer, he's the only starter back on the offensive line. They bring in some power 4 pieces. Whitenack from Illinois had 3 starts, but that was back in 2023. Raheem Anderson from Michigan is probably going to start at center. He's got 73 career snaps in 4 years. Oh, I'm sorry. There is a bright spot. Vandervest at left tackle. Now, Vandervest was actually a starter for them in 2023. This is crazy. So he missed the 2022 season and the 2024 season. So technically, he should be a 4-year starter here at left tackle. Missed 2 full years to injury. So he's going to be a left tackle. So that should be a solid piece. That being, go ahead.
Like you were saying, it's just a bunch of unknowns. This was actually a top 10 offensive line last year, and now the only starter back is like Hofer, like you said. So like you said, Vahan from Wake, Anderson from Michigan. You got big school name transfers here, but none of them started. I mean, you have a bunch of unknown here. Gavin Dabo may step in, which was a big freshman recruit last year, and Chad Schuster might start here. But you're losing a ton of talent. It was one of the best lines of the year last year in 2024.
Yeah, absolutely. And even behind the offensive line, I mean, I guess Brock Lowry is going to be the starting quarterback. I really liked Hayden Wolf. He was a 2-year starter there, so to lose Hayden Wolf and you got Brock Lowry, who let's use the same word, more unknown, unproven. We don't really know. He had 8 pass attempts as a freshman, 133 rush yards. So I guess he's a dual threat guy. Don't know too much about him. Top two wide receivers are gone. They do bring in a couple of transfers at wide receiver that could be all right. Talik Williams from Georgia State's got over 1,000 career receiving yards. Also, Christian Leary from Georgia Tech. He had 309 receiving yards in 2023 as a freshman. He was redshirted in 2024. So they bring in a couple receivers. But I don't really know. Without that offensive line, I think this offense could take a dramatic step back.
Yeah, without the offensive line, and like you said, Brock Lowry's in. He was 4-8 last season, but he had 133 yards on the ground. He's definitely mobile. I'm just unsure about his arm. Mason Reynolds is a redshirt freshman, and then Brady Jones transfers in. He threw for 4,400 yards last year and 44 touchdowns. Those are real numbers. They somehow still had 2,200 yards rushing on the season as well, but obviously that was an FCS, community college school. But I think Lowry might be a better quarterback because this team likes to run the ball. So, I mean, between Nixon, Buckley, and Abdul Salam last year, they ran for 2,200 yards. Abdul Salam ran for 600 yards, which is more than some of the other teams' running back, number one running back. So Buckley's the only one left. He had 683 yards, 9 touchdowns. Nixon's transferred to UCF. Cole Cabana comes in from awesome name, by the way. I love the name. He transfers in from Michigan. He didn't play last year, so he has a lot of upside. They're really high on him. Devin Miles is in from Mount San Antonio. I think this is going to be kind of like another 3-way split kind of thing. I wouldn't be surprised if combined they go for over 2,000 again. If like you said, if they have the line though. So because I like their wide receivers. It's a deep wide receiver room. Balin Brooks from San Diego State. Egypt Nelson played 11 games at VMI last year. They still have Diadon from last year. He'll step up and play more. Terrence Marshall's a solid freshman recruit. He's going to play here as a sophomore. So it's definitely a deep running back room. It's just, I don't know about the line, and I don't know about the quarterback.
One thing I forgot to mention, Blake Bosma, all conference tight end, is back as well. He had 403 yards receiving. He was third on the team, so he's back too.
Yeah, I don't know how. I mean, can Lowry throw the ball?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Are they even going to?
I know he can run it. He ran it 30 times last year. So
yeah, is he even going to try to throw the ball?
Yeah.
It's interesting. On the other side of the ball is the Western Michigan defense, which was not the strength of their team last year. One huge piece back, Tate Halleck. Right in the middle at safety, second on the team in tackles, second team all conference. Probably the best player on their defense last year is back. And their other safety's back as well, Aaron Wofford.
Which is good because their new defensive coordinator is Chris O'Leary. He was the safeties coach last year at the Chargers, for the Los Angeles Chargers. So, I mean, it's good that you got your safeties back in Halleck and Wofford with the safeties coach coming in. So
yeah, and also I think Dominic Moon should be a really nice piece for them at linebacker. He missed 8 games last year. They bring in James Camden to play inside linebacker from Murray State. I don't know much about him, but I think he's going to start. Corner is a big question mark. They lose all their corners. Actually, they had a corner drafted to the Ravens, Bilal Kone. Sorry if I'm saying that wrong, but he's on the Ravens. He was drafted in the 6th round. Javarius Sims is probably going to start at corner. He transferred from Central Michigan to UConn to Western Michigan. He's got 53 career tackles. Jordan Thomas is probably going to start at corner from Eastern Kentucky. He was first team all conference in the FCS last year. So unproven at corner. They got Isaiah Green back at defensive tackle. Oh, Tyson Lee. Tyson Lee's back as well. He's an edge rusher. But who's going to start? Dorian Wesley?
Yeah, I mean, I think the secondary is pretty good. Like you just said, the safeties are back. And then they got this Jaden Lyles was first team United Athletic. He had over 100 tackles last year. Micah Davis is a Michigan redshirt from last year.
Yeah, agreed. Also, schedule's a bit tougher in terms of the conference schedule. You've got Toledo on the schedule. You've got Miami of Ohio on the schedule. You've got Ohio on the schedule. They didn't have any of those 3 teams last year.
So that sucks. Those are probably the three best teams in the conference, and you've got to play them all. So
and you got to play at Michigan State and at Illinois.
yeah, well, I was chalking those up to as losses.
Yeah, just automatic losses. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, but I mean, their first conference game is a home game against Toledo, and then even then they go on the road to UMass. That's like an interesting one. I don't like it just the way Western Michigan's team. I wouldn't be surprised if Western Michigan can't make stops on the road against UMass's offense. Yeah, it's going to be challenging here for Western Michigan. So let's do the grades. Rushing offense B-. I mean, dude.
Yeah, I mean that's all he did.
Yeah, that's all they're going to do again, but it's not going to be as good. I'll give it a C.
I'll say it a B-.
Oh, really? You know what? I'll go C+. You're right.
It's just because the quarterback might only know how to run.
F passing attack.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go F because unless that guy who transferred in comes in, but I don't think he's going to. So.
Run defense.
What was it last year? A D-?
It was a D.
D?
I'll go
yeah,
D-.
I'm gonna stay with a D. I'll stay at a D, and then I'll upgrade the pass defense to a D+.
Yeah, I like their safeties and maybe okay. So I'll upgrade their pass defense to a D+ too. All right, let's talk Fighting Irish. Marcus Freeman, his fourth full season as head coach. I believe he took over as interim the first year. He was DC. So Marcus Freeman's fourth full year. Obviously, Notre Dame fans got to be pumped. Went to the national championship last year. First year of the college football playoff. As far as this year, the schedule's a lot tougher. I think it's exciting though. There's a couple really cool games on the schedule for Notre Dame. Do we have any idea who's playing quarterback?
I mean, it's two inexperienced quarterbacks. I mean, Kenny Minchie is battling it out with Stephen Jelly.
No, CJ.
Oh no,
Carr.
he went. I'm sorry,
it's CJ Carr.
Yeah, CJ Carr. Yeah, I mean, I don't know who's going to be the quarterback. Carr had a great spring game. Yeah, I don't know. Minchie's 2 years older. Has been on team for 3 years now. A little more mobile too. So I don't know if they're going to go with a freshman quarterback against Miami to week 1, but yeah, I have no idea.
What do you think of the offense as a whole?
Yeah, I mean, good thing. Either quarterback can rely on Jeremiah Love, 1,125 yards last year, 17 touchdowns. Darian Price is back too, also had 746 and 7 touchdowns. Aeneas Williams is back. Kendron Young, but Young is a season-ending injury now. But the other top 3 are back. One of the strongest running back rooms in the country. That's not going to change here. I think they may even rely more on it because of they don't have a quarterback that's played. So there was really no big standout at wide receiver last year. Greathouse led with 592. He's back. Bo Collins, wide receiver 2, graduates. Mitchell Evans was the third receiver on his team, the tight end 1. He was drafted by the Panthers in the 5th round. So you got Jordan Faison's back with Greathouse. He was 30 for 356. They also get 2 transfers. I think that could help out right away. Fields from Virginia had 808 last year. Will Paulings in from Wisconsin had 407. You still have KK Smith from last year. Payne comes back after being out for the season last year. And you have really good young receivers like Micah Gilbert. Elijah Burris is a true freshman from good old Wayne, New Jersey. Logan Salday. The wideouts were fine. If not, they're better than last year. So, I mean, you have really good skill positions on both sides.
Yeah, I mean, Malachi Fields has been the best player in Virginia for 2 straight years.
Right. Yeah, so Notre Dame does lose 4 offensive line to the transfer portal. Pat Coogan to Indiana. The right guard, Spindler, went to Nebraska. We talked about Pendleton going to Tennessee. Also, one of their backups went to UConn. So they do lose 3 starters, but Ashton Craig is back. Was supposed to start every game last year. Was out for the season after 3 games. Charles Jacksua has some starting experience. Missed 15 games the last 2 years, so he's back too. You got Knapp, Wagner, Scrouth back. You have your backups. And Absher, Lampert, Tarek, Otting. So the line's still deep. Will Black is the 9th best freshman tackle in his class. Herron and Stribling are 2 high-rated freshmen too. Notre Dame's O-line is going to be good again. Really, the only question mark is quarterback because there's really no experience. So I think CJ Carr's projected to be the starting quarterback. But yeah, I'm not really sure.
I originally thought it was Carr, but now I'm reading it might be Mitch. I really have no idea who's playing quarterback. We'll see. I would imagine they're going to hand the ball off, though.
Yeah.
With Jeremiah Love back there.
On the defensive side, decent amount of production back here for Notre Dame, and then they bring in Devonta Smith from Alabama. So go ahead.
Yeah, Al Golden, the defensive coordinator, left to be the DC of the Bengals. So you get a good old Chris Ash, Scarlet Knight legend. He hopped around DC positions and just coaching jobs in general. Last year, he was a scout of the Jaguars. But he was, obviously, Chris Ash has been around for a while. He's been the DC of Wisconsin, Arkansas, Ohio State, Texas. So I think they'll be fine there. As far as your players, there are 2 interior defensive tackles. Cross and Mills are gone. Mills drafted the 5th round to the Seahawks, and they do lose their one end in RJ Oben. Botello, he's going to be back after he was out for the season the last 3 games. They also return Tui Halamaka, Joshua Burnham, Trayor, Bryce Young on the edges. So I think they're going to be fine there.
Botelho, you said he's going to miss some time, though. He's not back for the start.
Okay, so he was still – he's still not back from his injury from last year, I guess. But Hinish is back on the interior. Jason Anye, Jared Dawson transfers in from Louisville. Elijah Hughes from USC. I do like their edges more than their interior. With Cross and Mills gone, those are 2 big pieces. But I still think it's going to be all right. As far as your linebackers, Jack Kaiser went in the 4th round to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Led the team in tackles. But these linebackers are still stacked. Jalen Sneed, Derek Bowen, Jaden Osbury, they're all back. They all had over 50 tackles last year. Viliamu Asa is back, had 37 tackles. Devontae Smith comes in from Alabama, like you just said. He had 11 starts at nickelback last year. These linebackers are stacked, even with losing Kaiser. Framo is a 4th-rated freshman linebacker. He's going to get playing time this year. So I think the front 7 should still be okay. I like the linebackers more than the line, but I think they're going to be fine, especially because they have an easier schedule. But
their schedule's tough for this year.
It's an easier schedule. I still think it's an easy schedule. It's tougher than last year. But
it's not. Schedule. And if you're just looking at the offense, if we're just talking in terms of the defense, the offenses they play, maybe.
Yeah. They do lose 2 good secondary pieces. Benjamin Morris at corner got drafted Bucks 2nd round. Xavier Watts was a first-team All-American. He was a beast. Drafted 3rd round to the Falcons. Leonard Moore and Christian Gray are both back to start at corner. Leonard Moore had 48 tackles as a true freshman. Adon Schuler had 16 games at safety last year. Gene Stroman redshirted last year, but started 7 games between 21 and 23. Luke Talich also had 20 tackles last year. And then you got Chance Tucker back after being out for the year last year. So you also have 5 great freshmen that can make an impact like Moore did last year. So they may be a little bit weaker overall, but I think they should still be pretty solid. So I think the defense is going to be fine.
Agreed. There's enough returning production, and it's Notre Dame. Last year, they were, for the grades, they were A+, A+. I'm just going to probably put A- or something. But in the schedule, crazy opener on the road to Miami. That's awesome on Sunday night on ABC. Then they get a bye before Texas A&M. I think I just was talking about Texas A&M. I think Texas A&M is going to beat them. But outside of Texas A&M, Miami obviously is tough because it's a tough road game down in Miami in August with a first-time starting quarterback. It's tough. That being said, the rest of the schedule is fun, and there's cool games in here. Of course, Notre Dame can drop any of these, but I really don't. Like, he got at Arkansas. Of course, like, they could drop that, but I think Notre Dame handles themselves pretty well here. At Boston College could always be tough. Their defense plays better at home, but they're coming off a bye there before that game. Other than those first 2, you got Boise. That's fun, but, like, do I realistically think Boise could beat Notre Dame? No. Other than those first 2, you got it's going to be a fun season. I think if Notre Dame finishes with less than 10 wins, it would be disappointing. So I think they'll win 10 of these games. In terms of the grades, they were an A+ rushing offense last year. I don't see any reason. Without Riley Leonard. Yeah. I'll go A.
I'll go with an A.
B, passing attack. I'll go B+.
I'll go B+.
Because these Riley Leonard was so bad throwing the ball to start the season. Run defense. I'll go A.
I'll go A-.
And pass defense, I'll go A-. Xavier Watts was the man.
I'll go A-.
UConn. What a season, man. And what a time to be a UConn football fan. Jim Mora has that program headed in the right direction. It's exciting up there in Stores. So, Scoop, what do we think of this offense?
Yeah, I mean, first 9-win season since 2007, first winning season since 2010. And the 3 games they lost after getting killed by Maryland in week 1 were all one-score games to Syracuse, Wake, and Duke. So, yeah, man, Jim Moore back 4th season. They got all their coordinators back. So, and they got their quarterback back. Joe Fagnano is back in his 7th year of college. Really had a great year last year as quarterback, 20 touchdowns, 4 picks. He only threw it 206 times for 1,600 yards, but he was really efficient, made the most of his 6 starts. This was supposed to be Nick Evers' team last year. He got hurt all the time. Evers did throw 180 times too, but Fagnano looked like the better quarterback when he was in. So hard to mention now. They're going to ride with him again with Evers backing up. I think they're just switching now. Tucker McDonald backing them both up, had a little playing time too, but this is the same quarterback room as last year. So as far as their running backs, they have a really deep running back room. All 3 running backs went over 600 yards last year. Edwards, 830, Robinson, 731, Brown, 673. They all combined for 18 touchdowns and at least a 5.7 yards per carry. Edwards and Brown are back. Robinson transferred to Auburn, but they do get an MJ Flowers in from Eastern Illinois, had 865 last year. So they do lose 1, but they gain 1. So this should be the same kind of running back group as last year, going probably for over 2,000 yards again. That's all they really did last year was run the ball well.
Yeah.
As far as your wideouts, Skylar Bell is back too. Wide receiver 1 had 860 yards last year, 17.2 yards per reception. Had a solid year. They do lose their number 2 and number 3 in Sheffield and Gaithings, but should still be a good crew. Gaithings went to Buffalo. Lewis Hansen's back at tight end. And you get some good wide receivers transferred in. Chris Parker's in from Central Michigan. Ramella Murphy.
Chris Parker's dealing with an injury.
Okay. Ramella Murphy comes in from Arizona. He redshirted last year, but started 12 games at ODU the year before at 500-plus yards. Shamar Porter played in every game as a freshman last year, had only 6 catches, but 3 of them were touchdowns. Yeah. Naeem Simmons, same situation as Murphy, 637 in 2023, redshirted last year at USF. And you have Caleb Burton in from Auburn, who actually played meaningful games the last 2 years. So I actually really like this receiving group. I really like their running backs. So the skill positions, I think, are pretty solid. As far as your line, Chase Lunt, the right tackle, drafted 6th round to the Bills. Left tackle, Sen graduates, and the right guard, Fortin, graduates. So 3 linemen gone. The offensive line's down to 38 career starts. You got Ho back at center. Good chance Ty Chan starts here. Played in all 12 games last year at Notre Dame. Morawski's back after being hurt after 6 games last year. They do have players that played a decent amount last year, though. Wayburn played 35% of their snaps last year. Tamaris Walker played 212 snaps for Maryland. Kyle Juergens played over 100 snaps last year. Cassidy played 34% of their snaps last year. So they definitely got experience. And you got Hayden Bozich comes in from Brown, who played there. So the team really doesn't have starting experience except for a couple guys, but the majority of players have played meaningful snaps. Should be fine. I think they might be slightly worse, but I don't think it's as bad as you think it is.
No, I don't. You said slightly worse for the offense? No, I think about
no, slightly worse for the offensive line.
Oh, for the offensive line, yeah, I'd say slightly worse. The offense as a whole better. The offensive line slightly worse. It's not the offense I'm worried about. I think the offense takes a step forward. It's the other side of the ball. The strength of this UConn team last year was the defense, specifically the defensive front 7. Nobody was really able to run the ball on this team. Maryland lit them up in the opener, and then after that, UConn was just putting out excellent defensive performance after excellent defensive performance. This defense really was a problem last year. The entire defensive line is gone. Your main 2 linebackers, number 1 and number 2 tacklers, are gone. Your main 2 safeties are gone. You bring back a corner and a nickel, and this defense is gone. I don't understand how this isn't a 911 emergency here. The whole defense is gone.
Yeah, and including the defensive line, they lose their backups in Passmore and Hardy too. So yeah, he's got a lot of positions to fill. Ben Smiley comes in from Virginia, had 12 starts there the last 3 years. Should start on the edge, I think. Antonio Harris is in from New Mexico. Originally transferred to Utah State, but came here. I think he's going to start too. But really, like you said, really though, those are the 2 players that have playing time. Trent Jones is in from Iowa State. 3 years there, only 26 total tackles. Carroll Jackson's in from Nebraska. Was a freshman last year, had 1 tackle. Marquise Black and Stephen Wright are 2 FCS transfers in. You got Matt Hoffman and Brandon Kelly are back from last year, but also combined for 12 tackles. So this defensive line is all brand new with not a lot of experience. So, yeah, that's definitely a 911 kind of emergency there. And, yeah, they lost some good pieces at linebacker. Jaden McDonald's gone. Brown, their number 2 tackler, is gone. Langston Hardy's gone. Their nickelback's gone. So, yeah, Donovan Branch started 2 games last year. He's going to have to step up and play a linebacker spot. You got Tyquan King, which is definitely their best player, I think, on this defense now. He transfers in from Temple. He's definitely going to start. He was first team AAC last year. He's going to take McDonald's spot. You got Braun Parham is in from Washington, but did have really great years at San Jose State in 2022 and 2023. Started every game with 200 tackles. And then they have Aaron Key and Diamande too. So linebackers are okay. Maybe obviously a step back than last year, but it's way better than their defensive line, which is just I don't even know who's going to play there. That's how thin they are there. So the front 7, I think, are definitely going to struggle. As far as their secondary, like you just said, they lost their safeties in Dixon and Jones. Malcolm Bell, who also started 5 games at corner, he's gone to Michigan State. They had a good year last year, finishing the top 50 in pass defense. I do like their secondary a little more. I mean, a lot more than their front 7. Let me say that. Cam Chadwick's back at corner, started every game last year. Devin Pringle comes in from Grand Valley State. It is a D2 school, but he was an All-American there. He played in 38 games the last 3 years. Pee-wee's in from Georgetown. Yes, the Hoyas, 11 starts last year. Tyrese Mill comes in from Penn State, which is a big get for them. Played in 16 games the last 2 years there. And then you got Brinson is back at safety. So I like the makeup of the secondary for sure. I know you have some lower division guys, but you're really only filling 2 starting positions on the secondary, and I do like their backup still. I think they'll still finish in the top 50 for their pass defense. Well, maybe, because their run defense is going to be probably atrocious. So, but their pass defense is definitely the stronger part of this defense.
Yeah, agreed. It's concerning, but as a whole, UConn's trending in the right direction. I just meant for this year right now, it's tough to go from a team that was relying on its defense last year to a team that has a lot of holes to fill on the defensive side, especially in the front 7 when the run defense was your bread and butter last year for UConn. In terms of the schedule, good luck trying to figure it out.
Your hardest game was Duke? Maybe at Syracuse?
Yeah, I mean, no, you got a good schedule, but I'm saying, I wouldn't be surprised if UConn goes 11-1. I also wouldn't be surprised if they go 4-8, because there's a lot of games on the schedule that they could lose. You got to think they're going to beat Central Connecticut, Ball State, FIU, and UAB. But other than that, I mean, on the road in Syracuse, they could win that game. Definitely. The rivalry, Big East rivalry there, they could win that game. They could also lose it. At UDEL, that's not a layup, man. UDEL's actually got a tough defense, right? You were talking about the Hens. So you got at Buffalo. Buffalo should be strong this year. You got at Boston College. They're coming off a bye, so they could win that game. But, I mean, Boston College usually plays some strong defense in their home games. At Rice with the new option look offense, that's going to be tough. So, it's a good schedule, but, I don't really know. The variance on what UConn could do this year, if they went 11-1, I swear I wouldn't be surprised. And if they went 4-8, I wouldn't be surprised. So it's just such a crazy variance here for UConn. Rushing offense, C+. They bring back everybody. I'm going to bump it up to a B-.
I'll go with a B.
Passing offense, D. I'll bump it up to a C.
C+.
Run defense, B-. I'm dropping it to a C.
C-.
Pass defense was a C. I'll leave it C.